Chapter 1, The Eerie Infiltration Game. You have been selected by the Eerie Infiltration Game, and will soon enter the instance. The place is haunted by vengeful spirits that cannot be reincarnated. To escape, you must figure out the killing rules of the ghosts. Touching forbidden objects will attract hidden dangers, while also possibly gaining abilities to fight the ghosts. Risks and opportunities coexist. The path to survival lies in the most dangerous corners, and the ghosts are waiting for you to use your life and soul to break their chains. Matching instance. Match successful. Special individual detected. The first instance is set as a single-player instance, with greatly increased rewards upon clearing. Lin Mo felt himself falling endlessly. This sense of falling didn't come from a physical height, but felt like sinking deeper into a thick, inescapable darkness. He couldn't breathe, as if something heavy was pressing down on his chest, slowly squeezing the air out of his lungs. He wanted to move, even just to wiggle a finger, but found that his body was completely unresponsive, frozen. A buzzing sound filled his ears, like continuous tinnitus. Amid this chaotic noise, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Lin Mo. Are you seriously sleeping? He abruptly opened his eyes. The blinding blue light from the computer screen made him squint. On the screen were familiar codes, but the surrounding environment was completely unfamiliar. This doesn't seem like his workstation. The back of his neck was stiff and sore. A balding middle-aged man stood at his desk, his forehead red with anger, spitting as he spoke. The company's keeping you, this useless piece of trash, just to eat? If you don't finish the tasks this month, pack up and get out. Lin Mo instinctively lowered his head, his fingers resting on the edge of the keyboard. His chest tightened. He raised his hand and saw a pair of unfamiliar hands. The phone standing on the desk reflected a face that wasn't his own. This seems like a second transmigration. He had originally been an ordinary programmer on Blue Star. 3 months ago, he transmigrated for the first time to what seemed like a parallel world, where he was also a programmer. And just now, it seemed like a prompt sounded in his ears, saying that he was selected by the Eerie Infiltration Game. Then, when he woke up, he found himself here. And here, looking at the familiar codes in front of him, he realized his current identity seemed to still be a programmer. Truly born to be a coding saint. Lin Mo chuckled bitterly. Someone beside him, who seemed to be his superior, roared, interrupting his thoughts. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up and get to work. The man suddenly grabbed the coffee cup at the edge of the desk. With one forceful motion, the cup smashed onto Lin Mo's keyboard, spilling coffee all over a stack of documents beside him. The bald man was about to continue scolding Lin Mo, but his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Mr. Lee. His face immediately changed, and he put on a fawning smile. Without bothering with Lin Mo, he hurriedly answered the phone and left, returning to his own office. After the man left, Lin Mo took a deep breath and rubbed his swollen head. He needed to figure out his situation first. Through the reflection on the black screen of the phone, he could see that he was a relatively handsome young man. His eyes were deep, his hair a little messy, but this wasn't his original body. Then, he slowly stood up and looked around the environment. He braced himself on the desk as he slowly stood up. This was a large open office area, and the entire office was packed with people. Dozens of identical cubicles were crammed together, and the only sound was the constant clattering of keyboards. To his right was a public printer, rapidly spitting out A4 papers, and the strong smell of ink made his nose uncomfortable. After briefly observing his surroundings, Lin Mo sat back down and glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen. It seems like this is just an ordinary medium-sized gaming company, and although my appearance has changed greatly, my name doesn't seem to have changed. Lin Mo thought to himself quietly. Since I've already had the experience of crossing over once, I'm quite calm about it. The key thing is no memory of the original person. At this moment, an electronic sound, the same as what I heard before I lost consciousness, echoed in Lin Mo's ears again. Detecting the player's first entry into the instance, talent awakening in progress. Detecting the player's first entry into the instance, talent awakening in progress. Awakening complete, you can view the status bar to check. Quest has been issued, you can view the quest bar to check. Player? Talent? Instance? Quest? Did I enter some kind of game? After the prompt that the talent awakening was successful, Lin Mo's body suddenly shook violently. His movement immediately attracted the attention of his colleague next door. Lin Mo? A middle-aged man with greasy hair poked his head over, looked carefully at where the middle-aged man had left, and then asked. What's wrong? Did your code break again? The bloody taste in Lin Mo's throat suddenly became intense, and he quickly covered his mouth and bent over, gagging. This movement perfectly hid the twitching of his facial muscles, and he waved his hand and said, It's nothing, just felt a little unwell, you go ahead. Old Zhang looked at him with sympathy. After all, he had just been scolded by their project manager Wu Chang, so he must feel bad. He sat back down and comforted. Don't think too much, that Wu Chang is useless, just likes to point fingers. Last year during the cloud computing platform bidding, this dog really read the distributed architecture in the technical proposal as the step-by-step pricing. The client immediately asked if we were going to do installment payments. Guess what happened next? He later lamented at the summary meeting, saying that some colleagues lacked professional literacy and seriously damaged the company's image. Old Zhang twisted open his faded thermos and continued. By the way, did you know? Last month's attendance. He had just started, but Lin Mo was already not in the mood to listen. He hunched his back, pressing his trembling right hand tightly against his thigh. A strange translucent screen appeared before Lin Mo's eyes, and one blood-red line after another gradually emerged, forming his status bar. The blood-red text in the status bar flickered in his vision. Lin Mo instinctively closed his eyes, and a translucent panel suddenly appeared in his mind. At this point, the pain in his body slightly eased. Clearances, 0. Talent 1, Times and Destiny Paradox. Active activation can pause time for 9 seconds, May 5th. Talent 2, Cold Silence Authority. The fewer the survivors at the end of the instance, the higher the clearance rewards. If completing the instance without a team, the clearance reward greatly increases. Can specify one ability or item, immediately reset its cooldown or usage count. After use, there is a very small chance to refresh that ability, 1/1. Chapter 2, Instance, The End Corridor. When the blood-red text fully appeared, Lin Mo realized that the previous pain had instantly vanished. This is the status bar? Why are there 2 talents? Is it because I am a traveler? With over 10 years of experience in web novels and gaming, Lin Mo quickly reacted and entered the right state. Talent 1 is Time Pause. The ability effect is very simple and brutal, but extremely powerful. As the saying goes, time is king, space is respected, fate does not emerge, cause and effect are supreme, destruction is limitless, creation is unparalleled, the 5 elements rule, yin and yang rise together, the greatest power, controlling reincarnation. No matter what, time-related abilities are top-tier abilities, this is unquestionable. Moreover, Lin Mo's intuition told him that this ability was far more than just pausing time. The question mark below is the best proof. It seems like a certain condition has not been met, so the rest of the abilities have not been unlocked. As for Talent 2, it seems to focus more on increasing the benefits of being a lone wolf. The third ability is very powerful and can be used in emergencies. As for the May 5th and 1/1 in the status bar, after focusing his attention, a description appeared in his mind. These are the available uses of this ability in a single instance. Once the uses are exceeded, this ability will enter a cooldown seal state and cannot be used in this instance. Of course, there should be exceptions, such as the third ability of Lin Mo's Talent 2, which can reset the cooldown time and number of uses. It can be inferred that there are certain other talents or items that can eliminate the effect of cooldowns. He opened his eyes and found that the status bar still existed. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then followed the instructions in his mind to close the status bar and open the taskbar. Instance name, End of the Corridor, Level 1 instance. Instance type, single player, roleplay, survival. Instance description, in the silent steel forest, an invisible plague quietly spreads. In a sealed room, the windows and doors sealed with tape whose dark red rust, and shadows that do not belong to humans seep out from the cracks in the walls. They devour your breath, memory, and temperature until you become the next erased afterimage. 1. Survive for 7 days. 2. Touch 3 traces of the living. 3. Make a deal with the mirror reflection. 4. Seal a ghost. 5. After triggering the echo loop, prevent your existence from being completely erased across the past, present, and future dimensions. After completing Task 1, you can choose to leave the instance at any time. The other tasks are more difficult, but completing them will greatly improve the clearance evaluation. Newbie tip, all ghosts in this instance have a killing rule, limitation. The ghost's desire and ability to kill will gradually unlock as time progresses. Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted. He quickly scanned through the task description, his gaze lingering for a moment on the last line. All ghosts in this instance have a killing rule, limitation. From the description, it is clear that the difficulty of these 5 tasks increases in order. The bizarre game requires completing Task 1, possibly because it is the easiest to achieve, but that doesn't mean there is no danger. If you foolishly stay in place, you might not even know how you die. Lin Mo, who often read web novels, deeply understands this. However, surviving for 7 days seems the easiest, but the game will never let players pass easily. He rubbed his forehead, the description of the plague, and the mention of shadows devouring breath, memory, and temperature. And more importantly, it seems I don't have the original body's memories. This is something to pay attention to, as exposing anything different from the past could bring unnecessary trouble. The taskbar also hints that this isn't just a single-player survival-type instance, but one where roleplay is required. After thinking of this, Lin Mo decided to make familiarizing himself with his identity in the instance and the surrounding environment his first goal. Next, he would look for any clues around and follow the instance's hints to find the source of everything and come up with a solution. Without a doubt, the best way to understand the original body would be to start with the phone or the diary. If he directly asked others who were familiar with the original body, it would definitely raise suspicion. The diary was a dead end for now, after all, who writes diaries these days? Fortunately, there was still the phone. He picked up the phone that was placed next to the computer screen. It wasn't unlocked by a password, but by fingerprint recognition. The lock screen wallpaper was of a white-haired, red-eyed, long-haired lowly. To be honest, it really matched his usual aesthetic preferences. The original body seemed to be someone of the same kind. After unlocking the screen with his fingerprint, he directly entered into a chat box of a chat app, or a group chat was pinned with the note "Beware of the red tape." A big one right away? Lin Mo clearly remembered that there was a sentence in the instance description, "The windows and doors sealed with tape whose dark red rust." The red tape is definitely an important clue. However, Lin Mo didn't rush to click on it. Instead, he hesitated for half a second, then opened the call log. It's most important to figure out the interpersonal network first. Otherwise, it'll be awkward if the people inside don't match up. There were 7 missed calls in the last 3 days, and the number marked Wuboppy had called 3 times in a row at 3 p.m. yesterday. The latest record was a call from Old Lee at 9:17 this morning. In the message box, there was a collection code from the delivery station, along with 2 promotional messages. In the contacts, the important people group contained 5 entries: Zhou Wan, Yang Yuanzhang, Chen Tao, Li Xia, and Lu Qijuan. Scrolling down, there were also X's, landlord Lu Jia, and food delivery services. On the third screen of the phone's desktop, there was a mysterious orange app with an icon of a bitten maple leaf. The download history showed it was updated at 3 a.m. Next to it, the study materials folder contained an app with a cherry blossom icon. Long pressing the folder's properties revealed that it occupied 233 gigabytes of space. All I can say is, those who know, know. If I opened it here, I'd probably be socially dead. Lin Mo shook his head, exited the app, and clicked into the Notes app. The Notes app only had 7 entries. Remember to buy skim milk, third shelf of the fridge is empty. Saturday at 3 p.m., broadband installation. Modify the login page UI layers, important. The server 404 issue needs to be directed to maintenance, Old Wang, extension 328. Wuboppy said the inpatient department system needs a night mode, waiting for the client requirements document. Remember. The code is "Please help me." The last one was very strange, written. I don't want to die. If sacrifice is necessary, I hope the person is not me. Chapter 3, The Strange Group Chat. It seems there really is something strange. Lin Mo continued to click on the consumption bill. Most of the payment bills were for things like food delivery and courier services. Lin Mo then clicked into the phone's photo gallery. The cover of the material reference folder was an anime-style girl wearing a flowing kimono. The pale persimmon-colored silk was half transparent, soaked in water mist, with moonlight shining through the fabric, outlining beautiful curves. She stood barefoot on a tatami mat with a ukiyo-e wave pattern, the tips of her toes touching milky white foam. There was also another image of a girl in a yukata, with a daruma doll the size of a palm tied to the end of her waist belt. Her soaked juban clung to her waist, showing 2 crescent-shaped watermarks in the thumbnail. The material reference folder contained about 3,000 images, including maid outfits, black stockings, bunny girls, animal ears, robot girls, and much more. It was clear the original owner had worked hard to collect materials. Lin Mo exited the material reference and entered another encrypted album. After unlocking it with his fingerprint, he saw 2 videos and 1 image, but the content was a bit unsettling. The first video showed a woman in a red dress slowly climbing up a towering crane. The camera shot her swaying figure from a low angle, with the gray sky and rusted iron frame creating a depressing contrast. As her body leaned forward, the camera switched to a bird's eye view, following her as she free fell from a great height until her body hit the ground with a heavy thud. The details of her twisted limbs and the blood splattering were shown without any cuts, as if documenting a bizarre suicide. The second video was set in a dim library. Among the long rows of bookshelves, a blurry gray-white figure moved slowly in the distance, its outline foggy as if condensed from mist. The camera followed the figure shakily. At times, it would vanish between the bookshelves, and at other times, it would suddenly appear right in front of the camera. The figure's features were unrecognizable, only showing twisted limbs and hollow eye sockets. Both videos had no sound, and watching them felt extremely suffocating. The last image was very simple. It was just a blackened human-shaped stain left on the wall of a dimly lit room. The outline was clear like a silhouette that had been burned, and the texture of the stain oozed a liquid-like sticky feeling. According to Reason, the first 2 videos were more disturbing, but Lin Mo strangely felt that the last image had a suffocating feeling that made it hard to breathe. It was as if that human-shaped stain was the next version of himself. Checking the phone took quite a bit of time, during which Lin Mo, following the habits of the original owner, ordered takeout around 1 p.m. To prevent himself from failing to play the role of the original owner and being seen through by those around him, Lin Mo had almost gone through all the content on the phone. By the time Lin Mo was almost done looking, the time had already reached 2:30 p.m. He took a deep breath, rubbed his slightly swollen temples, and entered the pin group chat. The group had 6 members, but only 5 were online. The IDs were Zhou Wan, Yang Yuanzhang, Chen Tao, Li Xia, Lu Qijuan. And his own name, Lin Mo. These should all be real names, and they correspond one by one to the important people group in the contact list. The other 5 were Lin Mo's university classmates, and because they got along quite well, they had kept in touch after graduation. He scanned the list, noticing that the group was created very recently, only 2 days ago. This pinned group chat isn't simple, there should be important clues here. With that in mind, Lin Mo decided to check the previous chat history of this group. Lin Mo kept scrolling up, and the first message was from 2:17 a.m., 2 days ago. Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he looked at it. Zhou Wan 2:17. Is anyone here? Yuan Zhang's chat account just sent me a location, showing it's in his apartment where he committed suicide, and then I was added to this group. Chen Tao 2:19. I received it too, and there was also a photo that was pixelated. The admin of this group is Yuan Zhang. Li Xia 2:19. Is someone joking? The person has already passed away, and you're doing this? Also, Yuan Zhang's chat account has been deactivated. Who's playing this prank? Yang Yuanzhang 2:21. Voice message, 02:17. At this moment, a 2-minute and 17-second voice message appeared in the group, sent by the deactivated account of Yang Yuanzhang. Lin Mo hesitated for a few minutes. It was obvious that something was very wrong with this Yang Yuanzhang. Could the content he sent really be opened and listened to? This chat app was different from the one in his previous life and the world he traveled to. It didn't have the function to convert voice messages to text. The copy hint mentioned the ghost's murder rules, and if these rules were related to this voice message, wouldn't listening to it be like walking into a trap? In the end, Lin Mo still decided to listen. No matter what, he was already involved, and he had to grasp every piece of information. Moreover, the original owner most likely had listened to it, so even if he didn't listen, he was already being targeted. When Lin Mo connected his phone to the headphones and clicked to play the voice message, a scratching sound, like fingernails scraping a blackboard, immediately came from the earphones, mixed with a drowning person's cry for help. The entire message seemed to just be the sound. It was impossible to hear any other noises. Lin Mo frowned, continuing to listen while scrolling further down. Lu Qijuan 4:30. Who the hell sent this in the middle of the night? Lin Mo 4:31. I remember I said it so no one could add me to a group without my permission? How did I get in here? Chen Tao 4:31. Do you think there might really be ghosts? The place we went to last time was really off. Zhou Wan 4:33. Listen carefully at the 23-second mark. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo dragged the progress bar to the specified position. In the sound of fingernails scraping, there was a voice distorted by water. Cough cough cough, be careful, red tape sealing the door. Don't open, glug. Chen Tao. What's going on? This really is Yuan Zhang's voice. I can't even leave the group, what's happening? Next, there was a chaotic mess in the group, with no useful information. It seemed like everyone was intentionally avoiding a certain topic, creating a feeling of disconnection. In the end, it seemed that Zhou Wan made the final decision. From an interpersonal standpoint, this small group of 6 people was usually led by Zhou Wan. Her personality was strong, but her abilities were also impressive, so everyone else trusted her. Zhou Wan 7:33. I can't leave this group, and I've tried to contact you in other ways, but I can't get through. Private messages are always showing as not sent. I've even switched networks several times. Zhou Wan 8:21. I changed my phone, still nothing. Let's call the police, we suspect that our phones or accounts have been locked. Even scarier, when I show this group chat record to others, they can't see it or hear it. Don't reply in this group chat for now, to avoid being monitored. Let's meet at our usual place tonight and figure out what to do. Before this message, the group members were still replying. But after Zhou Wan spoke, no one, including Zhou Wan and the others, said a word in the group chat. By the time it was the next morning, Yang Yuanzhang uploaded some files again. Yang Yuanzhang 432. File, 404.jpg. File, drowning_01.mp4. File, drowning_02.mp4. Lin Mo clicked to view and found it was exactly one encrypted photo and 2 videos saved in the gallery. Chapter 4, The Strange Tape. The group chat record reached today. Just before Lin Mo took over this body, Yang Yuanzhan's account sent another message. Yang Yuanzhan 1155. The stronger the Wi-Fi signal, the easier it is for K's nails to scrape open reality. What does that mean? Is this ghost's ability related to the network signal? Lin Mo squinted, trying to scroll further down, but found that the group chat record had reached the end. Lin Mo tried sending messages to the other 4 people in the group, but it always showed a failure to send. During the sending process, a strange red exclamation mark would appear next to the message, indicating a failed delivery. It seemed the group chat description was correct. Sending messages to unrelated people outside the group worked fine. From this, it seemed that the ghost in this instance was indeed related to the network. But Yang Yuanzhang's stance is unclear. He could also be a ghost, and is likely trying to deceive and lure us. Lin Mo thought quietly, turning off the phone screen and placing it face down on the table, letting out a deep breath. Clearly, the problem lay with them. This form of communication shutdown was indeed making modern people uncomfortable. Without phones to communicate, it's easy to fall into an isolated, helpless state. And with such strange events happening, the ones who knew about it would surely want to stay in contact at all times. But, aside from meeting in person, there was no way to contact anyone, which could easily drive someone crazy. The original owner even went to work casually. It seems their heart was quite strong. But Lin Mo quickly thought of 2 solutions: let someone else convey the messages, or create another small account. If it was indeed hackers or something man-made, his method had some feasibility. But this was a strange world, and Lin Mo didn't believe they would leave such obvious loopholes. After trying for a while, as expected, there was still no way to send messages to the others. Interestingly, it seemed the original owner had thought of this. When Lin Mo switched to a different group chat account, he found a secondary account created around 9 a.m. the day before. The new group chat account had only 4 friends added. If nothing else, it should be Zhou Wan, Chen Tao, Li Xia, and Lu Qijuan. However, the chat interface still showed the message sending prompt. The video call failed. Looks like I'll still have to find some time to meet them in person and understand the details. Lin Mo thought quietly to himself. He knew the so-called old place. The original owner often mentioned it in past chat records. It was the apartment where Zhou Wan lived. He used his phone's navigation and found that taking the subway there was very convenient. Lin Mo slowly stood up. He pretended to straighten his clothes, his peripheral vision scanning the frosted glass of Wu Chang's office. That bloated figure was pressed against the blinds, like a lump of pork trembling slightly. It seemed like he had just called a female staff member in. This was so blatant. He thought for a moment and decided not to ask the fat man for leave on the spot. The other person didn't seem very free right now. If time got delayed, it could become troublesome. Although this went against the original owner's usual behavior, he could make up for it later. Now, he needed to seize the time to gather information during the early stages of the mission. He walked out of the office area into the hallway, glanced at the sign on the wall, then headed toward the safety exit. In horror movies, taking the elevator is mostly a death sentence. As a fan of horror games and novels, Lin Mo knew this very well before his journey here. The elevator, as a typical enclosed space, naturally creates a sense of physical oppression. Its small environment restricts one's freedom of movement, and if an accident happens, it means escape routes are completely cut off. So, without hesitation, he headed toward the safety exit. Along the way, there were office areas and break rooms for different companies. Many companies were stationed in this office building, and Lin Mo's company was just one of them. After walking down the hallway for about 3 or 4 minutes, a sudden chill spread through the air. Lin Mo instantly became alert, slowly slowing his steps. And every time Lin Mo took a step, the chill around him deepened. What's going on? Lin Mo stopped. People passing by along the hallway seemed used to it, still walking hurriedly. Is this normal? Or am I the only one who can feel it? Lin Mo thought to himself while rubbing his arms and looking ahead. The green indicator light for the safety exit hung abruptly about 10 meters away. Below it, where there should have been a metal door, was instead sealed with crisscrossing crimson tape, forming a spiderweb. To the left front was a public restroom. A sign reading "Out of order, temporary unavailable" was placed in front of the men's restroom door. Lin Mo focused on that metal door, unconsciously stepping back 2 paces. He was ready to use time pause to escape at any moment. The tape wasn't made of regular plastic. It had a greasy, reflective sheen on its surface. Seeing this clearly abnormal scene, Lin Mo didn't proceed blindly. He still remembered that both the mission introduction and the group chat records mentioned red tape. Excuse me, sister, Lin Mo moved aside to let the administrative staff member holding files pass, while casually throwing out a question. Don't you think the safety door looks a bit strange? The middle-aged woman glanced at it following his line of sight. Youngster, don't you have better eyesight than me? That door was sealed by the property management last week because of a fire system malfunction. Didn't you see the blue seal? After speaking, she suddenly quickened her pace in her high heels and walked ahead. Blue seal? Lin Mo froze for a second or two, and then his pupils suddenly contracted. Because he noticed the tape at the end of the hallway was wriggling. It wasn't swaying due to air currents, but actually wriggling like something crawling. When he instinctively took a half step back, the lump popped, and sticky liquid began to flow down the edge of the tape, forming the word "Save me" on the wall. Just left the company and encountered an anomaly. Lin Mo clenched his sweaty palms. In novels and games, it is all virtual, but when encountering such a strange phenomenon, Lin Mo was still filled with fear. Right, I can use the phone's camera to see what's really going on. Although he had never experienced anything like this, Lin Mo didn't choose to turn around and run away, or charge ahead recklessly. For now, he had not encountered any lethal danger, and the instant's description also mentioned, the ghosts and monsters' killing desire and abilities will gradually unlock as time passes. In other words, the early stage is the perfect time to gather clues, and if he missed it, he would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. He took out his phone, his fingers trembling a bit, and it took several attempts to open the recording function. The moment the camera was aimed at the crack of the door, his blood nearly froze instantly. On the screen, next to the blue tape, another layer of image was eerily superimposed. That was the very image he saw with his eyes. Countless blood-red tapes were spraying out from the door crack. What was even more horrifying was that at the end of each blood-red tape, a grayish-blue severed finger was stuck, and those fingers were still twitching slightly. Could it be that what I'm seeing is an illusion? The others aren't affected. Chapter 5, Pale Ghostly Shadow. Shaolin? A cleaning lady's mop bucket collided with his heel, interrupting his thoughts. The men's restroom on this floor is clogged. You need to go upstairs if you want to use it. After saying that, her hunched figure walked calmly under the tape, directly passing through the wriggling tapes. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Lin Mo casually replied, hurriedly leaving the place, almost slipping on the floor along the way. Slow down. The cleaning lady looked at his back in confusion, saying, this child, why is he still so careless? Lin Mo's shoes slipped on the tiled floor, his palms sweaty, almost losing his grip on the phone. He quickly ran back the way he came, and the people along the way looked at him strangely, but didn't say anything. Soon, he reached the elevator on the opposite side, panting heavily, and pressed the down button. When the elevator reached his floor, he eagerly stepped inside. The metal doors closed, and he shrank inside the elevator, casually loosening the collar of his shirt. Cold air from the air conditioner blew down from above, but the sweat on the back of his neck kept increasing. The elevator walls reflected a few pale faces, each person looking down at their phone without paying attention to him. He stared at the floor number as it steadily dropped from the 12th floor, feeling that this time felt especially hard to bear. He didn't want to stay in this building for even a second longer. He stared blankly ahead, and his thoughts were once again broken by the elevator's ding sound. When the elevator doors opened, he walked out with the crowd. As he passed through the revolving door of the lobby, it was already dusk outside. The leaves on the phoenix trees outside the office building had wilted, and a few delivery riders rushed through the crosswalk while the light was yellow. Although it was late autumn, the temperature was still not low before the sun set. Huh? Strange? Why has time passed so quickly? It was only 2:30 p.m. when I left the office. Could it be that it gets dark at 2:30? Lin Mo immediately took out his phone to check the time, and found that the screen clearly displayed 17:29. From leaving the office to this moment, less than 20 minutes had passed in his perception, yet nearly 3 hours had passed in reality. Time had accelerated by a full 10 times. Was it because of the strange safety door? A loud alarm went off in Lin Mo's mind, but with no clues to follow, he could only firmly remember this anomaly and then head towards the subway entrance, following the signs. It was now rush hour, and there was already a long line at the subway entrance. Lin Mo moved with the crowd. The platform was also very crowded. A white-collar worker in a suit held his briefcase under his arm, playing a game on his phone. A girl with the appearance of a student was wearing cat ear headphones, frantically liking videos on the short video interface. Even an elderly woman, holding a cane, was clutching her old mobile phone, her cloudy eyes nearly touching the screen. Everyone silently maintained a half-arm's distance, as if a transparent wall had enclosed each individual into an island. After waiting for a while, the train finally arrived at the station. As the arrival sound of the train echoed, the crowd began to move slowly. Lin Mo was pushed from behind, his back thudding into a girl in a plaid skirt school uniform. The girl didn't even raise her head, mumbling a sorry under her breath. At the moment he stepped into the train carriage, he, for some strange reason, turned back to look at the pillar on the platform. In the reflection of a tile, there seemed to be a dark red flash, but upon closer inspection, it was only of no jumping onto tracks warning sign. Lin Mo gripped the cold handrail, his phone screen showing 1748. The train window reflected his silhouette. Ding dong passengers, this train is about to arrive at Qingting Road Station. Please prepare to get off. Exit from the left side doors, and be careful of the gap between the train and the platform when alighting. The next stop is Lin Mo Station. Just as the broadcast announced Qingting Road Station. Crack. A sharp sound of metal cracking suddenly exploded, almost drowning out the announcement. Lin Mo turned his head sharply in the direction of the sound and just happened to see the heavy train door beside him slowly sliding open with a hiss sound, releasing the pressure. A gust of cold subway air instantly rushed in. Was it an illusion? In just over 20 minutes, he felt like his nerves were as fragile as a taut string. Lin Mo sighed and squeezed out of the carriage with the crowd. He casually took off his tie and stuffed it into his pants pocket. Following the crowd, Lin Mo walked out of the subway station. The night was beginning to fall, and the coldness suddenly rose. This was the typical deep autumn dusk. Lin Mo hunched his neck as he emerged from the subway exit. He took out his phone again and glanced at the time. 18:23. The colorful lights of the convenience store across from the subway station had already lit up in strands. Zhou Wan's apartment was an old-style building, named Qingting Apartment. He stamped his feet and followed the navigation on his phone to turn into Qingting Road. Zhou Wan's apartment was on the 4th floor, room 401. Lin Mo had already confirmed this several times on his phone. Lin Mo looked up at the 4th floor from below the apartment building, and the light in room 401 was on. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. By the window of the 5th floor living room, a pale humanoid silhouette slowly leaned forward, its neck twisted and elongated. Lin Mo was startled, and when he looked again, the figure had vanished without a trace. All that remained in the original position was a half-open window, with the curtain lifted by the wind, as if nothing had happened. He rubbed his tired eyes, and the thought of retreating crossed his mind. First, the strange safety door at the company, then the bizarre phenomenon at Zhou Wan's apartment. Could it be that this place has been targeted too? Lin Mo paced back and forth beneath the apartment building, pondering whether to go up or not. In the end, he made up his mind. If these abnormal events were meant to block his exploration, then the key to breaking through was to do the opposite. What's more, if something really happened, Zhou Wan would be the first to bear the brunt. If the anomalies at the company and Zhou Wan's apartment were indeed blocking his steps, then without a doubt, preventing the strange forces behind it from succeeding would be the right course of action. Lin Mo pushed open the iron gate of the apartment building. Room 401. As Lin Mo covered his nose and walked up the stairs, he suddenly heard faint metallic scraping noises above him, as if someone was scratching the handrail with their nails. When he stopped to hold his breath, the sound strangely disappeared around the corner on the 4th floor. He exhaled a breath of air, steeled his mind, and continued walking up with large strides. Soon, he reached the 4th floor. Room 401 was the first room on the right side of the 4th floor. A thin line of warm light leaked from the gap under the door, and the faint sound of a TV news broadcast could be heard from inside the room. Just as Lin Mo was about to knock on the door, his gaze fell on the edge of the doorframe, where several strands of silver-white long hair were embedded. The hair color was completely different from the chestnut brown that Zhou Wan usually dyed her hair. Chapter 6 Zhou Wan. Lin Mo felt a slight movement in his heart, as if someone had deliberately embedded it into the door crack. It seemed like he had come to the right place. Zhou Wan must know something. No normal person would act like this. Zhou Wan? Are you there? Lin Mo paused slightly and continued knocking. The sound of the TV inside suddenly stopped, replaced by the sound of liquid dripping, a rhythm that made one's heart race. After a while, the light leaking from under the door dimmed. But Lin Mo didn't hear footsteps. Who? Then, a hoarse female voice came from inside the door, and the eerie dripping sound disappeared. I'm Lin Mo. He raised his phone and took a half step back. The other side of the door seemed to fall into silence, with no response for a long time. But Lin Mo could clearly feel the breathing from the other side through the door. He didn't know how much time passed, but suddenly, the door to room 401 slid open a crack, and a strong smell of blood mixed with incense came at him. Lin Mo froze because he saw the incense burner overturned at the entrance. Half buried in the sandalwood ashes was a faded red string knot, and the incense ash was slowly soaking in some kind of liquid, giving off a dark red gleam under the light. This seemed to be some kind of tool for exorcising or warding off evil spirits. Other than that, everything else seemed normal. Unlike the filthy hallway, the room inside was still neatly arranged, probably recently renovated. Especially the wallpaper, which looked brand new. Zhou Wan, wearing a coral fleece bathrobe, stepped aside to make way. Her dry, grass-like curly hair hung beside her sunken cheeks. When Lin Mo's leather shoes sank into the carpet fibers, a strange sticky feeling came from the soles of his shoes, as if stepping on some kind of creature's molted skin. He paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He looked down at the ground. The tile floor was covered with what seemed to be an ordinary red carpet, and there was nothing abnormal at first glance. But because of the missing memories of the original owner, Lin Mo could only try to act normal, frowning slightly as he entered. "You sure are slow to come," Jo-won smiled and continued, "no need to change shoes, just come in." "Can't help it, something happened today." "Do these things really work?" Lin Mo felt a slight movement in his heart and continued probing while walking into the room. "You've asked several times already, it doesn't matter. Just spend the money for peace of mind. Master Kunwo from Jinglin Temple is really skilled, according to the elders in my family." Jo-won shrugged nonchalantly and sat straight down on the sofa. "Old Jang's matter is still hanging over us like a sword. It's better to plan ahead." Though she acted indifferent, Lin Mo still saw a hint of confusion in her eyes. Lin Mo sat on the sofa as well. The coffee table had 3 glass cups filled with water. On Jo-won's side of the table was a pack of women's slim cigarettes and a white ashtray, already filled with cigarette butts. "Has anyone else come?" Lin Mo silently looked at the water cups, weighing his words, and slowly asked. Jo-won replied indifferently, "Only Chen Tao came, just went to the bathroom. Lao Lu stayed for a bit and left. He said he'll handle it himself from now on. Xia has already run off somewhere. We can't contact her now, don't know if she's alive or dead." Jo-won's tone was filled with dissatisfaction toward these two people. Which meant one acted alone and the other chose to run away. Lin Mo thought in his mind, it was really inconvenient without the original owner's memories. At that moment, Jo-won suddenly changed the topic, staring at him sharply and asking, "By the way, why are you so late today? Did something happen on the way? And why didn't you use the code? Why take out your phone directly? That is..." Lin Mo's brain instantly began to work at high speed. He sensed something was wrong, and he had considered the possibility of such an event happening. But after all, he was not the original owner, and he did not have the original owner's memories, which immediately put him in a passive position. He quickly thought of the note he had seen earlier and immediately said, "The code is please help me. I was just too nervous earlier, so I forgot." "What were you nervous about?" Jo-won looked at him in confusion. Just as they were facing off, the roar of the flushing toilet interrupted the tense atmosphere between them. A young man staggered and pushed open the frosted glass door, his face looking very unpleasant. Lin Mo immediately recognized him. It was Chen Tao. There was a photo of him in the original owner's gallery. After Chen Tao came out, he grabbed the nearest cup and poured himself half a cup of water. Lin Mo glanced at Chen Tao, then continued to speak to Jo-won. "Sorry, I've encountered several strange things today, and I suspect I'm being targeted, so I panicked a little when I arrived." "What happened?" Before Jo-won could reply, Chen Tao asked first, his tone tinged with anxiety. Lin Mo's eyes shifted slightly as he spoke, recounting everything that had happened today. First, he discovered that the safety door in the company's emergency passage was sealed with strange red tape, and then when he was leaving the company, he found that time had accelerated. He hadn't done much, but 3 hours had already passed. He deliberately left out the strange pale figure he had just seen downstairs, planning to let them digest this information first. He also hoped to find out a little more by probing them. After listening to Lin Mo's description, Chen Tao's face instantly turned pale. "You said the red tape on the safety door at the company looked like it was alive? I saw something similar in the company corridor this morning." Jo-won didn't show any surprise, clearly having already known about it. Chen Tao had already told her about this. But after hearing Lin Mo's encounter, her expression became even worse. "You guys, I really don't understand why you still have the mood to go to work. Isn't it better to stay home like me and not move around? Look, I didn't run into any of those strange things." Lin Mo ignored Jo-won and instead noticed the lingering fear in Chen Tao's eyes. Chen Tao hesitated for a few seconds, then tugged at the collar of his shirt, revealing a bruise just below his collarbone. "At that time, I was stunned and didn't run away immediately, and as a result, the tape that kept stretching out hit me, which scared me into running right away. I didn't feel anything at that moment, but when I got here, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, and this is what happened." Lin Mo carefully observed the bruise, noticing that it indeed looked like the mark of something long and striped hitting him. "If I had run slower, would I have ended up like this too?" At the moment, it was unclear what the consequences would be if the tape hit someone, but his intuition told him that it couldn't be good. It might not just be a bruise. Of course, there was no need to tell Chen Tao about this. It would be good to let them test out this so-called killing rule of the ghost. Lin Mo's fingers tapped gently on his knee, a habit he had when he was thinking. "By the way, just now you said old Lu left by himself. What was he planning to do?" Lin Mo deliberately shifted the topic to another person, partly to gather intelligence, partly to diffuse the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Jo-won sighed lightly and said, "He said he wanted to find the truth. You know, he and Yuan Zhang are very close, and he thinks we've been hiding here, too scared." She showed a look of disdain. "That's something beyond human control. Our current situation says it all. To be honest, why not just follow Master Kuwu's instructions, waiting here every night until dawn? It's already been 2 days, and there are still 7 days to go before we can escape that evil ghost's entanglement. I told you all this yesterday, why don't you believe me? 7 days? Why 7 days? This time is eerily similar to the task requirement of surviving for 7 days. Shen Tao took over the conversation and asked. Sister Zhou, does Master Kuwu have a way to destroy this evil ghost? In movies, those exorcists can deal with these ghostly things with a snap of their fingers. Zhou Wan glanced at him, her tone tinged with helplessness. You've been watching too many TV shows, haven't you? I've already told you last time, in reality, the supernatural can't be killed, they only follow certain rules to kill people. The terror of ghosts isn't in their fangs or blood, but in their unknown nature, their inescapability, their inability to communicate, and their absolute rules that trample on the laws of physics. They could be a kind of demon with a human form, or they might be a nightmare from the depths of your memory, distorted. I've also emphasized many times, as long as you stay here at night, nothing will happen. Ghosts only come out to act at night. Chen Tao seemed frightened and didn't say anything more. Lin Mo felt that Zhou Wan must know a lot, but it seemed like she was hiding something. Especially when she said that ghosts only act at night. What about the things he and Chen Tao just encountered? Moreover, the things she said seemed to be strangely similar to the information Lin Mo had gotten from the task hint. Thinking of this, Lin Mo decided to share what he had seen and heard outside the apartment just now. He asked with a hint of meaning in his voice. Are you sure it's absolutely safe here? Zhou Wan was stunned for a moment, her eyes cold as she questioned. What do you mean by that? Lin Mo no longer had a kind expression. He had already realized that if he followed Zhou Wan's method, he would definitely die without a burial place. This person must know something. He said coldly. Just before I entered the apartment, on the 5th floor, from the position, it should be room 501. There was a white figure with its neck stretched, staring into your living room. The length of the neck was definitely not something a human could do, but when I looked again, it was gone. At the end, Lin Mo's face showed a fearful expression. This wasn't acting. If it weren't for his ability to stop time, he definitely wouldn't have come up. Chen Tao's body trembled, his teeth slightly chattering. You mean, it's in the building right now? His back was pressed against the sofa, and his eyes were fixed on the direction of the living room window. The darkness outside the window was like frozen ink, swallowing up the outlines of the buildings across the street. Imagining that a strange figure had been staring at them from outside the window not long ago, this unknown feeling made Chen Tao shiver. The bruise on his shoulder wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but it hurt even more now. Zhou Wan's pupils suddenly contracted under the chandelier. Are you sure you didn't just imagine it? I definitely saw that figure. There's no mistake about that. Lin Mo's tone was very firm. Anyway, no matter what, just stay in the house. Zhou Wan's tone now revealed a hint of irritation. She impatiently said, Are you really thinking of going out now? Whether it's real or not, this house has already been set with the curse wheel formation barrier, no ghost can get close. Only here is safe. Curse wheel formation? What is that? Lin Mo wanted to ask this question, but thinking that the original owner might know about it, he didn't dare to ask directly. Luckily, Chen Tao picked up the topic. He looked around, feeling that nowhere was safe. Sister Zhou, what is this curse wheel formation? Zhou Wan's eyelashes fluttered twice, and she lowered her head. It seemed she realized she had let something slip. She pulled out a lighter, lit a thin cigarette, the flame wavered 3 times at her fingertip before she aimed it at the cigarette's tip, took a deep drag after it lit. Chen Tao and Lin Mo both quietly waited for her response. She hesitated for another 10 seconds before slowly replying. It's a kind of ritual, specifically used to block evil spirits. Chen Tao was about to ask further, but Zhou Wan suddenly pushed herself up by the knees. She quickly walked to the bay window, where a few dry leaves were being blown by the night wind, slapping against the glass. After confirming the window was tightly closed, she pulled the curtain shut. Don't ask too much, the specific setup and effect of this ritual can't be said. If it's said, it loses its power. The reason the ghost didn't come in is definitely because of the effect of the spell wheel formation. Hearing this, Chen Tao immediately chose to remain silent. Lin Mo furrowed his brows, keenly noticing the contradiction. Zhou Wan had previously doubted the reality of the shadow, but now she was accepting that the spell wheel formation could block it, clearly hiding key information. However, Lin Mo did not choose to press her, as he understood that if someone truly wanted to hide something, they could come up with countless excuses. Just like a gambler, when trapped in a pit, they would always weave layer upon layer of lies. This analogy might not be entirely fitting, but his intuition told him that Zhou Wan's situation was just like this. The room fell into silence. Neither Chen Tao nor Lin Mo had the courage to leave the room. After all, there might be a vengeful spirit outside, ready to claim their lives. Lin Mo quickly broke the silence and said, It's not good for us to stay here, how about we review the events from these past days? Maybe if we reorganize things, we can discover new information. I believe the ghost's killing pattern must be hidden somewhere in it. Jo-won extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and let out a long breath. We've reviewed it several times already, there's no clue. Do you think finding a pattern is that easy? Unless we investigate deeply, even risking our lives, how could we find the rules of these ghostly things? What's the use of just talking about it? Chapter 8, Review, Part 2. Lin Mo naturally understood this, but he didn't know the exact process of the events. No one else had mentioned it in the group chat. He felt the reason the ghost was targeting their group must have some cause. Either they did something, went somewhere, or came into contact with something. You two take the lead this time, and I'll record it. Writing it down on paper should make it clearer, and easier to reason through. A lot of strange things happened today. I feel it's a bad omen. We shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket. Chen Tao fully agreed, adding, I think Brother Mo is right. Since we're doing nothing anyway, we might as well sort things out. If we can find the ghost's killing pattern, it would be much easier to avoid. Jo-won said impatiently. You two talk, I'm tired, I'll go to sleep first. Today, you two should squeeze into the guest bedroom. With Lao Ru not around, the room will be much more spacious. With that, she tightened her pajamas and walked directly toward the bedroom inside the room. Chen Tao opened his mouth, but thinking of Jo-won's strong personality, he finally didn't say anything. Lin Mo watched her disappear down the corridor, narrowing his eyes. I think the root of this matter has to start with last week's visit to the data center. Chen Tao's voice trembled slightly. At that time, our 6-person group hadn't disbanded yet, and Yuan Zhang sent a message in the group saying he wanted to explore the abandoned data center in the east of the city. Lin Mo subtly adjusted his sitting posture and slightly nodded, signaling him to continue. Yuan Zhang said there was an old server from decades ago there. It stored the electronic remnants of the first batch of internet users. Chen Tao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said that if you activated with a specific frequency of electromagnetic waves, you can see things you shouldn't see. You know, Yuan Zhang has always liked messing with weird things. That day, all 5 of us were intrigued. But no one expected. That place wasn't far from here, and the journey went smoothly. We directly climbed in through a broken window. Then, under Yuan Zhang's lead, we twisted and turned until we arrived at a control room for the equipment. I remember it was probably on the top floor. At the time, the equipment room was incredibly cold, and you could still see your breath in the air. Yuan Zhang took out a modified Tesla coil from his backpack, saying it was a device that could generate electromagnetic waves at specific hertz frequencies. He said that at this frequency, the server would show many strange things. At the time, we didn't take it seriously. But when the blue light exploded from the server array, Lao Lu suddenly yelled, saying there was something moving in the nearby monitor. At this point, Chen Tao's pupil slightly dilated, and his face instantly turned pale. We all saw it too. And those old monitors connected to the servers, which clearly weren't powered, suddenly lit up with snowflake-like noise. And in the noise, faces glowing with blue light appeared. We were all terrified and hurriedly ran out of the control room. Nothing happened on the way, but we all felt uneasy. Xiao Zhoujia asked if it was Yuan Zhang's prank, and Yuan Zhang suddenly laughed, saying he did want to scare everyone. Afterward, he took us out for a meal, and that was that. But 3 days ago, we suddenly received news from the police, saying Yuan Zhang drowned in his own bathtub. It was suicide, no signs of struggle. I was stunned for a moment. We had just seen him a few days ago. How could he be gone so soon? Then, in the middle of the night, we were pulled into that group chat that we couldn't leave no matter what. And strange things started happening around us. At this point, Chen Tao irritably grabbed his head with his hands, as if wanting to rip his scalp off. I think it must be related to that data center. I still remember when we had just run out of the data center, and were driving back in Yuan Zhang's car, his expression was off, not the way I expected it. It didn't seem like an act. Other than that, I really can't figure out what connection we had recently. Everyone's work was too busy, and there wasn't much time to meet up. But I don't have those worries anymore. Today, something strange happened again, so I've already quit my job. Lin Mo silently listened, imagining Yuan Zhang slowly sliding down in the bathtub, until his mouth and nose were submerged in the water. He stared up at the bathroom ceiling through the surface of the water, not struggling, just quietly suffocating to death. The thought alone gave a chilling, horrifying feeling. When Chen Tao finished speaking, Lin Mo finally snapped out of it and asked, "Did you go back to that data center afterward? How could I dare to go alone? Plus, I feel like I wouldn't find anything. I searched online, and all it shows is just an ordinary company data center, which had been abandoned for several years." Lin Mo took a deep breath and calmly analyzed, "Don't you find it strange? Whether it's for the government or a company, a server is a big piece of equipment. Even if it's no longer in use, it should be either moved or decommissioned, not left there. Because there would be a risk of data leakage. Chen Tao looked confused, as if he didn't catch on. What's strange about that? Lin Mo slightly rubbed his forehead, helplessly saying, didn't you say earlier? No matter how you check, it's just an ordinary abandoned data center. Have you ever seen an abandoned data center putting its old servers inside the control room? If there are still hard drives inside the servers, it makes it even stranger. Because this means that server was left there on purpose, or it had to be left there. Chen Tao suddenly realized. Do you mean that server has a problem? From your experience, the strangest thing is that server. This line Lin Mo didn't say out loud, because the original owner was also an experiencer. Exactly, we can first check the company name, mainly to lock down the purpose and origin of that server. Even if someone deliberately hides it, there should still be some clues left. And I suspect this evil spirit is related to the internet, maybe it erased this information. Lin Mo's calm words made Chen Tao feel he had found a backbone. You're right, old Mo, I didn't expect you to be so reliable at a critical moment. But just after he spoke, Chen Tao sank again. However, we have already checked the information we needed. Although Sister Xiao Zhou and I didn't think of these things at the time, we still checked that company. The company's name is Universal Technology Company, Limited, mainly engaged in 2D games, and had several popular games, but later closed down due to poor management. There is very little information about this company, we couldn't find much. Lin Mo patted his shoulder and said. It's okay, I think you should collect more information related to this company. Don't just limit it to online, like I said, the ghost may be manipulating things online, just like that group chat you can't leave. As long as we lock down the source of the ghost, maybe we can find its killing pattern. And, don't you find it strange? Lin Mo's expression became serious. The fact that we can't find much information about this company online is also a contradiction. Because it had a few popular games, even if it closed down, the discussion should definitely not be low. Unless something is deliberately blocking the news, not wanting us to know. Chapter 9 Analysis. Hearing Lin Mo's analysis, a chill rose in Chen Tao's heart, and he hurriedly said. You make sense, old Mo, I will go find clues right away. I will go with you. Lin Mo smiled slightly, encouraging him. By the way, don't you blame Yuan Zhan? After all, he was the one who took us to that place. Lin Mo suddenly asked with a hint of doubt. Chen Tao sighed and replied. What's the use of blaming him? He has already paid the price of his life. I only want to survive now, I don't care about anything else. Sister Xiao Zhou is the same, recently seeking gods and Buddhas, and hasn't gone out. But honestly, I feel that old monk is a bit unreliable. He took tens of thousands from Sister Xiao Zhou, just to give her a small incense burner and told her to place it sideways at the entrance, and didn't care about anything else. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Do you know anything about that master called Ku Wu? I feel like Zhou Wan is already a bit obsessed. Chen Tao shook his head. I don't know the details either. That monk was introduced by Sister Xiao Zhou's friends, but I remember Sister Xiao Zhou isn't an orphan. She seems not to socialize with anyone other than us. Forget it, let's go into the room, we need to use the computer to thoroughly check this universal company. After speaking, he got up and walked to another room. Lin Mo had no objections and directly followed him. A few minutes ago. At the end of the corridor, in Zhou Wan's room. Heavy velvet curtains blocked out external light, the room was only lit by a dim yellow desk lamp, which barely outlined the dressing table's shape. The air was thick with an almost pungent sandalwood scent, mixed with an indescribable, rusty sweet smell. Zhou Wan sat in front of the dressing mirror, her reflection showing a pale face devoid of any color. Her eyes, usually gentle, now resembled two bottomless cold pools, icy and sharp. She tightly clutched a uniquely shaped silver comb, its teeth fine and pointed, glinting with a chilling light in the dimness. I've reserved a glimmer of light for you, come out soon. When will the deal truly be completed? Zhou Wan's voice was incredibly low, her expression completely different from the fright she showed in front of Lin Mo and Chen Tao. I feel, something is off with Lin Mo. He seems too calm, too observant. Has he noticed anything? In the mirror, Zhou Wan's reflection suddenly blurred. Then, a line of thick, dark red blood words slowly emerged from the depths of the mirror, the writing crooked and twisted. No later than 48 hours. The corner of Zhou Wan's mouth slightly curled upwards, revealing a relieved smile. 48 hours, huh? She murmured, a flicker of fervor and determination flashing in her icy eyes, wait for me. I will be going in soon. The words going in were pronounced distinctly, filled with a strange excitement and impatience. She extended her other hand and gently brushed over the blood words that were slowly sinking into the mirror, as if being absorbed by the world within the glass. At that moment, faint voices of Chen Tao and Lin Mo emerged from outside the bedroom, mentioning Huan Yu Company and checking on the computer. The intense chill in Zhou Wan's eyes quickly faded, leaving only a hint of vigilance. She swiftly hid the silver comb away. Cough, cough, it's almost time. With them, it should be too late. If even Chu Shimen can't solve it, how could they? She murmured while coughing. On the other side, Lin Mo followed Chen Tao into the secondary bedroom, and as the door closed, Zhou Wan's violent coughing echoed from the room at the end of the hallway. Chen Tao shivered and quickly locked the door again. This unusual action caught Lin Mo's attention. Normally, one should show concern for the other. Starting again, crazy whenever she coughs, it's better to keep our distance. Lin Mo's heart stirred slightly, noting this. The room was small, with a large bed pushed against the corner, its bedding a chaotic heap. On the desk sat a silver laptop. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the wall and suddenly stopped. The entire wall near the head of the bed was covered in yellow, vermilion talisman papers, each spell's writing torn from the middle, as if slashed by invisible claws. Chen Tao followed his gaze, explaining. This is what Sister Zhou put up at noon today, saying it can ward off evil. Lin Mo stepped closer for a better look. The torn edges of the talisman papers seeped dark red liquid. Don't touch it. Chen Tao suddenly whispered. Lin Mo took a picture of the talisman paper, pointing at the computer. Don't worry, I won't touch it, let's get down to business. Okay. Chen Tao quickly typed on the keyboard. Lin Mo stood behind him, his eyes scanning the walls filled with torn talisman papers. These talisman papers. Lin Mo lightly touched the wall with his fingertip, seemed to be seeping liquid, something feels off. Sister Zhou says they are to ward off evil. Chen Tao shrunk his neck, seemingly recalling some unsettling things. Each morning, before we leave, she would smear red paint on the back of these talisman papers. I really don't know what she's doing. Does her room have these talisman papers? Lin Mo's expression turned serious. This. Chen Tao paused. She doesn't let me in, so I'm not too sure. Every time I knock on her door, I get scolded, so there might be some. The search bar on the screen flickered with the words Huanyu Technology, and the moment the page loaded, Chen Tao suddenly clicked his tongue. It's gone again. He slammed the enter key. Half an hour ago, we could still see screenshots of the official website, now even the Baidu entry is 404. It seems someone is indeed deleting this information. Lin Mo leaned down and pressed on his shoulder, frowning as he said. Change the keywords and search for the game they developed. Chen Tao swallowed and typed in the 4 characters Illusion Story. This was a hit 2D mobile game by Huanyu Technology 5 years ago. Later, due to a careless planning mistake, they secretly lowered the card drawing probability, which caused it to crash and shut down 2 years ago. After the page refreshed, the discussion threads in the forum were scattered and sparse, completely unlike how it used to be when it was a huge hit. It shouldn't be like this, Chen Tao frowned. This game was so popular that it had thousands of daily posts in the community back then. Why are there only so few discussions left now? Did I remember it wrong? Something definitely isn't right. Lin Mo's knuckles rapped on the edge of the table. A hit game should at least have nostalgic threads after shutting down. He suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly seized the mouse. Let me take a look. Chen Tao wisely moved aside. Lin Mo said thanks and then set the sorting to the latest replies. He clicked on a post titled, Does anyone remember the boss battle in Chapter 3 of Illusion? The post's author ID Night Rain listening to Wind left a comment, clearance screenshot.jpg, did I play this game? Is this my illusion? There were no replies below the post, it was completely empty. And as the screenshot loaded, Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. Because he discovered that the game interface showed the time in the bottom right corner as October 15, 2025. This person has a problem. Chen Tao also leaned in close to the screen. The game shut down 2 years ago, how could this person? Chapter 10 Strange Post. Before he could finish, the post suddenly refreshed, and the entire reply content vanished into thin air. Lin Mo had a bad feeling in his heart, and he kept pressing the F5 key quickly. But the 404 error after refreshing made his heart sink. Right, that ID. He immediately opened the search box. As the search box popped up, Lin Mo instinctively held his breath and swiftly typed Night Rain listening to Wind. The ID Night Rain listening to Wind immediately jumped into view, and the avatar was the same blue-on-white porcelain crane pattern, just as he remembered. Lin Mo quickly chose to add as a friend. At the same time, he wrote in the note, I have the same experience as you, can we chat? After doing all this, he clicked into the other person's homepage to take a look. The dynamic page showed that Night Rain listening to Wind last logged in yesterday at dawn, but all the post records had been cleared, leaving only a signature saying, When the temperature drops, stay away from the room. Chen Tao looked at all this with some fear, swallowing hard. He leaned half his body against the armrest of the swivel chair, feeling utterly drained. Lin Mo's fingers still hovered above the mouse scroll wheel. This is definitely haunted, right? Chen Tao's voice trembled, but suddenly heard the sound of wind from the window. Chen Tao then realized that the window wasn't shut tight. Remembering the pale figure Lin Mo mentioned upstairs, he rushed over quickly. He shut the window tight and drew the curtains in one go. He couldn't help but recall the things he had encountered earlier that day, not knowing why his life was suddenly invaded by these ghostly things. After closing the window and walking back, Chen Tao unconsciously grabbed Lin Mo's shirt corner. Even the posts he made can vanish right under our eyes. Don't be discouraged, this also shows we are slowly approaching the truth. The ghostly things want to hide the truth from us. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the line of text in the signature. After an unknown amount of time, he reached out to touch his neck, feeling a damp chill of sweat, only to realize that the back of his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat. At the same time, he felt a slight chill. The temperature. Lin Mo suddenly turned to look at Chen Tao. Do you feel the temperature dropping? The room is colder than before? Chen Tao's gaze was blank, shaking his head. The temperature might be the key. This person called Night Rain listening to wine must know something. As soon as they accept my friend request, notify me immediately. Lin Mo spoke with a serious look. Because he just added the other party using Chen Tao's account, Lin Mo needed to remind him properly. Don't worry, brother Mo. Chen Tao patted his chest and nodded vigorously. Early the next morning, Lin Mo opened his eyes in bed. He glanced at Chen Tao, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and shook his head. The other person wouldn't sleep for the first half of the night, afraid that a monster from upstairs would crawl in through the window. But by the second half of the night, he was snoring loudly. Fortunately, years of being a programmer had given him a great ability to fall asleep instantly, so it didn't affect him too much. Lin Mo slowly got up, carefully changing his clothes, taking great care. It was not that he was afraid of waking Chen Tao, but he didn't want to disturb Zhou Wan. The soundproofing in this house was not very good. He sensed keenly that Zhou Wan was hiding something very important. Yesterday, he and Chen Tao had fiddled with the computer for a while but didn't gather much useful information. Today, they decided to investigate Yang Yuanzhang's home to see if they could discover something. From the current situation, it seemed that Yang Yuanzhang was the most special. He was both the first known victim and the origin of this supernatural event. Thinking of this, Lin Mo glanced at the door. In fact, what he wanted to explore the most was Zhou Wan's room. She must be hiding some secret by not letting anyone in. He had originally planned to ask Chen Tao to distract Zhou Wan so he could investigate the room. But Chen Tao was very afraid of Zhou Wan and wouldn't agree, which left Lin Mo feeling helpless. If he forced his way in, it would definitely alert her, so this action could only be temporarily shelved in search of the right opportunity. After getting dressed, he shook Chen Tao, who was still deep in sleep, for he suspected that being gentle wouldn't wake him up. Ah Tao, wake up. Ha? What's going on so early, woo-woo? Lin Mo quickly covered his mouth. Shoo, be quiet. If you wake Zhou Wan, she will definitely come after you. Chen Tao shuddered slightly and quickly woke up. Seeing that he had calmed down, Lin Mo whispered. Did you forget our plan from yesterday? We're going to Yuan Zhan's house today to see if there are any clues. Chen Tao randomly slapped his face, and when his toes kicked against the gym shoes under the bed, he accidentally knocked over a half-empty bottle of mineral water. The sound of the plastic bottle rolling on the wooden floor made Lin Mo's temples throb, and he glanced towards the hallway. Zhou Wan's bedroom door was still tightly closed. The two tiptoed through the living room when suddenly the incense burner at the entrance cracked open with a caw sound. Lin Mo stared at the dark red liquid slowly seeping from the incense burner and turned to look back at Chen Tao. Chen Tao took a glance there and showed a look of disdain but also familiarity. Lin Mo understood that this phenomenon had become normal for them. Morning mist wrapped around the aroma of pancakes wafting into the corridor, and the mornings and evenings were still very cold. Lin Mo changed into another outfit, zipping his hoodie all the way up. Chen Tao also tightened his coat and slipped out of the apartment. The two quickly left on the slippery sycamore leaves, and the morning subway crowd diluted the gloom. Chen Tao buried his face into the collar of his hoodie, staring blankly at the pale light shadows gliding over the platform's reflective tiles once they entered the subway station. After sitting for about 4 or 5 stops, they reached their destination. After getting off, under Chen Tao's lead, they took a few more bus stops, finally arriving at the entrance of a vegetable market. Yang Yuanzhang's old-fashioned tube building was hidden behind this vegetable market. They walked along a small path inside, coming to the base of the stairs, and Chen Tao involuntarily shrank his neck, retreating behind Lin Mo. What are you afraid of? We're here, and we have to face it eventually. The two quickly reached the 3rd floor, and the doorplate number 307 was the house Yang Yuanzhang rented. However, there was now a caution tape raised at the door. Yuanzhang told me that he always kept a spare key under the welcome mat. Chen Tao's voice trembled. Do you think he might be hiding something terrifying at home? He drowned in his house, and the authorities actually ruled it a suicide. That's too eerie. Lin Mo didn't answer, his eyes were locked on the window next to the entrance. Chen Tao followed his gaze and saw a flash of dark red slip between the curtains. What was that? Chen Tao gripped Lin Mo's shirt tightly, his face filled with fear. Chapter 11 Notes. Do we still want to go in? Of course. Lin Mo's gaze was firm. The more abnormal it is here, the more worth it is to explore. Lin Mo lifted the faded blue and white striped carpet and found the key still there, untouched by the police or anyone else. Click. As the door lock clicked open, Chen Tao stumbled back a half step. Lin Mo glanced at him, saw there was no one around, and pushed open the iron door. A heavy dampness hit him, mixed with an odor like a sewer. All the curtains were tightly closed, the only light came from the shattered fan blades in the kitchen and the light just entering through the door. Parts of the wallpaper curled and flaked off like old newspapers that had been soaked, revealing the moldy concrete underneath. Just like outside, the environment inside was also extremely poor. Chen Tao clicked his tongue. Yuan Zhang still looks so disheveled. How long has this place not been tidied up? Suddenly recalling that young Yuan Zhang was already dead, and that he might have been harmed by a malevolent spirit, his next words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Don't say too much, close the door first. It'll be troublesome if we're discovered. Okay. Chen Tao hurriedly closed the door, and the room instantly became dim. Lin Mo glanced at the window next to the entrance, where he had just seen a flash of crimson. But now it looked perfectly normal. He quickly walked over, grabbed the curtain, and pulled it hard. More sunlight filtered in through the glass, slightly easing the oppressive feeling in the room. Split up and search. Lin Mo pulled away the caution tape stuck in the door crack. You check the bedroom. Lin Mo planned to check the bathroom last, the place where young Yuan Zhang had died, saving it for the end. Before that, he wanted to look at the other places first. Chen Tao swallowed and nodded mechanically as he moved toward the room on the right. Lin Mo crouched down, slowly moving along the wall, carefully searching the living room. From the TV cabinet to the sofa, from the wall to the floor. Finally, as he passed by a cupboard, he noticed something was off. This cupboard is strange. He rubbed the glass of the cupboard door with the back of his hand and noticed a 2-finger-wide gap between the cupboard and the wall, with a crescent-shaped scratch at the bottom. Although the mark was faint, it indicated that this place had been moved more than once. Thinking of this, Lin Mo chose to move the cupboard without hesitation. As soon as the cupboard was moved 3 inches, it became stuck and wouldn't budge. Lin Mo suddenly noticed a fist-sized beige patch in the lower right corner of the back wall, the new paint standing out against the moldy gray wall. He dug at the edge of the patch, and the wall surface peeled away like a damp biscuit. In the dark corner behind it was a black notebook covered in mold. Lin Mo used his sleeve to wrap around his fingers, gripping the spine of the book to take it out, planning to flip through it. Suddenly, Lao Mo. Chen Tao's startled shout came from the bedroom. There's something in this wardrobe. Lin Mo quickly shoved the notebook into the pocket of his hoodie and pushed the cupboard back into place. As the cupboard returned to its original position, he just saw Chen Tao stumbling backward, gripping a half-broken red rope. It's all this kind of rope. Chen Tao's voice was choked with tears. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the bedroom, and he quickly walked inside. The most eye-catching thing inside was a wardrobe directly facing the bedroom door. The wardrobe door was wide open, densely packed with red strings crawling like veins along the inner wall. At the deepest part hung a wrinkled white lab coat. Lin Mo did not act recklessly. He turned to ask Chen Tao, who had been standing at the bedroom door and refused to come in. What's going on? I don't know either. After I checked under the bed, I was going to open the wardrobe, but it was all this stuff inside. Lin Mo raised his eyes, saw nothing unusual, and stepped forward to examine it. Those red strings seemed unremarkable. Lin Mo focused on the white lab coat. He did not directly touch it, but after sweeping a glance around, he picked up a hanger from the bed and carefully pushed aside the coat. As Lin Mo lifted the lab coat with the hanger, suddenly a crisp sound of paper tearing came from the depths of the wardrobe. He instinctively took half a step back, again using the hanger's tip to poke the fabric, revealing a metal nameplate sewn into the lining. Horizon Technology Data Department, Yang Yuan Zhang. Horizon Technology again. This company really has problems. Lin Mo turned the hanger around, allowing Chen Tao to see the words on the nameplate. Yuan Zhang worked at Horizon Technology before the incident? Chen Tao shook his head and said. Impossible. He clearly said that was his first time at the data center. Lin Mo gently put the hanger back in place. Chen Tao was still murmuring to himself. Why did Yuan Zhang lie to us? The bathroom, let's go check the bathroom first. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the metal nameplate again, speaking in a low voice. Chen Tao swallowed hard, following closely behind him. When they pushed the door open, their eyes met an old-fashioned bathtub, which surprisingly still held quite a bit of water. But the water appeared somewhat murky. Mo good, don't you feel? Chen Tao suddenly hugged his arms. This ghostly place is much colder than the living room? Without Chen Tao saying, Lin Mo could feel it too. Because his breath formed a white mist in the air. At the same time, he also noticed a few strands of black hair left on the edge of the bathtub, completely unlike Yang Yuan Zhang's buzz-cut hairstyle. Just as he bent down to examine it, Chen Tao suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Mo goo. Just now the drain, it seemed to bubble. The murky water bubbled at the drain, and the metallic sweet smell of rust instantly filled the air. Bang! At that moment, the bathroom glass door suddenly closed without warning, making a loud noise. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the unclean water stains at the bottom of the bathtub eerily forming a vortex. And in the mirror, his own reflection, on his neck, a purple-blue strangulation mark had appeared without him noticing. The temperature in the bathroom dropped sharply. He suddenly recalled the signature of night wind listening to rain from yesterday. When the temperature drops, definitely stay away from confined spaces. He immediately grabbed Chen Tao's hand and rushed towards the glass door, trying to open it and escape. Lin Mo's fingers just touched the bathroom doorknob when a bone-chilling coldness flowed from there. Chen Tao also sprinted over, pressing the doorknob with Lin Mo. The door is locked. Chen Tao pounded on the glass door like a madman. It was not locked just now. Even as they crazily pounded on the glass door, it didn't budge at all. By logical reasoning, this glass door shouldn't be that strong. It must be a supernatural phenomenon. And at this moment, from behind them, at the bathtub's drain, a pale white arm slowly floated up from the murky water. Chapter 12, The Bathroom Kill. Though Lin Mo and Chen Tao heard the sound, they had no energy to look over. In his hurry, Chen Tao's phone fell to the ground, and he instinctively bent down to pick it up. Lin Mo quickly grabbed Chen Tao, who was about to bend down for his phone. Open the door first. Suddenly, the mirror beside them shattered with spiderweb-like cracks, each crack oozing dark red liquid. Lin Mo's temples throbbed violently. He sought his reflection in the mirror using decomposing fingers to tear open its own throat, yet in reality, he couldn't make a sound. Mo brother. Your neck. Chen Tao suddenly stepped back in terror, his lower back colliding with the sink. Something is crawling. Lin Mo caught a glimpse in the mirror. That mark on his neck had actually turned into something tangible, wrapping around his neck like a vine. The cold, suffocating feeling reminded him of the moment when a drowning person's lungs burst. Time stop, he screamed internally as he activated his ability to pause time. The 9-second countdown began. The world suddenly fell into shades of gray and white. Chen Tao's mouth was wide open, frozen in horror, as the ghostly figure in the mirror froze in a distorted silhouette, tearing at the throat. As Lin Mo's hand touched the mark on his neck, he no longer felt that suffocating sensation after time stopped. His heart grew calm as his ability activated. There must be a way out. If violence couldn't open this door, then they were definitely approaching it the wrong way. He carefully observed the door, yet still found nothing unusual. He suddenly noticed that a small amount of red tape was wrapped around the edge of the doorframe. He had missed it earlier due to being too nervous. Could it be that the way out isn't on this side of the door? Lin Mo abruptly turned to look at the bathtub, where a pale arm was exposed halfway. The deadly intent had come from the mirror, so that half arm seemed unnecessary. It might be necessary to go through the window instead. Lin Mo hurriedly circled the edge of the bathtub. 5 seconds remaining. Lin Mo lunged at the tightly shut frosted window, and the moment his palm touched the glass, a similar bone-chilling cold came from it. The glass that should have been fragile was welded like steel, and the seams of the window frame also oozed with crimson tape. Exactly like the security doors at the company, similar to the glass door they just tried. This way is also blocked. 3 seconds remaining. He suddenly turned back, his gaze locking onto that half arm. He crouched down and discovered that the arm was not floating on the water's surface, but was entangled by countless strands of hair, trapped in the iron grate of the drain. The source of the lowest temperature is here. He reached out tentatively towards the water's surface. Even in the pause time, his palm still felt the bone-chilling cold. Ding! Item touch trace of the living, 1/6. A familiar system prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. The only things that could make noise while time was paused, besides himself, were the system notifications. Lin Mo suddenly realized. This arm was not a ghost, but a trace of the living. The second task in the taskbar required touching 3 such items, and this was one of them. At that moment, just as the countdown reached 0, he instinctively turned back and saw the decaying hand of the ghostly figure in the mirror had broken through the gray-white barrier and was rushing towards him. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and forcefully pulled that arm out. At the same time, the temperature in the bathroom began to rise rapidly. As the world flowed again, Chen Tao's previously frozen expression of terror gradually turned into astonishment. A crisp sound of shattering glass came from the mirror, and the ghostly rope wrapping around Lin Mo's neck recoiled back into the mirror as if electrocuted. And the decaying hand, as it approached him quickly, disintegrated like ashes, ultimately leaving only half an inch from the back of his neck. Who? Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. The touch of that pale arm in his arms was cold and sticky, but he held on tightly, unwilling to let go. Chen Tao stared desperately at the bathroom door. The previously closed glass door had unknowingly opened a crack, with several strips of crimson tape winding around the metal doorframe. If one wasn't careful, they would probably miss it. Wait. Lin Mo saw Chen Tao suddenly wanting to rush outside, quickly calling out, "Do you remember what was said in the group chat? Be careful of the door sealed with red tape. I don't think it's over yet." After saying this, Lin Mo felt a bit scared himself. If they had just opened that door and walked out, who knows what was waiting for them. Chen Tao's shoe tip barely stopped at the threshold. Cold sweat slid down from his temples. He turned his head and looked at Lin Mo, confusion written all over his face. Were those just illusions? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The bathroom temperature had returned to normal, and there were no ghostly shadows in the mirror. But the arm Lin Mo was holding was too frightening, so Chen Tao still dared not get closer. "Bro Mo, when did you go over there? I just saw you next to me a moment ago." Lin Mo pushed himself up from the edge of the tub. Chen Tao swallowed hard, looking at the half-arm Lin Mo was holding and asked, "What on earth is this?" "I'm not really sure either." Lin Mo placed the arm flat on the sink, thought for a moment, and then picked it up again. "This appeared out of nowhere. Just now we found a woman's hair in the tub. Maybe it belongs to the same person as this arm. This could be a clue left by Yuan Zhang." He deliberately skipped over the task details. After all, explaining these things to NPCs in the scenario would be unclear. The task requirement was to touch the traces of the living, so he actually didn't have to keep holding it. But Lin Mo felt this might be an important item or clue, so he was not willing to do that for the time being. Even though this arm was indeed very eerie, it put him under some pressure. After all, this could be a part of a ghost. Thinking of this, he explained again. "It should be safe now. This arm should be the source of the disturbances in the bathroom. When I touched it, the bathroom returned to normal." Chen Tao nodded and let out a slight sigh of relief. Now the bathroom indeed seemed normal, except for the arm in Lin Mo's hand. Suddenly, he lunged forward, grabbing Lin Mo's sleeve, and asked with a worried face, "By the way, Bro Mo, your neck. That thing just now." He pointed at the fading mark on Lin Mo's neck, hesitating to finish his sentence. Lin Mo took a step back. It should be a strange attack. The sudden drop in temperature in a closed space might catalyze supernatural phenomena. He asked Chen Tao to give him his phone, then pulled out the personalized signature of Night Rain listening to wind to show Chen Tao. "Do you remember this? Temperature changes in a closed room are a warning of death." Chen Tao stared blankly at the screen. "So what do we do now?" "Wait." Lin Mo stuffed the phone back into his pocket, calmly saying, "The disturbances here have faded, but we don't know what's happening outside the bathroom. It's better to be cautious. The red tape on the doorframe is fading." He pointed at the dim crimson tape on the glass doorframe. "I think the disturbances fade over time or need outside force to break. So, we need to be patient and wait." Chapter 13, Shi Zhenghua and Lu Qijuan. Hearing Lin Mo say this, the simple Chen Tao quickly believed it. After all, Lin Mo had just saved his life. He also felt what Lin Mo said made sense, so he simply sat down next to Lin Mo. But his gaze towards that arm was still a bit fearful. Lin Mo carefully examined the arm, trying to discern something. But other than the smooth cut without any trace of blood, he hadn't found anything useful for now. He initially wanted to flip through that notebook, but thinking that Chen Tao was still around, he held back. Because he felt that the notebook must contain important clues. Perhaps the danger they just faced was related to finding this notebook. If that's the case, then it's too terrifying, Lin Mo thought silently, glancing at Chen Tao, who was panting nearby. This meant that this ghostly being possessed great intelligence, not just following a certain pattern of action. Its behavior was purposeful and directed. Although certainly there would be limitations, smart beings would find ways to avoid their disadvantages, and ghosts were no different. For example, just a moment ago, Lin Mo was quite sure that if he opened the door and went out, it would mean violating the second rule of the ghost. This was most likely a double trap set by the ghost. Would all the subsequent scenarios be this difficult? Thinking of this, a chill rose in Lin Mo's heart. He shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his mind. There was no use thinking about these things now. The urgent task was to find a way to get through the current crisis. He lifted his head to glance at the red tape in the crack of the glass door, thinking that if this thing didn't disappear on its own, he definitely wouldn't open the door. At that moment, Chen Tao's words interrupted his thoughts. "Mo Gu, do you think we can survive? I always feel like everything we are doing is in vain." "Mo Gu, you've been especially calm since just now. Do you know something?" Chen Tao looked into Lin Mo's eyes, asking dejectedly. Lin Mo patted his shoulder firmly, comforting him. "Don't lose heart. We have already identified the first rule, which is temperature. When the temperature in a sealed room falls below a certain level, we must find the source that lowers the temperature to find a way to survive. As for the second rule, I have a rough idea, which is to avoid approaching the door sealed with red tape, and absolutely not to open it. I just don't know how to crack it for now." "But..." Lin Mo pressed down on Chen Tao's trembling shoulder, his gaze sharp like a blade. Remember, the more the ghost wants to erase the traces, the more it hides the cracks in the rules. We are closer to the truth than it thinks. Chen Tao was not inspired by Lin Mo's words. He stared at the faint marks on Lin Mo's neck that hadn't completely faded away. Mo gu. He licked his cracked lips and asked. Do you think this rule, will it update like antivirus software? As soon as he said it, he was amused by his ridiculous analogy, pulling at the corners of his mouth, but the stiff smile caught in his lips looked worse than crying. Clearly, Chen Tao was a pessimist, and Lin Mo felt a bit helpless, saying nothing further. Time passed slowly, and Lin Mo began to actively talk to Chen Tao, hoping to take this opportunity to understand the background of the original group's 6-member team further. Since it wasn't good to go out anyway, it was better to make full use of the time. From Chen Tao, he learned that the 6 of them were originally college classmates. However, they were from different colleges. Lin Mo and Chen Tao were from the computer department, Zhou Wan and Li Xia were from the art department, while Lu Qijuan and Yang Yuanjiang were from the math department. The reason they were able to gather together was because of Zhou Wan. 5 of the 6 liked adventure, and they got to know each other through a certain activity. This was all learned by Lin Mo from the original owner's phone. The next part involved privacy, which wasn't recorded on the original owner's phone. Chen Tao joined this group because he had a crush on Li Xia. In this way, the 6 of them had been together until now and could be considered quite good friends. However, among the 6, it seemed that everyone except the original owner had some cliché romantic drama going on. From the dynamics, it appeared that Chen Tao liked Li Xia had feelings for Yang Yuanjiang, Zhou Wan and Yang Yuanjiang had mutual feelings, and Lu Qijuan also liked Li Xia. This kind of relationship was dangerously tangled. Such chaotic relationships were essential elements for a horror movie's love murder. Lin Mo felt somewhat exasperated, fortunate that he was not involved, only focused on the adventure, to court death. As they discussed these awkward topics, both of them fell silent. After half a minute of stagnant air in the bathroom, Lin Mo suddenly noticed that the scarlet tape on the doorframe was visibly fading, like bloodstains erased by an eraser. Creak. The sound of the door hinge breaking the silence, the sunlight outside the corridor slanted through the crack of the door, illuminating 2 tall shadows on the floor. As the door fully opened, Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized one of the men. 2 men stood outside the door, one was sturdy, wrapped in a deep brown trench coat, and it was Lu Qijuan. The other stranger appeared to be about 30, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a black leather toolbox. The gaze behind the lenses swept over Lin Mo's pale arm like a scalpel, but he didn't say much, not even showing surprise. Old Lu? Chen Tao's exclamation caught in his throat. He staggered back. You didn't say that I would handle it myself? Lu Qijuan pulled at the corner of his mouth, appearing weary. I asked my friend for help. How are you guys here? The unfamiliar man beside him was not shy at all. He adjusted his glasses, stepped forward, and extended his hand. Hello, Shi Zhenghua, private detective. Mr. Lu commissioned me to investigate the strange death of your friend. It seems now that the scope of the commission truly needs to extend into the supernatural realm. Although I was prepared, still. Lin Mo shook his hand and felt the other's grip was very strong. Lin Mo, this is Chen Tao beside me. Chen Tao dazedly nodded, a response of sorts. Shi Zhenghua smiled and continued to ask, are you also here to investigate? Any discoveries? Chen Tao and Lin Mo exchanged a glance. Lin Mo nodded. So everyone moved to the living room, and Lin Mo shared everything he had experienced and seen, along with his speculations. He even briefly mentioned yesterday's events. After all, many hands are strong, and this detective seemed quite reliable. Maybe he could spot details Lin Mo had overlooked. However, he chose to keep the notebook hidden for now, deciding later whether to share it with others after reviewing the contents. To prevent them from finding traces of the moved cabinet when they searched later, he specifically emphasized the hidden compartment where he found the diary. He only mentioned that it was empty when found. Shi Zhenghua listened quietly. When Lin Mo spoke of his encounter in the bathroom, he glanced up at him. It seemed he was slightly surprised by the other's courage and intelligence. Meanwhile, Lu Qijuan kept asking for details, and when he heard Yang Yuanjiang had a Huanyu technology uniform, he showed an expression of disbelief. After Lin Mo finished, Shi Zhenghua stood up and adjusted his glasses. It seems everyone possesses more information than I expected. Let me share my findings from the last 2 days. That strange data center was indeed left behind by Huanyu technology, but I wonder if you noticed. He took out a tablet and pulled up a map. In your unbreakable group chat, the video of the woman's suicide, the tower she was in was once also a property under Huanyu technology. Chen Tao suppressed the urge to check immediately and then asked, do you believe in ghosts? It was no wonder Chen Tao was surprised. They had spent a lot of effort, but neither the police nor those around them were willing to believe them. I only believe in evidence. I've dealt with similar cases before, Shi Zhenghua replied calmly. Lin Mo also felt some confusion, but it was really about another matter. What videos and photos can you see? I remember that besides us, no one else should be able to see them. Perhaps I've already been drawn into it, didn't I mention before? I have handled similar cases. The lady surnamed Zhou is actually right, ghosts do have rules for killing, but that's only half the truth. Only those marked by ghosts can sense their existence. I'm not clear on the specifics, but clearly, my situation is the same as yours. What do you mean? Do you know a lot about the Eerie? What does being marked mean? Chen Tao hurriedly asked. Lin Mo silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. This was exactly the question he wanted to ask. Shi Zhanghua glanced at him and slowly said, "Understanding doesn't quite fit. After all, no one dares to claim they fully understand ghosts. I've just come across similar incidents a few times, so I'm clear about the basic rules. I can explain them in detail to you, and you can also gain a bit of understanding. This will be very helpful for our next actions." Chapter 14, The Weird Killing Rules. Shi Zhanghua extended 3 fingers and continued. The killing rules of ghosts, which can also be called the logic of killing, can be broken down into 3 components. One is the marking rule, another is the execution rule, and the last one is the hiding rule. These 3 types of rules form the complete logic chain of ghost killings, marking is the starting point, execution is the process, and hiding is the boundary. The marking rule refers to the triggering conditions for ghosts to lock onto or identify a target. It is the starting mechanism in the ghost killing chain. The execution rule refers to the means of attack and the mechanism of death that ghosts use after marking a target. The hiding rule refers to the weaknesses or conditions that restrict the ghost's killing ability. It might also be a strange hiding mechanism, which could be a limitation or an amplifier, depending on the situation. Specifically, the marking rule can be further divided into perception triggers, behavioral triggers, psychological triggers, spatial triggers, and so on. The execution rule might involve direct physical attacks, as well as rule-based curses and psychological attacks. The hiding rule is even more diverse, and the most important aspect is the limitations of the ghost contained within the hiding rule. It weaves through the entire ghost killing process and is the point we should focus on the most. To elaborate could take an entire afternoon. However, you must remember, in front of ghosts, try not to think about confronting them directly. Instead, focus on escaping and finding their killing rules. Lin Mo and Chen Tao were madly absorbing this knowledge, while Lu Qijuan. Seeing him remaining relatively calm, it was clear he knew a bit more than they did. Not giving everyone more space to think, after saying this, Shi Zhanghua opened his phone again. He pulled up the first suicide video on his phone and began analyzing it frame by frame. The red high heels worn by the woman who fell are commemorative items from the Universal Technology Annual Meeting 5 years ago. You can zoom in on the screen to see the logo. This is a limited edition, only internal staff and those related to Universal Technology can buy it. Finally, he added. However, we haven't yet found out the identity of this woman. The information related to her seems to have disappeared from the internet. Now all the evidence seemed to point towards this strange game company, which was rather close to Lin Mo's speculation. Lin Mo felt a slight stir in his heart, becoming more convinced he hadn't made an erroneous decision. So, what about the other video in that picture? Have you found anything? Lin Mo asked. Shi Zhanghua shook his head. We haven't found any related information for the time being, but it could be that we just haven't searched thoroughly yet. We can wait a bit longer and see. By the way, Shi Zhanghua focused on the piece of severed arm in Lin Mo's hand and asked, "Can I take a look at that supernatural item you have?" Lin Mo nodded in agreement. He had examined it for a while in the bathroom, but it seemed he hadn't found any useful clues. Fortunately, the task only required touching it. At least the progress of task 2 had moved forward a bit. Of course, Lin Mo handed over the cold severed arm. What qualifies as a supernatural item? Shi Zhanghua took the severed arm, feeling its seemingly everlasting coldness, and replied. A supernatural item is one that is associated with ghosts. It may serve as a medium or possess various incredible abilities. Most paranormal items belong to the medium, as they have only been briefly touched by evil spirits and do not belong to the core items. In other words, their anomalies are given by the ghosts, and after losing the ghost's control, they will gradually return to normal. Shi Zhanghua carefully checked and shook his head. Clearly, this arm, although it looks extraordinary, is still just a medium. However, he and Lin Mo shared the same idea, that this was still a paranormal item, and keeping it might have unexpected uses. After all, it had already been marked by a ghost, so taking one of its items was not unreasonable. The four discussed for a while, and Shi Zhanghua decided to conduct a more systematic examination of the room. Lin Mo and Chen Tao naturally had no objections. Yang Yuanzhang's room was not large, only consisting of one room, one hall, and one bathroom. After taking the lessons from Lin Mo and Chen Tao, Shi Zhanghua decided to use tools to jam the front door, bathroom glass door, and the room's wooden door, to prevent them from suddenly closing. Soon, Shi Zhanghua finished checking the room. His fingertips traced a curve along the dust on the edge of the cupboard, his gaze sharp as a knife behind the lenses. Mr. Lin, did you move this cabinet? Lin Mo leaned against the wall, the notebook in his pocket digging into his ribs. I found a hidden compartment when searching, so I pushed it open to take a look, but it was empty inside. Why restore it to its original state? Shi Zhanghua squatted down, pointing at the scratch and saying. The depth of the scratch doesn't match the rust on the cabinet legs. This cabinet has at least been moved 3 times recently. He suddenly looked up. During the last move, did Mr. Lin see anything? Lin Mo frowned, his tone cooling down. Are you interrogating a criminal? Shi Zhanghua awkwardly smiled and apologized. Sorry, professional habit. Lin Mo nodded and replied to the previous question. I didn't see anything, I just thought we should restore it to its original state since we broke in secretly. Shi Zhanghua nodded and said no more. To be honest, the clues are a bit messy. My suggestion is for everyone to go to the tower together later and see if we can find any clues. Do we really have to go over there? What if we encounter new dangers? Chen Tao said, shivering, unwillingly. Shi Zhanghua said without hesitation. Understanding the source of the ghost is very important. Most ghosts do not appear out of thin air. Their logic for killing is often closely related to the conditions of their birth. If we just stay in place, we may have to slowly test the rules at the cost of lives. Is that the result you want to see? Lin Mo had the same thought. He did not believe that choosing to evade could solve everything, as that would undoubtedly put oneself in an absolutely passive position. But Chen Tao seemed to have his own insistence. He had just been scared out of his wits. The fatal threat he had just faced was incomparable to the strange events encountered before. But Sister Zhou said that as long as we stay in her house, it's fine. There's a barrier that can stop ghosts from entering. Lin Mo was also curious about this. He still did not know if that so-called barrier worked. However, it did seem like they did not encounter any strange happenings last night. He tentatively asked Shi Zhanghua. Is this so-called barrier really effective? The other shook his head and said. I don't know either. There are indeed masters who can disperse ghostly beings through methods or by laying barriers, but such people are rare, and barriers have a time limit. Yesterday afternoon, I went to Zhou Wan's house with Mr. Lu. You weren't there then. I don't think that incense burner is useful because I can feel that its purpose is probably not to block ghost invasion. Even if it is really useful, so what? Can the ghosts afford it? Can we afford it? Chen Tao's face was agitated as he loudly retorted. What do you mean by feeling? This is a matter of life and death. What do you mean by feeling? Shi Zhanghua glanced lightly at the other person, with an expression of believe it or not, without responding. Hearing this, Lin Mo made a calculation in his heart, which was to choose to believe Shi Zhanghua rather than Zhou Wan. Because he always felt that Zhou Wan was hiding something from them and had malicious intent towards them. This Shi Zhanghua must also be hiding some things, but the actively shared information was far more than Zhou Wan. Taking the initiative was also consistent with his character. Then I will go with you. Chen Tao saw Lin Mo immediately agree and looked at him with a hint of resentment, only to say. Then I will go too. Chapter 15, The Tower. The tower they were going to was on the outskirts, located in the west of the city, and it took quite a bit of time to get there. It was Shi Zhanghua who drove them there. When they arrived at the tower, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The sky was getting a bit dark. After getting out of the car, Lin Mo felt the chilly autumn wind rush into his nose, carrying a smell of rust. He looked up at the towering steel structure, the modeled tower like the skinless skeleton of a giant, the exposed steel bars shining dark red in the twilight. It indeed looked very much like the tower in the video, the only difference being that the area around the tower in the video wasn't this desolate. And now, there were large areas of unfinished buildings nearby. When the wind blew through the empty window frames, it let out a howling sound. Shi Zhanghua turned on the flashlight, and the beam swept across the warning tape wrapped around the base of the tower. This is the place. 8 years ago, Huanyu Technology bought this land, saying they wanted to build an immersive theme park, but it stopped work in less than half a year. Lu Qiju sighed. I remember the economy was pretty good back then, who would have thought in just 7 or 8 years. Chen Tao shrank behind Lu Qijuan, looking at his phone, he said fearfully. Mo Ge, can I wait for you guys down here? No. The ghost's mark is collective, spreading out is more dangerous. Shi Zhanghua interjected. After he said that, without giving everyone a chance to refute, he pointed to the upper part of the tower. In the video, the platform where that woman fell is on the 15th floor, the elevator has long stopped working, we need to climb up. Shi Zhanghua took the lead, the flashlight beam occasionally sweeping over the graffiti on the wall. Twisted shapes, hasty red letters, and repeatedly painted "Give me justice" in red paint. Shi Zhenghua's hand slowly brushed over those characters, as if reminiscing about something. The group quickly reached the top of the tower, the place where the woman jumped off. The platform on the top floor of the tower was already a bit tilted. Shi Zhanghua shone the flashlight beam over the edge of the platform, where a broken section of safety rope remained. The cross-section of the nylon fiber was uneven, as if it had been bitten off by some sharp teeth. Shi Zhanghua squatted down, pointing at the rusty railing and said, "Here. This is where she last grabbed." He also noticed countless faded red strings tied to the inside of the protective railing, with yellowed cards stuck in the knots. Shi Zhanghua randomly picked one card and looked it over, but there was nothing on it, only a blank space. He picked another one, and the result was still a blank card. What is the meaning of doing this? Lu Qijuan also came over and crouched down, pointing at these red strings and said, "This is the same material as the strings in the cabinet of Yuan Zhang." Chen Tao held his phone, slightly shaking as he pointed the camera at the red strings. In the video, it seems that woman also had this tied around her wrist. Lin Mo pulled up the suicide video in the group files, pausing at the frame taken before the fall. Although the enlarged pixels had turned into a mosaic, he could vaguely see that the deceased's right wrist was wrapped in a dark red thin rope. Shi Zhanghua nodded, looking at the collapsed scaffolding on the east side of the platform, and said coldly, "This place is very suitable for hiding something. Perhaps something unexpected happened here many years ago. Wasn't it mentioned before that the birth of ghosts requires certain conditions? One of the most common types is emotion-driven ghosts. These ghosts often suffered extremely painful experiences in their lives, causing their souls to linger in the world. There is no doubt that the ghosts we are encountering are of this type." Lin Mo frowned, asking, "How can you be so sure? There seems to be nothing here to prove what you are saying." Shi Zhanghua closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Because I can feel the heavy resentment here." Everyone was a bit confused. Shi Zhanghua sighed and continued explaining. "Because I am spirit sensitive, I can perceive the presence related to supernatural events nearby. The resentment here is beyond imagination. I previously said that Zhouwan's barrier was unreliable because I could sense it. The resentment there was immense, even greater than in Mr. Yang's room just now, so I thought that barrier was useless. I originally didn't want to say this, but now there is no need to hide it. Because we might not live for long." Shi Zhenghua's flashlight beam suddenly shook violently, and he seemed a bit unsteady. "You may not understand what I mean by saying these things. I can find a supernatural event for comparison, and you will understand the seriousness of the situation." He paused, recounting an unforgettable experience of his own. 3 years ago, I took on a case that couldn't even be called a case. In a place called Luohan Gorge in the southwest, there's a Miao village that has been without electricity for 100 years. Shi Zhenghua's voice was unusually hoarse. The stilted buildings there are pressed down by blue stone at their eaves, and every household hangs 3 strings of bronze bells at the door. Deep in the village, there's a cast iron coffin, nailed to the cliff's edge with 9 peachwood stakes wrapped in white rope. Every full moon, the village elder would lead 13 young girls to bury jars filled with human teeth in the soil around the coffin. Until one day, 7 geological explorers accidentally entered the village. Shi Zhanghua fell into his memories. They removed the peachwood stakes, claiming they needed to do geological sample analysis. That night, all the bronze bells in the village rang. It wasn't the sound of the wind, but like countless hands frantically shaking the bell tongues at the same time. The next day, the exploration team was all dead. Their bodies looked as if they had been constricted by a giant python, each one maintaining the position of holding the peachwood stakes. The strangest thing was their expressions. They were all smiling, as if they had finally found their home. After that, the village became dangerous, with deaths occurring every week. The village hired a Taoist priest. He covered the entire coffin with a mixture of black dog blood and cinnabar. The next day, when he looked, those characters had all turned into human faces. Those faces belonged to the people who had been devoured by that coffin. They were moaning in pain. The Taoist priest also died that night, his remains reduced to just a skull. After we received the commission, we immediately went to that village. However, after trying all methods, we couldn't solve the problem of that coffin. It was from that time on that I understood humans cannot directly confront such ghostly things. My spirit-sensitive ability was nothing but a joke. In the end, my partner and I managed to escape. 3 months later, I found the satellite map from that year. The location of Luohan Gorge was left with only a grayish-white area. But the writhing stilted buildings, the blood-drenched cliffs, and the faces continually multiplying on the coffin. Without a doubt, that will forever be my nightmare. But that's not the key is the resentment here. It is at least 10 times stronger than that coffin that devoured 300 lives. It's really hard to imagine what happened on this side of the tower back then. If we simply used the death toll to judge the level of resentment, then there must have been at least a few thousand deaths here back then. Chapter 16 New Discoveries. After listening to this story, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. In the gaps of the steel beams around them, it seemed that a black tide like asphalt was surging, with countless pale arms waving in the darkness, each hand clutching a faded red rope, shimmering with a corpse-like green glow under the moonlight. Everyone was gasping for breath. If this were just a story, it would be fine, but if what Shi Zhanghua said is true, then their situation is undoubtedly at the extreme danger point. Lin Mo was the first to regain his composure and said calmly, If so many people died, it would have become a big topic long ago, but it seems there haven't been any large-scale deaths in recent years. And no matter what, we're already in the middle of this, we can't just wait to die. He turned to Shi Zhanghua and continued to ask. Are there any other clues here? I feel like the appearance of these red ropes is not a coincidence, it probably has a deeper meaning. Do you have any ideas? Lin Mo used his sleeve to cover his fingers and untangled the layers of nylon knots, steering the conversation back to the event itself. These red ropes, each one is tied to a blank card, as if performing some kind of ritual. Shi Zhanghua also slightly calmed down. He took a pair of tweezers from the toolbox and picked up a yellow card. Perhaps it's not blank. He rotated the tweezers, and the card revealed watermark-like patterns in the moonlight. It was the maple leaf logo of Huanyu technology, with very small numerical codes embedded in the leaf veins. This secretive numbering design means that this company must have some unspeakable secrets. After all, which legitimate company hides employee numbers so well? Lu Qijuan suddenly spoke up. Although his voice was hoarse, he was still maintaining his composure. This looks a bit like an employee ID badge. Yuan Zhang's lab coat nameplate also has this coding format. He took out his phone, brought up the recently taken photo, and sure enough, on the enlarged edge of the metal nameplate, there were similar hidden patterns. And look at how the knots are tied. Lu Qijuan's fingertip hovered half an inch from the red rope, continuing. When we have funerals in my hometown, we tie the lifeline knot on the coffin using this method, 3 strands of rope intertwined, leaving a live knot at the end. In the moonlight, thousands of knots swayed gently in the wind, resembling countless hanging nooses. The clues seemed to be becoming clearer. Back then, Huanyu technology must have done some terrifying and unspeakable things that ultimately led to the appearance of the ghost. During this time, people kept getting pulled in, and this ghost had some ability to manipulate information in networks, making it so that most investigations could only rely on offline sources. There were no relevant clues to be found online. Now they had summarized 2 rules for the murder pattern. First, when the temperature in a closed room drops below a certain point, it triggers a murderous intent. They must find the source of the temperature drop to avoid danger. Second, when the doors and windows leading to the outside world are sealed with red tape, they cannot open the passage to escape. It must be someone on the other side of the door or window who opens it. However, they hadn't fully grasped these 2 rules, and there could be other changes as well. The cold wind at the top of the tower wrapped around the rust smell, and everyone fell into a brief silence. Lin Mo twisted the card at the end of the red rope, the metal code glinting coldly in the moonlight. At this moment, Shi Zhanghua suddenly spoke, the flashlight beam sweeping across the pale faces of everyone. It's time to return. The clues need to be consolidated. Everyone agreed, so they all got into Shi Zhanhua's car and began their journey back. On the way back in the business van, Chen Tao curled up in the corner of the back seat, scrolling through his phone, the blue light of the screen reflecting off his sunken eyes. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. Lu Qijuan tightly gripped the seatbelt, a look of hesitation flashing across his face. Lin Mo scanned the faces of everyone in the car and reminded them. Roll down the windows. Although it's a bit cold, we shouldn't let the car become a closed space. Shi Zhanghua nodded, slightly impressed, and said. You thought this through very well. I actually didn't consider this. After saying this, he voluntarily rolled down all 4 windows a bit. The business car moved through the dusk. Inside the car, Lu Qijuan continued to look troubled, and after a long time, he finally spoke up. Actually, Zhou Wan and Yang Yuanzhang might have gotten together several months ago. The cabin suddenly fell into dead silence. Chen Tao's hand, holding the phone, froze in midair, disbelief flashing across his face. Lin Mo looked as if he hadn't processed the information. What did you say? Shi Zhanghua cast a scrutinizing glance in the rearview mirror and asked, what does this have to do with this supernatural incident? Lin Mo noticed Lu Qijuan's hands trembling slightly. His voice choked up. Do you remember the class reunion 6 months ago? I saw them kissing in a corner outside? Later, Yuanzhang begged me not to tell anyone, saying he didn't want to hurt Xiaoya and didn't want our little group to fall apart. After all, Xiaoya really liked him, and I. Well. Lin Mo felt speechless upon hearing this. It wasn't that he cared about the melodramatic plot, he just suddenly remembered the incense burner at Zhou Wan's entrance. He vaguely recalled the exposed red string half buried in the sandalwood ash of the overturned incense burner. It matched the red string hanging in Yang Yuanzhang's closet and the one on the tower. A cold light flickered in Shi Zhenghua's eyes as the business car abruptly stopped at the red light. I understand what you mean now. Zhou Wan and Yang Yuanzhang are so close, they must know something. No wonder when I asked her yesterday, she stammered and seemed impatient, even eventually kicking us out. Hearing this, seeing the opportunity, Lin Mo also shared his discovery. He planned to take advantage of this and break into Zhou Wan's room with them to search. I don't know if you remember the incense burner at the entrance that was overturned? There's a segment of exposed red string in it. Shi Zhanghua perked up, recalling carefully, as if he remembered something. Then let's go to Zhou Wan's apartment, now. He turned the car around and headed towards the Qingtang apartment. The car quickly entered the city, weaving through the neon-lit streets, the wipers clearing the mist off the windshield. Approaching the Qingtang apartment, Shi Zhanghua suddenly slowed down, looking at the rearview mirror, asking as if both inquiring and confirming. What if she still won't tell us what she knows? Chen Tao in the back seat and Lu Qijuan in the front passenger seat bowed their heads, remaining silent. Lin Mo understood what Shi Zhanghua meant. Seeing the other two unwilling to step up, he sighed inwardly. Then his gaze turned cold, and his voice was devoid of warmth as he said, "If she refuses to reveal the truth, then without a doubt, she is trying to harm us, so there's no need for mercy." Lin Mo had already made plans. This time he would use all means to get the answers he wanted. There were a total of 7 days for task 1, and it was only the second day to face such terrifying danger. What lay ahead was too scary to contemplate. He looked at the silent Lu Qijuan and Chen Tao and continued. To be honest, this whole matter started because of Yang Yuanzhang. Their relationship is so close, they might have been plotting to harm us from the beginning. He was no longer the original Lin Mo, without any emotional foundation with Zhou Wan. If the other party still wanted to hide something, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Lu Qijuan also raised his head. A firm determination flashed in his eyes. Let's do this. If it doesn't work, we'll forcibly search the apartment. There must be secrets there. The car sharply turned into Qingting Road, the tires rolling over the puddles by the roadside, splashing a fan-shaped curtain of water. Strange, it hasn't rained, so why are there so many puddles on this road? Chen Tao muttered to himself. Although Chen Tao did not agree with everyone's thoughts, his silence proved he had already made a decision. Chapter 17 Confrontation. Lin Mo could now see the warm yellow light spilling through the gap of the curtains of room 401, casting spiderweb-like shadows on the damp brick wall. After parking the car, Lin Mo unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "The light is still on. She must be home, and from what she said before, we know she won't leave easily." He didn't bring that strange woman's arm with him but left it in the car with Shi Zhanghua for safekeeping. After all, it would be troublesome if someone else saw it. If discovered, even a few days in jail would be the least of their worries. At that time, let alone collecting clues, even ghosts wouldn't be able to escape from the cell. After Lu Qijuan got out of the car, he kept gripping the door handle, muttering, "What if she really has something to do with Yuan Zhang's death? Let's not jump to conclusions." Shi Zhanghua stuffed the toolbox into his coat, "But tonight we must force her to speak. And let's not rush upstairs. We need to discuss our strategy first. If she finds out we all approached at once, it may raise her suspicion. My suggestion is for Chen Tao to knock on the door first and have Zhou Wan open it. Don't startle the snake." Chen Tao swallowed and nodded slightly. Although he was a bit afraid of Zhou Wan, he understood that now was not the time to be sensitive. This matter was indeed best handled by him. After discussing the strategy and considering all possible situations, they entered the apartment. The smell of mildew in the hallway was stronger than during the day, and Chen Tao's canvas shoes slipped on the stairs. Lin Mo suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. He had noticed the light slipping under the door of 401 flashing intermittently, as if someone was lurking behind the door with a candle. Lin Mo squinted. This situation was very similar to when he came yesterday. It felt as if someone had been guarding the door, quietly observing. He pointed at the door and made a shushing gesture to the others, then signaled Chen Tao to go to the door and knock. The others hid on either side of the door. "Knock, knock. Sister Zhou? It's Xiao Chen, I'm back. Can you open the door?" When Chen Tao knocked on the door for the third time, it suddenly shook violently, as if something heavy had slammed against it from behind. Everyone instinctively took half a step back. "Get lost!" Zhou Wan shouted hoarsely. "Who allowed you to bring outsiders?" A dark red liquid suddenly spilled out from the gap under the door. Lu Qijuan was startled. But Shi Zhanghua remained very calm. Seeing they were exposed, he no longer hid, crouching down to dip his sweatcloth into the liquid and sniffed, explaining to the others. "It's not blood, it's cinnabar mixed with incense ash, probably from the incense burner at the door." Chen Tao panicked immediately after being yelled at. "Sister Zhou, please let me explain. We found Yuan Zhang's work uniform at Huanyu Technology." Bang! "Shut up." The door panel was suddenly kicked hard, Zhou Wan's roar thick with a cry. "You have no idea. Leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the police." The sound of the iron door colliding echoed through the hallway along with her heavy breathing. Lin Mo stood behind the door, showing no intention of retreating, pondering how to force his way in. But just then, a scrawny bald man walked out of room 402 beside them. He looked at Lin Mo and the others with a hostile gaze, holding a phone in his hand. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to call the police." At the same time, sounds of doors opening could be heard from upstairs and downstairs. Perhaps the neighbors were coming out to watch the excitement. In this situation, without a doubt, it was one of the worst scenarios. Shi Zhenghua straightened up. Zhusha mixed with black dog blood, the ancient method says this is the formula to ward off evil, but it has already been proven useless. Unless the ghost's own weakness and limitations include such things. His voice was extremely low. Miss Shou. Shi Zhenghua suddenly raised his voice, his gaze sweeping over the dark red liquid seeping through the crack of the door. We're leaving now, but please reconsider the cooperation. We'll leave now, not to disturb Miss Shou's rest. Chen Tao opened his mouth to speak, but was dragged by Lin Mo towards the staircase. Lu Qijuan understood and stomped his feet, the sound echoing loudly in the empty corridor. The four of them walked down the emergency exit, and Shi Zhenghua immediately pulled out his phone to type. We'll drive around to the back alley of the apartment later. I observed during the day, there's a fire escape that leads to the fourth-floor corridor. I suspect we were spotted when we parked downstairs, that's why her reaction was so intense. Shi Zhenghua stopped the car at the corner of the second floor, twirling the car key on his fingertip, and said, I'll pick the lock later, but we first need to wait until she's not at the door, only when she goes to rest. I didn't expect you to know so much. Lu Qijuan said with amazement. Shi Zhenghua pulled out a leather tool bag from his trench coat and replied with a smile. I know a little, otherwise how could I be a private detective? As for picking locks, you only need to remember 3 points, keep your wrists stable, feel the spring feedback, and finally if you hear the third click, stop, that's the sound of the anti-pick device activating. Of course, this only applies to those old-fashioned locks. But I observed during the day, her lock is indeed the very old type, and doesn't have an alarm device. Lin Mo also smiled and said. You really did observe carefully. Ha, likewise. The group quickly went downstairs and then drove away from the community. Lin Mo sat in the back seat, subconsciously glancing at the apartment building through the car window. At this moment, he was observing the window of room 401, which was blocked by curtains, and suddenly noticed that the corner of the curtain was lifted a bit. Though it was a bit far away, he couldn't see if anyone was watching from there. But curtains don't just lift for no reason, it must be Zhou secretly watching them through the window. Shi Zhenghua also glanced there slightly, the two exchanged a knowing smile. However, Lin Mo still had a concern in his heart, which was the pale figure he saw on the 5th floor last night. He turned to look at Chen Tao beside him, who seemed to have already forgotten about it. This Chen Tao really was oblivious, Lin Mo thought to himself, not speaking of it to these people. Chen Tao and Lu Qijuan were not bold people, if they knew, it would do more harm than good. If it caused a panic, and these two didn't want to go, wouldn't that mean losing 2 expendables? Just as Lin Mo was pondering, Shi Zhenghua started the car and drove straight towards the community exit. In the rearview mirror, the gap in the curtains of the 4th-floor window of the Qingtang apartment slowly closed, but one could still feel a pair of eyes fading into the darkness as the car lights moved away. Chapter 18, The Plot. Noticing the abnormality of the curtains, Shi Zhenghua held the steering wheel with one hand while quickly typing an address on the car's navigation with the other. She is still monitoring us, let's go to a nearby parking lot and wait a while. By the way, do you know what time Zhou usually goes into her room? Just in case, we should wait until she's inside before we go pick the lock. Because no matter how good my lock-picking skills are, there will still be some noise. Chen Tao thought for a few seconds and immediately said. Sister Zhou usually goes into her room around 7 in the evening. Shi Zhenghua glanced at the dashboard, which showed the time 18:22. That seems to be soon. Lu Qijuan shook his head. Be more careful, let's delay for another hour before going in. Such a thing happened today, she must have her guard up. It's okay to go in after 8 o'clock. Shi Zhenghua nodded in agreement, then paused slightly before saying. There is a lot of resentment near her home, there must be ghosts around, or at least there have been ghosts lingering there. And as night deepens, ghosts become more active, this is almost a universal rule. This reminded Lin Mo of the strange white figure on the 5th floor, sending a chill down his spine. However, he insisted on investigating tonight because he understood. Although coming back tomorrow morning would be safer, it would also give Zhou time to destroy or move any clues. Lin Mo glanced at Chen Tao, who was still appearing flustered. Chen Tao's earlier words had already revealed their true intentions. That phrase, we found Yuan Zhang's work uniform at Huanyu Technology, was enough for Zhou to notice their objective. Yet, Lin Mo would not blame the other party because this matter had already happened, blaming would only deepen the rift without any benefit. So after briefly warning Chen Tao, he turned to Shi Zhenghua and asked. Do you mean that the frequency of ghost attacks increases at night? Yes. I think we were a bit impulsive just now, we should come back tomorrow morning. Shi Zhenghua replied. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, calmly analyzing. Yes, but now we've startled her, we must hurry. Don't give her time to destroy or move clues. Originally, we didn't want to disturb the nearby residents, but now there's no way around it. Let's be as swift as possible, ghosts are far more terrifying than police. And one more very important point. Lu Qijuan took over the conversation, getting into the rhythm. We don't know if Zhou Wan has called the police. I know her quite well, she is someone who appears rough but is cautious, this must be noted. Lin Mo felt a slight shock in his heart, he had indeed not considered this point. That meant they couldn't delay any further. Shi Zhenghua also realized this and stopped looking for a parking lot. Instead, he parked directly on the side of the road and immediately called everyone down. Now, Shi Zhenghua parked the car in the back alley of a convenience store 2 blocks away. After everyone got out, he quickly got out and grabbed the tools from the trunk. Wait a moment, let me grab some tools. After getting out of the car, Shi Zhenghua fiddled around in the trunk for a bit, then pulled out a suitcase. From an angle where the others couldn't see, he discreetly tucked something into his waist. Once Shi Zhenghua finished preparing, the 4 of them quickly hurried towards the apartment. 1837. Seeing the light in room 401 go out made everyone excited, proving that Zhou Wan had likely gone to rest. Except for Lin Mo. He vaguely felt something was amiss, it didn't make sense that someone would go to bed early after encountering such an event. But from their angle, they couldn't see the situation in the bedroom. Lin Mo thought for a moment but decided to give up on circling around to check the master bedroom on the other side of the apartment building, that would take too much time. The 4 of them moved stealthily along the wall shadows and quickly reached the fire escape. As soon as Lin Mo's palm touched the iron ladder, a thick, cold sensation suddenly slipped into his blood vessels through his fingers. The touch of rust felt like dried blood clots. What was this? The surrounding environment seemed to undergo some indescribable change. Lin Mo immediately raised his hand and saw that Shi Zhenghua also wore a strange expression. However, he only hesitated for a moment before resolutely climbing up the stairs. He buried his confusion deep within and continued to follow Shi Zhenghua upwards. Reaching the corner on the 3rd floor, Lin Mo caught a glimpse of a faded doll sitting on the windowsill of the 2nd floor below. The cotton fabric head had swelled from soaking in the rain. The red rope hanging from the window frame looked just like a person hanging. Lin Mo's unease grew stronger. Don't look down. Shi Zhenghua's voice came from above. The hem of his black coat was lifted by the night wind, revealing a silver dagger tucked at his lower back. Lin Mo noticed that the blade was engraved with Sanskrit, shimmering with a green halo under the moonlight. He felt something strange, it seemed like he hadn't seen this thing on Shi Zhenghua before. After reaching the 4th floor and opening the fire escape, their movements became gentle. As they cautiously advanced, the motion-sensing light in the 4th floor corridor indeed did not turn on. Shi Zhenghua crouched in front of room 401, inserting a slender tool like tweezers into the lock. The tool deftly turned within the lock cylinder. When the 3rd click sounded, the door in front of them suddenly slid open half a foot. A thick scent of sandalwood mixed with the smell of blood rushed over. Under the beam of the phone's light, an incense burner lay toppled at the entrance. The red rope knot they had seen last night was now hanging at the door, but the end of the rope was tied to a silver wind chime that hadn't been there before, and the incense burner they had seen yesterday was missing. Strangely, the wind chime moved without any wind, yet it made no sound at all. Although they felt puzzled, everyone cautiously walked inside. Chen Tao was the first to go in, a bit anxious, he accidentally brushed against the wind chime, but strangely, it still did not make a sound. The room was silent as if all sounds were swallowed. The curtains in the living room were pulled open at some point, even though they had clearly been drawn shut when they came up from the fire escape. Could it be Zhou Wan? Lin Mo noticed this and deliberately lagged behind, walking last in the group. The others carefully avoided the wind chime and entered the living room. Step back. Shi Zhenghua suddenly shouted, his eyes fixed on the direction of the window. Lin Mo followed his gaze, his pupils abruptly constricting. He saw a viscous black shadow seeping out from below the window, as if countless snakes were writhing beneath the floor. Even more bizarre was that the wallpaper began to peel off the wall, quickly forming a human-shaped outline, with hollow eye sockets facing the intruders. The big door behind them slammed shut with a bang. Lu Qijuan ran back in a frenzy, twisting the doorknob in a desperate way, his fear reaching a peak. Lin Mo's heart was also extremely uneasy, he turned around to help Lu Qijuan open the door. Help! Help! Even with such loud cries, there was still no response from the bedroom. It made one suspect that Zhou Wan was no longer here. Or this was a trap laid out by her. At this moment, Chen Tao at the front suddenly gasped for breath as if choking. Then the others horrifiedly saw him stiffly walking towards the window. Chen Tao tiptoed, brushing past the liquid that had just seeped through the floor tiles, arriving at the center of the living room. Then he stood there straight. A pale figure was hanging upside down from the ceiling, facing away from Lin Mo and the others, its rotting fingers just half an inch from the top of Chen Tao's head. Chapter 19, Eerie Objects. When Lin Mo clearly saw that inverted figure, cold sweat soaked his shirt, suddenly sticking to his back. That pale figure was covered in hive-like holes, causing discomfort. It was the ghostly figure he had seen before. Now, as he got closer, this ghostly figure strangely felt familiar. At this moment, Chen Tao slowly turned around to face everyone, then suddenly looked up at the inverted figure. His pupils expanded into two pitch-black coins, reflecting the pale figure hanging upside down from the ceiling. The whole riddled rotting body was dripping a tar-like black liquid, 1 drop, 2 drops, landing on his crown of hair. Taozi! Lu Qijuan howled, wanting to rush over, but still paralyzed by fear, he stopped working. He saw Chen Tao's skin on the back of his neck suddenly bulge with spiderweb-like blue veins. It was as if countless worms were burrowing beneath the skin. Lu Qijuan's hand hung in the air, cold sweat sliding down his temple into his collar. After seeing the horrifying figure above him up close, the brief surge of blood and anger seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water. Lin Mo was also deep in thought. This was completely different from the rules before. How many rules did this ghost have? Why was it Chen Tao who got caught? What had he done to break the rules? There was no time for them to think in such a short moment. A hint of regret rose in Lin Mo's heart. This operation seemed a bit too reckless. Sure, Zhenghua felt the same way, but he still had a backup plan to combat the ghost. He swiftly drew out the Sanskrit dagger hidden at his lower back, and the blade pierced his palm, the dark red blood beads surprisingly hovering in the air, forming delicate blood crystals. Then he directly charged forward, stabbing fiercely at the pale figure with the dagger. The shadow on the ceiling let out a high-frequency scream at the same time, the cry eerily like a baby's wailing. A sharp pain like needles pricked Lin Mo's eardrums. He knelt on the ground, his temple pounding, clearly unable to withstand such a deafening scream. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Mo's tinnitus finally improved a bit. Lin Mo propped himself up on his knees and slowly stood up, the lingering sound of ringing still buzzing in his head. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and saw Shi Zhenghua leaning against the cracked wallpaper. The other man's golden-rimmed glasses hung askew on his nose, and his right hand, still holding the dagger, had a bloody crease splitting open the skin. He looked rather disheveled. Chen Tao. Lu Qijuan also regained his composure and staggered to the young man slumped on the ground. The latter stared blankly at the ceiling, his lips moving to emit muffled gasps. Lu Qijuan's trembling fingers pressed against his neck, and only when he felt a faint pulse did he collapse to the floor. He's still alive. Shi Zhenghua wiped the dagger with the corner of his clothes, the Sanskrit inscribed on the blade stained deeper red with blood. After resting for a while, he finally got up, kicking away the shattered wallpaper at his feet, his voice weak as he spoke. Just now, the situation was urgent, and I wasn't clear about the killing rules we faced, so I could only use the strange weapon to repel that eerie figure. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the remaining tar-like stains on the ceiling, visibly evaporating into a foul mist. He bent down to pick up the phone that had just fallen and felt a bit confused. This attack pattern is completely different from the low-temperature murder in the bathroom. He twirled the ash on his fingertips. Is the ghost's rule evolving? Shi Zhenghua suddenly began to cough violently, dark red blood oozing between his fingers. It's more likely that different rules are at play. He took off his glasses, revealing bloodshot eyes. The direct confrontation with the ghost left him feeling unwell. Ghost rules are often not just one, but there's also a more terrifying possibility. We may be facing more than one ghost. But for now, we are temporarily safe. Generally, a ghost won't immediately launch a second attack after being repelled. Creak. Shi Zhenghua's words cut off suddenly as he whipped his head toward the direction of the bedroom. Lin Mo heard the sound as well. He saw thick black liquid seeping from the gap under the bedroom door, the liquid gathering on the ground into a familiar shape. It was the outline of that charred human stain from the encrypted album on his phone. The fingers of the stain were slowly elongating, seemingly reaching toward their direction. Lin Mo staggered back, bracing himself against the wall, but found the wallpaper peeling off under his palm, revealing dense, engraved marks behind it. All the same phrase, "Please help me." This is the secret code. Chen Tao had somehow returned to normal, but his voice sounded as if it came from underwater. This is the secret code that Xiao Zhou and we agreed upon. Why are we here? Chen Tao's bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on the ceiling. Is that thing still up there? It's really bad luck. First, he was beaten black and blue by red tape yesterday, and today he encountered two supernatural events one after another. Before he could finish speaking, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open by an invisible force. A heavy scent of sandalwood mixed with decay rushed toward him. At the same moment, the lights in the whole room suddenly turned on by themselves. But after experiencing such terrifying things, this delayed light brought no sense of safety to anyone. Lu Qijuan helped Chen Tao walk toward the door. He didn't want to stay here for another moment. Shi Zhenghua stopped them, saying, "Don't rush to leave. Ghosts typically won't attack again in a short time, especially after being driven back. Now is the perfect time for us to explore." Lu Qijuan hesitated. Hearing other people describe their supernatural experiences felt completely different from what he had lived through himself. If he didn't think he had a decent amount of courage, he would probably have scared himself right then and there. He didn't understand why Shi Zhenghua insisted on continuing to explore. Chen Tao broke free from Lu Qijuan's arm and stood up by himself. After this incident, his gaze became incredibly determined. Let's go check on Sister Zhou's bedroom. Since we've come this far, there's no reason to back down easily. Seeing that even the usually timid Chen Tao had gotten tough, Lu Qijuan had nothing more to say. Even though they both liked the same woman before, their relationship was still very good. Otherwise, Lu Qijuan wouldn't have rushed to save Chen Tao just now. Lin Mo nodded as well. He looked at the wall filled with "Please help me," and asked Shi Zhenghua. What is the strange object you mentioned? Did that ghost die? Shi Zhenghua shook his head. How is that possible? As far as I know, there's nothing in this world that can kill a ghost, I just temporarily drove it back. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the same statement as Zhou Wan's. As for the strange object, it naturally refers to items related to ghosts. Strange objects are also known as supernatural items or paranormal tools, usually indicating things or existences with supernatural powers. These items are often related to ghosts, carrying curses or rules, and using them comes with great risks. The dagger I have in my hand is something I obtained from a previous supernatural event. Strange objects are among the few things that can directly counter the rules of ghostly killings. Other things like barriers, talismans, or rituals might have some effects, but their universality is too poor. They may only work on specific ghosts or can only slightly delay the strange killing steps. Chapter 20, The Second Trace of the Living. Shi Zhenghua looked at the dagger in his hand, his gaze heavy, as if he was reminiscing about something. However, even with a strange object, it still cannot completely solve any ghost, only temporarily drive it back. But there is one benefit: once a fierce ghost is driven back, it generally won't attack us again for a short time. Lin Mo exhaled a deep breath, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. He looked at the strange dagger and asked, "Can I take a look at it?" Shi Zhenghua hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Of course, but only the recognized owner can use the strange object, others cannot." A hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, but it was well concealed. He took the dagger and examined it closely. The moment he took the dagger, the system's notification sound rang out again. Acquired permanent strange object, details available upon expansion. Evil spirit dagger, permanent strange object, cannot be removed from the instance, cannot be used. Ability 1, consumes stamina to actively trigger. Using the dagger to soak the user's fresh blood can immediately and temporarily suppress a single strange action. Cooling time, 24 hours. Ability 2, piercing the body of a malevolent spirit. Upon hitting, it can repel the strange presence. Note, every time it is soaked in blood, the dagger will emit a strange red glow, as if reliving the warmth of the souls it has taken away. Lin Mo carefully checked and then returned the dagger to the other person. Then everyone slowly moved towards the hallway leading to the master bedroom. When they reached the doorway of the master bedroom, they saw Zhou Wan kneeling in front of the dressing table, her back to the door, the hem of her coral fleece robe soaked in a pool of blood. Except for where she was kneeling, everything else looked somewhat normal. The room was brightly lit. So bright that it was a bit blinding. They could clearly see that Zhou Wan's right hand was holding a silver wooden comb, slowly combing through the air in front of her, one stroke at a time. It seemed that someone was sitting in her lap, and she was combing their hair. There should have been her reflection in the mirror, but it was empty. Even more chilling was that with each stroke of the air, the mirror rippled as if it was nurturing something. When Lin Mo's gaze shifted to her feet, he finally saw the objects floating in the blood pool. Shredded talisman papers, an incense burner wrapped in red string, and half a silver wind chime. She seems to be performing some kind of ritual. Shi Zhenghua suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's collar and pulled back in alarm. The mirror of the dressing table suddenly rippled, and Zhou Wan's reflection finally appeared. It was a woman wrapped in red fabric, dark red tape forming a strange smiling face on her own face. The woman raised her hand to press against the mirror, and Zhou Wan's combing motion suddenly accelerated to the point of leaving only a blur. When the shadow on the ceiling completely melted into black liquid, Zhou Wan's piercing laughter suddenly shattered the silence. The wooden comb in her hand snapped in response, and the woman in the mirror slowly began to peel away a strip of tape from her body. After completing all this, the figure in the mirror gradually faded away. The ripples in the mirror calmed down, and Zhou Wan's broken comb clattered as it fell into the blood pool. The splattered dark red liquid stained her ankles. As the mirror's surface, like water shattered by a stone, the ripples ceased to reveal twisted words. The deal has been made. As this scene unfolded before Lin Mo and the others, they seemed to be frozen in place by some force. Unable to move even an inch, they couldn't even open their mouths to speak. Only when the words appeared on the mirror could they move freely again. Lin Mo caught a glimpse of Zhou Wan slowly turning around. At that moment, there were no eyeballs in her eye sockets, only two writhing gel-like masses. But the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. You shouldn't have come. Zhou Wan's voice seemed to come from the depths of a well, layered with echoes. Her blood-soaked fingers suddenly reached into the dressing table drawer and pulled out a silver hairpin. Shi Zhanghua watched her warily, tightly gripping the talisman dagger in his hand. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. Zhou Wan, after pulling out the silver hairpin, did not attack them. Instead, she smiled eerily at them and then used the silver hairpin to carve a slash across her neck. Buzz. A sharp sound exploded in the ears of the four. Then, before their astonished eyes, Zhou Wan transformed into a silver light and vanished before the dressing table, leaving only that nightgown behind. Although Lin Mo's eardrums buzzed, he still reacted first. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and prepared to explore this place thoroughly. Beside him, Chen Tao's breathing was heavy, gripping Lu Qijuan's wrist tightly. The continuous terrifying events had terrified him, making him afraid to act carelessly. Shi Zhanghua also crouched down, using tweezers to pick up a piece of shredded talisman paper. Vermilion mixed with the blood of unknown creatures, it draws a charm for suppressing evil, but every talisman is ripped in half, which instead becomes a lure for ghosts. Using this method, it almost certainly attracts unclean things, especially when it has already been marked. Because it will anger the fierce ghosts. Every ghost has its own rules for killing, but there are also some commonalities. Summoning Yin? Chen Tao's voice trembled, his gaze sweeping over the bloodstains winding along the base of the wall. Sister Zhou stuck these, is she trying to harm us? Lu Qijuan suddenly used the tip of his shoe to poke through the ash of the piled talismans under the bed. You see, there are things in the ashes. He picked up a half-burned piece of yellow paper, with charred edges faintly revealing the blood-red characters, "Please help me." Shi Zhenghua's glasses glinted with a cold light. The code was written on the talisman, and the wallpaper behind the living room is also covered in this message. It is definitely not a coincidence. I'm afraid it has a special meaning. Lin Mo had already walked to the edge of the dressing table, the sticky touch of the pool of blood making him frown. As his gaze swept across the surface, he discovered a copper pendant stuck in the gap of the drawer, its mandala pattern embedded with dark brown stains. What is this? Lu Qijuan followed closely, speaking cautiously. This seems to be Yuan Zhang's thing. He always wears this, saying it's passed down from his ancestors. Shi Zhanghua also approached and picked up the pendant with tweezers, examining it carefully. Mandala symbolizes life and death in esotericism, but the carving technique here is indeed too rough. Lin Mo yanked open the wardrobe door. He remembered finding a piece of clothing in the wardrobe at Yang Yuanzhang's home this morning. After searching for a while, Lin Mo found something at the very bottom, a sandalwood box wrapped in yellow silk. Lin Mo opened it, revealing an antique wooden comb engraved with intertwined lotus blossoms. He took it out, but a system prompt sound suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! Touching item trace of the living, February 6th. So soon he had encountered 2 traces of the living? This speed felt a little unreal. Lin Mo silently recited taskbar in his heart and saw that 2/3 of task 2 had been completed, feeling that this trip was not in vain. He handed the antique wooden comb to Shi Zhanghua, who was observing the incense burner beside him. Mr. Shi, take a look at this. Shi Zhanghua nodded, and his face instantly turned serious when he received the comb. This is actually a supernatural item, and its negative energy is even heavier than that arm's. How did you discover it? He half-jokingly asked. Do you also have a medium's physique? And a more advanced one than mine? If I hadn't directly touched it, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell. Lin Mo smiled wryly. I don't have that kind of thing. If I could, I would want it. After all, it counts as a supernatural ability, right? I just thought that Zhou Wan placed this item so carefully, so I felt this comb should be very important. Shi Zhanghua sighed. You wouldn't want that kind of physique. Although it can sense vengeful spirits and negative energy, it also attracts unclean things. Similar to that summoning talisman, and at specific times, the body will endure unimaginable torment. I've heard there are even more powerful physiques, but usually, the stronger the physique, the more limitations it has. Chapter 21 Night Watch. After listening, Lin Mo nodded, feeling it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with Shi Zhanghua. After all, he knew a lot of things, and perhaps after clearing this dungeon, he could still benefit. Of course, the premise was that he could clear it. Getting off topic, Shi Zhanghua gently rubbed the comb, saying, although this comb has a heavy negative energy, it is still not the core. Core? Another obscure term. Lin Mo frowned. What is the core? Is it helpful for us to find the fierce ghost's rules? Of course it's helpful. And it is decisive help. The so-called core is the core of the fierce ghost, the core item in the entire supernatural event. Shi Zhenghua's eyes slightly glowed. He took out the runic dagger and continued. This dagger is the core. The core is mostly a manifestation of the resentments of fierce ghosts, often closely related to their origin. More importantly, the core is the strange tool. Hearing this, Lin Mo also looked at Shi Zhenghua's dagger with bright eyes. He was present when Shi Zhanghua used it to confront the hanging shadow earlier, and after seeing the introduction of this strange item, he understood its preciousness even more. Ahem, what are you staring at? Shi Zhanghua noticed Lin Mo's intense gaze and quickly put away the runic dagger. You're about to drool. Lin Mo realized he was a bit out of line and awkwardly smiled. It's okay, just a little curious, it's my first time seeing it after all. Let's search the whole house carefully to see if there are any new clues. Shi Zhanghua looked at him with some doubt and nodded. That makes sense. I'll go check the guest room you all stayed in before. If Zhou Wan is planning something, your room might have some arrangements too. After searching for a long time, they found no other useful items or clues. Shi Zhanghua glanced at his watch, the glow at 10:39 p.m. reflecting off his tightly clenched jaw. Let's withdraw. The Yin energy here is too strong. Let's return to the office and plan in the morning. In the returning car, Chen Tao was curled up in the back seat with Shi Zhenghua's spare coat. Lin Mo stared at the retreating street scene in the rearview mirror, the neon signs twisting into bleeding ghost faces in the moonlight. Shi Zhenghua's office was hidden on the third floor of an office building. Because it was relatively remote, the rent was very cheap. After entering the office, Lin Mo's gaze swept over the case clippings on the wall. Missing pregnant women, bizarre suicides of wealthy businessmen, an entire film crew going insane. Each photo had a lot of text recorded in red pen around the edges. Shi Zhanghua heavily placed the toolbox on the coffee table. Lu Qijuan filled half a cup with warm water from the water dispenser and drank it, appearing somewhat familiar with the place. Lin Mo squatted down to pick up a fallen clipping, which recorded a betrothal case in a mountain city. The man received the same verdict in the second trial. Shi Zhanghua glanced at everyone and said wearily. Rest early. Nights are not suitable for actions. Let the sofa be for the injured, and the rest of us can make do on the chairs. Lin Mo said, I also think we should rest well, but we need to pay attention to the doors and windows, so they don't close suddenly while we sleep. Also, we need to watch the temperature. Do you have a temperature alarm here? After experiencing the supernatural event in Yang Yuanzhang's bathroom, Lin Mo had become extremely cautious. However, he still didn't understand why Chen Tao got caught in Zhou Wan's living room before. This had become a thorn in his heart. Shi Zhanghua nodded in appreciation, saying, Yes, although my office is small, I have everything prepared. By the way, it's best to give me a handheld infrared thermometer, Lin Mo continued asking, feeling some fear from previous experiences. Do you have this? If he had this in Yang Yuanzhang's bathroom, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Considering the possibility of facing a larger closed space in the future, this item was very necessary. If that's not possible, we need to buy a few tomorrow, just in case. Lin Mo emphasized again. Yes, Mr. Lin, we have it. Shi Zhanghua entered his working room, then took out those two items and handed them to Lin Mo. He also brought out a toolbox the size of a head and placed it aside. Shi Zhanghua fiddled for a while in the toolbox, then distributed a small backpack to each person, saying, There are some common tools in here, carry it, and if you need anything, you can take it any time. He glanced at his watch again. It was already 11:28 p.m., so he said, I suggest we take turns keeping watch, 2 hours each, until dawn. Everyone opened all the windows and doors, connecting to the outside, and propped them with hard objects to prevent them from being blown shut by the wind. After all, it was late autumn, and this was quite possible. Shi Zhanghua placed the Sanskrit dagger in the center of the coffee table. What is he doing? Brother Shi, what are you doing? Chen Tao looked at the dagger curiously. He had just learned that this very dagger had saved him while searching the room. Shi Zhanghua had no intention of hiding anything. After all, they were all in the same boat. This is my personal habit, to keep it here so I can use it any time without hurting myself. However, even though it is placed here, I can still feel it, even in my dreams. This can be considered a kind of bonding with the object. When Shi Zhanghua said the last sentence, there was a hint of warning in his tone. The three of them quickly waved their hands, indicating they had no other thoughts. Lin Mo secretly noted these words in his heart. Although Shi Zhenghua's words couldn't be fully trusted, they held considerable reference value. Got it, I'll keep the first watch. Lin Mo had many considerations, the most crucial being that he wanted to avoid the others and take a good look at that diary. There must be important clues inside. Shi Zhanghua nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll take the last watch. We should get up around 7:30. His thought was simple. He and Lin Mo were more thoughtful and needed to maintain a good state. The continuity of sleep was also very important. Now was not the time to be modest. At midnight, when the clock struck 12, Chen Tao's snoring had already begun. Shi Zhanghua and Lu Qijuan also fell into a state of sleep. After a whole day of rushing about, everyone was very tired. At this time, Lin Mo quietly moved to the bathroom, half closing the door and propping it with one foot. He kept his breathing extremely light, and the light from his phone's flashlight shrank to the size of a pea. The diary started recording from March 12 of this year, but it was not written every day. Lin Mo held his breath and carefully opened the cover of the diary. The yellowed pages showed Yang Yuanzhang's handwriting, messy yet forceful, written as if driven by some urgent emotion. March 12. My sister's condition has worsened. The doctor said a bone marrow transplant is needed, but a matching donor has not been found. The family's savings are running out, and my parents can't sleep at night. Today, a man in a black trench coat found me and said he could help, but the price was to join their society. I didn't believe in these supernatural things, but he said he could let me see the mirror reflection, the mirror that can grant wishes. Chapter 22 Diary. Lin Mo's brows furrowed. Mirror reflection? Isn't that exactly the third task mentioned in the taskbar, make a deal with the mirror reflection? And I had never heard of Yang Yuanzhang having a sister, at least not in the original owner's phone. Who exactly is this sister? With this question lingering, he continued to flip through the diary, the pages rustling softly. March 15th. I attended a society meeting for the first time. The location was in an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the city, and everyone wore masks. There were only 4 people in total, but their voices sounded like they were coming from underwater, muffled and unclear. The leader asked me to sign a contract written in blood. When my finger was cut, the blood dripped onto the paper and actually writhed into letters. Others said this is a spiritual contract and once signed, it cannot be undone. March 20th. My sister's condition suddenly improved. The doctor said it was a miracle, but I know it isn't. Last night, I followed the society's teachings, applied a special potion on the mirror, and recited that incantation. It really appeared in the mirror, a blurry shadow. The voice sounded as if it was coming from a very far place. It asked me what I wanted, and I said I wanted my sister to recover. It smiled and said, "Are you willing to pay as the price?" I agreed, and about 3 days later, I felt like I had lost something. But by this morning, my sister's fever had gone down. Lin Mo's fingers trembled slightly. Yang Yuanzhang had indeed come into contact with the reflections in the mirror, and had made a deal. But what was the price? The diary did not state it clearly. He quickly flipped to the back content. April 2nd. The organization gave me my first task, to activate a server at the data center of Huanyu Technology. They said that the machine hid the electronic shadows of the first batch of users, and that as long as I used electromagnetic waves of a specific frequency to awaken them, the task would be complete. I initially didn't want to go, but they said it was for my sister. If I didn't do it, she would face the threat of death again, as it was her fate. What does fate really mean? Although I did not understand, I did not dare to go against their wishes. Lin Mo's pupils shrank. It turns out that Yang Yuanzhang was not visiting the data center for the first time, nor was it accidental, but directed by the so-called organization. But strangely, April was a long time ago. What had happened in between? April 5th. I went to that data center on the outskirts of the city. It was cold and eerie, and more strangely, I remembered that it had been abandoned for a long time, but why were there still so many devices operating inside? I activated the devices one by one according to the information given by the organization, and then I saw them. Countless faces floated out from the screens, staring at me. The most terrifying part was that one of the faces was Jo Wan. Wasn't she on a business trip? How could she be there? Lin Mo's breath caught. Jo Wan's face appeared on the server. Was she already connected to this matter? Or had Jo Wan already stopped being Jo Wan? April 6th. The organization said I had completed my task well. One person secretly found me, and from the voice, it sounded like a woman. She taught me a sacrificial ritual, choose a room, and it must be filled with specific incantations written on the walls and related props and materials arranged. The most important part was to choose the person closest to me as the sacrifice, ensuring they stayed in the house for at least one night. Then, by making a deal with the reflections in the mirror, the dead could be revived, and the cost of this ritual was clear, the life and soul of the close one. But this required traces of the living items related to the deceased as the initiating objects. I asked the other person why they were teaching me this, and they just smiled and said, "One day you will use it." This person also gave me a manual, stating that it detailed how to conduct the ritual, and that everything depended on me. Lin Mo's throat went dry. The sacrificial ritual, traces of the living. Wasn't this exactly the strange ritual Jo Wan was conducting in her bedroom? April 19th. Everything returned to normal. The organization's people hadn't appeared for a long time, and my sister's health began to gradually improve. April 22nd. Today I took my sister to the park. The sun was shining bright, she sat on the swing, laughing just like when she was a child. I pushed her high, and she spread her arms, saying she felt like she was going to fly. On the way home, she bought a strawberry-flavored ice cream, getting it all over her mouth. Such days were really good. April 26th. My sister suddenly said she wanted to learn to paint. I bought her watercolor pens and a sketchbook. She lay on the coffee table doodling, drawing a crooked cat, insisting that it looked like me. Then she drew a little dog, saying it was her. In the evening, she stuck the drawings on the refrigerator, saying this was the family portrait. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart. Because as far as he knew, Yang Yuanzhang's parents were alive, and they had a good relationship. It shouldn't be called a family portrait. What exactly is this sister? Has Yang Yuanzhang's perception been altered? Or has his memory gone wrong? Lin Mo took a deep breath and continued reading. April 29th. My sister's appetite has improved. She's been begging to eat the braised pork ribs I made. Of course, I wouldn't refuse. During dinner, she gnawed on the ribs, grease smudging her cheeks like a little flower cat. I laughed and said, "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." She blinked and said, "But it's so delicious." April 30th. I watched her favorite animated movie with her. She wrapped herself in a little blanket, leaning against me, and fell asleep halfway through. I gently carried her back to her room and tucked her in. Before turning off the light, she sleepily asked, "Brother, can we watch it again tomorrow?" I nodded. May 2nd. We went on a picnic in the countryside. My sister ran around on the grass, chasing a butterfly, and finally fell. I quickly ran over, but she got up by herself, dusting off her dress, saying, "Not painful." Then she pulled a little wildflower from her pocket and handed it to me, for my brother. The sunlight illuminated her smile, a smile I want to protect for a lifetime. The diary continued with large chunks documenting Yang Yuanzhang and his sister's warm daily life, just like something a typical doting brother would write. But to Lin Mo, it felt chilling. Finally, Lin Mo flipped to the last few pages of the diary. There were a few blank pages here. He continued flipping, but found that the next few pages had been torn out, leaving only ragged edges. The last complete entry stopped on June 28th. That was about 4 months ago. June 28th. Zhou Wan came to me, saying she knew everything. She said she was willing to help me, but the condition was I had to die once. Because only the belongings of the dead are the true traces of the living. She said this was the only way. I refused. But tonight, I saw it again in the mirror. This time it didn't smile, it just said, "It's time." It was Zhou Wan. She had arranged it ahead of time. This time, I probably have no choice. The diary stopped abruptly here. Lin Mo closed the diary, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Chapter 23 Unexpected Visitor. Yang Yuanzhang's death was clearly not a suicide, but a result of Zhou Wan and that reflection in the mirrors deal. And the ritual Zhou Wan is conducting now is probably to resurrect Yang Yuanzhang. And the price is the lives of all of them. After reading this diary, Lin Mo's confusion grew even more. Is this so-called association an evil organization? Why did they target Yang Yuanzhang? What exactly is the sister? What is Zhou Wan's true purpose? What exactly is the price mentioned by the reflection in the mirror? What role do we sacrifices play in all of this? Everything became murky again. Lin Mo set the diary aside. He rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by too many things to think about. Reflection in the mirror. He silently repeated this key phrase in his mind. The third task in the mission has a huge overlap with the clues found here. Perhaps Yang Yuanzhang's experience could serve as a reference to complete task 3. Just unclear why Zhou Wan acted so deliberately in front of them. A sound of someone turning over came from outside the door, startling Lin Mo. He quickly stuffed the diary back into his sweatshirt pocket. The phone screen showed 12:23 a.m. There were still 37 minutes until the shift change for the night watch. He gently opened the bathroom door, finding Shi Zhanghua still asleep. Just as Lin Mo was about to quietly return, Shi Zhanghua suddenly spoke. "It's not time for the shift change yet." Lin Mo was a bit at a loss and could only explain. "I just went to the bathroom." This clumsy lie made the corner of Shi Zhenghua's mouth twitch slightly as he opened his eyes. "Is it necessary to take more than half an hour in the restroom?" I heard the sound of pages turning. Shi Zhanghua looked at Lin Mo's chest and spoke pointedly. Lin Mo sighed and took out the diary from his inner pocket. At first, he worried there might be something special inside, but now it seemed unnecessary to keep hiding it. He handed the diary to Shi Zhanghua, lowering his voice and saying, "I found it in a hidden compartment at Yang Yuanzhang's house. The content is very crucial." Shi Zhanghua took the diary, and his gaze behind the golden-rimmed glasses suddenly became sharp. He didn't dwell on Lin Mo's earlier intentions to hide things but quickly flipped through several pages. His finger paused on the words "reflection in the mirror" and "learning," and his frown deepened. "It seems that Zhou Wan's ritual is more complicated than we thought." Shi Zhanghua closed the diary and spoke in a very low voice. "She is not exorcising ghosts but completing some sort of resurrection ritual using all of your lives." Lin Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping over Chen Tao and Lu Qijuan, who were sleeping on the sofa. The sister mentioned in the diary is very suspicious. Yang Yuanzhang's parents are still alive, he shouldn't have a biological sister. If it's a cousin or a distant relative, it's still strange, because if she were sick, Yang Yuanzhang wouldn't fail to tell us. Cognitive alteration. Shi Zhenghua pointed at the diary's cover and said, such supernatural entities like malicious spirits are best at distorting memory and reality. Otherwise, they would not still be unknown to the general public today. Lin Mo spoke up, pointing to the entry for March 12, saying. And this club must have played an important role. From their behavior, it resembles a cult organization. Shi Zhenghua pushed his glasses up again. You make a very valid point, and Huanyu Technology's data center must be key. The diary mentions some electronic remnants hidden in the server, and Yang Yuanzhang saw Zhou Wan's face appear on the screen on April 5. Considering everything, I suspect the real Zhou Wan has been dead for a long time, and what we encountered before was a replica created by a malicious spirit. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. If that's the case, the ritual in Zhou Wan's bedroom was probably not to resurrect Yang Yuanzhang but harbored some other unspeakable conspiracy. He would not naively believe that this thing harbored good intentions towards them. Shi Zhenghua continued to analyze. But this inference lacks a very crucial point, which is when Zhou Wan got involved. From the diary, her appearance is quite sudden. Wait a minute, after Shi Zhenghua finished speaking, Lin Mo seemed to suddenly recall something. Do you remember what Lu Qijuan just said? He discovered Yang Yuanzhang with Zhou Wan half a year ago. In fact, I know a bit about them. Over the years, Yang Yuanzhang and Zhou Wan have had feelings for each other. Perhaps for the sake of maintaining our friendship, they never broke through this barrier. Could it be that their opportunity to be together was this incident? Shi Zhenghua pondered for a moment and nodded. What you said makes sense. He returned the diary to Lin Mo and said. But for now, let's not think too much, get some rest. Lin Mo also felt a strong drowsiness and didn't say anything more. He woke up the sleeping Lu Qijuan, and after giving him some details to pay attention to, he silently lay down on the folding bed. He could faintly feel. Something darker than the night outside was quietly growing in corners they couldn't see. The next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by a series of urgent knocking sounds. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Chen Tao bent over the coffee table, tapping on his phone screen. Seeing Lin Mo awake, Chen Tao excitedly said. Mo Gu. That ID we added the day before yesterday has passed our friend verification. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. He slowly sat up, slightly stretching his stiff body. Lu Qijuan was still curled up on his temporary bed, breathing evenly and heavily. When did it get approved? Lin Mo lowered his voice and asked. Last night, he didn't sleep well, feeling as if his body was always in a drifting state. Chen Tao turned the phone screen towards him, the blue light glaring in the dim room. At the top of the chat interface, the time displayed 6:32, with the latest message received 5 minutes ago. Night Wind listening to Rain, have you all played Phantom Story? Lin Mo's pupils slightly constricted. He took the phone and saw that after sending this message, the other person had shared a video. It was the footage of a woman in red falling off a building that Yang Yuanzhang had shared in the group before. But this time, the image was clearer, showing the red string tied around the woman's wrist swinging violently as she fell. After sending this video, the other person continued to ask. Night Wind listening to Rain, can you all see this video? After a while, the other person sent another message, which was the one from 5 minutes ago. Night Wind listening to Rain, I am Yang Yuanzhang's sister. This sentence was disorienting, but it made Lin Mo shiver. Clearly, he had learned from the diary yesterday about Yang Yuanzhang's so-called sister, speculating that there was a problem with its identity. Now, today the other party showed up, and the person turned out to be that Night Wind listening to Rain he had found online before. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. However, the other party's signature was indeed useful, otherwise Lin Mo might not have survived from Yang Yuanzhang's bathroom. This left Lin Mo feeling very conflicted. Chapter 24 Yang Yuhan. Morning light cut sharp golden lines on the floor through the curtain seams, while dust floated slowly in the beams. Brother Mo, how should we reply? Seeing Lin Mo deep in thought, Chen Tao asked nervously. His latter words were interrupted by a sudden cough sound. Shi Zhenghua had woken up at some point, rubbing his golden-rimmed glasses with his sleeve. His face didn't look good, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. It seemed he hadn't slept well either. After all, in such an environment, one might sleep so deeply that they would never wake up again. What's the matter? Shi Zhenghua's voice was hoarse from just waking up. He reached for the Sanskrit dagger on the coffee table, putting it into the sheath at his lower back. Lin Mo briefly explained the situation. What a coincidence. Shi Zhenghua put on his glasses, his gaze sharp as a knife behind the lenses, just learned from the diary yesterday about that mysterious sister, and now she suddenly appears. Lu Qijuan was also awakened by the conversation, rubbing his head as he sat up. With a confused look on his face, he asked. What sister? Where did this sister come from? Lin Mo did not answer immediately. He walked to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to let the sunlight in. Then he turned to look at Chen and Lu, who were both full of questions, and took out the diary. You guys take a look at this first. He handed the diary to Lu Qijuan, lowering his voice, left by Yang Yuanzhang. Lu Qijuan took the diary, eagerly flipping it open and looking closely. Chen Tao leaned in to look together. When he turned to the section that mentioned the sister, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is impossible. I've known Yuanzhang since university, he doesn't have a sister at all. Chen Tao added. But that ID does indeed claim to be. His words were interrupted by a sudden phone notification sound. Chen Tao looked down at the message, his face turning pale in an instant. The other side sent another video. This time it was the surveillance footage from the library, the same content previously shared by Yang Yuanzhang in that group. It was the gray-white shadow moving between the bookshelves. But the footage sent this time was clearer than that in the group. Night Wind listening to rain, this is footage from half a year ago. This is the video my brother gave me, but now it has become a medium for the curse to spread. Night Wind listening to rain, since I successfully sent this video, it proves that you are also people targeted by the shadow of the infinite corridor. Night Wind listening to rain, we can meet at the old Fuyun Tea House in the west of the city, I will wait for you before noon. Fuyun Tea House, the old shop that has been open for 30 years in the west of the city? Lu Qijuan suddenly slammed the diary shut. This is definitely a trap. That so-called sister doesn't exist at all. Chen Tao also looked up at Lin Mo, his expression very uneasy. Brother Mo, we go. Lin Mo suddenly spoke, his tone very firm. Shi Zhenghua slowly took out a leather tool bag from his coat pocket and said. I also agree, but we must be fully prepared, at least wait for dawn. Most ghosts are limited in daylight, and their state becomes sluggish, making it a good opportunity for us to find clues. Lu Qijuan was very confused and questioned. Are you all crazy? That Night Wind listening to rain is obviously suspicious. This must be a trap. Thinking of yesterday's encounter, he still felt lingering fear. After last night's incident with Zhou Wan, he became suspicious and paranoid. Originally, he thought he was strong and determined to find the truth, but after experiencing it himself, he hesitated. Lin Mo's gaze passed over the window. The city in the morning fog seemed to be covered behind frosted glass. At a certain moment, he seemed to see a flash of dark red on the opposite rooftop, but when he looked closer, only the outline of a rusty water tower remained. He said faintly. Fear solves nothing, if we just stand still, it's no different than waiting for death. And the other party may not be entirely malicious, since her signature on the forum has saved both me and Chen Tao's lives. In other words, what she said has a certain degree of truth to it. We set off at 9, we'll arrive before 11. Shi Zhenghua suddenly said. Lin Mo added. Since we really don't know their intentions, old Chen and old Lu, please don't mention the diary to her, let's act according to the situation. Chen Tao opened his mouth but eventually fell silent. He sought Lin Mo's opinion with his eyes and after getting a positive response, he quickly typed on his phone. I'll arrive by 11. This is the place. The character for luck on the wooden plaque of Fuyun had already faded to a light blue. He reached out to stop Lu Qijuan, who was about to step forward. Wait a moment. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the square table by the window. There sat a girl in a dark blue school uniform, stirring the lemon slices in her glass with a straw. When Lin Mo looked at her, she also noticed the group. The girl's face showed a look of surprise, seemingly not expecting so many people to arrive. But that surprise only lasted a moment, she quickly regained her composure. The girl's gaze lingered on Lin Mo for a moment before she said. You must be the ones who contacted me on the forum, please sit down. Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted. When the girl turned to look at them, he clearly saw a face that resembled Yang Yuanzhang by 70%. The same narrow eyes, the same curve of the nose. And most importantly, just like Yang Yuanzhang, her pupils were also grayish-white. This color of pupils is very rare. That's why Yang Yuanzhang usually wore sunglasses. Shi Zhenghua didn't hesitate and walked up with the others to the table where the girl sat. Lu Qijuan and Chen Tao looked at this girl with doubtful eyes, feeling surprised inside. Because this girl looked too much like Yang Yuanzhang, she was almost a female version of him. The girl looked at the crowd and, seeing everyone seated, softly said. I am Yang Yuanzhang's sister, Yang Yuhan. You must have many questions. Lu Qijuan suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. Impossible. I've known Yuanzhang for 7 or 8 years, and he has never mentioned. The girl seemed to be prepared, she silently took a laminated photo from her backpack. Pushed across the desk. On the yellowing photograph, Yang Yuanzhang is holding a girl in a middle school uniform, standing in front of the city's #1 middle school. The date in the corner of the photo shows it was taken 5 summers ago. This is, Chen Tao's fingertips trembled above the photograph, right? The girl paused as she stirred the lemon slices. Of course, you don't remember. She suddenly looked up, her gray-white pupils reflected the shocked faces of everyone, because from the moment a person is targeted by the shadow of the infinite corridor, their existence will slowly be erased, and only those who have had the same experience can recognize me. What do you mean? Lu Qijuan asked, what exactly is the so-called shadow of the infinite corridor? Yan Yuhan took out a tin candy box from her backpack. As the box opened, a faint camphor smell mixed with the scent of rust spread out. Yan Yuhan's slender fingers gently pushed aside the yellowing cotton paper inside the box, revealing 3 items. A faded copper school badge, the edges already oxidized to dark green. A crayon drawing folded into a square, the corners of the paper worn and frayed. And a piece of letter paper without an envelope. They all seemed to be very vintage items. Chapter 25, The Shadow of the Infinite Corridor. This is my brother's badge from his first year of high school. As she pinched the badge, the copper piece reflected a warm glow in the light. He always pinned it to the inside of his backpack so he wouldn't lose it. When the crayon drawing was unfolded, the crooked crayon line sketched out 2 stick figures. The tall one wore exaggerated black-rimmed glasses, while the short one had pigtails. The 2 stood hand in hand on a green wavy line representing grass. In the bottom left corner of the drawing, it was written in pencil, Brother and Huan, with handwriting as innocent as a child who had just learned to write. I was 6 years old that year, and I insisted on him participating in a parent-child drawing competition at kindergarten. Yan Yuhan brushed her fingers over the cracks at the edge of the paper, where there were traces of tape reattached repeatedly. He was so mad, but in the end, he stayed up all night helping me draw until 3 in the morning. Finally, there was the letter paper. The letter paper was kept slightly better than the badge and the drawing. When Yang Yuhan unfolded it, the pages made a slight crisp sound. The content of the letter was very short, only a few lines. Yuhan. Next week is your birthday, and I will take you to the amusement park. This time, I definitely won't work overtime. Yuan Zhang. Yang Yuhan folded the letter paper back up, her voice low and calm. The shadow of the infinite corridor, that is its name. She raised her gray-white pupils, her gaze sweeping over everyone. It was initially an abnormal data segment in the universe technology server, and it came to life after the accident 5 years ago. She slowly placed the letter paper back in the candy box and continued. Everyone who comes into contact with it will find their memories disappearing like pages from a moth-eaten album. Including me. My brother was the first to discover the truth. He. Yang Yuhan's voice suddenly choked up. She took a deep breath and continued. The core ability of this evil spirit is to construct a data maze through electronic devices, trapping the victim's consciousness in an infinitely recursive virtual space. It can also alter human memories and perceptions, gradually erasing any traces of existence, including physical records. Its essence is that server. She raised 3 fingers. It hunts for its prey in 2 ways. The first is visual resonance, staring at specific images appearing on an electronic screen for more than 7 seconds. The second is data pollution, spreading or browsing images in code fragments designated by it. Once marked, the victim will see an infinite loop projection of their daily behavior. Yan Yuhan stirred the straw, continuing to add, at the same time, every so often they will be forcibly dragged into the virtual space, waking up to find inexplicable time has passed, but they can't remember what happened. Until after the 4th time. Her voice suddenly became very soft. After the 4th time, the shell in reality will gradually collapse, ultimately dying from its fabricated accident. And the soul of the deceased will become its data carrier. Transformed into a face in the blue light, helping to spread more curses. Lu Qijuan's face turned pale. He suddenly grabbed the edge of the table, recalling the information mentioned in the diary. We previously encountered Zhou Wan's blue light face, so she. Yan Yuhan was silent for a moment, and then slowly said. I'm not sure. I don't know the person you are talking about. After speaking, she continued. Let's get back to the previous topic. There are indeed ways to deal with the shadow of the infinite corridor. Staying connected with others can help avoid being dragged into the virtual space. The most important thing is to find the original contaminated file and delete it. Also, she set down those 3 items and continued, try not to watch those audio or video files that carry curses, but it seems you all have already listened to that audio, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and the others looked very grim. They had confirmed that it was because they browsed the content in the group chat that they were targeted by the vengeful spirit. Yan Yuanzhang lured them into that group chat, and indeed it was not with good intentions. However, Lin Mo felt a little strange, because Yang Yuhan only mentioned audio, but didn't send that audio. What does this mean? After she finished speaking in one breath, Lin Mo finally asked. In the rules you mentioned, it seems that there is no mention of secret rooms or temperature. And we haven't seen that so-called projection you mentioned. Instead, we've been encountering rooms sealed with red tape. Your signature also mentioned temperature. What's going on? For a moment, Yang Yuhan's gaze turned somewhat fierce. Just as Lin Mo was puzzled, she quickly returned to normal. This, I'm not too clear about. Do you know any other information about this ghost? You mean? Lin Mo pondered his words. The ghost we encountered is not the same as the shadow of the infinite corridor you mentioned? Yang Yuhan nodded. My friend, the owner of this account, she encountered a ghost with rules that are completely different from what you described. The last message she left was a warning about the drop in temperature. Outside the window, a cold wind swept through the tea house eaves, rustling the fallen leaves. Chen Tao involuntarily shrank his neck. That forum's signature. Lin Mo frowned and asked. I didn't change it. Yang Yuhan said softly, because that's her last clue. It took me a long time to confirm your identities, after all. It can interfere with the records of electronic devices and even alter people's memories. Lin Mo's gaze swept over everyone's faces, finally resting on Yang Yuhan. If what we encountered is really two different ghosts, he whispered, then will their rules conflict with each other? Or cooperate? Yang Yuhan's pupils slightly constricted. She seemed to have never considered this question. After deeply staring at Lin Mo, she shook her head. I don't know. But since they are appearing beside you at the same time, there must be some connection. I've never encountered the situations you described. Shi Zhenghua silently watched the girl, squinting, as if he was thinking about something. So, your friend's account? Chen Tao cautiously asked, is she now? Yang Yuhan's body trembled slightly, but soon regained calm. She has disappeared. Not dead, but disappeared. As if she never existed. Her social accounts, photos, even records about her on her family's phones were all erased. Only this forum account, for some reason, still retains some traces. This looks very much like what happens after being killed by the shadow of the infinite corridor, but she clearly encountered a different ghost. The temperature in the tea house seemed to drop suddenly by several degrees, and Lin Mo felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He instinctively looked outside the window, noticing that the once sparse morning fog had, he did not know when, become thick. It was as if some invisible presence was slowly approaching. No. Lin Mo's vigilance towards Yang Yuhan had reached its peak. This Yang Yuhan was problematic, not just because her details differed from the diary, but because of other deadly issues. Chapter 26, Attack. Before Lin Mo could continue his thoughts, Shi Zhenghua suddenly spoke, his voice deep. You just mentioned tracing back sources. What do you mean? How did you confirm our identities? Yang Yuhan did not answer but instead asked back. Why don't you tell me about the ghost you encountered? What do you know? You can't just keep asking questions while I answer them. Shi Zhenghua frowned. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to speak, answering. From what we know, when encountering that ghost, the room's temperature must not be allowed to drop. If it does, measures need to be taken to raise the room's temperature. Or you must immediately escape the room. Waiting for the temperature to continue dropping is not an option. Lin Mo chose not to speak the truth. If he acted according to his method, he feared he would not even know how he died. But Yang Yuhan nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. I'm just trying to learn more. After all, my friend might very well die because of this ghost, so I need a way to cope if it happens again. After saying this, she took out a smartphone from her backpack. The screen cracked in several places. Lu Qijuan saw that Yang Yuhan believed Lin Mo's words and felt a bit of sympathy. But Lin Mo silently stopped him with a stern look. Yang Yuhan looked down, operating her phone, seemingly unaware of this scene. She skillfully opened an encrypted folder, as if she had prepared for this in advance. Inside were several screenshots. The login records from the forum backend. Although most of the data is hidden, the physical location of the IP address cannot be completely altered. I followed these clues, little by little, and found my brother Chen Tao's device, eventually locking it down to an individual. The one who contacted me must be my brother Chen Tao. This is his forum account. I don't have a computer at hand, so I won't demonstrate it to you. Lin Mo's gaze stopped on one of the photos. That was a group photo of Yang Yuanzhang and the others, seemingly taken by a river in the summer. Everyone in the photo smiled brightly, not showing any signs of estrangement. This photo, Chen Tao widened his eyes. I completely don't remember taking it. Because it is erasing your memories. Yang Yuhan's voice was barely audible. Haven't we just said that over time, your existence will be gradually diminished? Until at last, even the closest people will forget you. Although our experiences are not similar, the final results should be the same. From this perspective, it could very well be that there are not two ghosts. It may also be that this ghost has two entirely different rules and forms of murder. Shi Zhenghua glanced at Yang Yuhan and calmly said. If what you say is true, then looking at the results, the second guess is the right one. This is a ghost with two rules. I just don't understand why you know so much. Shi Zhenghua looked at the girl in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze, filled with distrust. Naturally, my brother told me. I wonder if you have heard of an organization called the Learning Society. She carefully observed everyone's facial expressions, and seeing Chen Tao and Lu Qijuan show a slightly uneasy look, she already had the answer in her heart. It seems you know about it. You know more than I imagined. This organization specializes in sealing ghosts. It can be considered a semi-official organization. My brother was absorbed into this organization a few years ago and began working for them. The same year, the organization discovered the existence of the shadow of the infinite corridor and began to try to seal it. These are all things my brother told me. A few years ago? Lin Mo was struck by this. It didn't match the time recorded in the diary. And why did it seem from Yang Yuhan's words that this organization sounded righteous? This contradicted the diary's content. But he didn't want to startle the snake. He stopped Zhang Jihua, who wanted to question Yang Yuhan, and said, "Why did your brother tell you these things?" "Because my brother wanted me to join this organization as well. He found that I have a very rare qualification that allows me to resist the killing rules of ghostly beings to some extent. I think this is also the reason why I am still alive." "Did you end up joining?" Yang Yuhan shook her head. "No, my brother mentioned this organization to me a few times but never took me to meet the other members. Except for the owner of the forum account I'm using now, Xu Xiaoqing. She was my brother's most important partner, but she disappeared 3 weeks before my brother passed away." "I have one more question." Lin Mo planned to continue asking. A hint of impatience flashed across Yang Yuhan's face as she slightly clenched her fists. Just then, the fog outside grew thicker, almost obscuring the entire street. The light in the tea house appeared hazy and fragile in the fog, as if it could be swallowed at any moment. Wasn't the fog already cleared? This is... Yang Yuhan suddenly stood up, her face changing drastically, interrupting Lin Mo's words. The glass door of the tea house was suddenly blown open by a gust of wind, and a cold fog rushed in, carrying a decayed scent. "Run! They've found us. This is a sign that the shadow of the infinite corridor is constructing a virtual maze." Everyone was still in a daze. Lin Mo immediately looked out the window. He saw countless vague shadows suddenly appear in the fog outside, like elongated human shapes slowly approaching the tea house. Their movements were stiff and twisted, with an eerie sluggishness in every step. "Go out the back door." Yang Yuhan called to everyone, giving no one time to think, as she hurried towards the direction of the kitchen. Lin Mo grabbed the still-dazed Chen Tao, quickly following Yang Yuhan to leave the tea house's kitchen. Lu Qijuan stumbled after them, his face as white as paper. The corridor in the kitchen was narrow and dim, the air filled with the stench of spoiled food. Yang Yuhan skillfully pushed open a small door. A cold wind mixed with raindrops suddenly hit their faces. She turned around and urgently shouted to everyone. "The subway station is just past this alley. They cannot enter crowded places for now." Everyone rushed out the back door and stepped into a narrow alleyway lined with high walls. The brick walls and ground on both sides of the alley were covered with moss, making the wet ground difficult for them to run. From behind the tea house came the sound of shattering glass, as if something was forcefully breaking out. There were many cars parked on the road, but no one else was around. As they approached the vehicles, Lu Qijuan suddenly froze in place. The driver's side window was covered in water stains, and those stains slowly formed clear facial outlines on the glass. Hollow eye sockets were staring straight at them. Lu Qijuan's breath quickened. Partly because of running, but mostly due to the fear of these strange beings. He couldn't dare to look back, continuing to run forward, but could feel a terrifying presence closely chasing behind. Just as they were about to burst out of the alley, Yang Yuhan suddenly stopped and turned sharply to look back. "What's wrong?" Chen Tao gasped, asking. Yang Yuhan's pupils expanded slightly, her voice trembling. "They are stopping at the alley entrance." Chapter 27, Doubt. Everyone followed her gaze. In the thick fog, those vague shadows were quietly standing on the other side of the alley. Motionless. Their shapes twisted and distorted in the mist, seeming to dissipate. Gradually, the once dense fog began to fade away. "Why, are they not chasing us anymore?" Chen Tao's voice carried relief from surviving an ordeal. He wiped the sweat away, breathing heavily as he said, "What was that just now?" Lin Mo glanced at his phone, realizing that less than 5 minutes had passed since they exited. He looked at Yang Yuhan and asked, "What was that situation just now? Did we enter the virtual space you mentioned?" Yang Yuhan's breathing gradually calmed, and she withdrew her gaze. Looking at everyone, especially Lin Mo, a flicker of complex emotion passed through her gray-white pupils. She whispered an explanation. "Yes, we have now reached the boundary of the virtual maze. They cannot temporarily break through the gap between reality and the virtual. Lin Mo watched the shadows at the alley entrance gradually disappear, the chill at the back of his neck still lingering. You just said, this is a virtual space? Chen Tao's voice trembled, his gaze fixed on the shadows as if fearing they would suddenly rush over. Yang Yuhan nodded and said. The virtual maze will gradually erode reality, but as long as we don't exceed 3 hours, we can return to the real world. The most dangerous time is at night. During that time, the boundaries of the virtual maze become even more blurred, and if no one reminds you, you might unknowingly fall into it. After entering 4 times, it will. Lin Mo rubbed his slightly swollen head, there was simply too much information to process. Shi Zhanghua interrupted his thoughts. Let's go, we should leave here first. Lin Mo turned back to glance at the place they had just escaped from, the shattered walls and glass surprisingly restored to their original state. Is it only us who can see this? Lin Mo thought secretly, then turned and followed the crowd. The group walked through the alley and reached the subway station entrance. Above the escalator, the words "Welcome aboard" were displayed, but the flow of people inside was noticeably thinner than usual. So few people. There have never been this few people on the subway. Lu Qijuan murmured, pulling his neck in as if trying to hide inside his coat. Yan Yuhan did not respond, she quickly walked to the ticket machine, her gray-white pupils scanning all around the platform. Lin Mo followed her, noticing her gaze drifting between several platforms, as if looking for something. After buying tickets and entering the station, they chose a subway car with fewer passengers. Lin Mo sat by the door, observing Yan Yuhan through the reflection of the glass. The girl was gazing out at the rushing darkness, her expression slightly dazed. Talk about your experiences over the past few days, Yang Yuhan suddenly said, her voice very soft, yet it made the air inside the car tense. Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Shi Zhanghua. For the next 20 minutes, Lin Mo cautiously described everything from the strange incidents at the company to the horrifying experience in the bathroom, deliberately omitting the diary hidden in the wall. When he mentioned the sandalwood burner and talismans at Zhou Wan's home, Yang Yuhan's fingertips suddenly stopped tapping. Her tone held a faint trace of sarcasm. Does she really believe those things can protect her? The master of kunai. I've heard of this person, my brother mentioned him. He was imprisoned 3 years ago for fraud, but now he's out causing trouble again. She was deceived, or rather, she would rather believe in such lies, Yang Yuhan said with a tone of exasperation. Her gaze turned to Lin Mo, her room is covered with talisman papers, the purpose seems to be more than just simple, she isn't trustworthy. Lin Mo nodded, noticing that Yang Yuhan used the phrase covered with. He had never mentioned the number of talisman papers. This woman is becoming more suspicious. It should be known that people marked by ghosts cannot communicate with each other through electronic devices. But this woman in front of him was inexplicably able to verify their friendship on the forum. You can also communicate on the forum. But this definitely feels off. Maybe it can be used somehow, Lin Mo coldly thought to himself. The subway gently shook as it approached the next station, and a mechanical female voice announced the stop over the intercom. After several passengers got off, the carriage felt even emptier. Lin Mo nodded in agreement with Yang Yuhan's statement. You're right. And Zhou Wan even mentioned reviving Yang Yuanzhang. She said those talismans not only exorcise demons but also have the power to revive people. Lin Mo spoke tentatively, keeping a close eye on Yang Yuhan's reaction. The girl's body clearly stiffened for a moment. Her voice was very soft, but Lin Mo caught the slight tremor in it. Absurd. Once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. This is the most basic rule. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and continued to recount what had happened later, including Zhou Wan's strange behavior in front of the mirror and the scene of her finally disappearing. Yang Yuhan's brows furrowed as well, but she didn't show any other excessive emotions. Shi Zhanghua suddenly interjected. But if what you say is true, if this association can seal spirits, then reviving someone isn't completely impossible, right? Yang Yuhan turned to look at him sharply, a hint of dangerous light flashing in her gray-white pupils. You don't really understand what you're saying, her voice was deep and cold, any attempt to reverse life and death will come at unimaginable cost. The lights in the carriage suddenly flickered, and Lin Mo noticed Yang Yuhan's shadow momentarily grew unusually large, almost covering the entire wall of the carriage. But when he blinked and looked again, everything had returned to normal. At that moment, Yang Yuhan's tone became calm again. We need to go to Zhou Wan's home and check that pale figure. I have never heard of this form of ghost before. The subway began to slow down, the next stop was a transfer point. Lin Mo saw a familiar figure on the platform through the window. It was a chubby man in a cultural shirt, staring down at his phone, it was his boss, Old Wu. When the train came to a stop, that figure disappeared into the crowd. Speaking of which, he hadn't gone to the company for days and hadn't called in sick, these people seemed not to have noticed. Not a single call had come through to him. Was he affected by the ghost? Lin Mo shook his head and did not dwell on the thought further. Seeing their lack of reaction, Yang Yuhan continued. Moreover, Zhou Wan is too strange. I have never heard my brother mention her, she surely has secrets that cannot be told. Shi Zhenghua and Lin Mo exchanged glances and then agreed with Yang Yuhan's perspective. After sitting for more than 2 hours, the station announcement finally sounded. As everyone left the subway station, night was already approaching. Lin Mo glanced at his phone and found that the time had actually reached 15:13. Chapter 28, Zhou Wan's home sealed off. Today had passed just like that. And the timing of the darkness felt a bit unusual. Lin Mo walked at the front, his hoodie pulled low over most of his face. He deliberately slowed down, letting Yang Yuhan and Chen Tao catch up. Shi Zhenghua walked at the back, occasionally looking back, as if confirming safety. The Qingting apartment is just around the corner ahead. Chen Tao's voice trembled a little, pointing to the old building covered in withered vines not far away. Zhou Wan lives on the 4th floor. Lin Mo looked up, the 4th floor windows were tightly shut, the curtains drawn tight, contrasting sharply with the open, ventilating windows of the other residents. As they approached the apartment building, a piercing siren suddenly blared. 2 police cars stopped in front of the apartment entrance. Several uniformed police officers set up a cordon, and a dozen curious residents had gathered nearby. What's going on? Lu Qijuan instinctively took half a step back, his face turning pale. Lin Mo stopped a middle-aged woman who was about to leave and asked in a low voice. Auntie, what happened here? The woman, carrying a vegetable basket, had a look of lingering fright on her face. She glanced at Lin Mo for a moment, then leaned in mysteriously. The young girl in apartment 401 had an accident. This noon, Adley across the hall smelled a strange odor, like something was rotting. That smell was a bit like the stench of a corpse. Adley knocked on the door but got no reply. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt, so she called the police in the afternoon. Her voice got lower as she spoke, her murky eyes shimmering with mixed gossip and fear. When I just went out to buy vegetables, the police happened to come. When they broke down the door, the entire room was filled with that dark red goo, everywhere on the walls and floor, and it was bubbling. I don't know what this girl was doing inside. Lin Mo was shocked, he never expected such a transformation. So what about Xiao Zhoukov, that resident? Chen Tao's voice was almost squeezed out between his teeth. The woman shook her head, the wrinkles on her face looked deeper in the dim light. Didn't see her. The police carried out several large black bags, who knows what was inside. She suddenly lowered her voice. I heard that girl has been acting strangely lately, bringing home all sorts of weird things. A cold wind blew by. The woman shivered and tightened her knitted cardigan. I won't talk to you anymore, this weather is too strange. She hurriedly left, the celery leaves in her basket swaying gently in the wind. Lin Mo turned to look at the entrance of the apartment. 2 forensic doctors in white coats stood beside the caution tape, whispering to each other. One of them took off his rubber gloves and casually tossed them into a yellow medical waste bag. The gloves were stained with some dark red substance, matching perfectly with what the middle-aged woman just said. We need to find a way to get in and take a look. Shi Zhenghua's voice sounded in Lin Mo's ear. Lin Mo shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the police standing guard at the apartment entrance. It's too risky. Going over now will only raise suspicion. Yang Yuhan stood a few steps away, her gray-white pupils fixed on the window on the 4th floor. Her lips moved slightly, as if silently reciting something. Lin Mo noticed her fingers were tapping on the outer side of her thigh in a strange rhythm, very rhythmic and orderly, like some kind of code. Is she communicating with someone? Look at the 5th floor. Chen Tao suddenly lowered his voice, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed upwards. Lin Mo looked up and saw the half-open window on the 5th floor, the curtain was gently swaying. In a daze, he seemed to see a pale shadow flit past the window, but when he focused again, there was only the curtain swaying in the wind. Let's leave here first. We need to replan. Lin Mo retracted his gaze and spoke in a low, firm voice. Yang Yuhan was silent for 2 seconds, without voicing any objections. She merely shot a reluctant glance at the apartment building. The group silently left along the alley, the sound of police sirens gradually fading behind them. One streetlight after another lit up. A black cat jumped out from behind a garbage can, its green eyes shimmering in the dark. It was carrying something in its mouth, and as it ran past Lin Mo, a drop of dark red liquid fell to the ground. Lin Mo stared at that drop of liquid. Suddenly remembering the strange liquid that seeped from Zhou Wan's home, the dark red goo described by the woman, and the eerie sheen on the forensic gloves. Let's find a place to talk, we need to sort through all the clues again. Lin Mo steadied his mind. In just 3 short days, all the bizarre things he encountered had been unique. He stood under the ivy apartment building, staring at the tightly shut window on the 4th floor, his mind still recalling the scenes described by the woman. Dark red goo, bubbling walls, black bags filled with the unknown. These fragments overlap with the scenes in his memory: the bizarre group chat that he can't escape, Jo-won's family's strange incense burner, the murderous atmosphere in the bathroom, the odd diary, and the sudden appearance of Yang Yuhan. Lin Mo rubbed the diary in his hoodie pocket, pulling out a clear timeline in his mind. May 1. In March 2025, Yang Yuanzhang signed a contract with the Society due to his sister's serious illness, gaining the opportunity to trade with the reflection in the mirror, the cost unknown. 2. In April, he executed the Society task, activated the server of the Huanyu Technology Data Center, awakening the electronic remnant, which showed Jo-won's face. 3. Jo-won allegedly made some deal with Yang Yuanzhang, needing him to die before he could resurrect. October 27. 1. Yang Yuanzhang led Lin Mo, Jo-won, Chen Tao, Li Xia, and Lu Qijuan into the abandoned data center of Huanyu Technology. 2. The six fled in panic, and Yang Yuanzhang later claimed it was a prank. November 1. 1. Yang Yuanzhang was found drowned in his own bathtub, deemed a suicide by the police, with no signs of struggle. 2. Yang Yuanzhang's account pulled 5 people into a group chat called Beware of Red Tape, sending eerie voice messages, mentioning the door sealed with red tape. 3. Encrypted files were uploaded in the group, including images, videos, and drowning audio, and Lin Mo and others found they could neither leave the group nor contact the outside. November 2. 1. Jo-won sought help from a master, setting up a curse will barrier at home, placing an incense burner and talisman paper at the entrance. 2. Yang Yuanzhang's account in the group continued to send creepy messages. These events all happened before he entered the copy, and now, what happened next was after he entered the copy. November 3. 1. Formally entered the copy. 2. Discovered the safety door sealed with red tape, which ordinary people saw as blue tape. 3. Found the time was speeding up abnormally. 4. While heading to Jo-won's house, saw a pale figure on the 5th floor. 5. Jo-won revealed the curse wheel barrier. 6. Searched for clues with Chen Tao online, accidentally sent a friend request to Yang Yuanzhang's sister, Yang Yuhan, on a forum. Chapter 29, Split Up to Act. November 4. 1. Lin Mo and Chen Tao sneaked into Yang Yuanzhang's house, finding a diary in a hidden compartment and a ghostly hand in the bathroom, evidence of the living. They suspected Yang Yuanzhang was also related to Huanyu Technology Company. 2. In the bathroom, the temperature suddenly dropped, and they were attacked by a ghostly shadow in the mirror. Lin Mo used a time pause to escape, unexpectedly encountering Shi Zhenghua and Lu Qijuan, who were there to investigate. 3. Shi Zhenghua led the group to an abandoned tower, discovering clues such as red threads and faded cards. Along the way, Lu Qijuan mentioned Jo-won's relationship with Yang Yuanzhang, so they decided to head to Jo-won's apartment. 4. In the evening, they forcibly broke into Jo-won's apartment, encountering an upside-down pale figure attack, resulting in Chen Tao getting targeted. 5. Shi Zhenghua used a strange object to repel the ghost shadow, discovering that Jo-won was performing a reflection in the mirror trading ritual, leaving behind the words "the deal has been completed" before disappearing. 6. Reading the diary confirmed Yang Yuhan's existence and revealed that Yang Yuanzhang had joined the society. November 5. 1. Yang Yuanzhang's sister Yang Yuhan appeared, exposing the background of the society and the existence of the shadow of the infinite corridor, claiming that this ghost could alter reality in memory. 2. They encountered an attack from the shadow of the infinite corridor and fled into the subway station. Yang Yuhan explained the rules of the virtual maze. 3. In the afternoon, they returned to Qingtang apartment and found the police had sealed room 401, where dark red slime remained. Lin Mo followed everyone, continuing to sort through clues. Now, they might have encountered 4 ghosts. They are the red tape ghost, the shadow of the infinite corridor, the pale figure, and the reflection in the mirror. Of course, some of these ghosts might just be different manifestations of one ghost. 1. Red tape ghost. Killing rule 1. When the temperature in a closed space drops to a critical point, it will trigger a murderous intent. Killing rule 2. The door or window sealed with red tape cannot be opened actively, and must be opened from the outside. 2. Shadow of the infinite corridor. Killing rule 1. Murders by manipulating data and erasing evidence of existence. Killing rule 2. Transforms the victim's soul into a data carrier. Spreading the curse. Pale shadows. The rules of killing are unclear, appearing in Jo-won's home and upstairs, the body covered in holes and oozing a tar-like black liquid. Reflection in the mirror. The rules of killing are unclear. One can make a deal with it, but it requires paying a price, which is also the ghostly being necessary for completing task 3. After Lin Mo sorted through all the clues, he still felt like he was missing key information. Huanyu Technology Company is a gaming company, and the Society is a strange organization that knows about the existence of ghostly beings. They seem completely unrelated, yet many events have their shadows behind them. Especially since Yang Yuanzhang has the work uniform of Huanyu Technology Company, does it prove that the Society and Huanyu Technology Company have some inseparable relationship? Could it be that Huanyu Technology Company is actually part of the Society? As dusk begins to settle, Lin Mo and the others stand at the convenience store entrance outside the apartment, drinking beverages. The bubbles of the carbonated drink burst in the throat, bringing a fleeting sense of clarity. So what do we do now? Chen Tao squats on the curb, the lighter in his hand clicking repeatedly, the orange-red flame flickering in the twilight. Zhou Wan's house has been sealed off by the police. He doesn't smoke, but at this moment he feels very lost, wanting to find something to do. Shi Zhenghua carefully observes the surroundings, unscrewing a water bottle for a sip. Let's go to the data center. He wipes his mouth. Since all the clues point there, we might as well go directly to the source. No way. Yang Yuhan directly refuses. It's too dangerous there. My brother clearly wrote about it in his diary, you should all know that. Your brother's diary? Lin Mo suddenly interrupts her, the aluminum can in his palm making a slight deformation sound. He coldly smiles and says, "It seems we have never mentioned the diary." Yes, he had deliberately avoided this topic before. Yang Yuhan's eyelashes fluttered, and she reached up to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. You must have found it, right? Otherwise how could you know so much? Lin Mo kicked aside the deformed can at his feet, the metallic sound rolling over the road startling the sparrows on the power lines. Ha, it seems Miss Yang still has many things to hide from us. Then what if we insist on going? Yang Yuhan sighed and said. It's up to you, I absolutely won't go. If something really happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. At this moment, Lu Qijuan also raised his hand, speaking a bit tremulously. I don't want to go either. Seeing Lu Qijuan's evasive gaze, Shi Zhenghua sighed and said. Then you should rest at the office first, here's the key for you. He tossed to Kering, his tone tinged with disappointment. It was you who pulled me in at the beginning, and now it's you who is taking the initiative to give up. Lu Qijuan hurriedly caught it, his head lowered, not daring to look at him. I'm not giving up, it's just. Thinking about his behavior, he ultimately didn't finish his sentence. Lin Mo glanced at the silent Yang Yuhan and asked. Do you have a place to stay? The other party shook her head. Since my brother died, I haven't had a place to stay. As time passes, my existence will gradually dissolve, I cannot stay in one place for long. Lin Mo smiled, already guessing what she would say. Then you can go back to the office with Lao Lu, we will come back to find you later. After saying that, he walked in front of Lu Qijuan and handed him the backpack he had been carrying. Please help me take it back. Lin Mo leaned closer to his ear, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. We must go to the data center, however, inquiring about the girl is also very important, thank you. Lu Qijuan nodded and took the backpack. At the same time, receiving the task eased some of his guilt. Okay, I understand. Finally, the five of them were divided into two groups, with one group returning to the office. Another group goes to the data center to uncover the truth. Lin Mo looked at the disappearing figures of Yang Yuhan and Lu Qijuan in the dusk, his gaze holding an unexplainable meaning. Something's off with her. Shi Zhenghua lit a cigarette, sparks flickering in the dark. Let's go, but don't take the subway, it's too much of a waste of time. Lin Mo did not reply, instead calling for a fast car on his phone, speaking calmly. Shi Zhenghua's car was left at the tea house, which made their travel a lot more troublesome. Chen Tao nodded heavily. The continuous supernatural encounters had told him that avoiding did not solve any problems. So he decided to stay and go to the data center together. Shi Zhenhua's gold-rimmed glasses reflected the light from the street lamps, and he pulled out his phone to check the time. It's only 4:23 p.m., the sky is getting dark too quickly. Yeah. It's still early, but it feels like midnight. Chen Tao rubbed his arms with his shirt, responding. Chapter 30, The Strange Driver. The glass window of the convenience store still had a Halloween promotion poster from a few days ago, the silhouette of a pumpkin lantern glaring under the lights. Lin Mo stood under the plastic shed at the convenience store door, looking at his phone. The screen displayed the ride-hailing app interface. A black car was slowly approaching from 2 blocks away, expected to arrive in 2 minutes. Lin Mo looked up and said to everyone. The car is almost here. Before long, Lin Mo's phone suddenly vibrated, a notification popping up on the screen. Your driver has arrived. Almost at the same time, a black car came to a stop by the roadside. The side of the car displayed the ride-hailing platform's logo, the edges slightly faded, as if it had been exposed to the weather for a long time. Last 4 digits 7782? The driver's window lowered, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. The driver had a buzz cut and looked very cheerful. He held a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, squinting to inspect the 4 people standing by the roadside. You called for the car, right? Yes, that's us. Shi Zhenghua stepped forward to open the passenger door, glancing at the interior from behind his glasses. Please go to 23, Linjiang Road. That was the address of the data center. Don't worry, I know that place. What are you doing out so late? The driver extinguished the cigarette butt and started the car. He casually turned on the radio, a crackling noise followed by the evening news broadcast. Recently, the weather has turned cooler, folks remember to dress warmly, the driver said, drumming his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. Seeing you young people dress so lightly, don't catch a cold. It's fine, thank you. Lin Mo leaned against the car window, casually scanning the fast-retreating street scenes. That area on Linjiang Road hasn't been very peaceful recently, the driver suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the car. Last week, a homeless man went missing nearby, and the police searched for days but couldn't find him. He paused, glancing at the people in the back seat through the rearview mirror. What are you all going there for at this hour? For work, Shi Zhanghua pushed up his glasses, his tone calm. Oh? The driver raised his eyebrows. What do you all do? You don't seem very old, are you interns? Chen Tao chuckled dryly. Something like that. The young people these days, it's really not easy, the driver sighed, turning the steering wheel as the car turned into a relatively quiet road. My son is about your age, works overtime until midnight, and falls straight into bed when he gets home. Last month at his checkup, the doctor told him he has mild fatty liver, and he's only 25. Outside the window, the distance between the street lamps gradually widened, and the light grew dim. Driver, aren't we taking a longer route? Shi Zhanghua suddenly asked. The driver smiled, there's road work up ahead, so we have to go around. Don't worry, we won't charge you extra. The app has fixed prices, but it's a bit foolish, it doesn't even indicate roads that are under maintenance. He said, reaching out to raise the air conditioning temperature. The weather is getting really strange, it's so cold in November, and it gets dark too early. Suddenly, the radio switched to a weather forecast. Due to the cold air mass, our city will experience continuous low temperatures and rainy weather for the next 3 days. Citizens are advised to take precautions. I think this weather is really abnormal, the driver muttered. The pothos on my balcony, which I've taken care of for 3 years without issue, suddenly wilted a few days ago. My wife insists it's because I didn't water it, but I clearly... His voice abruptly stopped. As the car passed an intersection, a blinding high beam light shone in from the side, illuminating every pale face in the car. Lin Mo instinctively squinted, and after the bright light passed, he noticed the driver's expression had turned a bit stiff. What's wrong? Chen Tao asked sharply. And nothing, the driver chuckled awkwardly, his fingers on the steering wheel turning slightly white. That car drove really wildly, almost hit us. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a bit heavy. Lin Mo looked through the car window and saw a small restaurant by the roadside, where a few diners were gathered around a table eating. Have you heard the rumors about the area near Linjiang Road? The driver suddenly asked in a lowered voice. What rumors? Shi Zhanghua turned his head, eyes behind his glasses flashing with caution. The driver licked his lips. Some say that if you pass through there at midnight, you might see some things you shouldn't see. The driver's voice grew quieter. I have a friend who works night shifts. He said last month he picked up a passenger there, and the person didn't say a word the entire ride. When they arrived at the destination and he turned around, there was no one in the back seat. A gust of cold wind seeped in through the car window, causing Chen Tao to shiver involuntarily. Driver, it's better to avoid jokes like that. Shi Zhenghua's tone turned a bit cold. Oh come on, I'm just talking casually, the driver chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand. It's normal for young people not to believe these things. But I've been in this industry for over 10 years, I've seen all kinds of strange things. Last year, there was a passenger. His words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing phone ring. The driver fumbled to take out his phone, glancing at the caller ID before his expression changed slightly. It's my wife's call, I need to pick up. He pressed the accept button, and a woman's sharp cries came through the phone, incredibly clear in the quiet car. Where have you been? Our son has a high fever. 39.5 degrees. The doctor says he needs to be hospitalized. The driver's face instantly turned ashen. What? I'll be right back. He hung up the phone, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sorry, everyone, I have to rush home. I'll drop you off at the next intersection. You don't have to pay for this ride. The car suddenly slammed to a stop by the roadside. Lin Mo noticed they were still at least 2 kilometers away from Linjiang Road, surrounded by low houses, with sparse streetlights, looking especially desolate. It's okay, we understand. Shi Zhanghua said calmly, being the first to open the car door. Cold wind mixed with light rain hit them in the face, instantly soaking Lin Mo's sweatshirt. He stood by the roadside, watching the black car make a sharp turn, tires screeching against the ground before it quickly vanished into the night. What now? Chen Tao asked, rubbing his arms. There isn't a single taxi in sight. Shi Zhanghua looked at his phone. It'll take about 20 minutes to walk there. He looked up into the distance. In the misty, dim night, he could vaguely see the outline of a tall building. That's the direction of the data center. Lin Mo's gaze fell on a bus stop sign by the roadside. The glass of the sign had already shattered, and the timetable inside was soaked by rain, making the text unreadable. Next to the sign, a garbage bin had fallen over, spilling trash all over the ground. Let's go. Lin Mo finally said, pulling up the hood of his sweatshirt to cover his hair, before the rain gets heavy. The three of them walked silently along the sidewalk, the sound of their footsteps particularly clear in the quiet night. Most of the houses by the roadside were dark, with only a few windows giving off a dim yellow light. A gust of wind blew by, bringing distant, faint sounds of barking dogs. That driver. Lin Mo suddenly spoke, did you notice? When he answered the phone screen didn't even light up. Chapter 31 Data Center. Chen Tao's steps paused slightly. Brother Mo, don't scare me. Lin Mo shook his head, looking towards the spot where the car had just driven away. Didn't you notice? His wife's voice sounded very strange, like a recording tape, not a natural human voice. Shi Zhanghua sighed and said, don't overthink it, as long as it hasn't attacked us, let's not worry about it. Now the key is to search carefully at the data center. Lin Mo looked up at the sky, the lead gray clouds hung very low, as if they would collapse at any moment. A drop of cold rain fell on the tip of his nose, followed by the second drop, the third drop. You're right. Lin Mo whispered. The rain is about to pour, let's hurry. The rain began to intensify, with fine strands of rain weaving into a silver-gray net under the streetlights. Lin Mo and the others quickened their pace, the sound of their shoes splashing through puddles distinctly echoing in the empty street. The outline of the buildings on Linjiang Road blurred further in the rain curtain. Only the gray-white square building of the data center stood abruptly in the night, like a tombstone washed by rain. It should be the building up ahead. Shi Zhanghua pointed to a building surrounded by iron fences not far away, small droplets already covering his gold-rimmed glasses. He took out his phone and checked the time, 17:48, a bit later than expected. Chen Tao shrank his neck, the rain dripping from his hair ends into his collar. This place still looks so scary. The lock on the iron gate was already rusted, the chain loosely hanging on the doorframe, as if it could snap with a gentle push. Lin Mo shone his flashlight on it and reached out to touch the chain. Someone has been here. He lowered his voice, pointing to the relatively fresh wear marks at the chain's break. The three of them squeezed through a gap in the fence. The temperature here seemed to be much lower than in other places. In front of the main building of the data center was an abandoned parking lot, filled with wild grass. Let's use the side door. Shi Zhanghua pointed to a half-open fire escape door on the west side of the building, the safety exit sign long extinguished, only a green plastic shell remained. Lin Mo noticed a few fresh scratches along the edge of the doorframe, as if someone had pried it open recently. He didn't know if it was the original owner who pried it 10 days ago. Lin Mo and Shi Zhanghua set a doorstop on this side to ensure the door wouldn't close, preventing accidents. Only then did they walk inside. When the beam of the flashlight illuminated the surrounding environment, Lin Mo discovered unusually excessive water stains and densely packed cable trays on the walls. Chen Tao's breathing grew heavier. As he walked, he kept staring at the numbers on the safety exit sign. I remember it should be on the 4th floor, the server room is on the top floor. Lin Mo remained silent, after all, he wasn't the original owner and was unclear about the server's location. When they reached the 3rd floor, Chen Tao suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's arm. You guys listen. The three held their breath, faintly hearing a regular tick-tock sound from above, like some liquid falling from high up. Shi Zhanghua shined the flashlight upward. Water droplets were slowly seeping from the ceiling onto the tiles on the 4th floor platform. It's just a leak. Shi Zhanghua pushed up his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses obscuring the doubts in his eyes. But Lin Mo stared at the puddle for a long time. Because the frequency of the water droplets falling was too even, a sense of unease arose in his heart. Pushing open the fire door on the 4th floor, a blast of cold air mixed with the smell of machine oil hit him. The server room was much tidier than he had imagined, 2 rows of gray and white cabinets were neatly arranged, but every cabinet in sight was empty. The pipes on the ceiling were crisscrossed, yet there was not much dust on the floor, clearly indicating that someone had cleaned recently. Split up and search, Lin Mo lowered his voice, focus on checking the equipment and log records inside the cabinets. Aren't we going to check that server first? Chen Tao asked with confusion. I suspect that danger might occur once we enter, just like last time. Let's gather all the clues we can first, Lin Mo patiently explained. So, the three of them dispersed. Chen Tao was responsible for checking the east side cabinets. When he touched the metal shell of one cabinet, he suddenly exclaimed, "This cabinet is warm." Lin Mo quickly walked over and pressed his palm against the cabinet that Chen Tao pointed at. He could indeed feel a faint residual warmth, as if a piece of equipment that had been running was placed here not long ago. The handwriting on the cabinet label was already blurry, but he could make out the number B17. Without hesitation, he took a photo with his phone. Shi Zhanghua also came over and squatted down to check the cables left at the bottom of the cabinet, suddenly frowning. Here, the fiber optic interface has burn marks, as if it was pierced by a strong current. There's nothing much to see here. I remember the server is in that small equipment room. Chen Tao's words were cut off by a sudden soft click sound from the end of the corridor. The three of them froze, their flashlight beams all aimed towards the source of the sound. It was a small door at the deepest part of the server room, with a slanting sign reading equipment room hanging on it. Yes, that's it. Chen Tao shouted somewhat excitedly. Lin Mo made a shushing gesture and tiptoed over. They had almost finished checking outside and found indeed no clues. All the cabinets were empty. The door to the equipment room was unlocked. The equipment room was filled with discarded machine parts and a few empty cabinets, with only an old CRT monitor standing in the corner. When Chen Tao entered, he kicked a metal can, and the rolling noise echoed very harshly in the enclosed space. There's nothing here. Shi Zhenghua scanned every corner with his flashlight, his tone clearly disappointed. The sound of rain outside gradually became clearer. Meanwhile, a corner of the equipment room ceiling was leaking water, with droplets falling onto the discarded circuit boards, splashing tiny water droplets. Lin Mo leaned in to take a closer look with his flashlight. Several silver metal fragments were floating in the murky water, like the remnants of some alloy melted by high heat. It looks like the discharge products of a Tesla coil. Shi Zhenghua prodded the fragments with the tip of his pen. Mr. Lin, didn't you say that after coming here, Yang Yuanzhang performed a ceremony with a modified coil? Was it in this location? His words suddenly halted as all three of them realized at the same time. If this was the site of the ceremony, why couldn't they find that key server? Does this building have other equipment rooms? Chen Tao leaned against a cabinet in frustration, causing the metal shell to slightly vibrate. No, it's just this one. We came here for nothing. But Lin Mo still felt something was off. It was too quiet here. Throughout the entire building, apart from the sound of the rain and their breathing, there was no other noise. Even the common mice or insects left no trace, as if the building had been deliberately cleared by some force. Shi Zhenhua's gaze swept across the entire server room behind his golden-rimmed glasses. Let's check one more time and then leave. This place makes me feel very uncomfortable. The three of them searched every corner again, even prying open the floor maintenance access. Nothing was found except for a few broken data cables. When Lin Mo passed by the B-17 cabinet for the third time, he suddenly crouched down and dug something out from the gap at the bottom of the cabinet. It was a mechanical hard drive, but the metal contacts had already oxidized and turned black. Consider it a gain, Shi Zhenghua said, taking the hard drive and examining it under the flashlight's beam. I have a friend who knows about this. Let's go back and see if we can recover the data. Suddenly, the sound of rain outside grew louder, and a flash of lightning zipped across the night sky, illuminating the entire machine room in an instant. Lin Mo's pupils contracted suddenly. Chapter 32, Encountering the Evil Spirit Again. In the bright light of the lightning, countless fingerprints were reflected on the glass doors of all the cabinets. Those handprints stretched out in a strange manner, as if countless people had simultaneously slapped these machines. Run! Shi Zhenhua's voice was tight, clearly noticing the abnormality. The three of them quickened their pace, rushing toward the fire escape. When they reached the third floor, Chen Tao suddenly sneezed. Why is it suddenly so cold? White mist formed with his breath in the air, and Lin Mo realized that the temperature in the hallway had dropped several degrees without him noticing. As Shi Zhenghua, who was at the front, pushed open the fire door on the first floor, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Lin Mo followed his line of sight. The side door, which was originally half closed, was now tightly shut. The doorstop they had set earlier had disappeared, and even more chilling was a bright red tape was stuck around the crack of the door. It's impossible. Chen Tao's voice started to tremble. Lin Mo rushed towards the main entrance at the other end of the hall, but he saw the glaring red tape there too. Every exit of the entire building, including the freight elevator and basement corridor they had not visited, every door and window was securely sealed with that strange tape. Shi Zhenghua took out his phone, but it showed no service, with no signal at all. Lin Mo felt every hair on the back of his neck stand up. This was almost exactly the same situation as what had happened in Yang Yuanzhang's bathroom. At the same time, a tremendous vibration came from upstairs, causing Lin Mo's eardrums to ache. He saw Shi Zhenghua's mouth moving but couldn't hear any sound. Chen Tao was pointing at the stairway they had come from, his expression twisted almost grotesquely. Following that direction, Lin Mo's blood instantly froze. In the shadow at the end of the corridor, a pale-skinned figure was crawling out of the vent in a strange posture. Its limbs looked as if they had been violently broken and then reattached, bending at impossible angles. The damp black hair hung down to the floor, moving like a living thing across the tiles. Run! Shi Zhenghua's roar finally broke out. The three of them stumbled towards the nearest staircase, the sound of that figure crawling swiftly approaching behind them. Chen Tao glanced back and saw that figure chasing them like a giant spider, scaring him to death. They soon reached the second floor and turned into the hallway. As the heavy door of the stairway slammed shut, the last one, Chen Tao, nearly got tangled by the hair that slipped in from the crack. Shi Zhenghua pressed all his weight against the door panel. Find cover. It should take some time to break through. Bang! 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 The continuous banging interrupted his words. The entire metal door was caving in with one human silhouette after another pressed against it, the screws of the doorframe flying off one by one. The metal door emitted a painful sound under the intense impact, and the walls around the doorframe were dropping concrete debris. Shi Zhenghua held the door panel tightly, the veins on his forehead surging. "Run," he shouted, his voice almost swallowed up by the shrieks from outside the door. Lin Mo pulled the limp Chen Tao, and the three of them stumbled toward the depths of the corridor. Behind them, there was a loud crash as the metal door was finally torn apart, the twisted iron door flung against the wall like a toy kicked away. Lin Mo accidentally glanced back and nearly stumbled and fell. He saw the pale figure crawling up the ceiling in a strange posture, its wet black hair spreading like a living thing, instantly covering half the corridor's wall. Fork in the road. Go left. When they reached a fork in the path, Shi Zhenghua decided to run left at the split. The left door was half open, while the right door was tightly closed, and it was unclear if it was locked. If they delayed even a moment, they would surely be caught by the terrifying presence behind them. Shi Zhenghua forcefully pushed open the wooden door, and the three of them tumbled into another narrow passage. Chen Tao's knee hit the ground hard, but he didn't dare to cry out in pain. Lin Mo's lungs felt like they were burning, making it hard for him to breathe. But they dared not stop. They turned three corners and passed through a power distribution room filled with cables. Finally, Lin Mo and Chen Tao were exhausted, and Shi Zhenghua had no choice but to lead them into a small room marked equipment room. Shi Zhenghua locked the door behind them. Chen Tao immediately collapsed onto the ground, clutching his mouth and dry heaving. In the darkness, their heavy breathing intertwined, barely concealing their inner fear. "Is it really okay to hide here?" "This is a dead end," Lin Mo asked in a hushed voice, gasping for breath. Shi Zhenghua was also breathing heavily, but he was in much better shape than Lin Mo and Chen Tao, clearly someone who didn't lack for exercise. "We have no choice, we are unfamiliar with this area. Running further may lead to death as well. You saw the ghost's speed just now." The equipment room was filled with cleaning tools and spare parts, and the only door they entered through had a small ventilation window. Lin Mo pressed against the door, hearing slow, wet footsteps coming from the corridor outside, like someone walking barefoot on a puddled floor. Pata, pata, pata. The footsteps paused outside the door. Lin Mo held his breath, his heart tense to the extreme. If it came to it, he could only use time pause. Through the gap at the bottom of the door, he saw a shadow stop outside. Suddenly, a pale face appeared at the ventilation window. It was that terrifying woman. Her face was pressed against the glass, her featureless skin distorted by the window's pressure. Then, something even more terrifying happened. Her arm seeped through the gap under the door like liquid, her pale fingers groping on the ground, creeping toward them. "Damn it!" Shi Zhenghua suddenly drew out the Sanskrit dagger, its blade glowing dark red in the darkness. The cooldown for Ability 1 was over. Without hesitation, he sliced open his palm, letting blood drip onto the dagger, instantly igniting the Sanskrit with a bloody glow. "Get away!" Shi Zhenghua thrust the dagger toward the ghostly hand, and the moment the blade touched the pale skin, a blinding red light exploded. The ghostly hand recoiled violently, and a non-human shriek echoed from outside the door. But Shi Zhenghua's expression changed drastically. He could feel that although the ghostly hand had retreated, it hadn't been completely repelled like the previous ghosts. "Impossible." Shi Zhenghua's voice trembled. "That cursed object can't drive it away? What's happening?" Lin Mo seized the opportunity to ask while vigilantly watching the ventilation window. That pale face had vanished, and the eerie woman's figure was no longer outside the door. Shi Zhenghua's expression was grim as he quickly wrapped a cloth around his wound. The horror of that ghost exceeds what my cursed object can handle. His smile was somewhat stiff. "This time we might be done for. I can feel it, in at most 10 minutes, it will start hunting us again. Moreover, without the support of the first ability, it's impossible to hit such a fast-moving ghost." The air in the equipment room felt frozen, leaving only the hurried breaths of the three echoing in the small space. The bandages that Shi Zhenghua used to wrap his wounds were already soaked with blood, dark red droplets falling onto the floor, making a faint tap-tap sound. Lin Mo stared at the slightly trembling big door. He forced himself to take a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs, momentarily calming his chaotic thoughts. Then he immediately said, "Have you noticed, this situation is almost identical to what we encountered in Yang Yuanzhang's bathroom?" Chapter 33 Searching for the Medium. Chen Tao curled up in the corner of the room, his face pale as paper, having long lost the ability to think independently. "What do you mean?" Although he also experienced that event, because Lin Mo used time pause to find that arm, everything felt less real to him. The temperature dropped suddenly, the doors and windows were sealed with red tape, and then a sudden murderous aura. "What are you thinking?" Lin Mo could only address Shi Zhenghua. Shi Zhenghua frowned at these words, a hint of contemplation flashing behind his golden-rimmed glasses. He also thought of Lin Mo's previous description, having been too hurried to escape to think more. Are you saying this is the same ghost? It should be very close. Lin Mo nodded, pulling out his phone from his pocket. The battery showed 37% remaining, but the signal bar was still empty. Earlier in the bathroom, we escaped by finding the source of the temperature drop. And we initially summarized that this ghost's killing rules are related to temperature in closed rooms. The key point is to find the source of the temperature drop inside the closed room, or what we call a medium. That medium must be in this data center. A flash of lightning outside illuminated the entire equipment room in an instant. Lin Mo noticed that Chen Tao's lips were already frozen purple, and the white mist from his breath was growing thicker. The temperature is still dropping. Shi Zhenghua sensed it, his voice carrying a hint of tension. Lin Mo's voice was unexpectedly calm. He understood that negative emotions would not help them now. Then let's split up. We need to quickly find the source of the temperature drop, which is likely something similar to that woman's arm in the bathroom. Mo go, are you crazy? Chen Tao suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's arm. Splitting up is like seeking death, that ghost is outside. Lin Mo gently broke free from Chen Tao's grip, calmly analyzing. 3 people together make for a large target, and the efficiency is too low. The temperature is dropping faster than we think, we must find the source quickly. Shi Zhenghua pondered for a moment, suddenly asking. Do you have a specific plan? The data center has a total of 4 floors. Lin Mo quickly constructed the building's layout in his mind. On the way over, he had already begun to pay attention to the surrounding elements. Although he had never been here before, he had carefully observed this building before entering. We have thoroughly searched the 4th floor without finding anything unusual. I suggest Chen Tao go to the 3rd floor, Shige you stay on the 2nd floor, and I will go to the 1st floor. No. Absolutely not. Are you even listening to me? Chen Tao exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly, knocking over the mop rack behind him, the metal rod clattering painfully against the floor. The 3 of them held their breaths simultaneously, nervously staring at the big door, fearing to disturb the thing outside. After a few seconds, with the outside still silent, Lin Mo continued. This is the most reasonable distribution. Shi Zhenghua pushed up his glasses, took a deep breath. You make a valid point. But the 1st floor is the most dangerous, the evil spirit first appeared from there, are you sure you want to go alone? Lin Mo pulled the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile. Someone has to go. Besides, I have a bit of experience dealing with this ghost. He remembered that afternoon in the bathroom when his life was almost taken, a cold shiver running down his back. Of course, there was another most important reason. He believed the 1st floor had a greater possibility of containing that source. Because that ghost appeared on the 1st floor, it was intentionally or unintentionally pushing them upwards. Lin Mo would not place his hope on others, the most likely place for survival had to be reached by himself. I disagree. Chen Tao's voice was already filled with a sobbing tone, this is too risky. What if? Shi Zhenghua interrupted him, now was not the time for hesitation. There is no what if. Lin Mo's plan is currently the most feasible. Chen Tao, calm down. Chen Tao's lips trembled, and he ultimately lowered his head in despair, gripping his clothing tightly. All right. Seeing that Chen Tao had accepted, Lin Mo nodded slightly. He gently turned the doorknob, pulling the door open just a crack. I will go downstairs first, you all act quickly. The corridor was pitch black. The vengeful spirit should still be unable to move. Shi Zhenghua glanced at the time, his expression serious as he said. Understood, in 5 minutes that ghost will move. My cursed item is still active, I will try to stall it, buying you time while also seeing if I can hit it again using the terrain. Even though striking the same ghost repeatedly will greatly weaken my item's effect, it can still buy a considerable amount of time. Chen Tao trembled as he gave an OK gesture, passing by Lin Mo, then hurried towards the stairwell. Be careful, Shi Zhenghua reminded softly, his voice almost inaudible. Lin Mo nodded, slipped out of the door, and also ran towards the stairwell. The temperature in the corridor was colder than in the equipment room, the white breath he exhaled crystallizing into frost in front of him. The stairwell leading to the 1st floor was farther than he had imagined. As he turned a corner, he suddenly stopped. There was a puddle on the ground, reflecting an eerie dark red under the light. Lin Mo crouched down and gently touched it with his finger. The liquid was thick and cold, and when he brought it close to his nose, it had a faint rusty smell. It was not water, it was blood. His heart raced suddenly, and the beam from his flashlight began to shake uncontrollably. Calm down. He silently chanted in his heart, forcing himself to move forward. The door to the stairwell was ajar. This was another stairwell entrance, so the door here was still intact. Lin Mo listened carefully, confirming that there were no abnormalities before quickly slipping inside. The temperature in the stairwell was colder than in the corridor, with tiny water droplets condensing on the walls. When he reached the junction between the first and second floors, Lin Mo suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold creeping up from his feet. He looked down and found that a thin layer of ice had formed on the steps at some point. The first floor is clearly colder than the upstairs. I must be in the right place. Lin Mo abruptly stepped back 2 paces, aiming the flashlight beam directly at the ice surface. For some reason, a terrifying thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Why did the red tape ghost appear in the territory of the limitless corridor shadow? What connection could there be between these two ghosts? Shi Zhenghua stood in the middle of the second-floor corridor, a thin layer of water mist covering his golden-rimmed glasses. He took off his glasses and wiped them with his sleeve. The cold metal frame touched his skin, making him shiver unconsciously. This temperature is dropping too quickly, he murmured softly. Even though his physique was decent, it was becoming hard to endure. I wonder if there is a critical value for this temperature drop. If it continues like this, I fear I won't just be killed by the ghost, but also freeze to death. Though he had just said that Lin Mo would be in danger going to the first floor, in reality, his mission was the most difficult. Because the ghost would most likely start chasing them from where it had previously disappeared. And he needed to stall it while also searching for the source of the temperature drop, which was extremely challenging. Chapter 34, The Strange Human Shape Burn Mark. Most of the office doors on both sides of the corridor were wide open, the dark door frames making Shi Zhenghua feel even more uneasy. It was as if a vengeful ghost could leap out of the darkness at any moment. Political strategist Hua tightened his grip on the Sanskrit dagger, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Although the active ability of the cursed item had been exhausted, its passive ability still offered him a slight psychological comfort. He chose the first office on the left, carefully stepping inside. The flashlight beam swept across the room, revealing only a dusty desk, an overturned swivel chair, and a peeling bulletin board on the wall. Source of temperature, source of temperature. Hua murmured to himself, forcing himself to focus. His professional training told him that a sudden drop in temperature in such an enclosed space meant something was absorbing heat. But unfortunately, physics could not explain why there were ghosts. He could only try to move toward the colder areas. Hua suddenly noticed many black, sticky things on the wall. He touched one with his finger, and a chill instantly rushed over him. He quickly pulled his hand back, realizing there was a layer of gooey black substance on his fingertip, like burnt grease. What is this? Just as he was about to lean in for a closer look, he suddenly heard a soft thud sound at the end of the corridor, like something wet had hit the floor. Hua's body tensed up instantly. He turned off the flashlight, held his breath, and melted into the darkness. Thud, thud. The sound grew closer, accompanied by a strange oh-it sound. Hua slowly moved to the edge of the door, peeking out through the crack. Just then, the emergency light at the end of the corridor emitted a ghastly green glow, and some illuminated signs also flickered to life. What's going on? Wasn't this place already abandoned? There's still power? Hua thought, somewhat confused. He didn't believe that ghosts would turn on such devices. It seemed pointless. Unless it was related to the rules. However, the lights coming on was beneficial for him, as he didn't need to use the flashlight, which easily exposed his presence. The light wasn't bright, but it was enough for him to see the path ahead. He didn't have time to think further. A hunchbacked figure crawled out from around the corner. It was pale all over, its wet black hair dragging on the ground. Its movements were extremely unnatural, with its joints twisting at impossible angles, each movement accompanied by a bone-crunching crack sound. It was obvious that it was that vengeful ghost. Hua's throat tightened. He gently backed away but, in his panic, bumped into the swivel chair behind him. The chair's wheels let out a tiny squeak, echoing harshly in the silent office. Damn, he silently screamed in his mind. How could he make such a rookie mistake? The crawling sound in the corridor suddenly stopped. Hua froze in place, even his breathing came to a halt. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his shirt. He could feel that thing was looking in his direction. In the next moment, a flurry of crawling sounds surged toward him like a tide. Damn it! Hua turned and ran, and in the instant he burst out of the office, he caught a glimpse of that white figure already crawling to the center of the corridor. The eerie woman moved much faster than he had imagined. Like a skin spider, her limbs moved in grotesque alternation. He charged straight ahead but suddenly stopped short at the corner. Because on the wall ahead, several charred human shapes were clearly visible. What is this? Those charred silhouettes looked as though they had been seared directly onto the wall by high temperature, their edges jagged and their postures twisted in agony. Most bizarrely, as Hua's gaze fell upon them, the charred marks seemed to twitch slightly, like living creatures. At the sight of those charred marks, Hua suddenly felt an irresistible wave of dizziness wash over him. Hua felt as if his consciousness was being pulled, as if countless hands were stretching out from the charred marks, trying to drag him into the wall. His vision began to blur. Whispers sounded in his ears, like countless people groaning in pain. No. I can't look. He forced himself to look away, biting hard on his tongue. The sharp pain and the taste of blood instantly awakened him. And behind him, the crawling sound was already very close. Shi Zhenghua stumbled to turn into another corridor. But when he fully turned around, he suddenly found the walls of this corridor covered in even more charred human shapes. Some curled up in a ball, some stretched out their arms as if seeking help, and several even overlapped, as if tearing at each other. He suddenly remembered, in that group chat with 6 people, the pictures Yang Yuanzhang had sent looked remarkably similar to these human-shaped marks. Both gave a feeling of disharmony and even an eerie chill. Are these all victims? This thought just flashed through his mind when a loud bang suddenly echoed behind him. Shi Zhenghua turned back and saw the white figure crawling over from the ceiling, its long hair hanging down, revealing a face without features. Shi Zhenghua turned and ran but collided with a half-open door in his panic. He stumbled into a small conference room. A long table was surrounded by a dozen chairs, each covered in dust. Except for the one at the very end, the seat and armrests were clean, as if someone had just sat there. At the other end of the conference room was a door, but the crack of the door was already wrapped in red tape. Shi Zhenghua desperately realized he had been forced into a dead end. The strange device had cooled down. He could only hope to stab the opponent when they got close. The white figure slowly crawled into the conference room, its movements suddenly becoming slow, as if savoring the fear of its prey. Shi Zhenghua leaned against the wall, feeling a bone-chilling cold creeping from behind. He turned to look and found a new charred human shape slowly emerging from the wall. This outline was clearer than the others, even showing it was a man in a suit. The eye areas of the charred mark suddenly sank inward, forming 2 black holes that stared fixedly at Shi Zhenghua. An indescribable fear seized him, and Shi Zhenghua felt his consciousness being pulled again, his body uncontrollably nearing the wall. Get away! Shi Zhenghua roared, stabbing fiercely at the charred human shape with his dagger, making a sound like nails scraping a blackboard. The charred mark quickly collapsed until it completely vanished. It seemed the white ghost figure was enraged, lunging at him with incredible speed. The lights in the entire conference room flickered on and off, and the other human shapes on the wall began to twist and writhe. Shi Zhenghua barely dodged, but a strand of black hair wrapped around his ankle. At the same time, other charred human shapes broke free from the wall, numerous strange black shadow figures grabbed at his body, dragging him toward the corner of the wall. It seemed they wanted to stuff him into the wall. He felt a sharp pain and looked down to see the wrapped area starting to turn blue, veins bulging as if warmth was being sucked away. So that's it is absorbing heat. But his gaze felt a bit desperate. With so many human shapes, how could he solve this? Chapter 35, Photo. In this moment of despair, suddenly a blue light burst forth. Shi Zhenghua squinted at the bright light that hurt his eyes. He vaguely saw countless transparent faces glowing blue seeping out from the walls, ceiling, and floor, like drowning people resurfacing. Those faces twisted and deformed, their mouths wide open in silent screams, and blue flames flickering in their eye sockets. They surged toward the charred human shape entangling Shi Zhenghua, like sharks smelling blood. Is this the shadow of the infinite corridor? Shi Zhenghua gasped for breath. At the moment the blue faces collided with the charred human shape. The entire conference room shook violently. The aging fluorescent lights on the ceiling exploded with loud pops, and glass shards rained down like a storm. Zhenghua Shi instinctively raised his hand to protect his head, only to see those shards freeze midair in an eerie manner, then crushed to powder by an invisible force. The black humanoids emitted a piercing screech. Their outlines began to warp, like wax figures being scorched by intense heat. The blue-faced beings seized the opportunity to bite at their bodies. With each bite, smoke-like matter gushed out from the wounds. The white ghostly figure suddenly froze in motion. It slowly turned its head, its faceless visage staring at the unexpected slaughter unfolding before it. Zhenghua Shi noticed its skin starting to ripple unnaturally, as if something was squirming beneath it. What is this? Are these 2 ghosts in conflict? Zhenghua Shi mumbled, pressing his back against the cold wall. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The conference room had transformed into a battlefield of supernatural forces. The human-shaped burn marks on the wall came to life one after another. They struggled to break free from the wall and lunged at the blue-faced beings like marionettes on strings. I must leave now. Zhenghua Shi gritted his teeth and decisively dashed towards the door he had just entered while the 2 forces were entangled. As soon as his hand touched the doorknob, a bone-chilling cold shot up his fingers and into his arm. He saw large amounts of red tape starting to squeeze through the crack of the door. He must not let these things block the door. Get out of the way, he yelled, slamming his shoulder against it. The nearly closed red tape snapped with a loud rip. Zhenghua Shi stumbled into the corridor, then ran forward without looking back. I must find the others. Zhenghua Shi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing himself to keep moving. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and every step took all his strength. The corridor seemed to stretch out by some force. The staircase that used to take just a few steps to reach now looked unreachable. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was lying on the floor of the distribution room on the first floor, the flashlight beam sweeping over numerous tangled cables. His breath formed white mist in the cold, and tiny ice crystals even formed on his eyelashes. He had encountered no abnormalities along the way and had reached here rather smoothly. The place with the lowest temperature, it must be here, he whispered, brushing against a subtle bump on the floor. It was a hidden pull ring, covered in frost. As long as one could realize the presence of the refrigeration medium, and follow the temperature sensation to find the lowest place, one could find it quickly. Moreover, he looked at the handheld infrared thermometer in his hand and smiled slightly. He had anticipated this situation long ago, which is why he had asked Zhenghua for this tool early on. Lin Mo pulled open the dark compartment with force, and a bone-chilling cold rushed towards him. Inside the compartment was a waterproof bag containing a stack of documents. On top of the documents was a file marked Society Experimental Records, sealed with a red top secret stamp. As expected, there is something fishy. Lin Mo quickly flipped through the documents by the beam of the flashlight. As he read further, his brows furrowed tighter. The documents recorded a series of experimental records titled Universe Technology Society Joint Experiments, involving thousands of volunteers. So it turns out Universe Technology is just a front. Lin Mo's gaze stopped at a signature on a certain page. Behind the 5 big characters for the project leader, there was the signature of Chu Shimin, CEO of Universe Technology. Chu Shimin, the CEO of Universe Technology, was information Lin Mo and others had already known. Could it be that they are the true culprits behind the scenes? But from the current situation, the other party did not seem to have control over the entire situation. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. But, is it not over yet? Lin Mo looked up at the window and found the red tape still firmly stuck on the door, and the temperature around him showed no signs of rising. Isn't this the source? Lin Mo remembered when he lifted that woman's arm out of the bathtub in the bathroom. The surroundings quickly returned to normal. Although the red tape still hadn't disappeared, the temperature started to rise rapidly. Suddenly, a loud bang came from above, shaking the entire building violently. Lin Mo quickly stuffed the documents into his jacket, and at that moment, he noticed there was a photo at the very bottom of the hidden compartment. The photo showed 4 people in white coats standing in front of an iron gate. 2 of them he recognized, one was the CEO of Huanyu Technology, Chu Shimin, and the other was Zhou Wan. Lin Mo's fingers trembled slightly as he picked up the yellowed photo. The edges of the photo were already curling. A piercing chill spread from his fingertips, but he felt as if he didn't notice, as his entire attention was fixed on the scene in the image. The iron gate in the photo occupied most of the image. It was a thick metal door, covered in irregular bumps and dents, as if battered from the inside by countless hands. The paint had long since peeled away, revealing the rusty metal underneath. At the doorknob, several loops of faded red rope were wrapped around, with a small copper bell hanging from the knot, appearing in an eerie dark gray in the photo. Most striking was the seal stuck in the center of the door, bright red tape crossing in a big X, appearing particularly glaring in the photo. Lin Mo's breath involuntarily quickened. He felt as if he had faintly touched the truth. In the photo, the 4 people stood in front of the iron door. On the far left, Zhou Wan wore a white coat, her long hair neatly tied back, and had a formulaic smile on her face. Her stance seemed a bit stiff, and her right hand hung awkwardly by her side. Standing in the middle, Chu Shimin was much shorter than Lin Mo had imagined. The CEO of Huanyu Technology wore a clean, tidy white coat, his eyes squinting behind black-framed glasses, a satisfied smile on his lips. His right hand rested on the shoulder of a stranger, a tall and robust young man, who beamed brightly at the camera. But what caught Lin Mo's attention the most was the man on the far right. He wore a white coat like the other 3 but stood a bit farther back, as if deliberately keeping his distance from the others. The man's face was somewhat blurred in the shadow, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. The grayish-white pupils in the photo exhibited an eerie brightness, staring directly at Lin Mo outside the camera. This is... Lin Mo's throat tightened. Chapter 36, Mission 2 completed. Lin Mo had never seen this man before, but those eyes felt strangely familiar. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from the photo. Lin Mo's fingers instantly lost sensation, and the photo slipped from his grasp, floating gently to the ground. He was terrified to find that his palm had formed a layer of thin frost. Damn it! He suddenly stepped back 2 paces, colliding with the electrical cabinet behind him. The metal cabinet let out a dull thud that echoed in the empty basement. The chill came quickly and left just as fast. Almost the moment the photo slipped from his fingers, the surrounding temperature began to rise. Lin Mo rubbed his stiff fingers, watching the white frost dissolve at a visible pace. What was even stranger was that when he looked back at the photo on the ground, he found that the frost marks had vanished without a trace, as if the earlier cold was just an illusion. But the mechanical voice ringing in his ear confirmed everything that had just happened. Touch the third trace of a living person, mission 2 completed. Lin Mo paused for a moment and instinctively opened the taskbar. Copy name, end of the corridor, level 1 copy. Copy type, solo, role-playing, survival. Copy description, in the silent forest of steel, an invisible plague quietly spreads. In a sealed room, the doors and windows, taped shut, ooze dark red rust, and shadows not belonging to humans seep through the cracks in the walls, devouring breath, memory, and warmth, until you become the next erased image. 1. Survive for 7 days. 2. Touch 3 traces of the living, completed, counted in clearance evaluation. 3. Make a transaction with the reflection in the mirror and escape. 4. Seal away a ghost. 5. Trigger the echo loop and prevent your existence from being completely erased across the dimensions of past, present, and future. Complete task 1 to choose to exit the copy at any time. The remaining tasks are more difficult, and completion can significantly improve the clearance evaluation. Beginner's tip: the ghosts in this copy all follow a killing pattern, restriction. The monsters in this copy gradually unlock their desire and ability to kill as time passes. Lin Mo saw the prompt for task 2 completed and felt a slight sigh of relief in his heart. After the temperature rose, this crisis was temporarily lifted. But he did not know how sure Zhang Hua and Chen Tao were doing now. The recent sound of a crash from upstairs made him a bit uneasy. Lin Mo glanced at the taskbar again, focusing on the copy description. He discovered a problem. The ghosts referred to in the copy description did not seem to mention the shadow of the infinite corridor. Yet the ghosts they encountered at the data center matched Yang Yuhan's description. This was strange. Could it be that the shadows not belonging to humans seeping through the cracks is the feature of the shadow of the infinite corridor? But the urgent task was to reunite with the other two. The red tape had not yet disappeared, and they would probably need someone to help them open the door. He looked at his phone. The signal had returned to normal. This was also good news. He picked up the photo that had fallen on the ground and stuffed it into his inner pocket. Then he walked toward the staircase, preparing to meet up with Shi Zhanghua and Chen Tao. Lin Mo quickly ascended the stairs. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed around the corner, and he abruptly came to a halt. "Who?" he whispered. "It's me." Shi Zhenghua's figure emerged from the shadows, his gold-rimmed glasses fogged up, and his bloodshot eyes were visible behind the lenses. His suit jacket had a tear, and his tie was askew around his neck, as if he had just gone through a struggle. "Are you all right?" Lin Mo felt relieved, his gaze sweeping over Shi Zhenghua's disheveled appearance. Shi Zhanghua gasped for air and pointed towards the deep hallway behind him. "Almost met my end. That thing fought with the blue light face." Lin Mo frowned. "Blue light face?" "Yes, it's what Yang Yuhan mentioned, the data carrier of the shadow of the infinite corridor." Shi Zhanghua took off his glasses and wiped them with his sleeve. "It closely resembles what you described before." After saying this, he detailed his experience to Lin Mo without holding anything back. While Shi Zhanghua spoke, Lin Mo noticed his hand slightly trembling. After hearing his description, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. He did not think these ghosts had good intentions towards them. It was likely that the conflict between these two ghosts had deeper reasons. Lin Mo shook his head, deciding not to think about these things. He patted Shi Zhenghua's shoulder to offer comfort. "I found something. Huanyu Technology is indeed colluding with the society. The president of Huanyu Technology, Chu Shimen, is the head of a certain project in the society." Lin Mo paused, took out the bag of documents, and continued, "But now, although the temperature has risen, the red tape is still here, so we can't leave for now." Shi Zhanghua suddenly looked up. "Did you encounter the medium?" When he was halfway running out of that conference room, he had sensed that the temperature was gradually rising. At that moment, he knew that someone had likely found the source of the temperature drop. Lin Mo nodded slightly. "Yes, it's a photo. The moment I touched it, my fingers almost froze, but once I let go, the temperature returned to normal." "A photo?" Shi Zhanghua frowned. "What does it look like?" 4 people standing in front of an iron door taped with red duct tape. Among them are Zhou Wan and Chu Shimen. There are also 2 unfamiliar men. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, took out the photo from his inner pocket, and handed it to Shi Zhanghua. Then he lifted the bag in his hand and said, "The other things are in the bag, we can look at them later." Shi Zhanghua agreed, then carefully took the photo and lowered his head to examine it closely. Soon, his breath noticeably hitched. "What's wrong?" Lin Mo keenly sensed his unease. "It's nothing." Shi Zhanghua adjusted his glasses. "I feel that the man on the far right in the photo looks a lot like Yang Yuhan." "Yes." Lin Mo instantly understood why this person looked familiar. There are very few people with such eyes. Besides Yang Yuan Zhang, the only ones he's come into contact with are Yang Yuhan and this unfamiliar man. This person probably has a close relationship with Yang Yuhan and Yang Yuanzhang. The two fell into a brief silence. What about Chen Tao? Lin Mo suddenly asked. I don't know. Shi Zhenghua shook his head. I haven't seen him since we separated. The third floor should be safe, maybe. His tone revealed uncertainty. Let's find him first. Lin Mo turned to leave but was pulled back by Shi Zhenghua. Hold on. His voice lowered even further. Why do you think those two ghosts would start fighting? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Territorial awareness? Doesn't seem like it. Shi Zhenghua shook his head. It feels more like they are fighting over something. Maybe they want to contest the right to kill us. Lin Mo smiled, but his tone held no hint of jest. Let's not get tangled up in that. After we find Chen Tao, we will figure out a way to leave this place immediately. Lin Mo stated decisively, let's go to the third floor. The situation should still be relatively safe now. They crept up the stairs, and the temperature on the third floor was noticeably higher than downstairs, with a faint musty smell in the air. Chen Tao. Lin Mo called in a low voice, where are you? No response. Split up to search. Shi Zhenghua pointed to the left, let's meet back here in 10 minutes. Lin Mo nodded and turned to the right. In the third office, he finally found Chen Tao. He was curled up under the desk, his hands pressed tightly over his ears. It's me. Lin Mo squatted down and gently patted his shoulder. Chen Tao trembled suddenly and let out a sigh of relief when he recognized Lin Mo. Brother Mo, the sound's down there. Lin Mo brushed the dust from his hair and helped him up. It's fine now. I found the medium, can we leave? Chen Tao nodded and scrambled out using his hands and feet. The knee of his jeans was torn, exposing scraped skin. What about Shi Zhenghua? He looked around anxiously. He's looking for you too. Let's go and regroup. At the other end of the hallway, Shi Zhenghua was already waiting there. He stood by the window smoking, sparks flickering in the darkness. Seeing the two approaching, he took a deep drag and asked, are you okay? Not too bad. Chen Tao forced a grim smile. I was looking for what Brother Mo mentioned upstairs at first, but when I heard movement downstairs, I hid. It's good that you're okay. I just called someone to help us open the door, they should arrive within an hour at most. Shi Zhenghua extinguished his cigarette butt and said slowly. It's a pity I can't contact Lu Qijuan. I'm in the same situation as you, I can't reach anyone through the internet or electronic devices. This might be another ability of the evil spirits, or the rules. The wait for rescue took longer than expected. Lin Mo, Shi Zhenghua, and Chen Tao sat together in a relatively clean conference room on the first floor. This room was near the parking lot by the entrance, and through a floor-to-ceiling window, the parking lot was visible. Shi Zhenghua's friend's location was set right in this place. Let's take a look at these documents now. Lin Mo carefully took out the file bag from his bosom and gently retrieved the documents inside. Although the edges of the paper were slightly curled, the writing was still clear and legible. Shi Zhenghua pushed up his glasses and leaned in closer. Chen Tao, feeling anxious, rubbed his hands together and occasionally glanced at the door, fearing those terrifying things would suddenly appear. Project number, MSRZH1145. Codename, Nightmare of Social Collapse. Confidential level, top secret. Project leader, Chu Shimen. First phase observation report. This entity shows extreme sensitivity to human social relationships, especially towards isolated individuals. Contact experiments indicate that when subjects are in a state of social isolation, the entity's activity significantly increases. See Appendix A for details. Initially manifested as server overheating and data packet loss, later, special equipment captured its energy fluctuation frequency at 12.7 Hz, partially overlapping with the theta waves, 4 to 8 Hz, and alpha waves, 8 to 13 Hz, in human brainwaves. It is worth noting that the entity can spread through networks, and experiments must be conducted offline. Chen Tao's hands trembled slightly, the technical terms made it somewhat difficult for him, but he could understand the general meaning. This says they are experimenting on a ghost? Chen Tao swallowed hard, his voice dry. He couldn't imagine how much courage it would take to experiment on such a terrifying existence. Shi Zhenghua nodded, signaling to continue reading. Preliminary tests indicate that this entity possesses the following characteristics. Feeds on negative emotions within human social relationships, particularly favoring loneliness and despair. Can spread through networks and electronic devices as a medium. Actively seeks hosts with intense emotional fluctuations to attach to. Hosts will experience symptoms such as memory confusion and loss of reality. In the middle of the document were several photos of people in white coats operating instruments. Lin Mo noticed one photo showing a huge glass container filled with murky black mist, within which a distorted face could be vaguely seen floating. Is this a ghost trapped inside? Chen Tao's voice trembled. Shizhenghua's expression became serious. Continue reading the next part.
Lin Mo turned to the next page, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating.
After 3 months of observation, it was found that MSRZH1145 has rare evolutionary characteristics.
After continuously absorbing the negative emotions of 7 test subjects, its energy fluctuation frequency increased to 18.3 Hz and began to show tendencies of physical manifestation. In November 2019, the project team decided to implement a breeding plan to accelerate its growth by artificially creating social isolation environments. Upon reading this, Chen Tao felt a chill.
They are breeding ghosts? Using human despair and loneliness as feed?
Lin Mo remained silent as he continued flipping through the pages. The following pages contained extensive records of the experimental process, detailing how they tortured subjects to induce feelings of despair and loneliness.
The methods described were horrifying.
The sources of the experimental subjects were highly questionable. They had secretly captured social outcasts by various means, including people with disabilities and mental challenges. They quickly skimmed over this content and turned to the next part.
Shizhenghua suddenly pointed to a section of text. Look here.
He pointed to a section highlighted with red pen.
In January 2019, MSRZH1145 first exhibited a phenomenon of splitting.
After absorbing the emotions of the 129th test subject, the main energy field suddenly fluctuated violently, resulting in the separation of 3 secondary entities within 3 months, named as follows.
MSRZH1145-1, Shadow of the Infinite Corridor able to tamper with electronic data and human memories. MSRZH1145-2, Bond of the Tape Room hunts by creating enclosed spaces and temperature anomalies. MSRZH1145-3, Reflection in the Mirror has trading capabilities but demands an unknown price.
The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Lin Mo felt his throat tighten. This was exactly what they had encountered with almost all the ghost entities these past few days.
So, these ghosts are actually split off from a mother body? Chen Tao's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth.
Shizhenghua nodded and continued reading. He felt he had vaguely discovered something terrible.
After the split event, the main body MSRZH1145 entered a dormant state, but its 3 subbodies were active frequently.
Tests showed that there was some competitive relationship among the subbodies, especially when hunting the same target. There would be interference among them.
Lin Mo suddenly looked up.
This is why those 2 ghosts were fighting before. They both wanted to kill us, but they were competing for the hunting rights. Shizhenghua's expression darkened further.
I'm afraid that's the case. Let's keep watching.
He turned to the next page. Special warning, any attempt to trade with MSRZH1145-3, mirror reflection, is extremely dangerous.
6 experimental personnel have been confirmed to disappear after trading, their traces systematically erased from reality.
The only traceable record shows that the traders eventually mention, the price has been paid. Lin Mo's mind immediately flashed back to the words Zhou Wan wrote on the mirror before she vanished.
The deal has been made. What kind of deal did she make with that thing? Was it just to resurrect Yang Yuanzhang? From this document, it seems Zhou Wan's status in the organization was much higher than Yang Yuanzhang's.
His hand tightened around the edge of the document, and the paper made a slight tearing sound.
So there exists an even more terrifying spirit, is that right?
Chen Tao's voice trembled severely.
No one answered.
The sound of rain outside grew louder, the rhythm of raindrops hitting the glass became urgent and chaotic, like some ominous omen. Lin Mo was the first to recover, coldly staring at the document, thinking.
No matter who it is, as long as they want my life, I will make them pay the price. Chapter 38, Experimental Data. Lin Mo continued to turn to the next page. The following contents seemed to be the experimental notes, detailing the actions taken against the experimental subjects.
What caught his eye at the beginning was a section marked in red, the handwriting almost illegible, as if the recorder had hurriedly written it down in extreme fear. On March 15, 2019, experimental subject number 37 exhibited severe abnormal reactions. The temperature in the isolation chamber suddenly dropped to -12 degrees, and the monitoring screen showed serious interference. The experimental subject began to scratch words on the metal wall with his nails, saying, "They are talking in my head." The next morning, the guards found the subject had disappeared, leaving only bloody words all over the walls and shattered glass on the floor. Strangely, the isolation chamber's windows were sealed from the inside with tape, while the keys had always been kept by me. This phenomenon is very strange. We have confirmed that the mother body and the 3 subbodies are still under controllable status. Shizhenghua continued to flip pages, the paper making slight rustling sounds. A flash of lightning outside illuminated the 3 pale faces in an instant. The next page was attached with several photos. The first showed a young man curled up in the corner, his eyes bloodshot, staring in terror at the camera. The photo's edge labeled Experimental Subject Number 41, Day 3 of Isolation.
In the second photo, the same man looked unrecognizable.
His skin had taken on an abnormal grayish hue, and his mouth was torn to the roots of his ears, revealing bone-white teeth. The most chilling part was that his eyes had completely turned milky white, with no pupils, like boiled eggs.
Is this still a human? Chen Tao's voice was dry.
He instinctively shrank back, unable to continue looking. The next few pages detailed the physiological changes in the experimental subject after isolation. Day 1, the experimental subject exhibited anxiety and slight hallucinations, claiming to hear someone calling his name from the next room.
The monitoring showed the next room was empty.
Day 5, the experimental subject began to refuse food, body temperature dropped to 35.2 degrees.
Repeatedly mentioning red tape and cold hands. Day 7, the test subject carved the words "Don't look in the mirror" into the wall with their nails.
That night, a guard reported hearing 2 voices talking in the isolation room, but the surveillance showed only 1 test subject. Day 9, the test subject suddenly fell silent and revealed a strange smile at the corner surveillance camera, their lips moving as they said 3 words.
Lip-reading experts interpreted it as "found you."
Day 188, only 1 test subject remains, and this one is a bit strange, seemingly unaffected.
Is there something special about them? Or is it because they are the only bald one among all the subjects?
Chen Tao felt a chill creeping up his spine. He instinctively looked around, as if that smiling test subject was hiding in a corner, watching them.
These people are simply insane.
Shi Zhenhua's voice was low and cold as he pointed to a section marked with a highlighter. Look here, they intentionally severed all ties between the test subjects and the outside world, just to maximize the feeling of loneliness. In the middle of the document was a psychological assessment report. Experiments proved that extreme social isolation can lead normal people to experience hallucinations and cognitive impairments within 72 hours. When isolation lasts for over a week, 97% of test subjects will develop delusions of being watched and paranoid delusions.
It is noteworthy that placing a mirror in the isolation environment significantly accelerates the process of mental breakdown. The reason is currently unclear. Turning to the next page, there was a list of equipment, detailing various electronic instruments. Shi Zhenhua suddenly frowned and quickly flipped back to the previous page for comparison. Wait, look. The abilities of the evil spirit overlap almost exactly with human brainwaves. They are using electronic devices to simulate brain activity. Yang Yuanzhang probably brought you here for this purpose. Lin Mo's pupils constricted as he realized this point too. Are you saying Yang Yuanzhang is framing us, using modified coils to stimulate this ghost's activity, marking us with it?
Shi Zhenhua and Chen Tao exchanged glances. They already had an answer in their hearts. The last few pages of the document contained several handwritten observation diaries, where the handwriting became more and more sloppy, and the content of the documents became increasingly incomplete. March 28, another experimenter has gone missing today. Surveillance shows they entered the bathroom and never came out, but the bathroom window was sealed from the inside. The strangest thing is, their ID badge appeared in my drawer this morning. Suddenly, the situation seemed to take a sharp turn.
Was this a recoil from the ghost? With curiosity, Lin Mo continued to read.
April 3rd, I heard them talking. Not through headphones, but directly in my head. Director Chu said it's a hallucination, but I know it isn't.
They mentioned the corridor, saying that is humanity's ultimate fate.
April 7th, I discovered the truth. That ghost is not something we can control, it is using us. April 11th, we must not let it devour loneliness and despair anymore, we must find a way to seal it. April 12th, we successfully sealed it, everything is over. But those 3 subbodies are a bit strange. We found that the humans killed by the subbodies also enhanced the ability of social collapse nightmares to some extent. But everything is over, it doesn't matter anymore.
April 11th, it's over, we were all wrong, this ghost thing is hiding itself. The last page only had a crooked line of handwriting. You cannot kill those things that cannot be killed, nor should you hold on to those things you cannot let go of. Outside, the sound of rain began to ease, but the air in the conference room grew heavier. Lin Mo put the documents into a folder and then placed it into a briefcase. Chen Tao swallowed hard, completely shocked by this information. So, the ghosts we've encountered these past few days are all split off from that social collapse nightmare? How terrifying could this social collapse nightmare be?
Shi Zhenhua pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses.
The document says this. After the mother body was sealed, the 3 subbodies are still active.
He paused and continued, and they seem to be competing.
Competing for what?
Chen Tao's voice trembled.
Pray, Lin Mo coldly said, his gaze sweeping across the darkening sky outside the window, which is us. A moment of silence. Chen Tao unconsciously shrank his neck, as if cold fingers were crawling along his spine.
Yang Yuanzhang brought you to the data center, probably to activate that ghost. Shi Zhenhua's voice was low, using a modified Tesla coil to stimulate its activity, it's clearly written in the document.
Lin Mo suddenly remembered something and took out his phone. Do you remember the strange messages Yang Yuanzhang sent in the group chat?
Beware of red tape, the internet, all of these are recorded in the chat history.
Is he warning us? Chen Tao frowned in confusion.
Or leading us to follow the path he set, Lin Mo added. I'm afraid that after we entered the data center 10 days ago, we weren't marked by the evil spirit but were marked after we were dragged into the group chat and browsed those strange videos and audios. Shi Zhenghua expressed doubt, but from the contents of the document and Yang Yuanzhang's behavior, that modified Tesla coil is the source of awakening the evil spirit.
Lin Mo shook his head. I just thought carefully again, awakening shouldn't equal being marked.
In fact, we started encountering the anomalies only after we were dragged into the group chat. Lin Mo's fingers tapped on the table as he said.
And the most important evidence is?
Shi Zhenghua, you hadn't entered the data center before, but you were also marked by the evil spirit. If we look for commonalities, it should be that we all saw those images, videos, and audios.
Not that we were all present when Yang Yuanzhang activated the evil spirit. Chapter 39 Departing. You're right, Shi Zhenghua finally acknowledged Lin Mo's viewpoint.
Hearing this, Shi Zhenghua's gaze also lingered on the phone screen, staring at that image which had troubled him from the very beginning. The blurry human-shaped scorch mark, the twisted posture.
It was exactly the same as what he saw in the corridor on the second floor. Wait, the document mentions that those killed by the bondage of red tape will leave scorch marks. So the photos in the group chat.
Lin Mo picked up on his train of thought, his expression growing darker.
Are the previous victims? Didn't Yang Yuhan mention before that one of the marking methods of the infinite corridor shadow is to spread or browse the images and codes it designates?
So perhaps the infinite corridor shadow and the bondage of red tape are not simply in competition, in some ways, they may need to depend on each other. Lin Mo held up the document in front of him and said. You're right, after all, if this document is real, they are all from a split mother body. But one thing is without doubt, and that is that Yang Yuanzhang's every action pushes us toward a dead end, forcing us to face these terrifying evil spirits. Lin Mo looked at Chen Tao, stirring his emotions, and he has Zhou Wan as a backing. You all saw it, Zhou Wan's identity here is not simple, able to stand side by side with Chu Shimen. From the moment they concealed the truth from us and wanted us dead, they are no longer our friends but unending enemies.
A flash of anger crossed Chen Tao's face as well.
He tightened his fists, unsure of what to think. Shi Zhenghua did not interject, he could see Lin Mo's intent. It was indeed time to unify the front, Chen Tao was undoubtedly the weakest link among them.
So what should we do now? Chen Tao hesitated for a moment and asked. His gaze occasionally darted toward the doorway.
Afraid that a clump of wet black hair would come squeezing in again. Shi Zhenghua took off his glasses and wiped the fog off the lenses with his sleeve, his tone calm to the point of indifference.
Wait. Wait?
Chen Tao's voice suddenly rose sharply, then abruptly stopped. What if that thing comes again?
It won't, Shi Zhenghua interrupted him.
Mr. Lin found the source and used the ghost's weakness to push it back. For as short as a few hours or as long as a few days, this ghost won't attack us again.
This is a general rule of ghosts.
Hearing this, Chen Tao finally forced himself to calm down.
Lin Mo said nothing. He walked to the window, ready to check the situation outside. Just like that, there are more and more car repair shops these days, the competition is fierce. He yawned slightly and smiled, but thanks to you, that last job has allowed me to rest for half a month.
Shi Zhenghua fell silent for a while, as if weighing his words carefully. This time's matter you shouldn't get involved. Lao Wu's expression froze for a moment, his hand gripping the steering wheel tightened instantly.
What, you don't trust me?
Shi Zhenghua shook his head, his voice low.
No.
Nianin is still young, he needs someone to take care of him.
I have always treated him like my own son. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became heavy.
The red light at the intersection ahead lit up. Lao Wu slowly pressed the brakes, the tires rolling over the puddles made a splashing sound. Lao Wu finally sighed, reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, thought for a moment, and then put it back.
Okay.
If you need anything, just contact me anytime. But he immediately joked, just don't say things like I always treat him like my son next time.
I might misunderstand.
Shi Zhenghua nodded, his eyes half closed, as if wanting to take a short nap. Still the same, not an ounce of humor, no wonder you can't find a wife, Lao Wu muttered softly. Shi Zhenghua's eyelids twitched slightly, but he didn't refute. Lin Mo glanced down at his phone again and yawned slightly.
Mo go, what are you looking at? I've seen you check it several times along the way. Chen Tao asked curiously, but didn't step closer to see.
Lin Mo smiled slightly and said.
Nothing much, I just want to see if there are any clues I missed. Oh. Chen Tao responded quickly, did you find anything?
Lin Mo shook his head. No, but I know there will be more work ahead, this matter could be more complicated than we imagined.
Chapter 40, The Infiltrated Office.
We're here. After an unknown period, Lao Wu slammed on the brakes, stopping in front of an office building. The office building was dark, only a few floors had lights on.
After bidding farewell to Lao Wu, Lin Mo and the others immediately took the elevator upstairs.
With a ding, the elevator door slowly opened. The corridor was brightly lit, but muddy footprints were scattered across the carpet.
Something's not right.
Shi Zhenghua suddenly spoke, a bad premonition rising in his heart. The office door was locked securely, but the moment they pushed it open, everyone froze in place. The filing cabinets were wide open, papers scattered all over the floor. The computer case had been violently opened, the hard drive had vanished.
Lin Mo calmly said. Let's first confirm the situation.
Shi Zhenghua searched carefully and finally confirmed that the only things missing were those related to the current supernatural incident. There was not a trace of money or valuables missing. The woman's arm that Lin Mo found, along with the vintage wooden comb discovered at Zhou Wan's house, and the materials that Shi Zhenghua had organized related to this supernatural incident. All had disappeared without a trace. Shi Zhenghua informed Lin Mo and Chen Tao of this news.
Looks like this event brought all of this about.
Lin Mo squinted, appearing surprised, but he had already anticipated it in his heart. However, this was not the main point. The key issue was that Yang Yuhan and Lu Qijuan, who should have already arrived, were nowhere to be found.
Can we get in touch with Lu Qijuan and Yang Yuhan? Chen Tao said anxiously.
Shi Zhenghua took out his phone but hesitated, letting out a sigh.
Did you forget? We can't contact Lu Qijuan, neither by phone nor by text. Messages cannot be sent between us. This should be the killing rule of the infinite corridor shadow. Ever since I joined you, I've also been marked. Ah? Then what do we do? Chen Tao was stunned, he almost didn't react in time.
At this moment, Shi Zhenghua's expression suddenly turned serious, as if he had figured out some things he hadn't before.
Wait. You said we can't communicate through electronic devices. So we are. How to get in touch with Yang Yuhan? What do you mean?
Chen Tao was taken aback for a moment. Then he quickly reacted.
Ah, Brother Hua. Did you forget?
She is not using her own account. No, Lin Mo interjected, analyzing calmly. I have also tried before, whether changing accounts or devices, it is impossible to contact the same marked person through electronic products. This cursed ability targets not the accounts or electronic products themselves, but us users. He looked at Shi Zhenghua and said. So hearing you say this, we indeed missed this point before. This woman is suspicious. Lin Mo had actually noticed this point a long time ago, but he did not speak out. On one hand, he wanted to probe for information on the other side, on the other hand, he wanted to see what the other party's purpose really was. And Lu Qijuan was just bait, it was a matter of seeing if the other party would take the hook. He had placed a phone with location tracking in the bag he handed to Lu Qijuan. As long as Lu Qijuan didn't return to the office and left the bag here, he could roughly know the other's location. However, it was better not to tell Chen Tao and Shi Zhenghua about these matters, as it would not be beneficial for their unity. Lin Mo gently tapped his phone, he had already confirmed it in Old Wu's car. Now the location of that phone was in Zhou Wan's community, and it had been lingering there for a long time. Unfortunately, he had been trapped in the data center due to tape confinement, and the phone had no signal, otherwise, he could have observed Yang Yuhan and Lu Qijuan's movements all the way. However, on his way to the data center, he discovered Lu Qijuan and the others were moving in the direction of Zhou Wan's home, not the office. Later, due to the strange behavior of that driver, Lin Mo didn't check the phone's location anymore. No matter what, Lin Mo did not have the idea of going over immediately. It was too dangerous at night, it would not be too late to go see tomorrow. And he needed to find a suitable excuse. Shi Zhenghua was not a fool. If he revealed his calculations against them, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. Lin Mo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the office. Outside the window, the city's neon lights looked somewhat hazy after the rain. He stared at his reflection on the glass, that face appeared particularly pale in the dim light, with dark shadows hanging under his eyes. These days of running around had truly exhausted him. So? Chen Tao's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of hesitation. What should we do now? Shi Zhenghua was squatting on the ground, sorting through the disordered drawers. First, sort out the clues, he said without lifting his head, his voice laced with fatigue. Yang Yuhan and Lu Qijuan went missing, and the office was ransacked. These two matters must be related. Lin Mo turned around, his gaze sweeping over the mess on the floor. He was thinking about how to brush them off. What's wrong? Shi Zhenghua noticed and looked up keenly. Nothing. Lin Mo rubbed his fingers. I was just thinking about who exactly Yang Yuhan is. Chen Tao paced restlessly in the room. Do you think Yang Yuhan might be? He swallowed, disguised by that ghost? It's possible. Shi Zhenghua wasn't too sure. Most ghosts cannot act during the day, but the horror level of this ghost exceeds my imagination. He pushed up his glasses, and she knows too much, she doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and suddenly spoke, his voice very soft.
I have an idea.
Yang Yuhan mentioned that her brother's most important partner before his death was named Xu Xiaoqing.
Shi Zhenghua paused in his movements, you mean? Xu Shimen, Xu Xiaoqing. Lin Mo slowly uttered these two names, they both have the surname Chu, could there be some connection? Chen Tao suddenly slapped his thigh. Right. The CEO of Huanyu Technology.
Shi Zhenghua's expression became serious.
He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker.
2 more names were added to the already filled clues, and they were connected with lines. Assuming what Yang Yuhan said is true, he said while writing, her brother Yang Yuanzhang and Xu Xiaoqing are partners, and Xu Xiaoqing is connected to Chu Shimen. Then the society Yang Yuanzhang joined is very likely the organization behind Huanyu Technology. Lin Mo continued his words, his gaze fixed on the complex lines on the whiteboard, and Zhou Wan. His finger stopped at that name, her presence in that group photo indicates she is also one of the core members.
Chen Tao suddenly shuddered. Wait, if Zhou Wan is with the society, why is she acting mysteriously? What about finding some master of tricks? Moreover, that document is from 5 years ago, right? 5 years ago we hadn't even graduated from university.
Shi Zhenghua said coldly, this indeed is hard to explain, but she was definitely acting to mask her true intentions. Lin Mo suddenly recalled something and asked.
Do you still remember what Yang Yuhan said? She mentioned that Zhou Wan's room was covered with talisman papers.
Shi Zhenghua immediately reacted, a sharp glint flashed behind his glasses.
But we never mentioned the quantity of the talisman papers, so how did she know? The three fell into a brief silence.
Lin Mo slowly said, so it's very likely that Yang Yuhan knows Zhou Wan.
Chen Tao swallowed hard, trembling as he asked. Then where is she going with Lu Qijuan now?
Lin Mo and Shi Zhenghua exchanged a glance. Qingting apartment, the two said in unison. Shi Zhenghua walked to the computer, trying to retrieve the surveillance records, but found the hard drive had been removed.
He cursed softly, damn it, they came prepared. Lin Mo took out his phone, pretending to check the map, while actually confirming that location again. The red dot still lingered near Qingting apartment.
Lin Mo put away his phone and said, whether by taxi or subway, it takes several hours to get there, and it's too late now, going rashly is too dangerous.
Agreed. We need to make a plan. If Yang Yuhan really has a problem, Lu Qijuan might already.
Shi Zhenghua rubbed his temples. His words weren't completed, but the meaning was clear.
Chen Tao's face turned pale. Let's rest first. We'll go to Qingting apartment first thing in the morning.
Tonight, we'll take turns keeping watch, just in case. Lin Mo suggested as he saw that his point was made.
Shi Zhenghua nodded and took out 2 keys from the drawer.
There's a restroom next door, you guys go sleep for a bit. I'll take the first shift. Ideally, it would be best to leave here and find a hotel to rest. But right now, it's best not to act recklessly.
Chen Tao took the keys and hesitated for a moment. Brother Hua, do you think old Lu is still alive? I don't know.
But if Yang Yuhan truly wanted to kill him, there would be no need to go through such trouble to take him away. This answer seemed to give Chen Tao some comfort.
He nodded and followed Lin Mo to the next room. Chapter 41 Illusion. The restroom wasn't big, just 2 single beds and some simple furniture.
Lin Mo was already sitting on the bed near the window, having just finished washing up.
Currently, Chen Tao was in the bathroom.
Soon, the sound of the water stopped, and Chen Tao quickly dried himself off and collapsed heavily on the other bed.
His voice was muffled, seemingly filled with confusion about the future. Brother Mo, do you think we can survive?
Lin Mo turned his head and saw Chen Tao curled up on the bed, like a helpless child.
He comforted him, we will. As long as we find the real pattern of the killings, we can survive.
Chen Tao fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked.
Are you afraid? It seems like you've changed a lot.
Lin Mo's heart jumped, but his expression remained unchanged. I am afraid, but fear is useless.
When a person's survival instinct is forced out, another side that has been hidden will emerge. Chen Tao, you are the same. Chen Tao didn't speak again.
Soon, his breathing became steady and heavy. Lin Mo closed his eyes, but he could not fall asleep no matter what. Beside him, Chen Tao's breathing gradually became even, occasionally mixed with some uneasy murmurs from a dream. Outside the window, the night wind carried unknown debris, banging against the glass, as if something was gently scratching it. He quietly opened his eyes, using the faint light coming in from the window to look at the bed across from him. Chen Tao had his back to him, tightly wrapped in the quilt, only a tuft of messy hair was visible.
The phone under the pillow vibrated slightly.
Lin Mo carefully took it out, the blue light on the screen was particularly glaring in the darkness.
He squinted his eyes, once again confirming the location.
The red dot remained stubbornly near the Qingtang apartment, unmoving.
Strange. Lin Mo silently frowned.
Logically speaking, if Yang Yuhan really had a problem, being with Lu Qijuan for so long, it wouldn't be possible to stay in the same position.
Unless.
He abruptly extinguished that thought, shoving the phone back under the pillow. Thinking about this now was meaningless, he would know the next morning when he went to check. Suddenly, the bathroom faucet made a drip sound, particularly clear in the silent night. Lin Mo's muscles instantly tensed, and his hand instinctively grabbed the edge of the blanket. He held his breath, listening carefully. Another drip, then a third, the intervals growing shorter until they merged into a continuous stream of water.
Lin Mo lowered his voice and called, "Chen Tao? Did you just turn off the faucet tightly?"
The figure on the bed opposite remained motionless, as if deeply asleep.
Lin Mo got up, barefoot on the cold floor.
1 step, 2 steps. He slowly approached the bathroom, the door ajar, dark inside, only the sound of dripping water continuing to come out.
Drip, drip.
Just as Lin Mo's hand touched the bathroom doorknob, a chilling coldness crawled up his fingers.
Blue mist seeped out from the crack of the door, outlining strange shapes in the darkness.
Shizheng Hua, he called again, lowering his voice even further. Lin Mo had already realized something was wrong, he could possibly be attacked. But he meticulously checked the crack, and there were no traces of red tape. All that responded to him was the continuous sound of dripping water, and the rhythm gradually quickened.
It was an unsettling rhythm.
The bathroom door creaked open slowly, and Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted.
In front of the mirror, a translucent shadow was mechanically repeating the action of brushing teeth.
The figure was wearing the exact same plaid pajamas as him.
What is this?
Lin Mo's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He recognized it, that was clearly the scene from when he brushed his teeth this morning. The shadow's movement suddenly froze, its neck twisting at an impossible angle. On a face devoid of features, ripples like water appeared, gradually revealing Lin Mo's own terrified expression.
Help me. The shadow's mouth moved, emitting his own voice but with an ear-piercing metallic echo.
Lin Mo's temples throbbed. He was far too familiar with this characteristic. It was exactly what Yang Yuhan mentioned and what was recorded in the documents, the shadow of the infinite corridor. It could alter memories, replicate actions, and ultimately trap people in a digitized corridor, looping for eternity. This was precisely the opponent's method of attack. The dripping sounds suddenly became deafening. The mirror began to ooze a thick black liquid, as if countless tiny bugs crawled across the glass. The shadow's body gradually solidified, reaching out its pale hand towards Lin Mo. In a moment of crisis, Lin Mo lunged for the sink. He grabbed the toothbrush but deliberately held it in his left hand, clumsily squeezing toothpaste onto it. "You want to imitate me, right?" He gritted his teeth, shoving the toothbrush into his mouth, brushing in a completely unnatural way.
The black liquid in the mirror instantly solidified.
The shadow's movements became twisted and uncoordinated, like a damaged videotape image. It tried to imitate Lin Mo's left hand movement, causing the whole body to flicker violently like a bad signal image. The shadow emitted a harsh electronic noise, and its outline began to crumble. As the shadow completely dissipated, the mirror quickly returned to its original state.
"Mo Go? What are you doing?" Chen Tao's drowsy voice came from behind.
The bed is not far from the bathroom, but Chen Tao only just heard it, which was indeed very strange. Lin Mo quickly hid his left hand behind his back and smacked the bathroom light off with his right hand.
"The pipe is leaking a bit, I'm checking it." In the darkness, he faintly sensed Chen Tao's suspicious gaze. But the other man just mumbled, "Go to sleep earlier," and then burrowed back into his blanket. Only after confirming that Chen Tao was lying down did Lin Mo open his sweaty left hand. There are 2 points that can be confirmed at the moment.
The first point is that when attacked by the shadow of the infinite corridor, the people around cannot communicate with the attacked person.
Just like Chen Tao just now.
The second point is that the method mentioned by Yang Yuhan is indeed effective, but...
Lin Mo recalled the shadow's final action, his expression a bit gloomy.
This method might not be completely effective because that shadow was also trying to imitate his action at the end.
And it had already succeeded more than halfway. If the other party had completely succeeded in imitating before dissipating, it would probably not be so easy to crack this attack. It might require even more difficult actions, movements that violate his habits to make that shadow disappear. Yang Yuhan said if this shadow is not cracked within a limited time, one would enter the virtual space and lose their memory immediately. To be honest, he did not know how many times the original owner had entered the virtual space. So it would be best not to enter even once next time. Although the shadow of the infinite corridor does not seem as aggressive as the tape room's attack, its appearance seems to have no warning, its concealment and strangeness are even greater. Lin Mo took a deep breath, walked to Chen Tao's bed, and gently pushed his shoulder. "Chen Tao, wake up."
His voice was very low, but clear enough. Chen Tao groggily turned over, mumbling unclear words.
What's wrong? Something happened, get up quickly. Lin Mo pushed him again, this time with a bit more force.
Only then did Chen Tao reluctantly open his eyes, rubbing his drowsy sleepiness. Mo go, it's the middle of the night. Lin Mo spoke directly, his voice tense. I was just attacked, it should be the shadow of the infinite corridor.
Chapter 42 Departure.
Lin Mo's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Chen Tao's head, and he sat up abruptly.
What?
Where? Lin Mo pointed to the half-open door. It's right over there in the bathroom. It was lucky I wasn't thoroughly asleep at that time, or the consequences would be unimaginable.
Chen Tao's face instantly turned pale. So, is it still there?
It has temporarily disappeared, but I'm worried it will come again.
Chen Tao swallowed hard. How did you get rid of it?
Lin Mo sat down by the bed and described the whole process in detail. From discovering the faucet dripping, to seeing the shadow in the mirror, to using his left hand to brush his teeth to crack the other's attack.
Lin Mo summarized, Yang Yuhan's method is indeed effective, but the effect might be limited.
That thing was still trying to imitate me at the end, it just didn't have time to complete it.
Chen Tao listened, stunned, and after a long time squeezed out a sentence, so, we could be attacked at any time?
Lin Mo nodded, exactly. And what's even more troublesome is that when someone is attacked, the people around will fall into an undetectable state.
I called you several times, and you didn't react. Chen Tao's face became even more unfriendly. This is too.
Let's go, Lin Mo stood up, we need to tell Shi Zhenghua. The two of them quietly walked out of the lounge. Shi Zhenghua was sitting at his desk, several documents spread out before him, and as soon as he heard footsteps, he immediately raised his head, alert.
He adjusted his glasses and asked. Why is everyone up? It's not your shift yet.
I was attacked, Lin Mo repeated what he had just said, then detailed the entire process. Shi Zhenghua fell silent for a moment after listening.
Are you sure it was the shadow of the infinite corridor?
Yes. The behavior pattern of that shadow is exactly the same as what Yang Yuhan described. Shi Zhenghua stood up and walked to the bathroom door, examining it carefully. There's no red tape, the temperature is normal, it really doesn't look like the style of the tape room binding. And according to what you just said, there's no way we wouldn't have heard such a loud noise. Yang Yuhan concealed something, she never mentioned that it could create a situation where we cannot call others. Chen Tao nervously rubbed his hands.
So what do we do? Do we still take turns keeping watch?
Shi Zhenghua nodded, of course, but with this happening, we need to be more cautious from now on. Starting now, never act alone at any time, including going to the bathroom.
And when keeping watch, we need to patrol regularly.
I think it can't be away from what it's trying to imitate for too long, otherwise it would be too hard to handle.
It's going to be tough, but there's no choice.
It's currently unclear how long breaking this ghost's killing rules can block it. Shi Zhenghua rubbed his temples, feeling that things were becoming more complicated.
So how should we arrange the order of keeping watch next? Chen Tao asked.
Shi Zhenghua glanced at his watch.
It's almost midnight. Mr. Lin has just experienced an attack, so he should rest first. Chen Tao will take my shift.
We'll switch every 2 hours until dawn. From midnight to 2 a.m. is Chen, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. is Lin, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. is me, and at 6 a.m. we'll head to Zhou Wan's house. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement.
However, he still reminded Chen Tao. If there's anything unusual, wake me up immediately.
Shi Zhenghua patted his shoulder, don't worry.
Go sleep.
Lin Mo returned to the lounge, lying on the bed but unable to fall asleep no matter what.
The bathroom door remained half open.
He carefully thought about the differences and connections between these ghosts. Since the 3 ghosts they encountered were all split from the same entity, there should be commonalities among them. If forced to say, it could be found that although their rules were not the same, they seemed to lead to a common point.
That is, to sever human connections. This was also derived from that document.
The tape room binding traps humans with the simplest of rooms, cutting off contact with the outside via electronic devices.
And the shadow of the infinite corridor also isolates communication and interaction between people. Not only can people not communicate on electronic devices, but when it uses its killing rules, it also isolates connections between people. Could there be a causal relationship in this?
Lost in thought, he didn't know how long he had been thinking until he finally drifted off to sleep.
Lin Mo, wake up.
A voice pulled him from shallow sleep. Lin Mo opened his eyes to see Shi Zhenghua standing by the bed. The sky outside was already brightening.
Is it 6 already?
He sat up and rubbed his temples.
He had been up to keep watch once.
Yes, Shi Zhenghua nodded, the last watch was very calm, no abnormalities.
Lin Mo got out of bed and walked to the window. There were already sporadic pedestrians and vehicles on the street.
Where's Chen Tao? He asked. Shi Zhanghua replied, he's making coffee in the kitchen, we'll head to Qing Teng apartment shortly.
Lin Mo nodded.
As the two walked out of the lounge, Chen Tao came out of the kitchen holding 3 cups of steaming coffee.
Brother Mo, you're awake. He handed over a cup. Just brewed, it'll wake you up. Lin Mo took the coffee. Thank you.
The 3 of them sat around the coffee table,
sipping coffee and eating bread.
Shi Zhanghua put down his cup and said, I have an idea about the attack last night.
Lin Mo and Chen Tao both looked at him.
Shi Zhanghua pushed up his glasses. It's not a coincidence that it chose to attack you in the bathroom. The bathroom has mirrors, and the document mentions that mirrors are an important factor in accelerating mental breakdown.
Lin Mo appeared thoughtful. Are you saying it deliberately chose to strike in a place with mirrors? Very likely.
Shi Zhanghua nodded. Also, it mimicked your grooming scene, which means it has been observing you for a long time. Perhaps this attack has been planned for a long time.
Chen Tao's hands trembled, almost spilling his coffee. This is too terrifying.
Shi Zhanghua said seriously, yes, so we must be extra cautious in our actions today. Especially in Qing Teng apartment, there may be more traps there.
Lin Mo finished his last sip of coffee and stood up. I'll wash my face, and then we can set off.
Cold water splashed on his face, dispelling the last trace of sleepiness. When he returned to the living room, Shi Zhanghua and Chen Tao were already ready. Shi Zhanghua was checking a small black bag filled with some tools and a pile of documents.
Let's go. Lin Mo said, while it's still early and there aren't many people.
The 3 of them left the office, the morning air fresh after the rain.
The streets were damp.
In the distance, an early bus slowly passed by.
Lin Mo took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face. It will take about an hour and a half to drive there.
Shi Zhanghua took out his phone, his fingertips sliding across the screen. There shouldn't be any traffic at this hour. I called yesterday and had old Wu send over another car. The previous car was left at the place he met Yang Yuhan, and now there was no time to retrieve it. Chen Tao nervously rubbed his arms, his face still pale despite the rising temperature.
Do you think? Old Lu might already. Don't think nonsense. Lin Mo interrupted him.
The 3 of them climbed into the car. Lin Mo intentionally chose the back seat to avoid Chen Tao and Shi Zhanghua, checking the GPS location of Lu Qijuan on his phone. Shi Zhanghua drove seriously. The radio played a crackling weather report. Today it will be cloudy turning to light rain temperature. Lin Mo kept his eyes fixed on the GPS location on his phone. That red dot remained at Zhou Wan's apartment location.
It was too quiet. From last night until now, the location hadn't moved at all. This isn't normal, unless... Ge, can you change the station? Chen Tao suddenly spoke, his voice tense. This weather report is making people anxious.
Shi Zhanghua nodded and changed the frequency. The car turned at the intersection, and suddenly the sunlight was blocked by dark clouds. Lin Mo noticed several pedestrians standing still on the sidewalk, looking up at the sky, their postures strangely uniform. Their faces were blurred in the shadow, their necks twisted unnaturally.
What are they looking at?
Chen Tao followed his gaze, his voice trailing off. Lin Mo rolled down the car window, cold wind rushed into the car. The few pedestrians seemed to hear the noise, turning their heads in unison, glancing at them, their movements synchronized.
There was an indescribable sense of eeriness. Chapter 43, Lu Qijuan's death. Shi Zhanghua also noticed the abnormality of those people.
Fortunately, there seemed to be fewer people on the road than usual, and he immediately sped up.
This city is feeling stranger and stranger.
Lin Mo looked at the car passing those people, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart. The car drove in silence for an unknown amount of time, the scenery outside gradually shifting from the commercial area to the residential area. Lin Mo noticed that there were fewer and fewer pedestrians by the roadside, and those who occasionally passed by were also walking quickly with their heads down.
The turn ahead leads to Qing Teng apartment. Do you think Yang Yuhan will bring Lu Qijuan here?
Shi Zhenghua's voice broke the silence in the car as he pushed up his glasses, asking.
Unlike the previous visits, it was different now.
In the neighborhood, a certain corrupt, foul smell began to spread, like something was quietly rotting in the dark.
Moreover, the entire neighborhood was so quiet that it made people uneasy. Not a single passerby was seen on the roads during broad daylight.
Chen Tao covered his nose, his face turning pale. The smell is even worse than the fish stalls at the market. Shi Zhenhua's golden glasses reflected a cold light. He stared intently at the tightly shut window on the 4th floor while cautiously observing the surroundings. It seems the police have already withdrawn. This is the perfect time. Lin Mo took out his phone. The location of his other phone was still within this apartment building of Zhou Wan. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be in Zhou Wan's room.
We need to be extra careful this time. I have a bad feeling. Do I really need to say that?
Even Mr. Chen can see that something is off about this neighborhood, Shi Zhanghua followed up, managing a rare joke. He pulled a pair of rubber gloves out of his pocket and put them on. Let's go, don't use the front door, we'll go through the fire escape. Chen Tao shot him a glance, clearly unconvinced but said nothing. The fire escape was locked by someone unknown. Shi Zhanghua took out a set of slender metallic tools from his bag and fiddled with the lock for a few moments. With a click, the door opened. Hua Go, were you a detective before or? Chen Tao's words were cut off as the putrid smell hit him, making him gag. Lin Mo's stomach also churned, a wave of sourness rising in his throat. He gritted his teeth to suppress the urge to vomit. Shi Zhanghua remained relatively calm, handing over 2 medical masks before putting one on himself.
Put on the mask.
They quickly made their way up to the 4th floor. The door handle of room 401 still had remnants of the police's evidence seal. A black-red sticky liquid seeped through the crack of the door, congealing into a disgusting gel on the carpet.
What the hell? Chen Tao's voice trembled, is that blood?
Shi Zhanghua squatted down, using tweezers to pick up a bit of the liquid. It's too thick, doesn't look like fresh blood. He leaned closer to sniff it and quickly turned his head away.
It smells like a corpse.
Lin Mo's temples throbbed hard.
Stand back.
Shi Zhanghua switched to a thicker tool and began to pry the lock. The sound of metal scraping was especially sharp in the silent corridor.
Lin Mo and Shi Zhenghua's attention was fixed on the door.
Chen Tao noticed that the door to the neighboring room 402 was slightly ajar, and a murky eye was peering through the crack.
Someone's.
He had barely spoken when the eye disappeared, and the door quietly shut tight. The speed was so fast it felt like an illusion. As the lock popped open, a strong, foul smell hit the faces of the 3 like an invisible fist. Here, the stench was the strongest. Worse than in the fire escape.
Chen Tao dropped to his knees, gagging, and Shi Zhenghua's face turned ashen.
Lin Mo fought against the nausea and was the first to step through the door. The foyer floor was stained with dried black-red marks, as if something heavy had been dragged.
Lao Lu, he called out, his voice echoing in the empty apartment. No response.
A larger pool of stain extended from the living room into the hallway, as if something had been dragged toward the bathroom.
Chen Tao covered his mouth and followed in, damn, this is a murder scene, right? Lin Mo felt a chill run down his back. He followed the drag marks toward the bathroom. The bathroom door was firmly shut, with more black-red liquid seeping out from the crack beneath it. Lin Mo took a deep breath and pushed the door open.
In the moment the door opened, Lin Mo clearly saw a long strip of red tape dissolve into black smoke in the air on the inside of the door. Curled up in the bathtub was a highly decomposed corpse, its swollen skin showing a dark blue-black color. Its chest caved in noticeably, as if it had suffered a heavy blow, blood and flesh a mess.
The corpse was wearing Lu Qijuan's iconic leather jacket, and its right hand was tightly grasping a phone.
Chen Tao's voice was choked with tears as he saw the scene.
It's old Lu, damn it.
Lin Mo's vision blurred for a moment. He forced himself to look around the body. Along the edge of the bathtub were several items. A blood-stained pair of scissors, a few strands of long hair, and...
This is Yang Yuhan's hairpin.
Shi Zhanghua pointed at the butterfly-shaped crystal hairpin, his voice strangely calm. I saw it yesterday. He stared intensely at the swollen corpse in the bathtub, Lu Qijuan's once familiar face now twisted into a grotesque smile by decay. Shi Zhanghua had already squatted down.
With red-rimmed eyes, he used tweezers to pry open Lu Qijuan's stiff fingers, retrieving the cell phone.
The screen was shattered, but it could still be powered on.
The last message.
His voice suddenly halted, the pupils behind his glasses slightly dilated, sent to Lin Mo.
Lin Mo took the phone.
Due to the shadow of the infinite corridor, he naturally couldn't receive messages, but this could very well be the clue left by Lu Qijuan for them. The screen displayed a message that failed to send. I clearly entered the bedroom of the office, but after opening the door, I ended up here.
Yang Yuhan is not a good person. She said she could control ghosts. Opening the door leads right here.
Lin Mo murmured, suddenly looking up at the inside of the bathroom door.
Just now when I pushed the door, I noticed the disappearing red tape.
Shi Zhanghua followed his gaze, his pupils suddenly constricting. The marks of the tape-based sealed room.
Chen Tao suddenly rushed to the side of the toilet, dry heaving painfully.
He only vomited bile, yet it felt as if he wanted to expel all his insides. When he finally straightened up, his face was smeared with tears and mucus.
Yang Yuhan, that bitch. I want to kill her.
Shi Zhanghua grabbed Chen Tao's collar and said, calm down.
Anger is useless. Lin Mo quietly glanced at his phone.
The red dot representing the tracker still remained at Zhou Wan's apartment location, and it nearly overlapped with their current position. The phone's positioning couldn't be too precise, but it could almost confirm that his spare phone was nearby. If Lu Qijuan was right, he went straight into that room with a bag. There was no reason the bag wouldn't be here after coming to this bathroom. He scanned the surroundings carefully again. The bathroom was small, and he found no trace of the bag.
Could it have been discovered by Yang Yuhan?
No, that's not right. If it had been discovered, she should have turned off the phone's location.
Unless this is a trap, Yang Yuhan deliberately wants to lure us here.
Lin Mo shivered, frantically scanning the surroundings. But for now, nothing dangerous was found. He forced himself to calm down. But his vigilance was at its peak, ready to activate time pause and escape at any moment. Looking at the message on the phone, Shi Zhenghua's expression grew unusually serious.
Can Yang Yuhan control ghosts? How does old Lu know? It doesn't matter anymore, we can't restore the scenes that were here before.
But Yang Yuhan has been lying to us from the start. Lin Mo's voice was cold as ice. Her goal in approaching us was to lead us into a trap.
Chapter 44, Speculation.
Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the churn of bile in his stomach. He discreetly scanned the bathroom. We need to search this room carefully. Lin Mo's voice was steady. Yang Yuhan may have left other clues.
Shi Zhenghua nodded. Let's split up, be careful.
His voice was deep, filled with suppressed anger.
Lin Mo immediately said.
Then Mr. Shi, please check the bedroom. Chen Tao, you go check the kitchen, I will check the dining and living room. Chen Tao turned on the faucet and splashed water on his face, his hands still stained with the remnants of his vomit.
Okay.
His voice trembled.
But his gaze became unusually firm. I must make that bitch pay.
Shi Zhenghua nodded and was the first to walk out of the bathroom. Lin Mo and Chen Tao followed closely behind. Lin Mo squatted down, pretending to check the coffee table in front of the sofa, but his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. He needed to retrieve the phone and that bag before Shi Zhenghua and Chen Tao noticed.
Lin Mo thought the travel bag was likely in the living room. If it was indeed over here, it might even confirm one of his suspicions.
After searching for a while, his gaze suddenly stopped behind the sofa. A black travel bag was half hidden in the shadows, exactly the one he had given to Lu Qijuan yesterday. Lin Mo's heart raced, and his throat tightened. He pretended to adjust his position, blocking any gaze that might come from Chen Tao.
There are some strange marks in the kitchen.
Chen Tao's voice came from the hallway, accompanied by the sound of a drawer being pulled open. It looks like someone has cooked something here, something we didn't notice before.
Could it be that someone came over to cook after Xiao Zhou disappeared?
Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Mo quickly reached out, carefully opened the zipper, and saw that the two small scraps stuck in the zipper hadn't moved, feeling slightly relieved.
Because this proved that the zipper of this bag hadn't been opened by anyone.
The phone with the locator inside the travel bag was indeed still there, but its battery was almost depleted. He quickly stuffed the phone into his inner pocket, moving gently. At the same time, he zipped up the travel bag and pulled out the two small scraps of paper. After completing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He also confirmed one fact. That is, Lu Qijuan did not enter this place directly through the office's door and into Zhou Wan's bathroom.
Otherwise, this travel bag wouldn't appear in Zhou Wan's living room.
It had to be that he left this travel bag here, which is why it showed up here.
In other words, Yang Yuhan very likely deceived Lu Qijuan's five senses, leading him into the apartment where Zhou Wan was.
And made him mistakenly believe he had returned to the office.
Otherwise, this travel bag should have appeared in the office or in the bathroom. This proves that Lu Qijuan never entered the office but came straight here. This also matches with the positioning information Lin Mo saw earlier. It must have been after Lin Mo and the others left that Yang Yuhan immediately brought Lu Qijuan here. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that Yang Yuhan had placed this travel bag here. But the other party seemed to have no reason to do so. If she was interested in this travel bag, she would have opened it. But the position of the two scraps stuck in the zipper hadn't moved, meaning no one had opened the bag. After obtaining the phone, Lin Mo's heart calmed down a bit.
He took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions swirling within, and continued to search for possible clues in the living room. Although his main goal was to recover the phone, he had encountered a pale figure the last time he was here and hadn't done a proper search. Perhaps, just like at Yang Yuanzhang's place, there were important clues hidden here as well. After all, from the documents, Zhou Wan's status in the organization was much higher than Yang Yuanzhang's. The sun gradually rose. Lin Mo squatted down, checking every inch of space under the sofa, flipping through the clutter on the coffee table, and even opening every drawer of the TV cabinet. However, besides a few yellowed newspapers and a pile of scattered coins, there was nothing else worth noting. After the sun rose, the foul smell in the room dispersed slightly. Suddenly, Lin Mo seemed to remember something, walked over to the travel bag, and opened the zipper again. Because if he found this travel bag and didn't open it to check, that is too suspicious. Chen Tao might not care, but Shi Zhenghua is a smart man. And if he claims to have checked but then zips up the bag, it would be very unnatural, although it could be explained as simply a habit. He has a better idea now. After unzipping, he took the backpack from behind the sofa and placed it directly on the coffee table.
This feels like a more natural action.
After doing all this, Chen Tao's voice came from the hallway, tinged with a hint of fatigue and frustration.
There's nothing special in the kitchen.
Just some food left in the fridge, which smells strong. Lin Mo looked up and saw Chen Tao standing at the kitchen door, his face still pale. A small patch of his collar was soaked with sweat, clearly indicating that the earlier search was not easy.
Mo good, you actually remain calm here.
Just thinking about how Lao Lu died in the bathroom makes my heart.
He choked up and didn't continue. The bedroom has been checked too.
Shi Jinghua's voice came from the other side of the hallway, his footsteps steady and powerful, soon appearing at the living room door. His gold-rimmed glasses were slightly fogged, and the look behind the lenses was calm and sharp. There are a few women's clothes in the wardrobe and a diary on the bedside table, but most of its content has been torn away, leaving a few pages with no useful information.
Lin Mo nodded and pointed to the travel bag on the coffee table, saying to the two, "Look at this, I just found it behind the sofa."
Shi Zhenhua's gaze was immediately drawn to it, and he quickly walked over to the coffee table, squatting down to examine the black travel bag closely.
"Is this the one you gave Lao Lu yesterday?"
Lin Mo's voice was low, carrying a hint of suppressed anger. "Yes. I don't understand why it appeared behind the sofa, it's too strange. When we came in, we were too focused on the bloodstains to notice." Shi Zhenghua checked the inner pocket, his brow slightly furrowed.
"Was the zipper already open when you found it?"
Lin Mo kept his expression neutral. "No, the zipper was closed.
I opened it just now to check if anything was missing."
Shi Zhenghua pondered for a moment and pushed up his glasses.
"Something doesn't add up. If Lao Lu came directly through the office door to here, the bag should be in the bathroom, not the living room."
He seemed not to consider this could be a trap set by Yang Yuhan, but that was a normal oversight, and indeed it was a fact. So Lin Mo followed along, saying,
"I think so too.
Lao Lu's message said he went straight here after opening the bedroom door, but the bag is in Zhou Wan's living room, which means he was likely misled by Yang Yuhan, thinking he was in the office while he was actually taken to Zhou Wan's apartment." A glimmer of coldness passed through Shi Zhenhua's eyes.
Yang Yuhan is more troublesome than we imagined. If Lao Lu's information is true, she can manipulate spirits and deceive people's five senses, leading them unknowingly into traps.
Chen Tao stood aside, his fists involuntarily tightening.
Then Lao Lu, has he been schemed against from the start?
Lin Mo silently nodded, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the living room, as if searching for some invisible threat. The sunlight outside was just covered by dark clouds, dulling the light in the room.
Shadows were spreading, as if something was lurking in the darkness, watching them. Chapter 45, The Resident of 402.
Shi Zhenghua suddenly stood up, as if realizing something. "We need to leave here quickly.
Since Yang Yuhan set this trap, it won't be as simple as letting us discover Lao Lu's body.
It's also possible that this backpack is her trap, intentionally placed here." He glanced out the window, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to foretell an approaching storm. "Let's go, first to the office and then we can discuss our plans."
Chen Tao gritted his teeth, unwillingly glancing toward the bathroom. "Are we really just going to let that vile woman go?"
Shi Zhenghua pressed firmly on his shoulder, saying, "Calm down.
Anger will only cloud our judgment. We must avenge old Lu, but not now." Chen Tao nodded, as if suddenly recalling something.
His gaze kept darting toward the door, as if words were stuck in his throat.
"What's wrong?"
Lin Mo noticed his odd behavior and whispered. Chen Tao licked his cracked lips, his voice barely above a whisper. "Just now, when we entered, I think I saw someone peeking at us from next door in 402. Shi Zhenhua's hands, which were checking the travel bag, suddenly stopped. "Be clear."
Chen Tao swallowed hard and said.
"It was, when we were breaking in, the door of 402 opened a crack, and an eye was spying on us. As soon as I spoke, it shut."
"Are you sure it wasn't just your imagination?"
"It's normal to have illusions in this kind of tense environment," Shi Zhenghua asked.
Chen Tao shook his head.
"I'm sure I didn't make a mistake. That eye, the whites were completely yellow." His voice was trembling more and more, and there was absolutely no sound when it closed the door. Lin Mo walked to the window, using his fingertips to pull aside the dirty curtains. He looked toward the neighboring window. The window of 402 was tightly shut, the curtains drawn shut, just like those of the other residents. "Let's go take a look," Lin Mo suddenly said.
"Last time we were here, wasn't it that the neighbor opened the door to help Zhou Wan? Now that I think about it, that seems too unnatural. Who would confront four big men for someone they aren't very familiar with?"
Shi Zhenghua frowned.
"That's too risky. If someone really is watching us, they could very well be Yang Yuhan's accomplice. Or, it might not even be a human. That's exactly why we need to go."
Lin Mo turned around, shadows perfectly casting over half of his face. Old Lu's death proves that Yang Yuhan can manipulate people's perceptions.
If there really is someone in 402, they might provide clues.
Shi Zhenghua hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately agreed with Lin Mo's idea. They could not afford to overlook any clues, even if it meant facing danger in the process. The door to 402 was dark red. Lin Mo signaled Chen Tao to stand to the side, taking a deep breath as he raised his hand to knock.
Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed loudly in the empty corridor.
There was no response.
Lin Mo knocked 3 more times, this time with more force.
The door quivered, but inside there was still complete silence.
They must be pretending.
Chen Tao was just starting to speak when the door of 402 suddenly creaked open a crack. There were no footsteps, no shadows, the door seemed to have been pushed by the wind. But there was no wind in the corridor at all. Lin Mo's palms broke out in a cold sweat. A pungent smell of chemicals wafted through the crack of the door. He cautiously pushed the door open. The living room was cluttered with junk. What stood out most was the wall covered with countless photos, all of Zhou Wan, some clearly taken with a telephoto lens from outside the window.
Damn. Chen Tao's voice trembled. This is freaking creepy, right?
Lin Mo's gaze was drawn to the dining table. It was spread open with an album, the latest page showing Zhou Wan in a cafe with a man whose face was not clear.
Is someone watching Zhou Wan here?
Lin Mo said softly, just about to touch the album when suddenly they heard a dull thud from the bedroom. The 3 of them froze simultaneously.
Chen Tao's breathing quickened.
They had called out for a long time with no response, and now there was noise coming from inside. With his experience from watching dozens of horror movies, he knew the next part of the plot was going to be. Lin Mo clenched his fists and slowly moved toward the bedroom. The closer he got to the bedroom, the stronger the chemical smell became, stinging his eyes. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, with an eerie blue light seeping through the crack. Lin Mo gently pushed the door open. A gaunt man was sitting with his back to them in front of the computer. He wore a dirty pajamas, but the most striking feature was his bald head. On the computer desk lay more than a dozen medicine bottles, and the floor was scattered with syringes and blood-stained cotton balls.
Hello?
Lin Mo said cautiously. The man did not respond.
Hey?
Chen Tao's voice trembled clearly.
He stepped forward, wanting to investigate further. Shi Zhenghua suddenly pressed Chen Tao's shoulder, pointing at the man's body and shaking his head. Don't move. Lin Mo followed his gaze.
The bald man's wrists hung down on either side of the chair, each with a deep cut visible down to the bone. He's been dead for at least 48 hours.
But the computer is still on. Who is this person?
The cold light from the computer screen was especially glaring in the dim bedroom, illuminating the man's grayish face. Lin Mo held his breath and slowly moved around to the front of the computer, finally getting a clear view of the deceased. It was a gaunt face, sunken eye sockets, cracked purple lips, and a few sparse beard stubbles on his chin. The most bizarre thing was that his eyes remained wide open, the murky pupils fixed on the screen, as if he was still witnessing something until the very end.
This looks like the same person we encountered 2 days ago.
Chen Tao recalled that night when they returned from the crane. This statement instantly tensed Lin Mo and Shi Zhenghua's bodies. Because they recognized this bald man, who had tried to report to the police after coming out of 402. If it weren't for him, Lin Mo would have forced his way into Zhou Wan's home at that time. Lin Mo took out his phone, adjusted the angle, and shot several photos in quick succession.
Let's check the computer first.
Shi Zhenghua had already put on rubber gloves, carefully avoiding the dried blood on the keyboard as he clicked the mouse. The folders on the screen were neatly arranged and all named by date. The most recently created folder was marked with a date from 5 days ago, filled with videos and photos of Zhou Wan entering and leaving the apartment in various locations.
Shi Zhenghua pulled a USB drive from his black bag.
He adjusted his glasses, and his gaze scanned every corner of the computer. This computer is too clean, there are hardly any commonly used programs, he said softly, plugging the USB drive into the computer's main unit.
Lin Mo stood by the window.
He noticed a thick layer of dust on the windowsill of 402, lacking any signs of life.
Ordinary people wouldn't allow dust to accumulate so thickly. He couldn't believe that a normal person could still live in this environment. It might be influenced by supernatural forces. To be precise, ever since the night Zhou Wan disappeared in front of the mirror, it seemed that strange changes began to occur in this community. What kind of deal did she make with that mirror?
The details of that deal must be crucial, not only concerning Lin Mo's mission but also possibly hiding a great conspiracy.
A copying progress bar popped up on the computer screen.
113.7 gigabytes of photo and video data, estimated to take 50 minutes and 42 seconds. Lin Mo squatted down, carefully examining the floor with the light from the screen. At the edge of the pool of blood, there were several drag marks leading towards the wardrobe. Lin Mo pointed at the wardrobe and said, "Mr. Shi.
Look at this. Shi Zhanghua temporarily let go of the mouse, following Lin Mo's finger to look.
His voice was colder than usual. Don't move yet.
Wait until the copy is done.
It's at 17% now, Shi Zhanghua suddenly said. While copying, he continued to browse the computer files, trying to find more content. He clicked on the root directory of the D drive and discovered an encrypted document in the folder named System Backup. The file name was a string of random characters, XK #7821 at V9. The file size was only 217 kilobytes, and the modification date showed July 22, 2023, 2:58. And now, the time was November 6, 2025, 10:11 a.m.
Chapter 46, The Strange Document.
This means that this document had its last modification 2 years ago. Lin Mo leaned closer to the screen. Shi Zhanghua unhesitatingly opened the document. After the document opened, it was filled with dense symbols, completely incomprehensible.
This is? Chen Tao widened his eyes. Morse code? Doesn't look like it.
Shi Zhanghua frowned.
It resembles some. Then you guard the computer. I'll come with Lin Mo. Who's afraid? Chen Tao grabbed the gloves.
He clumsily put on the gloves, some bloodstains from the bathroom still stuck between his fingers. I just feel this dead person staring. It's unsettling.
Then why weren't you scared just now in the next room?
Having gotten along for a while, Shi Zhanghua also started teasing Chen Tao. That's because the dead person was my good friend. I believe even if he turns into a ghost, he won't harm me.
Chen Tao said firmly. Shi Zhanghua shook his head. Ghosts are only influenced by rules. Even if you are their closest person, that's something from when they were alive. Ghosts inherently have great malice towards humans. They have no reason and emotions, and cannot communicate. Your thought is poisoned by movies and TV dramas. It's not good. Lin Mo was already standing in front of the wardrobe. He had noticed it long ago. Lin Mo pressed his left hand against the top of the cabinet, slowly pushing down the handle with his right hand. He held his breath. Using the dim light from the outside, he saw a few clumps of dark fabric piled at the bottom of the wardrobe. Is it clothes? Chen Tao stood on tiptoe to peek. Lin Mo used the tip of his foot to push open the cabinet door. With a creak, the entire inside of the wardrobe was exposed to the three of them. The walls of the wardrobe were splattered with bloodstains. At the bottom were 3 wrinkled white lab coats, the collars and cuffs soaked with dark brown stains, one of them even wrapped with a half-broken nylon rope. Chen Tao suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's shoulder. This must be a shroud, right?
Shi Zhanghua stepped forward. He squatted down, using the tip of a tweezers to pick up the corner of the white lab coat, revealing the plastic wrap pressed beneath it.
The amount and distribution of blood are all wrong.
If it were simply storing a corpse, it wouldn't splash to the top of the cabinet.
Lin Mo looked up at the top of the wardrobe.
Indeed, at the seams of the wooden shelf, he found several deep scratch marks carved into the wood.
Shi Zhanghua continued to add.
Someone was locked in here alive and struggled for a long time.
Just unclear who it exactly was. Lin Mo sighed, took a photo and then no longer looked at this wardrobe.
Let's go check other places. The three of them split up to search this house carefully, but didn't find anything useful.
So they gathered back in the bedroom.
Lin Mo stood in the center of the bedroom, his gaze slowly sweeping over this cramped space. They had turned over this house, but aside from those photos, there was nothing useful. Finally, Lin Mo's eyes fell on the body of the dead man. The man's hunched back looked especially eerie under the cold light of the screen, his gray-blue skin covered in corpse spots. He gritted his teeth and walked slowly forward.
You're not really going to search his body, are you?
Chen Tao widened his eyes, his voice trembling a bit.
There's no other choice.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and gently turned the man's shoulder. The body had long since stiffened, the joints made crackling sounds. The man's upper pocket was empty, and there were only a few coins and a crumpled supermarket receipt in his pants pocket. Lin Mo's gaze shifted down, and he suddenly noticed the man's right hand was tightly clenched. He held his breath, carefully prying open that stiff hand. As the fingers unfolded, a silver USB flash drive dropped to the ground with a thud.
Chapter 47 Zhou Wan's Death. Found it! Chen Tao exclaimed and bent down to pick it up.
Lin Mo grabbed the USB flash drive first and examined it carefully.
The edges of the USB connector were a bit worn, seeming to have been used frequently.
He handed it to Shi Zhanghua, who took the USB and shook it gently, then examined it closely.
It looks fine.
Shi Zhanghua adjusted his glasses, but let's wait until we get back to check. The environment here is too unsafe. The copying progress bar on the computer screen had already jumped to 100% long ago.
Shi Zhanghua quickly pulled out the USB and stuffed it into the black little bag.
Let's go, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Lin Mo walked at the front. Shi Zhanghua followed closely behind. Chen Tao walked at the end, occasionally looking back, as if afraid that something was peering at them from behind a door crack. The three took a last glance around the Eerie room and hurriedly left room 402. I don't want to stay in this haunted place for even a second. Chen Tao lowered his voice. Do you think the dead person might suddenly? Don't scare yourself. Lin Mo rubbed the spot on his chest where the phone he retrieved from his backpack lay quietly in the inner pocket. His peripheral vision caught sight of the window at the end of the corridor, where dark clouds loomed low, as if it would rain at any moment. The three hastily walked down the fire escape. Get in the car, let's go to the office first, Shi Zhanghua said, pulling out the car keys. Lin Mo opened the car door, deliberately choosing the back seat to observe the surroundings. Although this neighborhood was strange, there hadn't been any supernatural incidents. The three of them got into the car smoothly and drove toward the office. As the car started, the radio turned on automatically, intermittently broadcasting the morning news. The police are investigating a series of missing person cases. Citizens are advised to report any suspicious individuals immediately. Chen Tao turned to Shi Zhanghua, his face still pale. Brother Shi, what do you think Yang Yuhan's goal is? Shi Zhanghua shook his head. The only thing certain is that it probably has similarities with Zhou Wan's intentions. They clearly know each other. And if she really is Yang Yuanzhan's sister, and their relationship is as good as stated in the diary, do you think she would choose to resurrect Yang Yuanzhan? Chen Tao's heart quivered, and he fell silent. The car passed through a commercial street, where many shops should have already opened at this hour. But today, most of the stores had their roller shutters tightly closed. This city is getting weirder and weirder. Chen Tao leaned against the car window, his forehead pressed against the cold glass. Have you noticed? There are so many fewer people on the streets, and they all look like zombies. Shi Zhanghua followed up on his words. Rare to give him a compliment, you're very observant. The changes have been more apparent since the night Zhou Wan disappeared. As Shi Zhanghua's car turned the last corner, he was suddenly alarmed. 3 police cars were parked in front of the office building. Chen Tao was a bit confused. What's going on? Did something happen here? Shi Zhanghua had no time to think. He quickly turned the steering wheel, guiding the car into a side alley. Let's enter from the back door. Wait. Lin Mo raised from the back seat, pressing down on his arm. Look at the windows upstairs. The window on the 4th floor of the office was wide open. A uniformed policeman was leaning out to take pictures of the exterior. At the same position on the 3rd floor, there was a blurry figure peeking in their direction. Long hair was blown messy by the wind. It's Yang Yuhan. Chen Tao's voice suddenly rose. How dare she? Shi Zhanghua placed his finger to his lips and said, lower your voice, there are plainclothes officers in the back alley. Lin Mo followed his gaze. At the alley entrance, a man in a jacket stood next to a trash can, appearing to smoke, but actually glancing at his watch every 10 seconds. The man's left hand remained in his pocket, and the bulge clearly outlined the shape of a holster. Shi Zhanghua gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to remain calm. It's obvious, Yang Yuhan is framing us. These police officers must be here for us. Lin Mo's expression was serious too. The timing of the police's appearance was too suspicious. They could not just walk in carelessly like this. Yes, we can't afford to take that risk. This is a critical moment in the investigation, and if these officers really are here for us, and to mobilize so many police at once, it might involve a homicide case or a major threat to society. Even if we could prove our innocence in the end, once entangled, it would take a lot of time. Hearing this, Chen Tao finally understood the seriousness of the situation. So what should we do now? He asked. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Quickly calmed down. He realized in an instant that this was a danger, but also an opportunity. Lin Mo looked at Shi Zhanghua and Chen Tao, his voice kept extremely low. You guys go first, lay low. I'll stay to figure things out. Shi Zhanghua adjusted his glasses, his eyes flickering uncertainly. It's too dangerous, you alone. 3 people are a bigger target. Lin Mo interrupted him. I'll stay to gather information. We must know what happened. Chen Tao tightened his fist. Mo, go. What if those police are really coming for us? That's why we need to split up. Lin Mo patted his shoulder. Shi Zhanghua was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded. Be careful. If something seems off, retreat immediately. He then took out his phone and operated it for a bit, locating an address on the electronic map. Let's meet at the abandoned mechanical factory warehouse in the north of the city at 6 in the evening, enter through the south gate, and meet in warehouse number 7. Understood. Do you have the internal floor plan of this office building? Lin Mo nodded in agreement and asked after remembering the address. Shi Zhanghua nodded, understanding Lin Mo's intention. But he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to operate on his phone, bringing up an electronic floor plan. Right here, we can't send messages to each other. You can take a picture with your phone like the previous address. Lin Mo slightly nodded, then quickly took pictures of all these images. Lin Mo tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a forced smile. Okay, you guys hurry up and leave, that plainclothes officer is looking this way.
He got out of the car and waved at them.
Shi Zhenghua took one last look at him, then decisively drove away.
The car silently rolled out of the alley, mingling with the flow of traffic on the street.
Lin Mo stood in place, watching the car disappear around the corner, then turned to walk in the opposite direction. He deliberately slowed his pace, pretending to be an ordinary passerby. The street had few pedestrians, and the few who passed by were all hurrying with heads down, not a soul looked up for a second glance. He stopped a few passers-by, wanting to ask about the situation.
However, no one knew anything.
After turning around a corner while asking, Lin Mo stopped in front of a 24-hour convenience store. The glass door was adorned with the latest promotional posters, and behind the cash register sat a young clerk with a weary face, distractedly scrolling through his phone. As he pushed the door open, the wind chime made a crisp sound, accompanied by a preset electronic voice.
Welcome.
Lin Mo wandered around the shelves, casually grabbing a bottle of mineral water and a ready-to-eat meal. He had been busy investigating these days, eating nothing but bread and cookies. It was nice to change his taste for a bit.
At the cash register, he casually asked, "What happened to that office building up front? So many police cars."
The clerk finally looked up, heavy dark circles under his eyes. He took the cash Lin Mo handed him, his voice lazy.
"You really asked the right person.
I just heard, someone died there, discovered this morning." Lin Mo's finger paused slightly.
Dead? Yeah, apparently it was a woman.
The clerk yawned. After scanning the code, he said. I heard from the police who just came for cigarettes, her name was
Jo Wan? Yes, that's it.
They said she had been missing before, and her body was found in that Shi Zhenghua detective agency.
Chapter 48 Second time pause.
Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, his face changing drastically. He forced himself to calm down as he took the change, but his voice trembled slightly.
How did she die? Who knows?
The clerk shrugged, then lowered his head to play with his phone again. Anyway, it's pretty eerie, the police have come several times, and that officer is unwilling to talk much.
Jo Wan is dead? This is impossible.
He saw her disappear before his eyes.
And as the suspected mastermind, she simply died like this? Sir? Are you okay?
The clerk's confused voice interrupted his thoughts. He handed over the already heated ready meal from the microwave.
Lin Mo quickly reacted and took the steaming lunchbox. It's fine, thank you.
He expressed his gratitude and pushed the door to walk out of the convenience store. The voice of the clerk came from behind.
Sir, you can eat over here, we have seats. Lin Mo did not stop, waved his hand, and walked out of the convenience store.
He stood on the sidewalk, the plastic bag in his hand rustling in the wind. Lin Mo stood in the shadow of the street corner, as the cold autumn wind swept through the dry leaves at his feet. The plastic bag from the convenience store made a rustle sound in his hand. The heat from the hot meal seeped through the packaging into his palm, but could not disperse the chill in his heart.
Jo Wan is dead? In the office?
This thought pierced like a thorn, deeply embedded in his mind.
He looked up towards the office building.
A few more police cars arrived. Several uniformed police were setting up a second line of barricade at the building entrance. Passing pedestrians detoured swiftly, occasionally stopping to glance, but were soon driven away by the police. He had to uncover the truth, and the only way right now was to infiltrate the building.
Only 9 seconds. He thought to himself.
The ability to pause time was his greatest reliance. He summoned his status bar.
Number of clearances, 0. Talent 1, Times End, Destiny Paradox.
Activate to pause time for 9 seconds, April 5th.
Talent 2, Cold Silence Authority.
The fewer survivors who clear, the higher the reward increase. Clear without a team for a significant reward boost. Can designate an ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown or usage, with a slight chance to refresh that ability afterwards, January 1st.
Supernatural item, none.
He still had 4 uses left, using one here was worth it. Infiltrating the building could clarify the situation, and there was even a chance to capture Yang Yuhan and find out the truth. He pretended to be a passerby, slowly approaching the office building, scanning for every possible entrance. Most of the first-floor windows were tightly shut, but one half-open ventilation window on the west side caught his attention. It was perfectly covered by the shadow of a Polonia tree, making it an excellent entry point. Lin Mo stopped at the entrance of a nearby cafe, pretending to check his phone to order, while secretly observing the police patrol route with his peripheral vision. The cafe was empty, with only a couple sitting in the corner. He chose a seat by the window, from which he could just see the side door of the office building. He needed to get as close to that window as possible without alerting anyone when their gaze was not on him. After all, there were only 9 seconds. 9 seconds were still too short. Some vampires could dominate the world in 9 seconds, while he could only awkwardly sneak into the office building in 9 seconds. "One Americano, please," he said to the server who approached, but his eyes never left the police car across the street. After 30 minutes of observation, he finally figured out the pattern. 2 police officers in bulletproof vests patrolled the outer perimeter of the building, passing by that window every 3 minutes. Another person stood guard at that side door near the window. After settling the bill, Lin Mo took a deep breath and walked out of the cafe. He casually leaned towards the window. His target was a tree at the corner in front of the window. Soon, he arrived next to that tree under the watchful eye of the policeman, using the thick trunk to hide his body. After precise calculations, this angle was one that the policeman could not see. Now's the time. Lin Mo took a deep breath and activated his ability. The world instantly froze, turning gray and white. The falling leaves hovered in midair. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the half-open window. 9 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. He must reach the windowsill before his ability ended. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Lin Mo could only hear the sound of his own blood rushing in his ears. When he was just 2 steps away from the window, the 9 seconds were almost up. There's no time. He gritted his teeth and, at the last second, jumped up wildly, barely hooking his fingers onto the window ledge. In that moment of his body hanging in the air, time flowed normally again. The sound of autumn wind rustling the leaves returned to his ears. Lin Mo gripped the window ledge tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort, his whole body dangling on the outside wall of the building, ready to fall at any moment. Damn! He cursed under his breath, immediately breaking out into a cold sweat. The windowsill was higher than he had imagined, and now he was fully exposed outside, if anyone glanced in this direction. Fortunately, he quickly gathered his strength and immediately flipped himself into the room. Once in the room, he carefully poked his head out, using the frosted glass window to shield his body and stealing a glance towards the police at the side door. Discovering that they were not moving, he could barely let out a sigh of relief. Lin Mo curled up in the shadow beneath the ventilation window, gasping for breath. The small room was filled with cleaning tools, appearing to be a storage room for cleaning equipment. He stood up, holding his breath, straining to listen to the sounds outside the door. At this moment, footsteps echoed intermittently in the corridor. As the footsteps faded away, Lin Mo dared to move his stiff neck slightly, the sweat on the back of his neck soaking his collar. 3rd floor. He silently murmured, the image of the figure he caught a glimpse of in the car flashing in his mind. Now the building was sealed off, he had no idea how she got in or what her intentions were. Could she be colluding with the authorities? Lin Mo carefully took out his phone. He swiped the screen to view the layout of the office. This was specially prepared by Shi Zhanghua for convenient actions. Exit from the equipment room, turn right 20 meters to reach the safe passage. He memorized the route in his mind, while pressing his ear against the door to confirm the corridor was temporarily empty. Confirming that there was no sound in the corridor outside, he slowly twisted the handle, the door hinge making an almost inaudible creak. Lin Mo quickly moved along the wall. In the distance, he heard muffled voices, and he immediately slipped into a recessed electrical room, pressing his back against the electrical meter box. The crowd has been evacuated, the evidence collection is almost finished, and the forensic expert said the time of death was around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. What about the surveillance? We retrieved the recordings for the entire duration, but there were no anomalies found. There's no record of Zhou Wan entering or exiting this area at all. Then we can preliminarily speculate that the body was transported in from a blind spot in the surveillance. By the way, was there a location pinpointed for that tip-off call just now? Not yet, it resembles an overseas number prefix, we are still investigating. The police's conversation grew quieter as their footsteps faded away. Chapter 49, The Ghost Tamer. Lin Mo poked his head out of the room, confirmed the corridor was empty, and quickened his pace towards the safe passage. As he got close to the safe door, he gently pushed it open. A few seconds later, confirming that he hadn't drawn attention, he squeezed through the door gap. Lin Mo quickly walked up against the wall, stopping after reaching the 3rd floor. The safety passage here was open. He took 2 steps back down, returning to the stairs, pulling up the layout he had taken before. The layout clearly showed that from the safe passage on the 3rd floor, if he entered the main building, he could reach the room where he had just seen Yang Yuhan after crossing a hallway and turning left. That room was next to the office and seemed to have been vacant for some time, not rented out. At this moment, a hoarse male voice came from the corridor. Are all the evidence bags sealed? All done, but that body. Another young man's voice faltered, it's too eerie, the wounds don't look like they could have been inflicted by human hands. The footsteps grew closer, and Lin Mo held his breath. It seemed like the same sound he had heard in the distribution room. The other party must have come up in the elevator. Say less, hurry up and return the items. This case is under tight scrutiny from above, and I've heard it involves that kind of thing. The voice suddenly stopped, as if the two were paused at the stairwell corner.
What's wrong? The younger policeman asked.
I just feel like someone is watching us, the hoarse voice said warily. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted.
He slowly raised his head and, through the gap of the stair railing, saw a pair of eyes suspiciously scanning the area.
The policeman's right hand was already resting on his sidearm. At that critical moment, a loud bang suddenly echoed from upstairs, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground.
Both policemen looked up at the ceiling simultaneously. What was that sound? The young policeman's voice trembled.
4th floor.
Go check it out.
The hurried footsteps quickly faded away, and Lin Mo finally let out a long breath, his lungs burning with pain.
He moved his stiff neck a bit. However, the conversation he just overheard sparked his curiosity.
It seemed the authorities knew something.
But then he thought about it.
It made sense. After all, even Shi Zhanghua could know some insider information, let alone the government departments that held vast systems. But they lacked the bargaining chips to cooperate with their counterparts, so crucial information was surely hidden deep by the authorities. Lin Mo had previously asked Shi Zhanghua similar questions, and Shi Zhanghua had been very vague about seeking help from the authorities.
Lin Mo took another glance.
The corridor was now empty. Not far away, the office door was wide open, surrounded by yellow police tape.
A good opportunity.
Lin Mo suddenly accelerated, heading towards the nearby large door. His right hand had already felt the prepared folding knife at his waist, while his left hand was poised to act.
Bang!
The door was pushed open forcefully, crashing against the wall with a thud. Inside the office, Yang Yuhan stood with her back to the door, flipping through a document at the window, her long hair blowing wildly in the wind. Hearing the noise, she abruptly turned around, but her eyes didn't reveal surprise.
Lin Mo, you finally came.
Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted.
So it really was you.
I didn't mistake it down there, Lin Mo said, expressionless as he locked the door behind him. A hint of panic flashed in Yang Yuhan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She slightly raised her chin, a strange smile creeping onto her lips.
You got here faster than I expected.
Lin Mo ignored her provocation, his gaze swiftly scanning the entire room.
You killed old Lu.
It was not a question but a statement of certainty.
Yang Yuhan was taken aback. He's dead? I just lured him into Zhou Wan's house, then conveniently came here.
Her words were abruptly cut off.
Because Lin Mo had activated his ability. The world instantly froze.
Lin Mo charged forward like a cheetah, the folding knife flicking open with a sharp blade.
In the 5th second, Lin Mo was already in front of Yang Yuhan.
In the 6th second, he grabbed her wrist, her body was icy cold, like a corpse. In the 7th second, he pushed her down onto the ground, using his knee to pin her back.
In the 8th second, the folding knife pressed against her throat. In the 9th second, time resumed its flow. No more struggling. The first question, why did Zhou Wan's body appear in the office?
Lin Mo's voice was cold and hard, without a hint of politeness.
Yang Yuhan's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a strange smile again. Do you think I would tell you? Lin Mo pressed the blade a bit harder, and a line of blood immediately appeared on her neck. Don't challenge my patience.
Yang Yuhan's smile stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to that unsettling composure.
She spoke softly. Lin Mo, have you ever wondered why you came into contact with those things?
Lin Mo frowned slightly, but the blade did not waver.
Stop wasting words, answer the question. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Yang Yuhan's eyes. You are really useful, aren't you?
Before her words fell, Lin Mo suddenly looked down, realizing that Yang Yuhan beneath him was changing. Her head rotated 180 degrees, her skin turning pale at a visible speed. At the same time, the corners of her mouth split open, stretching to her ears, revealing her white teeth and crimson gums.
Lin Mo was taken aback and instinctively wanted to let go. But in just a moment, he recalled his previous conjecture that Yang Yuhan might possess the ability to distort perception. Illusion?
The thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind.
Fooling around.
Lin Mo snorted coldly, and without hesitation, the folding knife sliced towards the ghost's neck before him. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a faint hiss sound. With a cry of pain, the terrifying scene before him instantly vanished. Yang Yuhan's face reappeared in front of him, but with a shallow line of blood now on her neck.
You?
A trace of shock flashed in Yang Yuhan's eyes. She stared at Lin Mo, as if she was truly seeing him for the first time.
How did you do that?
Her voice carried a hint of disbelief. Ordinary people can't possibly see through my abilities. Lin Mo did not answer, only coldly stared at her.
But soon, Yang Yuhan asked. Could it be, you are also a spirit master?
That moment just now, from the door to me, it was fast and nothing like those inferior humans, she continued, her voice tinged with excitement. Do you also control some kind of fierce spirit?
Chapter 50, Uniform and Inquiry, Part 1.
Lin Mo's pupils slightly constricted, but his expression remained stern.
He neither admitted nor denied it.
He only continued coldly, I'll give you one last chance. The first question, why did Zhou Wan's body appear in the office? If the other party continued to dodge, Lin Mo would not hesitate to end her. Because the other party was too dangerous, the longer it dragged on, the more perilous his situation became. Thinking of this, his gaze turned dangerous. Yang Yuhan's breathing grew rapid, her chest rising and falling violently, her originally pale cheeks flushed unnaturally due to fear. Her voice trembled, but she finally spoke, I was also forced. I received a message from the leader of the society, saying Zhou Wan died here and asked me to investigate the cause. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly, yet the blade remained steady.
Continue, who is the leader you mentioned? Chu Shimen. Sure enough. Yang Yuhan's answer did not surprise him at all.
Society, he repeated softly, with a hint of danger in his voice.
Be clear, what exactly is this organization researching?
Yang Yuhan tilted her head slightly, avoiding the folding knife in Lin Mo's hand. We study those things that shouldn't exist in this world, the strange. Lin Mo's brow furrowed imperceptibly.
Continue, he said coldly.
The core members of the society are all spirit masters. Yang Yuhan licked her lips, including me. There are 4 in total, Zhou Wan, Chu Shimen, Su Zugang, and me.
I was the last to join. You are a new member? Lin Mo keenly caught the information in her words. Yang Yuhan forced a smile. 3 months ago. I was just chosen.
Lin Mo's gaze wandered on her face, trying to find traces of a lie.
Yang Yuhan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, showing no signs of deception. Why were you chosen? Lin Mo pressed. Yang Yuhan's pupils suddenly constricted, as if poked in a sensitive spot.
Her fingers tightened suddenly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure.
Because I can see them.
I can recognize the existence of ghosts before they are marked by the rules of killing. People like us are most suitable to host angry spirits, and our success rate is the highest. After saying this, she glanced at Lin Mo. Clearly believing he was also one of those people.
What does Su Zugang look like?
Lin Mo had already known 3 core figures in the study, but he was not familiar with this one. Yang Yuhan simply described him as a tall and strong young man. Lin Mo finally confirmed that this person was the one he saw in the previous photo, one of the doctors in white. The photo also showed 4 people, but Yang Yuhan was absent, replaced by a man with gray-white pupils.
Did Yang Yuhan and that man have a connection since they both had gray-white pupils? Lin Mo raised this question, but Yang Yuhan looked blank, clearly not recognizing him. Tell me about the abilities of the 4 of you. As ghost tamers, your abilities must be different, right? Yang Yuhan nodded and cautiously said. I only know the leader's ability.
The others, we seldom interact.
Be more specific.
Lin Mo pressed harder, forcing Yang Yuhan to let out a muffled grunt. Chu Shimen, he might have the ability to foresee the future. Yang Yuhan swallowed hard. Before each action, he can accurately say where a supernatural event will occur. It's like, he can see the trajectory of fate.
Foreseeing the future? This ability is too extraordinary. If true, Chu Shimen would be nearly invincible.
What's the evidence? He asked coldly.
This time he was the one who asked me to come.
He knew in advance that Zhou Wan's body would appear here, but
I don't know why, the news got leaked.
The police had already surrounded this place before I arrived.
I could only use the ghost's ability to sneak in. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. This explanation was indeed reasonable.
But the situation became even more complicated because this likely meant the existence of a third-party force.
Considering these vengeful spirits, the situation was even more intricate. What about the other 2? Su Zugang and Zhou Wan? Lin Mo inquired, the blade in his hand remaining steady. Yang Yuhan's breathing quickened, her chest heaving violently. I really don't know.
Su Zugang has always been by Chu Shimen's side, rarely speaking.
Zhou Wan is even more elusive.
A tremor laced her voice. In these 3 months,
I've had very little communication with them.
A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Mo's eyes.
What is your ability? Don't tell me you can only play tricks. Yang Yuhan hesitated for quite a while before saying.
The ghost I command is called Bewildering Nightmare Eye. I can distort people's perceptions, making them see what I want them to see. Touch, hearing, vision, smell, taste, all of it can be included. Lin Mo frowned slightly.
For example,
I can make someone see a door as a wall, or stairs as flat ground.
They will unknowingly walk into traps under my guidance.
Her voice grew quieter. This ability is indeed very dangerous. Even if one could realize what they see and hear isn't real, in a situation where all five senses are blocked, they may still make wrong decisions. This ability has little direct killing power, but it's very suitable for ambushes in the shadows. Fortunately, her strength in direct combat isn't strong, which gives Lin Mo a chance to subdue her. Seeing Lin Mo lost in thought, Yang Yuhan felt a growing tension.
Hastily added. Every time I use my ability, my eyesight worsens a bit. It's especially noticeable when I use it continuously.
She smiled bitterly, her voice trembling slightly. The doctor said if this continues, I'll surely go blind. Of course, after going blind, I can still use my ability, but then it consumes my energy and life force, until the powerful spirit resurrects within me. This is the fate of every ghost master. The more frequently they use their abilities, the closer they are to death. So there is a cost. Lin Mo let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. This way, the enemies he faced might not be as strong as he imagined. This type of ability system was somewhat similar to the ghost revival themes in novels from his past life. Since the ability itself has limitations, although this power is strong, it also restrains the user, preventing them from abusing it. This reminded Lin Mo of his own innate ability. Although it seemed to have no marked cost, it similarly had limitations, which were the number of uses. Each instance had a limited number of uses. He could only use time pause 5 times, and he had already used it 3 times. Meanwhile, Yang Yuhan's breathing gradually steadied, the panic in her eyes replaced by a strange calmness. She slightly tilted her head back.
Lin Mo, she spoke softly, with a teasing rhythm, you and I are of the same kind, why must we harm each other?
Lin Mo furrowed his brows.
Of the same kind? You can see through my bewitching nightmare eyes, and can subdue me in an instant. That is not something ordinary people can do.
The corner of Yang Yuhan's mouth turned up slightly, showing a smile that was not quite a smile. There is a powerful spirit residing within you, right?
Lin Mo weighed how best to respond for maximum benefit.
Ultimately, he believed that not answering this question and maintaining an air of mystery was the best choice.
Chapter 51, Subduing and Questioning, Part 2.
Yang Yuhan seemed to sense his hesitation and continued. The fate of ghost masters is to be gradually eroded by the powerful spirit within them, ultimately becoming its puppet.
But learning differently.
Chu Shimen has mastered a way to slow this erosion, allowing us to control powerful spirits while living like normal people. Take me as an example. Originally my cost was not this simple, and now it only requires a little eyesight. Join us, and you will not only gain protection but also share in the learned resources.
Otherwise.
She paused, her eyes flashing with a chilling glint. A lone ghostmaster will eventually be swallowed by the powerful spirit or targeted by other forces.
Just like the official forces, they are not so benevolent. Lin Mo was silent for a few seconds before speaking up.
It sounds tempting, but you wanted to kill us earlier.
Yang Yuhan chuckled lightly, with a hint of helplessness in her laughter. That was a mission, and my goal was never to kill you, but now it's different. You have proven your worth.
She looked straight at Lin Mo. Moreover, our true enemy has never been each other, but those ghosts lurking in the shadows. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment. Why should I trust you? Seeing a hint that Lin Mo's attitude might be softening, she hurriedly said.
I can take you to meet Chu Shimen, he will give you the answers.
Her voice grew softer. Or, you can kill me right now and continue to face this crumbling world alone.
The air in the room seemed to freeze. Lin Mo shifted his gaze away from Yang Yuhan's face. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and calm. If I join, can you guarantee my safety?
A flicker of joy at achieving her goal passed through Yang Yuhan's eyes but was quickly concealed.
Of course.
Chu Shimen has always valued talent, especially those like us, of the same kind.
Lin Mo pondered and said. Since you want me to join, tell me everything you know in chronological order. Speak clearly from start to end.
Yang Yuhan hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness.
I actually just joined not long ago, and I don't know much. Then say everything you know, don't play tricks.
Yang Yuhan's breath slightly caught, then she sighed, as if accepting her fate. The society was founded over 10 years ago, initially just a group of researchers interested in supernatural phenomena. But 6 or 7 years ago, they discovered a special ghost. Her voice paused, a flash of fear crossing her eyes. Its name is Social Collapse Nightmare. Lin Mo's brows knitted slightly.
Social Collapse Nightmare?
Yes, it feeds on human loneliness and despair, and it can be manipulated by humans.
Lin Mo nodded secretly. This was consistent with the document he found yesterday. A hint of gloom flickered across Yang Yuhan's pale face. After that, the main purpose of the society was to study this ghost. According to Chu Shimen, at that time he believed this ghost could completely end the invasion of evil spirits. She continued, but the situation changed beyond his control. The Social Collapse Nightmare split into many subbodies, gradually spiraling out of control. Lin Mo's gaze fixated on her. And then?
Chu Shimin tried to seal it, but failed. Yang Yuhan glanced at Lin Mo, her expression like she was stating a herd tale, but I heard that action also severely injured it, making it silent for a period.
How long was it silent?
She shook her head. 2 or 3 years, I suppose. After that, it started to become active again.
Lin Mo quickly organized this information in his mind. He suddenly asked, what about Zhou Wan? What role does she play in this? A complicated look flashed in Yang Yuhan's eyes. Zhou Wan, her task is to obtain Yang Yuanzhang's special physique. Special physique? She nodded. Yang Yuanzhang's physique can play a crucial role in sealing ghosts, so Zhou Wan altered your memories and blended in among you. Yang Yuhan chuckled bitterly. As for the rest, I don't know. Zhou Wan has always been very proud. She hasn't talked to me much.
Lin Mo's pupils slightly constricted. That makes sense. Zhou Wan's actual age must be older than theirs.
Perhaps all the memories they shared over the years were false.
Lin Mo felt a chill running down his back, which means Zhou Wan wasn't really their friend. Instead, she disguised herself as their friend through altered memories to achieve some purpose.
Next question, Lin Mo slowly spoke. What is your true identity? Are you Yang Yuanzhang's sister?
Yang Yuhan's eyelashes gently fell, covering the emotions in her eyes. I didn't know Yang Yuanzhang before. I was originally an employee at Huanyu Technology Company, working at the front desk.
Later, the company went bankrupt, and I moved to another city.
3 months ago, Chu Shimin found me, saying he wanted to give me a chance to help him.
Lin Mo's brows tightened even more. Then why do you and Yang Yuanzhang look so much alike?
A hint of confusion flashed in Yang Yuhan's eyes.
I don't know.
Her voice carried a hint of bewilderment, as if this question had troubled her for a long time. In fact, after the first time I met him, I secretly took his blood using my ability, and the result showed we have no blood relation. Maybe it's just a simple resemblance. Though she said so, her expression seemed uncertain.
Could it be that Yang Yuhan's memories were also problematic?
I will verify your words.
If I find out you are lying,
Lin Mo said coldly.
I have no need to lie.
Yang Yuhan interjected, her gray-white pupils staring straight into his eyes.
Lin Mo did not answer, merely stood up slowly. Yang Yuhan also slowly sat up straight.
Lin Mo's gaze lingered on Yang Yuhan's face for a moment.
Last question, why were we chosen? I can roughly understand Yang Yuanzhang's special constitution, but what is so special about me, Chen Tao, and Lu Qijuan?
She smiled wryly.
Chu Shimin said, you all have a mark on you. Mark? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Yes.
Like prey being targeted by a ghost, a special aura is left on the body.
This aura attracts the nightmare of social collapse.
Yang Yuanzhang was the first to be marked, and because you were closest to him, you became targets too.
So you made us bait?
Lin Mo's voice suddenly rose, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes.
Yang Yuhan instinctively leaned back a bit. Not exactly.
At first, Chu Shimin didn't care about you, but the day before yesterday, he seemed to foresee something and asked me to come and contact you. Lin Mo asked in a harsh tone.
Was Lu Qijuan's death also part of the plan? Yang Yuhan calmly said. I am not sure.
Originally, Chu Shimin only wanted us to monitor you, but that day I explained to him your decision to go to the data center. He changed his mind and said to lure Lu Qijuan to Zhou Wan's previous stronghold first, then come here to take all the relevant items and information you found.
I didn't expect he would die.
Lin Mo expressed disbelief, coldly saying.
Think carefully before answering me. What is the reason? You are also a ghost controller, an absolute core of the learning group. Chu Shimin would not omit telling you this. Chapter 52, Chu Shimin's Hideout. Yang Yuhan's breath caught.
What I said is true, only Chu Shimin knows the specific reason.
You can understand, right? Those who can predict the future are usually arrogant. And to prevent what he says from affecting the future he has already predicted, he has always been vague, refusing to tell me anything.
Lin Mo's gaze turned icy.
He yanked up Yang Yuhan's collar. Take me to see Chu Shimin. Now.
Lin Mo had made his choice, no risk, no gain. To uncover the truth, he had to take some risks. If he backed away out of caution, it would mean losing a chance to find out the truth.
This option is not good, that option is not good, there's no such reasoning. A man should be more decisive.
His goal was only one from the beginning, to survive this quest.
No problem, just follow me.
Lin Mo's blade moved not at all, pressed against her neck, coldly saying.
Don't play tricks. Don't worry, my life is in your hands right now.
Yang Yuhan chuckled lightly, a slight smile playing on her lips.
The two walked out of the room, one in front and one behind. In the distance, faint sounds of police conversation could be heard, but Yang Yuhan's pace remained calm. They really can't see you at all? Lin Mo whispered. Yang Yuhan tilted her head slightly.
As long as I want, they can't even see our shadows. Her tone contained a hint of pride, but Lin Mo's caution remained unchanged. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing an empty interior. Yan Yuhan stepped in first, with Lin Mo closely following, the blade still poised near her vital spot. If he noticed any strange movement from her, he would act immediately.
You seem very nervous.
Yan Yuhan suddenly spoke, her voice light and airy.
Lin Mo didn't respond. Yang Yuhan sighed. You really don't need to be like this.
I am very interested in your abilities, even could say, a bit envious.
Lin Mo sneered, envious? Envious that I can take your life at any time? No.
A complex look flashed in Yang Yuhan's eyes, at least you have the ability to fight directly. Although I am also a ghost controller, my physical condition is no different from an ordinary person.
I am even worse than an ordinary person due to my eyesight issues.
My situation is rare, normally most ghost controllers are stronger because they have tamed fierce ghosts.
Physical fitness will far exceed that of ordinary people. By the way, what is your ability? Is it teleportation? How did you get so close to me in an instant?
Lin Mo frowned slightly.
He certainly wouldn't tell her his specific ability. The elevator finally reached the first floor.
A few police officers stood sparsely in the hall, but their gazes seemed to pass through Lin Mo and the others, showing no reaction at all. Lin Mo and Yan Yuhan walked out of the office building, the cold rain splattered against them, soaking their clothing.
Few pedestrians were on the street. This way. Yang Yuhan said softly.
She raised her hand to hail a taxi. The driver was a middle-aged man with a weary face, lazily smoking a cigarette.
22, Xinyang Road. Yang Yuhan stated the address. The driver nodded, stubbed out his cigarette, and started the car. Lin Mo sat close to Yang Yuhan in the back seat, preventing any accidents. Are you sure Chu Shimen will be there? Lin Mo asked in a low voice. Yang Yuhan laughed softly, leaning close to Lin Mo's ear and said.
Of course, he rarely leaves that place. That place is very special. It is the earliest research institute of the society, with special shielding devices underground that can block most evil spirits' perception. The car drove in the rain for about 20 minutes.
Finally, the car stopped in front of a gray-white building, with the doorplate reading 22, Xinyang Road.
We're here. The driver said in a hoarse voice without turning his head. Lin Mo paid the fare and pulled Yang Yuhan out of the car.
The building in front of them looked like an office building.
The outer walls were mottled, and most of the windows were boarded up.
Follow me. Yang Yuhan said softly, stepping towards the side door.
Lin Mo followed closely behind, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Next to the side door, there was an inconspicuous fingerprint scanner, and Yang Yuhan pressed her finger on it, the green light lit up, and the door lock made a soft clicking sound. Every door here requires permission. She explained as she pushed open the door.
The corridor was dimly lit, but the walls and objects were very new. After passing through several doors that also required fingerprint unlocking, Yang Yuhan stopped in front of an old-fashioned elevator.
She pressed the button, and the elevator door slowly opened.
Going down?
Lin Mo asked with a frown.
Yes, he is below. Yang Yuhan stepped into the elevator, and Lin Mo followed inside. The elevator descended slowly.
Lin Mo's nerves were taut. With a ding, the elevator stopped at the third underground floor. The moment the door opened, a cold and eerie air rushed in. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, the sight before him far exceeded his imagination. The underground space was vast beyond imagination. Dozens of precision instruments flashing various indicator lights were lined up neatly. The most striking were the dozens of cylindrical cultivation tanks arranged along the walls, each over 3 meters high, filled with pale blue liquid. The creatures submerged within took on various forms. Some could vaguely be identified as human shapes, but their limbs were twisted and deformed, and their skin was covered with bizarre patterns. Others had completely deviated from human form, resembling lumps of flesh randomly pieced together from countless organs, looking revolting. In the nearest cultivation tank, there floated an organ resembling a human brain, but the surface of the brain was covered with a dense array of blood-red eyeballs. Welcome to the observation station, Yang Yuhan said softly, her voice echoing in the spacious underground area. Lin Mo's gaze was drawn to the central control console. There, a huge holographic projection floated, displaying a map of the city, dotted with flashing red dots. This city map was of the very city they were in now. Next to each red dot was a time, along with numbers and percentages. Lin Mo stared at that holographic map, the dense red dots scattered all over the city. His voice was slightly hoarse. These red dots are the coordinates of supernatural outbreaks. Yang Yuhan said, each red dot represents an anomalous area, the numbers are the time of outbreak, and the percentages indicate the likelihood of an outbreak. She pointed to a particularly bright red dot in the northwest corner. This is the Qingtang apartment. The danger level has reached 7.3. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the numbers. The smallest was 3.2.
Ordinary people can't see these anomalies?
They can see them, but their perception gets distorted. For example, they might see a rotten corpse as a asleep homeless man, or a fierce ghost as an ordinary neighbor.
Until the moment they are killed, they think they are living a normal life.
This is exactly where the name nightmare of social collapse comes from. Although it hasn't officially struck yet, its impact is already widespread.
Lin Mo asked. Hasn't the official side realized it yet? Why aren't they taking action?
Yang Yuhan replied. They also feel powerless. Most ghost handlers have been reassigned to more important fronts. Our city's paranormal response team has been completely wiped out. The higher-ups have long given up here.
But we cannot give up here. The entire city has been marked by the nightmare of social collapse, becoming its hunting ground. Leaving without resolving it is undoubtedly seeking death. Chapter 53, The Truth of the Prophet. The two talked while walking quickly. Follow me.
Yang Yuhan suddenly turned and headed towards a passage. Chu Shimin is in the core observation room.
What we just saw was
failures. Yang Yuhan said without looking back. They are all people brought here by Chu Shimin using special means.
Was the founding of Huanyu Technology Company for this purpose? Yang Yuhan fell silent for a moment, not answering.
Lin Mo had already known that the other party was not a good person, yet the low limits of the other exceeded his expectations. It seemed it was necessary to be more cautious when dealing with this person.
Soon, they passed through this area and entered a dimly lit corridor.
At the end of the corridor was an ornate wooden door, exuding a troubling aura. When Yang Yuhan pushed open the carved wooden door, Lin Mo smelled a musty sandalwood scent. The room was dimly lit. The only light source was a few bronze oil lamps in the corner, their flames flickering gently inside their glass shades.
Come in, I have been waiting for you for a long time.
A hoarse voice came from the shadows. As footsteps approached, a tall, thin man stepped out of the darkness. Chu Shimin looked to be in his early 50s, yet held the weariness of a 100-year-old. He wore a deep gray long robe and simple black-rimmed glasses. What stood out most were his eyes. The whites of his eyes were yellowed, while the pupils were unusually pitch black, like two bottomless black holes. Lin Mo instinctively took a half step back. Those eyes seemed to see through one's heart, making him feel an inexplicable unease.
Sit.
Chu Shimin pointed to a low table in the center of the room, where a bronze incense burner sat, wisps of blue smoke rising.
I knew you would come, Lin Mo. Yang Yuhan looked at Lin Mo in surprise. You know each other?
No.
Lin Mo shook his head, warily staring at Chu Shimin. We have never met.
Chu Shimin smiled a strange smile, slowly pouring himself a cup of tea. What the eyes see may not be the truth, what the ears hear may not be the fact. What I see is the trajectory of fate's line entwined around you.
Lin Mo felt a chill run down his back. Since you can see fate, you should know my purpose for coming here.
Lin Mo regained his composure and directly sat down in a chair.
Chu Shimin took a sip of tea and slowly said.
The line of fate is complex and tangled. You want to know the cause of Zhou Wan's death, want to know the truth of the events, and even more want to know. His voice suddenly dropped, like a whisper, why you have been drawn into this disaster. Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted.
You might as well make it clearer. After all, these are things anyone would want to know.
Lin Mo knew that the confrontation and testing had begun. Facing an existence that could possibly foresee the future, he had to remain calm.
Chu Shimin suddenly laughed.
2 days ago, I predicted that someone's future underwent a tremendous change, bringing great variables to this world.
That person is you.
Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Chu Shimin's face. The flame of the oil lamp flickered in Chu Shimin's eyes, casting a strange light and shadow upon his peculiar pupils.
Lin Mo sneered, prediction? Didn't you claim to see the future?
Chu Shimin's expression remained unchanged as he lifted the teapot.
The secrets of heaven are profound, how can a mere mortal perceive them all?
I merely glimpsed the most probable thread among countless possibilities.
Yang Yuhan took 2 steps back, not wanting to get involved in the conversation between Lin Mo and Chu Shimin. Then why did Zhou Wan's body appear in the office? Lin Mo suddenly changed the topic. Chu Shimin's action of lifting the teapot paused imperceptibly. Since we last parted, her whereabouts have become erratic, making them difficult to predict. It is easy to imagine she is under the watch of the nightmare of social collapse.
Speak human language, Lin Mo said bluntly. Chu Shimin's gaze drifted past Lin Mo, as if peering into a distant place. The nightmare of social collapse is awakening, it needs a vessel, and Zhou Wan was once the most suitable one.
Once? Then the most suitable one now should be Yang Yuanzhang. Did Zhou Wan approach us for this purpose? But why did she die? What is a vessel? Chu Shimen suddenly coughed violently, his frail shoulders trembling beneath his long robe.
He pulled out a dark red handkerchief to cover his mouth, and the sound of his cough echoed in the empty room. When his handkerchief moved away, Lin Mo keenly noticed a dark smear at the edge.
Was this the price of using his ability?
After all, Yang Yuhan had just said that each ghost handler had their own price to pay. A vessel usually refers to an entity or object capable of carrying, binding, or concealing spirits, ghosts, curses, or other supernatural beings. For ghosts, on one hand, a vessel is a tool to bind them, on the other hand, it is also a medium for them to unleash their true powers. It mainly depends on the type of vessel. Lin Mo nodded, this was something he had never understood before. The person before him definitely had a richer perspective and experience than Shi Zhanghua.
He put on a curious facade and asked, "So can you see my past and future?"
Chu Shimen smiled slightly.
Fate is like the incense in this stove, it seems to rise straight, yet in reality, it sways with the wind. His gaze settled on Lin Mo's face, lingering meaningfully for a moment. What I see is merely the most probable trajectory, and your choices will change the direction of the wind. This is something I have never seen before, a variable that can alter the course of history. And clearly you previously did not possess this ability to change the course of history, which means your fate has undergone an unexpected change in this short time. After predicting your anomaly, I carefully reviewed your previous files and found that your character has undergone a great change compared to before, and it seems you have mastered some strange means, a means capable of changing the world's course. Lin Mo suddenly laughed, but the joy didn't reach his eyes. But that moment's reaction was already enough.
Lin Mo leaned back against the chair again. The mystery was slowly taking shape in his heart. This so-called prophet might not be as miraculous as he claimed. But there was indeed something, after all, the other party had really revealed his special nature from the side. That is, his soul essence was not the original, but a player entering the instance, so the calculations made by the other party would show a huge deviation.
Chu Shimen's bony fingers suddenly tightened around the teacup.
Clearly, he also realized he had exposed his biggest trump card.
Chapter 54, Talent Evolution Stone.
Lin Mo naturally knew the principle that sometimes saying too much is worse than saying nothing. So he turned the conversation back to himself. Since Mr. Chu has said so much, as a token of appreciation, I can also tell you my true ability.
Chu Shimen's expression looked better, and he smiled slightly.
I am indeed a bit interested. The cost of probability calculation is too high. If you could tell me directly, that would be great. His implication was that even if Lin Mo didn't tell him, he could rely on his abilities to calculate Lin Mo's capabilities. Lin Mo seemed not to hear the hidden meaning and continued.
Of course, cooperation requires the greatest sincerity.
My ability is called Space Freeze, which can freeze specific targets, including dynamic and static objectives, making them unable to act for a short period. This time is only a few seconds, and I'm sorry I can't say exactly how many seconds.
Yang Yuhan gasped. No wonder you could suddenly appear right in front of me.
Chu Shimen, however, frowned, looking somewhat skeptical. Though the ghost you control is not weak, if your ability is only this, it cannot have a significant impact on the future. Lin Mo slightly moved his fingers and said, "Of course it's not that simple, I have a decisive ability, that is." Chu Shimen's eyes widened, interrupting him.
You have two abilities? Have you controlled two ghosts? And achieved balance?
Even among the officials, there are only a few who can manage two ghosts.
Managing two ghosts?
Lin Mo quickly analyzed the response that would be most beneficial to him.
Soon, he had a rough draft in mind. That has nothing to do with you, you only need to know that I have this ability.
I can't conveniently disclose the name of this ability, but I can designate one ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown time or usage.
This was precisely the benefit from his Talent 2, Ability 3. Talent 2, Cold Silence Authority. The fewer survivors in the clearance, the higher the reward increase. Clear without a team, greatly enhance the clearance rewards.
Can specify one ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown time or usage, January 1st. Because this was his own ability, he knew that it could not only act on himself, but also on others. Chu Shimen's pupils suddenly constricted.
Two abilities, reset usage.
Lin Mo calmly observed the violent rise and fall of the other's chest.
Chu Shimen suddenly began to cough violently.
He trembled while pulling out a yellowed tortoise shell from his sleeve, the surface covered in dense runes, glowing with an eerie dark red under the light.
Wait, let me verify.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, making a casual gesture, while secretly thinking.
Could that tortoise shell be a strange device?
Chu Shimen's finger traced the edge of the tortoise shell, and a tiny line of blood immediately seeped out. The blood dripped onto the center of the tortoise shell, surprisingly spreading along the lines like a living thing.
He fixed his eyes on the direction of the crack. After a long while, he raised his head, revealing a look of wild joy. It's real, the heavens do not abandon me, the heavens do not abandon me.
Lin Mo noticed that Chu Shimen's right pinky finger was missing a section.
The break was so smooth it didn't look like an accident. Previously, he had kept his finger hidden under the table, but now, too excited, he had not managed to hide it. Wait! Chu Shimen suddenly stood up, his long coat swaying like the wind, nearly putting out the nearby oil lamp. I'll go get it right now. His footsteps vanished into the darkness. He has never acted like this before. Yang Yuhan whispered, her voice trembling slightly, what exactly? Lin Mo raised his index finger to his lips, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. About 10 minutes later, Chu Shimen returned. His steps were much lighter than when he left, cradling a pitch-black sandalwood box in his arms. This thing is called the soul-suppressing stone. Chu Shimen carefully opened the box, it's the key to sealing it from back then. Inside the velvet cloth lay a stone the size of a fist, dark red all over, with a surface covered in honeycomb-like holes. He gently took out the stone and handed it to Lin Mo. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. It has already been used to suppress the outburst from 5 years ago. Chu Shimen's voice suddenly became low. The moment Lin Mo took the strange stone, a system notification rang in his ears. Found key item soul suppressing stone, obtained talent advancement stone 2. His pupils subtly contracted. He quickly checked the information in his status bar. Clears completed, 0. Talent 1, time endgame fate paradox. Activating can pause time for 9 seconds, 2/5. Talent 2, cold silence authority. The fewer survivors in the clear, the greater the reward increase. Clear without teaming up, significant increase in rewards. Can designate one ability or item, immediately reset its cooldown or usage, with a slight chance to refresh that ability after use, January 1st. Supernatural item, talent advancement stone 2. He clicked on the section for supernatural items to view more details. Supernatural items granted or rewarded by the system can be temporarily stored in a pending claim space for players to retrieve, but once taken out, they cannot be stored again. It detailed this item. Talent Advancement Stone 2, a precious item that can only be obtained in a very small number of specific dungeons. For example, in rookie dungeons, completing certain hidden tasks could lead to a reward of a Talent Advancement Stone. The function of the Talent Advancement Stone is to enhance or unlock one's talent abilities. Of course, Talent Advancement Stones are also graded. The number suffix to the Talent Advancement Stone indicates its level. The higher the level, the stronger abilities it can unlock. Furthermore, the use of the Talent Advancement Stone is related to the player's inherent talent potential. If a player has only one ability, then regardless of the stone's level, it can only strengthen that one ability, without generating new talents. Simply put, the larger the number following, the stronger the enhancement. Some players may have 3 talent abilities, but if the system only activated the first 2, they would need a Talent Advancement Stone of level 3 or higher to activate the third ability. In other words, the Talent Advancement Stone can only be downward compatible, not upward. Other mysterious aspects would require players to discover on their own. What do you want me to do? Lin Mo deliberately showed a hesitant expression, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Chu Shimen's eyes were shockingly bright. Use your ability to activate it. If it really can reset the usage, then there's a chance to seal the social collapse nightmare. Lin Mo rubbed the stone's surface, the holes feeling cool and slightly sticky, very pleasant. He deliberately weighed the stone in his palm. It made a slight rustling sound, as if sand was hidden inside. After touching this stone, he felt a sense. His talent 2, the Cold Authority, can supplement the missing essence, bringing it back to life. Mr. Chu, Lin Mo said with a serious expression, I can only use this ability once in my life. Chu Shimen's hands, which were organizing the sandalwood box, suddenly froze. Young man, do you know how many ghost tamers died for this stone back in the day? He pointed to the box in front of him with his index finger, deliberately pausing for a moment before saying, a total of 8, all well-known figures. Chapter 55, The Guy's Soul Devourer. The implication of Chu Shimen's words was that this item was incredibly precious. Lin Mo was not swayed by this, placing the soul-controlling stone onto the table. The stone struck the wooden table with a dull thud. Chu Shimen's eyelids twitched, seemingly pained at the sight of the stone. Lin Mo shook his head and slowly said, Then you should understand the cost of resetting such a heavenly ability. He deliberately paused, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, it will cost more. Lin Mo showed no intention of hiding his thoughts, speaking frankly. Chu Shimen slightly tugged at the corners of his mouth, seemingly unprepared for Lin Mo's directness. However, he still had his concerns. I offer a fair deal, will you activate it right now? He looked up at Chu Shimen, a smirk playing on the corners of his mouth. Mr. Chu, do you really think I will activate it right now? Young man, being too suspicious is not a good thing, Chu Shimen's voice carried hints of displeasure. Lin Mo simply chuckled. His counterpart was not someone easy to deal with, and he would not let his guard down. When it comes to life and death, one must be cautious. He said slowly, at the very least, I need to know the steps of the entire plan, and also, I must decide the timing of the activation.
The room fell into a brief silence. Chu Shimen's gaze shifted between the soul-controlling stone and Lin Mo, a glimmer of struggle crossing his murky eyes. Yang Yuhan shifted nervously, opening her mouth as if to say something, only to be silenced by a glance from Chu Shimen.
All right.
After a long sigh, Chu Shimen conceded. He extended a finger, drawing 3 twisted symbols in the tea stains on the table. We need to seal its 3 subbodies first, weaken its power, only then can the main body act. After this statement, he paused for quite a while, as if grappling with something unspeakable. Seeing this, Lin Mo urged.
And then?
Chu Shimen smiled. We need to use Yang Yuanzhang's corpse as bait to lure out the social collapse nightmare.
Finally, we will use the soul-controlling stone to seal it.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't fully trust Chu Shimen's words, the system had just hinted that this soul-controlling stone was a key item. So, while the other's plan may not be exactly as stated, it should revolve around this stone regardless. With this in mind, Lin Mo tilted his head in pretend confusion, continuing to probe.
Yang Yuanzhang's corpse? Shouldn't it be with the police?
I heard the criminal investigation team has already.
Ha! Chu Shimen interrupted Lin Mo with a light chuckle. He spoke slowly.
Little Lin, your line of questioning works on others but not on me. Lin Mo's heart skipped, but he didn't show it on his face.
We are both clear-minded people. If you want to know the whereabouts of the corpse, of course. But you must first show me your sincerity, right? He stepped closer to Lin Mo, the scent of decay hitting him like a wave. Without activating the soul-controlling stone, talking is pointless.
Chu Shimen pointed at the stone on the table. You activate it first, and I will naturally tell you where the body is hidden.
Lin Mo fell silent.
A trade of chips for chips,
isn't that fair? How about it?
Chu Shimen took 2 steps back, speaking slowly. Lin Mo exhaled a breath of stale air. He raised his head to look at Chu Shimen, his gaze carrying a hint of caution. Lin Mo's voice was soft but exceptionally clear. Mr. Chu, in this situation, I am always at a disadvantage. He paused, his gaze sweeping around. The dim light cast shadows on the walls. It felt as if countless eyes were watching in the dark.
To be honest, I lack a sense of security.
Lin Mo forced a smile. I hope you can understand. Just now, when you were negotiating terms with me, I didn't get that feeling, especially when you saw through my true abilities.
Chu Shimen shook his head.
This old man really holds a grudge. Lin Mo was somewhat speechless, but still pretended not to hear and continued. I want, first, a mysterious object for self-defense. This soul-guarding stone can stay with you.
At the right moment, I will activate it.
And don't worry about me escaping. After all, the ghosts are already after me, and I definitely want to deal with them. As he spoke, he gently placed the soul-guarding stone on the table. The stone glowed with a strange light under the lamp, and one could vaguely see the swirling black mist through the holes. Chu Shimen's gaze lingered on the soul-guarding stone for a moment before shifting to Lin Mo.
Okay.
After a long while, Chu Shimen finally spoke, his voice laced with amusement, however.
What other conditions are there? Lin Mo immediately asked.
Chu Shimen chuckled, pulling out a completely black short blade from his pocket. This soul devourer has accompanied me for 10 years, today, I'm giving it to you. This permanent mysterious object is not an offensive type, but rather it consumes a person's mental energy and establishes an area with a radius of 5 meters where ghosts cannot intrude. He caressed the short blade, a hint of reluctance gleaming in his eyes. It can only be used once within 24 hours, I hope you make good use of it.
After Lin Mo took the broken blade, the system's notification sound rang in his ears once again. Obtained permanent mysterious object, details can be unlocked.
Soul Devourer, permanent mysterious object. Ability 1, consumes mental power to actively trigger, creating a ghost-free zone with a radius of 5 meters centered on the user.
The area can move with the user. Duration, 100 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, when activated, the blade becomes icy cold, and the edge of the area is surrounded by an invisible barrier constructed from the screams of the trapped souls, those who were once sacrificed. Thank you.
Lin Mo fastened it to his waist, the icy sensation easing him a bit.
There's one more thing. Speak. Chu Shimen raised an eyebrow.
I need detailed information on all ghostly beings. Lin Mo stared into Chu Shimen's eyes. Since we are to cooperate, you should let me know what I'm facing. And from the moment you discovered the nightmare of social collapse until now, I want all the information you know. Chu Shimen was silent for a moment and suddenly burst into laughter. Young friend Lin is indeed cautious.
Although I'm not sure how you know this.
He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Lin Mo as he spoke.
But, I promise you.
Lin Mo let out a slight sigh of relief, but his tense nerves still did not relax. He stared at Chu Shimen's back, hesitated for a moment, and added. Mr. Chu, I do not wish for you to destroy the trust we have painstakingly built. Chu Shimen turned around, his smile deepening. Rest assured, he said leisurely, what I, Chu, value most is the word integrity. Chu Shimen walked back to the table and took out a yellowed notebook from the drawer. He pushed the notebook towards Lin Mo. This contains everything you need to know.
Just as Lin Mo was about to reach for it, Chu Shimen suddenly pressed down on the notebook.
However, knowing too much may not be a good thing. Lin Mo showed no hesitation, directly snatching the notebook from his hand and calmly replied.
Knowing everything and facing death is far better than living in confusion. Moreover, sometimes, being an ostrich does not mean one can live worry-free. Chapter 56, Cooperation Achieved.
Chu Shimen's gaze lingered on Lin Mo for a moment before slowly shifting to Yang Yuhan beside him.
Lin Mo, your performance is indeed impressive.
Chu Shimen's voice was low and gentle, filled with a hint of admiration.
However, I also believe, like you, that the final outcome is decided by people.
The saying that man can conquer nature might just be that.
He paused, his gaze wandering between the two people. Yang Yuhan frowned slightly. She stole a glance at Lin Mo and quickly shifted her gaze away. However, I do have a request. I hope that Yuhan can accompany you.
Chu Shimen finally spoke the latter half of his sentence, his tone brooking no argument.
Lin Mo was taken aback and hesitated. This might be inconvenient.
Chu Shimen shook his head.
Since Lin Xiaoyu just said he also wants to solve this paranormal incident, then he needs to show some sincerity. Time is already very tight.
We must hurry to make the object fall into deep sleep. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for us.
At this point, Lin Mo also began to take it seriously. Can you tell us your specific plan?
Chu Shimen leaned slightly forward, and the wrinkles on his face formed a smile.
We need to draw them out.
Taking the tape-bound confined space as an example, it prefers to hunt in closed spaces, wrapping its prey tightly with blood-red tape until they suffocate. Chu Shimen turned to Yang Yuhan and said, therefore, we need to create an environment suitable for its hunting.
Regardless, Yuhan is a ghost master, she can pretend to be lured into a trap, and you.
His gaze fell on the short blade at Lin Mo's waist.
When it reveals its closed domain, you need to start searching for its true body.
If necessary, use Soul Devourer to create a safe zone and buy time. As long as its true body is exposed in your sight, then it will be sealed for a full 48 hours.
During this time, it will not be able to execute any killing rules.
Most importantly, sealing the tape-bound confined space this way will reset all its previous marked targets. Lin Mo's heart leaped, realizing that this adventure had not been in vain after all. If it had been the normal trial of the ghost's killing rules, who knows what price would have had to be paid to learn this information. Chu Shimen certainly did not know how many lives were sacrificed to acquire these killing rules. At the same time, his gaze swept over Yang Yuhan, and his brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly.
What about the exact location of its true body? We can't just search the whole city, right?
And once we enter a confined space, we cannot get out.
Chu Shimen smiled faintly and explained, of course we can't just search the whole city.
Once the tape-bound confined space begins its hunt, its true body will hide within the confined space it constructs. You must pay special attention to the difference between medium and true body. The true body of the tape-bound confined space is a rotting female corpse wrapped in red tape, while the tape and medium are simply its supernatural extensions.
Moreover, its true body is absolutely immobile once the confined space is set up. You must remember this.
So we need a closed space, and then draw it out.
Then, does that mean the simpler and smaller the closed spaces, the fewer places there will be for its true body to hide, making it easier for us to find? Is that what you mean? Lin Mo asked.
Lin Mo recalled the deadly situation he encountered in Yang Yuan Zhang's bathroom. That space was already small enough, but at that time he still did not discover any place capable of hiding its true body. If its true body really was just an immovable, rotting female corpse wrapped in red tape, then there was hardly any hiding place in that tiny bathroom. Something wasn't right, this matter might not be as simple as imagined.
Chu Shimen nodded.
This is natural, but this also involves another hidden rule of the tape-bound confined space.
The smaller the constructed space is,
the simpler the structure, the faster and more forceful its killing speed will be.
So it's very important to find a balance. But after understanding these characteristics, I believe you can seal it. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully after hearing this.
What Chu Shimen just said did not conflict with what he had learned, and it was very credible. After some meditation, he agreed to Chu Shimen's arrangement.
Now it was already the 4th day. If they didn't do something soon, his intuition told him he wouldn't survive the 7 days required by the mission. Okay. Yang Yuhan and I will think of a way to deal with the tape room binding. What about you, Mr. Chu?
Chu Shimen shrugged and said, I will go with Su Zhugang to deal with the shadow of the infinite corridor, and as for the mirror image, leave it to us.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. It seems you are very confident. Chu Shimin had a look of assurance on his face. Of course, as long as you and Yuhan don't drop the ball, these derived ghosts are easy to take care of. We conducted so many experiments back then, we have already mastered a lot of data. We studied the killing rules and behavior logic of these derived ghosts clearly. But that ghost? He showed a wary expression, as if recalling some unpleasant past. But he quickly recovered, pointing at Lin Mo's notebook and said, "Everything you want to know is in my notebook." At this point, he looked at Yang Yuhan, hidden in the corner, and instructed, "From now on, you will follow his orders completely, understand?" Yang Yuhan bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Then Chu Shimin looked back at Lin Mo. "The actions and methods are up to you, but you must remember, your life is the most important right now, everything must prioritize survival." Then, without giving Lin Mo the chance to ask further questions, Chu Shimin waved his hand, issuing a dismissal. "You two go prepare first. Once we break the marks of the shadow of the infinite corridor and the mirror image, we will contact you directly. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly." Lin Mo and Yang Yuhan walked out of the ornate wooden door. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. "How much do you think he can be trusted?" Lin Mo suddenly spoke, his voice very low. As if he and Yang Yuhan were on the same side. Yang Yuhan paused slightly, her gaze flickering. "Mr. Chu never tells lies, but he never tells the whole truth either, for the reason I mentioned before. He only says what he feels should be said." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, brushing the dagger called Soul Devourer at his waist. Anyway, he had already obtained a strange object, even completed a hidden task, and received a talent upgrade stone. It was already a big win. This harvest was definitely related to his proactive exploration and appropriate risks. If he had been afraid to contact Chu Shimin, who knows how long he would have to wait to gather so much information. Chapter 57, Talent Ability Time Reversal. At the end of the corridor, an old-fashioned elevator quietly awaited them. "Do you have your own car?" Lin Mo suddenly asked when the elevator stopped on the first floor. Yang Yuhan nodded. "Yes, it's parked by the side door. I didn't drive it over to the office because I was afraid of being tracked." Pushing open the glass door of the office building, the evening wind wrapped around them, carrying a damp scent. They soon reached the side door, where there was a small parking lot. In the parking lot, a deep blue sedan was parked alone, with raindrops still hanging on its body. Yang Yuhan took out the key, and the car door unlocked with a soft click. Lin Mo was not polite, directly pulling open the back door. He fastened his seatbelt, his gaze sweeping over Yang Yuhan in front of him, then rolled down the window on his side. "Where to?" Yang Yuhan started the car, and the engine let out a deep rumble. Lin Mo took out his phone, then put it back again. "First, go to the industrial park in the north of the city. Once we get there, I will guide you," he said. He decided not to tell Yang Yuhan the exact location for now, to prevent her from knowing in advance and doing something harmful to Chen Tao and Shi Zhanghua. "Is it that abandoned building complex?" Yang Yuhan asked. Lin Mo replied quietly. "Why do you think Mr. Chu let us go so easily?" Lin Mo suddenly asked. Yang Yuhan's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel. "He never does anything meaningless." Lin Mo squinted. In fact, he felt that Chu Shimin's attitude was a bit strange. Normally, he shouldn't just let them leave so easily. From the other's behavior, he seemed to be a person with a strong desire for control, unwilling to allow too many things beyond his grasp. But for now, with no clues, Lin Mo could only remain cautious. The car quickly entered the main road, and the surrounding vehicles gradually increased. An ambulance whizzed past on the opposite lane, the piercing siren sound cutting through the night sky, quickly fading into the distance. After driving for a while, Yang Yuhan seemed unable to bear the silence any longer and took the initiative to ask, "What are your plans next?" Lin Mo was not asleep, he wouldn't doze off in such a situation. He maintained his original posture and answered clearly, "First, meet up with Shi Zhanghua and the others to discuss, then tomorrow, we will start arranging a suitable place to seal the tape's confinement room." Understood. Yang Yuhan sighed in relief and began to focus on driving. Meanwhile, in a corner that Yang Yuhan couldn't see, Lin Mo took out that Talent Advancement Stone 2 from his system backpack. It was a multifaceted crystal about the size of a pigeon egg, with a semi-transparent deep blue base. It appeared as if liquid starlight flowed inside, refracting a gradient of halos with changes in angles. From a ghostly purple to cobalt blue, occasionally bursting forth with a thread of gold, like a miniature nebula. The most peculiar thing was that at its core, words phantoms floated, seeming both solid and illusory. Lin Mo did not recognize the characters but could comprehend their meaning. The meaning was very simple, when translated, it was the number 2. He briefly observed it, then without hesitation chose to use it. Talent Advancement Stone 2 used, please choose the talent ability to enhance or unlock. Talent 1, Time's End Fate Paradox. Active activation can pause time for 9 seconds, February 5th, can be enhanced. Can be unlocked. Cannot 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 be unlocked. Talent 2, the authority of silence. The fewer survivors in the completion, the higher the rewards, can be enhanced. Completing without grouping greatly increases the rewards, can be enhanced. Can designate one ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown or usage times, with an extremely small chance to refresh that ability after use, January 1st, cannot be enhanced. This is. Lin Mo looked at the semi-transparent panel before him, forcing himself to suppress his excitement and began to count. His talent 1 surprisingly had a total of 8 abilities. Although he hadn't compared with other players, the potential of this talent was undoubtedly very high. Lin Mo quickly calmed down and decided to choose a suitable ability to enhance. First, the 2 abilities from Talent 2 were excluded. These 2 abilities weren't very helpful to him at the moment. So his current options were either to enhance, time pause, or unlock a new talent. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and decided to unlock a new talent ability. Because based on the introduction of the Talent Advancement Stone, the larger the number following it, the more precious it should be. Correspondingly, the talent ability should be the same. The further back in the list, the more powerful the ability should be. From the 3 abilities of Talent 2, it can also be seen that unlocking new talent abilities is more cost-effective. So Lin Mo's mind slightly focused, and the ability corresponding to Talent 2 was unlocked. A new status bar appeared before his eyes. Number of clearances, 0. Talent 1, Time Endgame Fate Paradox. Activating can pause time for 9 seconds, February 5th. Activating can rewind time for 60 minutes, February 2nd. Talent 2, Cold Silence Authority. The fewer survivors at the end of a level, the greater the clearance rewards. Clearing without teaming up greatly increases rewards. Can specify an ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown or usage, with a slight chance of refreshing that ability after use, 1/1. Supernatural item, Soul Devourer. Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted. It was actually the ability to rewind time. It seems he is walking further down the path of manipulating time. And this ability undoubtedly provides him with huge leeway. Once he encounters an unbearable situation, he can directly avoid it by rewinding time. Lin Mo's mouth slightly curved upward. Then he opened the notes given to him by Chu Shimin and began to read carefully. About an hour later, the car drove into a gravel-paved small road. In the distance, the ruined outline of the Northern Industrial Park was already faintly visible. At this point, Lin Mo had also finished the notes and rubbed his slightly swollen head. He had already understood most of the information inside. In this notebook, Chu Shimin's purpose was elaborated in detail. It also gave him a deeper understanding of this instance world. About 20 years ago, a global catastrophe known as the Cursed Night Dawn suddenly broke out, with evil spirits and strange phenomena pouring into the human world from unknown dimensions. These evil spirits are not the traditional sense of the dead, but are the embodiment of human collective fears, obsessions, and entangled causes, and their mere existence distorts physical laws. Fortunately, these evil spirits are not numerous, and most strictly adhere to certain rules, causing little damage to the human world. However, 15 years ago, Chu Shimin became entangled in a strange event and accidentally fused with an evil spirit codenamed Eye of Probability, becoming a spirit tamer who wields strange powers. Eye of Probability granted him a taboo ability, cause-effect probability calculation. In a deep calculation, he glimpsed a future disaster called Final Collapse that would occur 20 years later. Chapter 58, Ominous Signs. The so-called Final Collapse refers to the large influx of evil spirits from another dimension into the human world, where the reality dimension will vanish like fragile bubbles. And the world will fall into chaos, civilization nearly collapsing. This future brought endless fear to Chu Shimin. He believed that the reason he gained this ability was that heaven granted him a sacred mission. To fight against this fate, Chu Shimin secretly established a research organization called Ash Lighthouse, gathering scientists and several near-collapse spirit tamers, trying to find a way to save humanity. At the same time, he constantly expanded his power, concentrating vast human and material resources. During this time, he cautiously attempted to contact the authorities. But unexpectedly, the other side did not believe him at all and instead thought he had grand ambitions. As a result, the authorities began to crazily suppress his power. As his power was gradually eroded, he had no choice but to move his plans underground. At this time, only 3 spirit tamers remained by his side. They no longer dared to expand their own power but instead established a society and universal technology company together as a backing for their research. 6 years ago, he conducted another deep calculation and discovered a special parasitic evil spirit, Nightmare of Social Collapse. This evil spirit uses human social networks as a breeding ground, capable of devouring loneliness and despair, and continuously evolving. Moreover, more critically,
This evil spirit, after evolving, will give birth to offspring, and the born offspring can be easily controlled by humans, with no danger to life or risk of losing control. This discovery thrilled him to the core. During the research, 3 offspring evil spirits were born, and Chu Shimen named these 3 bodies based on their characteristics:
Shadow of the Infinite Corridor, Binding of the Tape Room, and Reflection in the Mirror.
Then, he let 3 trusted aides control them respectively. Chu Shimen firmly believed that if he could harness the evolutionary characteristics of Nightmare of Social Collapse, perhaps he could use it as a foundation to shift the causal relationship of the end catastrophe back onto the evil spirit itself. However, this plan was like walking on the edge of an abyss. In the shadows, with each evolution of Nightmare of Social Collapse, humanity's control over it was weakening, and within the learned internal, people had already begun to doubt.
Among them, the representative figure was Zhou Wan's partner Yang Shang.
But this plan continued to be executed under the push of Chu Shimen, Zhou Wan, and Su Zhugang. Until one night 3 years ago, the Nightmare of Social Collapse, which had been hiding, finally revealed its fangs.
It turned out that Chu Shimen's 3 trusted aides did not fully control the evil spirit. Instead, Nightmare of Social Collapse used the 3 offspring to manipulate those aides in reverse. With this inside cooperation, the research institute where Chu Shimen was located was quickly breached.
In a moment of desperation, Yang Sheng sacrificed himself to create an illusion to confuse the evil spirit. Chu Shimen then took the opportunity to retrieve the soul-suppressing stone and sealed the Nightmare of Social Collapse. After the Nightmare of Social Collapse was sealed, the offspring began to fall into silence. However, as time passed, the seal gradually loosened. This is the beginning and end of Chu Shimen's discovery of the Nightmare of Social Collapse. More than a year ago, he conducted a deep calculation again and found the key to breaking the situation, which was Yang Yuanzhang. So Zhou Wan actively volunteered to approach Yang Yuanzhang and his group. She successfully blended into Yang Yuanzhang's group of 5 using a disposable trap from Chu Shimen. Lin Mo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, closing the notebook and placing it aside. He felt nothing about Chu Shimen's so-called saving the world and humanity. After all, it was the other party's notebook, and he didn't know how much personal agenda it contained. However, the content inside was still valuable and also solved a doubt in his heart.
That was the gray-eyed man he found in the data center. His name must be Yang Shang.
The number of people corresponds as well.
Zhou Wan and the other person are partners, so approaching Yang Yuanzhang must have other intentions, and it might not simply be following Chu Shimen's arrangement. After entering the industrial park, Lin Mo used his memory to direct Yang Yuhan. He intentionally took a long detour, not letting Yang Yuhan figure out his destination.
After more than 20 minutes of twisting and turning, he finally led Yang Yuhan into the southern gate of that abandoned machinery factory. They arrived at the number 7 warehouse agreed upon with Shi Zhanghua. The car slowly stopped in front of warehouse number 7.
Yang Yuhan turned off the engine, and suddenly the surroundings fell into silence. This place is really quite remote.
Yang Yuhan frowned, her gray-white pupils scanning the surrounding desolate environment. The iron door of the warehouse was half open, its rusted surface glowing a decaying orange-red under the dusk. Lin Mo did not respond, pushing the car door open and stepping down.
Your friend really has a taste. Yang Yuhan followed him. Safety first.
Lin Mo replied calmly, but his gaze was always fixed on the warehouse's dark entrance. By all rights, their activity here should not have gone unnoticed. Shi Zhanghua and the others should have known they had arrived. Yet, it was eerily quiet here. The two of them walked into the warehouse, and a pungent smell of mixed engine oil and decaying wood hit them. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, adapting to the dim light. Lin Mo's gaze swept across a corner above his head, noticing that there was actually a security camera installed.
And it looked quite new.
The warehouse was much larger than he had imagined, filled with rusty mechanical parts and damaged wooden boxes. In the distance, rows of shelves were arranged crookedly, covered in a thick layer of dust.
Shi Zhanghua? Chen Tao?
Lin Mo called out, his voice echoing in the empty warehouse, but received no response.
His brows unintentionally furrowed. Looks like your friends aren't very punctual, Yang Yuhan chuckled lightly.
Lin Mo ignored her teasing and headed straight toward the depths of the warehouse. Suddenly, his foot kicked something. Looking down, he saw a flattened backpack, the zipper broken, with its contents scattered all over the ground. Lin Mo's heart dropped suddenly. He recognized this backpack, it belonged to Chen Tao. Next to it was a similar one, belonging to Shi Zhanghua.
Both backpacks looked like they had been crushed by some enormous force, and their contents were almost entirely ruined.
Looks like the situation isn't too good. Yang Yuhan had somehow appeared behind him, her voice no longer playful but serious.
Lin Mo didn't answer, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed aside the bag fragments, trying to find more clues. But after searching for a while, almost everything inside was destroyed. Not far from Shi Zhenghua's backpack, Lin Mo found a photo of the 4 of them, the remains of the living 3. This photo seemed well preserved, without a wrinkle. Lin Mo tucked it into his clothes, feeling heavy-hearted. What happened here? Damn it!
Lin Mo slammed his fist into the ground.
Calm down. Yang Yuhan crouched down, getting angry won't solve the problem. Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked around, trying to find more clues. Just then, he noticed some strange marks on the ground. Like the residue left behind by some sticky liquid after it dried. His gaze followed the marks, finally stopping in front of a large hydraulic press not far away. The machine looked as if it had been used to press metal sheets but was now strangely covered in the same dark red substance. That is...
Lin Mo's voice became a little hoarse. A sharp pain twisted in Lin Mo's stomach, a sense of foreboding washed over him like a tide. He slowly approached the machine. Under the pressing plate, several dark fibers clung to the metal surface. Lin Mo's breath quickened, he recognized this material.
It was exactly the same as the coat Shi Zhenghua wore today. Chapter 59, Terrifying Dog.
At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly remembered that Shi Zhenghua and the others had driven here, and their backpacks were here, but where were the people? The machinery factory was wide open, but he didn't notice any vehicles on the way here.
After all, ghosts don't drive. We need to get out of here.
Lin Mo suddenly turned around, speaking urgently.
Yang Yuhan immediately nodded, saying,
"You're right, this place is indeed not right." The two exchanged glances and spontaneously retreated toward the exit. Lin Mo's hand was already resting on Soul Devourer, ready to face any potential danger. Just as they were about to reach the doorway, a chilling gust of wind suddenly rushed in from behind. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his back. He didn't need to turn around to know that something was rapidly approaching from the darkness. At the same time, he heard a damp, oppressive breathing sound behind him.
Run!
Lin Mo grabbed Yang Yuhan's wrist, and the two dashed toward the exit. Lin Mo couldn't help but take a glance back, and he saw a huge shadow crawling in an eerie manner, moving at an incredible speed. By this time, it was already dark outside, and the moonlight shone through the windows on all sides.
Reveal the outline of that thing.
It was a dog-like creature the size of an adult bull.
Yang Yuhan also saw this monster. What on earth is this thing?
Her voice trembled, her pupils sharply constricting. The monster didn't charge directly at them, but kept a certain distance, seemingly driving them toward the exit of the warehouse.
Something's not right.
Lin Mo thought while running, its purpose isn't to attack us, but to hurt us. The two of them burst out of the warehouse doors. The monster followed closely behind, its huge paws crashing onto the gravel path. In the moonlight, Lin Mo noticed the creature's fur showed an unnatural gray-black color.
Yang Yuhan, use your illusion to confuse it.
Lin Mo suddenly stopped, turning to face the monster. There might be someone controlling it from behind.
Yang Yuhan bit her lip. In an instant, the surroundings began to twist and contort. Dozens of figures identical to Lin Mo appeared out of nowhere on the ground. The monster's movements clearly hesitated, its terrifying head swaying from side to side. Now's the time. Lin Mo lowered his voice, let's circle back. Taking advantage of the illusion's cover, the two of them quietly returned to the warehouse. Let's check behind that machine.
Lin Mo pointed to the shadow of the hydraulic press. They held their breath as they approached, the debris piled up behind the hydraulic press forming a concealed corner. Around the last shelf, Lin Mo saw a middle-aged man in work clothes lying on the ground. The man's chest weakly rose and fell, he was just unconscious, not dead. Just as I thought. Lin Mo crouched down to carefully check the man's condition.
Yang Yuhan vigilantly looked around. The monster should be temporarily confused.
Lin Mo helped the man up, he must have known something since he was here. We need to get this man out of here before the monster notices.
At that moment, a chilling howl echoed from afar.
Lin Mo and Yang Yuhan exchanged glances, both feeling the tension in each other's eyes.
Did it see through the illusion?
Yang Yuhan's voice tightened. It seems so, my ability is weakening against it, my power lasts only about 5 minutes each time.
So fast?
Lin Mo was equally astonished.
Lin Mo quickly searched the man's pockets, pulling out a wallet from the lining.
In the dim light, he clearly saw the identification inside.
Universal Technology. Security Department Director? Lin Mo frowned, is he one of Chu Shimen's people? Yang Yuhan frowned, don't look at me, I don't know this person. Yang Yuhan suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's arm. Listen.
The pat-pat sound of footsteps echoed again, and it was getting closer. The monster had clearly locked onto their position, approaching at an alarming speed.
Let's get out of here.
Lin Mo quickly shoved the identification back into the man's pocket. Take him, we need a safe place to ask questions. Struggling, the two of them raised the unconscious man and moved toward the emergency exit at the back of the warehouse.
The creature was now in front of the warehouse's main door, so they definitely couldn't go there.
Just as they were about to reach the exit, a loud crash echoed behind them. A large amount of shelves were completely toppled over, and the twisted dog-like creature broke through the obstacles to appear before them, its yellow eyes locking onto the three of them. Lin Mo's hand tightly gripped the Soul Eater strapped to his waist. He quickly weighed the situation before him. While pausing time could provide a brief respite, it couldn't completely shake off the monster's pursuit. Time reversal was even less predictable, and he didn't want to give up contact with the middle-aged man he was supporting. At this moment, only the field created by Soul Eater could offer the most reliable escape chance while bringing this strange man along. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. Instead, he shouted low and suddenly drew out the short blade. "Get ready to run." Yang Yuhan understood, her gray-white pupils suddenly constricting, immediately moving closer to Lin Mo. However, just as Lin Mo was about to activate Soul Devour, the hideous dog-like monster suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its twisted head tilted slightly, and its yellow eyes fixed intensely on the unconscious middle-aged man on Lin Mo's back. In the next second, its body emitted a series of cracking sounds. In the blink of an eye, an ordinary small dog with earthy yellow fur squatted in place, its tail wagging gently. The once terrifying monster had vanished. This. Lin Mo's breath caught. The small dog suddenly barked once and dashed over to the man. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly pulled Yang Yuhan back. The small dog cautiously extended its pink tongue and licked the pale cheek of the man. Seeing no reaction from the man, it turned back to Lin Mo, its round eyes surprisingly showing a hint of pleading. Yang Yuhan hesitantly took 2 steps closer, her gray-white pupils carefully observing the dog. Something's not right, it doesn't have the aura of a ghost. The small dog's tail wagged even more joyfully, even nuzzling affectionately against her pant leg. "You mean, this thing is not a ghost?" Lin Mo still did not dare to relax his guard, his grip on the knife remained firm. It's very likely a creature modified by a ghost manipulator, possessing the characteristics of a ghost manipulator itself. Yang Yuhan squatted down and tentatively reached out her hand. The small dog immediately lay down submissively, allowing her to pet its sturdy fur. Ghost manipulators cannot perceive each other unless they actively use their abilities. This man. She pointed to the unconscious middle-aged man, might be the same as us. The small dog suddenly grabbed the man's collar, struggling to tug a couple of times, then barked softly towards the depths of the warehouse. Lin Mo followed its gaze. Behind the mountain of debris, a faint iron door emerged, with weak light seeping through the crack. Chapter 60 Li Xia. Where does it want to take us? Lin Mo squinted his eyes. The small dog anxiously circled in place. Yang Yuhan and Lin Mo exchanged glances and whispered. Should we take a gamble? After all, Soul Devour can still be used. Lin Mo took a deep breath and slowly sheathed his knife. The secret behind the iron door might explain everything. Right now, the most important thing is to find out where Shi Zhanghua and Shen Tao are. He bent down to assist the unconscious man, speaking in a deep voice. Let's go have a look. The small dog barked once and sprinted towards the iron door. Its claws made noise on the door, and after a while, the light from the crack brightened, making a click sound. The iron door slowly opened with a creaking sound. A woman's face appeared in the doorway. As soon as she saw Lin Mo, her eyes widened, and her lips trembled. You. The woman's voice was raspy and dry, like she hadn't spoken in a long time. Lin Mo stared at her face, recalling the people in the original owner's phone album. It was actually Li Xia. The friend of the original owner who should have left long ago, also one of the 6-member group. Although he had never seen her in person, this woman looked exactly like the photo. Thin eyebrows, drooping corners of the eyes, and that small mole on the right side of her face. Li Xia's gaze shifted from Lin Mo's face to the small dog. Her expression suddenly turned tense, and she quickly opened the door, saying urgently, "Come in quickly." The space behind the door was wider than expected. 2 folding beds were propped against the wall, covered with old sheets. In the corner stood a gas stove, steam still rising from the pot. Wooden boards were nailed to the wall, piled high with cans and water. The most prominent feature was the wooden table in the center of the room, covered with yellowed paper and photos, along with an old computer. One of the photos showed Yang Yuanjiang and Li Xia together. The air was filled with a musty smell and the scent of food, but it was better than the cold, damp feeling outside, at least it was livable. Lin Mo and Yang Yuhan helped the unconscious man inside, while the small dog nimbly squeezed in, its tail wagging. Li Xia quickly shut the door, skillfully locking it 3 times, then dragged a cabinet in front of it. After doing all this, she finally sighed in relief and turned to Lin Mo. How did you find this place? Her voice held a mix of caution and confusion. Lin Mo did not answer immediately, carefully placing the unconscious man on the folding bed. The man's breathing stabilized somewhat, but his face was still pale. That question should be mine. Lin Mo stared directly into Li Xia's eyes. Li Xia, Zhou said you left the city long ago, why are you hiding in this place? Li Xia's body clearly stiffened. The room fell silent for a moment.
Li Xia's gaze wandered, as if she was considering something. The little dog obediently lay by her feet, occasionally looking up at her. It's a long story. Li Xia finally sighed and walked to the table to pour a glass of water for Lin Mo. She motioned for him and Yang Yuhan to sit down at the table. I discovered early on that Yang Yuanjiang and Zhou Wan were acting strange. Once, I secretly followed them and saw them go to a very strange place. Her voice grew softer, her eyes fixed on the unconscious man. Later I found out they were involved in something terrible. I even saw them kill someone. After knowing this, I always wanted to leave, but I found I couldn't get away at all. No matter what method I used to escape, I would return here the next day. Saying this, she began to cry. Lin Mo suddenly remembered something. Right, how come he never thought of leaving this city to hide? This is strange, it was like he never considered leaving at all. The mission did not require him to stay here. Could it be that his thoughts had been changed? Or was he, like Li Xia, unable to leave at all? Lin Mo did not urge Li Xia but took out his phone and tapped on it a few times. Li Xia cried for a while, and when she seemed calmer, she continued speaking. When Zhou Wan found me, I was hiding in a rental house in the southern part of the city. She came in with two men in black suits and burst in. She gave me two choices. Li Xia's voice dropped even lower, either never speak of it, or... Her gaze shifted to the little dog in the corner. She knows where my parents live. Li Xia continued, but Lin Mo already knew most of it. Then there was the time Yang Yuanjiang took everyone to the data center, encountering the shadow of the infinite corridor. Now it seems it was all directed by Zhou Wan. But Zhou Wan is already dead, what else can the other party do? Lin Mo put down his phone, thought for a moment, and then asked. How did you end up here? Li Xia took a deep breath, her nails digging into her palm. A week ago. Zhou Wan brought me to this abandoned factory, saying it was a safe house. Old Zhou was here at the time. She planned to kill someone. She pointed at the man on the folding bed. He is Zhou Ling. Zhou Wan called him Old Zhou. She gave us a photo and also mentioned a target's name, Shi Zhanghua. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold. Zhou Wan indeed had ulterior motives. Chu Shimen might not be the enemy, but Zhou Wan certainly was. From the beginning, she had other intentions. But how did she know Shi Zhanghua would come? If it weren't for encountering Yang Yuhan, they wouldn't have split up at all. And Yang Yuhan said Zhou Wan started arranging things a week ago. At that time, she shouldn't have even known Shi Zhanghua. Lin Mo asked. Did you already kill that person? He deliberately didn't mention Shen Tao, just wanted to test Li Xia. Li Xia shook her head. No, he escaped. That dog is Zhou Ling's pet, he is the main force, I just helped. Lin Mo frowned, his gaze cutting sharply in the dim light. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and calm. Why did Zhou Wan call you here? What help could you provide? Li Xia's eyes flickered, as if she was struggling. At that moment, Zhou Ling on the folding bed suddenly grunted and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze turned fierce the instant it met Lin Mo's, and the muscles on his face tightened. Who are you? His voice was hoarse and cold, carrying an unmistakable hostility. Zhou Ling looked at Li Xia, and Li Xia nodded, quickly retreating to his side. She had intentionally led Lin Mo and Yang Yuhan to a place far from Zhou Ling to prevent Zhou Ling from being restrained if things turned sour. Seeing this, Zhou Ling already had some understanding. He suddenly sat up, shouting loudly. Go! The originally docile little dog suddenly let out a low growl, its fur standing on end, its body swelling and deforming at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed back into that ferocious dog-like monster. Its yellow eyes stared intensely at Lin Mo, with foul-smelling saliva dripping from its fangs. Li Xia quickly stepped back, hiding behind Zhou Ling, the cowardice on her face completely gone, replaced by indifference and determination. I'm sorry, she said softly, but with no trace of apology in her voice. This was all Zhou Wan's arrangement. Had no choice. Zhou Ling sneered, his finger waving lightly. Kill them. The monster let out an ear-splitting roar, pushing off with its hind legs and suddenly lunging at Lin Mo. Its speed was astonishing, creating a stench of wind as its sharp claws aimed directly for Lin Mo's throat. Chapter 61, Counterattack. However, just as its claws were about to reach Lin Mo, the Lin Mo in front of it vanished like a bubble. The monster missed, and its massive inertia caused it to crash heavily to the ground, letting out a painful whimper. What happened? Zhou Ling's face changed drastically, his eyes rapidly scanning the surroundings. At that moment, the real Lin Mo slowly stepped out from the shadow beside the folding bed, holding Soul Eater in his hand. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly, revealing a trace of sarcastic amusement. Did you think I would stand there waiting to die unprepared? Yang Yuhan's figure also appeared from the darkness on the other side, with strange light flashing in her pale gray pupils. A faint gray mist swirled around her fingertips, as she had already set a trap of illusion earlier. The reason Lin Mo had just picked up his phone was to send a message to Yang Yuhan. Because it did not involve others targeted by the endless corridor's shadow, their communication was effective.
Lin Mo had already tested this point long ago. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure flashed, instantly closing in on Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling's pupils suddenly constricted, and before he could react, the sharp knife had already slashed across his throat. Although Soul Eater was not an offensive cursed object, being a blade itself, it was very sharp and far better than a folding knife.
Lin Mo did not hold back during that strike, almost severing his opponent's neck. You.
Zhou Ling managed to squeeze out the last word, then blood spurted out like a fountain. He pressed both hands tightly to his neck, but could not stop the flow of life leaving him. His body staggered backward, then fell heavily to the ground, with unwillingness and fear frozen on his face.
Seeing this, the monster let out a miserable whimper, its massive body trembling violently.
After Zhou Ling's breath completely ceased, the slimy fur on the monster's body quickly shed, and its bones made a cracking sound as it transformed back into the small yellow dog. The dog wobbled over to Zhou Ling's lifeless body, gently rubbing its wet nose against its owner's face, its throat letting out a low whine, as if calling to someone who would never answer. Lin Mo coldly watched the scene, with no trace of pity in his eyes. He stepped forward, his shoes making a sticky sound as they pressed into the blood. The little dog sensed the danger and suddenly lifted its head, its black eyes filled with tears and anger. It bared its teeth, letting out a faint growl, as if trying to protect its owner's body.
Annoying thing.
Lin Mo's voice was cold. If he hadn't held back, the previous situation would have wasted another chance of pausing time. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the dog's back. Crack, the sound of breaking bones was especially harsh. The little dog let out a shrill scream, its body twitching violently, blood spilling from its mouth. Lin Mo did not stop, continuing to stomp down heavily. Each blow created a sickening sound of flesh and bone being mangled, and the little dog's cries grew fainter, until only faint tremors remained. Its insides were crushed, blood and broken fur splattered on the ground, looking extremely bloody. One person and one dog died back to back, and the air was filled with a heavy smell of blood. Li Xia's face was pale, her legs weakly leaning against the wall, looking somewhat at a loss. Her lips trembled, but not a sound came out. Lin Mo was killing the puppy while also observing her. At this point, the other party didn't seem to have any extraordinary means. Yang Yuhan stood by, a flicker of complexity flashed in her gray-white pupils, but soon returned to calm. She spoke softly.
It's resolved.
After confirming that this greatest threat was dead, Lin Mo shook off the blood on his shoe, his gaze coldly sweeping over the corpses of Zhou Ling and the puppy, as if he was just dealing with two pieces of unimportant garbage. He turned to Li Xia and said flatly,
"Now, it's your turn."
Only then did Li Xia realize she wanted to escape, but because her legs were weak, she fell to the ground after taking only one step. She struggled to get up, but Lin Mo grabbed her long hair and violently yanked her back. The pain that nearly tore her scalp apart made her let out a piercing scream, her whole body crashing heavily to the ground.
Ah!
Li Xia's scream echoed in the sealed room.
Yang Yuhan stood aside, not intervening.
She only faintly felt a bit of pain herself. She realized that Lin Mo had already been somewhat gentle with her that afternoon.
What happened to Shi Zhanghua and the others?
Lin Mo asked coldly. He increased the pressure of his grip, forcing Li Xia to lift her head. Li Xia's lips trembled fiercely, her teeth chattering. She struggled to swallow.
I was here just now looking at the surveillance with a notebook. Chen Tao escaped, and Shi Zhanghua he.
Her gaze unconsciously darted to the door, her voice getting lower, fell into the machine, got strangled to death.
Lin Mo's fingers suddenly tightened.
Li Xia gasped in pain, tears mixed with blood flowing down her face. But Shi Zhanghua fought back against Zhou Ling before he died. Li Xia spoke urgently as if clutching a lifeline, he hit him on the back of the head with a wrench. That's why Zhou Ling is unconscious. Lin Mo's gaze darkened.
What exactly are you here to assist with?
Lin Mo leaned down and continued to ask. He smelled the mixture of blood and perfume on her body and that deep-seated fear.
Li Xia's chest was heaving violently. Her gaze wandered, finally landing on the yellowing group photo on the wall. I was here for Yang Yuan Zhang.
Her voice suddenly carried a strange softness. When Zhou Wan found me, I realized they weren't in that kind of relationship.
So you helped them kill? Kill your own good friend?
Lin Mo's voice was laced with sarcasm.
Li Xia gasped heavily. No. She suddenly became agitated, her blood-stained hands grabbing Lin Mo's sleeve. I just wanted to help Yuan Zhang. Zhou Wan said as long as I completed this task, I'd be allowed to join them. Her nails dug deep into the fabric of Lin Mo's sleeve. I wanted so much to stand by his side, do you understand? That feeling of yearning. Between us was love. A love you will probably never understand.
Lin Mo's gaze shifted slightly. He slowly straightened up, looking down at this woman enraptured by love, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile.
I understand nothing, I just know I almost died at your hands. What else do you know? There's nothing more to say.
Li Xia's gaze gradually cleared. Lin Mo bent down, looking at Li Xia at eye level, his voice suddenly softening.
Yang Yuanzhang is already dead, what are you still struggling for? He isn't dead.
Li Xia suddenly looked up, a glimmer of light showing on her pale face. He is just faking his death.
Chapter 62, Failed Interrogation. As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Xia's pupils suddenly shrank, and in an instant, she knew she had said something wrong. Her lips trembled as she tightly pressed them together. Lin Mo's breath stopped for a moment. He slowly sat up straight. So that's it, that makes sense. His voice was soft, but it made Li Xia shiver involuntarily. So? Zhou Wan is also pretending to be dead?
Lin Mo suddenly chuckled softly, taking out a handkerchief from his pocket to leisurely wipe the blood off his hands.
Xia, I just want to survive. Lin Mo's voice was surprisingly gentle. We don't have any major conflicts, we could actually have a good talk.
If you can't make the decision, just tell me where Yang Yuanzhang is, and I promise you can leave safely. After wiping his hands, he stuffed the handkerchief back into his pocket and slowly said.
Yuanzhang is still waiting for you, right? Li Xia's body shook violently, as if struck by electricity.
Her pupils rapidly contracted and dilated, tears falling continuously. But when she raised her head again, her lips twisted upwards in a mocking smile.
Do you think I would believe you?
Her gaze swept over Zhou Ling's mutilated corpse, her voice hoarse. You didn't even spare a dog.
I won't let Yuanzhang fall into your hands.
Lin Mo suddenly grabbed Li Xia's chin, forcing her to look at the group photo on the wall.
In the photo, Yang Yuanzhang wore a gentle smile.
At that moment, Li Xia's tears were dripping onto the glass of the frame. Look at him, Lin Mo's voice turned fierce. Is he worth it? Li Xia stubbornly turned her face away, remaining silent.
Lin Mo's patience finally wore thin. He let out a cold laugh and released his grip. It seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin.
He slowly pulled out the knife called Soul Devourer from his waist.
Li Xia's pupils slightly constricted but quickly returned to calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. Do you think this will scare me? She croaked, her voice resolute. Yuanzhang will take revenge for me? Lin Mo's expression darkened. Do you think this will keep Yang Yuanzhang's secret safe?
Li Xia's gaze held a provocation.
You will never find him.
Lin Mo curled his lips into a cruel smile.
He suddenly grabbed Li Xia's wrist and twisted it hard.
The bones made a crisp cracking sound.
Li Xia gasped in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, but she gritted her teeth and didn't let out a sound. Looks like the bone is broken, does it hurt?
Lin Mo's voice was frighteningly light, but his grip showed no sign of easing.
But this is just the beginning.
Li Xia's face turned pale, her lips bleeding from her own biting, yet she continued to glare at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with hatred. Lin Mo released her wrist and instead gripped her neck, his fingers slowly tightening. Li Xia's breathing became urgent, her face turning from white to blue, but she still stared at Lin Mo, as if trying to etch his figure into her soul.
You, killing me, will be useless.
She struggled to squeeze out a few words through her teeth. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with understanding.
He estimated she wouldn't speak again, and wasting more time would be pointless. Besides, what she knew might not be much.
He released his grip. Li Xia immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for air.
Since you insist on looking for death, then I will fulfill your wish.
He stood up, looking down at her, raising the Soul Devourer slowly. Li Xia suddenly laughed, her smile carrying madness and relief. She struggled to prop herself up, looking up at Lin Mo, her voice hoarse but clear.
Yuanzhang and Zhou Wan will take revenge for me, you can't escape.
Lin Mo's eyes turned cold, the knife in his hand dropping down without hesitation.
Then I will send them down to meet you afterward. With a flash of the knife, blood splattered. Lin Mo controlled his strength, stabbing her one by one. The first stab in her right leg, the second in her left arm, the third in her abdomen. He wouldn't let her die easily, he wanted to torment her well. After 100 stabs, the light in Li Xia's eyes gradually faded, leaving only deep fear and despair on her face. Lin Mo shook the blood off the knife, coldly glanced at the body on the ground, and turned to walk towards the door. Go, his voice was eerily calm. Yan Yuhan lowered her head and silently followed.
Her hand reached into her pocket, tightly gripping something, as if pulling at something.
Lin Mo walked out of the room, standing in the middle of the warehouse. His gaze landed on the huge hydraulic press.
The cold metal surface of the machine gleamed, and beneath the platen, a dark red stain could be faintly seen. He slowly walked closer, the soles of his shoes pressing on the damp cement floor, making a faint creak sound. The air was mixed with rust, engine oil, and a faint smell of blood. Lin Mo's finger gently traced the control panel of the hydraulic press, where a few blurry blood fingerprints were still visible.
I didn't expect, he murmured softly. He bent down and leaned close to the gap in the platen to look inside.
In the dim light, he saw the shapeless blood and flesh, mixed with scraps of cloth and bone fragments, sticking inside the machine. Lin Mo's breath paused, and his chest felt like it was being pressed by something. "Old Shi," he called softly, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. Though he hadn't known Shi Zhanghua for long, the other had helped him quite a bit. He didn't expect that, after Lu Qijuan, he would die as well. He stood quietly for a moment, as if in silent mourning. After a while, Lin Mo straightened up, took a deep breath, and turned to walk out of the warehouse. He arrived at the parking lot, where the moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the messy tire tracks on the ground. Lin Mo crouched down and touched the deep and shallow marks. His gaze followed the tracks, eventually stopping at a distinct skid mark. "This is?" He squinted, carefully discerning, left by a sharp turn. He stood up and looked around. On the side of the parking lot, a few clumps of wild grass were crushed, clearly showing that a car had sped away from here. Lin Mo's brow relaxed slightly. This should be the trace left by Qin Tao's escape. Only this explained why Shi Zhenghua's car was gone and why there were these fresh tire marks. That kid Qin Tao, quite clever, he whispered, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Suddenly, Lin Mo remembered something, turned, and quickly walked back to the warehouse. Returning to the blood-scented room, Lin Mo's gaze fell on the laptop in the corner. This should be the surveillance computer Li Shi had just mentioned. The screen had darkened, but the power indicator light was still faintly glowing green. He walked over, gently lifted the screen, and the display immediately lit up. There was no password. "Lucky," he muttered softly, his fingers sliding across the touchpad as he quickly browsed through the surveillance footage. Lin Mo's fingers lightly moved on the mouse, the footage on the screen rewinding frame by frame, finally stopping at the moment when Shi Zhanghua and Qin Tao entered the factory. Chapter 63, Obtaining the Evil Spirit Dagger. In the surveillance replay. In the dim warehouse, the figures of the two were captured somewhat blurry by the camera, but the slightly thin backs of Shi Zhanghua and Qin Tao were still recognizable. It seemed that they didn't notice anything unusual and continued walking deeper into the warehouse. At that moment, the screen suddenly shook. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and noticed a blurred shadow flickering at the edge of the screen. It was Zhou Ling. He silently appeared behind a shelf, followed by a small yellow dog. Zhou Ling seemed to have given an order, and the little dog quickly transformed into a vicious dog-like monster, pouncing from the shadows towards Shi Zhanghua. Shi Zhanghua reacted quickly, rolling to dodge the first strike, but the monster was faster, and then it bit his arm. Shi Zhanghua staggered backward. "Old Shi!" Qin Tao let out a cry, grabbed a steel pipe from the ground, and charged forward, but the monster swiped him away with a claw, sending him crashing heavily against the shelf. Qin Tao struggled to get up. The monster did not continue to pursue, but turned to pounce on Shi Zhanghua. Because Shi Zhanghua had spotted Zhou Ling and was starting to move towards him, pulling out the rune dagger at the same time. Lin Mo knew that the rune dagger had two abilities, but Shi Zhanghua had used its active ability just last night, so it should still be in cooldown. The monster charged forward. Shi Zhanghua and Zhou Ling were already entangled in a fight, but it was clear that Shi Zhanghua had the upper hand, firmly suppressing Zhou Ling. And because the monster was too huge, fearing to accidentally harm its master, it could only linger at the edge, not daring to get too close. "Go! Tear that fleeing bastard apart!" Zhou Ling screamed, pointing at the location of Qin Tao. The monster moved upon hearing the command, its massive body like a bolt of yellow lightning, charging at the corner where Qin Tao was. "Old Chen, be careful!" Shi Zhenghua's eyes widened in horror as he tried to rush over to help, but was firmly entangled by Zhou Ling. The moment he was distracted, Zhou Ling's shoe slammed hard against his temple. Shi Zhenghua felt his body jerk, staggering back a few steps, shaking his head, as if he were about to be knocked unconscious. "Ha, you can't save yourself, yet you want to care for others?" Zhou Ling grinned maliciously as he closed in. He casually picked up a broken steel pipe from the ground, weighing it in his palm. "Don't worry, after I deal with you, I'll send that kid down to keep you company." Shi Zhenghua shook his dizzy head. He gritted his teeth and scanned the area not far away. The monster had already cornered Qin Tao against a hydraulic press, with Qin Tao's back pressed tightly against the machine, retreating nowhere. "Run! Don't stand there!" Shi Zhenghua yelled. He suddenly bent down and pulled out a rusty wrench from his tool bag. Zhou Ling sneered at the sight. A dying struggle. He raised the steel pipe high and smashed down hard toward Shi Zhenghua's head. Shi Zhenghua dodged to the side, the pipe grazed his shoulder and crashed into the ground, sparking a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, he swung the wrench with all his might towards Zhou Ling's back of the head. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Zhou Ling's expression froze instantly. His pupils dilated, his lips trembled as if wanting to say something, but only a mouthful of blood foam came out. His body swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. Although the monster sensed its master was in danger and immediately gave up on chasing Qin Tao, turning to pounce on Shi Zhenghua. Its eyes burned with crazy rage, leaving deep claw marks on the ground with every step. Old sure. Chen Tao took the chance to crawl up from beside the hydraulic press, his face as pale as paper. His pant leg was torn by the monster's claws, but fortunately, he was not injured. Shi Zhenghua panted heavily, took out his car keys from his pocket, and tossed them in Chen Tao's direction.
Catch. Run fast. Don't look back.
The keys traced a silver arc in the air, and Chen Tao fumbled to catch them.
But you. Chen Tao clenched the keys, seeming a bit at a loss.
His gaze shifted between Shi Zhenghua and the monster, unable to move an inch.
Don't waste time. Go.
Shi Zhenghua shouted sharply. He bent down to pick up the steel pipe that Zhou Ling had dropped, positioning it across his chest to shield himself between the monster and Chen Tao. Chen Tao's throat moved, and in the end, he stomped his foot hard, turning to sprint madly toward the warehouse door. The monster lunged at him as well. Shi Zhenghua had no power to fight back, only symbolically resisting with the steel pipe a few times before being tackled down by the monster, bloodied by its biting. At that moment, Zhou Ling also stood up, holding the bleeding back of his head, his eyes flashing with vengeful light.
Waste. Zhou Ling slowly approached, signaling the monster to get away.
Then he grabbed Shi Zhenghua by the collar, dragging the half-unconscious man to the side of the hydraulic press. The concrete floor was dragged out with bloodstains, and Shi Zhenghua twitched unconsciously, looking like he had already lost consciousness.
Dog thing.
Zhou Ling roughly yanked the other person's hair, forcing the bloodied face toward the buzzing machine.
Go die, ha 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 ha.
Shi Zhenghua's pupils suddenly contracted, his blood-soaked mouth seemed to want to say something.
Beg for mercy?
Zhou Ling ground Shi Zhenghua's fingers with the tip of his shoe.
Weren't you pretty tough just now?
The metal pressing plate of the hydraulic machine slowly descended. Zhou Ling bent down, grabbing Shi Zhenghua's hair, and tossed him into the machine like throwing away a broken sack. Shi Zhenghua had long lost the strength to resist and could only let the other person act as they wished. As the machine started, a burst of bright red suddenly exploded on the screen, appearing incredibly bloody. Lin Mo's breathing suddenly grew heavier. He stared at the blood-misted ground in the surveillance, unsure of what he was thinking. This really cheapens that trash. He glanced at Zhou Ling, who was collapsed beside the folding bed, and coldly snorted in his heart. He raised his hand to turn off the monitor. Yan Yuhan, holding a photograph, looked up at his words.
Are we going to chase Chen Tao?
The tire tracks are still fresh.
Not in a hurry. We have more important things.
He closed his eyes, replaying every detail of Shi Zhenghua and Zhou Ling's fight in his mind.
That runic dagger.
He murmured softly, walking out of the room, his gaze sweeping toward the corner of the warehouse. There, stacked with rusty shelves and scattered parts, the dim light made it hard to see the details. He walked over slowly, crouched down, and pushed aside a few broken pieces of wooden box, revealing a dagger that was barely visible.
Found it.
He whispered, his fingertips touching the cold metal.
Ding.
The system's prompt sound timely rang in his mind.
Acquired permanent cursed object, details available upon activation.
Evil Spirit Dagger, permanent cursed object, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Ability 1, consuming stamina can actively trigger, the dagger can soak in the user's fresh blood, and can immediately suppress a single cursed action for a short time.
Cooldown time 24 hours.
Ability 2, stab at the ghost's body, upon hitting, it can repel the cursed being. Note, each time blood is soaked, the dagger will emit a strange red glow, as if reminiscing the warmth of the souls it has previously taken.
Chapter 64, Leaving.
Lin Mo squinted, carefully examining this cursed object that once belonged to Shi Zhenghua. This was also a permanent cursed object, but it couldn't be taken out of the dungeon. Fortunately, he was now able to use this cursed object. This might be due to Shi Zhenghua's death. However, Shi Zhenghua used it once last night, and now it needed a few more hours before Ability 1 could be used again. Without Ability 1's assistance, an ordinary person's chance of hitting a terrifying ghost was nearly zero. Old sure. He whispered, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. After a moment, he put the dagger away and turned to the corpses of Zhou Ling and Li Xia.
Zhou Ling's body still lay beside the folding bed.
Lin Mo crouched down, his fingers delving into Zhou Ling's coat pocket, quickly pulling out a black smartphone. The screen lit up, and the lock screen displayed a picture of Zhou Ling with that monster. In the photo, the dog was still a docile, yellow puppy, with Zhou Ling hugging its neck, looking very cheerful.
Heh, quite affectionate.
Lin Mo sneered, grabbing Zhou Ling's still not entirely stiff finger and placing it on the fingerprint recognition area. Friends who often kill know that after a person dies, cells do not immediately die, the electric signals formed by ion movements across cell membranes do not disappear right away. Therefore, in a short time after death, it's still possible to unlock a phone using a finger.
Unless more than 3 hours pass, unlocking may not be possible.
The phone unlocked, the main interface was clean to the point of being abnormal, with only a few basic applications. Lin Mo opened the call logs, with the most recent contact marked Little Zhou, the time showing half an hour before Lin Mo and the others arrived at the warehouse.
It was a missed call.
Calculating the time, at that moment, this Zhou Ling had pushed Shi Zhanghua into the hydraulic press, and
he had fallen into a coma. Xiao Zhou?
Lin Mo frowned, his finger hovering above the dial key, hesitating for a moment before ultimately choosing not to call back recklessly.
Could this Xiao Zhou be Zhou Wan? What is the relationship between Zhou Ling and Zhou Wan?
He turned to open the message box, which was empty, clearly cleaned out intentionally.
Well hidden.
He snorted softly, exited the interface, and his gaze swept over to Yang Yuhan on the other side of the room. She was crouched next to Li Xia's body, seemingly examining it as well. Lin Mo stuffed his phone into his pocket and looked at Yang Yuhan.
Did you find anything over there? Yang Yuhan slowly stood up. She shook her head.
No, besides this photo, she has nothing on her. She raised her hand, pinching a group photo. In the photo, Li Xia was smiling brightly, a stark contrast to her now lifeless body in a pool of blood.
Lin Mo nodded, his gaze lingering on the photo for a moment before looking away. Let's go.
There's no value left here. Yang Yuhan glanced at the body on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed.
Don't we need to clean up the traces? Not necessary.
In a place like this, even if someone finds it, it won't raise too much attention. Lin Mo answered calmly, not at all like someone who was killing for the first time. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the laptop, just handle the surveillance. Lin Mo and Yang Yuhan spent over 10 minutes destroying all the surveillance cameras and taking the storage cards away. Interestingly, Lin Mo found that those cameras were newly installed, hardly gathering any dust. After destroying the surveillance, they also took the laptop with them. In fact, Lin Mo had considered setting it on fire to completely erase the traces, but that would quickly attract official attention, complicating their subsequent actions. Anyway, almost no one comes here, so destroying the important clues like this was about enough. In the end, they also cleaned off the bloodstains on themselves a bit. About half an hour later, Yang Yuhan stood at the door, her gaze scanning every corner of the warehouse, confirming nothing was missed before softly saying,
"We can go now."
Lin Mo nodded, took one last look at the bloodstained warehouse, and turned to walk out the door.
Where to next? Yang Yuhan asked.
Lin Mo's steps hesitated slightly, his gaze shifting to the dark street in the distance. After a moment of silence, he spoke.
First, let's get away from here. The rest, we'll take it slow.
His voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself. Lin Mo stood in the open space outside the warehouse, taking a deep breath of the cold air. Though it was his first time killing, he felt no discomfort. After all, it was also to resist those who wanted to kill him.
Let's find a place to rest first.
Lin Mo turned to Yang Yuhan, his voice revealing tiredness. There should be hotels nearby.
Yang Yuhan nodded. What do you need me to do?
Lin Mo pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the lights faintly visible in the distance.
Tomorrow we'll go buy a tent, one of good quality, with strong ceiling. A tent?
Yang Yuhan frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes.
Yes. Lin Mo said nonchalantly, I just looked at Chu Shimon's diary, and I suspect that the space constructed by the tape's confinement is not completely consistent with how we understand a closed space.
Previously, I encountered it in a very small bathroom, but could not find its true form at all.
It's very likely because it hid in a place we can't see.
And that space is also part of the closed room. Yang Yuhan's mind seemed not to grasp it immediately, as she asked in a daze.
So where does it hide? Lin Mo squinted his eyes and said. Underground, or in the walls.
Lin Mo recalled every detail from the bathroom in Yang Yuanzhan's home, adding. Only this explains it, as the closed room it constructed contains the space beneath the bathroom. Or a part of the side wall, it hides there. In other words, it can define solid walls or concrete as part of a secret room.
It is equivalent to hiding itself within the walls.
Of course, it must have hollowed out the concrete, then hidden inside.
For a simple example, you buy a house.
Its registered area, outer frame area, and interior area are different. For instance, the registered area is 100 square meters, but the outer frame area only calculates to 85 square meters, while the interior area is only 78 square meters. And the secret room constructed by the binding of tape contains spaces not of the interior area, but of the outer frame area. Lin Mo thought to himself that with this characteristic, facing it in buildings full of reinforced concrete was simply seeking death. Moreover, Shi Zhanghua had mentioned before at the data center that there would be charred black human shapes on the walls, which might be the minions of the tape secret room. The role of those charred black human shapes might not only confuse prey but also likely protect the main body.
There is also a copy introduction. Copy introduction, in the silent steel forest, an invisible plague silently spreads. In the sealed rooms, doors and windows sealed with tape whose dark red rust,
shadows not belonging to humanity seep from the wall seams, devouring breath, memory, and warmth, until you become the next erased remnant. It mentioned the steel forest, hinting that the building is indeed the main stage of the Binding of Tape's secret room.
Chapter 65 Tent?
Yang Yuhan listened to Lin Mo's analysis, her gray-white pupils slightly dilated, then her mouth twitched.
I understand the reasoning, but why must you use a house as an example?
She sighed softly. Back in the company for 3 years, I couldn't even save enough for the down payment on a toilet. Lin Mo glanced at her, puzzled, and asked.
Then what about after you became a ghost master? You should be making a lot of money.
A hint of gloom passed through Yang Yuhan's eyes as she kicked a piece of debris by her feet, saying,
Not at all. After becoming a ghost master, I have no time to earn extra money.
She paused for a moment, as if recalling something painful. Every task feels like dancing on the tip of a knife, and a moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction.
Just like the last time facing you, if he hadn't already foreseen, cough cough. And, do you think it's easy to become a ghost master?
Lin Mo didn't respond, just quietly awaited her to continue.
Yang Yuhan took a deep breath. First, you must have qualifications. Not everyone can withstand the erosion of bizarre tools.
Her mouth curled into a bitter smile. It's like a certain innate compatibility. Maybe there's not even 1 in 100.
Even if you have qualifications, you also need to hold a special ceremony. That process is more painful than death.
Lin Mo's gaze landed on her slightly trembling shoulders, his voice calm.
What is your ceremony? Yang Yuhan shook her head. You should know the rules. I can't say, it's a personal secret.
Her eyes drifted to the dark night sky in the distance, then she looked mischievously at Lin Mo, blinking, unless you tell me your ceremony process first. Lin Mo smiled, realizing he hadn't discovered what he wanted. But he also understood that the ceremony of a ghost master was very important to each ghost master.
Moreover, different ghost masters should have low similarities in their ceremonies, otherwise, Yang Yuhan wouldn't need to ask him back. Then forget it.
Yang Yuhan didn't mind. Every ghost master accommodated different vengeful spirits, thus the corresponding ceremonies also varied.
Exposing one's ceremony might lead to someone deducing one's weaknesses, which is far more serious than exposing one's abilities.
She returned to the previous topic.
You want to use a tent to create a closed space to lure it out? Yes.
Lin Mo also seemed to disinterest in the previous topic. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Since it likes to hide, let's make sure it has nowhere to hide.
Yang Yuhan's gray-white eyes slightly narrowed. Do we need to prepare anything else? Not for now. Lin Mo shook his head, walking towards Yang Yuhan's car. Let's find a place to land first. Yang Yuhan quickly followed, opening the car door first. Get in. Lin Mo nodded and sat in the back seat. The car quickly started, his gaze sweeping through the gradually disappearing abandoned factories outside the window. Then he withdrew his gaze, lightly tapping his knee with his fingers, lost in thought. Where do you think Chen Tao will go? Yang Yuhan suddenly asked.
Lin Mo squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment. He's injured, so he should first find a place to tend his wounds.
However, he paused, his voice low. With his personality, he won't just hide. Yang Yuhan glanced at him sideways. You mean, he will actively contact you? Certainly. Lin Mo thought in his heart. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lin Mo understood Chen Tao's personality well enough. That is, although he seemed cowardly, when faced with things he cared about, he would become very resolute. Lu Qijuan couldn't bear the pressure and chose to escape, while he could withstand the pressure and continue to explore. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the scenery flashing outside the window, his tone flat. Maybe. But before that, we need to solve our own problems. Moreover, right now he cannot contact me through electronic devices. Unless Chu Shimen can seal the shadow of infinite corridor, Lin Mo said meaningfully. The night wind poured in through the half-open car window, carrying a bit of chill. Oh, right. Yang Yuhan suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with hesitation. Are you really planning to use a tent to lure that thing out? This is the safest method for now, Lin Mo replied. Yang Yuhan's brow furrowed slightly, but if it can really hide in the walls, a tent might not be safe, and the space inside the tent is too small. The speed of the tape-bound chamber killing would be astonishing. So we need a suitable place, and it shouldn't be near other physical entities. The tent is only the first step. Yang Yuhan was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. The car continued to move forward, the distant city lights gradually becoming clearer. The silhouettes of tall buildings rose in the night. There seems to be a budget hotel ahead. Lin Mo pointed to a low building not far away. Yang Yuhan looked in the direction he pointed, her brow slightly furrowing. Is a place like this safe? The more inconspicuous, the better, Lin Mo replied calmly. This is not the time to be picky. The hotel lobby was dimly lit, and a drowsy middle-aged man sat at the front desk. Seeing someone come in, he barely perked up. Accommodations?
Only 2 rooms left, both are double rooms.
One double room.
Lin Mo pulled out his ID and cash, his movements brisk and decisive. He didn't plan to use electronic payments, after all, he had just killed someone, so it was better to be cautious. The front desk clerk took the money, lazily registered it, and handed over a room card, 308, the elevator is on the left.
Lin Mo took the room card, nodded, and then led Yang Yuhan toward the elevator.
Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 3rd floor, and the elevator let out a dull creak as it slowly ascended. The 3rd floor has arrived, a mechanical female voice announced as the elevator doors slowly opened.
The wallpaper on the walls was peeling a bit. Room 308 was at the end of the hallway.
Lin Mo swiped the card to open the door, and a wave of cheap air freshener smell hit him. The room was a bit more spacious than expected, but the furnishings were extremely simple. The sleeping area had only a double bed. However, the room was overall kept relatively clean. The curtains were half drawn, letting in some streetlight.
The conditions are ordinary, it'll have to do.
Lin Mo casually threw his backpack onto the bed, making a dull thud. Lin Mo said stiffly, "Oh, right, for safety's sake.
Tonight we will share a room." Yang Yuhan's eyebrows raised slightly.
"Oh? Don't think too much, it's just for mutual protection." He walked to the side of the bed and patted the mattress.
"You sleep under the bed, I sleep on the bed. Each of us watches half the night.
To show care for women, I'll keep watch in the second half of the night."
Chapter 66, Encountering the Pale Shadow Again.
Yang Yuhan's mouth twitched as she stared at him.
"Are you serious?" Lin Mo's expression was one of certainty.
"Of course.
There's enough space under the bed, you can sleep on the ground."
He pointed at the wardrobe, there should be spare blankets there, if not, just ask downstairs.
Yang Yuhan took a deep breath. "Lin Mo, do you have a misunderstanding about caring for women?"
Lin Mo frowned, as if deep in thought.
"Misunderstanding? No."
He pointed to himself, "You watch the first half of the night, I'll watch the second half."
"The second half is harder to endure."
Yang Yuhan put her hand on her forehead and sighed helplessly. "Forget it, it's useless talking to this wooden block." She walked to the wardrobe, pulled the door open forcefully, and dust flew out. She coughed a few times, yanked out a thin blanket and a pillow, shaking them off in disgust.
"When was the last time this thing was washed?"
"It looks clean outside, but it's so dirty inside."
Lin Mo thought to himself, feeling like she was hinting at something, but he pretended not to hear.
He was determined to sleep on the bed, it was comfortable so he could have energy to face the ghost tomorrow. Lin Mo had already sat on the edge of the bed taking off his shoes, and without looking up said,
"Just make do with it, it's only one night."
Yang Yuhan pursed her lips, laid the blanket on the ground by the bed, patted the pillow, and stopped talking. She understood that he was not the type to be gentle with women. Previous intel showed that Lin Mo and Li Xia had been friends for 7 or 8 years, and yet he could kill without hesitation. Like Chu Shimin, he was the type who recognized no kin.
Yang Yuhan nodded and said no more.
She curled up on the makeshift bed on the floor. Lin Mo leaned back against the head of the bed, placing the soul devourer beside his pillow, his gaze scanning the room vigilantly. Occasionally, the sound of vehicles passing by could be heard downstairs, adding to the silence.
The night was still long.
Lin Mo lay down and slowly closed his eyes.
Hoping for a peaceful night. Wake up. Lin Mo. Lin Mo.
Lin Mo hadn't been in a deep sleep, and hearing Yang Yuhan's voice, he opened his eyes abruptly. He saw Yang Yuhan had climbed onto the bed, shaking his shoulder desperately. Her voice was very low, with an almost imperceptible tremor.
"Outside the window, there's something."
The air in the room seemed to freeze, leaving only the soft sound of their breathing. Lin Mo slowly turned his head, following Yang Yuhan's pointed direction. The curtain swayed slightly in the night wind, and through the semi-transparent gauze curtain, Lin Mo saw a distorted pale figure standing upside down, facing away from them. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. That shadow hung outside the window, its limbs twisted in a strange way, as if suspended in midair by invisible strings. Moonlight outlined its elongated silhouette, its head tilted at an impossible angle, revealing half a ghastly pale face. It was the same ghost they encountered at Zhou Wan's house.
"It's it."
Lin Mo's voice was low and cold, his fingers quietly gripping the soul devourer beside his pillow. The cold feel of the knife hilt steadied him a bit. He slowly sat up, moving so lightly that it made no sound.
Yang Yuhan asked softly. "What is that thing, have you seen it before? Do you know its rules?" Lin Mo didn't answer, his gaze fixed firmly on that ghostly figure.
The ghost seemed to have sensed their stare. That half-tilted head suddenly made a crack sound as it turned 180 degrees, its hollow eye socket staring directly into the room. Under the moonlight, the corners of the pale figure's mouth slowly stretched open, revealing an exaggerated smile that looked nearly torn apart. Its fingers made a crackling sound, impossibly long nails scraped against the glass, producing a piercing sound. Sizzle, sizzle. Yang Yuhan's body shivered slightly, her gray-white pupils showing a hint of fear.
What is it doing? Is it testing?
Lin Mo's brain raced, realizing that with the pale figure showing up, it meant they had been targeted.
But when did this happen? Before, in Zhou Wan's room, when they attacked Chen Tao, but were repelled by Shi Jinhua's trick.
Lin Mo still did not understand the opponent's rules. At that moment, Lin Mo's gaze swept over the nightstand, and his breath caught. There appeared a silver wind chime, its end tied with a red string.
This is the same wind chime as the one at Zhou Wan's front door.
He whispered to himself. Yang Yuhan noticed something unusual and followed his gaze, her gray-white pupils suddenly constricting.
What time did this appear?
Lin Mo felt something, his gaze slowly rising, and suddenly he broke into a cold sweat. He saw the ceiling was densely filled with the same silver wind chimes, silently swaying as if moved by an invisible wind, yet making no sound at all. Then he looked at the floor, and saw that the entrance was covered with silver wind chimes, with many more wrapping around the door.
This might be its rule.
Lin Mo's voice was tense. Before, when someone touched something similar, they were attacked. Yang Yuhan stared at the wind chimes, at a loss. She reached into her clothes and asked.
What do we do now? These wind chimes. Don't touch them.
Lin Mo interrupted her, his voice lowered to the extreme, not one. His eyes quickly scanned the room, trying to find a way out. However, the door was at least 5 meters away, and the wind chimes almost covered the entire ceiling.
But Yang Yuhan's voice trembled, they seemed to be descending. Lin Mo looked up again.
Indeed, those wind chimes were descending at an extremely slow speed, the red strings extending little by little. At this rate, in a few minutes, they would come into contact with the wind chimes. A ghostly figure outside suddenly twitched violently, its mouth curving wider and wider, almost tearing to the roots of its ears.
Lin Mo felt a wave of dizziness, biting down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. Lin Mo.
At that moment, Yang Yuhan's voice was filled with unprecedented panic. My ability is ineffective against it. It seems immune to illusions.
Stay calm.
He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. Since it hasn't attacked directly, it means that the rules haven't fully triggered yet. Lin Mo's gaze quickly swept around the room, cold sweat beating at his temple. The ghostly figure outside still pressed against the glass, its ghastly white face almost breaking through the window. The wind chimes on the ceiling swayed silently, the red strings slowly dropping, now less than 30 centimeters from their heads.
Lin Mo. Yang Yuhan's voice trembled slightly, fixated on the eerie wind chimes. What should we do? Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He lowered his voice. Now we have two choices. The first choice, stay still. His eyes swept over the slowly descending wind chimes. These wind chimes descend very slowly, and... He paused. I suspect their killing rule requires active touching of the wind chimes, rather than being passively touched by them. Yang Yuhan's brows furrowed slightly. You mean, as long as we don't move, we won't trigger its rules? It's possible. Lin Mo's voice was very soft, but the risk is, if my judgment is wrong. He didn't continue, but Yang Yuhan understood his meaning. If they judged wrongly, they would fall into extreme danger. The strange device from last night had been used, although ownership had now transferred to him, the cooldown time had not vanished, and he couldn't use it right now. Using Soul Devour to create a domain to escape, or using time reversal ability, felt too wasteful. If they hadn't discovered the rules, it wouldn't matter to use those means to escape. But facing these ghostly things, they would have to understand their rules sooner or later. It was better to take a chance while having a tool at their side to test. So what about the second option? Yang Yuhan asked. Chapter 67, Wind Chime. Yang Yuhan naturally did not want to choose the first option. She couldn't bear the feeling of sitting and waiting to die. Lin Mo's gaze turned to the window. Run that way. He pointed to the direction of the pale figure at the window. The entrance has been sealed by the wind chimes, but there is only that ghostly figure by the window. Are you crazy? Yang Yuhan's voice suddenly rose but quickly suppressed it. The ghost's body is right there. I know. Lin Mo interrupted her words. But that ghost shadow has not directly attacked us until now, which means it may just be trying to scare us. The real danger is these wind bells. Yang Yuhan's face turned even paler. Are you sure? Lin Mo honestly admitted, not sure, but staying here will only increase the risk. Why don't you use Soul Devour and let's escape from here first? Yang Yuhan suggested. Lin Mo shook his head. The cooldown time of Soul Devour is too long. What will we do after using it? The wind bells on the roof dropped a bit more, the nearest one almost touching Yang Yuhan's head. She instinctively bent down, a trace of fear flashing in her gray-white pupils. Lin Mo just calculated a bit in his heart and decided to escape from the window. Lin Mo took a deep breath and carefully scanned the ground. Good, there are no hidden silver wind bells.
He clenched Soul Devour in his hand, ready to unleash his power at any moment.
Let's go.
He whispered to Yang Yuhan, his voice tense.
Yang Yuhan was still hesitating.
Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the roof. Those red strings of the wind bells were already hanging less than a foot above their heads. All the wind bells moved automatically without wind, yet there was no sound. This silent sense of oppression was even more suffocating.
No time left. Lin Mo slowly stood up.
He lifted his backpack with one hand, the other hand tightly holding Soul Devour. 1 step, 2 steps.
His gaze was fixed firmly on the window.
The pale figure still hung upside down outside the window, with dark, hollow eye sockets staring at him, and the strange smile at the corners of its mouth growing more sinister. As the distance closed, a chilling breath rushed towards him, as if countless tiny ice needles were piercing his skin. But he did not stop his steps.
5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters.
The ghost outside suddenly moved. Its limbs twitched violently, and its long fingers suddenly clutched the window frame, making a harsh creaking sound.
The window actually opened slowly under its movement, and a foul smell instantly flooded into the room.
Lin Mo's steps paused, his pupils suddenly constricted.
It is luring us?
Yang Yuhan's voice came from behind, trembling slightly. Lin Mo did not answer, his gaze met the ghost outside the window.
The ghost's smile widened, revealing a dark hollow inside, as if silently mocking.
However, it did not take further action, just hung quietly outside the window. Lin Mo frowned slightly, quickly pondering in his mind.
Is it trying to scare me? Why not attack?
He tentatively took a step forward. The ghost still did not react, but its pale face slightly tilted with his movement, maintaining eye contact.
It seems my guess was not wrong.
Lin Mo murmured softly, his voice almost inaudible. It cannot attack directly unless we trigger the rules. He turned back to look at Yang Yuhan, signaling her to follow. Yang Yuhan gritted her teeth, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes as she carefully moved her feet to follow Lin Mo. The two gradually approached the window, but the ghost's figure began to blur, as if dissipating like smoke blown by the wind. Its limbs slowly released the window frame, and that pale face gradually faded into darkness, eventually disappearing completely. The window remained wide open, the night wind poured into the room, dispersing the suffocating atmosphere. The wind bells on the roof also stopped descending, the red strings drooping like they had lost their life, no longer writhing. Soon, these wind bells gradually dissipated along with those at the doorway. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves slightly relaxing.
It is gone? Yang Yuhan's voice was filled with disbelief. Lin Mo nodded, still wary.
He looked at the night outside the window. In the depths of darkness, it seemed there were countless pairs of watching eyes. The cold wind brushed against his cheek, taking away the cold sweat on his body.
What should we do next? Yang Yuhan asked. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, his gaze deep. Keep resting. Yang Yuhan showed an unbelievable expression. After such an event, how can you still sleep? Lin Mo didn't even glance at her, directly lying back down on the bed, saying. Exactly because this has happened, we need sufficient sleep even more. And after this attack, I believe the evil spirits will calm down for a while. How do you know? Yang Yuhan frowned. Intuition.
Lin Mo yawned, ghosts also need to rest, just like us. This was a pattern he had concluded. After all, the replica should give people a way to survive, right? Shi Zhenghua also said that every time they escaped the attack from the evil spirits or repelled them, there would be a brief moment to breathe. And besides, he was just too tired.
Yang Yuhan pouted and finally lay down on the makeshift bedding on the floor.
She stared at Lin Mo's back and softly said, I hope your intuition is reliable. Lin Mo did not answer, his breathing gradually becoming steady and long. The night wind blew in through the window, carrying the coolness of late autumn.
Yang Yuhan's thoughts gradually drifted away, recalling the experiences of these days. From the initial mission to the temporary alliance with Lin Mo now.
Lin Mo, she called softly, but received no response. Confirming that he was already sound asleep, she sighed gently and took out a rusty coin from her pocket, flipping it back and forth between her fingers. The surface of the coin was engraved with blurry runes, shimmering eerily in the moonlight. I hope this time. Mr. Chu, your prediction won't be wrong, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Yang Yuhan tightly clenched the coin in her palm, continuing to observe her surroundings. The latter half of the night was relatively stable, and Lin Mo successfully switched shifts with Yang Yuhan at 2 o'clock in the morning. After Yang Yuhan fell asleep, Lin Mo took the time to roughly check the surveillance again, finding that the earliest surveillance record showed 15 days ago.
Moreover, Zhou Wan had not appeared at all. If what Li Xia said is true, Zhou Wan's goal is to kill Shi Zhenghua, why make it so complicated?
In the surveillance, Lin Mo could clearly see that for the past half-month, Li Xia and Zhou Ling had basically not left this warehouse at all. Even when they occasionally left, one of them would inevitably stay behind to guard. Clearly, they also did not know when the target would come. Lin Mo thought for a while, coming up with several possibilities, but lacking detailed information, he couldn't confirm any of them. Fortunately, he stopped thinking about this issue. After all, it was already certain that Zhou Wan and Yang Yuanjiang were absolute enemies, so the next time they encountered them, there would be no need for words, just use his abilities to kill them directly. These two people were too dangerous. He carefully glanced at Yang Yuhan lying under the bed, a cold light flashing in his eyes, murderous intent surging. And then there were people like Chu Shimen, who were the same, each with ill intentions. If there was a chance, he would eliminate them all. Chapter 68, The Rules of the Taped Sealed Room. The next morning. Yang Yuhan was still in deep sleep, her breathing steady and long. Wake up. Lin Mo shook her shoulder, his voice deep and cold, it's time to go. Yang Yuhan suddenly opened her eyes. She instinctively reached for her pocket, confirming that the rusty coin was still there before relaxing slightly. What time is it? She rubbed her eyes, her voice hoarse from just waking up. It's 7:30. Lin Mo stood up. The sky outside was still gloomy. We need to hurry. Yang Yuhan slowly got up, clumsily folding the quilt and stuffing it back into the wardrobe. Her movements were a bit stiff because the floor sleeping wasn't comfortable at all. Where are we going first? To buy a tent. Lin Mo picked up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder, sweeping his gaze across the room to ensure nothing was left behind. Then find a remote place. Yang Yuhan pouted, a hint of discontent flashing in her eyes. Are you really going to do what you said? What if that thing doesn't show up? Lin Mo had already walked to the door and turned back to give her a quick glance. Then we wait until it appears. The hotel front desk remained drowsy as Lin Mo returned the room key and walked straight out. The streets were empty of pedestrians. They bought the necessary tent at an outdoor supply store. Lin Mo chose a dark green double-layer tent, excellent in sealing. He also bought a high-quality shovel. The shopkeeper was an old man with a wrinkled face, babbling while he took the money, introducing the tent's windproof features. This tent is the latest model, even heavy rain won't seep in. The old man's cloudy eyes scanned the two of them. Are you young people going camping? What's the shovel for? Lin Mo nodded, placing the cash on the counter with a light thud. Yang Yuhan stood aside, saying nothing. After leaving the store, they drove to a desolate area on the outskirts of the city. Weeds were overgrown, and a few dead trees were sparsely scattered in the distance. Most importantly, there was nobody here, making it easy for them to act. The car finally stopped in front of a patch of weed-covered wasteland. Yang Yuhan turned off the engine and pulled out the keys, jumping out of the car swiftly. This will do. Lin Mo jumped out of the car and threw the tent on the ground, far enough from buildings, and there's no underground pipe. Yang Yuhan helped Lin Mo quickly set up the tent. Once finished, Lin Mo made a gesture inviting her in. Could you please go inside for a moment? Huh? Yang Yuhan revealed an incredulous expression. Aren't you going in? She instinctively took a step back. This plan was proposed by you. Listen. Lin Mo's voice unusually carried a touch of warmth. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have saved you last night. We are in this together now. His gaze swept across the empty wasteland around the tent. Right now, it's just the two of us. I need you to trigger the rules inside, while I observe from outside. And don't you forget? Chu Shimen told you to listen to me. Trust me, everything will be fine. Easier said than done. She muttered sourly but still bent down to crawl into the tent. She had her own confidence. Even if she encountered the tape room's curse, she could still get out safely. The space inside the tent was small and had excellent ceiling. Lin Mo's voice came from outside, sounding a bit muffled through the tent. If there are any problems, shout for me immediately. Got it. Yang Yuhan responded testily. Don't get distracted. If you notice something wrong, open the tent right away. Then she perked her ears, listening intently to the sounds outside. Time passed minute by minute, and the air inside the tent gradually became stuffy. Lin Mo stood outside, noticing there had been no movement inside. He said, "Try calling my name inside, ask for help." Lin Mo had previously gathered detailed information about the tape room's curse from Chu Shimen's notes. Tape room's curse, lower-level ghost. Core ability, manipulate spatial dimensions, turning any area sealed with red tape into a death chamber. Its body is a rotting female corpse wrapped in red tape, which is its supernatural extension. Rule 1, remaining in a sealed space for an extended period can attract the tape room's curse. Once it appears, it can manipulate doors and windows to create a death chamber. The temperature inside the death chamber will sharply drop, all electronic devices will fail, and various terrifying events will occur. If killed or replaced by the entity inside, or if one fails to escape the death chamber within the specified time, death will follow. Rule 2, saying I need help or similar phrases in a sealed space will also attract the tape room's curse. Rule 3, tear open the red tape sealing doors and windows to enter or exit the death chamber.
Trigger the instant death rule.
The red tape will only appear on one side of the doors and windows, which can be opened by others from the other side. Rule 4. After the victim's death, human-shaped scorch marks appear on the wall, which can confuse other humans into exploration, eventually stepping into the trap and becoming one of them. Hidden Rule 1. The smaller the internal space of the death room, the simpler the spatial structure, the faster the temperature drops, and the higher the frequency of horrific events, making the supernatural ability of the tape-bound room stronger.
Hidden Rule 2. The tape-bound room requires a catalyst to construct the death space. Focus on the coldest place within the death space, searching and touching the root cause that lowers the temperature of the death room, and the death room constructed by the tape-bound room will collapse. Hidden Rule 3. When the hidden body of the tape-bound room is exposed to human sight, it will enter a 48-hour freeze state during which it cannot execute any killing rules. Hidden Rule 4. The body of the tape-bound room must be located within the death space it has constructed, and once the death space is completed, its body cannot move in any way. These are the 7 rules of the tape-bound room. When Lin Mo saw these rules, he was also puzzled about why he was marked. After all, it had not been long since he entered the instance when he encountered the tape-bound room. This can only mean that he inherited the causality in the instance. And now, the tape-bound room was unwilling to appear, so he could only try to see if Rule 2 could attract it. Yang Yuhan heard Lin Mo's instructions and hesitated for a moment before she began to call out. Lin Mo, help me. Lin Mo, help me. Yang Yuhan's voice came from inside the tent, initially clear, but gradually, Lin Mo noticed her cries became indistinct, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Her voice grew weaker until it completely disappeared. Lin Mo frowned, immediately stepping forward and tapping on the outer wall of the tent. The touch felt normal, the canvas rough and taut, without any abnormalities. He listened carefully, and the tent was eerily silent. Yang Yuhan, he called in a deep voice, tightening his grip on a corner of the tent, can you hear me? No response. Lin Mo's gaze swept over every part of the tent, confirming there were no strange traces of red tape. The tent stood quietly, as if it were the most ordinary camping equipment. But he squinted, a warning bell ringing loudly in his heart. Something's not right. He whispered, it must be a vicious ghost appearing. Chapter 69, Lin Mo's speculation. At this moment, Yang Yuhan in the tent also sensed something was wrong. Her voice echoed inside the tent, yet it felt blocked by an invisible barrier, not a single sound could escape. She called out Lin Mo several times but received no response, her eyes flashing with a hint of unease. The temperature in the tent suddenly dropped, and the breath she exhaled actually frosted on contact with the air. When she tried to beat on the tent wall to attract Lin Mo's attention, the icy touch made her retract her hand suddenly. She looked around, realizing that the originally translucent ventilation window and exit had been sealed with dark red tape. Damn it, she cursed softly. She suppressed the impulse to pound on the tent, but the once soft tent now felt incredibly hard. No matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. Where is Lin Mo? Did he leave me behind? A glimmer of panic flashed through Yang Yuhan's mind as she quickly took out the coin from her pocket. This coin was also a supernatural object, but it was special and had 2 abilities. The first ability is passive, simply carrying it increases her luck slightly. The second ability is active, when activated, it can provide immunity to 1 death rule from a vicious ghost for 30 seconds and greatly enhance luck, but once used, the coin will disappear forever. Lin Mo. Can you hear me? She shouted again, her voice sounding dull in the enclosed space, still no response. Yang Yuhan's breath grew more and more rapid. She thought of Lin Mo's words, the ghost's true form was very likely hidden underground. So Yang Yuhan knelt down, frantically searching every corner, her nails scraping against the bottom of the tent, piercing it but only touching cold dirt and weeds. Where are you hiding? Her voice trembled a little, her eyes scanned every place in the dim light. The temperature continued to drop, her limbs began to feel numb, and her movements became stiff. Suddenly, a slight creak came from the top of the tent, as if something was slowly crawling over. Yang Yuhan suddenly looked up, her pupils constricting. The fabric at the top sagged slightly, forming a blurred human shape, as if something was moving closely against the outer wall of the tent. I found you. A hoarse female voice echoed in her ear, sounding as if it came from all directions, or maybe it drilled directly into her mind. Yang Yuhan trembled all over. In the corner of the tent, a dark red tape was slowly wiggling, crawling towards her like a living thing. And her body was already unable to move, even her thoughts began to stall. She gripped that coin tightly, but she couldn't activate it with her mind at all. Despair showed in her eyes. This attack, how did it come so quickly? From her reaction to being completely unable to move, it was at most just a minute. Could it be that this was also in Lin Mo's calculations? Yang Yuhan's consciousness gradually blurred in the icy darkness. Am I going to die? No. It won't be me, Director Chu predicted that I wouldn't be the one to die.
Suddenly, a zip sound came from the tent zipper, a blinding light split through the darkness, shining directly into her eyes.
Yan Yuhan instinctively squinted. In her blurred vision, a tall figure stood against the light. Are you okay?
Lin Mo reached out his hand. After opening the tent, a bone-chilling cold wave rushed in. The scene inside the tent made Lin Mo's expression freeze. Yan Yuhan huddled in the corner, her face pale, tiny ice crystals hanging from her eyelashes and hair. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes fixated on the top of the tent.
Lin Mo.
Her lips were bluish-purple, her voice extremely soft. Lin Mo didn't hesitate, he grabbed her wrist and violently pulled her out of the tent.
Yang Yuhan's body was as stiff as an ice block, almost falling when being dragged out. Can you move?
Lin Mo asked, his voice deep as he turned his head. Yan Yuhan nodded with difficulty, her hand still tightly gripping that coin.
It moves too fast.
She panted, her white breath condensing in the air. I almost.
Lin Mo also saw the strange coin tightly held in Yang Yuhan's hand, his gaze flickering.
This should be her trump card, just don't know why she didn't use it. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, scanning the inside of the tent. He said coldly, it seems the rules are not wrong, but its reaction is more intense than expected. Yang Yuhan barely steadied herself, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes.
When I called you, why didn't you respond?
She asked hoarsely, her gaze still fixed on the tent. She didn't question Lin Mo about why he took so long to open the tent, it was meaningless, but there was still some dissatisfaction in her heart.
Lin Mo noticed Yang Yuhan's dissatisfaction and explained.
Just now your voice gradually disappeared, and in the end, I could hardly hear it. It's not that I didn't want to save you, I just wasn't clear about the situation. I called your name twice, and when you didn't respond, I opened the tent immediately. Yang Yuhan took a breath and said, it's fine, thank you. Lin Mo furrowed his brows slightly, asking, what exactly happened inside? Tell me in detail. She slowly said, I called a few times and discovered my voice couldn't get out, the temperature inside the tent suddenly dropped, then all kinds of supernatural phenomena appeared.
And then?
Lin Mo's gaze fixed on her. I wanted to find its true form, but I couldn't find it at all, even though the space is so small. The tent itself became incredibly hard, no matter how much I pulled, I couldn't move it. Then I started to dig down, but after breaking the tent, below was only dirt and grass.
Less than a minute later, my body began to go out of control. Yan Yuhan's voice became lower and lower. I thought, this time it was really over.
Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke.
It seems the rules of the tape room are more complex than we thought.
You said before, it hides in the walls, and there's nothing under the tent. Yan Yuhan looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Lin Mo didn't answer immediately, his gaze fell on the rusty coin tightly held in Yang Yuhan's hand, the coin glinting strangely in the sunlight.
He thoughtfully asked. Is this your trick? Why didn't you use it earlier? Yan Yuhan's fingers suddenly tightened, stuffing the coin into her clothes. She showed a bitter smile. There wasn't enough time, it came too quickly.
Lin Mo's gaze slowly scanned the surroundings of the tent, he squatted down and opened the tent. He saw the punctured hole at the bottom, where traces of Yang Yuhan's struggle were left behind on the blades of grass.
Look here.
His voice was deep, his finger pointing at the small hole punctured at the bottom of the tent. Just now you mentioned, the sides and top are as hard as iron, but it can puncture downwards.
What do you think this indicates?
Yang Yuhan tucked her wind-blown hair and crouched beside him. Her grayish-white eyes fixed on the marks where she had just struggled, her brows gradually furrowing.
Are you saying, the bottom is also part of the room? Exactly.
Lin Mo pinched a handful of dirt, rubbing it slowly between his fingers. The tape room likely hides in the dirt below.
The tent is just a facade, the real walls are the land beneath. Chapter 70, Entering Personally.
Yan Yuhan's voice was filled with hesitation, seeming unable to believe Lin Mo's speculation.
Then it's like, it can move freely underground like a fish in water?
Lin Mo shook his head and replied, if that's true, the entire Earth could become its hiding place, and we would have no way to force it out.
But, that's impossible. Lin Mo switched his tone. Remember the hidden rules of the tape room? Its core must remain inside the room, unable to move. And...
Lin Mo squinted slightly. The smaller and simpler the death space it constructs, the higher the frequency of supernatural events will be. You just said it attacked you in a mere minute, indicating this space is definitely not large, so it couldn't construct such a big death space.
I estimate that if we dig just a few more centimeters down, we can find it. Talking the talk, Lin Mo moved the tent aside to verify his guess, revealing the damp soil underneath.
He squatted down, fingers inserted into the earth. This soil is too loose, he murmured softly. An unusual texture was felt through his fingers, as if below wasn't solid ground, but some kind of hollow structure. Yan Yuhan leaned closer, closely watching the small pit he uncovered.
Indeed, it seems like it has been disturbed.
She recalled the earlier feel, this patch of soil was indeed very soft.
Could this be a hint? Lin Mo didn't answer. He took the prepared iron shovel from the car and continued to dig down. His movements were quick. The sound of excavation was particularly clear in the still wilderness. After digging down 10 centimeters, Lin Mo suddenly felt the shovel head touch an empty space. It's hollow below. Yang Yuhan held her breath.
Lin Mo carefully removed the surrounding dirt, revealing a huge hollow below, radiating a chilling aura that made one's heart race. The edges of the hollow were cracked unnaturally, as if forced open by some power.
This is... Yang Yuhan's voice trembled slightly. Lin Mo did not answer immediately.
He bent down, his nose almost touching the dirt.
He carefully sniffed.
A faint smell of decay pierced his nostrils, mixed with the earthy stench, disgusting him.
It smells like a corpse.
Lin Mo straightened up, his eyes darkened. It's very faint, but there's no mistake. Lin Mo stood up, dusting off the dirt on his hands, and rebuilt the tent that he had just tossed aside.
Next, I'm going in, he said in a low voice.
Yang Yuhan was stunned for a moment, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her grayish-white pupils.
Are you sure?
You saw what happened earlier. That thing appeared too quickly, I almost fell.
Exactly because I saw it, I need to confirm some details. Lin Mo interrupted her.
You guard outside, I'll keep in touch using video on my phone.
When the video cuts off and we can't contact each other, you start counting. If I haven't sealed it within 50 seconds, you open the tent immediately. Yang Yuhan's eyes brightened slightly.
Right. We can use electronic devices to determine the exact time the tape binding spell appeared.
Why didn't I think of that earlier?
Lin Mo glanced at her. He hadn't shown Yang Yuhan the notes left by Chu Shimin, yet she was somehow aware. It seemed Chu Shimin had already told her about this matter. Yang Yuhan showed an excited expression, but suddenly she thought of something and her tone became hesitant again.
50 seconds, isn't that too short? What if you can't find its true form?
Lin Mo said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the tent's zipper. 50 seconds is enough for me to operate.
Any longer and the risks will multiply. Yang Yuhan was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the time. When the time's up, I'll open the tent right away.
Lin Mo said nothing more, turning on the video on his phone and then walking towards the tent. He squatted down, fingers placed on the zipper, pausing slightly.
Remember, 50 seconds. Yang Yuhan replied, and after connecting the video, she watched his every move tightly.
Lin Mo unzipped the tent and bent down with a shovel, crawling inside. Inside the tent, Lin Mo sat cross-legged in the center, calmly surveying his surroundings. In the small space, only his even breathing could be heard.
Let's begin. He murmured to himself, then looked at the front camera of the phone, raising his voice. Yang Yuhan, can you hear me? Outside the tent, Yang Yuhan immediately responded. I can hear you. The sound is very clear. Lin Mo waited quietly.
The temperature inside the tent seemed unchanged, and there were no unusual marks on the canvas interior.
He frowned slightly, deciding to imitate Yang Yuhan's earlier actions. Yang Yuhan, help me. Yang Yuhan, help me.
Lin Mo kept calling out, seeming a bit ridiculous inside the tent, yet it was exceptionally eerie.
Time passed second by second, and Yang Yuhan paced back and forth outside. 3 minutes have passed.
Inside the tent, Lin Mo's breathing remained steady, maintaining a rhythmic shout. He looked up at the top of the tent. There was nothing unusual there. He looked down at the ground. The traces of dirt and grass leaves were clear, as if everything was normal.
Strange. He squinted, whispering very low, could there be more than one trigger condition?
Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a dark red thread in the tent's corner. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, but his expression remained calm. He didn't move, only halting his voice to quietly observe the movement of that thread of tape.
Yang Yuhan.
He suddenly spoke, his voice terrifyingly calm. How long has it been?
Outside, a response immediately came, 3 minutes 40 seconds. How is it over there?
Yang Yuhan's voice abruptly cut off, as if severed by an invisible pair of scissors. Lin Mo looked down at his phone screen. The video feed had already cut off, and the phone showed it was out of service. He quickly raised his head, scanning every corner of the tent with his gaze. Lin Mo's breath slightly faltered. He could feel the temperature inside the tent dropping. But, compared to the sharp drop in temperature described by Yang Yuhan, this change seemed unusually slow. Something is wrong, Lin Mo whispered, a hint of vigilance flickering in his eyes. He stood up, the canvas ground making a faint rustling sound beneath his feet. He reached out to touch the inner wall, the surface cold and hard, as if he had touched a frozen iron plate. Yang Yuhan said it appeared extremely fast, almost without giving her time to react. But this time it is so slow, like it is testing, or... His gaze suddenly sharpened, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind.
Could it be intelligent? Does it know we are designing it? Chapter 71, Kill Yang Yuhan.
Lin Mo's brows were deeply furrowed as he quietly pondered, if it really has intelligence then it might be waiting for me to let my guard down. He squatted down, quickly running his hand over the grass leaves, uncovering the soft soil beneath. He did not pause to observe, immediately beginning to dig down with a shovel. At the same time, he carefully monitored the movements inside the tent, preventing any sudden changes. Lin Mo's shovel kept digging deeper, a large amount of damp soil being turned over, scattering inside the tent. His movements became quicker, but his face grew increasingly grim.
No way.
His voice was low and tense, his eyes fixed firmly on the pit. Having dug nearly 30 centimeters deep, he had found nothing but cold soil and a few dry grass blades. But at this moment, he sensed something even more terrifying.
Yang Yuhan had betrayed him.
He glanced at his phone, the screen had long since gone dark, and he woke it up.
The agreed 50 seconds had already passed a full 3 minutes.
By now, Yang Yuhan should have already pulled down the zipper, but she had not taken any action.
Lin Mo suddenly let out a cold laugh.
He threw aside the shovel head and had already confirmed that relying solely on himself, he could absolutely not find the essence of the tape-bound chamber. The slowly dropping temperature served as proof that the death space constructed by the tape-bound chamber was large enough. It showed that his plan had already been seen through by this fierce ghost. And more importantly, Yang Yuhan had betrayed him. But he was not surprised. She was never really a companion, at best just a collaborator. However, Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, his active plunge into danger was a result of his deliberate guidance, one purpose being to test whether Yang Yuhan was a competent collaborator. Now it seemed that the other party had failed his test. And the second purpose was naturally to test the rules of this fierce ghost, confirming its behavior patterns, in order to gauge the level of the core fierce ghost nightmare of social collapse.
Now it seemed that the wisdom of the tape-bound chamber far exceeded his imagination.
The other party was not a simple ghost following a fixed behavior pattern, but one capable of understanding how to seek advantage and avoid harm. The latter was indeed much harder to deal with than the former.
But I do have a trump card. As long as I know your initial exposed location, I can change the past outcome by reversing time.
Without hesitation, Lin Mo activated the second ability of talent 1-to-time reversal. His consciousness suddenly plunged into a chaotic darkness, as if being dragged into the deep sea by an invisible giant hand.
Creak!
A piercing metallic distortion sound exploded from the depths of his soul, and Lin Mo felt his existence being painfully folded together.
White light. Overwhelming white light.
Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, the sunlight streaming through the car window onto the back of his hand. The wind blew in through the car window, bringing with it a chill, contrasting sharply with the rotting earth smell from the wasteland in his memory. Is this time reversal? He mused inwardly, that earlier feeling was not pleasant at all. It was a wonderful sensation of reversing cause and effect, as if a terrifying existence was crushing and reshaping the entire world in its hands. Yet, he was not that terrifying existence, he was merely part of this world. He turned his head towards the driver's seat. Yang Yuhan was focused on gripping the steering wheel, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. "What's wrong?" she asked without turning her head, her voice casual and indifferent. Lin Mo's gaze swept through every detail in the car.
Everything was exactly as it had been in his memory.
The ability to reverse time perfectly sent him back 60 minutes, as if that experience were just a dream.
"It's nothing."
He finally spoke, his voice calm as a deep pond.
He gazed indifferently at Yang Yuhan's head, unsure of what he was thinking. Next was exactly the same as before. About 30 minutes later, they arrived at a barren land on the outskirts of the city. Here, weeds thrived, and a few barren trees were scattered in the distance.
The car finally stopped in front of a patch of overgrown wasteland. Yang Yuhan turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and jumped out of the car with swift movements. Her actions and expressions mirrored that previous time perfectly. Lin Mo, however, slowly pushed the car door open. Standing in the wasteland, Lin Mo's gaze swept over the dry grass and barren trees around him. The desolate wind stirred up a few fallen leaves, swirling at his feet. He pretended to think deeply while stroking his chin, turning his head to look at Yang Yuhan, who was setting up the tent. In a casual tone, as if making small talk, he asked, "By the way, I need your illusion ability next."
"Does your ability have any restrictions?"
Yang Yuhan was bending down to spread the tent fabric when her movements paused slightly upon hearing him. She looked up, her lips curving into a faint smile.
"Of course, it has restrictions. Do you think I can use it freely? I mentioned it before, right?" She dusted off her hands and stood up. "Although there's no limit on the number of uses per day, each use can't exceed 5 minutes, and they can't be used consecutively. There must be at least a 10-minute break in between. Moreover, the illusion affects the 5 senses. The more people and senses involved, the more it consumes stamina and vision." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, as if weighing something. The wind in the wasteland suddenly grew strong, blowing Yang Yuhan's hair into disarray. She casually tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "It's nothing," Lin Mo smiled slightly. "I just think the next action may require your illusion help, so I wanted to learn more." He paused, his gaze drifting to the tent stakes in her hands. "The time limit is a bit troublesome, but 5 minutes should be enough." He stepped forward to help Yang Yuhan set up the tent. Yang Yuhan glanced at him suspiciously, feeling his tone was a bit strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She looked down and continued setting up the tent, the fabric rustling in the wind. "What exactly are you planning?" she asked casually while securing the frame. Lin Mo squatted down beside her, pressing down on a corner of the tent, his hand accidentally brushing against her wrist. The touch felt normal, good. He said slowly, "I just think we need to be well prepared. After all, the evil spirits we face this time are cleverer than we imagine. I'm really sorry for being rude to you earlier. I hope we can work well together to deal with these ghostly things." Yang Yuhan snorted softly, forcefully pushing the final stake into the ground. "All right, it's set up." She patted her hands and stood up to look at Lin Mo. "What's your plan next?" Her words were abruptly cut off. Lin Mo's figure had unknowingly moved closer behind her. A cold light flickered, and Yang Yuhan's pupils suddenly constricted. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Chapter 72, Sealing Tape's Room of Binding. The cold light suddenly appeared. A dagger precisely pierced into Yang Yuhan's throat, blood spurting out in an instant. The sharp pain engulfed her entire body in an instant. She opened her mouth. Yet unable to make a sound, her eyes filled with disbelief. "You?" She staggered back 2 steps, her fingers futilely covering her throat, warm blood gushing through her fingers. Lin Mo struck her vital points a few more times, calmly watching her gradually fading gaze, his own expression indifferent. "You shouldn't do foolish things." The wind of the wasteland wailed as it swept by, carrying the scent of blood far away. Lin Mo wiped the blood from the evil spirit dagger with a handkerchief, a cold smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. "The 5-minute limit is indeed enough, as long as I confirm you're not using illusions." His gaze swept over Yang Yuhan's body, which was gradually losing life. Then he knelt down and took out the strange coin from her waist pocket. A familiar prompt sound from the system brought a slight pleasure to his mood. Obtained permanent/consumable cursed item, details available upon expansion. Curse coin, permanent/consumable cursed item, cannot be taken out of the instance. Ability 1, when carried, luck is slightly enhanced. Ability 2, actively activate, upon activation within 30 seconds, immune to one deadly effect caused by vengeful spirits or death rules, while significantly enhancing luck. After activation, whether or not the death judgment is successfully negated, the coin will turn to ashes and permanently disappear. Uses 1/1. Note, this is a cursed coin forged by a gambler obsessed with reversing fate, combining a lifetime of misfortune and unwillingness to death at the last moment before losing their soul. Still somewhat useful. Counting this coin, he now possessed 3 cursed items. Though 2 of them showed they couldn't be taken out of the instance, their help in the next situation would still be tremendous. Killing Yang Yuhan certainly carried great risk, such as the possibility of his cooperation with Chu Shimen collapsing. However, he absolutely would not allow someone with malicious intent nearby, that would put him in a dangerous position. If she backstabbed him at a critical moment, he wouldn't even know how he died. But, did Yang Yuhan choose to ignore my plight out of her own hatred for me? Hatred for having previously taken her hostage? But doesn't this contradict her boss, Chu Shimen's wishes? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing something felt off. Chu Shimen had the ability to calculate probabilities, and he mentioned knowing that she would come to him, which was also a result of Chu Shimen's guidance. He had no reason not to tell Yang Yuhan about this. So why was Yang Yuhan still taken hostage by him? There seemed to be a strange twist in this. Chu Shimen needed his reset ability to activate the soul restraining stone, but just moments ago, his subordinate chose to ignore him in his time of need. Could it be that Chu Shimen's goal was merely to meet him and didn't need his ability? So he could let Yang Yuhan find a good opportunity to kill him. This would undoubtedly be the worst outcome, but Lin Mo had to consider it. After pondering for a while, he no longer got entangled with Yang Yuhan's matter. He was in the dark while Chu Shimen was in the light. Responding to what came was the way to go. Lin Mo tucked the coin into his pocket, picked up the iron shovel, and began to dig. He repeated the digging motion, each scoop bringing forth a large amount of dirt. After a while, once he had dug out enough space to bury Yang Yuhan, he finally stopped. Choosing this place really saves trouble. He murmured softly, sweat trickling down his forehead. He had already made a plan. If Yang Yuhan still harbored intentions to kill him, then this would be her burial ground. After all, even if he killed the Ghost Master, the vengeful spirit wouldn't immediately revive, and this place was so remote, it had almost no risks. He fell silent for a moment, dragging Yan Yuhan's body to the edge of the pit.
Her garments were already soaked in blood, her dark hair scattered across the dirt. Lin Mo crouched down, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and after swiping the screen a few times to confirm there were no unsent messages, he threw it into the pit.
Be careful next time.
After filling in the dirt pit, Lin Mo repeatedly stomped the ground with his foot and dragged over some dry grass to cover the traces. Then Lin Mo looked at the lonely tent, the canvas billowing in the wind. Next, it's time to deal with you, Lin Mo murmured to himself. Lin Mo recalled the events before time rewound. The first attack was hidden underground.
This time, I won't waste any time. Lin Mo unzipped the tent and bent down to crawl inside. In the small space, the air instantly became stuffy.
He sat cross-legged, laying the shovel across his knees, his calm gaze sweeping around. The tent was strangely silent, even the sound of the wind was blocked out, leaving only the sound of his own even breaths. He spoke softly to himself, then raised his voice, "Let's begin."
Chu Shimen, can you hear me?
There was no response. Outside the tent, there was a dead silence, as if the whole world had been blocked out. Lin Mo nodded slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted.
He no longer hesitated and continued to call out in a low voice. Chu Shimen, help me. Chu Shimen, help me. The voice echoed in the enclosed space, sounding exceptionally eerie.
Time passed second by second, and the temperature inside the tent began to slowly drop, the white breath in front of him forming tiny ice crystals. Lin Mo's fingertips gently tapped on the shovel handle, patiently waiting. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of the zipper at the tent's entrance. A strand of dark red tape was slowly wriggling, spreading along the zipper's track like a living thing.
It's coming, only about a minute left.
Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted, but his expression remained calm. He hesitated not a moment, grabbing the shovel and starting to dig forcefully into the soft earth beneath him.
The shovel had pierced into the loose soil, the damp earth flying into the tent.
As the digging deepened, the cold grew more piercing. Lin Mo's movements grew faster, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, only to quickly freeze into frost in the cold air. In just 30 seconds, the shovel had hit something that didn't feel like dirt with a crack. He narrowed his eyes, quickly digging away the surrounding soil, revealing a rotting arm wrapped in red tape below.
Found you.
But strangely, this female corpse showed no signs of being sealed. Instead, the surrounding temperature began to rise.
Something was off. Chu Shimen concealed key information.
It seemed that only by focusing on a specific part of the female corpse could it be sealed. The temperature rising on its own indicated that the female corpse was aware of the danger and wanted to escape the death space. He continued to dig in this underground cavity, and soon, the upper body of a female corpse was revealed before his eyes. The corpse was tightly wrapped in dark red tape like a mummy, with only a pair of hollow eyes staring directly at him. At the moment Lin Mo made eye contact with those eyes, the female corpse suddenly opened her mouth and let out a sharp scream. The sound was as piercing as shattered glass, shaking the walls of the tent violently. In the next second, the female corpse's body dissipated like smoke, leaving only a few strands of dark red tape slowly falling, which ultimately turned to ash. Lin Mo looked up and found that the red tape at the tent's entrance had also completely vanished, leaving only the turned earth and a few falling ashes in the small space.
He could hear the sound of the wind outside again.
Lin Mo let out a long breath, tucked away the shovel, and scanned the tent, the canvas back to normal.
He reached out and opened the zipper.
It's done, he murmured quietly, but he felt no sense of relief in his heart.
Because more dangerous enemies were still hiding in the shadows. Chapter 73, The Killing Rules of the Infinite Corridor's Shadow. Lin Mo stood outside the tent, squinting his eyes toward the distant horizon. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the wasteland in orange-red color. Wait. Sunset?
When he just entered the tent, it was still morning. Lin Mo quickly calmed down. This situation was very similar to his first day entering the dungeon.
If it weren't for this current situation, he might have forgotten about it.
He picked up his phone, which showed the time had already reached 5:10 in the afternoon.
Time has accelerated. He squinted his eyes, carefully recalling every detail before entering the tent.
Now all clues pointed to a strange fact. Staying in the tent for less than 5 minutes, yet nearly 6 hours have passed outside.
The flow of time is about 1 hour 72 minutes. He opened the taskbar again.
Dungeon name, End of the Corridor, Level 1 Dungeon.
Dungeon type, Solo, Role-playing, Survival. Dungeon description, in the silent steel forest, an invisible plague silently spreads.
In the closed room, tape-sealed doors and windows ooze dark red rust, shadows that do not belong to humanity seep from the cracks in the walls, devouring breath, memory, and temperature, until you become the next erased phantom.
1. Survive for 7 days.
2. Touch 3 traces of the living, completed, counted towards completion evaluation.
3. Make a deal with the reflection in the mirror and escape.
4. Seal 1 ghostly being, completed, counted towards completion evaluation. 5. Trigger echo loop and, in the past, present, and future dimensions, prevent your existence from being completely erased. Complete task 1 to choose to exit the dungeon at any time. Other tasks are more difficult. Completing them can greatly enhance completion evaluation. Newbie tip: the ghostly beings in this dungeon have a killing pattern, limits, the desire and ability of the monsters in this dungeon gradually unseal as time passes.
Task 4 has been marked as completed.
And it seems that time has sped up, which appears to bring him closer to completing task 1, which is a good thing.
But in fact, it is not. This phenomenon that defies reason surely hides great risks.
If he cannot discover it in time, even a second away from task completion could cost him his life.
Could it be the influence of the tape-sealed room?
It can not only distort space but also interfere with the flow of time.
Or is it another powerful ghost?
From what he understood, this ability did not seem to belong to any of the three entities.
If it were the rules of the nightmare of social collapse, then what was its purpose? Lin Mo was packing up the tent while clearing away any traces he left behind.
He needed to delay time as much as possible, letting the authorities discover Yang Yuhan's body as late as possible to buy himself time.
As for Chu Shimin,
Lin Mo actually hoped he would find out sooner and take the initiative to contact him. Thinking of this, his brows slightly furrowed as he continued to pack up. After finishing, Lin Mo walked slowly toward the car, sat in the driver's seat, and inserted the car key he found in Yang Yuhan's pocket.
Next, I need to replan the route.
Lin Mo gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing at the increasingly smaller wasteland in the rearview mirror. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind.
If time can be distorted, then how much of the information Chu Shimin gave me is true? Does he really not know the reason for the time acceleration? Lin Mo parked the car in the lot of an abandoned factory. The area was overgrown with weeds, perfect for hiding traces. He turned off the engine and got out of the car. This should be far enough.
His gaze swept around. Although he didn't know how long he could delay, separating various vehicles and corpses could effectively reduce the chance of being discovered by the authorities. As for Chu Shimin, he probably wouldn't be able to keep it hidden for long.
He and Yang Yuhan definitely had a way to stay in touch.
Just as he was about to check the supplies inside the car, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Lin Mo frowned and slowly took out his phone. The screen showed a message from a familiar yet strange number.
Mo Go, are you there? Then another message rang out. We can actually contact each other now?
Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted, his fingers unconsciously tightening. He recognized the number very well. It belonged to Qintao. Since entering the copy, none of them could communicate through electronic devices. How could this happen now?
Could it be that Chu Shimin has successfully sealed the shadow of the infinite corridor?
He quickly took out that notebook and began to study it carefully. Shadow of the infinite corridor, low-level ghost. Core ability: construct a data maze environment using electronic devices, computers, phones, to trap the victim's consciousness in an infinitely recursive virtual space. Manipulate human memory and cognition, gradually erasing all traces of the victim's existence, including physical objects.
Its essence is a server.
Rule 1: staring at or listening to specific images or specific audio, including chat records, games, on electronic devices for more than 137 seconds will result in being marked by the shadow of the infinite corridor, deemed a target. Rule 2: actively sharing specific footage or code snippets, such as forwarding bizarre videos, downloading unknown files, will similarly result in being marked by the shadow of the infinite corridor, deemed a target. Rule 3: when the shadow of the infinite corridor attacks, it will mimic the victim's daily behavior in places the victim cannot see. If the mimicking lasts more than 137 seconds, the victim will be trapped in virtual space, with no memories existing in that space. After being trapped in virtual space for the fourth time, the victim's physical body in reality will gradually deteriorate, eventually dying from a false death engineered by the ghost. Rule 4: the victim's soul ultimately becomes the ghost's data carrier, turning into a face in blue light, assisting the ghost in spreading curses. Hidden Rule 1: the shadow of the infinite corridor may not be more than 5 meters away in a straight line from the victim during its first execution of the killing rule, and there must be no complete obstructions in between. After the victim's first entrapment in virtual space, this straight line distance will increase by 100% to 10 meters, and subsequently continue to double to 20 meters, then 40 meters. Hidden Rule 2: after witnessing an infinite loop of one's own daily behaviors, making actions that completely contradict the victim's daily habits will cause a logical fracture in the data maze, thus cracking the killing rules of the shadow of the infinite corridor. Once the killing rules are cracked, the shadow cannot attack the victim who cracked its rules again for 24 hours.
Hidden Rule 3: activating the shadow of the infinite corridor requires specific frequency waves.
Hidden Rule 4: once the main server of the shadow of the infinite corridor is found and shut down, it will enter a 48-hour crash state during which it cannot execute any killing rules, and all marks will be reset. Hidden Rule 5: all humans targeted by the shadow of the infinite corridor will have their electronic devices controlled by it, making communication between them impossible. Hidden Rule 6, the main body of the Shadow of the Infinite Corridor must rely on real and used servers, and can only move once every 15 days, this move cannot stack or be stored. Hidden Rule 7, the execution range of Rule 3 of the Shadow of the Infinite Corridor has a fixed radius centered on its main body, extending 10 kilometers in all directions. It cannot execute killing rules beyond this range, but Hidden Rule 5 remains in effect. This revealed 11 rules held by the Shadow of the Infinite Corridor, including 4 main rules and 7 hidden rules.
It was overwhelming and confusing. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before quickly replying. Can we video call? Chapter 74, Reunion.
Lin Mo directly sent a video request but turned off his own camera.
The other side almost answered instantly. Chen Tao's familiar face appeared on the screen.
He looked a bit haggard, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. But it was indeed Chen Tao himself.
Brother Mo, it's really me.
Chen Tao's voice came through the phone, carrying a hint of fatigue and urgency. Lin Mo stared at the screen, carefully observing every detail. The background was a shabby hotel room.
Where have you run off to?
Lin Mo asked directly, his voice low.
Chen Tao was taken aback and asked, Brother Mo, why is the screen on your side black?
Lin Mo's fingers lightly tapped on the back of the phone, and the Chen Tao on the screen looked anxious, waiting for a response. Lin Mo lowered his voice, his tone deliberately hesitant.
It's not very convenient for me to turn on the camera. Where exactly did you and Shi Zhenghua go? I arrived at the warehouse yesterday and didn't see any trace of you.
Lin Mo intentionally concealed part of the truth, wanting to further test whether the Chen Tao in front of him was real.
Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Chen Tao's eyes instantly turned red. He lowered his head and choked out, Brother Mo.
After Shi Ge and I got to the warehouse, we were attacked by a man. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if recalling a terrifying scene. That man, he controlled a terrifying monster.
Shi Ge, he... Chen Tao covered his mouth, tears finally spilling over. He stayed behind to cover me.
After I escaped, I've been hiding in this hotel.
I didn't even dare to open the window.
Lin Mo remained silent for a long while, as if weighing something. What Chen Tao said was basically consistent with the surveillance.
He took a deep breath and finally pressed the button to turn on the camera.
The image on the screen shook a few times and then revealed Lin Mo's stern face. The background behind him was the crumbling cement walls of an abandoned factory.
Where are you? Lin Mo asked.
Chen Tao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, lifted his hand to wipe his face, and turned the phone camera towards the window.
Through the blurry glass, outlines of buildings could be seen in the distance.
I'm at the Xingchen Express Hotel in the west of the city, room 307. His voice still carried some tremors. It's far from the warehouse and office. It should be safe. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on the screen for a few seconds and softly said, 2 hours later, meet at the Old Times Cafe.
Remember to enter from the back of the cafe. Old Times?
Chen Tao was taken aback for a moment, then began searching on his phone. He discovered that this cafe was located in the city center and would likely have a large crowd.
So he asked, is it the cafe we used to frequent?
But that's... Lin Mo interrupted him, the busier the place, the safer it is. Ghosts and monsters have their rules for killing. The darker the corner, the more dangerous it is. In contrast, public places are where they dare not easily reveal themselves.
People are the same, after all. They wouldn't dare attack us there, would they?
On the other end of the phone, Chen Tao's breathing grew rapid, and after a moment of silence, he said softly, okay, I understand. Brother Mo, please be careful, I'll take a taxi over right now. Lin Mo did not respond, just gently nodded, then hung up the phone. The main purpose of meeting with Chen Tao was to find a helper for his upcoming actions. Almost no one he could trust remained. Although Chen Tao wasn't very smart, he was obedient and had great utility value. Lin Mo casually tossed the car key into the weeds in the corner of the factory and turned to walk toward the road. This car belonged to Yang Yuhan. He had no intention of continuing to drive it. He chose to call a taxi using a ride-hailing app to go to the Old Times Cafe. About an hour later, the car stopped in front of a cafe. Lin Mo paid and did not head directly to the cafe but turned into an alley next to it. That was the back door of the cafe. Lin Mo found a hidden corner to lean against the damp brick wall, pretending to be on his phone. From this angle, he could clearly see the back door of the cafe. He took out his phone and slowly replied, wait a bit longer, there's some traffic on the road. He chose this cafe with a plan. It is closer to him, and he would come here first. At that time, he could see if anyone was following Chen Tao behind him. 10 minutes later, a familiar figure appeared at the back door. Chen Tao was wearing a wrinkled plaid shirt, constantly looking around, before walking inside. Lin Mo squinted his eyes, carefully observing every passerby behind him.
His phone vibrated again. Mo Go, where are you? It's so noisy here, I'm a bit scared. Lin Mo replied. I will be there soon.
After waiting another 5 minutes, confirming there were no abnormalities around, he straightened his collar and walked towards the cafe's back door. Upon entering the cafe, Lin Mo's gaze passed through the dim hallway, landing on the figure in the corner who was constantly looking around. Chen Tao saw him, his eyes brightened, and he immediately stood up and waved. There were 2 cups of coffee in front of him, one in front of him and one on the table across from him. Lin Mo did not walk over immediately, instead, he stood at the door, allowing his eyes to adapt to the light inside. At the same time, he scanned the entire back hall.
Mo Gu. You finally came.
Lin Mo then quickly walked over and sat down across from him. He noticed that Chen Tao's cup of coffee was already empty, with deep brown traces left at the bottom.
Have you been waiting long?
Lin Mo asked, his voice calm and devoid of any emotion. Lin Mo picked up the coffee in front of him, taking a gentle sip, the coffee carrying just the right amount of roasted aroma. The cafe's dim yellow lights cast down on Chen Tao's haggard face, making his dark circles appear even heavier. You don't look well. Lin Mo put down his cup, his gaze calmly fixed on him. Chen Tao's fingers tightly gripped the empty cup, his knuckles going pale, his voice hoarse.
Mo Gu, I couldn't sleep all night, every time I closed my eyes, it was sure Gu.
His voice choked, and his eyes turned red again. Lin Mo was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I have avenged Shi Zhenghua.
Chen Tao suddenly looked up, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Really? Who killed him? Li Xia and Zhou Ling.
Lin Mo's voice was deep, as if stating an unimportant fact.
Chen Tao's pupils suddenly contracted, his face turning pale in an instant. Li Xia? How could it be her? She clearly.
Lin Mo's gaze swept across the crowd in the cafe, confirming no one was paying attention to them before continuing.
She colluded with Zhou Wan and Yang Yuanjiang. She was also present at the warehouse yesterday.
Lin Mo took out the notebook that contained the surveillance footage, ensuring no one was paying attention to them, and then moved the notebook screen towards Chen Tao.
You can focus on the surveillance from yesterday afternoon.
I learned from Li Xia that they had been lurking here for almost 10 days, just waiting for us to come and then trap us all. He did not mention that Li Xia's main target was Shi Zhenghua, instead including all 3 of them in the net. Chen Tao eagerly began to watch, he had to uncover the truth. When he saw Shi Zhenghua being turned into minced meat, intense hatred erupted in his eyes.
Chapter 75, Chu Shimen's Call.
Chen Tao lowered his head, his voice barely audible.
I
used to like her so much. Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of faint sympathy, feelings can make people blind.
But now, you should see clearly. Yang Yuanjiang, Zhou Wan, and Li Xia are all bad people.
Chen Tao forced a laugh, raising his hand to wipe his face.
Yes, I see clearly now. Mo Gu, thank you. Next, Lin Mo detailed his experiences from yesterday afternoon to the present for Chen Tao. There was no need to hide anything, the more Chen Tao knew, the more he could help him. Of course, he omitted the details about his own gifted abilities. And the transaction with Chu Shimen was blurred into a story about accidentally obtaining an item necessary for Chu Shimen. After listening to Lin Mo's experiences during the time they were separated, Chen Tao felt. Some were stunned. Then, Brother Mo, are you a ghost master now? And does it mean now that Chu Shimen is also our enemy?
Lin Mo slightly nodded, his gaze turning to the window. At this moment, the night was growing darker.
I've met Chu Shimen.
He's not a simple character, he is definitely using us. Lin Mo looked away, his voice lowering. However, we also need to rely on their information to help us survive. The tape-bound room and the shadow of the infinite corridor have been sealed, now only the mirror reflection and the nightmare of social collapse remain. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chen Tao's eyes.
So are we close to ending this? It's not that simple.
The mother body is more dangerous than its offspring, we need more preparation. And we should be cautious with Zhou Wan and Chu Shimen's side, we still don't know their intentions.
But one thing is certain, they are no longer on the same team. We can make good use of this. Chen Tao took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Brother Mo, I'll listen to you. Next, what should we do? Next, we just need to wait.
Lin Mo smiled slightly as he spoke. Chen Tao was momentarily stunned.
Wait? But Brother Mo, shouldn't we take the initiative? About Shi Ji's revenge. What's the rush? Chu Shimen is more anxious than us. He needs what I have, so he will naturally come to us.
He paused, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. By then, the initiative will be in our hands. Chen Tao opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but ultimately just bowed his head. Lin Mo observed his reaction and slowly said.
Don't worry, what should come will come.
Acting rashly now will only scare the snake from its hole.
And I have a plan.
If after tonight Chu Shimen still doesn't contact me, I will take the initiative to contact him. Lin Mo and Chen Tao found a relatively nice hotel nearby to stay in. The sky had darkened.
Lin Mo stood by the window, watching the street lamps. Chen Tao sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling through his phone. Brother Mo, do we really have to wait until tomorrow? Chen Tao finally couldn't hold back anymore.
He looked up at Lin Mo's back. What if Chu Shimen doesn't call?
He will call.
Lin Mo didn't turn around, he is more anxious than us.
Before his words fell, the phone on the bedside suddenly vibrated.
Both of them turned to look at the phone. The screen displayed a string of unfamiliar numbers, and the caller ID was strikingly unknown.
Chen Tao's breath grew rapid in an instant.
But Lin Mo merely narrowed his eyes slightly and walked slowly to the bedside, pressing the answer button just before the call would automatically hang up. On the other end, it was Chu Shimen's deep voice.
Lin Mo, you killed Yang Yuhan. Isn't this outcome different from what you predicted?
Lin Mo said casually.
Although it was a question, Lin Mo had already determined the answer.
Were you not predicting that I would die in the tent, because Yang Yuhan did not save me? Lin Mo had previously speculated on Yang Yuhan's reasons for doing this and ultimately concluded that all of this was arranged by Chu Shimen. Whether it was sending Yang Yuhan to approach them or deliberately exposing himself, Chu Shimen had anticipated Lin Mo's every move. It's just that his probability calculations did not account for Lin Mo's ability to reverse time. That's why he failed. From Chu Shimen's indifference toward Lin Mo's life and the failed process, two conclusions can be drawn. The first is that Chu Shimen does not care whether Lin Mo is alive, he might only need Lin Mo's corpse or might have already obtained the reset ability he wants through other means. The second is that the results Chu Shimen predicted would change due to special factors like Lin Mo replacing the original owner in the instance and the ability to reverse time. The other end fell into a long silence. The only evidence that the call was still ongoing was the sound of his breathing on the other end. You are willing to continue this call and still willing to talk to me, Chu Shimen finally spoke again, his voice carrying a certain suppressed emotion, which proves our cooperation has not broken yet, right?
Go on.
Lin Mo said lightly. I have successfully sealed the shadow of the infinite corridor, but the losses are extremely heavy. I originally wanted to recall Yang Yuhan for assistance, but she is dead.
Next, to deal with the reflection in the mirror, I need your help.
Lin Mo let out a faint laugh and asked.
You don't care about Yang Yuhan's death?
After all, she was also under your command. The other party fell silent, but Lin Mo could feel his anger.
Of course I don't care.
Being outmatched is simply part of life, Chu Shimen replied blandly, his emotions unreadable.
Mr. Chu, do you remember what I said?
Once trust is broken, it requires a greater price to mend.
Lin Mo continued to press. Silence returned to the phone.
Chen Tao saw Lin Mo turn around and made a shushing gesture to him.
Price? What do you want?
Hearing this, a barely visible curve appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Chu Shimen voluntarily gave up the negotiating power.
Naturally, it's information.
All the rules regarding the reflection in the mirror and the nightmare of social collapse, as well as your true purpose. I will conduct a comprehensive assessment based on the information I have, and if I judge that you are still deceiving me, then I will not give you a second chance.
I only give you 10 minutes to consider.
Chu Shimen's note to Lin Mo only contained the rules of the tape-bonded space and the shadow of the infinite corridor, so Lin Mo had to clarify everything. A barely audible sigh came from the other end of the line, followed by the sound of paper rustling. Chu Shimen seemed to be carefully choosing his words, and after a while, he continued.
The rules of the reflection in the mirror are more complex than you think.
It is not just a mirror, it can fulfill people's wishes.
Go on.
Lin Mo lowered his voice, but his gaze never left the window. Chu Shimen's voice grew serious. It is the most mysterious of the three subbodies. But one thing is certain, all wishes made to it will be fulfilled in a highly distorted form. As for the rest, we can talk more when we meet.
Lin Mo squinted, his voice as cold as ice. Mr. Chu, there is no trust left between us. Either clarify everything now, or... He deliberately elongated the last word, I will hang up.
A blurred beeping sound from the instruments came from the other end. After a few seconds, it seemed Chu Shimen had made up his mind.
Su Zugan was seriously injured and needs treatment. I need to borrow your ability to reset a consumable tool.
Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. He slowly spoke, each word pronounced heavily.
I remember you said. My ability is to be used on the Soul Lock Stone.
Chapter 76, The Killing Rules of the Reflection in the Mirror and the Nightmare of Social Collapse.
Chu Shimen's voice became dry. I have an item that can copy abilities.
It has already copied your talent, but it can only be used once.
I have already used it on the Soul Lock Stone.
The air in the room seemed to freeze. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth, and everything suddenly made sense.
Interesting. So from the very beginning, you did not need me alive? Then why did you contact me? Is it because the copying ability tool needs to be effective at close range? Chu Shimin hurriedly said. No, you misunderstood. The effect of the copied ability is only 70% of the original, and this tool needs the copied target to acknowledge their true ability in person. Lin Mo's eyes slightly moved. Looks like you have quite a few good things. Chu Shimin smiled, slightly proud as he spoke of this. Generally, a ghost handler only needs 2 or 3 supernatural tools or items to be enough. But I used to have over 50 items. He paused, as if recalling bad memories, but I was suppressed by the authorities back then, and the strange devices and spiritual props I had shrank significantly. Now only a handful of quality items remain. Why don't they understand that only the path I chose is the right one? Only I can save this world that has already fallen into the abyss. Why? Why don't they understand? I have made it so clear. If it weren't for the existence of that person. On the other end of the phone, Lin Mo did not interrupt him but listened quietly. Whether Chu Shimin was really bursting with emotion or trying to gain sympathy, Lin Mo didn't care. Lin Mo quietly listened to the gradually calming breaths of Chu Shimin on the other end of the line. After a moment of silence, Chu Shimin finally spoke, his voice returning to its earlier steadiness. The rules of the mirror reflection are indeed complex, but they are not without clues. On the other end of the phone, the sound of papers rustling could be heard. I will tell you the detailed information right now. Just say it, I'm listening. Okay. Chu Shimin took a deep breath. The core ability of the mirror reflection is to realize wishes through a mirror medium, but the cost is extremely heavy. Lin Mo walked to the bedside and sat down, signaling Chen Tao to bring paper and pen. Chen Tao hurriedly dug out a notebook from his backpack and handed it to him. Mirror reflection, lower level ghost. Core ability, to trade with humans through mirror media, including but not limited to mirrors, water surfaces, glass, etc., realizing wishes. After the wish is realized, a cost equivalent to the value of the wish will be taken. The entity is an ancient bronze mirror. Rule 1. The wishmaker must face the mirror alone in a closed space and call out mirror person 3 times in a row to trigger the appearance of the mirror reflection. Once the mirror reflection appears, the wishmaker must determine the content of the transaction within 10 minutes, otherwise, the mirror reflection will directly take the wishmaker's soul. Rule 2. After the transaction is concluded, the mirror reflection will randomly take one cost, which may be memories, emotions, body parts, or lifespan. Rule 3. The cost that different wishmakers can pay varies. If the cost required for the transaction exceeds the limit the wishmaker can bear, the mirror reflection will directly dissipate, cancelling the transaction. Rule 4. The mirror reflection will disclose the required cost in advance and will collect it within 3 to 5 days after the transaction content is confirmed. Rule 5. If the wishmaker dies before the transaction is completed, the transaction is terminated. Hidden Rule 1. All wishes will be fulfilled in a twisted form. Hidden Rule 2. If the mirror reflection agrees to the transaction content but cannot fulfill it within the specified time, the entity falls into a 24-hour sleep. Hidden Rule 3. The physical entity of the mirror reflection is an ancient bronze mirror that can move freely. Damaging the entity will cause it to fall into a 48-hour silence. Hidden Rule 4. The mirror reflection has a phototropic property. All abilities will be sealed in complete darkness. Lin Mo's pen paused on the paper, his brow furrowed. Is that all? Chu Shimin let out a bitter laugh on the other end of the line. This information has already cost me countless lives. As for the nightmare of social collapse. His voice suddenly became serious. Its rules are even more dangerous. Continue. Lin Mo's pen touched the paper again. Chu Shimin's voice came through the phone, carrying a certain suppressed fear. The rules of the social collapse nightmare are more bizarre than the offspring. It does not kill directly like other ghostly entities, but through distorting human social relationships, causing the entire society to collapse from within. The sound of pages rustling could be heard on the other end of the line. Chu Shimin seemed to be reviewing materials as well. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the still wet ink on the paper. Strangely, shouldn't these things be memorized? Why was Chu Shimin still flipping through the materials? The rules are very complex. I will explain them one by one. First, its core ability is to control the signals and data of electronic devices, while distorting human social relationships and inducing self-destructive group behaviors. Its physical form consists of countless floating glowing particles, which can attach to social media interfaces. Chu Shimin continued, his voice growing increasingly serious. The most terrifying thing is that as long as human loneliness and despair exist, it will never disappear. Lin Mo's pen swiftly glided across the paper, recording every key piece of information. Nightmare of social collapse, core ghost. Core ability, control electronic device signals and data, distort human social relationships, induce group self-destruction. It has infinite evolutionary ability and can create lower-level ghosts. Its form is countless floating glowing particles that can attach to social media interfaces. Loneliness and despair are eternal, and this ghost is eternal.
Rule 1. When humans post negative emotional content on social media, such as despair, hatred, violence, etc., or participate in at least one incident of group online violence, they will be marked by the nightmare of social collapse. After being marked, their own character will become suspicious, irritable, and world-weary. Rule 2. Negative behaviors and negative emotions towards others in the real world will also lead to the target and participants being marked. Rule 3. The social relationships of marked individuals will collapse in a reasonable manner, for example, friends suddenly turning against each other, relatives unjustly suspecting one another, and all communication content will be altered to induce negative information. Rule 4. When a marked individual can no longer bear social pressure, they will choose to commit suicide, becoming a lonely vessel. The time frame is usually 5 to 10 days, with no exceptions. Even the strongest individuals cannot escape. Their original social accounts will remain active, posting content that further distorts the social relationships of others, becoming a contagion point of the nightmare of social collapse.
Rule 5. Once the number of lonely vessels reaches a certain amount, the nightmare of social collapse will generate new lower-level ghosts.
Hidden Rule 1. All individuals who die because of its lower-level ghosts can be transformed into lonely vessels. Hidden Rule 2. All individuals who come into physical contact with the marked individual become new marked individuals. Hidden Rule 3. Anyone who views content posted by lonely vessels will also become a target marked by the nightmare of social collapse. Hidden Rule 4. Has the ability to alter real history.
This is questionable. Hidden Rule 5. As the number of lonely vessels increases, the nightmare of social collapse will evolve new rules. This is questionable.
Lin Mo's fingers tighten slightly. Although there are many rules for this vengeful spirit, and every single one can be triggered very easily, it can be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Even knowing the rules, there is no way to avoid it.
Such a terrifying ghost, how dare you research it back then?
Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of sarcasm.
Chu Min on the other end of the phone suddenly became agitated. This is the ghost I calculated after sacrificing 5 years of my life. Although it is dangerous, it is the only existence that can end the strange erosion. It has not fully awakened yet, and cannot execute its killing rules. Now is the best time to seal it. Chapter 77, Knowledge of Echo Closed Loop.
Lin Mo did not respond, only flipped the notebook to the next page.
He silently noted this point in his heart. The rules here do not mention the limitations of the nightmare of social collapse. How do we handle it?
Chu Min's voice became very weary.
There is currently no weakness found.
The only way is to forcibly seal it with the soul-towning stone. This is one of the few methods when the limitations of the ghost are unclear. We can also use other strange tools or supernatural artifacts to suppress it, but those strange tools are far too few.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. What are the other methods?
Chu Min gave a bitter smile, and the sound of paper rustling came from the other end of the phone. Those methods are even more unrealistic.
To find its source, or...
Lin Mo frowned slightly.
Or what? Lin Mo asked.
Chu Min's voice finally sounded again. Enter the echo loop and make a wish to the great existence.
Echo loop.
Hearing this familiar term, Lin Mo immediately opened the taskbar instinctively. The fifth item clearly related to the echo loop. 5. Trigger the echo loop, and prevent your existence from being completely erased across the past, present, and future dimensional timespace. After all these days, there was finally a clue for triggering Task 5. Without a doubt, Task 5 should be the key to dealing with the nightmare of social collapse.
But what does it mean that the soul-restricting stone is a key item?
Lin Mo's gaze lingered on the taskbar for a moment before slowly speaking. Mr. Chu, I want to know more details about the echo loop you just mentioned.
A light laugh from Chu came through the phone, accompanied by the rustling of paper. This discovery, it's a long story.
He paused, seemingly organizing his words. It is based on my probability calculation ability and the countless experiments over the years. Because the information has always been incomplete, it wasn't written in the rule manual.
Please elaborate.
Lin Mo's voice remained calm.
The conditions to trigger the echo loop are extremely harsh. 3 key elements must be met at the same time.
First, it must be at a specific time point, exactly midnight, and the moon phase must be either a new moon or full moon.
If that's the case, tomorrow morning should be the most suitable time. Second, the trigger must be in a location where a collective death event occurred, such as an abandoned hospital or an old apartment building. And the third? Lin Mo asked.
The third is that the trigger must carry 3 items directly related to death, and these 3 items must be closely related to the nightmare of social collapse.
Chu Min's voice became deeper.
For example, items the deceased carried closely before becoming lonely vessels, or things they touched at the moment of death.
For instance, the few mediums you obtained before. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this about the traces left by the living? Task 5 and Task 2 are connected?
Lin Mo stayed silent for a moment and then asked.
Have you personally verified these conditions?
Partially verified. Chu Sherman chuckled bitterly, of course, because I once entered it personally, but when truly entering the echo loop,
you will see things that should not exist. Such as? Lin Mo pressed.
Chu Sherman fell silent for a few seconds before finally speaking slowly. Such as your deceased friends and relatives or even another version of yourself from another timeline. What we need to do is find the great existence in such an environment. K will grant you one wish, and you can take the opportunity to ask K for information about the origin of the nightmare of social collapse. However, I do not recommend doing so because even I can only roughly calculate some of the risks involved. We should just seal it with the soul-restricting stone honestly.
Lin Mo gently tapped the table, letting out a barely audible cold laugh. Chu Sherman explained the conditions so clearly, then ended with a suggestion not to do it. Isn't that a joke? Mr. Chu. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm. If the soul-restricting stone were really that effective, how did the nightmare of social collapse reappear in the first place?
Suddenly, a loud thud sounded on the other end of the phone, as if a fist slammed heavily on a table. Chu Sherman's breathing became rapid, and his voice was suppressed with an almost uncontrollable emotion.
It was Jo-1. That bastard betrayed humanity.
She made a deal with the nightmare of social collapse and personally unsealed the restrictions. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the increasingly dense night outside the window, and he questioned calmly.
What was her purpose in doing this? Purpose? Chu Sherman's voice became hoarse. She has long abandoned her humanity. What purpose is there to speak of? Lin Mo listened quietly.
On the other end of the phone, there was a brief silence, and moments later, Chu Sherman seemed to calm his emotions, his voice returning to its previous steadiness. The severe injury Su Zhu Gang suffered this time is all thanks to her. Our plan to seal the infinite corridor's shadow was foolproof, but her appearance disrupted everything. Previously, I wasn't aware that she was messing around behind the scenes, but just now she admitted to all of it. If it weren't for her, my operation wouldn't have suffered such great losses.
Chu Sherman spoke a long paragraph in one breath, slightly panting.
Lin Mo silently digested this information, looking very serious. It seemed that Jo-1 was the most troublesome existence.
If only he hadn't hesitated back then and had simply killed her.
Lin Mo silently gritted his teeth, hating his own hesitation at that time. Chu Sherman let out a long breath on the other end of the phone and continued, you should have understood what you wanted to know.
Before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, come here to meet us. We will be here until then.
Chu Sherman's voice abruptly cut off, replaced by a message notification sound. Lin Mo looked down at his phone screen, and an address popped up.
Runha Private Hospital, let me know when you arrive.
At the end, there was a line of small text, bring your friend. Chen Tao leaned over and frowned at the screen.
This place is near the old industrial area in the east of the city, right? I remember that area is filled with abandoned factories. By the way, I've heard of this hospital. They say only the rich or powerful can enter.
I once saw it from a distance, it's too luxurious. He hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly realized something and raised his head sharply. Wait, Mogo, how would he know I'm with you?
Didn't we say before?
He, like Yang Yuhan, is a superpowered individual with the ability to calculate probabilities.
Or maybe he is secretly watching us.
Lin Mo smiled slightly, continuing to observe outside the window.
Maybe in some corner, Chu Sherman's subordinates were hiding. But it doesn't matter. Lin Mo said, since he actively extended a hand, we should step on it and see. Chen Tao nodded vigorously. I'll go with you. Lin Mo turned to look at him. All right. Lin Mo replied briefly. Chapter 78, Treating Su Zhu Gang. Lin Mo stood in front of the door of Renha Private Hospital, the gray and white building glowing strangely in the dim neighborhood.
The surrounding residential buildings had long been gnawed by time, with peeling walls and rusted iron windows.
The small square in front of the hospital was paved with brand new marble tiles, and several ambulances quietly parked in designated spots.
This place is even larger than I imagined, Chen Tao muttered nervously, rubbing his hands.
Lin Mo gave no reply, only squinted his eyes.
At the main entrance of the hospital, a few bodyguards in black suits were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He took out his phone and dialed Chu Sherman's number.
We've arrived.
A deep voice came from the phone followed by Chu Sherman saying, wait a moment.
In less than 2 minutes, Chu Sherman walked out the front door with a team of bodyguards.
This time, he wore a sharp gray suit, and a faint smile appeared on his aged face.
Lin Mo, long time no see.
Lin Mo did not extend his hand, merely nodded faintly, no need for pleasantries, we met just yesterday.
Where is he?
They followed Chu Sherman through the spacious and bright corridors of the hospital. The doors of the patient rooms on both sides were tightly closed, and occasionally, medical staff hurried past pushing equipment carts. Lin Mo scanned the medical promotional posters on the walls and suddenly spoke. This hospital being built in such a place is quite rare.
Rare? Heh, this is my property. Chu Sherman replied in a flat tone. Chen Tao couldn't help but interject, how many patients can there be in a place like this?
Chu Shimin chuckled lightly. The footsteps did not stop.
Do you think ordinary patients are received here?
He turned his head, looking at Lin Mo with deep meaning. Some illnesses cannot be treated by ordinary hospitals. Lin Mo was not scared, instead, he felt somewhat speechless.
Then why do you want me to treat him? It doesn't seem great here. At the end of the hallway was a heavy metal door.
Chu Shimin entered a password, and the door slowly slid open. A strong smell of disinfectant hit him, mixed with a certain chilling essence. In the center of the room, a middle-aged man lay quietly on the bed, his face pale, his chest wrapped in thick bandages, with blood seeping through faintly.
That chilling aura was coming from him. How is his condition?
Lin Mo asked, his gaze sweeping the room.
Chu Shimin sighed. Not very optimistic.
His organs have been corroded by supernatural forces, ordinary medical methods have limited effect. Lin Mo slowly walked to the side of the bed, his eyes falling on Su Zhugang's pale face.
Why must you save him?
Lin Mo spoke, his voice low and calm, looking directly at Chu Shimin.
Is he that important to you? Even to the point of coming to ask me?
Chu Shimin tilted his head slightly, his gaze moving past Lin Mo to the unconscious Su Zhugang.
Of course he is important.
Chu Shimin said slowly, Su Zhugang's ability is domain lockdown. This ability can define a space where neither man nor ghost can leave, and teleportation abilities will also be greatly weakened.
To deal with the reflection in the mirror, this ability is essential.
Chu Shimin continued, it can move freely between mirror surfaces, and its speed is extremely fast.
Without domain lockdown, we wouldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Su Zhugang's bandaged chest.
So, you want to use his ability to trap the reflection in a certain place?
Lin Mo asked, a hint of testing in his tone.
Chu Shimin smiled and said, yes. Now you understand his importance. He walked to the bedside and took out a delicate metal box from his suit pocket. Inside was a slender needle glowing with a ghostly blue light. This is the soul needle, it can temporarily stabilize his condition.
But? Chu Shimin looked at Lin Mo, it has already been used once. Lin Mo stared at the needle, frowning slightly.
You want me to reset its usage count?
Chu Shimin adjusted his glasses, exactly, it shouldn't be hard for you. Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied, okay, but I have conditions. A slight smile appeared on Chu Shimin's lips.
Please, go on.
First, I want to know your specific plan for dealing with the reflection in the mirror and the nightmare of social collapse.
Lin Mo raised a finger. Second, I want to participate in the core operation.
Chu Shimin pondered for a moment before finally saying, deal, but before that.
Lin Mo nodded and walked towards the bed. Give me the needle.
He took the ghostly blue needle, feeling the chilling touch on his fingers. At the same time, a system prompt rang in his ears.
Obtained a consumable supernatural item, details will be revealed upon use.
Soul Needle, consumable supernatural item, cannot be taken out of the instance.
Ability 1, Soul Stitch.
Can be pierced into either a vengeful spirit or a living body, temporarily stitching their wounds or stabilizing their soul state. When used on vengeful spirits, it can delay their resentment from erupting. When used on the living, it can suppress supernatural corrosion.
Usage count, 0/2.
Note, the needle tip occasionally uses dark red beads of blood. No one knows how many fragmented souls it has stitched.
Unexpectedly, this consumable supernatural item can actually be used twice.
In that case, it wouldn't be fair to Chu Shimin. His ability could completely reset the usage counts, returning items, tools, and abilities to their original state. If it weren't for needing this person's ability to assist him in completing Task 3, and for the existence of the misfortune coin, Lin Mo would not have come here.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He opened the task bar. Number of completions, 0. Talent 1, Time Endgame Destiny Paradox.
Active activation can pause time for 9 seconds, 2/5. Active activation can rewind time for 60 minutes, 1/2.
Talent 2, Cold Silence Authority. The fewer survivors in the game, the higher the rewards increase.
Completing the game without a team significantly boosts rewards. Can specify one ability or item, instantly reset its cooldown or usage times. After use, there is a slight chance to refresh that ability, 1/1. Paranormal item, Evil Spirit Dagger, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Soul Eater, Doom Coin, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Soul Needle, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, gently stroking the thin needle that shone with a dark blue glow, and he already had a plan in mind. He raised his head, calmly looking at Chu Shimin. I need an absolutely quiet environment. Everyone leave, only Chen Tao stays here. Chu Shimin frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes.
This is against the rules.
Rules? Lin Mo chuckled coldly, his voice sharp. Mr. Chu, you need something from me now.
If there is not even this little bit of trust, then our cooperation ends here.
Chu Shimen's gaze shifted between Lin Mo and Chen Tao, finally taking a deep breath and conceding.
Fine, I'll give you 10 minutes. He turned around and waved to the bodyguards behind him, and everyone silently exited the ward.
The metal door slowly closed, and the room fell completely silent.
Chen Tao nervously rubbed his hands, lowering his voice to ask, "Brother Mo, is it really okay?"
Lin Mo confidently nodded, walking to the bedside and placing the thin needle above Su Zugong's chest. He tilted his head, scanning every corner of the ward to confirm there were no surveillance devices before whispering,
"No matter what happens later, do not make a sound." Chen Tao swallowed hard and nodded heavily.
Lin Mo's right hand hovered over the thin needle, while his left hand quietly reached into his pocket, his fingers touching the cold Doom coin.
He applied slight pressure, activating the power of Talon 2.
The runes on the thin needle gradually lit up, and the dark blue glow began to flicker. At the same time, Lin Mo's left hand exerted slight force, and the Doom coin was silently activated.
Chapter 79, Ability Refresh Successful.
A system prompt appeared in Lin Mo's mind.
Doom coin activated. Luck greatly increased. Talent 2 Ability 3 usage count reset successfully.
Lin Mo glanced at the taskbar and found that the usage count of Ability 3 had not decreased. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he saw that the runes on the thin needle had completely lit up, the blue light steady and gentle, indicating this strange item had been successfully reset. Soul Needle, consumable paranormal item, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Ability 1, Stitch Soul. Can be pierced into a fierce ghost or living person, temporarily stitching their wounds or stabilizing their soul state. When used on fierce ghosts, it can delay their resentment explosion. When used on living people, it can suppress paranormal erosion. Usage count, 2 halves. Note, the needle tip occasionally exudes dark red blood beads. No one knows how many imperfect souls it has stitched together.
Did it succeed?
Chen Tao whispered, his voice filled with suppressed excitement.
Lin Mo nodded slightly.
At the same time, the Doom coin in Lin Mo's pocket silently turned to fine ash, eventually disappearing without a trace. His expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened.
He just gently rubbed the soul needle, feeling the cold aura flowing within. "Let's begin,"
Lin Mo said quietly.
He leaned down, slowly inserting the soul needle into Su Zugong's chest.
The moment the needle tip touched the skin, the dark blue glow suddenly brightened.
A light blue airflow flowed along the needle's body and finally entered the wound beneath the bandage.
Su Zugong's pale face visibly regained some color, and his previously tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Time passed second by second, and Lin Mo steadily gripped the needle's tail, his gaze calm as water. Without knowing how long it had been, when Lin Mo's hand began to feel numb, a rush of footsteps echoed from the hallway, coming closer and finally stopping at the door of the hospital room. With a bang, the door was pushed open violently, and Chu Shimen's anxious figure appeared at the doorway.
"How's it going?"
Chu Shimen's voice carried a trace of undeniable urgency as he hurried to the bedside. His gaze swept over Su Zugong's face, which had just regained some color, and then fell on the soul-retrieving needle in Lin Mo's hand, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. At this moment, Lin Mo also felt the energy in the soul-retrieving needle was depleting. If he wanted to continue, he would have to activate its second usage. Of course, he was unwilling, and Su Zugong had already basically returned to normal, so he should wake up soon. Lin Mo slowly straightened up, naturally withdrew the soul-retrieving needle, placed it in a box, and put it in his backpack, replying,
"He's almost recovered."
Chu Shimen did not react much to Lin Mo's actions, only quickly walking to the bedside to observe the various indicators on the instruments.
After careful confirmation, he let out a sigh of relief.
Indeed, he has recovered well. Under these circumstances, he should wake up soon.
Chu Shimen turned around and thanked him. "Thank you, it seems your ability is more stable than I expected."
Lin Mo fell silent for a moment and suddenly spoke up.
"Have you seen a ghastly ghost in the shape of a pale human shadow?" "Ha? What specific characteristics?"
"Its overall color is pale, and it lures people to touch the silver wind chime." Lin Mo's voice was very soft. "Those who touch the wind chime will be attacked by it."
Chen Tao suddenly shivered. "Mo, is the one you mentioned the thing we encountered at Zhou Wan's house before?" Lin Mo's gaze swept over Su Zugong's slightly rising chest and nodded.
"It came again last night, just by the hotel." Chu Shimen paused slightly in his actions.
"I haven't seen it. This kind of killing rule is quite special."
Lin Mo carefully observed the other person's expression. Chu Shimen seemed to show no signs of lying. But this old fox was very cunning. He wouldn't easily trust the other party. Fortunately, his original intention was not to learn about this ghost but to know about Zhou Wan's specific situation.
Although there was no evidence, Lin Mo was confident she was definitely alive. "What exactly is the ghost that Zhou Wan controls?"
Lin Mo suddenly spoke, his voice sounding particularly clear in the silent hospital room. the first time I saw that pale shadow was upstairs at Zhou Wan's house. Chu Shimen, who was sitting on the chair beside the hospital bed, raised his head upon hearing this.
He pondered for a moment before answering. Just an ordinary water ghost.
Its ability allows it to move freely underwater, which seems unrelated to the one you encountered.
Chen Tao looked towards Lin Mo. Mo, could it just be a coincidence? Lin Mo showed no emotion, only nodded.
It's possible.
I will wait here for Su Zhugang to wake up. Lin Mo said. Chu Shimen nodded. That works for me. I will also stay here.
He turned to look at the stable waveforms on the heart monitor. His condition is stable, he should wake up soon. Morning sunlight spilled through the gaps in the curtains into the hospital room, casting mottled shadows on the white sheets. Su Zhugang suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the intense pain in his chest made him gasp for air. He instinctively reached for the bandaged wound, feeling the slightly warm skin beneath the gauze.
The lingering sensation from the paranormal erosion still burned.
He recalled the scene of being ambushed by Zhou Wan and another bald man. To protect Chu Shimen, he had been hit by the other person's long knife.
Awake?
Chu Shimen's voice came from the foot of the bed.
This is Lin Mo, thanks to him for his help last night. Su Zhugang propped himself up.
He looked at the young man standing by the window, who was also watching him.
Thanks, brother.
Su Zhugang grinned widely, his voice booming.
Lin Mo said.
You're welcome. Chu Shimen pushed up his glasses, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes.
How do you feel? Not dead. Su Zhugang waved his hand, just a bit hungry, can I have something to eat?
Chu Shimen smiled slightly, raised his hand, and pressed the call button by the bedside. In a moment, a neatly dressed nurse entered, holding a clipboard.
Prepare 4 servings of breakfast. Remember to add a special nutrient meal for the patient. The nurse nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Chu Shimen faced Lin Mo and the others again. Pleasant cooperation, let's have some breakfast first. Lin Mo stood by the window, his gaze sweeping over the hospital courtyard that was becoming lively. Lin Mo suddenly asked, by the way, how large is Mr. Su's domain lock?
Su Zhugang was trying to adjust the angle of his hospital bed and smiled when he heard.
That depends on the condition.
At my peak, covering a small area of over 10,000 square meters isn't a problem.
Now. He patted his bandaged chest, even at half strength, it's more than enough to deal with a mirror. So strong? This range is too extensive. Seeing this, Chu Shimen lightly coughed and said, we'll discuss the specific action plan in detail after breakfast. Before long, there was a gentle knock on the ward door. 2 attendants pushed in a food cart, silver trays covered with shiny metal domes, emitting a tempting aroma. The cart also had a bottle of chilled juice and several cups of steaming coffee. Please enjoy. The attendant said respectfully, then quietly exited the room. Chapter 80, Reflection in the Mirror, Part 1.
Chen Tao couldn't wait to lift the dome off his meal, his eyes instantly brightened.
Steak with fried eggs?
And truffle sautéed mushrooms. He had been running around these days, utterly busy, not having time for a proper meal. Lin Mo glanced at the plate in front of him. The exquisite plating, the colors and fragrances of the ingredients were impeccable, but he lingered without starting.
Seeing Lin Mo's in action, Chen Tao, though already very hungry, put down his knife and fork.
Chu Shimen noticed Lin Mo's hesitation, stepped forward, cut a piece of meat, placed it on his own plate, and slowly chewed it. You have proven your ability, and I hope we have more opportunities to collaborate in the future. I won't do this small action anymore. Lin Mo nodded and began to eat as well, moving at a leisurely pace. As he chewed the tender and juicy steak, his gaze remained fixed on Chu Shimen's face, as if trying to read something from his expression. Then he smiled slightly. I naturally trust Mr. Chu. Seeing this, Chen Tao picked up his knife and fork again, devouring his food, occasionally glancing at the others in the room.
The taste is good.
Chu Shimen smiled slightly, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes behind the lenses. The foundation of cooperation is sincerity, a breakfast isn't much. Su Zhugang had already devoured his food like a whirlwind and was gulping juice. He put down his cup and wiped his mouth. Full and satisfied, it's time to discuss serious matters. The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became serious. Lin Mo lifted his coffee. Does Mr. Chu have any specific arrangements for the action plan regarding the reflection in the mirror? Chu Shimen took out a neatly folded map from his suit pocket and slowly unfolded it on the small table beside the bed. The map marked several red circles, along with dense handwritten notes. According to my calculations, the reflection in the mirror has recently been frequently appearing in the old industrial area east of the city. His finger pointed to a red circle. There's an abandoned textile factory here, the internal space is vast, and the mirror material is abundant, making it an ideal hiding place. Chen Tao leaned closer to the map, frowning. Such a large area, how do we determine its specific location?
Xu Shimen pushed up his glasses and said, "This will require Zugong's domain lock.
We can seal off the entire factory area and force it to show itself. The reflection in the mirror has no ability to block signals. As long as you send a message, we will enter immediately. Zugong's domain blockade will instantly cover the entire core factory area, and our people will rush to support immediately. The trade itself is extremely risky, so please be cautious." Xu Shimen was worried that Lin Mo might die inside, as they would lose a Ghostmaster's support. The most important reason is that he feared Lin Mo might cause a disruption in the mirror's reflection during the trade, which he could not accept.
Lin Mo nodded. "I know, give me half an hour."
Su Zugong patted his chest to assure, which strained his wound, making him grimace, but soon showed a fierce smile.
"No problem. Don't worry, no one can disturb you." Chapter 81, Reflection in the Mirror, Part 2.
Chen Tao stood a little further away, his eyes filled with worry and confusion. He had just requested to go in with Lin Mo in the car, but was refused.
That's because there's a very important rule in the mirror's reflection: one must be alone in a closed space.
Lin Mo said no more, turned around, and stepped into the vast, silent shadow.
His footsteps echoed in the horribly empty factory.
The air was filled with an indescribable smell. And a vaguely cold feeling. It seemed to penetrate his clothing, seeping into his bones and soul. He navigated through the maze-like factory for about 5 minutes, guided by the map provided by Xu Shimen and his own intuition. Finally, he stopped in a relatively independent space. This was an abandoned parts warehouse. The space was not large, about 30 square meters, with only a narrow doorway connecting it to the main factory.
Most importantly, it was closed enough.
Lin Mo took out a portable lamp and placed it on the ground, switching it on to ensure it wouldn't fall into complete darkness after closing the door. Then he shut the only door. Lin Mo took out the oval-shaped, metal-framed mirror from his backpack, carefully uncovering the velvet cloth. He glanced around to confirm there were no other obvious reflective objects, then walked to the innermost corner of the warehouse, leaning against the cold, rough cement wall.
Closed space, alone, mirrored medium.
The conditions were met.
Lin Mo took a deep breath, adjusted the way he held the mirror, facing it towards himself. He began to speak, his voice low. "Person in the mirror. Person in the mirror. Person in the mirror." 3 calls, each clearer than the last. As he spoke the last word, it seemed that something quietly changed in the warehouse. The light didn't change, the temperature didn't drop, but an invisible, sticky gaze instantly enveloped the entire space. Especially from that small mirror before him, piercing the darkness, locking onto him tightly. The image in the mirror began to twist. Deep within the mirror, a dim halo quietly emerged, slowly spinning and expanding, like a whirlpool leading to an unknown abyss. The reflection in the mirror was responding to the call. A voice that couldn't be distinguished as male or female, sounding as if it was formed from countless fragmented echoes, directly spoke into Lin Mo's mind. "Trade." The deep whirlpool in the mirror slowly spun, devouring the faint light. Lin Mo took another deep breath and asked his 2 most concerned questions. The first question: what is Zhou Wan's true purpose? The second question: what trade did Zhou Wan make with you? What did she give, and what did she gain? An even colder chill wrapped around Lin Mo instantly, as if even his thoughts were to freeze. "Though me." Lin Mo's gaze was locked tightly on the 2 lines of bloody characters, especially the second line, 100 years of lifespan. A bizarre feeling surged to his heart. 100 years. He could actually pay for a full 100 years of life? It was like standing on the edge of a cold abyss. Suddenly someone handed him a wealth certificate marked with an astonishing number. It turned out his life was rather valuable? Or rather, quite long. You have to know, if the wishmaker cannot pay the price, their reflection in the mirror can directly disappear. Doesn't this indicate that under natural death, he could live for another 100 years? On one hand, he was surprised that he could live for 100 years, and on the other hand, he was shocked that answering this question actually required paying 100 years. Lin Mo quickly regained his calm. After all, he did not intend to pay the price, he just wanted to take advantage. Confirmed. I choose to pay 100 years of lifespan, and within 3 days, I will personally kill Chen Tao. The mirror shook violently. Those 2 lines of blood characters suddenly collapsed. Lin Mo's vision blurred for a moment. He leaned against the cold, rough concrete wall, just managing to stand steady. The eerie light on the copper mirror flickered violently, and finally, everything returned to silence. The mirror regained the texture of ordinary glass, then twisted characters floated up. Transaction completed. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. This text was exactly the same as when he saw Zhou Wan. The other party indeed had come to a transaction with the reflection in the mirror. Though the mirror had returned to normal, the non-human voice in Lin Mo's mind rang out again. Beginning, answer, question 1. Its purpose is not singular.
One is to resurrect someone, the second is to enter the echo loop and become strange. Due to uncontrollable factors, its process of becoming strange has been interrupted, suffering heavy injuries, and abilities significantly weakened.
Beginning, answer, question 2.
The transaction content is, exchange, for the opportunity for it and its close friend to become strange and enter the echo loop together. It does not enter the echo loop through normal channels. The true key to the echo loop is in the hands of Chu Shimin. The voice was intermittent, the information fragmented, but Lin Mo understood the gist.
His pupils slightly contracted. The other's purpose was indeed to resurrect someone? Could it be Yang Yuanzhang? More critically, she actually wanted to become strange? Who was that close friend?
From the information currently obtained, that close friend should not be Yang Yuanzhang because Yang Yuanzhang had already died. However, the voice of the reflection in the mirror suddenly turned cold, cutting Lin Mo's thoughts off directly.
Transaction completed, 2 questions answered. Within 5 days, the price will be extracted.
The mirror clearly reflected Lin Mo's slightly pale face and those deep, unfathomable eyes. The breath of the reflection in the mirror disappeared.
The transaction was complete.
In the warehouse, only Lin Mo's heavy breathing could be heard. He realized a strange point, that was, the other party had answered both questions too in detail. Especially the last sentence of each answer, the other party had no need to say it.
Was it deliberately guiding him?
He forcibly suppressed the surging emotions. Now was not the time to delve deep, the urgent matter was to complete the plan, seal off this dangerous source, and leave here alive.
As for Chu Shimin, the key on him, and that so-called echo loop.
A deep chill flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He carefully wrapped the mirror again with thick velvet cloth and stuffed it back into his backpack. His movements were steady, as if it was not him who had just undergone that thrilling transaction.
Lin Mo walked to the door and pushed open the heavy iron door that separated the inside from the outside.
After passing through the long corridor again, Lin Mo's figure appeared at the door, immediately attracting everyone's attention.
Mo Gu.
Chen Tao was the first to rush over, his face filled with tension and concern. Are you all right?
Why does your face look a bit pale?
He instinctively reached out to steady Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo subtly sidestepped, his gaze crossing over Chen Tao, landing on Chu Shimin and Su Zhugang not far away. His voice showed no signs of disturbance.
It's okay. We can begin.
Chu Shimin hurried forward. His sharp eyes behind the lenses scrutinized Lin Mo's face, trying to find even a hint beneath that calm expression.
How is it? Was the deal smooth?
His tone carried just the right amount of concern and a barely detectable probing.
Very smooth.
Lin Mo's response was concise to the point of being stingy, his gaze meeting Chu Shimin's scrutiny head-on. It provided the answer, and the price has been confirmed. He revealed none of the details about the deal, especially not regarding Zhou Wan's core purpose and the key. A flash of sharp light flickered in Chu Shimin's eyes. He knew Lin Mo was holding back, but he did not ask further, as it was not yet time to act openly.
Chapter 82 Reflection in the Mirror, Part 2. Chu Shimin decisively turned around and ordered Su Zhugang and the surrounding bodyguards. All right. Zhugang, make your move. Everyone, seal off the perimeter as planned. I've been waiting impatiently.
Su Zhugang roared, a fierce smile breaking across his rugged face.
He stepped forward abruptly.
An invisible, heavy force instantly exploded with him at the center.
Buzz.
The air distorted and trembled violently as if stones had been thrown into a pond. Visible light gray ripples rapidly spread out, like a tough, invisible film, swiftly covering the entire core area of the abandoned textile factory. This included the parts warehouse Lin Mo had just left and the surrounding massive main factory building. Light refracted and distorted noticeably at the edges of the film, making the inside and outside of the factory appear to be forcefully divided into two worlds.
Boundary lock. Go! Su Zhugang's body trembled slightly, clearly indicating the strain this ability put on his still recovering body. It's done.
Now in and out of this factory area, not just a person, not even a rat can escape.
That ghostly thing is locked inside. But this lock can only last for 7 hours and 19 minutes, we need to hurry. He looked at Chu Shimin.
At this moment, Chu Shimin's hands moved quickly in the air, overlapping as if he were plucking invisible strings. Lin Mo watched from the side, slightly frowning. It seemed Chu Shimin was not using any medium this time.
Last time he had taken out a turtle shell. No last time could very well have been a disguise.
After all, back then, Chu Shimin likely already knew of his ability, but still chose to demonstrate it in front of him to mislead him further. Soon, Chu Shimin revealed a smile. Probability calculation complete, target location locked.
Still here, the essence of the reflection in the mirror is still here.
Upon hearing this, Su Zhugang's eyes shone with fierce light, his mouth breaking into a wide grin, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and ferocity.
Don't worry.
This lock of mine, today it will smash headfirst and bloody but will not be broken.
Damn it, finally caught this slippery ghostly thing.
Almost as soon as Su Zhu Gang activated his ability, the well-trained bodyguards Chu Min brought swiftly sprang into action. According to the previous plan, they would all enter the factory area, find every mirror in sight, and destroy them. If they encountered mirrors capable of instant movement, everyone would join forces to attack, ensuring the destruction of the essence of the reflection in the mirror. The bodyguards dragged out a large number of floodlights from the truck. Although the reflection in the mirror could not move in the dark, they were also at a disadvantage. Since they had already bound it here, they might as well conduct a thorough search, which required the floodlights.
Otherwise, the warehouse would be too dark. If a gun went off accidentally, it could hurt their own people.
Heavy footsteps, the clang of metal colliding, the shattering sound of glass being smashed. In an instant, a loud explosion echoed in this dead silence of space that had lasted for years. Lin Mo and Chen Tao no longer hesitated, their figures flickered and rushed into this chaotic battlefield like arrows released from bows. His target was clear, those shards of mirror hidden in the shadowy corners, which could become mediums for the reflections in the mirror.
Bang! Crash!
The crowbar in Lin Mo's hand smashed hard against an observation mirror embedded in a discarded control cabinet, covered in dust. The mirror shattered with a loud sound. Pieces of glass scattered, clattering to the thick layer of dust on the ground. "This side is cleared," shouted a bodyguard nearby.
3 hours later,
as Lin Mo was navigating around the almost toppled massive spindle machine wreckage, suddenly, a faint light caught the corner of his eye, almost imperceptible, coming from a corner partially covered by a huge canvas.
That light, unlike the fixed reflections of a mirror, seemed more like a moving cold light.
Lin Mo's heart sank suddenly, his actions frozen in an instant. He held his breath and cautiously used his hand to pull aside the hanging, moldy canvas. Behind the canvas lay some discarded wooden crates and parts. Amongst these odds and ends, an ancient bronze mirror, about 20 centimeters high, with intricate but severely worn carvings on the edges, stood quietly there. The mirror was covered in a thick layer of dust, yet eerily reflected the scene of the factory behind Lin Mo, even showing a blurry action of a bodyguard smashing glass in the distance. This in itself was not strange. But at the moment Lin Mo gazed at it, the bronze mirror seemingly slid a fraction of an inch silently into the depths of the shadows. The reflections in the mirror wobbled slightly.
It was actively avoiding. Target found.
Northwest corner, behind the wooden crates.
It's moving. What? A moving mirror? Quick!
The nearest bodyguards reacted quickly, immediately turning directions and rushing towards the location Lin Mo pointed out.
Chu Min's eyes shone brightly as he quickly ordered over the intercom. Team B and Team C, abandon the current area and converge on the northwest corner. Move fast. Zhu Gang, hold the blockade. Don't let it slip away. Don't worry. It can't escape.
Su Zhu Gang gritted his teeth and roared, forcibly straightening his body and channeling inexplicable strength. The grayish ripples in the air fluctuated violently.
The invisible lock sealing off this space seemed to weigh even more.
Chen Tao, a bit farther away, heard Lin Mo shout and was startled, hurriedly looking in that direction, his face filled with worry.
Mo Gu. Be careful.
In just a few seconds, Lin Mo and the few bodyguards he had called out first dashed to the pile of wooden crates. A burly bodyguard without hesitation swung his fire axe, striking fiercely at the bronze mirror partially hidden in the shadows.
Whoosh! However, just as the axe was about to touch the mirror frame, the bronze mirror suddenly recoiled as if it were a living being. Its surface was incredibly smooth, and the fire axe, with tremendous inertia, grazed the edge of the mirror frame and struck the wooden crate behind it, making a dull crack, sending wood chips flying. Yet the mirror remained unscathed. "Damn it!" the burly bodyguard exclaimed, anger mixing with fear. He immediately pulled out his pistol, ready to shoot. Almost at the same time, the smooth surface of the bronze mirror suddenly brightened with a ghostly glow, and the image reflected in the mirror instantly twisted and transformed. No longer were there images of the split wooden crate and the bodyguard, but countless faces twisted in pain, crying out, and in extreme agony. They screamed silently, densely packed on the mirror's surface, their eerie and vengeful vibe hitting him like a wave. Ah! Another bodyguard, standing closest and holding a hammer ready to smash it down, was caught off guard. His gaze met the horror reflected in the mirror, freezing him instantly, his face turning pale, letting out a short gasp of surprise. It was as if an invisible fear had seized his heart. Chapter 83, Hidden Rules. At that moment when the bodyguard was lost in thought, the copper mirror slid sideways in a strange manner again. Like gliding on ice, it instantly slipped out of the encirclement of several people. It hid behind another pile of higher metal scraps. Don't let it escape. It's afraid of being surrounded. Lin Mo observed clearly and shouted loudly. At the same time, the crowbar in his hand flew out, shooting towards the direction where the copper mirror was sliding, like a javelin cutting through the air.
If it weren't for Su Qingzu's ability, they probably wouldn't even have the right to see the reflection of their true selves in the mirror.
Lin Mo stood in the shadows a bit farther away. His gaze was like a cold probe, closely tracking every flash of the mirror's light and every disappearance's trajectory. He no longer blindly dashed in to join the destruction but invested all his mind into observation. Gradually, a vague guess emerged in his heart. Perhaps the movement of that thing was not entirely chaotic. It seemed to instinctively evade strong sound waves in air currents. In facing incoming bullets, it always sensed them a moment early and slipped away at an incredible angle. But at the same time, Lin Mo's eyes scanned the factory roof's large holes, with the afternoon sunlight slanting in, forming several thick, dust-filled beams. He noticed that the copper mirror was located in the part of the factory that had more abundant light, so there were no floodlights here. Just a moment ago, during a capture attempt, when the copper mirror tried to escape using the shadow of a pile of scrap, a bodyguard's bright flashlight inadvertently swept across its potential path. In the instant that blinding white light passed, Lin Mo keenly caught that the cold mirror light seemed to have an extremely brief, almost imperceptible pause. Phototropism. This word cleaved through the fog in Lin Mo's mind like lightning, instantly aligning with the hidden rules about mirror reflections provided in the manual from Chu Shi-min. Hidden Rule 4, mirror reflections possess phototropism, all abilities will be sealed in complete darkness. Possessing phototropism means it needs light to maintain activity, and it might even be attracted or disturbed by bright light for a brief moment. A bold plan took shape in an instant.
Lin Mo suddenly turned his head and whispered to the bodyguard closest to him, who was panting and whose gun was still slightly smoking.
Gun. Give me your gun.
The bodyguard was taken aback, clearly not understanding what Lin Mo intended to do. In this chaotic chase, the precision of a handgun against a fast-moving target was minimal. The previous shots had proven this point.
Mr. Lin? This thing is slippery, the gun. Give it to me.
Lin Mo's voice was firm and decisive. The bodyguard was mesmerized by that gaze and instinctively handed over his automatic pistol, not forgetting to remind him.
Be careful of the recoil, there are still 5 rounds inside.
Lin Mo took the cold metal gun, feeling its heaviness in his hand. Without any pause, after checking the magazine, he took a deep breath and hid himself in the shadow of a massive machine's wreckage, with only half of his body and his gun-holding arm exposed.
He was waiting. Here it comes. Just as a beam of flashlight inadvertently swept across an intersection of pipes, illuminating the dusty metal surface there. A cold, abyss-like mirror light, as if pulled by a magnet, abruptly peeked out silently from a shadowy gap between a thick pipe. It seemed attracted by that suddenly enhanced light or instinctively adjusted its position, seeking a more comfortable light environment due to the change in light. The smooth edge of the copper mirror reflected an ancient and strange hue under the light. Now's the time. Chapter 84, Successful Sealing.
Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinhole, all his calculations, predictions, and instinctual patterns crystallizing in an instant on his index finger. Although he had never used a gun many times, he held his breath now without a trace of trembling. The sights firmly locked onto the trajectory of that cold light's emergence.
Bang!
The crisp gunshot was drowned in the noise of the factory.
Sizzle!
There was no plashing sound of metal, only a sickening noise, as if it had torn through some cold, tough leather. The copper mirror, just peeking out of the shadow, was instantly struck at the edge by the high-speed spinning bullet. It did not shatter, but the intricate, ancient patterns on the frame cracked open a hole, revealing the dark, decayed wood beneath. The mirror's surface violently distorted and rippled for a moment. A thick, unbreakable cold black mist, filled with the scent of decay and resentment, surged out like the howls of a wounded beast from the torn opening of the mirror frame.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Lin Mo did not hesitate and fired continuously.
Each bullet accurately bit into that ancient copper mirror, which trembled violently from the injury. Snap!
The shattered frame, now powerless, fell from the air and hit the cold cement floor, making a muffled sound. After rolling a couple of times, it lay still and silent.
I hit it!
The bodyguard who had handed him the gun was observing Lin Mo, and when he saw Lin Mo hit the mirror, he exclaimed in disbelief, his face full of incredible joy. This shot was like a drop of water thrown into hot oil, instantly igniting the entire battlefield. All eyes, including Su Zhugang, who was trying to maintain the domain seal from a distance, and Chu Shimin, who was commanding the whole situation, were suddenly focused on Lin Mo's direction.
After a brief silence, Chu Shimin's urgent voice broke through. Hurry! Let's go check it out.
He could no longer maintain his usual calm demeanor and stumbled past the bodyguards blocking his way, running madly towards Lin Mo's standing position.
On the ground, that once slippery ancient copper mirror lay quietly on the oil-stained cement floor. Chu Shimin rushed forward and almost fell to his knees on the ground.
He disregarded his posture, trembling hands carefully wrapped one corner of the mirror frame with a seemingly ordinary piece of velvet cloth he always carried. Then he slightly lifted it, using a strong flashlight to carefully illuminate the damaged area and the slowly dissipating chill. After a moment, he let out a long, deep breath, a sound of relief. If one were to say which of the three entities was the hardest to deal with, it was undoubtedly the reflection in the mirror. The trusted confidant who controlled it under Chu Shimen could only exert part of its ability, and was an expert at escaping.
It's done, the aura is completely silenced, the rule fluctuations have completely disappeared. The reflection in the mirror is sealed. For at least 48 hours, it can cause no more trouble. Chu Shimen's voice was hoarse, mixed with immense surprise. The surrounding bodyguards quickly gathered around. Their faces were full of astonishment, disbelief, and a deep sense of relief for having survived, along with heartfelt admiration for Lin Mo. The scene where that mirror had played tricks on them was still fresh in their minds, and this young man had ended it with just a few bullets. Incredible! That marksmanship was simply amazing.
Yeah, we all surrounded it and shot for ages, not even touching it, and Mr. Lin just... The buzz of discussions arose, filled with admiration. Su Zugong, supported by Chen Tao, squeezed through as well, his rugged face covered in sweat. Then he suddenly turned to Lin Mo, his voice loud yet unable to hide his excitement and urgency.
Brother Lin, tell us. How did you catch that ghostly thing?
I risked my life to lock it down, but it was slippery like an eel.
Your shots were divine. I was just stunned watching.
Lin Mo slowly lowered the hand of the still-warm gun and returned it to the bodyguard who had lent it to him, his movements steady as always. There was not much expression on his face, just a slight hint of fatigue deep in his eyes. He did not immediately answer Su Zugong's question, but first looked at Chen Tao, who approached with a worried face, slightly shaking his head to signal that he was fine.
Then, he met everyone's burning gaze and...
His gaze swept over the broken mirror on the ground that was slowly releasing its last cold breath, and a calm voice began to speak.
Phototropism.
Lin Mo paused, as if organizing his words. It fears complete darkness, so as long as there is light, it will be attracted, just like moths to a flame. He pointed at the beams of light streaming down from the broken holes above, and then pointed at the strong flashlights shaken by the bodyguards. The previous chaos, the gunshots, the shouts, the sound of things being smashed, were all too loud.
It can easily avoid these strong vibrations and airwaves. Lin Mo's voice remained calm, as if stating the simplest fact. But light is different.
When the strong light sweeps across the shadows where it hides, it will instinctively try to adjust its position to touch or adapt to that light. Even a momentary hesitation and exposure, during its high-speed movement, can be a fatal flaw.
He looked at Su Zugong and added.
Your blockade prevents it from escaping this area, forcing it to weave between these pipes and clutter. It needs light, yet fears leaving a trace of its movement. I just waited for a moment when it was drawn to the light and hesitated slightly or exposed its direction, then predicted its possible path of movement in advance, and then... Lin Mo's gaze fell back on the broken copper mirror, his tone flat and undisturbed.
I shot. These two simple words made everyone present gasp in surprise.
In such chaos, with complicated lighting and a target moving at high speed, capturing that fleeting instinctual exposure and accurately predicting the shot.
What kind of calm mind, sharp observation, and superhuman decisiveness does this require?
Chu Shimen looked at Lin Mo's young but excessively calm face, as if he wanted to re-evaluate this young man who repeatedly defied his probability calculations. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded vigorously, solemnly saying,
Amazing. Mr. Lin, today's achievement belongs to you. This insight and decisiveness, I, Chu, admire.
7 or 8 black SUVs and 3 trucks rolled over the ground covered with shattered glass and twisted metal debris, raising rust-colored dust.
Lin Mo was resting with his eyes closed against the headrest, pulling up the taskbar. Chapter 85, Objective Echo Loop. Today is the 6th day of entering the instance. Time has passed quickly. Since he entered the instance around 12 noon, Task 1 should be completed by 12 noon on the 8th day. By then, he could leave. And now, this instance is approaching its end, needing him to complete the last task. The wheels rolled over potholes, and the vehicle bumped slightly. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused as it lingered for a moment on the dusty windshield ahead. Then, quite naturally, it turned to the side at Chu Shimen. Mr. Chu.
Now that the reflection in the mirror has been sealed, it cannot cause trouble in the short term.
Do you plan to enter the echo loop? The car fell into a subtle silence.
Chu Shimen showed no hesitation, decisively uttering 2 words.
No.
The rejection was straightforward, leaving no room for discussion. Lin Mo seemed unsurprised by this answer. He remained silent for a few seconds. The sunset light streamed through the car window.
Unknowingly, it had already come to evening. Then, what if I insist on going in?
Lin Mo, Chu Shimen's voice was low, breaking the frozen air, each word appearing to have been weighed with care before it was spoken. If you insist on going in. He paused, slightly lifting his head, then we can only part ways here. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the endlessly extending road ahead.
I must go in.
Chu Shimin gently sighed, yet inwardly felt a slight sense of relief. To activate the echo loop, the three conditions you previously met are just a stepping stone, a torch to illuminate the path. He reached into his chest, the movement carrying a subtle seriousness.
Take an object out from the inner pocket of the suit.
It was a metal badge about the size of a thumb, old-fashioned in shape, with signs of wear on the edges. The surface was etched with complex patterns that were hard to distinguish, glowing with a dim, shadowy light in the evening sun, like a piece of solidified old copper. Chu Shimin opened his palm and handed the cold badge to Lin Mo. Meeting those three conditions is just the minimum, but to truly enter, you need a key.
Hold on to this. Lin Mo finally pulled his gaze back from the front, landing on the unremarkable badge.
As he guessed, it was just as he suspected. Lin Mo reached out, and when he touched the icy surface of the badge, an indescribable breath, as if coming from the depths of time, flowed through his palm. Chu Shimin took out a briefcase and placed it in Lin Mo's hands, saying, "Actually, when you asked me yesterday, I already guessed you would choose to enter the echo circuit, so I had prepared this for you."
He pointed to the briefcase and continued.
"Inside are 3 traces of the living, 2 of which are what you found before, and they are essential materials to enter the echo circuit. In addition, I have also left you 2 peculiar tools, as well as real information on the echo circuit.
I hope it is useful to you."
The convoy slowly stopped at a remote intersection. Dust was kicked up by the braking, only to be swept away by the gentle breeze. Chu Shimin signaled the driver to stop. He pushed open the car door and stood by the gravel-covered roadside. Chu Shimin watched as Lin Mo got out of the car, standing opposite him, just a step apart, yet it felt like a deep chasm separated them. "Our goals might be the same, Lin Mo.
It's just, the paths to our destination are different."
In the end, he gave Lin Mo a deep look and said,
"I hope you can survive." After dropping off Lin Mo and Chen Tao, the car continued on its way.
Su Zhugang sat beside Chu Shimin and whispered,
"Are you really going to let him go? You gave him 2 peculiar tools, that's quite an investment."
Chu Shimin's eyes were cold as he slowly shook his head. "If you don't let the child go, you can't catch the wolf. It's just right to let them distract Zhou Wan and that bald guy. My goal has not changed. Giving him those 2 peculiar tools is to guide the future towards a more favorable situation for us.
He will inevitably use those 2 peculiar tools in the echo circuit."
He paused, his voice carrying a hint of cruelty. "No matter what, the final outcome will not change. They will be dealt with together by us." Chu Shimin sighed. "If it weren't for my possessed ghost probability eye and my low compatibility with it, I wouldn't have fallen into such a situation, having to rely on my enemy.
If only I had a daughter with that kind of physique."
Upon hearing Chu Shimin mention his daughter, Su Zhugang was silent for a moment before asking, "But I still don't understand why you must kill him.
Isn't a sincere collaboration better? If he survives this time, we might gain another troublesome enemy."
Chu Shimin shook his head. "Because the probability eye has shown me a certain possibility. If we do not eliminate him quickly, one day it will backfire on us."
Moreover,
Chu Shimin narrowed his eyes. "That Lin Mo is really strange. I clearly saw in my vision that he would be bound and killed in the wilderness, yet he survived. You know, my probability eye has 2 abilities. One is to predict possible futures, and the other is to see a picture of a future event that will definitely happen.
The first one only represents possible developments, while the second one represents inevitability.
This picture of the future that must happen can only be broken in the face of the nightmare. Just like Zhou Wan, I have reason to suspect he has ties with the nightmare, or possesses the same ability to interfere with my judgment of the future.
So he, like the nightmare, cannot exist in this world."
Chu Shimin's convoy stirred up a cloud of dust at the intersection, eventually disappearing at the road ahead. Lin Mo turned around, his gaze landing on Chen Tao's face, a young face still marked by worry and lingering tension.
"Chen Tao, following me might lead to regret." Chen Tao almost immediately shook his head, without any hesitation. "Brother Mo, what are you saying? Regret what? We've been through so much, what's one more time? I trust you."
Then he whispered, "Now we can only rely on each other."
"All right."
Lin Mo said just one word, yet it felt like a heavy stone hitting the ground. He no longer looked at Chen Tao, his gaze shifting toward the city's dazzling lights, his expression cold and focused again, as if the moment of wavering had never happened.
"Echo loop must be entered.
The key has been obtained." He tightened the cold badge in his pocket. "Tonight we will go in, first to that previous tower."
"What tower?" Chen Tao asked, confused.
"The tower where the woman jumped in the video Yang Yuanzhang sent me. It's also the place where there was a mass death before." The sun had already set. The taxi carrying Lin Mo and Chen Tao rolled over the last section of bumpy concrete road, stopping just 100 meters from the tower, with the driver refusing to move forward another inch.
"This is it, gentlemen, the front looks unsettling."
The driver's voice carried a barely noticeable tremor, his gaze sweeping over the large shadow engulfed by darkness outside the window, as if an invisible beast lay in wait there. The two men got out of the car.
Brother Mo.
Chen Tao instinctively shrank his neck, looking around, his voice lowered to a whisper, as if afraid of disturbing something. This place feels even creepier than before.
Lin Mo did not answer right away.
His eyes pierced through the thick night, landing on the tower standing like the bones of a giant beast in the wilderness. He felt it too, that this place had grown more bizarre since their last visit. The air was thick not just with dust and desolation, but also with a deeper, indescribable stench of decay and resentment. It weighed heavily on his heart, almost suffocating.
Chapter 86, Inventory and Preparation to Enter. Brother Mo? Seeing Lin Mo silently staring at the tower, Chen Tao couldn't help but call out again, his voice revealing undeniable tension. What should we do next?
Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, turning to Chen Tao, his voice calm and clear in the night wind. We wait here.
Midnight. He squatted down, unzipping his backpack, beginning to check the items inside.
His movements were methodical, as if he was preparing for an ordinary camping trip.
Chen Tao watched Lin Mo's calm demeanor, feeling a little less panic in his heart.
But seeing the boundless darkness around them and the tower's shadow that seemed to devour everything, the feeling of unease surged back. He hurried over to squat beside Lin Mo, helping to set things up.
After everything was packed up,
Lin Mo squatted in the shadow of the roadside, his back against the cold, rough concrete block. He unzipped the heavy briefcase left behind by Chu Min. Chen Tao leaned in closer, trying to see the contents in the bag. Lin Mo reached inside and pulled out 3 items.
The first was a woman's severed arm he found in Yang Yuanzhang's bathroom. The second was a vintage wooden comb with lotus flowers found in Zhou Wan's room. And the third.
The moment he touched it, the system's prompt sounded.
Ding.
Item touched, trace of the living, 4 of 6.
It was a palm-sized leather wallet, its edges cracked.
A corner of an old photo, yellowed and blurry, was revealed inside. The face of the person in the photo was too blurry to distinguish, but it could be weakly recognized as a man. Through the system's prompt, Lin Mo could roughly determine that there were 6 traces of the living, and he had already obtained 4 of them. If the condition 3 for entering the echo-closed loop was real, then only he could enter it now. He continued to rummage at the bottom of the briefcase.
His fingertips touched 2 cold objects, emanating a faint icy aura.
These should be the strange. Someone wrote a line in a rough and hasty handwriting, the ink almost penetrating through the paper.
The anchor point is the key. It is also a cage.
To obtain it may break the deadlock, to lose it must fall into the cycle.
He recognized this handwriting, it belonged to Chu Min.
Lin Mo touched the metal badge in his inner pocket that Chu Min had given him. Could these 2 keys be the same one? At this moment, Chen Tao's voice echoed nearby, filled with confusion.
Mo Gu, this sounds too mystical, right? Different people enter and see different things? If we go in together, can we still stay together? I don't know.
Lin Mo's voice was somewhat dry as he continued to flip through the pages. The following pages contain snippets about the nightmare of social collapse, clearly torn from a larger record. The handwriting was also Chu Min's. The general content was about how he had entered the echo loop alone using rituals and the metal badge. The nightmare of social collapse was actually what Chu Min brought out from the echo loop, and it was that anchor point he discovered after entering the echo loop. However, he was confused and chose not to destroy the anchor point, but instead brought it out, ultimately leading to a great mistake. In addition to bringing out the nightmare of social collapse itself, he also came out with a metal badge. This object was the key to entering the echo loop, but Chu Min had already consumed one before. The previous one was given to him by the last person who entered the echo loop, or rather, it was something Chu Min forcibly took from them. This metal badge was extremely important. It was not only the key to entering the echo loop, but it would also give the user an important hint after entering the echo loop.
However, the hint might contain traps that needed caution.
But part of the information inside was real and needed personal judgment. After the incident with the nightmare of social collapse, Chu Min did not plan to enter again, instead choosing to keep the metal badge, or perhaps leaving it for someone destined. The last few lines were smeared with a deep brown, dried liquid-like stain, making it barely possible to discern a few trembling words. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have brought it out, must find a container, seal it. The content of the scroll abruptly ended here.
That container should be Yang Yuanzhang.
And this should also be Chu Min's goal, Lin Mo thought quietly. During this time, Chu Min sent Zhou Wan to get close to them, but he didn't expect Zhou Wan to have other intentions. However, one strange point remains: to enter the echo loop, one must meet so many harsh conditions.
Did Zhou Wan gather these things as well, or did she exploit loopholes through the rules of the reflection mirror?
From the information in the mirror's reflection, it seemed to be the second option. Chapter 87, Attack at the Start. Lin Mo squatted in the shadow of the curb. Chen Tao also finished reading the scroll with Lin Mo. He asked,
Mo go, what if we get separated once we go in?
Lin Mo glanced at Chen Tao's slightly tense face and replied. You're right, once we go in, we might be separated, and even our phones might lose signal, the possibility is very high.
We can agree on a signal. Lin Mo handed Chen Tao 2 highlighters.
You can make marks in some conspicuous places while moving, and note the direction you go. But to prevent something else from spotting it, I suggest you mark 1 when you go forward, 2 when you go backward, and 3 when you go left.
Chen Tao took the highlighter and nodded vigorously. Midnight quietly arrived.
Lin Mo, who had been watching the time, felt the surrounding air suddenly become stagnant. The metal badge in his palm became scalding hot. The silver light silently spilled out, flowing along the gaps between his fingers. The light was not dazzling, but carried a cold, devouring texture, quickly wrapping around his palm and beginning to spread upwards.
Almost simultaneously, the sounds around him vanished, as if an invisible hand had suddenly cut them off.
Lin Mo's vision began to twist and stretch, the outline of the tower in front of him melted and reformed like a wax figure in the dark. An indescribable sensation of weightlessness seized him. At the same time, the system's notification tone rang cold and abruptly deep within his mind.
Ding! Key activation detected. Conditions met. Entering special area, echo loop.
The light suddenly receded, the sensation of weightlessness disappeared, and a hard, damp feeling came from beneath his feet.
Lin Mo opened his eyes abruptly.
A pungent smell of mold mixed with a certain old, rotten odor rushed into his nostrils, thick and overwhelming. The light was extremely dim, with only a wall lamp in the corner casting a soft, flickering yellow glow, barely illuminating a few meters around. He was standing in a small living room. The ceiling was low, covered with water stains and mold spots, and large patches of wallpaper had peeled off, exposing the blackened wall underneath. Lin Mo immediately checked the things in his bag, relieved to confirm nothing was lost. Then he looked around and found that Chen Tao was no longer by his side. Moreover, the burning sensation in his palm had also disappeared. Looking down, the metal badge was melting and shrinking at a visible speed, like an ice cube corroded by strong acid, eventually completely dissolving. Only a line of clear, silver-gray words, as if branded onto his left palm, remained. Before being replaced, kill the self of the past, present, and future. And this writing appeared for just a moment before gradually fading away. Lin Mo summoned the status bar. Clearance attempts, 0. Talent 1, Time's End Fate Paradox. Can actively activate to pause time for 9 seconds, February 5th. Can actively activate to rewind time for 60 minutes, 1/2, sealed, cannot be used.
Talent 2, Cold Silence Authority. The fewer survivors clearing a level, the higher the clearance rewards increase. Clearing without teaming up greatly boosts clearance rewards. Can specify one ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown or usage count, with a slight chance to refresh that ability after use, 1/1. Supernatural items, Evil Spirit Dagger, cannot be taken out of the dungeon, Soul Devourer, Soul Retrieval Needle, cannot be taken out of the dungeon, Substitute Doll, cannot be taken out of the dungeon, Eye of the Spirit, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. 5 Eerie items brought him unparalleled security. However, he was unclear why he could not use the time rewind now, which greatly reduced his margin for error. The urgent task at hand was to figure out his situation. He took out the phone from his pocket, and after waking the screen, found a message in the upper right corner saying out of service area. This was not surprising, after all, this was not the real world, and having a network here would be abnormal. However, one thing was quite strange, it should currently be the early morning of November 9th, but the phone displayed March 13th at 1933. Lin Mo put his phone away and took a few steps in the living room to observe the surrounding environment. The living room connected to 4 closed rooms. Lin Mo tried to see if he could open those 4 rooms. It seemed they were all locked. The sofa was covered in thick dust, half a cup of moldy water remained on the coffee table, and a few scattered old magazines were piled in the corner. This should have been a room that no one lived in anymore, but traces of past life still lingered. He walked to the window, peering outside through the glass. Outside was a thick, inky darkness, consuming all light like an abyss. His instinct told him that stepping into this darkness was akin to suicide. And just then, knock, knock, knock. The knocking at the door sounded abruptly, dull and slow, each knock hitting like a thump on his heart. Lin Mo's body instantly tensed up, his right hand silently slid into his coat pocket, gripping the cold hilt of the evil dagger. The sound came from the direction of the door connecting to the living room, and the external motion sensor light turned on because of the noise. The knocking continued, with an unchanging rhythm, like some mechanical repetition. He held his breath, his gaze sweeping towards the gap in the door, no shadow, no footsteps. Even this knocking didn't seem like something a normal person could produce. It was too regular, a regularity that felt abnormal, each knock was spaced out exactly, as if timed perfectly with a stopwatch. Just when Lin Mo was considering how to respond, the knocking suddenly stopped. Then, the doorknob slowly began to turn. The door opened. A narrow crack appeared in the darkness, and the dim yellow light from the motion sensor lamp outside squeezed in.
Lin Mo's right hand gripped the hilt of the evil dagger tightly, his knuckles turning white. The rancid smell of decay in the air seemed to intensify, thick enough to make it hard to breathe. The gap in the door slowly widened. No footsteps, no breathing, just the subtle groan of the door hinge. Then, something slowly poked in from below the door frame. It was a woman's head. Her long black hair clung wetly to both sides of her pale cheeks, like soaked seaweed. Her neck bent at an impossible, broken-like angle, lifting her face from the shadow below the doorframe. A smile hung on her face, the corners of her mouth stretched open, nearly tearing to the roots of her ears, revealing white, dense teeth and a gaping, dark mouth. Her eyes were murky gray-white, devoid of pupils, yet they stared straight at Lin Mo. A chill instantly shot from Lin Mo's tailbone up to the top of his head, his scalp felt like it was exploding. That was not an expression or posture made by a human, the thick malice poured down upon him like real ice water. A light laugh sounded, dry and sharp, like rusty metal scraping. This voice seemed not to come from her throat, but rather echoed directly in his mind. The woman's head suddenly lunged forward. Fast. Faster than reason. That head, with a whistle cutting through the air, lunged straight for Lin Mo's face. The grinning giant mouth opened wide, the stench of decay rushed toward him. The laughter suddenly rose, becoming madly piercing. Chapter 88 Another Self. He. Lin Mo barely had time to react when the head zipped past his shoulder with a whistle. The head collided with the wall, making a muffled sound, and then hovered in midair, the gray-white eyeball slowly turning, as if stunned from the impact. It was as if it couldn't believe it had missed. Lin Mo had no time to hesitate, he turned and lunged toward the door. The dim light spilling through the crack was the only exit. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob. Bang! With a muffled sound, the door slammed shut. The force was so strong that it shook dust off the doorframe. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. At the moment the door shut, he saw it clearly. A hand from outside had closed the door, and he would never mistake those hands. It was his own hand, even the clothes on his arm were exactly the same. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Lin Mo felt a cold sweat, his heart raced. He forced himself to calm down. The imprint left by the key badge was a warning. Before being replaced, kill the past and future selves. Was the one outside himself? Is it the past? Is it the present? Or is it the future? Lin Mo stared intently at the gap below the door. There, a vague shadow blocked part of the light from the motion sensor lamp. Someone must be outside, holding the door shut, not letting him out. Who? Lin Mo shouted sharply, his voice sounding especially jarring in the dead silence of the room. There was no response from outside. Only a suffocating silence. At this moment, however, the head suspended in the air made a soft caw-caw sound. The neck turned like a rusty gear. That eerie smiling face was once again aimed at Lin Mo. In the murky eyeballs, a trace of mockery seemed to flash. The four tightly closed doors seemed like a great effort to open, while outside the windows was a dark abyss that devoured everything. The only exit was blocked by that self. The head moved. It shot towards him like an arrow released from a bow, with a piercing scream, moving so fast that only a pale afterimage remained. That gaping black mouth opened, as if to consume him whole. This time, the speed was even more furious than before. Lin Mo did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately used his ability to pause time. The world turned into pure gray, as if invisible gears had suddenly locked, including the floating dust in the air, peeling wall fragments, and the torn airflow from the attacking head. Everything froze in that instant. As for using tricks against this head? That thought appeared for an instant and was quickly abandoned by Lin Mo. Any trick in his hand would take some time to use. And that self outside the door. Lin Mo was certain, it was more cunning and deadly than this head. It was blocking the door, not to help. It was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a head to hold him back, exhaust him, even severely injure him. Once it sensed something was wrong, it would flee immediately. Lin Mo's body exploded with all its strength in the frozen time and space. He ignored the menacing head hovering in front of him, sidestepped, twisted his waist, and his right hand flashed like lightning toward the closed door handle. Click. The sound of the door lock popping open was extremely clear in the silence. Lin Mo did not hesitate and slammed outward. This time, he easily broke open the door. At the moment the door burst open, a figure was clearly exposed in the dim yellow light. An identical face, identical clothing, identical body. The other party was no longer bracing against the door but was making a move to escape. It was him. Another Lin Mo. Only the other was in the form from the copy. If it were in his form outside the copy, he might have wavered. Because outside the copy, his appearance was the same as before crossing over, he confirmed that he had a physical body, not a soul transfer, when he just crossed over.
These thoughts crossed his mind in an instant. In fact, Lin Mo did not pause at all. The cursed dagger had already slipped into his palm. It struck accurately at the unguarded throat of the Lin Mo outside the door. Thud. The sensation of the blade piercing the skin came clearly. There was no warm blood splattering, only a sensation like piercing into decayed, dry wood. At the moment the dagger pierced, the 9 seconds of pause ended. The frozen world suddenly thawed. Ugh, guh. The Lin Mo outside the door let out a broken hissing sound, filled with shock and disbelief. It instinctively raised its hand to cover its neck, stumbling backward, its eyes, identical to Lin Mo's, stared at him, filled with resentment almost overflowing. Meanwhile, in the living room behind him, the hovering woman's head let out an extremely sharp scream, charging fiercely toward Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo had anticipated this and swiftly closed the door. If this head could be blocked by a wall, then the door could likely hold it back for a moment too. Sure enough, the door blocked that head, making a series of banging sounds. Lin Mo crouched down to examine the body of this Lin Mo. The other's skin was cold and stiff, like a piece of frozen wood. Without hesitation, Lin Mo pulled aside the identical clothing and finally discovered 2 words etched into the skin on the other's chest: past. These 2 words were deeply engraved into the flesh, the edges tinged with dark red, as if scratched out with some sharp object. Lin Mo stared at those 2 words, his mind racing rapidly. The past has been resolved, so what about the present and the future? Where will they be? Lin Mo named the 2 potential enemies the past self, the present self, and the future self. The mark left by the key badges killed the past, present, and future self, and now a third of it has been completed. Dungeon name: End Corridor, Level 1 Dungeon. Dungeon type: Solo, Role-playing, Survival. Dungeon description: In the silent concrete forest, an invisible plague quietly spreads. In a sealed room, doors and windows taped shut ooze dark red rust, shadows that do not belong to humanity seep from the wall cracks, devouring breath, memory, and temperature, until you become the next erased phantom. 1. Survive for 7 days. 2. Touch 3 traces of the living, completed, counted towards completion evaluation. 3. Make a deal with the reflection in the mirror and escape, completed, counted towards completion evaluation. 4. Seal 1 ghostly entity, completed, counted towards completion evaluation. 5. After triggering the echo loop, in the 3 temporal dimensions of past, present, and future, prevent your existence from being completely erased. Completing task 1 allows you to choose to leave the dungeon at any time. Other tasks are difficult, but completing them can greatly improve the completion evaluation. Beginner's hint: the ghostly entities in this dungeon all have killing patterns, limitations. The killing desire and abilities of the ghosts gradually become unleashed over time. The 5th task of the dungeon and the hint left by the badge have a strange similarity. Now, the main danger in the echo loop comes from the past self, the present self, and the future self, and it's currently unclear what abilities these 3 enemies possess. Chapter 89: The Future Self on the Phone. Just now, the past self brought in that woman's head, and without being attacked by the woman's head, it can be initially inferred that the past self has the ability to manipulate or guide the strange. Moreover, since Lin Mo had just entered the echo loop for a short time before the other party appeared, it can also be suspected that they have the ability to foresee the future or sense the existence of Lin Mo's true self. However, Lin Mo leans more towards the latter, as the past self only attacked after nearly 7 or 8 minutes. If it were foresight, knowing Lin Mo's appearance location in advance would mean a higher advantage by ambushing there right away. Just a little thought later, Lin Mo roughly judged the basic abilities of the past self. But there's one strange point: why did only the past self come? What about the other 2? Wouldn't it be greater certainty if all 3 acted together? Lin Mo recalled the hint left by the badge, before being replaced again. Which means the purpose of these 3 enemies is to replace him. So these 3 are likely in competition with each other, fighting for the right to kill and replace him, which also explains why the past self came alone. There was a continuous banging sound coming from the door. Lin Mo found that the woman's head in the room could not come out, and his heart felt slightly at ease. He stood in the corridor, looking up at the door sign, 409. On both sides of the corridor were other tightly shut doors, their signs all blurred, and Lin Mo moved forward to try, but found that they were all tightly locked. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo abandoned the idea of violently breaking the door. Because he was unclear about what might be hidden in those doors. And just as he passed by 2 nearly identical doors, with their signs also blurred, an abnormal change occurred. Hiss, ha! A deep, murky, heavy breathing sound, as if pressed from deep within the chest, suddenly came from the door on the right. The sound was very close to the door, as if the thing making the sound was tightly pressed against the doors inside. It was neither an animal nor an ordinary person's breath, more like a heavy, oppressive, and moist-throated sound, filled with malice. Right after that, almost simultaneously, a similar but more subdued heavy gasp came from the door on the left. He suddenly turned to look at the door on the right. On the old door panel, that small cat's eye seemed to move in the depths of absolute darkness.
Although the cat's eye on the left door showed no obvious change in light or shadow, it similarly emanated a malicious gaze towards him.
A tremendous sense of crisis instantly engulfed Lin Mo.
He did not hesitate for a second and immediately ran forward. At the same time, he firmly committed the numbers of those two rooms to memory.
413 and 414.
Although the room numbers were blurred, Lin Mo had already accurately deduced the numbers of those two rooms based on room 409 as a reference. As Lin Mo quickly passed by, the strange feeling of being watched vanished.
The things behind those two doors were definitely not good. They could either be eerie or psychopathic killers. He continued walking down the corridor. At the corner, a half-open door caught his attention.
The door's number plate was different from the other blurry ones. It clearly read 427 security room in big letters. More importantly, there was light shining inside. Lin Mo pushed the door open, and a strong smell of dust hit him in the face. The room was small, containing only a broken table and a crooked chair, with a landline phone sitting on the table. Lin Mo walked over and found several yellowed papers scattered on the edge of the table. He picked them up and realized they could be pieced together to form a sentence. Lin Mo squatted by the table and began to assemble the papers.
Dust floated in the dim light, and the handwriting on the paper was messy yet clear. You must find a way to figure out the correct time.
Lin Mo frowned and flipped the papers over, discovering a simple map drawn on the back. It was a simple layout of the apartment. There were 6 floors in total, with the first floor being the lobby, various property offices, and storage rooms, while the second to 6th floors had 54 rooms each. Lin Mo quickly memorized the map's contents. The map had 2 prominent red dots, one marking 409 and the other 244. 409 was exactly the room number he had been in before. And 244 was located at the other end of the apartment. There should be a causal relationship between these two rooms.
Could it be the locations where he and Chen Tao appeared? Or did it contain extremely important clues? Just as he was deep in thought. Ding ding ding.
The harsh ringing sound suddenly erupted without warning. Lin Mo's head jerked up as the dusty landline phone on the old table shook violently.
This ringing was too abrupt, too eerie. In such a chaotic time and twisted space of an echoing loop, a phone that should be abandoned could actually connect?
Lin Mo's gaze became sharp as a knife in an instant.
To give up answering might mean missing key information. To answer could lead him directly into a deeper trap. Ultimately, his thirst for clues overpowered the momentary hesitation. He had to know what was connected on the other end of the phone. He reached out, his fingertips brushing against the cold plastic shell of the receiver, coated with years of slippery dust. Slowly, he picked up the receiver and brought it closer to his ear. There was no static noise, no busy signal, only a bottomless silence, as if the other end of the receiver was connected to emptiness. But Lin Mo's intuition told him that something was watching him from that silent abyss. Rustle.
A subtle sound, like sandpaper rubbing together, broke the silence abruptly. Then, a voice came clearly from the receiver, deep and calm, each syllable carrying a chilling familiarity.
It's me.
Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. That voice was exactly the same as his own.
Who are you?
Lin Mo's voice was terrifyingly calm, showing no emotion, as if he were asking an unimportant question. He already had a guess in his heart.
The voice on the other end of the phone was slightly fluctuating. I am your future.
Listen, there is not much time left. Your past and present have already joined together.
Joined?
Lin Mo's heart sank suddenly. He had just dealt with the past self, and that thing indeed had the ability to control the bizarre.
If he teamed up with the one representing present, they only had one goal. That is to replace him.
The mark left by the badge clearly wrote, kill the past, present, and future self, and conversely, they must also see him as an obstacle that must be eliminated. But this future self could not be trusted either. Because he had just killed the past self, if these two people teamed up, why would they allow one side to be eliminated?
Chapter 90, The Stairway at the Third Floor.
Thinking to this point, Lin Mo calmly probed.
Joined? Where are they?
The voice of the future self carried a subtle urgency.
Right beside you.
The remnants of the past have not completely dissipated, it is calling for the present.
I can feel their malice gathering, right on the 4th floor. They want to cut off all your paths and completely solve you right here. You don't think that piercing a skin bag can completely erase the existence of the past, do you? The last sentence from the future self made Lin Mo feel a strong unease. He actually knew that he had killed the past self, and he pointed out directly that the past self had not disappeared.
Lin Mo's gaze swept over the tightly closed door of the security room, as if he could penetrate the door and feel the invisible sense of oppression in the corridor intensifying. He had no doubt about the truthfulness of the other party's words. The past self appeared too quickly at the door of 409, clearly sensing him. If the present self had similar abilities, or even stronger. In the relatively enclosed space of the fourth floor, once attacked from both sides by two unknown ability selves, the consequences would be unimaginable.
What should I do?
Lin Mo asked directly. Since the other party took the initiative to contact him, there must be a purpose, or a request.
Leave the fourth floor. Now. This is their hunting ground. Go to the top floor of the sixth floor.
That is the weakest area of the entire space, and it is also an area they cannot fully control for now.
Only when you get there will you have a glimmer of hope. The top floor of the sixth floor? Lin Mo's mind instantly flashed the huge apartment outline on the map. The top floor, what would be there?
Why should I trust you?
You are also a part of me, your goal could also be to kill me.
Lin Mo did not say the word replace, as it would expose the information he knew. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a short, seemingly endless, tired cold laugh.
Ha, kill?
What you really want to say is replace, but they are quite similar.
You don't need to test me.
I am different from them, I see further, the end. They only want to replace you, becoming the new Lin Mo, continuing to struggle in this closed loop.
And I.
The voice on the other end paused. I see the end, a complete, cold, hopeless end.
Replacing you is meaningless.
Stop them, at least, delay the arrival of that end, perhaps, there is still a glimmer of uncertain variables. Hurry to the sixth floor, be fast, a little. At this point, the voice suddenly became extremely weak, as if the signal was about to disconnect. Lin Mo's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked.
Do you know what abilities they have? Beep, beep, beep.
At that moment, a busy tone sounded, cold and urgent. Lin Mo slowly put down the receiver, placing it back on the base. He stood in place, rapidly calculating the information he had heard. The words of the future self were logically clear, even carrying an eerie insight. He knew he had killed the past self, and even knew the content of the badge imprint. He claimed that the past and present had already joined, laying a kill trap on the fourth floor, while the top floor of the sixth floor was the only way to survive.
Can it be trusted?
Lin Mo never easily believed in any kindness, especially in this twisted echo loop. The future self is also a part of self, and its purpose is by no means simple. If the other party truly held absolute kindness towards him, they wouldn't speak so ambiguously. But what really raised Lin Mo's doubts was the word union. If the past self and the present self have already joined forces, why didn't the present self show up when he killed the past self? This is unreasonable. Either the future self is lying, or Lin Mo has made up his mind, he cannot go to the sixth floor now. The future self is eagerly guiding him to the top floor, which is likely not a way to live, but a place where the future self has a stronger home advantage. Now he needs more information. The top priority is to confirm the state of the past self. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he stuffed those notes into his pants pocket. Then he closed the security room door behind him and quickly approached room 409. When Lin Mo stopped in front of the door of 409, he found the door still tightly shut, and the sounds from inside had disappeared. However, the floor was empty. Not only had the body vanished, but even the blood on the ground had disappeared.
Sure enough, it was not truly destroyed. The past self did not truly die. He has revived? Or does he exist in some way that transcends the ordinary? He recalled the contents left by the badge. Kill the past, present, and future selves. Now it seems that to kill these things requires a more thorough method. Merely piercing the throat, or physical killing, is far from enough. Lin Mo suddenly stared at the edge of the doorframe, realizing that there were neither dents nor cracks, and not even a trace of dust left from the impact. The entire doorframe seemed to have never been touched by external force. But not long ago, he was almost about to smash the door. He immediately took out his phone, the screen lit up. March 13, 1922. Time has reversed. He suddenly remembered the clues pieced together from the yellowed papers in the security room. I must find a way to clarify the correct time. If time has reversed, it can explain why the blood has also disappeared. Lin Mo did not hesitate to open room 409, and found that there was indeed no trace of the woman's head left inside. After verifying his guess in his heart, Lin Mo closed the door. He already had a plan. He looked down the deep corridor, and a map in his mind clearly showed another red dot room 244. Rooms 409 and 244, these two highlighted rooms, must have some key connection. Perhaps, there lies a clue about the anchor point, or the truth about these three selves. 244 is on the second floor. To go to 244, he must pass through the corridor on the fourth floor, down the stairs from the other end, with each floor having two staircases, one beside room 1 and one beside room 54. Lin Mo decided to hurry, thus running in the opposite direction of the 427 security room. Lin Mo rushed down the dim staircase, his footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell.
Just as he reached the third-floor stairway, Lin Mo suddenly stopped.
He noticed a face silently poking out near the stairway door not far away.
That face was extremely pale, with the neck bent at an impossible angle. But Lin Mo was all too familiar, it was his own self.
Chapter 91, Being Pursued and Reunited. Damn! Lin Mo's pupils shrank, but reason overcame the shock. This must be one of those three enemies. But fighting against it here is meaningless.
The strange revival of the past self has long proven that physical destruction is futile, and will instead waste precious tricks in time.
Cannot get entangled.
Lin Mo turned without hesitation, his right hand grasping the staircase railing, using the strength to rush down. In the next second after Lin Mo turned to run down the stairs, that face also charged forward fiercely.
He.
The sharp, sinister laughter behind suddenly rose, becoming extremely piercing. Lin Mo did not look back, pushing his speed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he dashed around the corner of the third floor, entering the area of the second floor. But the pursuit behind him did not seem to stop. The two of them, one in front and one behind, reached the midpoint of the second floor stairs, and Lin Mo felt the cold, bone-chilling pressure behind him suddenly disappear. Lin Mo abruptly stopped, turned around and looked. There was nothing behind him. It had vanished. At the midpoint of the second floor, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Lin Mo let out a slight sigh of relief and looked at the door number beside him, although it was all blurry. But from the distance, he could roughly guess that he had arrived at around room 230. At this moment, Lin Mo leaned against the wall and gasped for breath, his lungs aching. He had truly run for his life, even more fiercely than during his elementary school sprint competitions. Fortunately, he didn't end up tripping and falling, or he would really be done for. After a while, Lin Mo suppressed his heavy breathing, confirmed his direction, and slowly groped towards room 244 along the wall corner. At the same time, he carefully observed the door numbers on both sides, confirming if there was a room that could be opened. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at his destination, seeing the door of 244 slightly ajar, with faint light shining through the crack. Lin Mo leaned close to the door, held his breath, and listened for a moment. It was silent inside. He suddenly pushed open the door, quickly scanning the room. The room was small, with a layout similar to the 409 where he had woken up. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the corner, where he saw a broken fluorescent pen rolling on the floor, just like the one he had given to Chen Tao earlier.
There must be marks nearby.
He immediately found the switch and turned off the light, finally discovering 3 short vertical lines glowing green in the corner, crookedly pointing towards the door.
3 representing to go left. Lin Mo stood up, directing his gaze towards the deep corridor to the left of the door. The mark left by Chen Tao meant to leave this room to the left, which was the direction Lin Mo had come from. However, when he had just arrived, he did not find Chen Tao, but instead encountered. He suppressed his worry for Chen Tao, thinking about it now was useless. After carefully searching for more than 10 minutes, Lin Mo found no useful clues here. At present, these 2 red dots should just represent the birth points where he and Chen Tao appeared. Lin Mo took out his phone, but at the moment the screen lit up, his heart sank suddenly. The time display showed a string of distorted, garbled characters. Time completely chaotic, he murmured to himself. He must find a point of reference. The clue from the note in the security room flashed through his mind again. I must find a way to clarify the correct time. This was no empty talk. The first floor. The first floor is a public area, where a clock or a calendar is most likely to exist. He hesitated no longer and turned to rush towards the stairway. Along the way, there were only blurry door numbers, and Lin Mo did not linger too much. He had already tried almost all the doors on the 4th floor and the latter half of the 2nd floor, and for the doors with unclear numbers, they were basically all locked. This was also a rule. He quickly reached the 1st floor, and this time, nothing strange appeared. It was even more empty than he had imagined. Lin Mo hurried along the empty lobby on the 1st floor. After almost half an hour, Lin Mo stood inside a room numbered 121, looking grim. The 1st floor had many rooms with clear door numbers, and he had successfully entered 6 or 7 rooms. But he found no clues, and the imagined clock was nowhere to be seen. He looked at a broken wall clock in front of him, knowing in his heart that something must have destroyed it. The purpose is obvious, which is to not let him know the true time. Lin Mo exited this room and continued to explore the past. The 1st floor has only 30 rooms, and now more than half have been explored. After a few steps, at the end of the corridor, a half-open door caught his attention. A crooked metal sign hung above the doorframe, with the words 129 Health Room printed in large letters. Lin Mo stood in front of the half-open door of Health Room 129, his heart racing. Not because of fear, but because of the extremely faint sound that just came from inside the door. It sounded like a metal instrument falling to the ground. There's movement. In this maddeningly silent ground floor of the apartment, any unusual sound could bring him a glimmer of hope.
He was not afraid of vengeful ghosts, but of the complete silence and feeling lost. After listening and observing carefully for a while, Lin Mo slipped into the health room. The light inside was darker than in the corridor, with only an emergency light in the corner casting a pale green glow. The glass medicine cabinet against the wall was mostly empty, with syringes, broken medicine bottles, and masses of crumpled gauze scattered on the floor. His gaze swept over the shadowy corners. Who? Lin Mo whispered angrily, his right hand quietly pressing against the handle of a dagger in his pocket. If anything seemed off, he would spring into action immediately. In the corner, a pile of scattered white sheets suddenly moved, and a figure curled up there. Hearing the sound, the figure snapped its head up like it was shocked, revealing a face drenched in cold sweat and fear. Chen Tao's voice trembled with disbelief and life-saving joy.
Mo Gu? Is that you?
He wanted to stand up, but his legs felt weak and unresponsive. Lin Mo didn't immediately approach, instead, he took half a step back, his eyes filled with scrutiny.
It's me. But I want to ask you, were you the one who left the marks in the corridor outside?
He deliberately slowed his speech, focusing intently on every change in Chen Tao's facial expression. Lin Mo had not forgotten that the direction Chen Tao fled to was where something strange was lurking. Maybe the real Chen Tao was already dead. If this Chen Tao said that he indeed left the marks, then he would turn and run.
Because there had been no marks along the way. Chen Tao's voice tightened, and he immediately replied. I don't know either. I woke up in a room that was pitch black.
I quickly made a 3 mark in the corner with a fluorescent pen like you said, wanting to go find you, but I had just finished drawing, and hadn't gone out yet.
Then, something crawled out from that room.
It was sticky, dripping wet all over, dragging something that looked like intestines.
It immediately zeroed in on me.
My mind went blank, I couldn't think about anything else and just ran for my life. I fell during the escape, but that monster suddenly slowed down when I hit the ground, which allowed me to escape.
After I got out, that thing seemed like it didn't chase me. I was scared out of my wits and just hid here. His voice was twisted with fear. Mo Gu, I encountered that thing in the room. After I got out, I had no time to mark anything.
Lin Mo carefully observed Chen Tao's expressions and physical reactions. The trembling body from fear, along with the logical but terrified account, did not seem like a deception. It seems that Chen Tao's experience was similar to his, but it was truly a miracle that he survived.
Chapter 92, The Terrifying Butcher.
Lin Mo's tense hand relaxed slightly. He took a step forward and reached out his hand.
It's okay, I was just testing you. Get up, it's not safe here, we must leave.
He confirmed that the person in front of him was the real Chen Tao, not one of those 3 themselves or other strange disguises. Chen Tao quickly grabbed Lin Mo's hand, using it for support to stand up.
My legs still felt a bit weak. Mo Gu, where are we going now? To find something that can determine the time.
Lin Mo briefly explained what had happened along the way.
Then he glanced at the door leading from the infirmary to the hallway and lowered his voice. The security room's clue says, we must find a way to figure out the correct time.
The person who broke the clock doesn't want us to know the key point in time, perhaps that's where the answer lies. Both of them turned the infirmary upside down, and Chen Tao found a piece of iron plate patched together under an examination bed. Lin Mo stepped forward to push the bed aside, revealing a thick iron plate about half a meter square, with edges tightly embedded in the ground. In the center was embedded a palm-sized mechanical combination lock.
It's empty.
Lin Mo stomped on the edge of the iron plate with his foot, and a dull echo sounded, there's space below. Lin Mo crouched down, running his fingers along the edge of the iron plate, the gap so tight that even a blade couldn't fit in. He pulled out a spare knife and wedged the sharp edge into the connection between the lock and the iron plate, applying pressure with his arm. The blade made a cringe-inducing scratching sound, but the lock didn't budge, not leaving even a mark. The lock and the iron plate are specially made. Lin Mo withdrew the dagger, his brow furrowed, violence won't work. He looked around the messy infirmary, we still need to find the password.
4 digits.
This style really feels like a puzzle in a horror game.
Chen Tao nervously asked, so, what could the password be? Could it be the room number? Or is it related to the time you mentioned, Mo Gu? Lin Mo shook his head, indicating that he was unsure.
He decided to first go upstairs to explore all the rooms thoroughly. The latter half of the first and second floors had been mostly explored, and Lin Mo led Chen Tao straight upstairs. His left hand was still as before, tucked tightly in his pocket, gripping the blade of the evil spirit dagger. Most door numbers on the first half of the second floor were also unclear, like they were covered with a thick layer of grime. Having experienced the heavy breathing coming from a door on the 4th floor, Lin Mo remained particularly alert towards these unclear door-numbered rooms. Stay close to me, don't touch anything, Lin Mo whispered to Chen Tao. As they passed room 213, Lin Mo's footsteps instinctively paused. This door was different from the other unclear door-numbered rooms. Most other doors were black or gray, but this one was a blood-red wooden door.
More crucially, this door was slightly ajar, revealing a thin crack. A nauseating odor, mixed with a kind of greasy, meaty smell, wafted out from the crack. Lin Mo's heart sank suddenly, a strong sense of danger instantly seized him. He almost immediately reacted, sharply raising his right hand to press on Chen Tao's shoulder, forcefully pushing him back, while also bracing himself to retreat quickly. Get back! But it was still too late. Whoosh! That door of room 213 was violently slammed open by a great force from the inside. A huge, bulky figure blocked the doorway. It was a man, exceptionally sturdy, nearly filling the entire doorframe. He wore a filthy, greasy leather apron, almost soaked through with large dark brown bloodstains, and beneath the apron was a coarse garment similarly smeared with dirt. In his hands, he carried a heavy, unevenly sharpened cleaver that gleamed chillingly. He didn't make any screams or threats, not even a slight excess of expression. Those hollow, murky eyes instantly locked onto Lin Mo, who was a few steps away. In the next moment, this terrifying butcher moved. Quickly, far from the speed one would expect from his bulky body. The heavy cleaver in his hand felt weightless, unleashing a suffocating wind that rushed straight for Lin Mo's neck. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. The sudden alertness made him push Chen Tao away at the first moment, but it also caused him to miss the best chance in space to dodge. However, there was only one more chance to pause time, so let's use the evil spirit dagger first. Lin Mo took out the evil spirit dagger and slashed open his palm. The instant the blade cut through his palm, dark red droplets of blood hung in the air, forming dense blood crystals. It was his first time using this strange tool from Shi Zhanghua. The moment Lin Mo cut his palm with the evil spirit dagger, a look of confusion appeared in the butcher's hollow, murky eyes, and his movements suddenly froze. Taking advantage of this brief gap, Lin Mo charged forward and fiercely stabbed at the butcher's bizarre heart. Ugh! A non-human, soul-wrenching howl of pain erupted from the butcher's mouth, sounding like a dying beast. His massive body trembled violently as he cast a resentful glance at Lin Mo. Then his body dissipated into a cloud of black mist and with a swoosh, flew back into the foul-smelling room 213. The heavy door slammed shut behind him with a bang, cutting off the chilling sounds and presence from inside. In the corridor, only Lin Mo's heavy breathing and the pale, frightened face of Chen Tao remained. Lin Mo adjusted his breathing slightly, then stood up to look at the evil spirit dagger in his hand. Evil spirit dagger, permanent strange tool, cannot be taken out of the instance. Ability 1, consumes stamina to actively trigger. Soaking the dagger in the user's fresh blood can immediately and temporarily suppress the actions of a single anomaly. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Ability 2, stabbing into the body of a ghost can repel the anomaly. Note, each time it is soaked in blood, the dagger will emit a strange red glow, as if reliving the temperature of the souls it has once taken. The butcher's bizarre speed had been truly too fast just now. Lin Mo stared at the tightly shut blood-red wooden door and pulled out a bandage from his bag to wrap his wounded palm. Chen Tao also walked over, trembling as he glanced at the wooden door, asking, "Mo go, what should we do next?" Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the wooden door and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Ah? Chen Tao let out a voice filled with disbelief. Lin Mo took a deep breath and pushed open the door to room 213, a strong smell of blood and rot rushing toward him. The door was not locked, but the scene inside was unexpected. The butcher had returned to human form, standing with his back to them at the kitchen countertop, his rough fingers slowly wiping the bloodstains off the cutting board. His movements were stiff, yet he had no intention of attacking, as if he were a puppet without instructions. Not understanding the rules of the other party, Lin Mo whispered cautiously to the trembling Chen Tao beside him. "Don't get close to him, look for clues first." Chapter 93, Testing the Current Body Rules. The reason Lin Mo decided to enter was naturally because Shi Zhanghua had said that the repelled anomaly could not launch a second attack within a short time. Since he had already used the precious ability of the evil spirit dagger, he naturally wanted to maximize the benefits. The room was small and messy. A greasy apron hung on a hook in the corner, and the floor was scattered with broken bones and dried bloodstains. After searching for a while, Lin Mo's gaze swept over the old cabinet in the corner and an overturned trash can, finally locking onto a half-open drawer at the edge of the countertop. Deep inside the drawer was a crumpled piece of paper, its edges soaked in grease. He carefully pulled out the note and unfolded it. The paper was scrawled with messy handwriting. "All the password locks in the apartment are dynamic. The password is the current real-time. Some password locks are not secure." Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. The handwriting matched the torn piece of paper he had found in the security room. It should have been written by the same person. So that's how it is. The iron password lock in the health room requires the exact current time. Lin Mo remembered the two strange rooms on the fourth floor. Could they also hide important clues like this room? He immediately dismissed this dangerous thought. One strange thing was already hard to deal with, let alone two. If he used soul devouring, it might be possible to search those two rooms with the power of the domain, but it wasn't worth it.
It's better to finish exploring the other rooms with clear door numbers in this building before deciding whether to go to those 2 rooms. Lin Mo and Chen Tao carefully searched this room again and, after confirming there was nothing else worth noting, quickly left.
As Lin Mo exited the room and prepared to politely close the door, he instinctively glanced toward the strange butcher's direction.
He noticed that the butcher's head was also slowly turning towards Lin Mo, in a non-human, rigid manner. Then, on that face covered with grease and blood, a strange smile appeared, revealing blurred features.
Bang!
Lin Mo slammed the door shut, his palm wound throbbing with a slight sting. After leaving the room, Lin Mo quickly walked up the stairs with Chen Tao, heading straight for the 3rd floor. He clearly remembered that pale, distorted face appearing at the stairway entrance on this floor. Now that he thought back on it, that thing was definitely not a past self, its behavior pattern was completely different, and it didn't seem like a future self either, because that call he received gave him a very calm feeling, which was obviously not in line with the strange presence on the 3rd floor. Lin Mo speculated that the 3rd floor was the territory of the present self, the 4th floor was of the past self, and the 5th or 6th floors belonged to the future self. Therefore, the call urged him to go upstairs. If he really believed what the other side said, he would undoubtedly miss many clues and would be unable to reunite with Chen Tao. Lin Mo and Chen Tao stepped onto the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. This time, Lin Mo walked slowly, carefully checking every dim corner. Just as they were about to step onto the 3rd floor platform, a chilling, bone-deep malice emerged again. He suddenly raised his eyes, his pupils constricting. By the half-open door to the 3rd floor stairs, a pale, bloodless face was silently peeking out. Its neck was twisted at an absolutely non-human angle, and its hollow eye sockets were unblinkingly staring at them. It was the strange face he had caught a glimpse of at the 3rd floor stairway entrance. The other one had the same face as his. It didn't move, it just hung there quietly, like a human skin mask, but the penetrating coldness awakened the most primitive desire to flee in humans. That malice weighed heavily on his heart, as if his entire being was urging him.
Turn around. Run fast.
Get away from that face's line of sight. But this time, Lin Mo firmly resisted that feeling.
Because after the last confrontation, he vaguely understood that this feeling was undoubtedly problematic.
Chen Tao, standing behind Lin Mo, almost instinctively let out a short and sharp scream. He clearly saw that face, and overwhelming fear instantly engulfed him. Survival instinct overpowered all thinking. He didn't even have time to think and involuntarily twisted his body backward, wanting to flee down the stairs.
Just at the moment Chen Tao turned around. He.
The corner of that pale face's mouth suddenly stretched into an exaggerated, tearing arc, as if it had found its prey. At the same time, that strange head, along with the twisted neck below, darted forward suddenly. This speed was much faster than when it chased Lin Mo before. Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart and shouted, "Don't run!" At the same time, his movements were even faster. Lin Mo grasped Chen Tao's arm and pulled him back forcefully.
Chen Tao stumbled.
He almost fell, but the chilling wind that surged toward him suddenly stopped.
A spine-tingling sight unfolded.
The terrifying head that rushed toward Chen Tao's back came to a hard stop just a few meters away. Then, it seemed to be yanked back by an invisible rubber band. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache, the head, along with its stretching neck, swiftly retracted into the shadow of the 3rd floor staircase doorframe. Only the pale face remained at the edge of the doorframe, with a chilling, gaping grin frozen there, its hollow eye sockets still locked onto them. Lin Mo's heart raced, but his gaze was exceptionally cold and sharp. He tightly grasped the shocked and shaky Chen Tao, ensuring they both faced that ghostly face.
Sure enough,
Lin Mo felt a rush of joy in his heart. The recent dangerous scene confirmed his daring guess. The strange presence on the 3rd floor was likely the so-called now-body, and one of its rules, or perhaps its greatest limitation, was that it could only attack those who turned their backs to it and attempted to escape. The moment Chen Tao turned his back on it, the entity immediately began to move. And when Chen Tao was forcibly pulled back, facing it once again, the attack ceased at once.
Stand straight and don't move.
This strange thing can likely only attack those who run away with their backs turned. Lin Mo's voice was extremely low.
His arms tightly gripped Chen Tao's shoulders, forcing him to stand firm.
Chen Tao, though terrified out of his wits, his teeth chattering, chose to trust Lin Mo's words and stared fixedly at the grinning face at the doorframe. Lin Mo remained calm and observed. He saw that the now-body, which had retreated behind the door, did not attempt to attack again. It merely lingered at the shadow's edge of the doorframe, its pale face slightly writhing, seemingly still laughing silently. But it never stepped out of that door's range again, nor did it initiate a second attack. However, the entity's speed had caught Lin Mo's attention. If it had chased him at that speed earlier, he wouldn't have had a chance to escape at all.
Was it because of the number of people? Or was it due to the number of attempts? Chapter 94 Unlock.
Thinking about this, Lin Mo decided to test it further.
He said to the still-shaken Chen Tao, "Chen Tao, in a moment, turn your back to that face again.
I want to verify this strange rule." When it chased me earlier, its speed didn't seem that fast. Chen Tao looked terrified at the unmoving face, though he was deeply unwilling, he chose to trust Lin Mo. He slowly turned around. In the moment Chen Tao turned his back to the ghostly face, it let out another hee-hee laugh and darted out from the edge of the doorframe with a whoosh. Its speed was much faster than before. Seeing this, Lin Mo yelled again, "Turn around." Chen Tao immediately turned back, and that ghostly face swiftly retreated. Lin Mo steadied Chen Tao, who was about to fall, and already had a decision in his mind. The ghost face's killing rule was that the more times one turned around, the faster it became. The key was that the increase in speed wasn't aimed at individuals, but at the group. In other words, the more people that turned their backs to it, the faster it would be. Lin Mo supported Chen Tao, moving rigidly up the stairs, step by step. Chen Tao's eyes were wide open, almost not daring to blink, locked onto the pale, twisted face at the gap of the third-floor door.
The ghostly face slowly swayed its head, its gaze following them.
With each step they took closer, the invisible pressure in the air grew heavier. They soon reached the edge of the doorframe, with less than an arm's length separating them from that inhuman face. Cold breath sprayed onto the back of Lin Mo's neck. That face suddenly pressed in front of him, the corners of its mouth stretching to the ears, the pale skin seemingly undulating unnaturally under the weak light. In the two deep-set eye sockets, pure malice froze, staring fiercely at them. Chen Tao's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, a choking sound squeezing out from his throat. If it weren't for Lin Mo holding him tightly, he would have collapsed into a puddle of mud. A few short steps felt as long as trekking on a blade for a century. Cold sweat soaked Lin Mo's back. Finally, Lin Mo's heel touched the cold concrete floor of the third floor. Just as their bodies fully crossed the stairway doorframe and stepped onto the third-floor corridor. Behind them, that pale, ghostly face that had hovered at the edge of the doorframe, staring intently at them, faded away silently like ink dissolving in water. In the instant Lin Mo and Chen Tao felt relieved slightly due to the disappearance of that face, their gaze subconsciously swept toward the depths of the corridor ahead. A chill shot straight to the top of their heads. What lay in front of them exceeded the limits of understanding. In the dim light, the entire third-floor corridor was filled with a gigantic, almost occupying the entire corridor space human-shaped silhouette. The edges of that large silhouette showed a sickly, translucent grayish-white color, with distorted insides faintly visible, like elongated innards. And that ghostly face just now was connected to this terrifying body. What linked them was a long, sticky thing, like intestines. It might be the true current body. Just that pale face a moment ago was merely a small part that it extended. However, Lin Mo clearly felt that the terrifying presence and malice, which enveloped his whole body and almost froze his soul, were quickly receding like a retreating tide. A few seconds later, the massive grayish-white silhouette that filled their view completely disappeared. The corridor returned to its original emptiness and silence, leaving only the cold air and dust piled in the corners.
"Let's go,"
Lin Mo whispered sharply, without any hesitation, pulling the still-shaken Chen Tao to search the third floor.
Time was tight, that thing could rematerialize at any moment.
The doors on the third floor were completely different from what they had seen before. Most door numbers were clearly marked, in various colors. But almost all the doors were tightly shut, and no matter how hard Lin Mo tried, they wouldn't budge, as if welded to the frames.
Only one ordinary gray door was an exception. Door number 310. It was not locked, just slightly ajar with a gap wide enough for a finger. The two glanced at each other. Lin Mo took a deep breath and suddenly pushed the door open. A heavy smell of dust rushed at them. The room was small, its furnishings simple to the point of being shabby. A single bed, a worn nightstand, a wobbly chair. On the wall hung a cheaply printed picture, the image already faded and blurry. Lin Mo's gaze quickly swept across the whole room, immediately drawn to an item on the nightstand. There lay an old mechanical watch, quietly resting. More importantly, its second hand was still moving.
Tick, tick, tick. Lin Mo dashed to the nightstand and grabbed the old watch. He brought the watch face close to his eyes. Under the glass face, marked with tiny scratches, 3 slender hands moved steadily at their own pace. The hour hand pointed to the number 8. The minute hand firmly rested just a bit past the number 6.
The watch face clearly displayed the current time. 20:31.
Lin Mo tightened his grip on the watch and turned to rush toward the stairs.
Chen Tao followed closely behind.
Rushing to the health room on the first floor, the iron plate was still embedded in the ground. Lin Mo crouched, using the light from his phone to see the watch face clearly.
2036. 2036.
Lin Mo's fingers steadily pressed the 4 metal keys of the password lock.
Click. A dull sound of a mechanism being triggered echoed from beneath the iron plate.
One side of the tightly sealed iron plate slightly lifted. Lin Mo decisively reached out, grabbed the edge, and forcefully flipped it. The heavy iron plate was lifted, revealing a square hole below, just big enough for an arm to reach in. Lin Mo groped around, and his palm quickly touched a cold metal object. He withdrew his hand.
In the palm of his hand lay a key.
The material of the key was hard to discern, resembling both metal and crystal, with a surface flowing with an indescribable, ever-changing dark purple and ink green glow, as if holding a small piece of solidified aurora in his hand.
What is this?
Chen Tao stared at the magical glow, his voice dry.
Lin Mo rubbed the unique texture of the key, shaking his head. I don't know. Just hold on to it for now. He stuffed the key into the inner pocket of his coat.
The two returned again to the stairway. The fourth floor had been explored, leaving the fifth floor as the only choice. As they stepped onto the fifth floor, a strange feeling immediately enveloped them. The air was no longer bitterly cold, but instead carried a heavy, uncomfortable warmth. The doors on both sides of the corridor were all wide open.
There were no unclear door numbers, each door was clearly marked with its room number.
Lin Mo gripped the cursed dagger tightly in his pocket, while Chen Tao's breathing sounded particularly heavy in his ears. Lin Mo's gaze cautiously swept across every dark room inside, but it seemed empty.
He didn't dare to easily enter, as the feeling here made him uneasy.
The rules discovered on the 4 lower floors likely did not apply here.
At that moment. Ring, ring, ring. Woo woo woo, my nosebleed has been serious these days, I need to go check, taking a day off tomorrow, okay it will resume updates on the 1st. This copy will end soon. Chapter 95, The Conspiracy of the Future Self.
The sharp, piercing sound of the phone ringing suddenly exploded into the silence. It came from the room to Lin Mo's left, the closest room with an open door.
Room 501.
The ringing echoed through the empty corridor on the 5th floor, carrying a sense of urgency, ringing over and over again. Lin Mo did not hesitate, taking a few steps into room 501 and grabbing the receiver of the old-fashioned phone on the table.
Hello.
The voice from the receiver no longer concealed its cold malice, carrying a hint of almost playful delight.
Though the tone was different from before, Lin Mo knew it was the future self. Heh, got the key, huh? Quick to act.
Lin Mo remained silent, his heart alarmed.
But it's still too late, the future self's voice dropped, seemingly proud. Did you really think I wanted you to go to the 6th floor earlier? Wrong.
I know myself too well, someone like you, the more I tell you to go up, the more you will suspect it's a trap, the more you will turn the other way. If you had gone straight to the 6th floor, I would have been very troubled.
Lin Mo's heart sank. A faint cold laugh came from the receiver. I only need you to waste time on the 4th and 2nd floors. Now, the timing is just right. The key? Take it to hell. The welcome ceremony I've prepared for you is here.
Before the words finished, the receiver was left with the urgent, cold sound of a busy tone.
Beep, beep, beep.
Lin Mo slammed down the receiver and rushed to the door. The scene in the corridor made his pupils constrict sharply. Those previously open, empty rooms were now pouring out things continuously. The corridor was no longer empty. Countless pairs of malicious eyes lit up in the dim light, thickly packed, almost blocking the entire corridor.
A heavy stench of decay and blood mixed in the air.
Many eerie entities were quickly advancing toward the doorway of room 501 where he stood.
Lin Mo even saw the strange butcher from before. Brother Mo.
Chen Tao's voice changed pitch, gripping Lin Mo's arm tightly, pointing towards the stairway leading to the 6th floor at the end of the corridor.
What should they do? Staying here might mean getting torn apart in an instant. So many strange things here, the rules for killing must be terrifyingly numerous. Going to the 6th floor? The key in hand, this seems to be the most reasonable choice. But this call from the future self is too strange, isn't it? Could it be that these strange occurrences need to be triggered by answering the phone? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind.
Especially that line from just now from the future self.
The more it urges you to run up, the more you will doubt it is a trap, the more you will go against it. Go against it.
Lin Mo's gaze suddenly swept to behind him, the stairway leading to the 4th floor. The future self must hope that after he gets the key, he will instinctively rush upwards, which is why he explained so much, even mentioning the purpose of the key. Every arrangement from the other side, whether it's verbal lure or the blockade in the corridor, focuses on the path upstairs and the 5th floor itself.
Let's go. Lin Mo growled, grabbing Chen Tao's arm.
He hesitated not at all, pulling the staggering Chen Tao, and turned to the stairway leading to the 4th floor, charging in. And the strange occurrences on the 5th floor, without pause, rushed down along with them. Lin Mo found these oddities were somewhat different from the vengeful spirits he had encountered, the pressure was not so strong. It felt to him like defective products.
Except for that butcher. But now was not the time to think about these things. Lin Mo dragged Chen Tao downward as they ran frantically, pursued by the strange occurrences like a tidal wave. To the 4th floor. 409. Lin Mo whispered, keeping his voice low. Chen Tao was gasping, nodding desperately, unable to think anymore.
The stairs trembled beneath their feet. But when they reached the 4th floor, they found it was actually locked. Lin Mo was not surprised but rather delighted. This precisely proved that his thoughts were correct. He did not linger, continuing to run down the stairs. But upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Mo caught a glimpse of a pale human face peeking out from the stair door.
It was the present self from earlier.
It clung to the shadow like a gecko, its mouth silently opening as if it were laughing.
Damn!
Lin Mo thought of the other's rules, and his heart immediately sank.
It seemed he could only stubbornly continue running forward now. But could they really outrun the other? Should he use strange tools?
Thinking of this, Lin Mo no longer hesitated, directly activating Soul Devour. A deep blue light circle enveloped him and Shen Tao, and various wails of souls filled his ears. Just when Lin Mo wanted to use this field to ignore the other's rules and charge down the stairs, that ghost face immediately moved. The eyes of the other widened sharply, and the field that enveloped Lin Mo and Shen Tao was instantly shattered by a tremendous force.
What? Isn't this disgusting?
This present self can directly shatter the Soul Devour field.
To think this is my first time using Soul Devour, I had always held back from using it before.
Lin Mo had always kept a mentality of not using the strange tools and abilities unless truly in a desperate situation. But he never expected that this very mentality would now push him into despair. If he had used the Soul Devour field at the beginning when encountering those strange blockades, he probably could have escaped the danger long ago. But everything just happened too fast, leaving him no time to think.
Could this also be part of the future self's calculations? Now it seemed the only option was to use time pause to escape.
But doing so would force him to abandon Shen Tao. Because the other wasn't light, dragging him would barely allow for a few steps in 9 seconds. Just when he was about to give up on Shen Tao and activate time pause, he suddenly remembered something.
No! There is still a chance.
Lin Mo felt a slight stirring in his heart, directly pulling Shen Tao, charging towards the ghost face and the 3rd floor.
They can take a detour from the 3rd floor.
After all, room 244 is also close to the 2nd floor's back half, so it won't add much distance by going down from the 3rd floor, and the key is that it is safer. Lin Mo pulled Shen Tao into a sharp turn and rushed into the 3rd floor. During this time, they kept their eyes fixed on that unsettling ghostly face, ensuring they would not turn their backs to it. The eerie wave chasing behind them hit an invisible wall, crowding at the edge of the doorframe. Those twisted bodies and malicious stares were firmly kept outside. They let out chaotic and furious shrieks, yet could not step into the corridor of the 3rd floor.
If they can't come in? Shen Tao looked at the pile of eerie shapes outside, still in disbelief. Hurry up!
Lin Mo dared not delay, pulling Shen Tao along the 3rd floor corridor. They sprinted towards the back half near room 244. The closed doors on both sides of the corridor silently retreated. The two quickly reached the stairway at the other end of the 3rd floor leading to the 2nd floor.
Lin Mo cautiously peeked upward.
His heart sank suddenly. At the bottom of the 3rd floor stairway, several blurred, twisted figures had already gathered in the shadows above. It was the bizarre vanguard that had been chasing them before. Among them was the butcher with the bone-cutting knife.
We almost got intercepted. Shen Tao was very frightened. They are blocking us. There is indeed a command.
Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. This was definitely not coincidence. It had to be that the future self was controlling these weird beings from behind. However, judging from the speed of these eerie movements, the other side's command clearly could not achieve real-time precise control.
Otherwise, they should have already been intercepted by now.
Lin Mo did not hesitate and immediately dashed down the stairs, heading straight for room 244. The howling behind them was approaching with a heart-pounding speed. The eerie presence chasing down from the 5th floor continued to pursue them, leaving them with only a few seconds of time.
Hurry!
Lin Mo growled low, pulling Shen Tao towards room 244.
Just a step away from the door, Lin Mo noticed many twisted bodies appearing at the corner ahead.
Without hesitation, Lin Mo pressed down on the doorknob, his shoulder crashing hard against the door. The door opened. He pushed the nearly limp Shen Tao inside and followed closely right after. At the very moment he entered the room and shut the door behind him, a rotting, claw-like hand with sharp nails, carrying a nauseating stench, suddenly reached in through the crack of the door. The force was beyond his imagination. Lin Mo did not continue to resist. If he guessed correctly, even if the other side could come in, it could only intimidate him, but could not harm them. Just like that strange woman's head he encountered in room 409. Now that he thought it over, the other side had not caused him any harm. Instead, it had missed its direction when it rushed in. The past self was the same, it merely blocked him for a moment. Slowly circling around the two people, they stretched out rotten or strange claws, gesturing around Lin Mo and Shen Tao, making incomprehensible low growls and whimpers.
Filthy saliva dripped onto the ground beside Shen Tao.
Cold sweat soaked Shen Tao's clothes, and he kept muttering, "Can't see me."
Yet, as Lin Mo expected, these creatures were merely here to intimidate.
Their sharp claws never truly touched the two, and their bloodshot eyes seemed to be filled with a restrained malice, limited by some kind of rule. They wandered around for a while, and when they seemed to confirm they could not harm the two, they let out a few unwilling hisses. Then, just like they had arrived, they crawled and dragged themselves, slowly retreating from room 244. The room was left with only the heavy stench and Chen Tao's rough, suppressed breathing. Lin Mo walked over and closed the door. At that moment, the phone rang, tearing through the dead silence of the room, sharp and urgent, like a death knell piercing the ears. Chen Tao jolted awake, his eyes wide with fear as he looked toward the source of the sound, the direction of the bedroom. Lin Mo stood still, not moving. He pulled his hand out of his pocket, that palm was wrapped in bandages, dark red bloodstains already dried up. Lin Mo did not look at the bedroom door, his gaze coldly sweeping across the room door, before slowly turning toward the direction of the sound. He chose not to answer and signaled Chen Tao to ignore it as well. He could basically confirm that answering the phone would trigger the future self-killing rule. Although he did not know how the rules worked, not answering the call was definitely the right choice. The ringing lasted for more than a dozen times before it finally stopped. The room instantly fell into a suffocating silence. Just as Chen Tao was about to take a breath. Ring. 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 The ringing exploded again, more hysterical than before. Lin Mo frowned tightly, still not paying attention. For the next half an hour, the phone kept ringing. Although it was loud, Lin Mo felt relieved instead. This precisely proved that the other side had no other means. Time passed, and Lin Mo saw the watch showing 017. He walked to the door, straining his ears to listen carefully to the sounds outside. The eerie footsteps and low growls in the corridor had long since disappeared, leaving only silence outside. Let's go. Lin Mo pulled the limp Chen Tao. Chen Tao leaned against the wall, barely standing up, his face devoid of color. The two of them left room 244 once more. The corridor was empty, and indeed, there were no strange traces left. Lin Mo hesitated not at all, pulling Chen Tao straight toward the steps leading to the 6th floor. This time, they encountered no obstacles. They quickly reached the staircase leading to the 6th floor. A heavy, rust-stained iron door blocked their path, and the lock position was a peculiar indentation. The shape perfectly matched the key they obtained from the infirmary. Lin Mo suddenly recalled the hint about entering the echo loop. That hint seemed like a trap. Those three monsters could not be killed at all. Moreover, it was very strange that the future self knew about the replacement content. It was likely that hint was also set up by the future self as a trap. If he got caught up in fulfilling the above requirements, he might not even know how he'd die. The current body was too terrifying to resist. The past self could resurrect without harm after death. But the future self was nowhere to be found, not even a shadow remained. His purpose all along had been to find a way to enter the anchor point, rather than fulfill the hint the key brought. Of course, even if he did meet the so-called Great Existence, he wouldn't ask as Chu Shimen did about how to resolve the nightmare. Because from Chu Shimen's description of his encounter, that Great Existence was also one that twisted wishes. So wishes could be made, but they had to be wishes that exceeded the expectations of that Great Existence. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Mo finally took out the key that sparkled with shifting purple and green glows and inserted it into the slot. Click. A crisp sound rang out. The iron door slowly opened a crack. Lin Mo pushed open the heavy iron door. A blinding white light surged out from behind the door, instantly engulfing the two of them. Lin Mo felt as if he were being pulled into another space by a tremendous force. When the light faded, the scene in front of him stunned him. This was not the room or hallway he had imagined at all. He stood at the bottom of an enormous space that was beyond description. A system prompt and another strange voice echoed in his ear. Successfully entered the anchor point, task 5 completed, evaluation will be counted after clearing. Right after the mechanical voice faded, another voice seeped into his consciousness. It did not pass through sound but echoed directly in his mind. Visitor, your wish is awakened. The voice paused for a moment and added. But the way to realize it is decided by me. This is the price, also the fun. Do you need me to answer how to deal with the nightmare? Lin Mo squinted and opened the taskbar. After confirming that the task was indeed completed, Lin Mo began to respond to the other voice. This should be the great being that Chu Shimen spoke about. Can I confirm it later? Yes, just silently wish in your heart. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and began to survey his surroundings. At the center of the space stood a giant object that could only be described as a mechanical giant tree. Its trunk and numerous branches sparkled with a cold metallic luster, covered in complex, pulsating pipes like blood vessels. Countless thick branches, also shimmering with a metallic sheen, did not reach for the sky but spread out in all directions, connecting to dense, countless blood-red leaves. Each leaf was like a huge screen. Strangely, even though those leaves were far away, Lin Mo could see them clearly when he looked up. Each leaf continuously played dynamic images, clear as if projected right before his eyes. He saw countless faces flashing on the leaves, saw people hugging, arguing, laughing, crying. Saw friendship, kinship, love, betrayal, the parting of life and death. Every joy and sorrow, every sweet and bitter moment between people in the world rapidly flowed and unfolded upon those blood-red leaves. At the roots of this enormous tree that made him feel small, not far from them, sat two figures. Two figures that he recognized very well. Chapter 97, Zhou Wan and the Master of Kunai. Their bodies had more or less non-human features, but Lin Mo recognized their identities at a glance. One was Zhou Wan, leaning against the cold tree trunk, her body filled with numerous black ribbons. When he saw the person beside her, Lin Mo's heart jolted. It was that bald man he had met once at the door of room 409, who lived next door to Zhou Wan. However, the man's eyes had turned into 6, making him look very strange. Zhou Wan had obviously seen them too, and a hint of barely noticeable surprise crossed her face. Chen Tao's breaths became heavy, his anger overcoming his fear. "It's you," he yelled, his body trembling slightly in excitement as he pointed fiercely at Zhou Wan. "Zhou Wan. What the hell are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why do you want to harm us?" His voice echoed in the empty space, filled with tearing despair and confusion. Zhou Wan's lips curled up in a faint arc, not bothering to respond to Chen Tao's yelling and questioning. She slowly straightened her body, her cold gaze cutting through the air filled with metallic and blood-red halos, precisely landing on Lin Mo's face, as if Chen Tao was just a trivial matter in the air. "Ha!" A sound too soft to be heard, a cold laugh escaped from her lips. With a trace of amusement and a condescending gaze. "I didn't expect you to actually dare to come in." Lin Mo's chest rose and fell slightly, staring intently at Zhou Wan's eyes, now so unfamiliar. "What do you really want to do?" Lin Mo asked. The fake amusement on Zhou Wan's face disappeared completely, leaving only naked disdain and a twisted fervor. She slightly raised her chin, directing her gaze at the gigantic branches adorned with shimmering, flowing, blood-red leaves, as if admiring a masterpiece close to completion. "What do I want to do?" "Naturally, to become them." She suddenly raised her arm, pointing at the enormous blood leaves that filled the entire view, flowing with the joys and sorrows of the human world. "Strange. Immortal and indestructible. This is true eternal existence. This is real power." She abruptly turned her head to look at Lin Mo, filled with contempt and mockery. Only that complete fool, Chu Shimin, still foolishly thinks he can save this already rotten world. She sneered, and because of his stupidity, he even caused Yang Shang's death. The last few words were pronounced slowly, almost through gritted teeth. In just a few short sentences, Lin Mo connected all the dots. Years ago, during the terrifying collapse of social order, Yang Shang died, and Zhou Wan became obsessed with becoming bizarre because of this incident. Perhaps she even harbored the idea of resurrecting Yang Shang. After all, the power of the bizarre is nearly omnipotent, and that isn't impossible. Lin Mo stared at Zhou Wan's twisted and fervent face, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, mocking. "You dare not confront the bizarre and only vent your anger on the weak. Even if Yang Shang were alive, he would only spit on you, this useless thing." "Shut up." Zhou Wan's body shook violently, her face instantly contorting in rage. The blood-red leaves surrounding her flickered madly, making her appear like a vengeful spirit crawling out of an abyss. A broken scream burst from her throat. "What do you know? As long as I become them, the rules will no longer bind me. Yang Shang will come back to life. We will live happily together." Before her words fell, her figure suddenly blurred, splitting into countless overlapping Zhou Wan. Those Zhou Wan fiercely rushed towards Lin Mo from all directions. The dense figures filled his vision, making it hard to tell the shadow from the real body. "What is this?" Lin Mo remembered Chu Shimin saying Zhou Wan controlled water ghosts, right? Could it be illusory clones? Or an illusion? Lin Mo took 2 steps back and directly took out a stone eyeball, then crushed it fiercely. Eye of the Ghost, consumable bizarre item, cannot be taken out of the instance. Ability, Probe. Crushing this item activates it, allowing the user's left eye to gain complete spiritual vision for 1 minute, able to penetrate visual obstructions, such as thick fog, illusions, some physical barriers, and directly observe the outlines of nearby spirits. Uses 1/1. Note, each time the user forcibly peers into the origin of a ghostly being, their left eye will suffer a burning pain and intense dizziness, even a brief blurring of vision. This stone eye is chillingly cold, and the crimson veins inside seem to grow more vibrant with each use, as if gazing into an abyss, the abyss gazes back. A burning pain suddenly stabbed into his left eye. But at the same time, the crimson vision pierced through the falsehood, layers upon layers of illusions dissipating like smoke amid the burning pain of his left eye. Only one Zhou Wan was left, rushing toward him from the side, that was the real Zhou Wan. Her face was twisted, fingers claw-like, aiming straight at Lin Mo's heart.
Found you.
Lin Mo reached into his pocket, taking out a dagger and thrusting it fiercely toward Zhou Wan's true body. The dagger plunged deep into her flesh without obstruction. Zhou Wan's momentum came to a sudden halt. She incredulously looked down at the dagger embedded in her chest, then raised her eyes to tightly fixate on Lin Mo's left eye, which burned with a bizarre red glow. Countless rushing clones disintegrated and faded away in that instant.
Lin Mo pulled out the dagger.
He lifted his foot and kicked fiercely at Zhou Wan's waist.
Zhou Wan let out a muffled grunt and was knocked to the ground by the immense force.
Before she could struggle, a dusty shoe sole was brutally pressed against her cheek, forcing half of her face down onto the cold, hard ground. Zhou Wan's nose and mouth were pressed, causing her to whimper in pain.
Lin Mo looked down at the pathetic woman beneath his feet, his voice as cold as ice. Is this the best you can do after becoming a freak? A useless piece of trash like you, no matter how much power you gain, you only deserve to be trampled on. Humiliation and excruciating pain made Zhou Wan's body tremble violently.
She struggled to squeeze out a voice, filled with deep resentment. If it weren't for not being fully transformed, if it weren't for being controlled by Chu Shimen, someone like you would have long
what?
Lin Mo suddenly increased the pressure with his foot, grinding Zhou Wan's bones so hard they cracked, completely stopping her from speaking. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A dark shadow silently swept past, carrying a cold, bloody wind. By the time Lin Mo reacted and turned around, the bald man had appeared behind Chen Tao like a ghost. His inhuman six eyes glowed with a cruel light, and an unusually thick arm covered in dark brown scales tightly gripped Chen Tao's neck. In his other hand, a long knife glinted with a dim metallic shine, the sharp blade pressed precisely against Chen Tao's fragile neck. The bald man's voice was low and hoarse.
Let her go. Otherwise, he dies.
Chen Tao's face instantly turned as white as paper, his body stiffened under the threat of death, and fear caused him to shake uncontrollably. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted.
The opponent was fast, he hadn't even had time to react.
The Kunwu master applied more pressure, and the blade of the knife slightly pierced Chen Tao's skin, a glaring line of blood appearing. By the way, there's also the option of severing both your hands.
I'll count to 5. 1. The atmosphere froze to an icy point.
Lin Mo's right hand tightly gripped the evil spirit dagger, staring at the Kunwu master's 6 emotionless eyes, his mind racing.
The opponent was too fast.
If he forced an attack to save Chen Tao would definitely die.
But cutting off his hands to hand over the keys? 2. That would be a dead end.
He could use time pause, but the opponent was too far away, and he only had one more chance to use time pause. He had to find a way to get closer, then use time pause to strike and kill the opponent. Lin Mo's mind shifted slightly, realizing this was an opportunity. A qualified hunter always makes the prey believe they have the upper hand. Only in this way will the prey not fall into despair and fight desperately, and will reveal more flaws. He could pretend to care about Chen Tao, then find a way to get closer and use time pause to kill the opponent. If the opponent wasted time killing Chen Tao, he could avenge him later.
3.
Wait. I can let her go, but how do you know that after I let her go, you will?
Mo Gu. Don't worry about me.
Just as Lin Mo was trying to negotiate with the opponent, a desperate, determined light exploded in Chen Tao's eyes.
Chapter 98, Torture and Murder.
Chen Tao, with strength he didn't know where it came from, suddenly struggled forward with great force.
Put.
The sharp knife blade instantly sliced through his fragile throat.
Warm blood spurted out like an uncontrollable fountain.
A large amount of blood splattered across the Kunwu master's arm and chest, staining Chen Tao's own clothes as well. Chen Tao's wide eyes slowly dimmed as the last light in them faded, his body weakly falling backward.
For the first time, shock clearly showed in the Kunwu master's 6 eyes.
He instinctively loosened his grip, seemingly unable to understand why this weak prey would choose such a brutal way to end his life. Lin Mo also didn't expect that Chen Tao would choose to end his own life. He stared in disbelief at the nearly severed throat. A sudden anger surged in Lin Mo's heart. It was an emotion he hadn't felt in a long time. In fact, to him, Chen Tao was just a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time. He had never regarded him as a true friend. Lin Mo's recent thoughts were actually to pretend to care about Chen Tao, then capture Zhou Wan to quickly approach the enemy, and finally use the time pause for a decisive strike. If during that time the enemy wanted to use Chen Tao as a hostage to force him into a compromise, he would choose to abandon Chen Tao. But the current situation was that Chen Tao believed Lin Mo was at a disadvantage, and in order not to become a burden, chose to take his own life on the spot.
This was different from Lin Mo's plan. It was as if he was forced to accept Chen Tao's goodwill.
Zhou Wan, who was being stepped on, seized the moment when Lin Mo was shaken and his strength relaxed, screaming with all her might.
Leave. Kunwu master, leave.
When you complete the true bizarre transformation, he will be just like sheep for us to slaughter. The bald man, also known as Kuwu Master, instantly regained his senses. Without any hesitation, he dropped the long knife. Then he swayed and hurriedly fled toward a dark corner extending from the giant tree's massive roots. His speed was so fast that it left only a faint shadow in place. Meanwhile, a tremendous force of struggle arose from beneath Lin Mo's feet. Seizing the moment he was distracted, Jo-won fought desperately. She broke free from under his feet, ignoring the wound on her chest and the blood on her face, fleeing madly toward the giant tree. Lin Mo looked at the fleeing figures of the two, then glanced at Chen Tao, who was already lying on the ground.
Clearance times, 0. Talent 1, time endgame. Fate paradox. Can actively pause time for 9 seconds, 1/5. Can actively rewind time for 60 minutes, 1/2, sealed, cannot be used. Talent 2, cold silence authority. The fewer survivors at clearance, the higher the clearance rewards. Clearing without a team significantly increases rewards. Can specify an ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown or usage count, with a slight chance to refresh that ability after use, 1/1. Supernatural items, Evil Spirit Dagger, cannot be taken out of the dungeon, Soul Devourer, Dummy Doll, cannot be taken out of the dungeon, Resurrection Needle, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. The Resurrection Needle can only save those who are still alive, and cannot save Chen Tao now. Unless he uses Time Rewind, but currently, Time Rewind is sealed. However, even if it could be used, he wouldn't use it. Anger does not affect his reason. After all, he still doesn't know what the situation outside is like. It is just very strange, as both abilities belong to time pause can still be used, while time rewind cannot. Maybe it's because of this strange space. Lin Mo, expressionless, directly activated the time pause ability. Buzz. Time and space suddenly froze. Floating blood droplets hovered in the air, Jo-won's terrified fleeing posture was frozen, and Kuwu Master's leap towards the shadows was suspended mid-air. The entire world was like a painting pressed on a pause button, silent and still. Lin Mo moved. His target was very clear, the long knife that Kuwu Master had just dropped, shimmering with dark light. Ha! This knife is still a bizarre weapon. Acquired permanent bizarre weapon, expand to obtain details. Rewind, permanent bizarre weapon, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Ability 1, significantly enhances combat level, sealed, cannot trigger. Ability 2, Star Soul. Targets hit by this bizarre weapon will lose their ability to act for a certain period, sealed, cannot trigger. Ability 3, 7 lives. The owner acknowledged by this bizarre weapon will have 7 lives. Sealed, cannot trigger. Ability 4, Rewind. Not unlocked, cannot trigger, sealed, cannot trigger. Note, a long knife made from the fragments left by a mysterious existence. Lin Mo revealed an expression of disbelief, the power of this bizarre weapon exceeded imagination. This object is fated to be with him, but unfortunately, he cannot take it away from the copy. Moreover, the abilities on it are all sealed, the reason is unknown. However, Lin Mo felt a bit relieved. If all the abilities had been unsealed, he would probably have been the one to die. 9 seconds passed in the blink of an eye as he ran. At the very moment time resumed its flow, his mind moved. Cold Desolation Authority activated. The usage count 4 time pause refreshed. However, this time there were no misfortune coins, and refreshing the ability indeed failed. He did not hesitate and activated time pause again. Buzz. Time fell into absolute stillness once more. This was the second pause. Finally, Lin Mo bent down and picked up the long knife, the cold touch came through his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and lunged at the frozen figure of Jo-won. While running, at the same moment time resumed its flow, Lin Mo used the third time pause. He finally rushed to Jo-won's back. His gaze was indifferent. The blade's light was devoid of any fancy moves, only the most primal and brutal cutting. Puff. 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 4 lines of blood burst forth in the frozen time and space. Accompanied by the dull sound of the blade slicing through sinew and bone, Jo-won's limbs were cleanly severed in an absolute stillness. At the severed ends, there was not even a moment where blood spurted forth, only the separated limbs weirdly hovered in place. The third time pause ended. The frozen world resumed its flow. A scream so shrill it didn't sound human suddenly erupted. The intense pain of her severed limbs and the sudden feeling of weightlessness made Jo-won crash heavily onto the cold, hard ground, and only then did blood spurt wildly from the severed ends. Her face twisted entirely from the extreme pain and fear, leaving only a broken wail from her throat. What happened? She wanted to turn her head to look back but couldn't muster any strength. Meanwhile, the Shuriken Master, speeding ahead, saw a scene that froze his soul. How is this possible? In the 6 cold compound eyes of the Shuriken Master, the first hint of uncontrollable, deep-seated fear emerged. In the blink of an eye, Jo-won, who had just been fleeing, had turned into a pitiful mass of flesh and blood, her limbs severed.
Yet Lin Mo stood behind Zhou Wan, holding the long knife he had discarded, still in the posture of swinging the knife.
Completely incomprehensible.
In just 3 short seconds, the other party had done so many things.
He didn't even see Lin Mo's movements clearly. How did the other party instantaneously cross space to appear beside Zhou Wan? How did he accomplish such a terrifying dismemberment in an instant?
In that extremely brief moment of shock, Lin Mo's figure had already appeared behind him. The same blade light, with the same resolution and ruthlessness. The cold blade sliced into flesh and bone. The Shuriken Master watched helplessly as his 2 arms and 2 calves silently separated from his body.
Ugh!
The Shuriken Master's massive body thrashed in pain on the ground, his inhuman face only displaying endless fear and submission to death. He raised his head, looking up at Lin Mo, who towered over him with an expression devoid of any fluctuation, fear reaching its peak.
Spare my life, please, don't kill me. I know. I will tell you everything. Chapter 99: The Truth Behind Everything.
Lin Mo slowly exhaled. He had just used time pause 4 times in a row and finally incapacitated these half-human, half-ghost beings. He did not respond to the Shuriken Master's words but instead walked back to Zhou Wan and dragged her over by her hair. After bringing the 2 together, he calmly said to the Shuriken Master,
"Now, tell me everything that happened."
The Shuriken Master struggled to catch his breath and slowly spoke. "I was originally a monk in the temple, kidnapped by the underlings of Chu Shimen, to test the nature of the nightmare of social collapse." He coughed out a mouthful of dark red blood, and the intense pain at the severed limb made him spasm slightly. "Many people were kidnapped along with me, all social outcasts found by Chu Shimen using his power.
We were tortured in a dark, lifeless laboratory.
Until one day, the nightmare of social collapse chose me, hoping I could help it escape from its predicament, and it would grant me the power of eternal life." The voice of Ku Wan carried a hint of twisted fanaticism. "We were always lurking, and eventually, I and the 3 avatars of the nightmare joined forces to destroy that filthy laboratory, and the nightmare finally broke free from its shackles."
But Chu Shimen reacted quickly.
He forcefully sealed the nightmare's true body with the soul restraining stone.
But the cost was... Yang Shang died. He was devoured by the nightmare's avatar. Later, I found Zhou Wan.
When she learned of Yang Shang's death, she completely collapsed. I told her that becoming a bizarre entity would allow her to transcend life and death, and even have a chance to resurrect Yang Shang.
She wavered.
Then Chu Shimen calculated that Yang Yuanzhan was the perfect vessel for the nightmare and wanted to use him as bait to completely end the disaster. When Zhou Wan found out, she actively requested to join your 5-member group. She had a strange artifact, the Veil of Cognition. She used that to alter your memories, making you think she had always been a companion.
Her task was to confuse Yang Yuanzhang, making him willingly accept the nightmare's corruption.
At the same time, she led you step by step into a trap.
As long as the nightmare fully awakened, we could use its power to complete our transformation and become true bizarre entities. During this time, we needed to stay here to continue transforming our bodies and souls into bizarre entities. With success just a step away, Ku Wan felt very uncomfortable but continued to speak. We are only 1 step away from success.
We can freely traverse the echo loop, and our bodies have half transformed.
But the day before yesterday,
Chu Shimen also began to act. If we don't stop him, he will destroy our plan.
He brought Su Zugong to seal the key avatar of the infinite corridor. Chu Shimen knows a lot about the nightmare and its related avatars. If the avatars are sealed, our process of becoming bizarre entities will be interrupted or even reversed.
Therefore, the day before yesterday, Zhou Wan and I ambushed them while they were trying to seal the infinite corridor's shadow and severely injured them, but the infinite corridor's shadow was still successfully sealed. Our abilities were greatly weakened.
Ku Wan's eyes dimmed. Now, we have 2 days left until complete transformation. But my injuries are too severe, and my strength is fading.
Lin Mo listened in silence.
He then asked, "Who exactly is Yang Yuanzhang? Why is he the most suitable vessel for the nightmare of social collapse? How will you resurrect Yang Shang?" Ku Wan replied,
"Yang Yuanzhang, Yang Shang, Yang Yuan, these 3 are closely related to the formation of the nightmare. The nightmare needs the body of at least one of them, and the most suitable body is Yang Yuanzhang. The specific reason, I am not entirely sure.
To resurrect Yang Shang, we must obtain his soul and then hand it over to the nightmare for its transformation. The souls of those devoured by the nightmare and its avatars will appear here.
And if a person's soul dissipates, then they truly have no hope of resurrection."
Zhou Wan muttered repeatedly after listening to Master Ku Wan's words.
"I will definitely find Brother Shang's soul, no matter the cost." Lin Mo ignored her and continued to ask,
"What is your detailed plan?"
Ku Wan revealed a strange smile. "In fact, even if all 3 avatars are sealed, it would not affect the nightmare's revival because..." Before he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The skin around Ku Wan's neck suddenly tore apart. A pitch-black, suction cup-covered tentacle burst forth, stabbing directly at Lin Mo's face. At the same time, Jo Won, whose limbs were all severed, suddenly let out a sharp scream. Her body swelled up like a balloon, and countless twisting black threads emerged from beneath her skin, wrapping around Lin Mo's legs like live snakes. Lin Mo didn't even have time to activate time pause. The dark tentacle shot forth from the kunai at his neck, piercing towards him. At the same time, the black threads emerging from Jo Won's swollen body coiled around his legs like venomous snakes. The chill of death instantly seized him. And just when the tentacle was about to pierce through his head, a glimmer of light flashed in his arms. A palm-sized doll silently shattered, turning into a flurry of cotton. It was the expendable trick that Chu Shimen had given him, the substitute doll. Substitute doll, expendable trick, cannot be taken out of the instance.
Ability 1, Substitute Death. When the holder triggers a ghost's instant death rule or encounters an unavoidable fatal attack, the doll will automatically activate to take on the death judgment for the holder. The doll is destroyed, the holder is exempt from this death, and all negative effects are dispelled. Usage, 1/1. Remark, a face without features, meant only to harbor one ultimate despair. No one knows if the maker sighed in the moment the doll was activated. Substitute doll has been destroyed, exempting from death judgment. The tentacle pierced only a puff of scattered cotton. Lin Mo was unharmed. What? Koan Wu looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. His long-planned lethal strike was easily neutralized. Lin Mo's counterattack was immediate and unwavering. The information he needed to gather had been learned nearly completely. The long knife sliced directly towards Koan Wu's throat. Pooh! The sharp blade precisely cut into Koan Wu's severed neck wound, twisting as it went. The light in Koan Wu's compound eyes rapidly dimmed, finally solidifying into a dead gray. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but his body collapsed to the ground without a sound. Seeing that the opponent was completely dead, Lin Mo wiped the blood off the blade, his cold gaze sweeping towards Jo Won, who was still writhing on the ground. Blood was oozing from the severed ends of her limbs, the black threads weakly twisting on the ground, and the twisted face was left with nothing but desperate resentment. Jo Won's voice suddenly rang out hoarsely. You won, but the nightmare won't let you go. Lin Mo coldly regarded Jo Won, who was writhing on the ground, showing no pity in his eyes. He took a deep breath and silently recited in his mind. I want Yang Shang's spirit. After a long while, the great presence dwelling deep within his consciousness responded, its voice indifferent and distant. Okay. But Lin Mo still felt a tinge of regret from it. The next moment, a cold sensation gathered in the palm of Lin Mo's hand. He opened his palm, and a weak halo hovered above. In the flickering light and shadow, a blurry face that resembled Yang Shang vaguely emerged, carrying a familiar aura. That was indeed Yang Shang's spirit. Lin Mo opened his hand, and the weak halo gently swayed in his palm. This is Yang Shang's spirit, given to me by the Great Presence. Lin Mo's voice was calm, his gaze falling on Jo Won, who was curled up on the ground. Chapter 100, Killing with Heart. Jo Won was in immense pain, her severed limbs still bleeding, but her eyes were fixed firmly on the halo. At first, her gaze was filled with doubt and vigilance, as if suspecting this was a trap set by Lin Mo. But gradually, her breathing quickened, and her body trembled slightly with excitement. In the light and shadow, a blurry face resembling Yang Shang faintly appeared, like a reflection in the water, though unclear, it carried a sense of familiarity. That was indeed Yang Shang's spirit. She mumbled to herself, revealing a sense of disbelief and excitement. No, impossible, this aura, we searched for so long and couldn't find it. Why, who is the Great Presence? Lin Mo watched Jo Won's reaction. In her heart, she understood. The tremor in her eyes was not an act, proving one thing. That is, Chu Shimen had some reservations about her. It seems Chu Shimen did not show you the information on the scroll, Lin Mo said lightly. The scroll recording the secrets of the Echo Loop was Chu Shimen's hidden card. Clearly, Chu Shimen had held something back from Jo Won, never letting her touch the core of the truth. Her ignorance of the existence of great beings meant they had no ability to make wishes. But now, none of that mattered. Lin Mo wished to obtain Yang Shang's soul, purely to torment her. With that thought, Lin Mo smiled slightly and said, Guess what interesting thing I will do next? The cold air froze between Jo Won and Lin Mo. Jo Won's eyes were fixed on the faint glow, her breathing rapid and chaotic. After a few seconds of silence, her pupils suddenly contracted. No. That is Shang Ji's soul, you cannot destroy it. It's all your fault. If it weren't for this dirty world, we could have lived happily together. You filthy scum, why can't you just die? Jo Won's scream was heart-wrenching. She struggled to lunge at Lin Mo, but due to her broken limbs, she could only wriggle in a pool of blood. She had realized Lin Mo's intent. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt as if the wrinkles in his brain had been smoothed out.
This woman truly was hopeless, but he didn't care how she viewed this world anymore. The more she suffered, the happier he became. Lin Mo looked down at the weak glow in his hand, a cruel smile tugging at his lips.
Why should I care? Please. Shanggu is a good person.
He sacrificed himself to seal the nightmare. Let him go, let his soul go, I'm willing to die in his place. Lin Mo scoffed and tightened his fingers suddenly.
Crack.
The glow in his palm emitted a crisp sound like shattering glass.
Countless tiny specks of light spilled through his fingers, like extinguished fireflies, vanishing into the air in an instant.
Zhou Wan's wailing abruptly stopped, her pupils were hazy, staring blankly at Lin Mo's empty palm, as though her very soul had been crushed. Lin Mo rubbed his palm, softly saying,
"It's all because of you, he has completely vanished. All. Because of you.
He no longer even has the qualification to reincarnate, only able to wander in the despairing abyss, never to see the light of day again." He crouched down, drawing close to Zhou Wan's ear, continuing,
"All because of you."
Upon hearing this, Zhou Wan's body convulsed violently a few times before finally collapsing to the ground. Only her hollow eyes remained fixed on Lin Mo, filled with hatred and despair. "You will die a terrible death, the nightmare will kill you all.
Don't think the soul-binding stone can seal it."
Hearing her curse, Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly, standing up with a smile. He was very pleased with Zhou Wan's expression.
But he didn't quite understand, even though these two had no ability to wish to the great being, wouldn't it take the initiative to contact them just for being here? As if sensing Lin Mo's thoughts, a voice rang out in his mind again.
"Only those who pass the test normally are qualified to make a wish, you missed an opportunity." Lin Mo nodded slightly. He did not regret using up this wish opportunity. That great being was certainly not kind, as evidenced by Chu Shimen's fate. The greater the desire, the easier one falls into a trap. So he might as well satisfy his desire for revenge, a kind of more primitive desire. This woman had caused him so much suffering, merely killing her would be too easy for her. Perhaps there was some intention for revenge against Chen Tao and Shi Zhanghua, but that only accounted for a small part. If she didn't experience the taste of a life worse than death, then... His thoughts were unclear. He wasn't afraid of the great existence knowing his thoughts. If it wanted to kill him, it could do so easily. Lin Mo looked at Zhou Wan, collapsed on the ground, without any hesitation, thrusting the long knife straight at her heart. The blade pierced through flesh, emitting a dull sound.
Zhou Wan's body shook violently, followed by a brief convulsion, and then fell silent.
The air was filled with the smell of blood, silence enveloped the space. At that moment, a cold voice echoed again in Lin Mo's mind.
"You may leave at any time."
Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke.
"Can I ask a few questions?" 1.
The voice held an undeniable authority. "This is an additional gift of this performance.
Do you wish to ask how to completely seal the nightmare? Or how to take this knife out?"
Lin Mo's heart tightened. He thought for a moment, then shook his head and said,
"No, I want to know what the origin of the nightmare is. Why does it appear?"
He truly wanted to ask how to take the long knife called reversal out. But since this great existence mentioned it, he decided not to ask. The great existence paused slightly, seeming a bit disappointed.
But it still answered. "The nightmare is born from the human heart."
When people cannot understand or tolerate each other, hatred and suspicion spread like poisonous vines. The nightmare is born from this twisted soil. Someone foolishly dreams of saving the world, unaware that it is the obsession of the savior that ultimately brings forth the seeds of destruction. Years later, someone's world will inevitably face an end, and the source of all this is that someone calculating the world's demise.
This is fate. The more one wants to break free, the tighter the web of fate will entangle. Did you not want to know the origin of the nightmare?
As if responding to those words, the branches of the mechanical giant tree began to sway. In an instant, the countless blood-red leaf veins on the giant tree suddenly lit up, and countless images surged forth like boiling tides, intertwining.
The first leaf. The scene shows a crowded apartment. A family sits around the dining table, filled with food, yet no one talks.
The father looks down, scrolling on his phone, the mother stares at the shopping page on the tablet, and the child wears headphones, rapidly tapping on the game console. Outside the window, the night deepens, while inside the room, the lights shine brightly, yet it's eerily silent. The plates gradually cool, but no one notices the fatigue in each other's eyes.
A shadow oozes from the screen, slowly engulfing each person's body. They remain unaware until the shadow completely devours the last bit of warmth belonging to the family. Chapter 101, Destined Destruction. The second leaf.
The scene shows a luxurious rooftop party in a high-rise, crystal chandeliers shimmering. Well-dressed men and women hold champagne, laughing and chatting, while outside the floor-to-ceiling windows flashes the neon city nightscape. The camera suddenly drops, penetrating the floor, directly reaching the dark alleys at the bottom of the building. An old man wrapped in a tattered blanket curls up next to a garbage bin, shaking as he gnaws on a half-eaten piece of moldy bread. At the party, someone casually pours half a plate of caviar into the drain. In the alley, the old man's murky eyes look at the blinding lights of the tall buildings in the distance. Suddenly, that light gradually distorts into a giant eyeball covered in blood vessels, hovering above the skyscraper. The third leaf. The scene shows a young man wearing a VR headset, wielding a longsword in the game world, fighting alongside his teammates, shouting excitedly. His room is piled with takeout boxes and drink cans, the windows are tightly shut, and a terrible smell fills the room. Outside the door, the mother softly knocks on the door, her voice filled with pleading. "Xiao Feng, come out to eat something. Mom made your favorite." The person inside the room shows no reaction, completely absorbed in the game. The mother, bent over, stands silently for a moment, then quietly leaves. Meanwhile, from under the door, a shadow slithers in like a living thing. I became attached to the body of a young man. The fourth leaf. The screen shows a frantic refreshing of a web forum page. A shocking rumor, paired with blurry images, spreads everywhere. A deadly virus has broken out in XX community. Panic-driven messages flood the screen immediately. My neighbor coughed today, he must be an infected person. Quick, stock up. The supermarket will be sold out. The scene shifts to the community mentioned in the rumor, where a crowd stirs in the night. Some break open the convenience store doors, scrambling madly for supplies, while others push and fight over the scraps. In a corner, a masked person is recognized, and in an instant, he is surrounded and knocked down by an angry mob. In the chaos, no one notices as the blood froth coughed out by the sick person falls to the ground. It transforms into long, slender black tendrils, silently wrapping around the ankles of the assailants. Countless leaves depict scenes of real events happening in the world. So many that it becomes hard to breathe. Not knowing how long it has been, the red light gradually dims, and the images on the leaves return to silence. At the same time, that voice echoes in Lin Mo's mind. Resentment breeds suspicion, suspicion nurtures isolation, this is the breeding ground for nightmares. The so-called technological progress only serves to widen the gap between hearts. Rescue? It is merely an echo of despair. Deep within the giant tree, a long and hollow sigh seems to resound. As the words fall, the space before Lin Mo begins to distort. He looks at the knife in his hand, revealing a reluctant expression. This knife is not something he can covet at this moment, he carefully sets it down. Then, with one last glance at the corpse and the pool of blood in the cold giant tree, his figure completely vanishes into the light. Hidden task completed, uncover the origin of the nightmare of social collapse. After Lin Mo disappears, this space gradually collapses, becoming emptiness. The twisted light before Lin Mo suddenly vanishes. The heavy metallic scent and the smell of blood disappear, replaced by cool air and the scent of rusted steel. He blinks and finds himself standing on the cold steel frame of a tower crane. Below is the silent outline of the city, submerged in the gray light of the sky. Instinctively, he pulls out his phone. The screen lights up, the signal bar reappears, and the time displays, November 10, 2025, 11:50. To think he has returned to this time, just moments ago it was a life or death situation, he almost didn't make it. He looks up. The sky is dark and oppressive, heavy lead gray clouds hang low, as if they are ready to crush the entire city, bringing a suffocating heaviness. His gaze sweeps across the tower crane platform, noticing a figure leaning against the railing. But Lin Mo is not surprised, instead, he clenches his fists, and a hint of killing intent lights up in his eyes. It is Chu Shimen. He looks exceptionally tired, his dark coat stained with dust and unidentifiable stains, his face appearing very pale. His eyes have lost their usual sharpness, replaced by deep dismay and an exhausted effort to hold on. Chu Shimen also sees Lin Mo, pulling at the corners of his mouth, as if he wants to smile, but it only produces a bitter smile. He lets out a heavy sigh, his voice hoarse. You're back. Seeing him like this, Lin Mo, though he already knew the outcome. But to avoid raising suspicion and also to buy time, he still asks. Did you fail? Chu Shimen pauses for a moment, his pale face showing defeat. Yes. I failed, my attempt to seal the nightmare of social collapse failed. Su Zugan died to buy me time. The nightmare, it concealed itself, it had already created a fourth avatar, at the critical moment, it shifted its core. Do you remember that pale ghost you mentioned? I only just learned that was the fourth avatar, a vessel made using Yang Yuanzhan's body as material. They took Yang Yuanzhan's body away ahead of time, leaving me with a fake. In fact, it was supposed to have only 3 subjects. Originally, Yang Sheng's body was intended to be the material, but Yang Sheng sacrificed himself, and even his soul has vanished. It had no choice but to forcibly enslave the mirror reflection as its subordinate spirit. The truth is, the mirror reflection was not created by it at all. The Frost Bell soul-locking breath is its real third subject. Its rule for killing is to actively touch the wind chime wielder, causing them to choke to death. Moreover, it can hide within a team of more than 2 people, remaining undetected by those in the group. It even possesses the ability to accelerate time.
This is how Zhu Gang was murdered. This city is doomed.
Chu Shimin's eyes were filled with unwillingness, as if he was not ready to accept this reality. Lin Mo listened in silence, walking to the edge of the railing, looking down at the lifeless city below.
Upon hearing the name Frostbell Soul-Locking Breath, he finally felt a bit more at ease.
After all, with this name, the three subjects had a more neat structure. Before, the mirror reflection sounded awkward to him, but now, finally, the names conformed in style and length.
Moreover,
Lin Mo looked at the quest bar and discovered that these three true subjects had almost been hinted at. Quest summary: in the silent forest of steel, an invisible plague quietly spreads. In a sealed room, the doors and windows taped shut ooze dark red rust, shadows not belonging to humanity seep from the wall cracks, devouring breath, memory, and warmth, until you become the next erased specter. The Frostbell Soul-Locking Breath corresponds to breath, the infinite corridor shadow corresponds to memory, and the tape seal chamber corresponds to warmth. But to be honest, the following matters had little to do with him now. As long as he waited for these last few minutes to pass, he could leave this place. However, before that, there were still things he had to do. He slowly told Chu Shimin about his experiences in the echo cycles, as well as the scenes he saw regarding the origin of the nightmare from the great existence. Then Lin Mo glanced at the time and realized he had spoken for almost 7 minutes. Chu Shimin listened, his tired face first showing shock, then his brows tightly furrowing, with intense emotions churning in his eyes. When he heard phrases like technological advancement has distanced human hearts, and rescue was merely an echo of despair, he suddenly slammed his fist against the nearby steel frame.
Nonsense.
He turned sharply to Lin Mo, his gaze intense.
What's wrong with technology itself? The problem is with the hearts of the people using it. Because of fear of the nightmare's emergence, should we remain stagnant forever? That's simply sophistry, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. He spoke slowly. This time, I've failed, but that doesn't mean it's the end. As long as the nightmare exists, as long as there are people suffering and dying because of it, this will never end. He declared, as if swearing to the oppressive sky, articulating each word. I will find it. Next time, I will absolutely eliminate it.
Lin Mo smiled coldly, looking up at the densely packed cards on the suspension tower and said,
I naturally agree with what you're saying, but
back then, in order to enter the echo cycles, you purposely created an unfinished building, causing thousands of deaths. And to feed the social collapse nightmare, you made experiments with thousands of people.
Do you really think of yourself as a savior? You're just after that title. Everything you've done has ultimately brought this upon yourself. Lin Mo looked at the time again.
Chu Shimin suddenly looked up, his facial muscles twitching.
Sacrifice is necessary. To end the nightmare, Lin Mo interrupted him. Sacrifice yourself? The echo cycles are right there, why don't you dare go in with me? Afraid of death? Now that you've failed, you're looking for excuses, right?
Chu Shimin took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping past the shadow of the suspension tower behind Lin Mo. The expression appeared slightly unnatural.
Only if I am alive, is there hope to continue fighting it. This is the best solution.
Lin Mo curled the corner of his mouth, no longer looking at him, his gaze falling back onto the phone screen.
11 hours 59 minutes and 48 seconds. What exactly are you looking at?
Chu Shimin's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible anxiety.
I'm watching when you will die.
Lin Mo raised his eyes, his face bearing no expression.
Buzz. Time froze.
The drifting dust, the faint wind howling in the distance, Chu Shimin's face locked in astonishment.
Everything sank into absolute silence.
Lin Mo moved, he drew out the evil spirit dagger, stabbing it into the opponent's throat, then quickly pulled it out.
The moment time resumed flowing, the astonishment on Chu Shimin's face transformed into utter pain and disbelief.
He suddenly covered his sunken throat, blood frothing out continually between his fingers. His body swayed, staggering backward, crashing against the cold steel frame.
Lin Mo didn't even look at the result.
Long before the time freeze ended, he had slipped away like a ghost, hiding in the deep shadows cast by the huge steel beams of the tower, completely concealing himself. In reality, he cared nothing for what Chu Shimin had done, how many people he had harmed. Killing the other was simply because the other wanted to kill him first.
Ha! Ha!
Chu Shimin futilely clutched at his neck, the pain and choking sensation crashing over him like a tsunami.
His eyes bulged, staring intently in the direction of Lin Mo.
From this angle, only he could spot the other. The assassins he had arranged were too far away. He originally planned to clarify the information before killing Lin Mo, for the other knew too much. If he truly became the savior in the future, that would be an indelible blot on his record.
But he never expected that Lin Mo would strike first. This was simply an event beyond his calculations. What on earth was going on?
If he had known, he wouldn't have come in person.
No.
According to common sense, once he became aware of Lin Mo's anomaly, he shouldn't have appeared before him again, but at the moment he made this decision, his mind felt as if it had become dizzy, or perhaps something was pushing him, ultimately leading to this step. Now, intense killing intent and regret surged in his mind.
Make a move. Kill him.
But he couldn't utter a single word. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, hiding in the corner, glanced at the time again.
11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds.
In reality, when Lin Mo first emerged, he almost fell into Chu Shimen's trap. At the critical moment, Lin Mo used the Soul Return Needle, as well as his second-time rewind ability, successfully returning to the current time point. However, somewhat unexpectedly, Lin Mo's ability to rewind by 60 minutes could only now rewind to the moment he had just returned to the tower.
That time rewind was equivalent to only rewinding 3 or 4 minutes. Unable to rewind to the moment still echoing in a closed loop, surely there was something amiss. No wonder he couldn't use the time rewind ability inside.
He still remembered, prior to the rewind, he had not responded to Chu Shimen's questions. As a result, he was almost shot to pieces by the people ambushing him.
And this time, Lin Mo said so much just to stall for time.
Chu Shimen used his last bit of strength to press the controller hidden in his hand.
Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the silence. The blazing fireball instantly expanded, engulfing the entire top of the tower.
The explosion kicked up a vast amount of dust, swirling and billowing into the sky all around. In the shadowy corner where Lin Mo had been hiding, a soft white light flickered and vanished before the flames engulfed it.
He escaped?
Just as Chu Shimen was drowning in despair, he witnessed an even more desperate scene. Countless gray-black, semi-transparent shadows screeched forth from the collapsed tower, bursting out from the swirling dust.
There were old men, children, men, and women. Their faces twisted in pain, warped and deformed, carrying deep resentment and despair.
It was the vengeful spirits of those who had died because of the unfinished buildings, who perished due to his laboratory.
No. Don't.
Chu Shimen let out a muffled sound, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints from extreme fear.
He saw it, clearly saw it. Countless cold, translucent arms pierced through his body, tearing at him frantically. His already thin torso twisted and shattered like fragile paper under the immense invisible force. Pieces of flesh, bones, and internal organs. It was as if millions of hands from hell grabbed every inch of his flesh and violently ripped it apart in all directions. Puff.
He didn't even have time to let out a complete scream, as his entire body shattered in midair. In Chu Shimen's last consciousness, only endless cold remained along with a piercing shriek filled with hatred that drowned everything.
Evil spirit dagger, a faint outline, resembling a doorframe, quietly emerged in the pure white glow.
Information in his mind told him that this was the exit for leaving. Of course, he could also leave directly through consciousness. But Lin Mo still took a step, walking towards the outline in the glow. As he stepped out, his figure was instantly swallowed by the soft white light.
Lin Mo opened his eyes.
Before him was a plain, somewhat yellowed ceiling.
He had successfully exited the instance. He was back in this place called Blue Star.
Propping himself up to sit, his body felt a bit heavy. However, although physically tired, only a moment had passed from when he entered the instance to now. Looking around, this so-called home was only about 10 square meters. In the corner were a few finished meal boxes that hadn't been thrown away yet, alongside crumpled takeout menus scattered about. There was also a narrow single bed and a small desk. This place resembled his memories of his past life, with tall buildings and bustling traffic, only the technology seemed a bit more advanced. At the same time, the world was in a delicate balance, a state of semi-peace.
But Lin Mo knew from the original owner's memories that beneath this calm surged huge undercurrents.
Two huge powers occupied the two poles of the world, the Radiant Sun Federation, an absolute ruler that maintained its status for over 200 years, and the Crimson Moon Empire. The Crimson Moon Empire was the country he was currently in, and he was in a major city called Silver Sea City, located in the southeast of the Crimson Moon Empire, a super city with nearly 10 million people. The Crimson Moon Empire was a giant that had risen strongly under the vast shadow of the Radiant Sun Federation, but in recent decades, it had been seen as a thorn in the side by the Federation and was being brutally suppressed. The Empire was now in a defensive position, unwilling to confront the Federation directly, yet still maintaining its basic bottom line, while also gathering strength for a counterattack. The original owner was called Lin Mo, and like him, was 25 years old this year, a programmer who graduated 3 years ago. For 3 years, he had enjoyed the benefits of the notorious 996 work schedule. His parents had divorced when he was very young, each finding new partners and starting new families.
He was an unnecessary burden.
After his 18th birthday, once the legal responsibilities ended, his parents completely severed ties with him.
As for friends nearby?
Counting on his fingers, he couldn't fill one hand.
Moreover, he had been tricked by women, unable to save any money for several years. After roughly sorting through the original owner's memories, Lin Mo opened the status bar. Completion times, 1. Gift 1, Times End Fate Paradox. Activating can pause time for 9 seconds. Activating can rewind time for 60 minutes. Gift 2, Cold Silence Authority. The fewer survivors in the completion, the higher the rewards.
Completing without a team greatly increases rewards. Can designate one ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown or usage count, with a slight chance to refresh that ability after use. Supernatural item, Evil Spirit Dagger, Soul Devourer, Talent Upgrade Stone X5. Evil Spirit Dagger, permanent cursed item. Ability 1, consumes stamina to actively trigger, using the dagger soaked in the user's fresh blood to temporarily suppress a single ghastly action. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Ability 2, when stabbed into a vengeful spirit's body, it can repel the ghastly entity upon hit. Note, each time it soaks blood, the dagger will emit a strange red glow, as if reliving the warmth of the souls it has once taken. Soul Devourer, permanent cursed item. Ability 1, consumes mental power to actively trigger, creating a domain of 5 meters in radius, which cannot be invaded by demons. This domain can follow the user and lasts for 100 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Note, when activated, the short blade becomes cold and piercing, with the domain's edge encircled by an invisible barrier constructed by the wails of imprisoned souls, cries of those once sacrificed. Lin Mo's gaze swept over those familiar words, and suddenly his breath hitched. Before, he clearly remembered that all his gifted abilities had a limit on usage. Like a program set, after using them, he had to wait for a cooldown. It was a chain imposed by the rules of the game. But now, behind the descriptions of abilities, the markings of 1/1 or 2 halves had all vanished. Without hesitation, Lin Mo activated his time pause ability. The world suddenly fell into a gray-white color. He slowly stood up, and after 9 seconds passed, Lin Mo found that besides a slight decrease in stamina and energy, he felt no discomfort at all. Looking again at the taskbar, the descriptions hadn't changed one bit. Next, Lin Mo experimented with the time rewind ability. There was no limit on usage, but it still felt like there was an upper limit. He repeatedly confirmed the state of his body. The consumption of using the ability was so weak it was almost negligible. It really is, he murmured. What does this mean? In the instance, abilities that needed to be used carefully, or required enormous costs, could be used continuously in the real world. Although there were limits to continuous use, there was no cap on the number of times. Unfortunately, he was temporarily unclear about what kind of dangers the real world possessed. The original owner's more than 20 years of life experience showed that there were no mysterious things in daily life. But intuition told him that since the strange erosion game had appeared, the safety of this world was questionable. Perhaps there were various oddities in the real world as well, it was just that the original owner was unaware. Lin Mo also discovered a detail: he couldn't rewind to that node in the settlement space, he could only rewind to when he woke up. Keep in mind that it had not yet been over 60 minutes since he awoke. It seemed the authority or priority of the strange erosion game was still above his time rewind. Chapter 104, Investigation. When he finished experimenting with the reset ability of Talent 2, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. The powerful and strange items in the instance world, known as Eerie tools. Among them was a special type of Eerie tool, which, after use, would lose its effect, but the item itself would not dissipate. They would turn into a shell that needed to be recharged with energy to be used again. This energy often required extremely harsh conditions, or a long time to naturally recover, and in the fast-paced instance, it was almost impossible to achieve. Therefore, this type of consumable Eerie tool was often used as a one-time trump card. Lin Mo's breath became a bit heavy. If he could collect the shells of these consumable Eerie tools that didn't dissipate after use in the real world at a lower cost, then, in this relatively safe environment with normal time flow, he could continuously recharge these tools using his nearly unlimited reset ability. Theoretically, he could reset these Eerie tools to their state before being used. And imagine, when he re-entered the instance, his body was filled with these completely reset consumable Eerie tools. What terrifying power would that be? No matter how dangerous the situation, he could throw out powerful Eerie tools in bulk to reverse the situation. The margin for survival would be absurdly high. Is this normal? Far from normal. One could only say, invincible. Cough, cough, wait, I can't set a flag. Those who claim to be invincible usually don't end well. It should be said that my ability is not meant to kill someone or to be invincible, but to guide the people of this world towards true happiness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lin Mo's thoughts drifted far and his lips curled slightly, the screen of the cheap, old phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up. A buzzing vibration sound emitted. Lin Mo was instantly pulled back to reality. He glanced at the screen. Contact, Xiao Xiao. It was Chen Xiaoyan. In the original owner's memory, this was a name on the friends list that held a special place. A girl to whom the original owner had humbly given many cheap cares and pocket money.
In the original owner's barren emotional world, she was almost synonymous with goddess.
Lin Mo picked up his phone and unlocked it. A message from Chen Xiaoyan jumped onto the screen, with a tone that was perfectly natural.
Lin Mo, are you there?
Help me order some takeout, the usual, fried chicken from the East Street place, extra sauce, and a cold Coke. I'm hungry, heart.
At this moment, fragments of the original owner's memory surged instantly.
The scene of the original owner saving lunch money to buy her snacks. The scene of the original owner running several streets under the blazing sun just to deliver a cup of milk tea she casually mentioned. The scene of the original owner waiting for her reply with a humble yet hopeful gaze in front of the phone screen. Lin Mo's brow furrowed tightly, and a strong emotion mixed with absurdity and extreme annoyance surged instantly in his heart.
A waste of time.
He felt that even replying with a punctuation mark would be a naked desecration of life. With this time, he would rather study his abilities more, or think about how to use the real world to gather empty vessels for the strange tool.
Without any hesitation,
Lin Mo expressionlessly extended his thumb and quickly swiped a few times on the screen.
Would you like to add Xiao Xiao to the Do Not Disturb list? Confirm. Confirm. Confirm.
After setting her to Do Not Disturb on the chat app Xin, Lin Mo turned off his phone screen and put it in his pants pocket. He walked to the window and pushed open the slightly rusty window. A cold wind with dampness poured in, blowing against the hair on his forehead. Even though the original owner lived in a relatively poor area of Silver Sea City, outside was still brightly lit and bustling.
Lin Mo needed to plan carefully for the future.
After exiting the settlement space, he received some basic hints from the bizarre erosion game. That is, a new dungeon will pull players in after 15 to 20 days of finishing the previous one, and generally will notify players of the specific time to enter 24 hours in advance. Players do not usually have the power to refuse, unless using special items. This means he has at least 15 days of rest time. During this time, he needs to plan well. The primary goal is very clear: to touch the true face of this world. The original owner's 25 years of life was like a seal jar, filled with school, work, overtime, and being commanded by Chen Xiaoyan. He knew nothing about the things outside the jar. But Lin Mo knew the dungeon world did not appear out of thin air. Reality must necessarily have relevant places.
Therefore, finding information channels is the top priority.
The Crimson Moon Empire, as an entity that can compete with the Radiant Federation, surely has an information network regarding dungeons and strange tools inside, even official or semi-official organizations.
The original owner's reclusive, marginalized identity could not access these. He needed to take the initiative. The internet? The black market? Or using his abilities to create some accidents to attract attention? These are all options to consider. Secondly,
he pinched his arm, too thin.
A programmer's weak body from sitting too long would severely hold him back in the dungeon world. Thus, exercising was a necessity for survival.
It just so happened that the reward this time strengthened his physical fitness, and he needed time to adapt to it well. Lastly, about the strange tool shells, they were a luxury. Only by preserving his life could he be qualified to think about them. Moreover, it was still unclear what the Crimson Moon Empire's official stance towards these players was. It was wiser to be cautious.
Thinking of this, a wave of drowsiness hit.
Having stayed too long in the dungeon world, though only a moment had passed in reality, the fatigue was unimaginable. Lin Mo lay down without hesitation, directly entering dreamland.
After getting out of bed, Lin Mo left his home and took a taxi to a faraway black internet cafe.
He chose a remote little shop, confirmed that there were no cameras around, and walked in to sit at a corner machine. He opened the browser and began searching for information on the bizarre erosion game.
The first few attempts didn't find any useful information, only some unrelated urban legends and game ads.
After about 55 minutes of searching, Lin Mo directly activated his ability and rewound 60 minutes of time to start searching again.
He did this to prevent anyone from tracking his search history.
Although he wasn't sure if the officials were monitoring the internet, he didn't want to take risks.
The anonymity of the black internet cafe, combined with his time rewinding ability, served as double insurance.
After rewinding time about 4 or 5 times, Lin Mo finally locked onto a forum. The forum's name was quite ordinary, called Midnight Strange Tales Research Society, appearing to be a casual chat section discussing supernatural events, yet some posts clearly seemed off. He clicked on a post titled "Survived the Third Instance, Sharing Experiences," which detailed the instance rules and survival techniques, even mentioning weird items and special abilities. The commenters also communicated using vague terms, clearly fellow players. Lin Mo continued sifting through, finally finding a pinned post that summarized the game background. However, this post required a secret code for access, indicating it asked about the game we are playing. Lin Mo directly typed in "bizarre erosion game" and entered smoothly. The content inside allowed him to understand the situation even further.
Chapter 105, Unlocking New Abilities.
Known information on the bizarre erosion game, continuously updating. 1. The game arrived on Blue Star about 10 years ago, but there were very few players. Among billions of people worldwide, less than 1 in 100,000 was chosen, i.e., a player.
2. Dying in the game also means dying in the real world.
3. Do not explain the existence of the bizarre erosion game to non-players. 4. Instances are ranked from level 1 to level 3, with level 1 being the lowest and level 3 being the highest. Generally, the more tasks in the same level instance, the higher the difficulty. 11. All weird items will bind to the user after leaving the current obtained instance. Other people can only use the weird item's abilities with the user's permission. Ownership can also be transferred in the real world with the user's full consent.
Ownership cannot be transferred within the instance. 12. Instances have boundaries built on black mist, never attempt to leave.
13. Players should avoid exposing their identity to non-official organizations in the real world, or it may bring unnecessary trouble. 22. The official organization of the Crimson Moon Empire's Abnormal Response Bureau has a hands-off attitude towards players. As long as they do not break the law, the officials will not interfere. However, players who wish to join can enjoy generous treatment, including money, resources, and even special privileges, but they must pass specific tests. 23. With official approval, players may freely form clubs and organizations, but must strictly adhere to legal requirements and must not break the law. Current organizations listed as illegal include Abyss Erosion, Funeral Throat, Secret Corpse Society, Murky Heartsea, Crimson Eye, Hidden Moon, etc.
37. Instance rules.
Opening intervals are 15 to 20 days, with at least 24 hours notice given in advance. Level 1 instances prohibit carrying non-supernatural items, basic clothing excluded. Completion ratings range from F to A, with rewards including enhancement of physical abilities, weird items, special props, and abilities, etc. Weird items are categorized into consumable, permanent, and special items. 38. Instances will present many seemingly incongruous hints, such as a sudden piece of paper appearing in a deserted wilderness or a cat suddenly running up to you and speaking.
This is quite normal. All information must be taken seriously.
It is very likely that the game gave you a way to survive for balance.
Not all non-human beings in the dungeon are evil spirits, they could also be servants transformed from evil spirits.
They exist between humans and evil spirits, and their abilities are far from those of true evil spirits, making them vulnerable to being completely killed. The usage frequency and cooldown time of talent abilities and supernatural items are calculated separately in the dungeon and the real world.
Entering or leaving the dungeon will reset the cooldown time and usage frequency. Seeing the last line, Lin Mo furrowed his brows. Calculated separately?
He carefully sensed his own situation. His abilities in the real world had almost no limits, and the consumption was not significant. However, the statements in the forum were completely different from his own situation.
Am I different from other players?
This discovery made him alert. If his abilities were unlimited in the real world while others had limits, once exposed, it could attract unnecessary attention. Lin Mo continued to browse the forum and found that most players still faced the rules of the dungeon when using abilities in the real world.
It seems my situation is indeed special.
Lin Mo closed the forum and leaned back in his chair to think. As it stands, the official organization of the Red Moon Empire, Tianfu, has been relatively friendly towards players, but he is still unclear about the specifics of the test. Recklessly engaging could expose his abnormalities. It was better to observe for a while. He decided to use this time to familiarize himself with his abilities while continuing to gather information. If the difficulty of future dungeons increased or he encountered situations he couldn't handle alone, he would consider joining the official organization. Rewinding time to before entering the Black Internet Cafe, Lin Mo stood by the roadside, contemplating his next actions. First exercise, then find a way to make some money. The original owner's savings were nearly depleted, and survival in the dungeon world required more resources. He needed to find a way to secure enough funds in the real world to prepare for the next dungeon. He touched the phone in his pocket and suddenly had an idea. Perhaps
I can use my abilities to do some small business?
Lin Mo thought for a moment. The real world needed money, a lot of money.
Exercising needed nutrition, searching for clues required activity funds, not to mention the possible expenses of collecting strange items.
Although there were no posts selling strange items on the forum, many were hoping to buy strange items for money.
The meager savings of the original owner were simply not enough.
He took out his phone and quickly searched for recent gambling information. It was currently the annual Silver Glory Cup horse racing season in the Red Moon Empire, and various online gambling platforms were exceptionally hot.
This is it. Using his time rewind ability to bet on horses was theoretically feasible.
By recording the odds for each horse, he could rewind time to bet on the winner. As long as he executed it properly, he could reap precise rewards. It just happened to be when the first race had finished, the number 5 track Swift Wind had surprisingly won. Lin Mo memorized the current time and activated the time rewind again. The world instantly faded, the hands of the clock moved backward. Time returned to an hour ago. He placed a bet using a virtual account on a small platform. Swift Wind indeed won, earning him a small profit of a few thousand yuan.
In the second race, number 3 Red Thunder was also an upset. Same operation, rewind, bet.
Once again, he earned 30,000 yuan. For the third race, fourth race. After 4 consecutive successes, the numbers in his account had swollen to nearly 300,000. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth lifted. This ability to make money in the real world was simply tailor-made for him. He again locked onto the fifth race. Number 1 Silver Wing was the favorite to win, with very low odds.
But for Lin Mo, this wasn't a problem. Low odds didn't matter, as long as it could make money, it was fine.
He prepared to rewind time again, ready to bet everything.
However,
just a second before he pressed the confirm button, a subtle scrolling newsflash appeared on the screen.
Lin Mo's finger froze.
He hadn't seen this piece of information at the time before the time rewind.
Is this the butterfly effect?
He had a bad feeling, but still pressed the bet. But this time he only bet 3,000 yuan. It was an instinctive action. Even if an accident happened, he could avoid the risk through time rewind, but relying on this ability constantly was not good. After all, his life was only once, and his time rewind ability was actively activated, not a death rewind. Thinking this, he refocused his gaze on the race on the screen.
Sure enough,
the race had just begun. The silver wing in the phone screen was slow to start, and was squeezed by other horses during the middle, showing no form and finally only finished in fourth place. Tisk, Lin Mo stared at the screen with an emotionless face.
It's the butterfly effect.
Time rewind is not as simple as loading a game save. The countless variables in the real world are interconnected, and his intervention is like a stone thrown into water, with ripples spreading out, ultimately affecting the original trajectory. Repeatedly making accurate bets on long shots may have already caused some strange changes, ultimately leading to this accident.
No more betting.
This loss might actually be a good thing, at least it showed him that time rewind has its limitations.
Moreover, there was still almost 300,000 left in his account, enough for now.
He immediately operated his account to withdraw, closed all pages, and cleared the browsing history. Lin Mo returned to the small rented room. The air still carried the smell of cheap takeout, but he didn't mind at all. He concentrated, and a crystal stone, glowing with a dark light, appeared in his palm. Lin Mo carefully observed the stone, noticing that it was larger and more exquisite than the Talent Advancement Stone 2 he had obtained before. At its core, floating in the air, were incomprehensible characters, but Lin Mo was still able to recognize their meaning, which, when translated, was the number 5. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. The stone turned into a streak of light infused into his body. A moment later, the details of the new talent were clearly imprinted in his mind. Talent Advancement Stone 5 has been used. Please choose which talent ability to enhance or unlock.
Talent 1, Time's End Fate Paradox.
Activate to pause time for 9 seconds, can be enhanced. Activate to rewind time by 60 minutes, can be enhanced.
Can be unlocked. Can be unlocked. Can be unlocked. Cannot be unlocked. Cannot be unlocked. Cannot be unlocked. Talent 2, Cold Silence Authority.
The fewer survivors in a completed stage, the greater the rewards, can be enhanced. Not teaming up for the stage completion will significantly increase the rewards, can be enhanced. Can designate an ability or item and immediately reset its cooldown or usage count, can be enhanced. Lin Mo directly chose the 5th ability of Talent 1. There was nothing much to say. The talents unlocked later were definitely stronger, unlocking them earlier meant enjoying them sooner.
So, a new status bar appeared before his eyes. Stage completion count, 1. Talent 1, Time's End Fate Paradox. Activate to pause time for 9 seconds. Activate to rewind time by 60 minutes.
Activate to summon any existence, item/living being, from any parallel timeline within your sight to the base world, the world where the user is. The same entity from a parallel world cannot be summoned again before perishing in the base world, and when objects from different parallel worlds make close contact, it will trigger the annihilation rule. Both will vanish, only the user is immune to this annihilation rule. Moreover, if the summoned existence is the user's own parallel world counterpart, then the user's body in the base world will enter a void state, with the user's consciousness replacing the parallel counterpart's consciousness. The parallel counterpart can share all of the user's items,
ability, and talent.
After the parallel body disappears, the main body can choose to appear in any location within a 50-meter radius of the parallel body's disappearance within 521 seconds.
Talent 2, Authority of Silence. The fewer survivors in the dungeon clearing, the higher the rewards increase.
If you clear without a team, the rewards will be greatly enhanced. You can designate one ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown time or usage, with a slight chance of refreshing that ability after use.
Supernatural item, Evil Spirit Dagger, Soul Devourer.
Lin Mo looked at the newly appeared ability description, nearly dumbfounded.
This is way too complicated.
But fortunately, this ability is Lin Mo's own, so he can easily break it down. This ability can be divided into several parts, including basic abilities, limitations, related laws, and so on. Basic ability can sense and pull any existence, including but not limited to items, living beings, energy bodies, from parallel timelines to the current basic world, the world where the main body is. It can also send back the parallel existence already pulled into the basic world. Limitations: pulling a specific existence from a parallel world is limited to once in the current basic world until that existence disappears or is sent back before it can be pulled again.
You can only pull and send back parallel existences within the line of sight.
At the same time, both the pulling and sending back have volume and weight restrictions. Except for pulling the main body's parallel body, pulling requires the target to be within the line of sight. Related Law 1 Annihilation Law: when the same object from different parallel universes makes direct physical contact or is at very close proximity, about 30 centimeters, in the basic world, it will forcibly combine due to mutual attraction at the quantum level, followed by an annihilation reaction, with both disappearing completely at once. When the pulled object is the main body's parallel body, it is not affected by the annihilation law.
Related Law 2 Void Observation State: when the pulled object is the main body's parallel body, the main body enters a special void state.
In this state, the main body cannot be interfered with by any existence in the basic world, nor can it interfere with any existence in the basic world. The main body's consciousness will replace the parallel body's consciousness and act in the basic world with the parallel body's body. Related Law 3 Ability Sharing: when the pulled object is the main body's parallel body, the parallel body will automatically share everything the main body currently has, except for the ability's effect, including but not limited to talent abilities, items, and physical qualities. At the same time, any boosts received by the parallel body in the basic world will be directly reflected back to the main body. Related Law 4 Return Law: after the parallel body disappears, the main body can choose to reappear at any position within a 50-meter radius of the parallel body's disappearance within a countdown of 521 seconds. Lin Mo looked at the new ability he had gained, a strong desire for exploration rising in his heart. He decided to start his experiments with small objects. He looked at a rusty iron box on the table, focused his mind, and tried to sense the same item from other parallel worlds. In an instant, a strange pulling feeling came from the depths of his consciousness.
The next second, an identical iron box appeared in his palm.
Lin Mo weighed the parallel body of the iron box. It looked no different from the one in the real world, even the rusty marks and spots were the same.
Success, he murmured.
Lin Mo slowly brought the iron box in his hand close to the one on the table.
And at the moment the two boxes got close, accompanied by an explosion sound that only he could hear, both turned to dust and disappeared.
Lin Mo's pupils contracted.
Annihilation Law. At this point of the experiment, Lin Mo took a deep breath. Next was the real goal,
which is his parallel self from the parallel world. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into a chaotic void. After a while, a deafening roar echoed in his mind.
Boom!
The world before his eyes suddenly tore apart. Countless twisted lights and shadows spun rapidly. His body was pulled by a tremendous force, yet his consciousness felt light and free as if it had broken its bindings and was rising. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and looked down to see a pair of unfamiliar yet familiar hands. This was the body of the parallel entity. And his original self had turned to nothingness, hiding in the crack of dimensions. Only when the parallel entity perished or when he actively returned to it would he reappear.
I see.
Lin Mo raised his hand, feeling the strength of this body. The power of this body was basically the same as his original one, both had been enhanced. This matched what he had learned quite well. The experiment was over, he did not plan to return this parallel entity. This ability had no time limit, and he intended to maintain this state in the real world. If any emergencies arose, he would have enough time to react.
Lin Mo leaned back on the bed and took a deep breath.
The recovery of his enhanced body was acceptable, but he had used time reversal at least 10 times today, plus just had a new ability experiment. Lin Mo rubbed his temples to ease the dizziness caused by the consecutive use of abilities.
He decided not to use his powers anymore today and to focus on exercise in the afternoon. Moreover, through the experiment, he had figured out the limits of several other abilities. Although there was no limit on the number of times, there was a limit on continuous usage. Ability 1, Time Pause, could be used continuously 6 times, which meant it could pause time for nearly 54 seconds at extreme cases. After 6 uses, he would have to wait a few minutes before using it again. This limitation was relatively minor. Ability 2, Time Reversal, had a larger limitation.
Though it could also be used continuously 6 times, it could only go back 6 hours at most from the current time point, without stacking. For instance, if the current time was 6 p.m., it could only go back to 12 p.m. that day and no further. That meant once the time in the real world had reached a certain point, no matter how, it could only rewind 6 hours from there. In addition, there was another limitation, which was that the number of times time reversal could be used in a day could not exceed 12. These restrictions were not limitations based on actual numbers in the real world, since the time in reality was uncertain. Time reversal couldn't define exact usage, so they were not displayed on the panel, and even resetting the ability wouldn't reset them. However, regardless of the limitations, it was still much stronger than in the copy world. After a simple cleanup, Lin Mo walked out of his rental apartment. The sunlight was a bit glaring, and the noise from the street made him frown slightly. Following the guidance of his phone's map, he found a well-reviewed physical training center. The venue was small but fully equipped, and several trainees were practicing basic movements under the guidance of a muscular man. Lin Mo changed into sportswear and began to jog for warm-up. Half an hour later, he walked to the strength area to try bench presses and other exercises.
"Kid, your form is wrong." A hoarse voice suddenly rang out.
Lin Mo put down the barbell and turned to look. An elderly man with gray hair was standing not far away. The old man's physique was thin, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle, dressed in loose training clothes. He walked closer, pointing at Lin Mo's arms.
"You're exerting too fast, shoulders need to relax, abdomen tight."
Lin Mo adjusted his posture as advised, feeling much easier.
The old man squinted his eyes as he examined him, and after a moment suddenly laughed.
"How strange, your physique is like it's been cleansed, the base is very clean." He walked around Lin Mo, clicking his tongue in amazement, a natural martial arts prodigy. "It's a pity that these days young people only know how to lift weights, the wisdom of our ancestors is almost lost."
"Martial arts?"
Lin Mo's heart stirred.
From the fragmented memories of the original owner, he.
Indeed, some scattered images flashed by. Elders practicing Tai Chi in the park, street performers showcasing their hard martial arts skills, even the occasionally mentioned Ancient Martial Arts Association in the news. This is not a world of earth-shattering fantasy or high martial arts, but the genuine legacy of martial arts still exists. Rumor has it that when practiced to great depths, one's muscles and bones become like iron, energy and blood flow long, and even may extend life.
This is very necessary for Lin Mo right now.
With the dungeons fraught with danger, brute force alone is far from enough, he needs more refined control. After all, what he must face is not only the so-called vicious ghosts but also the terrifying human hearts. He had learned from the forum that most dungeons operate in groups. It's unheard of for someone like him to face a solo dungeon for the first time.
"Do you know martial arts, old man?"
Lin Mo asked directly. The old man stroked his beard, a glint flashing in his eyes.
"Hey, you have some insight."
"I'm surnamed Shang, the 37th generation heir of Shang family fist." He lowered his voice, filled with a bit of pride. "It's not the empty tricks you see in the park, these are genuine techniques that can toughen the body, cultivate energy, and defeat enemies."
"I want to learn,"
Lin Mo said without hesitation. The wrinkles on old Hong's face instantly blossomed into a smile as he rubbed his hands together and leaned closer.
"Good. Refreshing. However,"
he held up 2 fingers and slowly waved them. 1 month, 200,000.
"Guaranteed to teach, no deceit." 200,000.
Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. This was almost half of his savings won from betting on horse races. Ordinary people in this world don't earn much, earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month is considered good.
The key is that this 200,000 is just for 1 month.
But thinking of the life-threatening dangers in the dungeons and the bizarre enemies. Money, after all, is just leverage to exchange for survival.
"Okay."
Lin Mo nodded, his tone not wavering in the slightest. "But I need you to prove yourself first. After all, I've heard that true martial arts are only possessed by a very few martial artists."
"I don't want to be fooled."
Master Shang stroked his grizzled beard. "I'm surnamed Shang, with the single name Hong, the 37th generation heir of Shang family fist." He turned around and waved in the distance. "Shang boy, come witness this." A middle-aged man in a black sports vest strode over. He was burly, with bulging biceps, and was the owner of this fitness training center, Shang Tianlei. He smiled brightly at Lin Mo. "Young man, Master Shang is a well-known figure in Tongha province. Many want to be his disciple but can't find the way." He patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, his expression turning serious. "But I must remind you, real skill is not for show. It involves practicing in the winter's cold and summer's heat, toughening muscles and transferring energy. It's hard work.
Without money, you can't sustain it.
Poor in knowledge, rich in martial skills, expenses for food and tonics, herbs and supplements are massive.
Master Shang charging you 200,000 is just testing your financial strength."
Master Hong nodded, the sparkle in his eyes restrained.
"Shing boy is right.
At my age, if I were after money, I'd teach square dancing. It's easy and pleasing.
Taking disciples is to keep our ancestors' legacy alive."
He pulled out his phone and opened an old social media account. The interface was simple, and the name glaringly read Tang Hashang Family Fist Shanghong, with many followers. Many posts had numerous real name users from some martial arts gym or some association leaving messages asking questions or expressing admiration. He handed the phone to Lin Mo. "Look for yourself, I don't play tricks." Lin Mo quickly skimmed through several updates, mostly discussing boxing theories or training insights. He set the phone down, with no more hesitation. "How do I pay?" Master Hong shook his head, smiling. "No need for money, what I said about 200,000 was just to test your determination. Only those who truly love martial arts would be willing to pay such a hefty price. And you're not actually my true disciple, doing all this today is just to make a good connection." He pulled out a book and handed it to Lin Mo. "First, practice the basics according to this. From now on, come here every Monday, and I will personally guide you." Lin Mo took the book and nodded. However, Shang Hong changed his tone, "But the guidance fee is waived, yet you have to bear the costs of medicinal meals and the materials for training by yourself. Practicing martial arts is a costly endeavor, it definitely requires external support." "Understood." Lin Mo solemnly nodded. Shang Hong patted his shoulder, turned to leave, but seemed to remember something and paused. He lifted his chin towards the depths of the venue. "By the way, over there are my two official disciples." Following his gaze, Lin Mo saw the sandbag area in the corner. A boy in a black training outfit was striking the sandbag with his hands like a knife, slashing it with the speed of the wind. He was lean, but each movement carried immense power, making the heavy sandbag shake violently with every hit. Next to him stood a girl with a high ponytail, watching with her arms crossed. Her posture was as upright as a young pine, her skin a healthy wheat color, and she wore a deep red sash around her waist. No one was near this brother and sister, it seemed everyone deliberately kept their distance. Shang Hong's eyes held warmth. The brother is called Ling Chen, and the sister is called Ling Yuan. They are true martial arts talents who reached the threshold of Qi at 16. If it weren't to guide them, this old bone of mine wouldn't bother coming to the city. The curator, Xing Tianlei, leaned closer to Lin Mo and whispered. "Master Shang doesn't easily accept disciples, these siblings are his pride and joy. You're quite lucky, but you're still a bit far from being a true genius, so Master Shang probably won't accept you as an official disciple." Lin Mo nodded, signaling his understanding. "I see." Lin Mo wasn't jealous, his purpose was simply to have more means of self-defense. Moreover, he had a premonition that as the strange game pulled in more players, the real world would face a massive reshuffle. These so-called martial arts were insignificant in front of the terrifying ghosts and players who wielded strange devices and talents. Shang Hong said no more, waved his hand, and left in large strides. Xing Tianlei hurriedly followed to see him off. The venue became quiet in an instant. Lin Mo opened the first page of Rock Solid Post, where 9 portraits were depicted in brush strokes, showcasing ancient and solid postures. Next to each action were small annotations. Feet like roots in the ground, spine like a dragon reaching for the sky. Vital energy embraces the origin, muscles and bones as strong as gold and stone. Chapter 108, New Instance. Lin Mo put down the Rock Solid Post and walked straight toward the sandbag area where the siblings were. Ling Chen was intensely focused on striking the sandbag, sweat soaking his training outfit. Ling Yuan leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, casting an indifferent glance at Lin Mo. "Hello, you two." Lin Mo approached with a friendly attitude. Ling Chen suddenly stopped his movements, turning around with an unmistakable expression of irritation. "Get lost, don't get in the way." Ling Yuan scoffed, glancing over Lin Mo dismissively. "A layman who doesn't even understand the basics thinks he can talk to us?" Lin Mo felt bewildered. He truly couldn't find them on Baidu, but a search on Sogu brought up results. Why were they so hostile toward him? He wasn't even an official disciple of Shang Hong and shouldn't pose a threat to their status. Thinking this over, Lin Mo quickly understood. They were mistaking him for someone trying to curry favor, hence their unfriendly behavior. With this in mind, he had no intention of forcing his way in and directly turned to leave. Behind him, Ling Yuan raised her voice intentionally. "What's with the pretentiousness? Just a nobody. Don't think that just because you've got close to old Shang, you have the right to talk to us." Lin Mo ignored Ling Yuan's ridicule and walked straight toward the corner of the venue. Although their attitudes were infuriating, he had no intention of harming them. After all, he had yet to explore the hidden powers of this world. Killing them wouldn't benefit him much, instead, it would raise suspicion, making it not worth the trouble. He wouldn't make the same mistake as Yagami Light. Sometimes, showcasing one's advantages and strengths too much can lead to trouble. After calming his mind, Lin Mo opened the rock-solid posture and posed the first stance according to the manual. His toes firmly planted on the ground, his spine straight as a bow. What seemed like a simple action, after a few minutes, sent waves of tearing pain through his muscles. He gritted his teeth to steady his body. After following the instructions for 2 hours, Lin Mo felt physically drained. Then Lin Mo dragged his exhausted body out of the training facility. Back in his cramped rented room, he took off his sweat-soaked workout clothes.
He tried a few simple movements.
Squats, push-ups, and jumps in place. The movements were smooth and powerful, showing no signs of sluggishness. Indeed, my physical fitness has improved by about 50%. But my control is still lacking. The power I can exert is at most 30% more than before, while the rest gets wasted during exertion, he silently estimated in his heart. This was quite close to what he had guessed in the settlement space. Even with a 50% improvement in fitness, he still did not surpass the ordinary level.
Moreover, he noticed that his mind seemed to be much clearer than before. The strengthening of the instance was not just physical.
Then Lin Mo submitted his resignation to his boss via his phone, and after a brief attempt to retain him, the boss agreed to his request. After all, the Crimson Moon Empire has over 4 billion people, accounting for 30% of the world's population, so they are never short on people. In the following time, Lin Mo's life became exceptionally regular.
He woke up at 5 in the morning, practicing rock-solid posture on the rooftop terrace.
In the morning, he went to the training facility, avoiding the area where the Ling siblings were located, focusing on improving his control and adaptation to his own body. In the afternoon, he went for outdoor long runs, covering half the city while also gathering information to deepen his understanding of this world. Evenings were reserved for research time. He repeatedly analyzed the details of his talent ability, particularly parallel body summoning. In addition to the iron box, he tried other objects like books and cups, gaining a deeper understanding of the triggering distance of the annihilation rule and the determination of an object's core attributes. At the same time, he continued to delve into the Midnight Horror Stories Research Club forum, paying close attention to the movements of the Tianfu organization and trading information among players. However, after browsing, he would directly rewind time, leaving no trace behind.
Time quickly passed, and 2 weeks went by. That night, while Lin Mo was browsing the recent history of this world online, suddenly, the instance provided a notification, cold words floating in front of Lin Mo. A new instance will open in 24 hours.
Please prepare, players.
Lin Mo closed the webpage and took a deep breath.
Next, he needed to adjust his state and prepare for the new instance. Those who can see this part must have some interest in this book. This is my first time writing a novel, so let me detail my thoughts and ideas about this book.
Let's start with the characters, plot, and setting.
The characters mainly revolve around the protagonist. Overall, the protagonist is decisive and ruthless, but not in a way that disconnects him from society and his surroundings. He won't be the type to lash out at the heavens or air for no reason. He will be restricted by the environment, realistic factors, and specific plans, and at times he must give up on eliminating those who are hostile to him, even choosing to cooperate with them. This can be compared to the character in Great Love Immortal, but without extreme scenarios. I won't write too many controversial plots, please understand. The protagonist occasionally shows some human emotions, but this won't mostly affect his rationality, except in special situations, due to powerful evil spirits and tools that can affect reason and emotions. Also, the second ability to increase lone wolf benefits does not mean the protagonist will become a lone wolf. He will judge that teaming up provides greater benefits. In the world, whenever there are better conditions, people choose to join organizations or team up. Because in the protagonist's eyes, talent is just a tool, not a shackle that binds oneself. The main plot revolves around entering dungeons, but there will also be storylines in the real world. In the real world, one can somewhat confront ghosts, but in the dungeon world, it is nearly impossible to stand up against them. In simple terms, life is a bit more enjoyable in reality, but it is not an experience of pure joy.
The main focus is still on intelligence and puzzle solving. The environment is more complex, overall centering around bizarre infiltration.
The real world involves various forces, including player versus player, players against the bizarre, and the conflicts between various organizations and countries.
Then there are the dungeons. This will unfold gradually.
Also, there are various systems, like ghost tamers, martial arts, talents, bizarre artifacts, etc. It looks messy, but it is intentionally designed this way.
Finally, about the first volume dungeon, to be honest, there are many issues.
I've seen everyone's opinions, including the protagonist not being smart enough, plot holes, and the storyline being too long, with some parts feeling dragged out.
Especially the first dungeon is too lengthy, which indeed affects the reading experience, boo-hoo.
Honestly, I did think about the first dungeon for a long time. Back then, I was quite confident, thinking the foreshadowing and suspense were embedded well, but in the end, most of it was uncovered by many readers. Suddenly, I felt my brain wasn't enough, realizing I was actually quite foolish.
However, there is still one point I noticed that no one has discovered yet.
Ideally, I shouldn't mention it, but now that I've finished the first volume, seeing no one talk about it makes me a bit anxious, so I still want to say.
Have you noticed a detail?
All the major characters that appeared in this volume basically died. The difficulty of the first volume is still somewhat high. It seems that the ones causing their deaths aren't ghosts. Of course, there is one exception, but if you think about it, what truly caused their death can be regarded as foreshadowing, as you can switch perspectives between humans and ghosts.
In an infinite flow horror novel, the main cause of anyone's death is actually not because of a ghost. Isn't that particularly strange? So, who exactly killed these people? If you find it interesting, we can meet again in the next volume.
I will try my best to keep improving, aiming to write better.
Thank you all. By the way, I just cut my nails, I feel weak.
Mainly, it's to organize the content for the next volume.
I'll take a break tomorrow, Moa. Chapter 1, The Ghost in the Cabin.
Dungeon name, The Ghost in the Cabin, Level 1 Dungeon.
Dungeon type, multiplayer, puzzle solving, survival. Dungeon description, deep in the secluded forest, a rotting wooden cabin awaits its prey. When the last light of day is swallowed by the forest, it awakens. At this moment, can you still recognize yourself in the mirror?
1. Survive for 72 hours.
2. Uncover the truth. Lin Mo opened his eyes, the cold wooden planks pressed against his back.
A strong smell of mold mixed with damp air surged into his nostrils. He pushed himself up and looked around. This was a wooden cabin, with a few dim yet bright beams of light streaming through the windows, illuminating the room. In the corner, there was a pile of broken furniture covered in thick dust. He rubbed his temples, and his hand immediately reached into the inner pocket of his clothes. After confirming that the evil spirit dagger and soul eater were both there, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he opened the status bar to check.
Times cleared, 1. Talent 1, Time Endgame Fate Paradox.
Actively activate to pause time for 9 seconds, 5/5. Actively activate to rewind time for 60 minutes, 2/2. Actively activate to summon any existing being, object/living creature, from any parallel universe within sight to the base world, i.e., the world where the main body is located. The same individual from the parallel universe cannot be summoned again before it disappears in the base world. In different parallel worlds, when the same object comes into close contact, it triggers annihilation, both parties disappear together, with only the user immune to this annihilation rule. If the existence pulled is from the user's own parallel world, then the physical body in the main world will be in a void state, and the main consciousness will replace the parallel body's consciousness. The parallel body can share all the items, abilities, and talents of the main body. After the parallel body disappears, the main body can choose to appear at any location within a 50-meter radius of the disappearance within 521 seconds.
Talent 2, Cold Silence Authority.
The fewer survivors there are, the higher the rewards for completing the level.
If not completing as a team, the completion rewards greatly increase.
One ability or item can be specified to immediately reset its cooldown or usage count, with a small chance to refresh the ability after use.
Supernatural item, Evil Spirit Dagger, Soul Devourer. New abilities can only be used once in the dungeon, which left him a bit disappointed.
But this couldn't be helped, after all, this ability was too overpowered. He could only find a chance to pull his own parallel body in a deserted place. This was also the safest method.
To be honest, Lin Mo had been thinking about a question since he got his new ability. That is, can he pull a vengeful spirit from the parallel world into the main world, and then trigger the annihilation rule?
Unfortunately, based on information he learned from the forum, it seems that vengeful spirits do not exist in the real world, so he lost the opportunity to experiment. Moreover, it was a fundamental rule of the dungeon world that vengeful spirits cannot be killed, which is a consensus among all forum users. The most reasonable explanation might be that he could pull the parallel body of the vengeful spirit, and their encounter would also trigger the annihilation rule, but the actual body of the vengeful spirit couldn't be completely destroyed.
Vengeful spirits can revive and come back under certain conditions.
Even two vengeful spirits meeting might cause unpredictable changes, which would then be more troublesome. Therefore, after knowing that the dungeon world allowed only one usage, Lin Mo decided to play it safe and find a place to pull his parallel body to temporarily replace the main body. Just then, a low moan came from the other end of the room.
5 figures gradually sat up from the ground, all showing the same confusion. A sturdy man stood up first, asking in a rough voice, "Where is this?"
He rubbed his neck, as if still coming to his senses. His gaze swept over the others, finally stopping on a young girl in the corner with long hair, a flicker of amazement in his eyes. The girl was curled up, hugging her knees, her body slightly trembling like a frightened deer. She lifted her head, the soft dusk light outlining her side profile. Her skin was flawlessly fair. Her eyes were large and watery, eyelashes like little fans, trembling slightly in fear, misted by a layer of soft moisture, easily stirring up a protective instinct in people's hearts. She wore a simple thin dress, the fabric clinging to her body curves, outlining her youthful waist and the full, soft arc of her chest. Lin Mo also took a glance. She indeed deserved another look, such a beautiful girl was rare in reality. At this moment, another man in a shirt, wearing glasses, pushed up his frames and said calmly, "We are in the dungeon." He looked around, frowning slightly. My name is Yin Feng, I have completed 4 games.
You all should have information about the dungeon in your memories, right?
I suggest everyone report the number of games they have completed to confirm the difficulty.
Wu Hao.
The sturdy man paused, as if recalling something, then responded with a grim expression after a while.
This is my first time entering the game, I hope to trouble you guys more.
As he spoke, a strong scent of cologne mixed with smoke wafted around. Lin Mo quietly took a step back, he could hardly endure the intense smell. Lin Mo had learned before that usually players receive a memory before entering a dungeon for the first time, confirming the truth of the dungeon and the eerie, corrosive game. So even if it's their first time in the dungeon, most won't be foolish, because this place truly exists with ghosts. Lin Mo's first dungeon was a rare exception.
Though he didn't receive a memory, the dungeon content had some additional beginner tips.
Normal players don't have these so-called beginner tips.
A tall, thin man with a gloomy face leaned against the wall and was the first to respond. Zhao Lei, cleared it once.
Lin Mo replied, Zhang He, cleared it once.
He unhesitatingly used a false name, after all, using his real name could bring unnecessary trouble.
In the corner, another short-haired woman softly spoke, Li Weiwei, first time entering the dungeon.
She wore a plain shirt and had a very unsightly expression. I didn't expect the legends to be true.
Finally, it was the turn of the long-haired girl. Tears hung on her eyelashes as she softly said, I'm Su Wanqing, I've only been through 1 game, I was fortunate to survive before. Wu Hao suddenly grinned, stepped up to Su Wanqing, and patted her head, saying,
Don't be afraid, Big Brother will protect you.
As he spoke, he revealed a large tattoo on his arm. Yin Feng glanced at the tattoo with a flicker of disgust in his eyes.
Su Wanqing showed no intention of rejecting.
Thank you, Brother Wu, you need to protect me. Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying just the right amount of shyness. She subconsciously leaned closer to Wu Hao, almost pressing against his strong arm. For a moment, Lin Mo vaguely caught a whiff of green tea's refreshing fragrance.
Chapter 2 in the dense forest.
The tall, thin man Zhao Lei scoffed and stepped forward to open his hands.
Just you?
A newcomer only, don't end up being the first to fall. According to official statistics, the survival rate for newcomers is only 40%.
He stepped forward, blocking between the two, his gaze provoking. What do you mean? Wu Hao snapped, grabbing Zhao Lei by the collar and yanking him off balance. Let go.
Zhao Lei struggled, eyes swirling with malice. The two faced off like beasts, and the air in the room suddenly tensed. Lin Mo coldly watched the scene unfold. His gaze shifted to Su Wanqing.
This woman seemed a bit off.
She stepped back a few paces, cowering in the corner, quietly sobbing. But Lin Mo clearly saw her peripheral gaze sweep over the two in conflict, her lips slightly curling up.
This woman.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes.
Enough. Yan Feng's voice broke the deadlock.
He separated the two, his tone brooking no argument.
Now is not the time for internal strife. He glanced at the wall clock, the hands were stopped at 5 in the afternoon. It might not be long before it gets dark.
Yin Feng said solemnly, I don't need to say how dangerous it becomes after dark, we must first clarify the rules. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei snorted first and turned to walk towards the wall on the other side. Wu Hao mumbled something and stopped speaking further.
All right, we'll all listen to you, boss.
Yin Feng scanned everyone, his tone steady as he said.
Since we've temporarily reached a consensus, why not introduce our talents and items? That way, in the upcoming exploration, we can better cooperate. He paused, scanning each face, offering his sincerity. Time is tight, I'll go first.
My talent is Thunderfire technique, capable of unleashing fire attacks. I have one eerie item, the function of which I will keep secret for now, but it is not an offensive eerie item. The rest hesitated, and Lin Mo blended in among them. He had already thought about how to disguise his talent.
Seeing everyone unwilling to speak, Li Weiwei sighed and said, My talent is spiritual sight.
You can observe the spirits within sight and communicate with them simply.
Because it's my first time entering the instance, I don't have any supernatural tools.
Lin Mo glanced at the short-haired woman in front of him, and from her reaction, it seemed she was not new to the existence of the Eerie invasion game. Her previous exclamation, I can't believe the legend is true, also indirectly proved her uniqueness.
Moreover, although it was her first awakening of talent, her body didn't show any abnormality, unlike him who suffered greatly during his own awakening.
This made him remember the system's initial prompt about special individuals.
Could it be because he was a traveler?
Seeing someone take the lead, Wu Hao also patted his chest.
It's my first time entering the instance too, my talent is physical enhancement, which can greatly improve my physical abilities. Right now, I feel like I could punch a cow to death.
After saying that, he provocatively glanced at Zhao Lei beside him, then continued.
As for the tools Yen Gu mentioned, I don't think I have any.
But don't worry, Ching Mei, I can protect you. When it was Su Wanqing's turn, she nodded at Wu Hao, then said in a soft voice. My talent is revealing pursuit. I can capture clues related to supernatural phenomena when no one is around. However, this talent has its odds. Sometimes, I might not capture anything at all. Yan Feng looked at her with some surprise. This ability was really practical. After all, most instances require investigation to find the rules of murder, and if she could find crucial clues using her talent, it would be a huge help to the entire team. Lin Mo quietly watched her, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He felt this woman was likely hiding something, but he had no evidence. Next, it was Lin Mo's turn.
Zhang Yi, cleared at once.
My talent is space freezing, allowing me to freeze a designated target, rendering it unable to move. I have one eerie tool that can repel evil spirits, but I must hit the target for it to work.
Yan Feng looked at him in astonishment, not expecting that he could obtain an eerie tool after clearing the instance for the first time.
However, he didn't feel any envy, as eerie tools would bind to the user after clearing the instance, and even if the user died, it could not be unbound. Zhao Lei, leaning against the wall, snorted coldly. I have no tools, and my talent is inconvenient to mention.
Wu Hao seized the opportunity to retort angrily. Why is it only you who can't say?
Yan Feng stepped in again, blocking the way between Wu Hao and Zhao Lei, his tone stern. Internal strife will only let the ghosts take advantage. He glanced at Zhao Lei. You can keep your talent secret, but don't cause trouble behind my back, or I will deal with you personally. After saying that, he turned to everyone. It's getting dark, we must act quickly. But before that, I will tell you about the instance's relevant information and some basic knowledge. Then, Yan Feng spent about 10 minutes quickly explaining some important points to everyone. His main audience was Wu Hao and Li Weiwei, who were entering the instance for the first time.
Li Weiwei and Wu Hao both looked eager to take notes.
Lin Mo noticed a detail. When Yan Feng was discussing these precautions, he was very organized, as if he had practiced it countless times. After more than 10 minutes, Yan Feng brought everyone to the door, then pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped into the dense forest first. The others followed closely behind. Lin Mo turned to glance at the wooden house behind him. The wooden house stood alone deep in the forest. Its main structure was built from rough, decayed wood. This was a two-story wooden house, seemingly aged. Just as they passed by the entrance, they also discovered an open passageway leading underground. So, this wooden house appeared to have 3 levels. Because the sun was about to set. The dense forest was more oppressive than imagined. The towering ancient trees almost blocked out the sky. The air was damp, cold, and sticky, filled with a strong earthy smell. Yan Feng walked in the lead, leaving marks on the tree trunks with his dagger. Wu Hao protected Su Wanqing, cautiously looking around. Zhao Lei followed silently at the end of the group. At first, they could hear birds chirping, but as the light faded, the whole forest fell into silence.
They discovered 2 paths connecting the dense forest, one small path leading up the mountain, and one big road leading down.
Under Yan Feng's lead, they chose to walk up the mountain. Yan Feng said it was impossible to leave directly from the bottom of the mountain. The dungeon wouldn't let them go so easily. Those who tried to be clever all met a tragic end. Half an hour later, a mist began to spread silently, drastically reducing visibility. From within the fog came a slithering sound, as if something was crawling close to the ground.
Su Wanqing suddenly grabbed Wu Hao's arm. Something is on the left.
A twisted shadow flashed through the depths of the fog.
An indescribable feeling of oppression spread throughout the air. Chapter 3, Spirit Vision.
Lin Mo felt a twinge of foreboding. If they stayed in the forest for too long after dark,
he would die. Even if he possessed 3 powerful abilities, there was no chance of survival.
Yan Feng's expression turned grim. He also sensed the danger clearly.
Let's go back. Yan Feng decisively ordered, this forest is not right.
The group quickly turned back the way they had come. Following the marks guiding them, they walked for about 10 minutes, until the outline of a wooden cabin finally appeared in the fog. Approaching the cabin, the panic in their hearts gradually faded. They stepped inside the cabin. The clock's hands were stuck on 6 o'clock. Strangely, once inside the cabin's vicinity, the outside fog seemed to dissipate. However, the sunset had tilted further. It looked like the sun would completely set soon. Yan Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said hoarsely, the first task is to survive for 72 hours.
It seems that after dark, the forest becomes a forbidden zone. We can't leave the cabin or the area around it. We must not go into the forest. If it's not necessary, do not go outside after dark. Lin Mo quietly noted this in his heart. He believed that others must have felt his earlier premonition as well. This should be a hint from the dungeon to them. Only lower difficulty dungeons give certain physiological hints to players. Lin Mo had previously learned about this on the forum. Dungeons are rated from level 1 to level 3, with increasing difficulty. However, even among the same level of dungeons, the difficulty can vary significantly.
Under the same level of difficulty, the more tasks there are, the higher the difficulty. Thus, the difficulty is also subdivided into levels like 1 to 1, 3 to 2, 2 to 4, and so on. Lin Mo also noticed one problem. Under normal circumstances, a level 1 dungeon has at most 3 tasks, a level 2 dungeon has at most 4, and a level 3 dungeon has at most 5. However, Lin Mo's first dungeon is level 1, and yet it has 5 tasks. This is quite strange. In any case, according to the description of this dungeon, the task difficulty is 1 to 2. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. You're right, this must be one of the rules for the ghosts killing people. He cast a sinister glance at Wu Hao, who was holding Su Wanqing, his eyes filled with undisguised jealousy. Someone should be careful. Wu Hao seemed unfazed by this provocation. He merely glanced at the other person and said nothing more. He had noticed that the other party didn't dare to act openly, they could only provoke him to force him into taking action. Then the other would have a reason to strike. This Zhao Lei had cleared the game once, he might possess methods beyond his imagination. He tightened his hold on Su Wanqing, who was leaning against him. Remembering the past. When Wu Hao was 14 years old, his parents got into a car accident, and they were at fault, causing the family fortune to be completely lost. Not wanting to go to an orphanage, he chose to drop out of school and struggled in society for several years. Eventually, he joined a local gang in the city. For more than 10 years, he used his keen insight and brave attitude to earn the trust of one of the vice leaders. During this time, he endured countless hardships. By all accounts, with these experiences, he shouldn't be so easily swayed by emotion. But the moment he saw Su Wanqing, a thought deeply rooted in his mind. That is, he must protect her, even at the cost of his life. Zhao Lei saw that Wu Hao was not easily fooled and then complained. We shouldn't have gone out just now, it was a waste of time. It's getting dark, we must quickly figure out what's going on in the house. Yan Feng nodded, not contradicting, you're right. We haven't thoroughly checked the house yet, splitting up will be more efficient. He looked around at everyone, his tone steady. Just now outside, I noticed that this wooden house has 2 floors and there's an entrance to a basement. We can split into 3 groups. I and Zheng He will go to the 2nd floor, Li Weiwei and Zhao Lei will be in charge of the 1st floor, Wu Hao and Su Wanqing will go to the basement. Wu Hao grinned and patted his chest. No problem. He held Su Wanqing tightly by the shoulders, the latter lowering her head and softly echoing, thank you, brother Wu. Zhao Lei snickered but didn't provoke further, just shot a cold glance at Wu Hao. Li Weiwei looked pale but appeared calm. I have no objections. Lin Mo nodded silently. The grouping suited him well, not because the 2nd floor had a better view for observation, but because Yan Feng. This person had gone through 4 games and surely knew a lot of things. The 1st floor was spacious but reeked of decay. In the center of the living room, the floor was cracked in several places, and a faded carpet lay curled in a corner, covered in dust. It seemed there had been no signs of life for a long time. To the left of the living room was an open kitchen. The greasy stove was covered in thick grime, and the sink was piled high with rusty cookware. Li Weiwei's gaze swept across the floor, suddenly stopping in a corner. There was a large, dark pool of liquid that had long since dried up. This liquid looked a lot like blood that had been exposed to the air for a long time. Without hesitation, she activated her spiritual sight ability. Number of completions, 0. Ability, spiritual sight. Activating it allows observation of spiritual entities and grievances within the line of sight, lasting for 10 minutes, 3/3. Supernatural item, none. Her view suddenly warped. The gray, peeling walls lost their color, covered in a layer of ghostly blue cold light. The large pool of dried blood in the kitchen corner appeared a glaring red through her spiritual sight, a clear mark of heavy grievances. But as she scanned the area, she found no trace of spiritual entities, which left her a bit disappointed. However, Li Weiwei thought, if she did find a spiritual entity, it would likely provoke it at the same time. This was truly her first time entering a copy world, and she had no means of self-protection. She glanced upstairs. Originally, she wanted to pair up with Yan Feng. But he seemed very interested in that person named Zheng He, so she had to comply with his arrangement to avoid upsetting him. Next, taking advantage of the ongoing effect of her spiritual sight, she quickly checked all the surrounding rooms, still finding no traces of spiritual entities. However, in the kitchen, bathroom, living room, sofa, and storage room on the 1st floor, she discovered plenty of bloodstains. Of course, the grievances were very thick. Leaving the storage room, Li Weiwei frowned and spoke to Zhao Lei, who was idly standing by. There are no traces of spiritual entities, but I found many signs of blood, with heavy grievances. It might be related to the vengeful spirit this time. Zhao Lei indifferently gave a sound of His gaze remained fixed on a slightly ajar door. Chapter 4, Cooperation. It was the entrance to the basement. Not long ago, Wu Hao and Su Wanqing's figures had disappeared into the darkness behind the corridor. He couldn't understand why that beautiful woman would be interested in a person like Wu Hao. Zhao Lei, 31 years old this year.
He was once a silent employee in an office building.
The first dungeon experience amplified the ruthless nature deep within him. The fat pig who had always oppressed him in the workplace, his boss, he had long disliked him. 7 days ago, he used his talent to make the other person crash through the office's floor-to-ceiling window and fall to his death downstairs. Since that time, he had felt the pleasure of control. And this time, seeing the enchanting Su Wanqing, he had completely regarded her as his own possession.
Wu Hao, that fool, if he could get rid of him smoothly, then.
Thinking about this, he licked his dry, cracked lips. The caution and carefulness from the last dungeon were completely gone. Zhao Lei deliberately knocked over a shovel at the entrance of the basement passage, causing a loud clang.
What are you doing? Li Weiwei jumped in fright. My hand slipped.
Zhao Lei's face was expressionless, but his ears were catching the sounds from the basement. No screams, no strange noises. He cursed under his breath. But he was unwilling to go down and check.
If they really were doing something, that kind of scene would be too painful. It shouldn't be.
After all, Wanqing shouldn't be that kind of casual woman, and she probably chose to be near Wu Hao because of his strong build, which made her feel safe.
Li Weiwei looked at Zhao Lei and cautiously took 2 steps back.
The first floor had already been mostly explored.
Apart from some strange bloodstains, nothing abnormal was found. Now, it was just about whether other areas had any noteworthy clues. The air in the basement was thick and oppressive. If it weren't for a few ventilation openings, it would be completely pitch black here.
Wu Hao kicked away a wooden box that was blocking the way, and dust and smoke filled the air. He rudely rummaged through the scattered objects in the corner. Broken glass bottles, rotting cloth, and rusty metal pieces were tossed aside carelessly.
What clues could this damn place have? Wu Hao muttered as he lifted a heavy tarp. Under the tarp was a ceramic jar, its opening sealed with wax.
He casually smashed the jar. A strong, foul smell of herbs and decaying flesh instantly spread through the air.
Almost simultaneously, a faint line of blood-red writing appeared on the wall.
The scent will awaken the sleeping shadow.
Wu Hao froze. What is that?
Just as he was in a daze, Su Wanqing suddenly threw herself into his arms, her body trembling violently.
Brother Wu, there's a sound, behind the wall.
Her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, her face buried in his chest.
Wu Hao's attention was immediately pulled back. The soft warmth of the girl's body pressed against him.
He instinctively held her tighter, his hand gently brushing over her delicate back, feeling the warmth of her skin through her dress.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
His voice was a bit dry. Just as he was about to release Su Wanqing and check the wall, Su Wanqing raised her tear-filled face. In the dim light, her pale neck and collarbones looked fragile yet tempting. She stood on tiptoe, her lips almost touching his earlobe, her breath sweet and trembling.
Brother Wu, hold me. I'm so cold.
In that instant, his desire instantly crushed all his caution. Whatever sound was coming from behind the wall, he didn't care anymore. He lowered his head and roughly kissed her lips. Su Wanqing responded obediently, but her fingers silently slid into his collar, her cold fingertips pressing against his burning skin. At the same time, her legs wrapped around his waist, her body actively pressing against him. In the dark, her fingertips traced over Wu Hao's tense back muscles, and a faint, almost imperceptible, eerie glow seeped into his skin from her palm. Just as Su Wanqing and Wu Hao were playing duo matches, Lin Mo and Yin Feng stood in front of a bed, their expressions serious.
Lin Mo and Yin Feng had just briefly surveyed the environment on the second floor.
There was a master bedroom suite, a secondary bedroom suite, a vacant children's room, and a shared bathroom, plus a strangely locked iron door at the corner. But if one had to say what was most suspicious, it would be the bed in the master bedroom before them. The sheets no longer showed their original color, completely covered in dark brown stains. It was clearly dried blood. The blood was not evenly spread, most areas had long, dragged, and smeared marks, one on top of another, shocking to behold. The pillow was even more horrifying, with a large, irregular dark stain clinging to a few strands of dark brown hair, indistinguishable whether it was hair or something else.
Above the headboard hung a huge wedding photo.
The wedding photo looked new, as if it had just been hung up recently. The couple in the photo wore happy smiles. The man wore a sharp suit, and the woman wore a pure white wedding dress, their fingers intertwined. Yin Feng sighed, looking at the relatively calm Lin Mo, silently nodding in his heart. Typically, a first-level dungeon has only one ghost, this couple is likely the source. From the scene, it seems that an intruder came in and killed them. This place is too remote, making it easy for such things to happen. You make a good point, Lin Mo nodded, agreeing with Yin Feng's thoughts. Yin Feng said, next, we need to find their bodies or other related clues, at the very least, we need to know how this couple died, as the murder rules must be hidden within. Lin Mo's gaze shifted from the large wedding photo over the headboard to Yin Feng, calmly asking, why choose to team up with me? Yin Feng smiled lightly, in fact, every time we randomly enter a dungeon, it's like gambling.
But the team-up privilege is quite precious. Sometimes, randomly matching in the dungeon is unavoidable.
At this time, selecting the right teammates becomes very important.
Oh.
Lin Mo instantly understood the other's meaning but still pretended to be surprised, waiting for him to explain. Yan Feng continued, Wu Hao has already been mesmerized by that Su Wanqing.
And Zhao Lei looks gloomy, seeming like he could stab a teammate at any moment.
Li Weiwei seems calm, but since it's her first time in a dungeon, she might not withstand sudden situations. As for Su Wanqing, she is acting just a bit too much. Yan Feng shook his head. Anyone who can survive a dungeon is not simple. She's either acting or hiding something more dangerous. He looked at Lin Mo. Only you remained calm throughout, and you also possess a strange object, so I believe you would make a good partner. Yan Feng extended his hand, sincerely stating, so I hope we can cooperate. I've only cleared it once, I may not be much help.
Chapter 5, Information Sharing.
Facing Lin Mo's words, Yan Feng responded straightforwardly.
You don't need to be very strong, just don't create chaos like them, and that's enough.
Besides, someone who can obtain a strange object in their first dungeon, I won't think they're simple. He pointed to the blood-soaked sheets in front of them, but that's not the key. Finding clues and staying alive is what matters. Lin Mo thought for a moment and then reached out to shake hands with him, marking a preliminary cooperation agreement.
Got it.
Then the two stopped talking, tacitly searching separately.
Although the master bedroom was not small, there was not much in it.
The wardrobe contained only some simple clothes and bedding, while opposite the bed were two tables. One was likely a vanity, covered in various luxury items and cosmetics, including gold and silver jewelry,
jade bracelets and so on. There was also a very luxurious-looking mirror, showing that this family was quite wealthy.
On another table, it was filled with various paints and drawing paper, plus a man's razor and a large number of empty cigarette boxes. Opening the drawer, there was a simple golden ring and a watch, both clearly meant for a man. It seemed that these two tables belonged to the husband and wife, one for each. Lin Mo searched around, confirming there was nothing of interest, and then left the master bedroom. Then Lin Mo walked into the shared bathroom. A strong smell of smoke instantly invaded his nose. This smell was fresh, contrasting sharply with the musty, dusty smell inside the house.
The bathroom window was wide open.
Thick dust had accumulated on the window frame, but there was one spot on the windowsill that was clearly wiped clean. Lin Mo found a corner where he wouldn't be seen and quietly pulled out his parallel self. He had recorded his process of pulling out his parallel self with his phone back in the real world. The movement was small, but there would be a brief distortion around him. So to be safe, it was better to avoid others.
After confirming that he wasn't noticed, Lin Mo suddenly felt something was off.
In a house that's been abandoned for so long, where does this heavy smoke smell come from?
Lin Mo was shocked, instantly realizing something was wrong.
He tried to locate the source of the smoke, but strangely found that this smell seemed to be coming from the bathroom itself. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming chill. He hurriedly searched around, and after finding no clues, quickly exited the bathroom.
Strangely, as soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, the smoke smell vanished completely.
As if that mere doorway had blocked the smell inside. However, he did not leave empty-handed. He had a small bottle of glue in his hand. He tested it, finding the viscosity acceptable, not expired for too long.
That was found inside the bathroom cabinet.
Thinking about the previous conflict between Zhao Lei and Wu Hao, he felt it necessary to handle interpersonal relationships with caution. These people were not NPCs, but real players, so he had to keep his guard up. Lin Mo stuffed the small bottle of glue into his pocket, then walked straight through the corridor, quickly heading toward the second bedroom. Yan Feng was standing in front of an open drawer, his brow furrowed.
Did you find anything? Lin Mo asked in a low voice.
Yan Feng pointed to the items in the drawer. There are two strong flashlights.
Lin Mo leaned in to take a look.
Inside the drawer lay two metal flashlights, their surfaces covered in scratches, clearly old items. From their shape, they indeed looked like strong flashlights. These strong flashlights were heavy and far more powerful than household needs, standing out awkwardly in this abandoned wooden house. Yan Feng picked one up, weighing it in his hand, then pressed the switch hard with his thumb.
Click.
A blinding white light suddenly illuminated the room. Something's not right. These types of flashlights are generally used for cave exploration or outdoor rescue.
Ordinary families wouldn't keep them. Even in the wilderness, searchlights are far more useful than these strong flashlights.
And one very strange thing is that all the lighting equipment and appliances in the wooden house are broken, but the water systems are working fine. Lin Mo nodded, silently noting these 2 points, then lowered his voice to say.
The bathroom has a problem too.
When I went in, I smelled a strong smell of smoke, very fresh, but as soon as I stepped out, the smell disappeared.
Yan Feng's gaze sharpened. Smoke smell? Are you sure it's not just dust or moldy smell? I can't be mistaken.
Lin Mo was certain, it smelled like someone had just smoked. This whole house has been abandoned for years, this smell shouldn't exist.
The key point is, I can't find the source of the smoke.
Yanfeng was silent for a moment, then suddenly shoved a strong flashlight into Lin Mo's hand.
Take this, it might be useful. Then he picked up the other one. There seems to be nothing left on the surface here. Let's meet up with them and see if they have found anything useful. By the way, there is an iron door at the end of the second floor corridor that we can't open. We may need to find the key. If possible, try not to force it open.
Lin Mo glanced at the rusty iron door and nodded. When Yanfeng and Lin Mo returned to the first floor, Li Weiwei was frowning and standing in the center of the living room. Zhao Lei leaned against the entrance to the basement, his gaze dark and piercing as he watched the depths of the passage.
Did you make any discoveries?
Yanfeng asked directly.
Li Weiwei pointed to the dried bloodstains in the corner.
There are dark red stains in many places on the first floor, filled with strong resentment. I just used my ability, but found no traces of spirits. As she spoke, she pulled out 6 candles, each about 30 centimeters long, and 6 lighters from her pocket. I found these in the storage room, and they match our number perfectly.
Seeing this, Yanfeng's expression brightened.
He spoke first. Zhang He and I discovered that there are no usable lighting devices or electrical appliances in this wooden house, so these candles might be our only source of light at night.
You did great. Li Weiwei smiled as she distributed the candles and lighters.
Lin Mo thanked her after receiving his share. At this moment, Zhao Lei snorted coldly.
The two in the basement haven't moved for half a day. Looks like they're busy.
His tone was sarcastic, but a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao and Su Wanqing appeared at the entrance of the basement passage. Wu Hao had a satisfied glow on his face, and his legs trembled slightly as he walked up. Su Wanqing kept her head down, her long hair covering her cheeks.
So, have you finished your investigation? Yanfeng's gaze swept over them. Found nothing. Wu Hao waved dismissively.
Su Wanqing also softly said without raising her head. Lin Mo quietly observed her.
Yanfeng continued. There are discoveries on the second floor.
In the bedroom, there is a blood-stained bed, and a wedding photo of a couple hangs above the headboard. I suspect this couple is the source of the ghost. He paused, then shifted gears.
Was there really nothing unusual in the basement? Wu Hao shrugged dismissively. What could be unusual? Just a pile of junk.
Chapter 6, The Strange Su Wanqing. So, the 6 of them sketched out a simple layout of the wooden house. They would need to stay here for the next 3 days, so understanding the environment was very necessary.
First, the basement.
The basement space was quite large, but it was cluttered with many abandoned items, along with a small room with a bed and a storage room. Next was the first floor, which had the largest area.
It included 2 guest rooms, 2 bathrooms, an open kitchen, a storage room, and an oversized living room.
Finally, the second floor, which consisted of a master bedroom suite, a secondary bedroom suite, an unused children's room, and a public bathroom, along with a strange iron door that couldn't be opened. All electrical devices in the wooden house were damaged, but water was functioning normally. Various basic living supplies like toothbrushes and cups were available, but there was no food. Lin Mo and Yanfeng intentionally concealed the existence of the powerful flashlights. Because this was not shareable information, but rather actual physical items. With only 2 powerful flashlights, they naturally chose to keep them. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the living room walls, finally settling on the clock hanging above the fireplace.
It seemed to be the only clock in the entire room.
Ever since the last instance, he had become very sensitive to time.
He calmly walked forward and skillfully took down the wall clock.
The heavy metal shell felt cold in his hand, the hand stopping precisely at 7 o'clock.
Just then, the light outside was visibly fading at a rapid pace. It's unreasonably fast.
The others were deep in discussion, and the dimming light caused them to overlook Lin Mo's actions. Only Su Wanqing seemed to have heard a slight noise and glanced momentarily in Lin Mo's direction. Yanfeng watched the last sliver of light disappear outside, his expression serious.
It's completely dark now.
Tonight, we all stay in the living room on the first floor, and try to stick together.
No way. Su Wanqing, who had been silent, immediately protested. I have a light sleep, and if there are people beside me, I can't fall asleep. She instinctively shrank closer to Wu Hao.
Yanfeng looked confused, not understanding why this woman was making such a fuss, his voice unintentionally becoming stern.
Do you think this is your home?
If we split up, we'll be picked off one by the vengeful ghosts.
Don't be so serious.
Wu Hao immediately chimed in, his arm casually draping over Su Wanqing's shoulder. Qing is timid, having someone beside her makes it even harder to sleep. Besides, with so many of us crowded together, we might be wiped out all at once by the ghosts. He added gruffly, Yan, you're too nervous. Yanfeng's brows furrowed. The prompt for the instance is very clear, it's a forbidden area outside after dark.
The inside might not be safe either. Staying together is the safest option. But I really can't sleep. If there are people nearby, my heart races so much. She looked at Wu Hao for help. Wu Hao immediately patted his chest to assure her. Yan Feng, don't scare people. Xing is under my care, I'll be in the adjoining guest room, and if anything happens, I can rush out to protect her immediately. If I can't sleep at night, I won't have any energy during the day. Yan Feng, seeing the unyielding duo, caught a glimpse of Zhao Lei's smirk and Li Weiwei's pale, silent face, felt utterly drained. Fine. Yan Feng suppressed his anger and made a compromise. Then Su Wanxing will stay in the left guest room on the first floor, Wu Hao, you will stay in the right guest room. Li Weiwei, you'll stay in the children's room on the second floor. Zhao Lei, you stay in the second floor's secondary bedroom. As for Zhang he looked at Lin Mo, you will stay in the small room in the basement. I will stay in the main bedroom on the second floor. That place is likely where that couple was murdered, it's the most dangerous. He emphasized, glancing around, everyone stay on alert, if anything seems off, scream for help immediately. Zhang He, your room is closest to the basement entrance, come up right away if there's trouble. Lin Mo calmly nodded, understood. He understood Yan Feng's intention, the other had little actual anger in his heart. Though they compromised with the separation, it also gave him and Yan Feng a chance to continue investigating. Although moving at night is dangerous, even potentially more likely to trigger rules. But there's also an important hidden rule in the instance: the longer you stay in the instance, the more dangerous the situation becomes. Not only because most vengeful ghosts are gradually unsealed over time, but also because as the instance progresses, the number of players decreases. In other words, there are fewer cannon fodder. So it's crucial to gather as much information as possible at the beginning. Zhao Lei scoffed, offering no opinion, and turned to walk towards the stairs. Li Weiwei also quietly said got it, and went up the stairs. Inside the wooden house, visibility was already dimming, and Wu Hao protected Su Wanxing as they walked towards the left guest room. As Su Wanxing entered, she quickly glanced back at Lin Mo, who was walking alone towards the basement, licking her lips, her allure evident. Lin Mo leaned against the wall, descending into the basement step by step along the narrow staircase. Once he fully stepped into the basement, he carefully took out a candle and lit it. As for why he chose to use a candle first, it was simply because Lin Mo judged that the strong flashlight was more precious than the candle. There were only 2 strong flashlights, while there were 6 candles. He gently placed the clock he took from the living room on a wooden box in the corner. Then he surveyed his surroundings. The basement was messier than he imagined. Lin Mo moved slowly along the wall, the candlelight sweeping over the surface inch by inch. Most of the wall paint had long since peeled off. When he reached the deepest part, the candlelight was suddenly blocked by a worn wooden door plank propped at an angle in the corner. Behind the door plank, there seemed to be an unnatural indentation. Lin Mo lowered his gaze and saw fresh movement marks on the ground below the plank. He pressed his toes against the edge of the door plank and with force, slid it aside half a foot. The wall was exposed. It was covered with thick, dense scratches. They were crudely carved with a sharp object. The scratches looked very new, as if someone had only just made them. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold. He vaguely noticed that in places where the scratches didn't completely cover, there seemed to be red marks. Lin Mo raised the candle and leaned closer to the wall. Someone must have scratched out the writing on the wall with a sharp object. That had to be a very important clue. It might even relate to the ghost's killing rules. As for who did it, Lin Mo already had someone in mind. These marks looked so fresh, they must have been made just now by Wu Hao and Su Wanxing. But what exactly was their motive for doing this? Did they want to hide key information and then have others test the ghost's rules? Lin Mo decided to keep a close eye on these 2 people. If he wasn't to kill them now, his chances of being attacked by the ghost would definitely increase, and he would not show mercy. Moreover, if he were to kill, he must find a suitable time. His chances to pause time were very precious. Chapter 7, Night Exploration. Next, Lin Mo carefully checked all the places again and discovered half a candle in a corner. This candle showed signs of having been used. The complete candle in his hand had already burned down 1/3. Lin Mo glanced at the time on the clock, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. This meant a candle could only burn for about 3 hours. Thinking of this, Lin Mo quickly arranged a few things, cleared the traces, and set up some inconspicuous little mechanisms on the necessary route to the basement. Then he hurried back to his room, lay down, and blew out the candle. Only then did he realize that the door of this room didn't even have a lock. For safety's sake, Lin Mo pushed a cabinet to block the door in the dark. This cabinet was quite heavy, and Lin Mo spent a lot of effort pushing it. That should do. If anything wanted to break in, this buffer should give him some waking time. In a low-level instance, the ghost's abilities shouldn't be too strong, that's what the forums all said. On the second floor master bedroom.
Yen Feng stood alone in front of that nauseating bloody bed, his brow tightly furrowed, as if pondering some difficult problem. He didn't light the candle, as there was moonlight that illuminated part of the area. He used the moonlight to clean the bedsheets and threw the sheet along with the mattress out.
Something wasn't right.
After doing all this, he recalled the smell of smoke Lin Mo had detected in the public restroom, and those two special strong flashlights. A dilapidated wooden house, isolated from the world for years, shouldn't have these things. He bent down and carefully examined the wedding photo. This wedding photo was rather out of place, the only thing that could prove the identity of the house's owner.
And it looked a bit too new.
The photo was embedded in a heavy wooden frame.
He tried to take the frame off the wall. The back of the frame was pressed against the wall, showing no abnormalities.
Previously, he and Zhang He had checked this frame and found nothing. Just as he was about to give up, his finger brushed against a small bump at an inconspicuous indentation on the edge of the wooden frame.
The small bump definitely didn't exist before. It couldn't be seen in the daytime. Can you feel it at night? He pressed hard.
With a soft click, a hidden compartment popped open beneath the picture frame.
Yen Feng's heart jumped violently. He quickly lit a candle and peered into the flickering light.
Inside the compartment was only a folded, yellowed piece of paper. He carefully took out the paper and unfolded it. On the paper were a few lines scrawled in messy handwriting.
A bathroom that smells of smoke is safe.
It fears the smell of smoke.
Don't shine a bright light directly at it, or it will be angered.
Yen Feng silently took note of the content, then tucked the note away. Lin Mo squinted for a while but couldn't fall asleep.
The basement was dead silent. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from the entrance.
Not from upstairs, but from the staircase leading down to the basement. Lin Mo instantly woke up, his right hand quietly slipping beneath his pillow, gripping the evil spirit dagger.
The footsteps stopped outside the door.
In the heavy silence, a faint candlelight seeped through the crack of the door. Lin Mo held his breath, the dagger's hilt pressed firmly against his palm.
Zhang He, are you asleep? Su Wanqing's voice sounded from outside, soft and gentle. Lin Mo did not respond. This was too illogical. Wu Hao was sleeping on the first floor, why would she risk coming down alone?
The door creaked open inward, and the cabinet blocking it seemed to offer no resistance. Dim yellow candlelight flooded in, illuminating the slender figure at the door. Su Wanqing held the candle, her thin dress tracing out curves in the soft light. She took a step forward, a timid expression on her face.
I'm scared, Wu Gu is asleep, it's so dark outside.
Her voice grew softer, her body trembling lightly as she leaned closer to Lin Mo's bedside. Can you talk to me?
A sweet, cloying scent filled the air.
Lin Mo did not answer Su Wanqing's question, her face glowing with a strange allure in the candlelight. He tightened his grip on the evil spirit dagger, his body coiled like a bowstring. That scent had begun to spread the moment she entered, carrying a force that relaxed the nerves. He bit his tongue sharply, the sudden pain jolting his muddled mind awake a bit.
It was a talent. Or some kind of enchanting item. Get out.
Lin Mo's voice held a blatant murderous intent.
Su Wanqing's weak expression froze for a moment and then turned into a pitiful look. Zhang Yigu, why are you so fierce?
I'm just scared. She not only did not step back but instead took another step closer, almost touching the edge of the bed.
The sweet scent suddenly thickened, radiating a dizzying warmth. In Lin Mo's eyes, Su Wanqing became increasingly charming.
Lin Mo stared at Su Wanqing. This is your last warning. If you release that ability again, I will fight back immediately.
The allure on Su Wanqing's face froze in an instant, then she took 2 steps back.
The scent emanating from her body dissipated. She forced a smile, her voice laced with feigned grievance. Zhang Yigu, you misunderstood me.
I'm just scared and want someone to talk to. Wu Go is asleep, the room is too dark. I came down to spend the night with you. Lin Mo's gaze remained steady. The words in the basement, did you scratch them out? Su Wanqing blinked, looking confused. Words? What words? Wu Gu and I found nothing in the basement. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wu Gu.
Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, no longer pursuing the question, raising his hand to point to the doorway.
Now, get out. Su Wanqing tightened her grip on the candle, holding her ground for a few seconds before she finally lowered her head and turned to leave quickly. The wooden door was gently closed, and the basement fell back into silence. Lin Mo did not let his guard down. He closed his eyes, tuning into his status bar in the darkness. After confirming everything, Lin Mo got out of bed and moved the cabinet back in front of the door. He hoped this woman wouldn't seek her own death right now, at least wait until after testing the rules of the evil spirit a bit longer. Lin Mo thought to himself as he returned to bed. He didn't know how long had passed. Lin Mo faintly heard what seemed like strange chanting from afar. He suddenly woke up. Why did the sleep feel so restless?
But when he was ready to listen carefully, he could no longer hear it.
Feeling uneasy, Lin Mo continued to lie on the bed.
He didn't plan to get up to check, he would wait until tomorrow.
Ah!
In the morning, Lin Mo was startled awake by a sharp, dreadful scream. He sat up abruptly, listening intently to the noise. The sound was coming from the first floor. He pushed aside the cabinet blocking the door and quickly moved up the narrow stairs, carefully avoiding the papers he had stuck on the ground. The light on the first floor was much brighter than in the basement, the sun was already out. One of the guest room doors was ajar, and he could faintly hear suppressed sobbing from inside.
A bad feeling rose in Lin Mo's heart. Chapter 8, Framing.
When Lin Mo reached the doorway, the sight before him made him stop in his tracks. Wu Hao lay on his back in the center of the room, his body twisted into a strange position. His chest had been completely torn open, ribs and organs exposed, dark red blood soaked the floor, spreading to the corner of the wall. The most bizarre thing was that a look of sheer terror was frozen on his face, his eyes wide open as if he had seen something terrifying.
Su Wanqing curled up in the corner, softly sobbing. What happened?
Yan Feng's voice came from behind. He too seemed to have been awakened, now standing at the door looking pale, his brow furrowing tighter as he scanned the corpse on the ground. Li Weiwei was behind him. After just one glance at the body, she immediately covered her mouth and rushed to the corner of the hallway, gagging violently. When Lin Mo's gaze turned to Yan Feng, he hesitated. He suppressed his doubts and turned to Su Wanqing.
Did you find this? Su Wanqing nodded through her sobs, her voice intermittent. When I woke up and came to find Brother Wu, it was already like this. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs.
Zhao Lei walked down leisurely. He casually glanced at the room, and when his eyes passed over Wu Hao's corpse, his lips involuntarily curled up.
Leaning against the doorframe, he spoke mockingly, "Oh, someone died?"
It seems Wu Hao wasn't very good at his job protecting his flowers. Yan Feng shot him a cold glare, then squatted down to inspect the body. The corpse seemed to have been severely tortured in life, with nearly all its fingernails pulled out. The body was covered in deep purple bruises, as if the murderer held a deep hatred for Wu Hao. Yan Feng's gaze shifted to Su Wanqing, his voice low.
You live in the room next door, did you hear anything last night?
Su Wanqing shrank in the corner, her face pale, shaking her head tremulously.
No. I slept very deeply, I didn't hear anything.
Yan Feng furrowed his brow tightly, turning to look at Li Weiwei, who was leaning against the wall and dry heaving.
Li Weiwei, can your spirit sight still work? Can you try to communicate with Wu Hao's spirit? We need clues.
Li Weiwei's body visibly stiffened. She leaned against the wall, covering her mouth, as if about to break down at any moment. Though she already knew that real ghosts existed here, the horrific state of Wu Hao's corpse still terrified her. But in the end, she took a deep breath and managed to nod.
I'll try.
But I can only use my spirit sight 3 times, and I've already used it once yesterday.
Her gaze drifted to Wu Hao's corpse, then she quickly turned away as if electrocuted.
The torn body and the extreme terror frozen on his face almost shattered her sanity. Li Weiwei closed her eyes, calming her emotions before slowly opening them again. At this moment, her vision was instantly covered by a ghostly blue cold light, and the thick resentment in the room turned into a glaring crimson, almost burning her eyes. She held back the dizziness and directed her gaze above the corpse. A thin gray shadow floated above the body, its outline distorted and deformed.
Like torn pieces of paper. That was Wu Hao's spirit, faint enough to dissipate at any moment.
Around him swirled some black mist, almost as if it intended to bind him. Li Weiwei's voice trembled as she attempted to communicate with the spirit. Wu Hao, who killed you? The gray shadow quivered abruptly, its hollow eye sockets turning towards her. Pain, so painful, nails, pulled out. The gray shadow's hands clawed madly at the empty air, as if repeating the struggles before death.
Not a ghost, it's a person, a man.
At this point, the outline of the gray shadow suddenly disintegrated.
It transformed into several strands of black smoke, dissipating into the scarlet resentment.
Li Weiwei stumbled back, the immense shock to her spirit made her involuntarily shut her spiritual vision. She fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The spirit has dissipated, he left only one sentence.
All eyes focused on her.
Li Weiwei swallowed hard, he said it wasn't a ghost that killed him, but a man. After saying this, she cautiously glanced at the men present. She didn't believe the spirit would lie, so the killer must be among Zhao Lei, Zhang He, Lin Mo's alias, and Yan Feng. Among them, Zhao Lei was the most suspicious, as he had a conflict with Wu Hao yesterday. Su Wanqing suddenly pointed at Lin Mo, her voice filled with tears.
Last night,
I heard footsteps coming from the basement. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, looking at her dismissively.
What are you trying to imply? You secretly snuck into the basement last night, tried to use your seductive powers to tempt me, and now you want to frame me after I rejected you? Li Weiwei was dumbfounded, not expecting such a bombshell right off the bat. What nonsense are you talking about?
Su Wanqing suddenly raised her head, her eyes reddened. I stayed in my room all night, I wouldn't dare go out.
And, it was so dark, how could I possibly go down alone?
Lin Mo said casually. When she came down last night, she lit a candle. Don't you think it's evident from her candle if it has any burn marks? The corner of Su Wanqing's mouth curled slightly, secretly thinking she was waiting for this remark. She immediately took out an intact candle from her dress pocket. Look, my candle has never been lit.
She looked at Lin Mo triumphantly, encouraging the others. Now it's obvious who's lying. I just said there were footsteps from the basement, not that I knew who the killer was. Didn't expect Zhang He to react this way. What is this if not a guilty conscience? Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on Lin Mo. Li Weiwei's eyes became wary, and Yin Feng furrowed his brows, asking in a low voice. Zhang He, how do you explain yourself?
Lin Mo remained calm.
Her candle not being lit makes her even more suspicious.
He paused, pointing at Wu Hao's body. Why don't you check if Wu Hao's lighter and candle are still there? Yin Feng immediately squatted down, rummaging through Wu Hao's blood-stained pockets. Moments later, he lifted his head, his expression grave. The lighter and the candle are both missing.
Su Wanqing crossed her arms. What does this prove?
It could very well have been taken by Zhang He.
Lin Mo's tone remained calm. Su Wanqing, you came to the basement after dark last night. I have evidence. Su Wanqing felt shocked but still forced a composed face.
You're spreading lies. I checked the basement with Wu Gu yesterday afternoon and haven't gone down since.
Evidence? Li Weiwei interjected. You'd better make it clear.
Last night before bed, I sprinkled a thin layer of dust on the necessary path to the basement. Lin Mo explained unhurriedly. Then, at a point below, I placed some paper on top and glued it to the steps. He paused, looking at Su Wanqing. When I came out just now, I confirmed that the paper only had the shoe print of one person, yours.
Chapter 9, The Situation Turns. Su Wanqing's face turned pale instantly. But that was left before night fell yesterday. You're deliberately framing me.
A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. I cleaned up the traces you left this afternoon before I set up the trap. The dust from the basement entrance to the room door was rescattered by me, and the paper was freshly laid. He stepped forward, staring intently at the other party. Now the shoe prints on the paper are only yours, proving you entered the basement alone after dark.
If they were indeed left this afternoon, where are Wu Hao's shoe prints? Could I have wiped out his but intentionally left yours? Also, my papers were laid out very obviously. They could be seen clearly in the sunlight. Didn't you say you found nothing? Isn't this contradictory? Lin Mo spoke slowly, clearly outlining his arrangements and thoughts. The logic was clear, leaving no room for refutation. Su Wanqing opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. Yin Feng's gaze completely turned cold.
He no longer looked at Su Wanqing but turned to Lin Mo, his tone softening, carrying a hint of apology. After all, they had just reached a cooperation yesterday, and he had just questioned Lin Mo, which was indeed somewhat ungracious.
Where is the paper?
On the steps at the entrance of the basement. Lin Mo stepped aside to clear the path. The paper is still in place. I deliberately avoided it when I came out. Li Weiwei looked at Su Wanqing's pale face, instinctively took a step back, and wrapped her arms around herself cautiously.
Let's go.
Yin Feng issued a brief command and took the lead towards the basement entrance. The others followed closely behind. Su Wanqing stood frozen in place, feeling somewhat at a loss. She hadn't expected the other side to be so deep and insidious. She just wanted to hint at the other party that something was wrong to take revenge for being rejected yesterday. But now the other side was trying to frame her directly.
That was really too wicked.
At the end of the steps, a dozen torn pieces of smooth white paper lay scattered on the steps. Although those white papers were cut very small, there were still several clear shoe prints on them. After simply piecing them together, they matched perfectly with the shoes Su Wanqing was wearing.
Do you still want to argue?
Su Wanqing trembled all over. She had realized that she was losing the trust of others in her confrontation with Lin Mo, and could only weakly say, I did go down last night, but I really didn't kill anyone.
I don't have that ability.
I also didn't hear Brother Zhang coming up. I only wanted to annoy him on purpose.
Su Wanqing bowed her head, sobbing, and quickly ran back to her room. A moment later, she came out holding a candle that had burned down halfway and a lighter. She handed the intact candle in her hand to Lin Mo, her voice choking. Brother Zhang He, I was too scared just now. This candle is for you, I hope you can forgive me. Lin Mo did not stand on ceremony and directly took the candle. He was about to speak when Zhao Lei suddenly interjected. Didn't Li Weiwei just use spiritual sight to inquire that the murderer is not a man? How could Su Wanqing, a weak woman, possibly be him?
Before he could finish his sentence, Su Wanqing leaned against Zhao Lei's shoulder.
Li Weiwei also showed a look of sympathy.
Lin Mo, however, was staring at the candle in his hand, thinking that Su Wanqing screamed until they arrived, which took no more than 2 minutes. She managed to find the candle and hide it so deep, indicating that her scream was fabricated. Or perhaps she had not just discovered the body this morning, but had known before this, or Wu Hao was killed by her. As long as he pointed this out and provided simple guidance, it would undoubtedly deepen the distrust of Su Wanqing among the others. However, after a moment of thought, Lin Mo decided not to tear off the mask so quickly. Although he had already positioned Su Wanqing as a complete enemy, she still held potential value. Every player in the instance was a potential target for the evil spirit, a good pawn to test the rules of the evil spirit. There was also one point that sent a chill down Lin Mo's spine. Wu Hao had just died from her weak allure, and now Zhao Lei was shielding her. Recalling how she had tried to control him with her charm last night, he suppressed the chill and fixed his gaze on Su Wanqing. I can overlook this, but you must be clear. What did the words you painted over in the basement originally say? Su Wanqing was taken aback, her eyes flickering. Seeing this, Lin Mo's gaze suddenly turned cold, his right hand silently slipping into his pocket, his fingertip pressing against the chilling hilt of the evil spirit dagger. If the other party still refused to cooperate, he would have to reassess their value. When necessary, he would strike without hesitation. If Zhao Lei intervened or was unsatisfied, he would deal with him too. Su Wanqing keenly caught the fleeting murderous intent in Lin Mo's eyes, her body subtly tensing up. She suddenly raised her hand to wipe away her tears, her speech quickening. I remembered. It was Big Brother Wu. He smashed a jar in the basement, and the smell was terrible. Then blood letters appeared on the wall. He got very angry when he saw it and scratched the words off with something. It seemed to be, "The sound will awaken the sleeping shadow." Sound? Yan Feng frowned. When he smashed the jar, it was very loud. Then the words just appeared. Su Wanqing instinctively avoided Lin Mo's scrutinizing gaze. When he saw the words, he just casually picked up a stone and scratched the wall, saying all of this was nonsense. So that's how it is. Lin Mo revealed a meaningful smile. He confirmed in his heart that the words scratched off could not possibly be "the sound will awaken the sleeping shadow." Su Wanqing was still lying. If it were really Wu Hao who scratched it off, it certainly wouldn't have been done so neatly. Because in Su Wanqing's context, Wu Hao acted impulsively, and there was no need for him to scratch off all of it. At most, just a couple of swipes would suffice. To scratch off such a large area with a stone would take at least 10 minutes, why bother? Since the process was fake, it made no sense for the outcome to be real. But this was all within Lin Mo's calculations. Just now, he had deliberately revealed his murderous intent to obtain an answer, in order to reduce Su Wanqing's thinking time, thus giving her only a little time to modify the key information. So, in the phrase, "the sound will awaken the sleeping shadow," the key information sound is most likely false, but the latter part, "will awaken the sleeping shadow," is most likely true. Of course, if Su Wanqing had already prepared her words, then Lin Mo's efforts would be in vain. However, Lin Mo believed she didn't have that much wit. After all, last night she hadn't even noticed the paper stuck on the floor, proving her poor observation skills. While everyone was discussing, Yan Feng walked alone towards the basement. He searched briefly and soon found the area that had been painted over. The area covered by the graffiti was very uniform, and if it were truly as Su Wanqing said, it was done impulsively by Wu Hao, then it could not have been done so thoroughly. Realizing this, he fell silent for a moment, ultimately saying nothing, and turned back to the living room. Chapter 10, Group Exploration. After discussion, everyone decided to work together to carry Wu Hao's body out of the wooden house. Yan Feng selected a spot a distance away from the wooden house and dug a shallow pit with a shovel. He then buried the body. Players who die in the dungeon world will similarly meet strange deaths in the real world. This is a real Eerie game. The body has been handled, but the matter is not over. Yan Feng inserted the shovel found in the house into the ground, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Yesterday we were rushed, and we only checked the surface. But this wooden house is filled with oddities. Most importantly, he paused, the owner's information has been deliberately erased, which is absolutely abnormal. Lin Mo nodded. In a deep voice, he said, "You're right. So far, we have only found 2 suspected rules, and until now, we have not discovered any traces of the malicious spirit. This is quite strange." That's right. We must conduct a thorough search today, focusing on finding any items related to the identity of the homeowner. Letters, diaries, photo albums, anything will do. Then Yan Feng's tone suddenly became severe, and one more thing, everyone must be prohibited from acting alone this time. He pointed at Li Weiwei and Su Wanqing, "You two will be in my team, responsible for the first floor and the basement. Zhang Yi and Zhao Lei will be in charge of the second floor. Remember, regardless of what you find, you must share it immediately." "I disagree." Zhao Lei immediately opposed, "I want to team up with Wanqing." "You don't have the right to choose." Yan Feng shot him a cold glance and replied, "Why not? Zhao Lei stepped closer, his eyes filled with hostility. Are you afraid I will harm her? Or afraid I will discover something? Yan Feng let out a cold laugh and no longer showed him any grace. What I fear is that someone will hide clues and cause everyone's death. The grouping is for mutual supervision. Do you think Su Wanqing can be trusted? Zhao Lei's gaze became increasingly dangerous. At that moment, Lin Mo stepped forward and stood beside Yan Feng. Do as Yan Feng says. If you want to make a move, I will accompany you. Zhao Lei's eyes flicked between Lin Mo and Yan Feng, finally landing on Lin Mo's calm face. He ultimately compromised. Fine, you have more people. He turned to Su Wanqing, his tone gentle. Sister Wanqing, don't be afraid, shout if there's anything, I can hear you. Su Wanqing bit her lip, quickly glanced at Lin Mo, and finally hung her head, her tone somewhat disappointed. I will listen to Brother Yan. Lin Mo and Zhao Lei ascended the stairs one after the other, the atmosphere heavy. Zhao Lei had his hands in his pockets, dragging his feet, glancing at Lin Mo's back from time to time. Lin Mo, however, seemed completely unaware, walking straight towards the corridor leading to the second floor. Where should we go first? Zhao Lei's voice was lazy, tinged with impatience. Lin Mo turned his head and said, let's split up. I'll check the bathroom first, and you can check the master bedroom. A glimmer of vigilance flashed in Zhao Lei's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, aren't you the one who listens to Yan Feng the most? He said we must act together, separating poses a risk of hiding key clues. Lin Mo stopped walking, his tone calm. That would be too inefficient. We're all on the same boat, I believe you won't do anything foolish. Zhao Lei snorted and didn't argue further. Lin Mo turned and walked toward the public restroom at the end of the corridor, his movements seemed somewhat impatient. But suddenly, Zhao Lei reached out and grabbed his arm. Wait, I'll check the bathroom. Lin Mo frowned slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He pulled back his arm and said flatly, it's all the same. However, there was a smell of smoke there yesterday, very suspicious. I want to find the source properly. Smoke smell? Zhao Lei narrowed his eyes, now I'm even more curious. He stood sideways in front of the bathroom door, fingers on the doorknob. You go check the master bedroom. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the tightly closed wooden bathroom door, and finally nodded. Okay. He turned and walked toward the master bedroom, his steps steady, as if the earlier confrontation had never happened. Zhao Lei watched Lin Mo's back disappear at the master bedroom door before finally unlocking the bathroom door. Heh, I'm afraid you're not just afraid we might hide clues, you also have plans to hide clues, right? Zhao Lei thought he was not stupid. Just now, Lin Mo was so eager to enter, there must be something inside. As soon as he crossed the glass door, Zhao Lei frowned and covered his mouth and nose. The smell inside was just too overwhelming. If Lin Mo were here, he would notice that the smell of smoke inside was much stronger than when he entered yesterday. His eyes scanned back and forth in the cramped space. He crouched down, reached out to touch the coal pipes, and leaned in closer to sniff the ventilation vent. The smell of smoke seemed to be everywhere, yet he couldn't find the source. After searching for more than half an hour, he still hadn't discovered any clues. Damn, where's this smell coming from? He muttered quietly, annoyed as he kicked at a pile of junk in the corner. A few broken tiles shattered underfoot, revealing the cement floor beneath. His movements suddenly froze. Beneath the tile shards, a small dark red stain was exposed. Zhao Lei squatted down, rubbing it with his finger. The sticky texture came with a metallic scent. It's blood. His breathing quickened. Following the direction of the blood, he looked up at the ceiling. He noticed a small section of the integrated ceiling had sagged, its edges ragged, as if something had violently torn it open. A board covered the top, as if someone was deliberately hiding something. Combined with Lin Mo's strange behavior, he became more convinced that the other party was hiding crucial information. This board and the tiles might be to cover up the truth on purpose. He used a mop left nearby to pry open the wooden board. If this board was in place, it must have been placed there by someone from above the ceiling. Zhao Lei didn't have time to think, immediately tiptoeing to see clearly into the hole. But the hole was dark, giving off an unsettling feeling. And the location of the hole was too high, he couldn't reach it at all. I need to find a ladder. He turned and dashed out of the bathroom. The hallway was empty. Lin Mo should still be checking other places. He walked quickly toward the stairs. The storage room was at the end of the first floor, where there should be tools. As he passed the living room, he paused. Yan Feng and the others were searching for something with their backs to him. Zhao Lei's gaze lingered on Su Wanqing's curvy figure for a moment, swallowing hard before heading straight to the storage room. Now is not the time to get distracted. Compared to beauty, clues are more important. Zhao Lei found a folding ladder on a large box. His heart lifted, he pulled the ladder out with force. Carefully avoiding Yan Feng and the others, he carried the ladder back to the second floor. Entering the bathroom, he locked the door behind him. He placed the ladder under the hole, took a deep breath, and stepped onto it. Just as he was about to crawl into the hole, the bathroom door was quietly opened. Lin Mo peeked in, watching Zhao Lei slowly crawl inside, a silent smile on his face.
Chapter 11, The Corpse.
Zhao Lei climbed the ladder. The inside of the hole was pitch black, the thick smell of smoke almost solid, irritating his throat. The smell here was much stronger than outside. The source of the smoke must be here. One hand gripped the ladder tightly while the other shakily pulled a lighter from his pocket.
With a soft click, a flame leaped up. He lit his candle.
Grinding his teeth, he raised the candle and crawled into the hole. The cramped space was filled with dust and cobwebs, the air barely breathable. He tiptoed, his arms straining to reach up. In the candlelight, he faintly saw a bundle covered in dusty cloth in the corner. The cloth was tightly wrapped, its surface stained with dark brown filth. Zhao Lei's heart raced. He carefully pulled the gray cloth aside with his hand. He took a sharp breath, forcefully lifting the corner of the cloth. Beneath the cloth curled a corpse. The flesh had rotted away in large patches, some areas exposing eerie white bones. A mass of putrid flesh turned into black sludge on the skeleton, making one feel disgusted.
Damn!
Zhao Lei's soul seemed to fly away, scrambling backward in terror. Because after opening the gray cloth, the corpse's head actually moved slightly, its dark eye sockets turning toward him. Zhao Lei immediately scrambled down the ladder, filled with resentment towards Lin Mo.
It must be that Zhang He guy plotting against me on purpose. Bang!
He fell from the ladder, the back of his head hitting the cold tile floor hard. The sharp pain briefly brought him back to his senses.
But the instinct to survive overwhelmed everything.
He crawled up on his hands and knees, not even having time to take a glance at the candle still on the top, madly crashing through the bathroom door and staggering into the hallway.
Ghost, there is a ghost!
Zhao Lei shouted crazily. On the other side of the hallway, the bedroom door swung open, and Lin Mo stepped out immediately.
What happened?
Zhao Lei's face was pale, pointing in the direction of the bathroom.
There's a ghost up there. Zhang He, did you deliberately set me up? Lin Mo frowned. I just said to check the bathroom. You insisted on going in first, and now you blame me? What is going on in the bathroom? Urgent footsteps came from the other end of the hallway.
Yan Feng rushed upstairs with Li Weiwei and Su Wanqing, asking sharply.
What happened?
Seeing everyone gathered, Zhao Lei gasped for breath and recounted his experience. This time he had no intention of hiding anything. After all, he was the only one who had come into contact with that corpse. He still needed others to help him think of ideas. After listening to Zhao Lei's experience, Yan Feng's face turned ugly. Yesterday, after he found that note, he had been sleeping in the bathroom. Because he thought it was likely a way to survive.
But now Zhao Lei was telling him that there was a corpse above the bathroom, and that corpse could actually move?
Yan Feng fell silent for a moment, pulling out a yellowed note from his pocket.
He unfolded the note and said in a deep voice.
I found this last night behind the wedding photo in the master bedroom's secret compartment, so I slept all night in the bathroom, because the smoke smell was the strongest there. I thought this was a way to survive, and I was just about to tell you, but I forgot because of Zhang He and Su Wanqing's issues. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the note.
It was written in hasty handwriting. The bathroom with smoke smell is safe. It fears the smoke. Do not shine strong light directly at it, it will be angered.
Lin Mo also leaned in, his eyes scanning the note, a slight stir in his heart. The note looked very old, but the hasty handwriting seemed quite new. He had just discovered the secret compartment while checking the photo frame, only to find it empty inside. He was still a bit puzzled. Clearly, he had checked it carefully yesterday, and there seemed to be no secret compartment. It seemed Yan Feng had discovered the secret compartment yesterday and took the note inside. Of course, he didn't know if there was anything else inside. Li Weiwei leaned closer to the note, frowning slightly. The paper is old, but this ink seems to have been written recently. Was this deliberately left as a hint? Yan Feng put away the note. No matter who wrote it, at least it saved my life last night.
But now we must get the corpse down.
If it hides up there, it will be a disaster sooner or later. Zhao Lei's face turned ashen, taking a step back.
If you want to go, you go. That thing can move. I don't want to touch it again.
Yan Feng scanned everyone, even Lin Mo said nothing, clearly not wanting to take that risk.
Alright, then I'll go up, and you all wait down here.
Yan Feng sighed, steadied the ladder, and climbed up. He didn't think the corpse would pose any danger, otherwise, Zhao Lei would have died long ago. Holding his breath, he raised the already lit candle and reached up. The corner gray cloth-wrapped corpse still curled up, its dark eye socket staring straight at him. He gritted his teeth, placed the candle down beside him, and slowly pulled at a corner of the gray cloth, gently bringing it over.
Fortunately, nothing strange happened, and he successfully brought the corpse down. After finishing, he didn't forget to take his candle down as well.
Everyone gathered together, carefully observing this corpse. The corpse's skeleton was twisted and deformed, as if it had suffered inhumane torture in life. There was a deep, visible bone scar on the neckbone line. A strong smell of smoke began to emanate from the corpse, quickly filling the entire room.
This seems to be the homeowner,
Li Weiwei suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the left hand of the corpse. On the ring finger was a faded silver ring, identical to the one worn by the man in the wedding photo in the master bedroom. Yan Feng also crouched down and began to search through the bones. He found something hard stuck in the decomposed body's chest cavity. He tugged at it, pulling out a palm-sized leather notebook. The cover of the notebook was stained with black marks, but the pages inside seemed to be preserved quite well.
Yan Feng wiped the cover clean, walked into the sunlight, and opened the first page.
The first few pages were filled with elegant handwriting, so neat it was hard to believe a man had written it.
July 3rd, sunny. It's almost been half a year since we moved into the new apartment.
Su Xinya said she really liked the floor-to-ceiling windows here, and the sunlight shines all over the living room. She looks so beautiful when she sits by the window painting, her long hair falling on her shoulders, and the brush making a soft sound on the paper.
A painter moved in next door, his name is Lin Mo.
Su Xinya said his works have a special energy, and she wanted to learn from his style. I didn't pay much attention, only reminding her not to stay out too late.
July 15th, cloudy. Lin Mo knocked on the door today and brought over a box of paint.
Su Xinya stood at the door talking to him for over 10 minutes.
I felt something twist inside me. That night I asked what they talked about, and she just smiled. He only praised my painting. August 2nd, rain.
I saw Su Xinya standing on the balcony again, her gaze drifting towards the painting studio next door.
Lin Mo seemed to be mixing colors, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows.
Su Xinya was so focused that she didn't even notice me approaching.
I grabbed her wrist. What are you doing?
Her eyes reddened, but she didn't explain.
Chapter 12, Zhang Jinguo's Diary. August 3rd, cloudy.
While Su Xinya was taking a shower, I went through her sketchbook.
It was filled with portraits of Lin Mo.
I ripped those pages to pieces. Su Xinya came out and saw the pieces scattered on the floor, the first time she ever yelled at me.
Are you crazy?
That's for work reference.
I grabbed her by the shoulders, reference? Do you think I'm blind?
She finally broke free and slammed the door to the studio. That night, we slept in separate rooms for the first time.
September 4th.
When the moving truck stopped downstairs, she was still struggling. She said the place was too remote.
But she didn't understand. Only here is worthy of our eternity. She'll like it here. September 5th, strong wind.
I finished my work handover and took Su Xinya to move into the forest cabin. It's quiet here, no neighbors, but with a bigger floor-to-ceiling window.
Doesn't she like painting?
This place, with no disturbances, is perfect for her to focus on her work. But her brush never moved again, she just stared at the wall all day.
September 18th, fog.
I found a box of old things in the storage room, inside was a rusty axe. I felt it must have a greater value.
But now is not the time yet. October 3rd, night rain.
I stared at her hunched back, suddenly thinking of Lin Mo. Did he also look at her like this?
When I wasn't looking, did they secretly embrace each other?
I put the knife aside and punched her hard.
Why did you betray me?
After the blow, she turned around, her lips moved, but she didn't say a word. She just looked at me with a face full of affection.
That gaze again. You are the one who did something wrong.
Looking at the stove in front of me, a dark thought arose, and I slammed her head against it.
October 7th, cloudy.
When I dragged her into the bathroom, pointing at the swollen eye sockets in the mirror.
What's wrong? Thinking of some other man again?
I grabbed her soaking wet hair and slammed it against the mirror, each blow using all my strength. She slipped into the dirty water, but her eyes still looked at me, dark and empty, without hate or fear.
Speak! I yelled, my throat aching.
Her voice was very soft.
You're sick. October 11th, night.
She curled up in the corner of the bed, holding her knees. When I lifted the blanket, she flinched, but still didn't move. I lashed her with the spiked belt. She let out a muffled grunt, offering no response. I squeezed her neck, pressing it into the pillow.
Does it hurt? Does it compare to the pain in my heart? Why did you betray me?
She couldn't breathe, her face turning purple, but her hand slowly lifted, gently touching my face.
It was like soothing a mad dog. This touch completely broke me.
When the pillow was pressed down, she didn't even struggle. Her legs kicked twice, then went limp, her eyes the only thing still wide open.
I went completely insane, wildly venting with a knife. When I came to, the body before me was no longer recognizable. What did I do? Why? October 13th, fog. These past 2 days, I'd been in a daze.
When the doorbell rang, I was staring blankly at her already rotting corpse.
Lin Mo stood outside the door, wearing a uniform.
He handed me a brown paper bag. Inside was a thick stack of medical records and prescriptions.
Mr. Zhang, the city mental health center diagnosed you with paranoid schizophrenia last year. Your wife has been picking up your medication for you. Yesterday, we couldn't reach your wife. I came to check what happened.
I lowered my head, looking at the medical record in my hand.
Patient name, Zhang Jinghua. Diagnosis, paranoid delusion, with violent tendencies. Guardian signature, Su Xinya. The medical record slipped from between my fingers, scattering papers all over the floor.
Looking at Lin Mo, who was bending down to pick up the papers, I fell into madness once again.
If it weren't for him, I cruelly dismembered him. After doing all that, I collapsed in the blood on the hallway floor. Suddenly, I heard Su Xinya's voice behind me. Was it a hallucination?
She seemed to be humming a cheerful song, the same song she hummed when she sat by the large window painting right after we got married.
The sun is so nice, she said back then.
After reading this diary, Yan Feng and the others fell into silence.
Yan Feng closed the diary.
He lifted his eyes, scanning the pale faces of everyone around.
The diary should be true.
The homeowner lost his mind, killed his wife and the doctor, and the body has been hidden right above us all this time.
He paused, his gaze falling on the twisted skeleton of the decaying corpse. The source of the vengeful ghost is likely Su Xinya's resentment. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the homeowner died and was hidden in the ceiling of the bathroom. Li Weiwei crossed her arms and took a deep breath. Zhang Jinghua's paranoid delusion twisted Su Xinya's care into betrayal.
Such extreme emotions likely fueled the vengeful ghost's obsession with revenge. She subconsciously looked towards the bathroom. Su Xinya was still comforting him before her death.
This resentment, I'm afraid, won't be easily dissipated.
Yan Feng glanced at her in surprise, not expecting this newcomer to know so much.
These theories do exist, and they've been validated by many people.
Zhao Lei gradually regained his composure and offered his opinion.
Why are you all so sure that the vengeful ghost is Su Xinya? This man could also be the vengeful ghost's original form.
I suggest we burn this body immediately.
The copy I went through before was about finding the vengeful ghost's original body and burning it.
So the weakness of most vengeful ghosts is definitely their original body. That's why this body was hidden so well. The more Zhao Lei spoke, the more excited he became.
Last time, his copy evaluation wasn't high, only rated E.
He received only a 3% boost in physical strength as a reward. This time, since he discovered this body, the evaluation would definitely improve significantly. Yan Feng stroked his chin, seriously considering the possibility Zhao Lei mentioned.
What you said makes sense, but I still believe the vengeful ghost is Su Xinya.
She had the greatest resentment. And if the vengeful ghost's original body is the man's corpse in front of us, it doesn't explain the wounds on his body or why the body was hidden in the bathroom ceiling. But honestly, he was also a little tempted just now. After all, this male corpse is also part of the log cabin, and hidden in a relatively secret place, indicating a desire to keep it from the players. Perhaps burning this male corpse might truly break part of the ghost's rules.
However, doing that still carries some risk.
Lin Mo stood silently to one side. The repeated mention of floor-to-ceiling windows in the diary made him narrow his eyes. There are several places in this house with floor-to-ceiling windows, but if it comes to being suitable for painting,
only the living room on the first floor and the master bedroom on the second floor are appropriate.
Moreover, the note found by Yan Feng states the smell of smoke is safe and ghosts fear strong light, but Su Xinya died from suffocation and violence, which has nothing to do with smoke or strong light.
Is this diary really trustworthy? Chapter 13, The Resurrected Wu Hao.
However, this diary is hidden so well, it must not want them to discover it.
The content on it is very likely true.
If they could find the other two corpses, that would be great. One being Su Xinya's corpse, and the other being Lin Mo's corpse. There are no signs that the official investigation into the criminal case has gone through this house, which means the corpses should not have been moved. Those two corpses should be in some corner of the house. He also noticed a detail: the handwriting on both the diary and the note is consistent. It should be written by the house owner.
Could it be that the person found the ghost's limiting rules before being killed? Then how did he die?
This diary and note don't seem like hints given by the game to balance difficulty. The former has a source, but the latter often lacks a detailed source. Lin Mo did not express these thoughts. He had long seen through these people, all having their own hidden agendas, not worth forming close ties.
At that moment, Su Wanqing said, "How about we let Xiao Wei use spiritual sight to communicate with this corpse?"
Li Weiwei was also somewhat tempted but felt conflicted. I only have one last chance to use spiritual sight left. Zhao Lei and Yan Feng had no objections and urged her to use it. But Li Weiwei had her own considerations. If she used it up, her value would greatly decrease. However, the others seemed to want her to use it, which put a lot of pressure on her. At this moment, Lin Mo saw through her dilemma and directly interjected. Let's not use it for now, the last time is crucial, whether for us or for yourself.
Upon hearing this, Li Weiwei looked at Lin Mo with some gratitude, silently thinking he was a good person.
This also made her resolve stronger. Sorry, I won't use spiritual sight this time, let's see how things go later. Lin Mo nodded and looked at Su Wancheng.
I remember your talent isn't revealing the culprit? Why don't you give it a try? Su Wancheng forced a smile and said. My talent.
Just as Su Wancheng was speaking, a slight sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Everyone instantly became alert. Lin Mo quietly reached into his pocket and tightened his grip on the evil spirit dagger's handle.
Could there be a sixth person here? It shouldn't be.
Soon, Wu Hao's figure appeared at the corner of the stairs. He was dressed in clean clothes, his face showing a hint of fatigue, but he had no injuries on him. Everyone stared at him in shock. Li Weiwei instinctively took a step back, while Su Wancheng covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
And from somewhere, a sudden urgent ringing of a bell was heard.
Wu Hao. Yan Feng's voice was filled with disbelief, aren't you?
Wu Hao nodded slightly, his voice calm but with a hint of stiffness. My true talent ability is resurrection. Each copy can only use this ability once, but must be used 8 hours after death.
Lin Mo did not let his guard down. How can you prove you are Wu Hao? Wu Hao swept his gaze over the crowd, finally landing on Su Wancheng.
Yesterday in the basement, Wancheng scratched off the blood letters on the wall, and then we argued about it. Also, Li Weiwei just used spiritual sight to ask about my spirit, and I said the one who tried to kill me was a man.
Next, Wu Hao detailed the entire process from the beginning to their meeting.
Yan Feng and Lin Mo exchanged a glance. These details were indeed only known to them.
Zhao Lei couldn't help but ask. So tell me, what were you and Wancheng doing in the basement yesterday? Wu Hao glanced at Su Wancheng, who was hiding behind Zhao Lei, and didn't answer. It's none of your business.
Su Wancheng looked at Wu Hao with fear, and the once close couple now seemed like strangers. Lin Mo's brows remained tightly knit.
Is your resurrection in a new body, or do you resurrect in the old one? Wu Hao replied, in the old body, the wounds will completely heal, but the body will still be the same.
Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned and walked towards the door.
Let's go check the burial site. Everyone followed Lin Mo to an open area outside the house.
The signs of disturbed soil were clearly visible, and the shallow pit was empty, with messy footprints around, as if something had crawled out from inside. Yan Feng squatted down, carefully examining the footprints, and finally let out a sigh of relief.
It seems to be real. He looked at Wu Hao. I didn't expect your ability to be so powerful. However, he held his chest, still keeping his distance from him. Li Weiwei also nodded, her doubts dissipating more than half. Wu Hao, what exactly happened yesterday? Wu Hao's expression became serious. When I became a spirit, I already said.
A man burst into the room, very strong, should be human. But I couldn't see his face, his movements were too fast. Lin Mo's expression also returned to normal, but he pulled away from Wu Hao. Because he smelled that the smoke scent on Wu Hao had faded, and if he really crawled out from the soil, how could his clothes be so clean? Everyone returned to the wooden house, deciding to continue exploring the situation in the house and the surrounding forest. Lin Mo walked alone up to the second floor, near the floor-to-ceiling windows. Since they just found a corpse on the second floor, the others were reluctant to come up. Sunlight poured through the glass, casting beams on the floor. He carefully observed each tile, soon discovering that one edge was slightly lighter in color, and the gap was wider than the other tiles. Lin Mo found a thin iron piece and carefully pried open the tile. Beneath it was a flat wooden box, with the edge of the lid coated in old glue stains. He lifted the lid, revealing a framed oil painting inside. The painting depicted the woods outside the wooden house, with a woman's silhouette standing in the distance, her long hair swaying in the wind.
The woman's silhouette and hairstyle.
Lin Mo immediately held up the oil painting and compared it to a wedding photo beside him. The figure in the painting nearly matched Su Xinya's shape. The signature at the bottom right of the painting showed signs of heavy alteration, and the current signature was Su Xinya. The handwriting was the same as on the diary and notes.
Was the name rewritten because it was wrong? Or was the original signature of the painting not Su Xinya?
Lin Mo sniffed the smoke scent on his collar, his expression growing heavy. The earlier corpse had a strong smoke smell, so he had also picked up a bit of the scent. But fortunately, he had kept a distance on purpose, so his smoke smell was the lightest among the group. And this painting was hidden in such a concealed place, with the altered signature feeling deliberate. It likely concealed a key clue. He held the painting in his hand and turned to go downstairs. In the living room, Yan Feng was inspecting the fireplace. Lin Mo walked straight over, handed the painting to him, and plainly said,
I found it under the floor tiles on the second floor.
Yen Feng took the painting and examined it carefully, then let out a sigh of relief. This further proves the diary's authenticity. This Su Xinya is indeed a painter.
But this painting doesn't reveal anything. Why was it hidden?
Lin Mo nodded, pointing to the walls and the floor. This is exactly what I find strange. I suggest a thorough search, the wooden boards, the floor tiles, even the concrete floor of the basement. These places might be hiding other important clues. Perhaps they can form a puzzle with this painting.
No way.
Yen Feng frowned deeply. Making too much noise will disturb the vengeful spirits. We don't yet understand the specific killing rules. This is too risky. Although vengeful spirits must follow murder rules, if angered, they might forcibly designate a target, going after someone specifically, which would be very disadvantageous for us. Lin Mo nodded gravely. He naturally understood this point. Vengeful spirits might be bound by rules, but they also mean they can use those rules. That's why he discussed with Yen Feng, wondering if they could find a scapegoat to test things out.
So Lin Mo cautiously asked, what if we let someone else test it out?
Yen Feng hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. As Lin Mo walked out of the wooden house, he happened to see Li Weiwei and Wu Hao quietly talking in the open space. The two stood beside a pile of dead branches, with the male corpse lying nearby.
Seeing him come out, Li Weiwei looked a bit awkward. We want to burn the body. Wu Hao said it's safer this way.
Wu Hao, expressionless, added, keeping it means more nightmares at night.
Wu Hao suggested it.
Lin Mo immediately stepped closer, his gaze sweeping over the pile of dead branches.
We can't burn it. Why not?
Wu Hao's voice suddenly turned cold. Lin Mo felt a bit nervous, then said, I discussed it with Yen Feng. Burning the corpse might anger the vengeful spirits. Also, in the diary, Su Xinya died from suffocation and violence, which has nothing to do with fire. Forcibly destroying the corpse might trigger unknown rules. Li Weiwei's face turned pale, and she subconsciously stepped back half a step.
Then, we'll listen to you.
She kicked the dead branches next to her feet and put the lighter back into her pocket.
Wu Hao stared at Lin Mo with a gloomy look but didn't argue anymore. Lin Mo pulled out the framed oil painting from his pocket and unfolded it in front of the two. This was found under the floor tiles on the second floor. I don't know who deliberately hid it, but I suspect it's an important clue. He paused. I suggest thoroughly checking all the wall tiles, floor tiles, and wooden floors. There might still be other clues hidden inside. When Wu Hao's gaze fell on the painting, his pupils barely and subtly shrank for a moment, then quickly returned to indifference. Do you think we should check?
Yen Feng said a full search of the wooden house might anger the vengeful spirits, and now is not the time.
Lin Mo suddenly asked him.
I think we should check thoroughly.
Wu Hao turned his head away, his attitude neutral. Lin Mo didn't press further. Wu Hao's reaction confirmed one thing, there probably aren't more things hidden in the wall and floor tiles.
Him saying they could check likely meant there was no effective information in those places.
So where exactly are the bodies of Su Xinya and Chen Mo?
He turned to look back at the wooden house. The floor-to-ceiling windows, the bathroom, the storage room. The several locations that repeatedly appeared in the diary flashed in his mind. Su Xinya died in the master bedroom, and Chen Mo died in the foyer, but both bodies had disappeared without a trace. The method of hiding the bodies was extremely covert, even the ceiling spaces had been used. Now it seemed that only the sealed room on the second floor might have something strange going on. However, he had browsed through many posts on the forum, which contained all sorts of bizarre dungeons and murder rules. Such a locked place might hold great risks. It could be a trap set by the vengeful spirits, or it might be a boundary set by the dungeon for balance, meaning entering specific places could instead unlock the abilities of the vengeful spirits. There might indeed be important clues hidden. Lin Mo thought for a moment and recalled his 3 abilities and 1 chance to reset. He ultimately decided to take the risk and go in to check the situation. He moved a ladder over and confirmed the location of the locked room. Immediately, he set the ladder against the outer wall of the wooden house. Then, using both hands and feet, he climbed up and stopped outside the window of the locked room on the second floor. He found that thick curtains completely covered the window of this room. He tried to push the glass window, and to his surprise, with a creak, the window frame smoothly slid open a crack to the right. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, touched the strange object in his pocket, and finally pulled the window wider, slipping inside. As soon as he entered, a strong smoky smell choked him, making him frown tightly. This smell was exactly the same as the odor from the male corpse in the bathroom. He held his breath and quickly pulled aside the thick curtains to let in sunlight and examine the room properly.
This was an art studio.
In the corner, a dust-covered easel was piled up, and a few unfinished oil paintings hung on the wall, while paint tubes and dried pallets lay scattered on the floor.
Lin Mo walked closer to the paintings on the wall.
Most were landscape paintings of forests and wooden houses, but there were also many portraits, with delicate brushwork. The portraits were mostly of Su Xinya herself, standing in front of different sceneries.
Even as an outsider, he could faintly see the elegance in them. In the corner hung a few portraits.
He leaned closer to the lower right corner of one landscape painting. The signature read Su Xinya, but the paint marks were uneven, as if scraped off and rewritten. He carefully shone his flashlight at the other artworks, and every signature was Su Xinya, with none of the signature areas free from subtle scuff marks.
Someone had deliberately tampered with the signatures.
This was exactly the same as the small oil painting he held.
Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Why would someone do this? Could it be that these paintings were not originally done by Su Xinya?
But among the three key people he had learned about, only Su Xinya could paint, and this was in her own home. This thought flashed past, and Lin Mo's gaze suddenly stopped at a square object covered by gray cloth in the corner. It was half a person tall, with sharp contours. He took a few steps closer and reached out to lift the gray cloth. It was a wooden box. The smoky smell was emanating from here. Lin Mo's heart raced suddenly. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought of the male corpse he found in the bathroom. Both the bathroom and this room had one common characteristic. They both had a strong smoky smell, and this smell was contained within a single room. When Lin Mo opened the window just now, he hadn't smelled any smoke, but upon entering the room, it hit him.
This anomaly suggested that there might also be a body hidden here. The box wasn't locked.
Lin Mo held his breath and gently pulled open the lid of the wooden box. A strong stench of decay mixed with the smoky odor rushed at him. Fortunately, Lin Mo was prepared and had already covered his mouth and nose with his hand.
Chapter 15: The Attack from the Canvas.
Inside the box curled a slightly decayed corpse. A circle of hemp rope was wrapped around the neck of the corpse, deeply embedded in the throat bone, forming a hideous strangulation mark. Lin Mo swallowed his disgust and leaned in to observe closely. The corpse's hyoid bone was broken, and the eyelids were covered in BLO.
Struggling to pry open the slot. Inside, there was a bank card, a rusty little key, and a hard card. Lin Mo first picked up the card.
The material felt like plastic, with unrecognizable dark patterns printed on its edges. In the center of the card was a blurry photo of a man, and below that, clearly printed in square characters, was the name, Chen Mo. Lin Mo's brow suddenly tightened.
Chen Mo? That doctor who was brutally killed by the homeowner in the diary? Lin Mo flipped the card over. The back had a national emblem, issuing authority, and anti-counterfeiting marks.
But Lin Mo could be sure this was not an identification card from any country in the real world. Because there was no country called AKAs in the real world. Lin Mo had previously speculated that these copies were a bizarre extension of reality, as the language used in the last copy, including this one, was universal. However, the appearance of this identification card shattered his assumption.
He just didn't know if this was a bizarre eroded game world or another life planet.
Ha! Lin Mo silently pulled the corner of his mouth. Thinking about this now is meaningless, it's better to hurry and look for clues. He put the card away and his gaze returned to the noose around the corpse's neck. Upon careful consideration, he quickly noticed something odd.
In the diary, Zhang Jinghua had used a knife to dismember Chen Mo.
But the corpse before him had no obvious cutting wounds, only the strangulation marks.
Was the diary lying? Or was this corpse not Chen Mo at all?
Just as Lin Mo was thinking, the smell of smoke grew even stronger.
Lin Mo suddenly looked up. In the corner, a dust-covered easel slightly shook with an unfinished landscape painting.
The dark forest in the painting seemed to come alive, with branches and leaves moving without wind.
Shoo, shh.
A faint sound, like nails scraping wood, seemed to seep from the canvas. Lin Mo quickly retreated to the side of the window, his right hand instantly gripping the evil spirit dagger in his pocket. However, he didn't plan to escape through the window right now. He wanted to see if the ghost would appear in the daytime and what it would look like. This would further verify his suspicion. Suddenly, the dark forest on the canvas twisted, its branches and leaves shaking wildly as if alive. A chilling aura instantly filled the entire studio. The window behind Lin Mo slammed shut, plunging the room into darkness. He felt that the sky outside had unexpectedly darkened. He didn't try to open the window, instead, he immediately lit a candle, using the light to observe what was happening on the canvas. Lin Mo gripped the evil spirit dagger tightly, his muscles tensed, his gaze fixated on the shaking painting.
Shoo, shh.
The sound of nails scraping wood became clearer, and a distorted human shape slowly bulged from the center of the canvas. A pale hand reached out from the canvas. Following that, a woman's face struggled to squeeze out from the canvas. Her skin was covered in bruised corpse spots, her eye sockets hollow, revealing her white teeth. Lin Mo recognized her at a glance.
It was Su Xinya.
However, there were no obvious knife wounds or injuries on her. This did not match the description in the diary. These ghosts that emerged after human death usually retained their form from before death. So this was strange. Half of Su Xinya's body hung outside the canvas, her body stiffly twisting like a marionette. Lin Mo keenly noticed her movements were exceptionally slow, each struggle seemed bound by an invisible spiderweb.
The opportunity had come. He stopped overthinking and without hesitation drew the Evil Spirit Dagger, slashing across his palm. Evil Spirit Dagger, permanent cursed artifact. Ability 1, consumes stamina to actively trigger, dyeing the dagger with the user's fresh blood, can immediately temporarily suppress single entity's strange actions. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Ability 2, stabbing towards the ghost's body, upon hitting, can repel the strange entity. With every drop of blood, the dagger would emit a strange red glow, as if reliving the warmth taken from the souls it had stolen. The power of the dagger was activated, and an invisible force field suddenly expanded, freezing the ghost's movements as if she were trapped in mud. Lin Mo stepped forward, the dagger slicing through the air as it aimed straight for the ghost's chest. Puff! The blade sunk into the rotten flesh, and the ghost's hollow eye sockets suddenly widened. Her body convulsed violently, black smoke pouring out of the wound and quickly wrapping around her. Seconds later, the black smoke suddenly collapsed inward, turning into a small wisp of black mist that dissipated with a hiss into the air. The canvas returned to dead silence, leaving a charred gaping hole with wisps of white smoke still rising from the edges. Lin Mo stood in place, the blood-red glow on the dagger gradually dimming. He slowly retracted his hand, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Too simple. From the perception transmitted by the Evil Spirit Dagger, the ghost he had struck could not attack him for a full 15 days. And the task required only 3 days. Could it be that he just needed to focus on finding the truth? This is absolutely impossible. Though the permanent cursed object was precious, relying on a single cursed object to solve a quest was simply a pipe dream. More bizarrely, after the ghost dissipated, the smoky smell in the studio not only did not weaken, but instead became even more pungent and acrid. Thus, the only explanation was that the ghost that had just dissipated was not the main body. Lin Mo's gaze shifted back to the wooden box in the corner, from which the smoke was emanating. Chen Mo's body was still inside, the marks of the rope clearly visible around his neck. A strong thought surged in his heart: the diary is problematic. Su Xinya might not have died from suffocation and violence as written in the diary. Zhang Jinghua had severe delusions. How much of the truth he wrote down was real, and how much was illusion? If Su Xinya didn't die the way described in the diary, then her ghost's true weakness might not be the smoky scent mentioned on the paper. The other side had just attacked him in a room filled with smoky smell. That diary and those notes seemed more like a carefully designed trap, misleading them into making incorrect judgments. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, pocketing the bank card, ID, and keys he had found on the man's corpse. He prepared to exit this room. The smoky smell was becoming stronger, and things were starting to feel wrong. Before leaving, he took one last glance at the oil paintings, suddenly becoming serious. Chapter 16, The Corpse Language Wind Chime. On the other side, Yan Feng stood by the restaurant window, his gaze fixed on the empty space outside through the glass. Wu Hao and Li Weiwei were whispering to each other. He is not Wu Hao at all. Yan Feng sneered coldly in his heart. He touched a small bell hidden inside of his pocket. Corpse Language Wind Chime, permanent cursed object. Ability 1, Frightening Warning. When a malicious evil spirit enters within 10 meters, the wind chime will ring without wind, producing a sharp and piercing shattering sound. It can trigger once every 10 minutes. Effectiveness is reduced against hidden-type evil spirits. Ability 2, Soul Calling Echo. Consuming stamina to shake the wind chime for 5 seconds can forcibly attract all evil spirits within a 15-meter radius to appear and gather towards the source of the sound, lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, limited to once per quest. Note, this wind chime, made of faded human bones and a bronze bell, releases fine drops of blood from the gaps between the bone pieces every time it rings. It is said that its owner was a yin-yang master who called forth the souls of the wrongfully deceased. It was precisely because of the existence of this cursed object that he immediately recognized Wu Hao's true identity. However, he chose not to expose it. There were too many similar cases recorded in the files. After a ghost consumes a player, it would alter memories, donning the victim's skin to blend into the crowd. Once exposed, it would tear off its disguise, prioritizing the hunt for those who uncover the truth. Yan Feng didn't dare to take a gamble. Although he was an experienced player and a formal member of the Abnormal Countermeasure Bureau, his survival ability in the instance wasn't very high. Only during the third instance, the last one, did he obtain a permanent cursed object, and it wasn't even an offensive one. So when he learned that Lin Mo possessed an object capable of repelling evil spirits, he chose to cooperate with him. This was the fundamental reason for his cooperation with Lin Mo. Although cursed objects couldn't be snatched, they could be borrowed. If Lin Mo could lend him the object at a crucial moment, it might save his life. Brother Yan. A trembling voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Wanqing had slipped into the dining room without him noticing, her face as pale as paper. She cast a wary glance outside the window and lowered her voice, saying, "That Wu Hao is fake." Yan Feng's expression remained calm. Are you sure? Su Wanqing nodded vigorously.
I had the most contact with him, even having in-depth exchanges. His aura has obviously changed. Then she took out a few crumpled instant photos from her pocket.
Actually, I used my ability when finding the body this morning. Luckily, I managed to capture a clue.
The photos clearly show the scene of Wu Hao's death, but it was dark at that time. Wu Hao lay on his back in a pool of blood, a large hole gouged out of his chest.
And hovering above his body was a blurry figure in a red dress. Long hair covered its face, and its nails were black as hooks. He wasn't killed by a man at all. Li Weiwei is lying.
Su Wanqing's voice carried a sobbing tone, but Li Weiwei said this morning that Wu Hao was attacked by a man, probably trying to sow discord.
Now she is with this Wu Hao. She shivered, unable to say more. However, Yan Feng wasn't buying it.
He coldly stared at Su Wanqing.
You probably aren't simple either, right? What good does it do you to frame Zhang Yi? And why didn't you directly tell everyone that Wu Hao is a ghost? Coming to find me secretly doesn't fit your White Lotus character. He paused, a hint of sarcasm curling his lips. Isn't it that you also know, once the evil spirit is exposed, it will prioritize attacking you? You must have experienced more than one instance, right? You definitely have another ability related to charm, otherwise I can't explain why Wu Hao and Zhao Lei listen to you so well. Su Wanqing's face instantly turned horrifically pale.
She took a deep breath, quickly calming down, her gaze fixed firmly on Yan Feng. Her tone became less childish and returned to normal.
It seems you really aren't simple. However, I do have some information. Why don't we trade? There are no eternal benefits and no eternal enemies.
I can help you much more than Zhang He can.
Yan Feng was silent for a moment. Finally, he slowly nodded. Alright, you tell me about your findings first.
Su Wanqing's voice carried a chill. Li Weiwei probably made some kind of deal with that fake Wu Hao long ago. Li Weiwei knows very well that the identity of the fake Wu Hao is not real. She deliberately misled everyone into thinking Wu Hao was killed by a man, not by a ghost, just to cover up the fact that an evil spirit has infiltrated our midst.
And don't you find it strange?
This Wu Hao hasn't mentioned the man who killed him since his resurrection.
How is that possible for a normal person?
He should be the most concerned about this. After all, he was killed by the man that he and Li Weiwei spoke of.
Yan Feng shook his head. You're confusing the concepts. If that Wu Hao is fake, then Li Weiwei might not necessarily have a problem.
Because the information given to her by the spirit might also be false, she might have just been deceived.
The real problem is only with Wu Hao. And the one who truly sows discord is you. Whether it is the conflict between Zhao Lei and Wu Hao, or the conflict between you and Zhang Yi, including now with Li Weiwei. He glanced again at Su Wanqing and waved his hand. You can go now, I won't work with you.
I don't know why you're doing this, but I suggest you behave yourself in the dungeon from now on. After saying this, he ignored the stunned Su Wanqing and left the place directly. It was getting late, and he had other places to investigate. Su Wanqing gave a bitter glance at his back, not saying a word to stop him, but instead walked in the opposite direction. At this moment, in the shower room of the master bedroom on the second floor, Lin Mo stood under the shower, rinsing his body with cold water. He closed his eyes, letting the water flow over his tense body. He had come to a realization now. The smell of smoke is likely to be important evidence of being marked by a ghost. The male corpse on the bathroom ceiling emits thick smoke, and so does the corpse of Chen Mo in the art studio's wooden box. Both of these hiding spots conceal crucial clues, and they are deliberately wrapped in the smell of smoke. As long as I want to find the clues, I cannot avoid getting contaminated with the smell of smoke, which would then mark me by the ghost. Lin Mo turned off the water valve and wiped his face dry. This contradicted the contents of the note.
Lin Mo was now 90% sure that the diary and the note were false.
And the key information concealed by Su Wanqing should be, the smell of smoke will awaken the sleeping shadows.
As for whether his speculation is true, the truth will be revealed tonight. Chapter 17, Su Wanqing's Conspiracy.
Lin Mo dried his body, put on his clothes, and stored the two strange items safely. All his important belongings were carried with him, even while bathing. He sniffed his body again with a serious expression. Because the smell of smoke had not weakened at all. This means that once contaminated with the smell, it seems there is no way to get rid of it. The smell of smoke on him should be the strongest among everyone, as he had stayed in the art studio for a long time. If his guess was correct, the fierce ghost would probably target the person with the strongest smell of smoke first. He could have used time reversal to directly eliminate the smell before, but it was unnecessary. As long as others smell more than him later, it would be the same as him having no smell of smoke, right? He pushed open the shower room door and found Yan Feng standing a few steps away.
You're out?
Yan Feng lowered his voice. There's something I must tell you.
Lin Mo stopped. What is it?
Wu Hao is a ghost, to be precise, he should be a ghost servant. Yan Feng stared into his eyes. After he was revived, as long as he gets close to me, my strange item will react. He took out a string of bronze wind chimes and continued, this is my strange item, it automatically rings when a ghost comes near me. Lin Mo suddenly showed a look of realization.
No wonder.
I heard the sound of the wind chimes after Wu Hao came up. It turns out it was your strange item giving a warning. That's right, you need to be careful of him.
Also, Su Wanqing's intentions are not simple, she may have ulterior motives. Lin Mo nodded.
This didn't need to be stated. From the moment Su Wanqing framed him, he could no longer allow her to leave this dungeon alive. But now, there were fewer pawns, and without understanding the rules of the fierce ghosts, he did not plan to act against her for the time being. And besides, he would also need her for something later.
Ha.
Yan Feng looked puzzled. The second task hasn't been completed yet, the truth must be hidden somewhere, we just haven't found it. According to common sense, the diary has recorded things very detailed, but after I chose to submit the information, the system prompted a failure.
I'm afraid this dungeon. The two briefly exchanged ideas.
Lin Mo also mentioned that there were some issues with the content in the diary. The diary suggests that what is written may not be true, but does not mention the details.
In fact, Yan Feng has guessed a little about it.
At that moment, a sudden scream from downstairs pierced through the air.
The corpse is gone.
The two exchanged a glance and hurriedly rushed downstairs. In the living room, Li Weiwei's face was pale as she pointed outside the window to the empty space.
Zhang Jingguo's body was just here. It walked away by itself?
Zhao Lei also noticed, his voice trembling, that thing is really a ghost.
It probably can only move at night.
Just thinking about being alone with that corpse made him feel uncomfortable all over. In the shadow of the corner, Wu Hao stood silently. In the dim light, he scanned Lin Mo with his gaze, his lips seemed to curl up slightly. Yan Feng walked up and asked, how long has that corpse been out of your sight? Li Weiwei pondered for a moment and replied, it must have been quite a while, at least 2 hours, I guess. I just asked others, and they all said they didn't touch it. Lin Mo looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, let's put aside the corpse for now.
What's more urgent is to fill our stomachs.
He paused for a moment, his gaze falling towards the kitchen, we haven't eaten for a whole day.
If the evil spirit really appears, we probably won't have the strength to fight it.
Upon hearing this, Li Weiwei immediately said, I have seen wild vegetables in the woods. Her voice trembled a little, the kitchen gas stove still works. We can boil some water and blanch them to eat. Zhao Lei scoffed coldly, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his toes impatiently tapping the floor.
Wild vegetables?
He glanced at Li Weiwei with undisguised hostility in his eyes, who knows if you're in cahoots with someone.
Lin Mo quietly took everything in.
Zhao Lei's targeting of Li Weiwei was too abrupt, they had no real conflict. The only variable could only be Su Wanqing. That woman had just slipped into the dining room to talk to Yan Feng, and then Zhao Lei's attitude changed.
Using someone else's knife to kill? Or is she trying to stir up trouble? If you have doubts, don't eat.
Yan Feng suddenly spoke, casting a cold glance at Su Wanqing. Li Weiwei, lead the way to dig for vegetables.
Let's first satisfy our hunger.
After a while, everyone busied themselves, eating some wild vegetables and drinking some boiled water. Among them, Zhao Lei ate the most.
Wu Hao sat aside, not touching a single bite, saying he wasn't hungry.
After everyone finished their meal, it was nearly dark, so everyone returned to their rooms to rest. No one suggested staying together anymore, as the trust among them had completely shattered. That night, Su Wanqing stood at the corner of the second-floor staircase. She carefully sensed the direction of Wu Hao once more.
Sure enough, that thing had disappeared. The mark she left on Wu Hao was like a stone thrown into the deep sea, silently vanishing. This could not happen. The mark disappearing meant only two possibilities.
The target died, or was completely erased by a more powerful being.
Wu Hao was revived, but he became an empty void she could no longer perceive.
She could no longer control him. Beneath that skin, he was no longer the man she was familiar with.
She turned and quietly ascended to the second floor.
The corridor was empty, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees outside. Now that it was almost dark, Su Wanqing hurriedly lit a candle. She paused in front of Zhao Lei's door, hesitating for a moment.
Yan Feng's room was right next door, and the door was tightly closed.
A faint sense of regret slipped through her heart. Those two were too strong-willed, her talent didn't work much on them.
If only.
She shook off that thought, it was not the time for regret now. Zhao Lei may be foolish, but he was the only piece she could hold on to right now.
If possible, she still didn't want to reveal too many trump cards.
She raised her hand and gently knocked twice on the door. A sound came from inside, followed by Zhao Lei's cautious voice.
Who? It's me, Wanqing.
She softened her voice to make it gentle and light.
On the first floor. Wu Hao is there, I feel a little scared.
The door lock clicked softly, opening a small crack. Zhao Lei poked half his head out, his eyes red and bloodshot. He looked her up and down, his gaze lingering for a moment on her messy hair and reddened eyes, licked his lips, and stepped aside.
Come in.
3 minutes later, the sounds of the shaking bed gradually ceased.
Su Wanqing looked at him with disdain in the darkness. This guy is too fast. But that's fine, this way she can completely control him. Unexpectedly, the other party's talent is? Chapter 18, The Ignited Corpse. This is great. Tomorrow, let Yin Feng and Zhang He kill each other, then figure out how to deal with the evil spirit. As long as it is a man she cannot control, he should be destroyed. As for dealing with the evil spirit, she now has a bit of understanding, and she has gathered quite a few clues.
Su Wanqing leaned against the headboard, breathing slightly heavier. Zhao Lei was beside her, snoring heavily, the air still thick with the sticky scent of sweat and desire. Her mind was racing, piecing together fragmented clues. Based on the existing information, the hint from the basement and the note Yin Feng found are contradictory. However, with Wu Hao's death, it can basically be concluded that the basement's hint is true, while Yin Feng's note is a trap. But there is another possibility. Yin Feng might have also found something similar to the basement's hint, but he deliberately made up a fake note to deceive her. Although he seems very responsible and dependable, Su Wanqing knows that men's words are deceitful. He has gone through at least 4 instances, and he must have betrayed many people. After controlling Zhao Lei's mind, she also told him about these circumstances. This would help her actions going forward. As for the room on the second floor that wouldn't open, she has already found the key and sneaked in to take a look. To her surprise, there was a corpse inside, but she didn't know whose it was. Just as she was thinking, a faint, extremely familiar scent of tobacco drifted into her nostrils. Su Wanqing's whole body stiffened, all her thoughts interrupted in an instant. That smell is exactly the same as the corpse's smell. She suddenly looked up. Outside the window, the cold moonlight filtered through thin clouds. With this weak light, Su Wanqing's pupils suddenly constricted. The door. That door, which she clearly closed and locked tightly when she came in. At this moment, it was quietly ajar. Someone, or something, has entered without her noticing. Zhao Lei. She hissed, her right hand instinctively reaching into the void to grasp a small, old-fashioned camera. At the same time, her left hand pushed the sleeping man beside her. Wake up. The door is open. Zhao Lei, still half asleep, wore a confused and impatient expression on his face. What's wrong? He didn't even realize his pants were still unzipped. Just as Su Wanqing's hand brushed against Zhao Lei's shoulder. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The ajar door was suddenly slammed shut. Zhao Lei was completely startled awake by the sudden loud noise and sat up in terror. Damn! What happened? In the instant the door closed, Su Wanqing's sharp eyes had already caught a fleeting glimpse outside the crack. Though it was only for a brief moment, with her enhanced vision after 9 upgrades, she clearly saw a hand. A hand belonging to a humanoid creature, quickly retreating at the last moment the door closed. Someone is outside. This thought made Su Wanqing's heart tremble violently. Is it not the evil spirit directly revealing itself? Could it be that fake Wu Hao? What does he want? Hurry! Try to see if you can open the door. Su Wanqing urgently ordered Zhao Lei. At the same time, she rolled off the bed. Barefoot on the cold floor, the whole body alertly stared at the closed door. The smell of smoke in the room seemed to become more intense after the door was shut. Zhao Lei hurriedly pulled up his pants and scrambled toward the door. He twisted the doorknob with all his strength, pulled and pushed, even ramming his shoulder against it. It's locked. Damn it. It's locked, can't you open it? Zhao Lei's voice quivered, filled with fear. Locked? How could this be? Su Wanqing had checked all the doors before, and these rooms could only be locked from the inside. There was no way to lock them from the outside since she couldn't find the key. She would rather believe that a fierce ghost had used supernatural powers to seal the door. At that moment, a new, sharper burnt smell suddenly rushed into Su Wanqing's nose. This smell, it's the smell of something burning. Moreover, the source was right in the room. Su Wanqing quickly looked down at the space under the bed. The burnt smell and thick smoke were continuously surging out from beneath the bed. Under the bed, she shouted sharply. She dashed to the side of the bed and unhesitatingly bent down to look underneath. With the moonlight and the firelight spilling out from under the bed, Su Wanqing saw a scene that nearly froze her blood. On the floor under the bed, a human-shaped outline was burning fiercely. The flames were an eerie dark blue, leaping and greedily consuming that body. The burning human shape was unmistakably the body of Zhang Jinghua, who had vanished earlier in the open ground. Su Wanqing instantly understood. Closing the door and setting fire created thick smoke with this smoke-soaked corpse in the closed space. This was not an attack by a fierce ghost at all. This was a carefully arranged trap. The goal was to make her and Zhao Lei quickly be engulfed in this deadly smoke. Both she and Zhao Lei would be marked by the fierce ghost. She immediately ordered Zhao Lei to drag the burning corpse out and try to put out the flames on it. However, despite trying various methods, the flames showed no signs of subsiding. It seemed that once this body caught fire, the only way was to burn it out completely. This realization filled Su Wanqing with even greater terror. With no other choice, she could only shout for help with Zhao Lei. "Help! We are locked in." Yan Feng was in the next room and immediately came out after hearing the voices. But his steps were slow and cautious. He stopped about 3 or 4 meters from the door and asked, "What happened? Is the door locked?" "Yes, it's locked. We can't open it." Zhao Lei's voice was choked with tears, still futilely banging on the door. "You can try jumping out the window. The second floor isn't high." Yan Feng's voice came through the crack of the door. "The window is locked too." Su Wanqing shouted while secretly pushing Zhao Lei, signaling him to open the window. Su Wanqing was extremely anxious inside, gripping the small camera tightly, observing her surroundings. She thought this was a supernatural attack and feared that jumping out the window would be useless, only hoping to divert the ghost's attention. The best way was to urge Yan Feng to try to open the door and then anger the fierce ghost, making it change its target. Although she had many self-preservation methods, she preferred not to use them up unnecessarily, as she would need them for the next advanced instance. "The window is sealed. Yan Ge, please, break down the door," she yelled, portraying panic and helplessness to the fullest. "We can't hold on much longer." Yan Feng outside the door remained still. He sensed Su Wanqing's ill intentions. This woman wanted to use him as a weapon. If he rammed the door, he might be the first to face the dangers behind the door. Chapter 19, Jump Out the Window to Escape. Yan Feng touched the corpse language wind chimes in his pocket. Strangely, the wind chimes showed no response now, proving that there were no fierce ghosts within 10 meters. Just as he was thinking, the wind chimes emitted a jingling sound again. The footsteps came from the direction of the stairs. Lin Mo's figure first appeared in the dim corridor, followed by the expressionless Wu Hao. Yan Feng immediately felt nervous. Although Wu Hao had not acted during the day, it was uncertain now at night. Especially since such strange things had happened in Zhao Lei's room. Across the hallway, Li Weiwei was also startled by the noise and opened the door, trembling as she approached. "What happened?" Lin Mo frowned as he looked at the tightly closed door and the serious expression on Yan Feng's face. Yan Feng succinctly replied, "Su Wanqing and Zhao Lei are inside, the door is locked tight, and the smoke is thick. She wants me to break down the door." Lin Mo shook his head and said in a low voice, "Absolutely do not break down the door. Who knows what is happening inside? They might have already met with harm, and it could be a ghost mimicking their voices." Just then, Zhao Lei inside suddenly pointed at the window. The window seems to be able to open. "Wanqing, look at that latch, is it not fully locked?" As he spoke, he rushed to the window and tried to pry the almost rusted metal latch. Su Wanqing anxiously observed the thickening smoke and was taken aback by his words. "What? It can open?" She immediately leaned closer and indeed saw Zhao Lei struggling to move the latch, which seemed to be stuck halfway open. She hadn't paid attention to the window during her earlier search, so she didn't know if it was like this before. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind. Was it a trap? Or a chance for survival? But right now, the door seemed to be sealed by supernatural forces, and the people outside were standing by, making this seem like the only way out. Zhao Lei pushed hard, and the window surprisingly opened a gap. "It opened, it really opened," Zhao Lei shouted in delight. Without further hesitation, he grabbed the window frame with both hands and awkwardly leaned out, trying to escape. Su Wanqing watched the narrow gap in Zhao Lei's clumsy movements, knowing time was running out. With a determined bite of her teeth, she rushed to the window. "Move aside," she shouted, kicking Zhao Lei down. As for her, she leapt up with surprising agility, like a nimble cat, landing lightly on the narrow window ledge outside. Zhao Lei, meanwhile, lost his balance and, screaming, fell directly from the second-floor window. "Ah!" A dull thud accompanied Zhao Lei's painful cry from below. Su Wanqing stood on the window ledge, looking down at Zhao Lei curled up in a ball, clutching his legs and groaning, with a flash of disdain in her eyes. She didn't have time to think further, carefully sliding down along the raised wall and the nearby water pipe, deftly reaching the ground. Aside from her clothes collecting some dust, she was almost unharmed. The crowd upstairs had already been startled by Zhao Lei's scream and rushed over. Yan Feng and Lin Mo were the quickest to reach Zhao Lei's side, with Lin Mo checking Zhao Lei's injuries, noting that his ankle was clearly sprained and swollen. Yan Feng vigilantly scanned the surroundings, especially the window that just had 2 people jump out. "Hurry! Help him up!" Yan Feng commanded in a deep voice, helping Zhao Lei, who was moaning in pain, with Li Weiwei. Su Wanqing also walked over, brushing the dust off her clothes, but the strong smell of smoke clung to her and wouldn't go away. Lin Mo intentionally stepped back, frowning even more, fanning his hand in front of his nose, creating more distance between himself and Su and Zhao.
Yan Feng then took 2 steps back as well.
Seeing this, Li Weiwei also increased the distance from them.
Su Wanqing noticed Lin Mo's movements and silently bit her teeth.
But at this moment, her main concern was the strange occurrences in the room just now. She took a deep breath, trying to make her tone sound sincere while conveying a sense of weakness from narrowly escaping.
Is everyone okay?
That was so scary. The door was locked tight, and the smoke was getting thicker.
Luckily Zhao Lei discovered the window. But, look at this smoke.
She pointed at herself and Zhao Lei. This attack was clearly aimed at us.
Can we all gather in the living room on the first floor tonight?
It would be good to look out for each other.
Being apart is too dangerous. Who knows who will be next? Her gaze swept over everyone except Wu Hao. Lin Mo looked at the sincere eyes of the person in front of him and almost burst out laughing.
Although Zhao Lei gritted his teeth in pain, he immediately chimed in, his voice trembling from the hurt.
Yes. Wanqing is right. We can't be apart anymore. If it weren't for the window just now, Wanqing and I would be done for. We must stick together. We must.
Lin Mo almost immediately refused, his voice calm.
I'm going back to my room to sleep.
Staying together makes us a bigger target, and it's easier to take us all out.
If we each act cautiously, we will be safer. But I think we should be able to sleep well tonight.
My suggestion is that no matter what happens tonight, everyone should stay in their rooms. The implication, of course, was that someone would carry the burden for him. Having said that, he didn't even look at Su Wanqing's reaction and turned to walk toward the stairs. Lin Mo's words also awakened Li Weiwei, who was hesitating. Her gaze darted away, not daring to look Wu Wanqing in the eyes. I also think it's safer to stay in our rooms, lock the door and not come out. After saying that, she unconsciously shrank a bit behind Yan Feng. Since Su Wanqing and Zhao Lei were attacked, it was very likely that the evil spirit wouldn't shift its target tonight. It was already the second night, the task time had passed almost 30 hours.
Yan Feng shook his head.
Being dispersed has risks, but being together is not necessarily safe.
Stay alert and shout if there's anything.
His gaze was distant, clearly having his own judgment. Only Wu Hao, who had been silently standing in the shadows a bit farther away, suddenly spoke up. Zhao Lei is seriously injured, and it would be troublesome for Su Wanqing to take care of him alone.
How about, the 3 of us find a room to squeeze into? At least we can look out for each other.
He was referring to himself, Su Wanqing, and Zhao Lei.
This suggestion thickened the atmosphere even more.
Su Wanqing looked at Lin Mo's departing back and Li Weiwei's evasive demeanor, then glanced at Wu Hao's expressionless face, feeling a surge of anger and frustration almost bursting out. The false softness on her face instantly disappeared, her mouth tightening. Her gaze lingered on Wu Hao for a moment, a complicated and unreadable expression in her eyes. In the end, she said nothing, merely letting out a cold hum, a flicker of fierce anger flashing in her eyes. After everyone left, she turned and walked over to the still groaning Zhao Lei, grasping his arm forcefully, her voice icy.
Let's go.
Su Wanqing didn't go anywhere else but dragged Zhao Lei, limping toward the door of the room they had just escaped from.
Chapter 20, Striking to Knock Out.
Zhao Lei was yanked painfully by her actions, causing agony in his ankle, and he couldn't help but cry out.
Ouch. Wanqing, slow down, where are we going? Su Wanqing's voice brimmed with suppressed anger, going back to see who locked the door. She had figured it out, the door wouldn't open, but the window was fine, and this didn't seem like the work of an evil spirit. Now she wanted to confirm it. Su Wanqing had Zhao Lei hold the candle for lighting. Then she stopped in front of the closed wooden door, not bothering to twist the doorknob. Instead, she took a deep breath, a fierce look flashing in her eyes, raised her foot, and with all her strength, kicked hard near the door lock. Bang! A loud noise shook the entire corridor. That seemingly sturdy wooden door actually flew open with a violent kick. The door slammed against the wall and bounced back, its bolt and the surrounding wood twisted and deformed, completely useless. Zhao Lei stared dumbfounded at the door that had been kicked open and glanced at the seemingly weak Su Wanqing beside him, his mouth agape for a long time, unable to close it. Just now in the room, that glimpse of agile movement. Adding this inhuman strength. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back, involuntarily recalling what had happened on the bed just dozens of minutes ago. What if she had given him a kick like that back then? He instinctively clutched his stomach, his face growing paler. As for the others, they had long hidden in their own rooms, seemingly unconcerned about the commotion here. Su Wanqing did not notice Zhao Lei's reaction at all her attention was focused on the damaged door lock. Her expression was terrifyingly grim as she squatted down, carefully examining the keyhole and the twisted bolt under the moonlight. The more she observed, the colder her gaze became.
The bolt was jammed by the key after it was turned. She raised her head, looking deep into the dimly lit hallway. Someone has the key. After placing that corpse under the bed and igniting it, they locked the door from the outside. Why say that this corpse was not placed under the bed before they entered the room? Because Su Wancheng and Zhao Lei had not smelled the smoke growing thicker around them while they were on the bed. The only thing puzzling Su Wancheng was, who had the ability to place the corpse under the bed and ignite it in such a short time? Players seemingly did not possess such abilities. Either it was a vengeful spirit or something disguised as Wu Hao. Zhao Lei clasped his swollen ankle, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wanqing, what do we do next? In the last instance, he hadn't encountered much danger, so he had become somewhat complacent. This time, the difficulty of the instance seemed beyond his imagination. He hadn't expected that just moving up one level would put him in such peril. Su Wanqing's gaze was fixed sharply on the corpse still burning in the room, enveloped in blue-black flames. She withdrew her gaze, her tone icy. Yan Feng, Zhang Yi are on guard against us, and that stupid Li Weiwei is hiding far away. The only way to survive now is to let others take the brunt of the vengeful spirit's attack for us. In other words, someone must be attacked by the vengeful spirit first, only then can we survive. After saying that, she coldly glanced at Li Weiwei's room. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment, quickly realizing and showing a cruel smile. Yan Feng and Zhang He are not easy to deal with, so we are left with Li Weiwei. Her talent is spiritual vision, and as a newbie, she has no means to deal with us. He was not a good person, and he felt no psychological burden in doing these things. Su Wanqing said lightly, she has the faintest smell of smoke on her, the vengeful spirit's hatred level toward her is the lowest. As long as we can let her become stained with a thicker smell of smoke than us, the vengeful spirit's target will prioritize her. If Yan Feng and Zhang He stand by watching, then don't blame me for being ruthless. She suddenly grabbed Zhao Lei's arm. Your foot is injured, it's perfect to lure her to open the door. Li Weiwei curled up in the icy bedding of the guest room, doors and windows tightly locked, in the dark, seeming to hear only her own heartbeat. Bang! Bang! Sudden dull thuds echoed from outside the door. Li Weiwei jumped up, her back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Who? Weiwei, open the door. Help! Zhao Lei's voice was strained with pain. My foot can't take it. Su Wanqing has gone crazy, she wants to kill me. Li Weiwei's whole body stiffened. Zhao Lei's wailing did not seem fake. She had witnessed Su Wanqing's cruelty before, and she also knew how ruthless she could be in accusing Zhang He. To be honest, she really disliked this beautiful and voluptuous green tea. A moment of hesitation flashed through her mind. I beg you, open the door, she's coming. Zhao Lei's voice was filled with dying despair. Li Weiwei's trembling hand reached for the door lock. What if it was true? Zhao Lei might not be a good person, but he didn't deserve to die. Click. As soon as the door opened a hand's width, a tremendous force suddenly slammed the door wide open. Li Weiwei cried out and fell back. In the shadow, Su Wanqing's figure rushed into the room. She didn't even glance at the collapsed Zhao Lei. The cold gaze instantly locked onto the panicked Li Weiwei. You. Li Weiwei only managed to spit out one word. Su Wanqing moved like lightning. With her left hand, she grasped Li Weiwei's hair and violently yanked it back, forcing her to tilt her head and expose her vulnerable neck. Her right hand, fingers together like a blade, sliced through the air and precisely struck the side of Li Weiwei's neck. This smooth series of actions left Li Weiwei with no chance to react. In an instant, her body slumped to the ground like soft mud, completely losing consciousness. Drag her away, throw her into that room from earlier, let her get as close to that burning corpse as possible. Su Wanqing smiled slightly. That way, they wouldn't be the ones smelling the most like smoke. They could have directly sacrificed Zhao Lei, but that would be too wasteful. After receiving the order, Zhao Lei gritted through the intense pain in his ankle and dragged the unconscious Li Weiwei with difficulty. Just as Su Wanqing and Zhao Lei were dragging the unconscious Li Weiwei, preparing to throw her into the room with the burning corpse, the world suddenly fell into a grayish-white haze. The flow of time seemed to freeze, the air was heavy like thick liquid, every tiny speck of dust suspended in place, unmoving. And in this space, only one person could move now. Lin Mo's figure appeared behind the two. His hand struck precisely at the side of Zhao Lei's neck. Immediately after, he struck Su Wanqing's neck from behind. Fortunately, he had been training day and night just days before the second instance began. His control of strength was already very precise. Time resumed its flow. Lin Mo looked expressionlessly at the two fallen people. Everything was originally in accordance with his plan. At first, he didn't plan to intervene, he just wanted to observe from the shadows, to see how the evil spirit actually killed. And to see just what function that strong flashlight had. Chapter 21, Old Player? During the day, when Lin Mo discovered that Wu Hao wanted to burn Zhang Zhengguo's corpse, he had a guess. That burning the corpse might help the evil spirit execute its killing rules. In fact, the smell of smoke would first be associated with fire.
So, while the others weren't paying attention to that corpse, he secretly hid it away. When night fell, he used his ability to pause time and easily moved the corpse under the bed in Su Wanqing and Zhao Lei's room, then quietly left after igniting the corpse. The smell of smoke was a deadly marker, and the heavy smell on Su Wanqing and Zhao Lei made them prime targets for the evil spirit. Just right, he also obtained a key in the art room. That key was actually the key to all doors, except it couldn't unlock the art room door itself. He had already experimented with it. But he didn't expect Su Wanqing wasn't foolish either and quickly thought of a solution. Lin Mo had been hiding at the staircase corner, and when he heard Su Wanqing and Zhao Lei knock on Li Weiwei's door, he immediately realized their intentions. Li Weiwei's ability to see spirits was still useful to him, so he couldn't let her die for the moment. With no other choice, he had to intervene. Lin Mo crouched down, starting to search Su Wanqing and Zhao Lei's bodies. In Su Wanqing's close pocket, he found an old film camera. The camera's shell was already worn, with edges shining in dim copper. Lin Mo picked up the camera, weighing it in his hand. Aside from this camera, there were no other suspicious items on Su Wanqing, and the same went for Zhao Lei. There were no other strange items, not even a single self-defense weapon. It seems Zhao Lei was telling the truth. He really has no strange items, but this Su Wanqing does have something hidden, Lin Mo murmured, looking at the old camera. Cursed camera, permanent strange item, cannot be taken out of the instance. Ability 1, Soul Binding. Consume mental power to focus on the spirit and press the shutter. The captured evil spirit will be forcibly imprisoned in the photo paper for 15 seconds, unable to move or attack during this time. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Ability 2, Revealing the Murderer, passive. After capturing supernatural phenomena, there's a chance that clues about the spirit's death will appear in the developed image on the photo paper. Note, this old-fashioned film camera sometimes reveals images of spirits with blood seeping from their eye sockets in the developed photos. Now, it is certain that Su Wanqing's talent is definitely not the so-called revealing the murderer. This ability belongs to the strange device in front of her. Lin Mo squinted, and combined with Su Wanqing's actions, guessed her talent. It should be related to charm and mind control abilities, and the mind control might need to be activated through intimate relations with the opposite sex. After almost stripping Su Wanqing to make sure she had no means of survival, Lin Mo took out the evil spirit dagger from his bosom. Without hesitation, he pressed the dagger against Su Wanqing's neck. He planned to eliminate this unstable factor first, then use Zhao Lei to test the rules. However, just as the dagger broke the skin. Puff! A soft sound. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. The dagger had stabbed a doll the size of a palm. The doll's rough fabric, its facial features sewn together with crooked red thread, and a prominent crack around its neck. This is a substitute doll. Substitute doll, consumable device. Ability 1, Substitute Death. When the holder triggers a deadly rule of an evil spirit or encounters an unavoidable lethal attack, the doll will automatically activate, replacing the holder to bear the death sentence. If the doll is destroyed, the holder is exempted from this death and dispels all negative effects. Usage, 1/1. Note, a blank face, only to carry the most thorough despair once. No one knows if the maker sighed the same way when the doll was activated. Lin Mo's heart sank suddenly. He was very familiar with this doll. He had briefly possessed it in the last instance. But he had clearly searched the other person's body and found no substitute doll on her at all. Su Wanqing, who had been in a coma, immediately woke up and quickly distanced herself from Lin Mo. That speed was at least 50% faster than Lin Mo. Lin Mo's physical quality had been enhanced by 50%. This guy has definitely cleared more than one instance. 2 meters away, Su Wanqing stood there with a pale face, her eyes swirling with horror and resentment. Just now, the substitute doll bore a fatal blow for her, but she had not seen how Lin Mo appeared at all. At that moment, she stared at Lin Mo, her lips trembling slightly. Her hand reached behind her back, as if wanting to pull something out. What exactly are you? Her heart had already stirred up a tremendous storm. The other party's actions were almost without warning, and their strikes were extremely fierce. If she hadn't already activated her storage space, she would have been a corpse by now. Players with such speed and skills could not possibly appear in a level 1 instance, they had long since advanced to level 2. If it weren't for a certain special purpose, she would have leveled up long ago. So this must be an ability brought by the opponent's talent or item. Lin Mo's heart hardened. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated time pause again. As for the other party's question, he had no interest in answering. He knew that facing off against the other party, he couldn't possibly be a match for Su Wanqing. He had realized this when she had come down to the basement last night. The obstacles he struggled to move could be pushed aside by the other party with just a little force. The physical fitness was unknown to be several times his own. Now, his numbers were insufficient, and he could only rely on mechanisms to make up for it. He didn't believe the opponent had any life-saving means. The world fell back into a dull gray. Lin Mo charged forward, stabbing the dagger fiercely toward the opponent's head. Why not stab the heart?
That was naturally because there was too much fat in front of the opponent's heart, which could easily form a cushion. If he didn't kill the opponent in one blow and they activated some means of defense, it would be troublesome.
But... thud.
The expected feeling of the dagger piercing flesh did not come. Instead, there was a sensation as if piercing through cotton.
This made him feel something was wrong.
Sure enough, in the still space, the opponent turned into a doll again, but the real body did not appear.
Once time resumed flowing, he saw Su Wanqing appear not far away.
And at Lin Mo's feet lay a doll.
Another damaged substitute doll. Lin Mo was somewhat shocked, knowing that such a precious life-saving device that could automatically trigger was incredibly rare.
Usually, players might not even have one, yet she had at least two.
Thinking of this, Lin Mo didn't dare to act recklessly.
He had already used the time pause 3 times and still didn't know how many substitute dolls the opponent had. However, he had heard on the forum about this substitute doll, which had a limit to its death-replacing ability. If it encountered catastrophic damage, the holder could die directly without triggering the substitute doll.
Su Wanqing looked at the 2 dolls on the ground with a heart full of pain, glaring at Lin Mo, gritting her teeth and saying, "Zhang He, right? I remember you. If you manage to survive this dungeon, I will make you understand what hell is." Chapter 22, A Panicked Escape.
After saying this, Su Wanqing took out a square piece of parchment from behind her and immediately activated this life-saving device with her mind. The parchment was instantly torn apart and erupted with a strong white light. The light immediately enveloped her, making her appear incredibly holy and solemn.
Heaven's Pass, Consumable Device. Ability 1, Step into Heaven. The holder can activate it with their mind.
The holder will ignore any spatial barriers, rule restrictions, or spiritual entanglements, instantly forcing a separation from the current dungeon. The current dungeon does not count toward clearing times and evaluations, and no rewards or items can be obtained. Any obtained rewards will be forcibly erased.
The escape process cannot be interrupted. Usage count, 1/1.
Note, this yellowed parchment has dull gold foil along the edges, with a central pattern of a staircase made of blazing white flames.
When torn, the paper bursts forth with blinding holy light.
In the escape process, one can hear ethereal hymns and sharp demon shrieks clashing fiercely in their consciousness, ultimately culminating in a sound that seems to come from an endless height, a cold echo of a door closing.
Having lost 2 substitute dolls inexplicably, she didn't dare to stay any longer. After all, she only had 5 substitute dolls in total. If all were consumed, she'd be finished. This Heaven's Pass was extremely precious, but now she could only use it. When the cuts aren't severed, it creates more chaos. There would be chances for revenge later. Anyway, she had already noted the opponent's name and appearance. She would let her old friends in the organization deal with this Zhang He. On the other side, the moment Lin Mo reacted, the dazzling white light took Su Wanqing and instantly vanished into the air. Lin Mo's gaze darkly fell where Su Wanqing had disappeared. It seemed the opponent had used something to escape the dungeon. This time, he had made a formidable enemy, but he didn't regret it. Someone like that, even if he didn't take the initiative to deal with her. She will not let you go either. Why not take the initiative, depleting the other side's tricks and tools? He chuckled coldly in his heart. It turned out this woman had quite a few hidden cards, able to escape from the instance so easily. Such a tool was simply unheard of, so he hadn't considered it. Ha! Too bad you don't know I have the ability to rewind time. However, Lin Mo also had doubts in his heart. He had tried time rewind after escaping the instance before. But the time rewind only went back a few minutes, and he couldn't re-enter the instance at all. This time, Su Wanqing seemed to have also escaped from the instance. Could he still rewind to a minute ago? This made him suspicious. The same thing had happened when returning from the echo loop to the first instance world. But no matter what, it needed to be tried. After all, this was about someone else escaping the instance, not himself. That Su Wanqing was definitely not simple. Killing her in the cradle would be the best. If he could rewind to 60 minutes ago, he also had a solution for that substitute doll, that was to set a large trap in advance, ensuring that even if the other used the doll to replace her, she couldn't escape danger. To prevent her from having the chance to use the strange parchment. The next second, Lin Mo directly activated the time rewind. Time rushed backwards. Lin Mo stood outside Li Weiwei's door, his face grim. As expected, he had only rewound a few dozen seconds. He wasted a time rewind for nothing. This was truly disappointing. But there was no point in dwelling on it now. After all, the instance was still ongoing, and the rules of the ghost's killings had not been fully understood. Nothing could always go smoothly. When unexpected things happened, he could make up for what could be compensated, and find a way to solve what couldn't. He picked up the fragments of the substitute doll, only to find he couldn't activate its resetting ability. It seemed only relatively intact consumable tricks could trigger his resetting ability. He wondered if upgrading this ability in the future would enhance its effect. He
He looked at where Su Wanqing had just disappeared and surprisingly found a key there. He walked over to pick it up. Just now, Lin Mo had carefully checked Su Wanqing and had not found this thing. Combining this with the substitute doll she could instantaneously trigger, she probably had an unknown storage space. And it definitely wasn't the system's space, because that could only be taken out but not put in. As for this key, it seemed to be the key to the art studio. After putting it away, Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Lei, who was still unconscious on the ground, and smiled faintly.
It's good to have another person to use as bait, it's not a complete loss.
Lin Mo quickly tied Zhao Lei's hands and feet with rope, preparing to drag him to a more convenient observation spot.
As he dragged the unconscious Zhao Lei down the stairs, suddenly, Lin Mo's muscles tensed involuntarily.
Because he saw Wu Hao standing in the shadow of the stairwell, staring at him intensely. Lin Mo stopped, feigning calmness as he adjusted the knots binding Zhao Lei. If Wu Hao attacked, he could only try to fight back.
But Wu Hao did not move.
He only tilted his head slightly, the pale moonlight streaming through the corridor window, outlining half of his stiff face. That pair of eyes was murky and devoid of light, but deep in the pupils swirled a kind of inhuman malice. Wu Hao's gaze slowly moved down, finally landing on Zhao Lei's limp body, and the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and continued walking down, ensuring the other's figure remained in his line of sight. When he reached the other person's side, the other suddenly leaned in close, his face almost touching Lin Mo's.
Lin Mo was startled and immediately prepared to fight back.
The other party still just stared at him, not making a move.
Lin Mo quickly calmed down, thinking about the meaning of such actions from the other party.
He had now basically confirmed that Wu Hao was a servant created by a fierce ghost, but he was still unclear about the other party's behavior patterns.
Could it be that they were just here to scare him? Lin Mo tried waving his fist in front of the other party.
But the other party remained unmoved, instead showing a look of expectation, even leaning their face closer to his hand.
HM? Does it want me to attack first? Is its rule that someone must strike first before it can retaliate? Lin Mo naturally wouldn't let the other party succeed.
He carefully bypassed the other party, avoiding any physical contact.
Only when he went downstairs and stepped into the open space outside did that malicious gaze finally get completely blocked by the wall.
Lin Mo let out a long breath, his back already soaked through with sweat. He dragged Zhao Lei to a nearby tree in the open space, one that had no cover and was reduced to just a stump. Lin Mo skillfully tied his hands behind his back, securing him tightly to the tree trunk with a knot that wouldn't come undone. Just to clarify, even stronger players might not have many items to sacrifice, that Su Wanqing is special, related to her talent, but I won't spoil anything else.
Chapter 23, Testing the Fierce Ghost's Rules.
Lin Mo chose this place because it was close to Li Weiwei's room, so he could observe the situation from upstairs. Suddenly, Lin Mo seemed to think of something, took out a powerful flashlight, turned it on, and placed it on the stump. Zhao Lei was still unconscious, groaning mindlessly. Lin Mo checked the knots several times, confirming that with Zhao Lei's strength, there was no way he could break free. Then he dusted off his hands and headed upstairs.
This time when he came back, he didn't see Wu Hao's figure, not knowing where the other party had gone.
Lin Mo remained cautious as he quickly returned to Li Weiwei's room, closing the door behind him. During this time, Yan Feng's room remained silent.
However, Lin Mo didn't care.
In his plan, all players other than himself must die in this instance, only then could his talent level 2 yield maximum benefits.
He might even get an A rating or higher.
Lin Mo licked his lips, the talent upgrading stone was what he yearned for the most. But he hadn't found much relevant information on the forum.
It's easy to imagine that not many people obtain talent upgrading stones.
However, one post caught his attention. The post stated that after a newcomer's first instance, the difficulty of obtaining a talent upgrading stone is extremely high, requiring a B rating or better to have even a slight chance of getting one. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of the other players in the instance.
Su Wanqing was an accident, but it wouldn't affect things too much since his talent worked this way. Talent level 2, Silent Authority. The fewer survivors when clearing, the greater the rewards. Significantly enhanced rewards for clearing without forming teams. Can designate one ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown or usage count, with a slight chance of refreshing that ability upon use, 1/1. The fewer survivors there are when clearing, the higher the rewards. Therefore, even if Su Wanqing left the instance, it most likely wouldn't count as a clear.
Next, it was time to see Zhao Lei's performance.
Lin Mo waited for nearly half an hour.
Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze, and a sound came from deep in the distant forest. It was not a clear speech, but countless broken, twisted ee sounds. It sounded very uncomfortable to hear. Lin Mo's heart stirred slightly. It seemed he had vaguely heard this sound yesterday as well.
It sounded like chanting. Could it be? The appearance of this sound means the fierce ghost is about to act?
Not far away, a vague red shadow slowly appeared.
The vengeful ghost finally appeared.
With long hair covering its face, it hovered at the edge of the flashlight beam, slowly moving closer to Zhao Lei. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of painful coughing, Zhao Lei also woke up. Severe pain and fear made him struggle violently, but Lin Mo had tightly bound him with rope, leaving him unable to move an inch. Zhao Lei shook his head, and his gaze met the eerie red-dressed female ghost, immediately letting out a desperate scream.
No, don't come over. Ghost. Ghost. I'll give you money. Props. Anything. Just don't kill me. Don't kill me.
He struggled desperately, but it was all in vain.
Help. Wanqing Zhang Yin Feng, someone come save me. The red shadow moved.
It ignored the heart-wrenching screams, gliding silently in a non-human manner, hovering less than a meter in front of Zhao Lei.
Amidst the gaps of long hair, a murky, hollow eye revealed itself.
No, it's not me, go find them, they are the ones who harmed you.
Ah, don't touch me. Don't come over. The female ghost extended her hands.
Her sharp claws easily pierced through Zhao Lei's abdomen.
Put.
Zhao Lei's wail became even more tragic. He incredulously lowered his head, looking at the ghost's claw that had completely sunk into his abdomen.
A heart-wrenching pain instantly swept through his whole body. Ah!
Zhao Lei could feel the cold, sharp nails stirring in his abdominal cavity, as if they had already touched his intestines. The ghost's arms suddenly twisted.
Cracked.
A large amount of blood suddenly spewed out from Zhao Lei's mouth and the wound. The ghost sharply withdrew her arm.
Rip!
Zhao Lei's belly, along with his clothes, was violently torn open, creating a huge gash. His head jerked back, completely losing its luster. Only his body continued to convulse unconsciously, like a bullfrog just skinned and placed on a dining table. The ghost's hand movements grew faster, as if filled with extreme hatred. Ignoring that Zhao Lei had already died, her hands violently plunged in and out of Zhao Lei's body, moving so fast that they left shadows behind. The scene was extremely bloody. Even Lin Mo, standing far away, felt his stomach churn. However, he still observed carefully, hoping to discover some clue. As the ghost brutally tortured, the powerful flashlight accidentally shifted due to the ghost's violent movements. It suddenly shone on the ghost, who was in the midst of her frenzy. That red-dressed ghost actually turned into black mist and vanished into the air. Lin Mo stood by the window, gazing at the illuminated empty ground below. Zhao Lei's corpse lay in a pool of blood, his abdomen ripped open, looking extremely gory. But the recent scene filled him with a wave of wild joy. The bright flashlight was indeed effective. Under the flashlight's beam, the ghost instantly transformed into black mist and disappeared, confirming his guess. That is, the ghost can only act in darkness. No, to be precise, the ghost can only kill in darkness. Because neither Wu Hao nor Lin Mo found the female ghost in the studio during daytime. Yet at that time, the ghost's desire to kill was weak, even moving awkwardly, contrasting sharply with how she behaved at night. Lin Mo waited for a while, and noticing the ghost had not reappeared, decided to go down and check. He dragged the unconscious Li Weiwei, step by step, towards Zhao Lei's room. The cold floor made a faint scraping sound beneath his feet, and the corridor was filled with deathly silence. Lin Mo carefully glanced at the master bedroom where Yin Feng was, then opened Zhao Lei's room. After confirming the inside was still filled with smoke and the smell was very strong, he let out a slight sigh of relief. After ensuring Li Weiwei remained unconscious, he placed her on a chair close to the corpse, then thoughtfully closed the doors and windows to ensure the smoke could not escape. After finishing all this, he turned and went downstairs. On the first floor, Zhao Lei's corpse lay on its back in a pool of blood. The abdomen was torn open, and the intestines were scattered everywhere. Lin Mo picked up the strong flashlight again and crouched down to examine closely. He reached out to Zhao Lei, but as soon as he touched the clothing, he suddenly froze. The strong smell of smoke that had been on Zhao Lei was completely gone. The body still had lingering warmth, but there was not a trace of tobacco scent to be found. This immediately made him think of Wu Hao, who also lacked the smell of smoke, but that was after the resurrection. Chapter 24, The Indifferent Yin Feng. And the scene of Wu Hao's death suddenly appeared in Lin Mo's mind. At that time, he was too focused on checking the wounds, and overlooked the change in the smell of smoke. If he had paid closer attention then. Lin Mo clenched his fist, a hint of regret quietly sprouting. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his emotions. Lin Mo took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhao Lei's inner pocket, then quietly took away the candle and lighter from his body. Next, Lin Mo gradually erased any traces belonging to him at the scene, ensuring that Yin Feng or anyone else would not notice anything unusual. As for Yin Feng, if things went as he expected, the other party should have discovered something. Lin Mo glanced once more at the bloody scene, then returned to the room inside. Lin Mo quickly walked up the stairs. He stopped in front of Yin Feng's door, raised his hand, and knocked 3 times. Yin Feng? Did you hear the noises downstairs just now? There was silence inside the door. A few seconds later, Yin Feng's voice came through the door, somewhat hoarse.
I heard it. It's not safe to open the door now, let's talk when it gets light. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Sure enough, he was an old fox. It seemed he was the only one who had listened in when he said everyone stay in their rooms and not come out. In fact, whether it was himself, Li Weiwei, Su Wanqing, Zhao Lei, or even Wu Hao, they had all left their rooms. He said no more and turned to head towards Zhao Lei's room. Zhao Lei's room was still heavy with smoke, choking and itchy to the throat. Lin Mo didn't dare linger, carefully dragging Li Weiwei out and back to her own room. The smell of smoke on her was now heavier than on him, so his goal was achieved. Lin Mo leaned down and shook her hard, then slapped her cheek. Wake up! After several slaps, Li Weiwei suddenly woke up, her pupils scattering for a moment before focusing. Seeing it was Lin Mo, she grabbed his sleeve like she had found a lifeline. Zhang He? Why am I here? Just now. Don't panic. Lin Mo helped her sit steadily, interrupting, I heard a scream and came to check, only to find you passed out here. What happened? Li Weiwei's face was pale as she looked around, appearing somewhat paranoid. I remember Zhao Lei was crying for help, saying Su Wanqing wanted to kill him. I opened the door. But then it was Su Wanqing that appeared. She grabbed my hair, and then I don't remember anything. She shivered, rubbing her arms as she slowly stood up. Lin Mo asked, Are you cold? Do you want me to help you close the window? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Li Weiwei nodded slightly, but her eyes still filled with unease. However, she still said, I'll close it myself, I clearly remember I closed it before. She stood up and slowly walked toward the window. However, when she got closer to the window and gazed outside, her whole body suddenly froze. The moonlight spilled onto the open area, clearly reflecting Zhao Lei's horrific corpse. Li Weiwei covered her mouth, tears instantly pouring out uncontrollably. How could this happen? There's a corpse over there, she turned around, her voice trembling as she asked Lin Mo behind her. Lin Mo walked to the window, following Li Weiwei's gaze, his brow furrowing tightly. This seems to be Zhao Lei, he said incredulously in a low voice. Lin Mo took a deep breath, turned to face Li Weiwei. The expression was serious. It seems that Su Wanqing does not intend to let anyone go. After she knocked you out, she might have attacked Zhao Lei as well. But I am not sure what her purpose is. Li Weiwei trembled, her voice filled with fear. Why? We didn't offend her. Lin Mo gently patted her shoulder, trying to soothe her emotions. In this scenario, everyone's purpose is different. Some people can go to any lengths for their interests. Su Wanqing might be one of them. Li Weiwei looked up at Lin Mo. But what should we do now? Zhao Lei is dead, and Su Wanqing is missing. Right, where is Brother Yan? We should go find Brother Yan. She grabbed Lin Mo's hand, her eyes full of helplessness. Lin Mo shook his head and said, Just now, after I found you unconscious, I immediately went to look for Yan Feng, but he seemed unwilling to come out, saying something about discussing it tomorrow. Li Weiwei tremblingly released Lin Mo's sleeve. No, I have to ask Brother Yan in person. She bit her lip, Zhao Lei is dead, and Su Wanqing is gone. There's no one here we can trust. Lin Mo furrowed his brows, reaching out to stop her, but Li Weiwei had already staggered toward the door. Arriving at the master bedroom, she pounded on the heavy wooden door. Brother Yan. Zhao Lei, he's dead. His body is lying in the open space downstairs. Su Wanqing knocked me out, and now she's gone. What should we do? Silence fell within the door. A few seconds later, Yan Feng's voice came through the door, Got it. Li Weiwei was taken aback, Brother Yan? Did you hear what I said? Zhao Lei died downstairs, and Su Wanqing. Yan Feng immediately interrupted her, I heard, but it's not safe to open the door right now. He paused, wait until dawn to plan. You go back to your room now, lock the door, and don't come out. Don't trust anyone anymore. Li Weiwei stood frozen in place. She opened her mouth, wanting to persuade him again, but her throat felt choked by something. Lin Mo silently approached, gently supporting her wavering shoulder. Let's go back. He lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping over the tightly closed door, and smiled slightly. It seemed that the other party was indeed very cautious. Tears finally rolled down Li Weiwei's cheeks, and she tightly grasped Lin Mo's arm. Why is he so cold-blooded? She sobbed, Zhao Lei is dead. He clearly heard. Lin Mo did not answer, only half supporting, half pulling her back to the room. When the other party's mood had calmed down somewhat, Lin Mo gently said, The most important thing now is to keep safe. I will try my best to help you, but you also need to be stronger. Every step we take in this scenario must be cautious. He paused for a moment before continuing, If you feel scared, you can act together with me. We can look out for each other. Li Weiwei listened to Lin Mo's words, her heart stabilizing a little. Then, what should we do now? Lin Mo looked around, lowering his voice.
First, we need to ensure the safety of this room. Su Wanqing might come back, or there could be other dangers. Also, Yin Feng might know something, but he seems unwilling to say much. However, he shouldn't mean us any harm.
A simple we hinted that Lin Mo and she were in it together.
Combined with Yin Feng's previous reluctance to open the door, it was enough to tilt the balance of trust in their favor.
Thanks to the big boss, pure love warrior failed thoroughly for the gift of the king, thank you.
I will add more chapters later. Let me accumulate a few more chapters first, and send them out together.
It should be next month, so at least 7 or 8 more chapters, right?
Also, thanks to the support of other big bosses, love you all.
Chapter 25 Zhao Lei's Resurrection.
Lin Mo looked at Li Weiwei gradually calming down, secretly relieved in his heart. He knew that through this comfort and help, Li Weiwei's trust and reliance on him had deepened a lot. This was very beneficial for his subsequent plans. Lin Mo gently pulled the curtain closed and turned to Li Weiwei, saying,
"Let's first close the windows, then have a good rest. We'll make plans after dawn tomorrow."
Li Weiwei nodded, her fear easing a little.
I will listen to you," she said softly.
The next morning, Lin Mo crawled out from under the bed, rubbing his sore shoulders. He had stayed in the same room with Li Weiwei, and he went downstairs to find a blanket, sleeping under the bed.
This act naturally won Li Weiwei's favor. They talked a bit about things in the real world.
Li Weiwei was a university student, from the same city as Lin Mo. Previously, 3 people had mysteriously disappeared from her school, one of whom was her very close friend. Days later, the police found that these 3 had collectively committed suicide in a remote small village. There had been rumors online at school that these 3 had been involved in a supernatural incident. At first, she didn't believe it. However, being a detective enthusiast, she decided to investigate. One day, she discovered a strange post detailing the existence of a bizarre erosion game.
At first, she thought it was just an urban legend and paid it no mind.
But when she refreshed, the post was gone. This made her believe it a bit more. So she conducted deeper investigations, searching intensively for related information. The final result was that she had become entangled in this bizarre game herself. Li Weiwei was very regretful. Had she known, she wouldn't have attempted to investigate.
Lin Mo thought to himself, could it be that those who try to explore will be chosen as players in the bizarre game? No wonder the authorities don't allow this to leak.
This point wasn't elaborated on in the forum, only mentioning that if one actively exposes the existence of the bizarre erosion game, being discovered means they would be invited for tea. After getting up, Lin Mo glanced at Li Weiwei still sleeping and walked to the window. He gently pushed aside a corner of the curtain.
The next second, his movements suddenly froze.
On the ground, there was only a patch of dark red blood. Zhao Lei's body had vanished without a trace.
He squinted.
There are only 2 possibilities for the body to disappear: either a vengeful spirit took it, or it was moved by a living person. But whichever it was, it signified a change. This, however, was not beyond his expectations. After all, there was the precedent of Wu Hao. Lin Mo lowered the curtain, choosing not to raise the alarm. Instead, he walked to the bedside to wake Li Weiwei, then together, they exited the room. As soon as they pushed open the door, they heard a light creak. The door across from them also opened, and Yin Feng stood at the doorway, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mo and Li Weiwei, with a hint of surprise. He seemed surprised that the 2 had come out together. But he didn't say much. Instead, he inquired about last night's situation.
What exactly happened yesterday?
Lin Mo detailed the situation, naturally hiding his own role.
I see. Yin Feng nodded.
He first took the 2 to check Zhao Lei's original room, discovering that the body was still lying there, but it was basically charred beyond recognition. They didn't dare to stay there too long, as the smell of smoke was too strong. Yin Feng decided their next step would be to head outside to check on Zhao Lei's body. As the 3 arrived at the open area, the morning mist was almost dissipated.
Li Weiwei pointed at the patch of dark red on the ground, her voice trembling. Where's the body? Where's Zhao Lei's body? Yin Feng approached and squatted down. The body couldn't have vanished into thin air. Could it be Su Wanqing?
His expression was serious. Su Wanqing might have discovered something and used Zhao Lei to test the rules. Now she has relocated his body for some purpose.
Lin Mo suddenly added. There's also the possibility that a vengeful spirit took it. The atmosphere suddenly stiffened.
It wasn't because of Lin Mo's words, but because footsteps came from a distance. 2 figures, one in front of the other. Li Weiwei suddenly covered her mouth, her expression instantly filled with terror.
Wu Hao and Zhao Lei walked shoulder to shoulder.
Zhao Lei was wearing yesterday's clothes, his abdomen intact, even the bloody tear had vanished. His steps were a bit unsteady, but a stiff smile hung on his face. Wu Hao followed closely behind, his neck tilted unnaturally.
Zhao Lei, you. Li Weiwei stumbled back, her back hitting Lin Mo's arm. Aren't you dead?
Yin Feng also stumbled back 2 steps, putting the other 2 behind him protectively. Lin Mo stood still, his gaze calmly sweeping over Zhao Lei's abdomen.
He couldn't help but feel speechless at Li Weiwei. Could such things be said? Sure enough, after Li Weiwei spoke those words, Zhao Lei's eyes instantly turned cold and ruthless. What are you talking about? Am I not alive and well?
Lin Mo wore a gentle smile and stepped forward, patting Zhao Lei's chest.
She was frightened last night, a bit stunned.
At the same time, his hand seemingly carelessly brushed over the inside pocket of Zhao Lei's coat. It was completely empty. Seeing that the other person didn't attack him for this, Lin Mo guessed that this action probably wasn't considered an attack.
What about Su Wanqing? Have you seen her? Lin Mo immediately asked, his gaze locked onto Zhao Lei's face.
After Lin Mo initiated the conversation, Zhao Lei's expression returned to normal, albeit with a hint of confusion as he shook his head.
Haven't seen her. Didn't we each go back to our rooms last night? What happened? Did something go wrong?
He seemed to have completely forgotten the excruciating pain and near-death fear from last night.
Lin Mo's heart sank completely.
Last night, he had stuffed a folded, inconspicuous little note into the inside pocket of Zhao Lei's coat, on which was a simple cross symbol.
That was a mark he thought of at the last minute.
Zhao Lei's clothing, which had been torn apart by a vengeful spirit, should have been severely damaged and could not possibly have recovered overnight.
More importantly, the note's position had just been clear, and now it was gone.
The Zhao Lei before him, whether it was his physical state, memory, or clothing, was perfectly reset to how it was before the attack last night. Either the vengeful spirit had the ability to reset, or it had hidden the body and reshaped a new one.
Oh, maybe I'm just overthinking.
Lin Mo subtly retracted his hand, his tone relaxed. There was quite a commotion last night, I was worried she might be in trouble.
Chapter 26, Bringing Li Weiwei into the studio.
Li Weiwei hid behind Lin Mo, her face pale, lips trembling. She wanted to say something, but Yin Feng lightly nudged her with his elbow, forcing her to swallow her words.
Yin Feng's gaze flickered back and forth between Zhao Lei and Wu Hao. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked, Wu Hao, Zhao Lei, you two were together the whole time last night?
Wu Hao remained silent, his neck tilting, his dull eyes lifelessly turning towards Yin Feng.
Then, he slowly nodded. Yin Feng took a deep breath, no longer pressing for more, and said,
Su Wanqing seems to be missing, let's go find her.
Everyone split up.
Clearly, he did not want to stay with these two strange people. No one objected, and Lin Mo led Li Weiwei away directly. Lin Mo led Li Weiwei around to the back of the wooden cabin, confirming no one was around before pointing to the old wooden ladder hanging under the eaves. He quickly steadied the ladder and signaled for Li Weiwei to follow.
Where does this lead? Li Weiwei asked uneasily. Lin Mo explained, remember that stuck door at the corner of the second floor? It's actually a studio, and I found out that I can go in from the window after climbing up this ladder. The truth should be hidden inside. After discovering Zhang Jingguo's body in the bathroom, you should have also tried to submit task 2, right? But I believe you must have failed.
According to the information I have, the diary on the corpse should be fake, the truth is not as described in the diary. Hearing this, Li Weiwei stopped hesitating and followed Lin Mo into the studio. When Lin Mo pushed open the window, he found that the several notes he had wedged in the window frame had disappeared.
Someone came in?
Though he was thinking, his hand movements did not stop.
After entering, he pulled Li Weiwei inside as well. Once inside, Li Weiwei surveyed the room.
At this moment, the sun outside had already risen. She could clearly observe every corner of this room.
Lin Mo stood beside her. Do you see anything? Li Weiwei shook her head and said.
No, but the smell of smoke here is quite strong.
Lin Mo nodded and pointed to a painting.
The painting showed Su Xinya standing in front of a huge waterfall, holding a bunch of flowers, smiling slightly.
Lin Mo pointed to the signature area.
There was a very faint scratch, as if someone had scraped it with a blade repeatedly. Look here, the brush strokes and the thickness of the paint are all wrong. The 3 characters Su Xinya were added later. So you can see that every painting here has been altered in terms of its signature. Lin Mo scoffed softly, if Su Xinya was really the author, how could all the signatures of each painting be wrong and need to be altered? In those paintings, Su Xinya either smiled while sitting on a swing or gazed out the window while holding a teacup. But all the signatures in every corner had been covered in the same manner.
Li Weiwei's breathing quickened.
She felt that she was touching the truth, but the truth was vague and elusive, making it hard for her to grasp the key points.
Lin Mo continued. You must have checked the master bedroom too. There are 2 tables there, one is a vanity, whose ownership I need not elaborate on. What about the other one?
That table is the place where the paints and paper are kept.
Could it also belong to Su Xinya?
That doesn't make sense, as that table has many items that only men would use.
Li Weiwei was very confused, but why is this happening? What is the point of forging these paintings? And who would forge them? Because the evil spirit wants to delay our search for the truth.
Lin Mo said calmly. He stared at Li Weiwei's pale face. It's trying to frame Zhang Zhenggui as the real murderer. As long as we think Zhang Zhenggui is the culprit, we will never trigger the real conditions for solving the case. I suspect that when the 3 days are up, if we still haven't found the truth, the evil spirit's restrictions will be lifted, and what awaits us will be a massacre.
Lin Mo thought this possibility was very high. After all, the evil spirit's actions have been too slow. Each time they only kill one person, and they only act at night. If it weren't for Su Wanqing raising the difficulty, they would have immediately validated the contradictions in the basement clues and the diary. At that time, the ghost that had discovered the rules of killing would be impossible to deal with. Calculating this way, it seems that at most 3 people would die in 3 nights, with at least a 50% survival rate. So they could only start with the second task. The evil spirit needs to delay Lin Mo and the others in finding the truth. This would unlock its true power. Thinking of this, Lin Mo suddenly felt that driving away Su Wanqing had been somewhat rash. No wonder Su Wanqing, despite tearing her face with him, did not take action against him. The opponent's strength was hidden so deeply. From her perspective, dealing with him should have been easy. However, Su Wanqing did not do this. She only wanted to isolate Lin Mo, and even after he saw through her, she did not become angry. It was because she might have guessed that players should avoid dying at the hands of another player no matter what. If the ghost kills only one person each night, then the more players survive, the smaller the risk they bear. However, Lin Mo thought for a moment and did not regret the decision he made last night. Keeping Su Wanqing was more harmful than beneficial. She only believed she had control over the situation, which gave her the luxury to scheme against others, but in the end, she was outsmarted by Lin Mo. Li Weiwei's body felt a bit cold. She felt that all the detective novels she usually read were useless. When put into practice, her mind often went blank, and she didn't even notice these things. She looked at Lin Mo, her body and mind already convinced. So what should we do now? Lin Mo opened the wooden box he had discovered earlier, revealing a corpse, and said to the terrified Li Weiwei, "Use your spiritual sight to see if you can communicate with its spirit." Li Weiwei's face turned pale as she stared at the corpse, her stomach churning. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her fear, and nodded. "I will try." Li Weiwei opened her eyes, a hint of panic lingering in her pupils. There is indeed something there. Her voice trembled, and this spirit, it is bound. Bound? Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Yes, a lot of black mist, like ropes, wrapped all around it, binding it tightly. It can't move at all. It is in great pain, struggling all the time. There seemed to be similar mist around Wu Hao before, but the amount of mist was not so much. Bound by mist? How is it so similar to Wu Hao's spirit state? Would a normal spirit state be like this? It felt like this spirit and Wu Hao were bound by some existence to a specific place. Chapter 27 Truth? Lin Mo immediately pressed on. Can you communicate? Ask it the truth. Li Weiwei struggled to suppress her inner fear, staring at the dry corpse in the wooden box. She took a deep breath and concentrated again, trying to communicate with the spirit. Can you tell me the truth? She silently thought. After a brief silence, a faint and distorted voice seemed to come from the void. I am Chen Mo. Li Weiwei's pupils shrank. The voice was broken and filled with deep resentment. It was Su Xinya who killed me. I had an affair with her, and Zhang Zhenggui found out. At first, she begged Zhang Zhenggui for forgiveness, but he refused and said he would expose the matter. So she went crazy, saying she would never allow such great shame, that this kind of thing should not be exposed. Then she grabbed a knife and killed Zhang Zhenggui. Afterward, we worked together to bring Zhang Zhenggui's body to this house and hide it in the bathroom. This house was his parents' inheritance, only he and Su Xinya knew. It was the perfect place to hide a body. Chen Mo's spirit seemed lost in painful memories, the voice becoming even more distorted. But after handling the body, Su Xinya took me by surprise and strangled me, saying that this matter must never be known by anyone, must not be exposed to the light, and then hid my body in the art room. Not long after she left, that night she turned into a vengeful ghost, came back to continue tormenting me. Li Weiwei felt cold all over, almost unable to stand. Why does she want to torment you? Hatred, she hates everyone. She blames me for Zhang Zhenggui's death. She says I ruined her. She became a vengeful ghost yet trapped me here, suffering day and night. She turned to Lin Mo beside her, her voice dry, relaying Chen Mo's account word for word. Lin Mo did not show an unexpected expression. If it was like this, it made sense. But it seemed there was still a lack of crucial information. Lin Mo listened quietly, his gaze sharp as a knife, until she finished the last word, then slowly spoke. Then what role did the smoke and strong light play in this incident? The obsession of a vengeful ghost often becomes a rule, and that is our way out. Li Weiwei was stunned, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Quickly concentrate again. After a moment, she raised her head, her voice tinged with confusion. Chen Mo said Zhang Zhenggui had a strong smoking habit in his life,
but Su Xinya extremely hated the smell of smoke. It is said that this is also why Su Xinya chose to cheat. He said these were things Su Xinya talked to him about one day in bed. As for the strong light, he said he wasn't quite sure. Also, he said the vengeful spirit has a special ability, which is very terrifying. But he hadn't finished speaking when the time was up, and I couldn't reach him anymore. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with cold light, hating the smell of smoke. He suddenly remembered the disappearing smell of smoke on Zhao Lei and Wu Hao's bodies and recalled the scene of the vengeful spirit turning into black mist under strong light. A vague guess gradually took shape. After Su Xinya turned into a vengeful spirit, she still hated the smell of smoke. So she would prioritize killing those who smelled strongly of smoke.
And strong light, perhaps more accurately understood as sunlight.
The other party naturally knew that this matter was morally corrupt. It could be seen from so much gold and silver jewelry that Su Xinya was very vain. Therefore, she feared this matter being known by others, afraid that her affair would be exposed to the light of day.
This led to the events that followed. After Lin Mo connected everything, he chose to submit task 2, find the truth. But he was still prompted with failure. He furrowed his brows. Was there still some key information missing? And that special ability. Why did Chen Mo's spirit emphasize this? At this moment, Li Weiwei also let out a sigh of relief and said, "The spirit vision has ended. Clearing attempts, 0. Talent, spirit vision. Activating allows you to observe spirits and resentment within your line of sight, duration 10 minutes, 0/3. Paranormal items, none." Looking at the status bar, her heart felt a little empty. After all, this was her last spirit vision for this dungeon. Her value would greatly decrease from now on, and she would have to rely on others. She secretly glanced at Lin Mo, who was lost in thought, her face slightly flushed. Lin Mo shouldn't abandon her, should he? Leave her to die?
And after pondering for a while, Lin Mo had roughly formed an idea. But before that, he still needed to take care of Zhao Lei and Wu Hao. After telling Li Weiwei his thoughts, Lin Mo took her to find Yin Feng, who was searching nearby in the forest. Lin Mo spoke to him about what had just happened. He also shared his suspicions. That the vengeful spirit could only operate at night, could only kill one person per night, and feared sunlight. And with Wu Hao and Zhao Lei now confirmed dead, Lin Mo suspected that the Wu Hao and Zhao Lei created by the vengeful spirit would also act after nightfall, especially on the last night. So they had to deal with Wu Hao and Zhao Lei while it was still day. Otherwise, after nightfall, it might not just be one person who would die. Wu Hao and Zhao Lei might not be bound by the rules. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in the vengeful spirit creating these two fakes.
Yin Feng frowned and said,
"I've also been in that art studio and found that body, but there was no proof of identity on it, so I couldn't confirm.
But hearing you say this, it does make sense. What do you plan to do next?"
Originally, Yin Feng had entered through the window. Lin Mo's gaze swept over him and Li Weiwei, lowering his voice. "Wu Hao and Zhao Lei are in a very dangerous situation right now. They seem normal during the day, but once night falls, they might obstruct us."
He paused and looked at Yin Feng. "What do you think?"
Yin Feng pondered for a moment, his brow tightly furrowed.
"You're right. My bell has also warned us."
Yin Feng thought for a moment and continued. "Wu Hao and Zhao Lei are definitely also waiting for an opportunity. The reason they haven't acted is that they lack confidence. The servants created by the ghost also possess some ghostly traits.
Although they can move during the day, their abilities are certainly limited.
Now is a good opportunity.
And the servants are not real ghosts, they can be completely eliminated.
Because they have not fully transformed into ghosts, they exist between ghosts and humans." The three quickly discussed a plan, then dispersed, ready to send one person to lure those two fakes over. Lin Mo volunteered because he also had something to test against the other side. Originally, Lin Mo could directly use time pause to kill those two fakes. But he was unwilling to consume too many uses of his abilities. He had already used time pause 3 times, leaving only 2 chances. On the other hand, he also considered understanding Yin Feng's strength and consuming his hidden trump card.
Chapter 28, Thunder Fire Technique and Mental Manipulation.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the front door of the cabin. After searching for a while, Lin Mo found the two standing under the eaves, seemingly avoiding the sunlight. Their eyes looked incredibly hollow. Seeing Lin Mo approaching, Zhao Lei stiffly forced out a smile.
"Did you find Su Wanqing?" Lin Mo pretended to be anxious and replied, "No.
But we found the body of Su Xinya. It should be hidden in the woods." He deliberately raised his voice. "There's still time to go now. If we wait any longer, the evil spirit might move it."
Zhao Lei's eyes twitched. "How do you know that?"
"I'm not sure, Yin Feng told me. He said he discovered key clues and advised me not to tell you guys yet. But I thought more people are stronger, so it's better to search the woods together." Zhao Lei's smile froze for a moment. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Mo could feel 2 cold gazes fixed on him, sending a chill down his spine. His hand slipped into his pocket, but his expression remained unchanged. After a few seconds, Zhao Lei finally spoke. "Let's go. Let's take a look." Lin Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to lead the way, walking neither fast nor slow. He could feel the two behind closely following his footsteps. The three of them stepped into the shadows at the edge of the forest, one after another. Just as Lin Mo was about to step into an open area. "Attack!" Yanfeng's roar suddenly echoed. "Ah! It's not Gumen, why are you shouting so loud? Are you trying to get me killed?" The moment Lin Mo heard the voice, he immediately leaned forward to pounce. Luckily, Wu Hao and Zhao Lei seemed to have not reacted. After adjusting his position and posture, Lin Mo hid behind a tree and did not join the battle. At the same time, a dazzling purple-red lightning tore through the air, accompanied by scorching flames, crashing into Wu Hao's chest in an instant. Boom! Wu Hao let out a non-human roar, his whole body staggered backward, his chest charred black, emitting a strong burnt smell. His burly figure swayed but did not fall down, his murky eyes fixed firmly on the direction of the lightning. Yanfeng's figure flashed out from behind a sturdy oak tree, looking slightly shocked at Wu Hao. Just now, he used his talent Thunder Fire technique to attack Wu Hao, but it seemed to have little effect. The opponent's physical strength exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the opponent's state just now seemed like he had triggered the second ability of physical enhancement. Clearance attempts, 4. Talent, Thunder Fire technique. Active used to release a flame attack, February 3rd. Paranormal items, stand-in doll, corpse-stalking wind chime, sinister blade. Yanfeng glanced at the status panel, spat, and his gaze sharpened. His previous attack was full strength but failed to kill the enemy in one blow. If he had aimed for the head, it might have worked, but unfortunately, he had only recently joined the official organization and hadn't had time to train. He took out a folding long knife from his pocket. Next, he did not plan to use his talent ability again. His ability worked much better against ghosts than against such ghost servants, so it was best not to waste it. Sinister Blade, permanent sinister item. Ability 1, slightly enhances damage against non-human entities. This folding long knife is a strange tool issued to official members by the organization, said to be an item independently developed by the officials, and has already achieved mass production. Therefore, this strange tool's effect is quite weak, but it is useful because it also belongs to the strange tools, able to be freely brought into or out of the instance. However, because it is not produced in the instance, it will not be bound to the user, meaning anyone can take it away. After pulling out the long knife, he immediately charged forward. Almost simultaneously, Li Weiwei leaped out from the bushes on the other side, tightly gripping a rusty iron shovel in both hands, screaming as she swung it down at the stumbling Wu Hao. She swung the iron shovel, striking Wu Hao on the shoulder, producing a dull cracking sound of broken bones. Wu Hao winced in pain, letting out a beast-like roar of fury. An incredible scene unfolded. His already strong body visibly swelled up, muscles bulging, tearing through his already damaged clothing, veins popping out like worms beneath his skin. An aura of fierce violence rushed toward them. This guy has replicated Wu Hao's talent? Yanfeng's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed. He remembered that Wu Hao's talent was physical enhancement. This counterfeit actually inherited that as well. Just moments ago, he was merely suspicious, but now he was completely sure of it. Physical enhancement is a rather common talent, and Yanfeng had learned about it from the database. This talent is exceptionally powerful in the early stages, with 2 effects. However, right now, it posed a significant threat to them. Talent, physical enhancement. Activating it greatly enhances physical qualities, lasting for 5 minutes, after which the user falls into a weak state, 1/1. Moderately enhances physical qualities, significantly reducing fatal damage suffered at one time. Wu Hao ignored Li Weiwei and charged directly at Yanfeng. Clearly, in his eyes, Yanfeng posed the greatest threat and needed to be dealt with first. Lin Mo also drew out his evil spirit dagger, swiftly closing in on Wu Hao. His original target was Zhao Lei, but Wu Hao's sudden change made him instantly alter his strategy. He had to deal with the stronger threat first. Focus fire on Wu Hao, he growled low, aiming directly for Wu Hao's swollen neck. Despite Lin Mo's physical qualities not matching Wu Hao after the enhancement, he had trained in the real world before. Saint Hong had also told him that although his martial arts talent was merely above average, his combat talent was exceptional. For a moment, Lin Mo maintained a slight advantage. Wu Hao and Li Weiwei rushed toward him at the same time. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei, who had been silent, suddenly emitted a bizarre ghostly light from his eyes. He and Wu Hao had already realized that something was wrong. However, they had previously been unable to attack due to the rules. Now that the other side had taken action first, they could also fight back as a group. Stop, right now. Zhao Lei's voice was hoarse and cold, carrying an irresistible will. Talent, mental manipulation. Actively using it can control a conscious target for 10 seconds, unable to directly control a person to commit suicide or similar actions. 1/2. Just as Li Weiwei prepared to swing her shovel again, her body suddenly stiffened. Her gaze instantly became hollow, as if her soul had been drawn out. In the next second, the iron shovel in her hand abruptly turned, using all her strength, recklessly stabbing toward Yanfeng's back.
Chapter 29, A Twist of Fate. Li Weiwei, what are you doing?
Yanfeng realized the malicious wind behind him, and with a glimpse of Li Weiwei's completely uncontrolled movement, alarm bells rang in his heart. He was experienced and had a quick reaction, and without hesitation, he turned to kick.
Bang! Li Weiwei's slender body was struck hard in the side by Yanfeng's powerful kick.
She flew away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a tree. The iron shovel also flew out of her hand. She curled up on the ground, coughing violently, her eyes regaining a flicker of clarity, mixed with confusion and pain. Yanfeng was drenched in cold sweat. If that shovel had struck true, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He was burning with anger, but he saw Zhao Lei's eyes once again filled with chilling light.
It's not over yet.
Zhao Lei's voice was infused with mad hatred.
He activated his mental control ability once more.
This time, the cold gaze locked onto Yanfeng. Yanfeng felt a wave of icy will invade his mind in an instant, seizing control of his body.
Zheng He, be careful. My body is out of control.
Yanfeng's forehead throbbed, filled with pure terror as he fought desperately against that will. He could clearly see his arm raising against his will, aiming a thunderfire technique at the front, the target clearly pointing at Lin Mo, who was entangled with Wu Hao.
Lin Mo seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He had actually been paying attention to the unfolding events from the very beginning.
When he saw Yanfeng's stiff movement aiming his palm at him, an unprecedented sense of danger made all the hairs on his body stand on end.
He immediately reacted, charging forward to meet Wu Hao's fist.
The searing thunder fire whooshed past his back, blowing a charged shallow pit at the spot where he had been standing. Lin Mo chose to hold nothing back, unleashing his strongest power directly. He circled around Wu Hao's fist and stabbed toward his head. The tip of the knife sank into his temple, and Lin Mo twisted the evil spirit dagger viciously. Wu Hao's body suddenly stiffened. His hulking form crumbled like an empty balloon, collapsing weakly to the ground. Then, his body rapidly melted away, turning into a pool of thick black liquid that seeped into the soil.
At the same time, with his control restored, Yanfeng's folding long knife pierced Zhao Lei's heart.
The last glimmer of light faded from Zhao Lei's eyes, and he let out a meaningless sound from his mouth. His body too transformed into murky liquid, flowing down to the ground. Yanfeng slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, seeing that Lin Mo had also eliminated Wu Hao, finally revealing a faint smile. But the smile lasted only a second. It was as if he suddenly remembered something and sprinted quickly toward the direction where Li Weiwei had flown off. At that moment, Li Weiwei was lying on the ground beside a tree root. Her body trembled from the excruciating pain, one hand pressed tightly against her ribs on the right side. Dark red blood foam spilled continuously from the corner of her mouth. Yanfeng walked to her side, lifting her up and cautiously asking, "Are you all right?" He felt a bit awkward, not expecting that the only casualty this time was caused by him.
Cough cough, I'm fine.
Li Weiwei struggled to prop herself up. As soon as she moved, a wave of sweet blood surged up in her throat. Her vision darkened, becoming blurred. Yanfeng's kick had been delivered with all his strength, a natural reaction to deal with the uncontrollable Li Weiwei, but the force was too much for an ordinary girl's body.
Lin Mo also approached, a trace of sadness showing on his face.
He had not expected that Zhao Lei could control someone's body.
Don't move.
Lin Mo crouched down, pressing her struggling shoulder firmly, his tone low, "Don't move yet."
Seeing Lin Mo coming over, a trace of relief crossed Li Weiwei's face.
She grabbed Lin Mo's hand, trembling as she asked,
Cough cough cough, you will protect me, right? Does that still count?
Lin Mo gently stroked her head, giving her the last bit of humanitarian care.
Of course, I could never deceive a woman.
Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Li Weiwei tilted her head and fell into Yanfeng's embrace. Yanfeng's heart felt heavy.
Li Weiwei's serious injury had disrupted their original plan.
Eliminating the two fakes was just the first step. The core mystery of the quest was still unsolved, and the true ghost, Tsushima, was still hidden.
The last night was right in front of them. Carrying an injured person, how much longer could they hold on?
Lin Mo saw Li Weiwei faint and felt a rush of panic.
But when he saw she was still breathing, he slowly sighed in relief. As long as she didn't die too soon, at least they needed to last until nightfall. He looked at Yanfeng, who was filled with self-blame, and his heart stirred slightly. He asked, "How much longer do you think she can hold on like this?"
Yanfeng froze for a moment, carefully checked Li Weiwei's injuries, and frowned.
"It's not looking good. I don't know if she'll make it until tomorrow. We're lacking medicine and proper treatment. The dungeon ends in about 30 hours, and I'm afraid." Yanfeng sighed.
Lin Mo's face also showed sadness.
But he quickly patted Yanfeng and said, "This isn't your fault.
After all, who could have expected that fake Xiao Lei would have such abilities? Right now, our top priority is to get Li Weiwei back to the house and see if she can rest properly. Yan Feng looked at Li Weiwei, curled up by the tree roots, and spoke hoarsely. Zhang He, she's suffering so much we should give her a quick end.
Is your brain broken? Lin Mo cursed inwardly, shaking his head. No, we can't do that.
She told me herself that if she became a burden, she hoped we'd leave her behind. At least one of us needs to survive and help take care of her family.
Yan Feng was stunned. She said that?
Yeah, she said her parents are still waiting outside. Even if she can't make it out, she wants someone to bring them a message. Her biggest wish is for at least one of us to make it out of here, even if it's just one.
Yan Feng's chest felt tight, and he whispered. Because of that, I can't bear to see her suffer like this. Damn, how do you not get it?
Lin Mo quickly stood up and blocked Yan Feng's wrist as he reached for his folding knife.
Hold on, there's one more thing.
I discussed this with him before. If we encounter serious injuries, we should avoid choosing to give up on suicide.
Because we speculated that the vengeful ghost can only kill one person every night.
If someone dies before nightfall, they won't take up the ghost's kill slot, which means others will face greater risks.
So?
Yan Feng lowered his head in thought. He understood what Lin Mo meant.
But
he couldn't get past this mentally.
Was that her own wish?
Lin Mo glanced at the still unconscious Li Weiwei and said solemnly.
Yes.
I also told her, if she truly has no hope of surviving, she should leave the hope of survival to others. Yan Feng looked at the unconscious Li Weiwei in disbelief, murmuring.
She even thought of this?
This determination stirred up mixed emotions in his heart. It was something we came up with together, Lin Mo added. So, if we give up on her now, we're not only going against her wishes, but also wasting the opportunity she bought with her life. What we need to do is let her die when it's time. Although Lin Mo's words were harsh, Yan Feng finally nodded. After reaching an agreement, the two carefully moved Li Weiwei toward the wooden house.
After settling Li Weiwei into her room, Yan Feng and Lin Mo arrived in the living room.
Yan Feng and Lin Mo sat down in the living room.
Yan Feng spoke first.
Zhang He, there's something I've been meaning to tell you.
He paused and looked directly at Lin Mo. Actually, I'm an official member of the government's Anomaly Countermeasure Bureau.
Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted.
He had heard of the Anomaly Countermeasure Bureau before, on forums.
It was the core organization that integrated player resources in the country, with immense power and access to many resources.
He was silent for a moment before asking. Why are you telling me this? Yan Feng smiled and said.
Every official member has a task, which is to recruit some promising individuals in the dungeon.
Your performance is outstanding, both your observation and decision-making skills far exceed those of ordinary people. He leaned forward, his tone sincere. If you are willing, I can be your introducer. With my guarantee, you will have more options.
We have several types of contracts in the Anomaly Response Bureau, some of which can only be unlocked with an introducer. Lin Mo's heart stirred with waves of emotion.
Joining the Anomaly Response Bureau means resources, protection, and possibly accessing deeper truths.
But he quickly calmed himself down.
There is no such thing as a free lunch. He rubbed his chin and slowly said, what are the conditions of the Anomaly Response Bureau?
Yan Feng answered straightforwardly, there is no mandatory requirement, but the organization will assign tasks, and you need to contribute your abilities. Of course, the rewards are also very generous, like money, like supernatural tools, even methods to extend life. He took out a folding long knife and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and took the long knife.
Why are you giving this to me?
Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo was startled. Because a line of certified text appeared in his mind.
Eerie Blade, Permanent Eerie Tool. Ability 1, slightly enhances damage to non-human entities. Note, this is a special Eerie tool crafted by some entity, and its source is not from the Eerie Erosion game. The source is not from the Eerie Erosion game?
Yan Feng seemed pleased with Lin Mo's shocked expression and continued, this is an Eerie tool created by our country, and it is the most basic Eerie tool.
Every formal member of the Anomaly Response Bureau can receive one.
Generally, after joining the Bureau, a person can become a formal member after participating in 2 tasks in the real world.
Yan Feng's tone was filled with pride.
But Lin Mo's mind was racing, immediately thinking of a very frightening possibility, and nervously asked, where do these Eerie tools come from? Yan Feng was not quite sure why Lin Mo suddenly asked this, but still answered, naturally, they are crafted by players within the organization.
And the materials? Are they all sourced from instances?
This. Yan Feng shook his head, indicating he was also unclear. Lin Mo was excited because such Eerie tools could actually be mass-produced.
So the materials must be abundant. But where did these materials come from? Either in the instance world or in the real world.
But in the instance world, the only things that can be brought out are eerie tools and supernatural items as rewards.
To craft this many eerie tools, it seems far too challenging. But it cannot be ruled out that the officials have other channels to bring out relevant materials from the instance world. However, no matter what, this gave Lin Mo an unsettling feeling in his heart. Eerie, erosion. What is the purpose of this game? Thinking of this, Lin Mo asked another question that concerned him greatly. Are there ghosts in our real world?
Yanfeng's answer made Lin Mo shiver. He said this matter could only be discussed after joining the Anomaly Response Bureau.
But in reality, this already served as Lin Mo's answer. If there were no ghosts in the real world, Yanfeng would certainly have openly stated so. Why cover it up?
Finally, Lin Mo stared into Yanfeng's eyes, trying to discern the truth. After a moment, he gently exhaled. This matter is too great, I need time to think.
At least, let's talk about it after we leave this instance alive. Yanfeng nodded in understanding. I understand your concerns. Even after the instance ends, my promise still stands. If you come to a conclusion after the instance ends, you can come to the Silver Sea City government to find someone named Shan Yang. You just need to mention the name. Silver Sea City? Isn't that the city where he lives in the real world? The other party seemed very certain. Could it be that people in one copy all come from the same city? He asked the question in his heart. Yanfeng smiled and said, that's not the case, it's just that level 1 copies are likely to have people from the same area participating together. An area usually has several large cities, but I indeed work in Inhai City. Lin Mo nodded and smoothly changed the topic.
Okay, but the most important thing for us right now is Su Xinya's body.
I suspect it's in the woods.
He stood up and walked to the window, his gaze cast toward the dim forest in the distance. Shenmo's spirit mentioned that after Su Xinya killed him, she hid his body in the painting studio, but Su Xinya's own body is still missing. This is very strange.
Do you mean that Su Xinya's body could be the weakness of the vengeful spirit? Yanfeng also stood up.
Not necessarily a weakness, it might just help us see the whole picture of this incident.
In fact, we are almost clear about the truth.
The reason Task 2 has been failing to submit is definitely that we still do not know Su Xinya's actual cause of death.
Lin Mo brought up the clock he had hidden in the basement and said, there are still 4 hours until 6 o'clock.
We must find it before then, otherwise, after nightfall, the vengeful spirit's power will grow stronger, and we may not even be able to protect ourselves.
Chapter 31 Two Roads. Yanfeng's expression darkened. Li Weiwei is severely injured, and Su Wancheng is missing. We don't have enough manpower. Lin Mo shook his head and said slowly, actually, we do have clues.
The rules of vengeful spirits are often related to their obsessions in life. Su Xinya hated the smell of smoke and feared scandal, so her body is likely hidden in a place where sunlight cannot reach, like some unknown corner of the house, or perhaps, in the shadows deep within the forest. I lean more towards the latter because I previously tested Wu Hao. It doesn't seem to care much about our thorough search of the house. Furthermore, it looks like we won't encounter any sudden situations inside the house that could lead to Su Xinya's death.
Plus, considering the anomalies we felt when we previously entered the dense forest, Su Xinya's place of death should be within the dense forest.
Hearing this, Yanfeng was also slightly shaken.
Time is of the essence, let's start immediately. To save time, let's split up. I believe it should at least be safe during the day. Lin Mo nodded.
Lin Mo and Yanfeng stood in the dense forest, their eyes scanning the two paths before them. One broad road wound down the mountain, while the other narrow path disappeared into the thick forest above. He frowned, quickly calculating Su Xinya's possible route in his heart. After Su Xinya killed Zhang Jinghua and Chen Mo, she would definitely choose the quickest way to leave. The broad road down the mountain leads to the nearest town, she is likely to drive this way.
He turned to Yanfeng. We'll split up. You head up the mountain, I'll go down to check the broad road. I must return before dark.
Yanfeng nodded, unfolding the folding knife and attaching it to his waist. Originally, he didn't want to expose this folding knife because he didn't want others to know he was an official person. There are not a few enemies against the official. If exposed, it could lead to unnecessary disputes. Now that only Lin Mo and he were left, it naturally wasn't necessary to hide it. He was confident that Lin Mo was not from a hostile organization. Okay, be careful. If it's a car accident, the wreckage shouldn't be too far away. He murmured. At present, if Su Xinya drove away, the likelihood of dying in a car accident is the greatest. Unfortunately, too much time has passed, traces like tire marks have long disappeared. Lin Mo quickly walked down the winding broad road. The road surface here was overgrown with weeds, looking as though no one had walked it for a long time. Time ticked away, second by second. The sun slanted to the west. The air gradually became cooler, and the mountain breeze rustled through the trees. He walked on, his heart feeling heavier with each step.
There seemed to be no clues related to Su Xinya's body, contrary to his expectations. Could I have guessed wrong? He stopped, sweat trickling down his forehead. He had been walking for nearly 3 hours. The outlines of the distant mountains had begun to blur. He raised his hand to wipe his face, his palm covered with dirt and grass clippings. It was the most reasonable assumption that Su Xinya drove away, but reality coldly contradicted him. In the depths of the mountains, a few cawing crows faintly echoed, sending chills down his spine. Unwilling to give up, he hurriedly walked for another 10 minutes, finally making a discovery in an open space at the foot of the mountain. It was a place that resembled an altar or a ritual platform. And this was no ordinary altar, but a place forcibly assembled and piled up with countless twisted, grotesque sculptures. Lin Mo felt uneasy after just one glance. The base was not made of square stones, but numerous curled, struggling humanoid stone sculptures. They were all in various postures, yet none failed to convey extreme pain. Some were digging their hands deeply into their throats, with ripped marks carved where their throats should be. Some bodies were twisted at impossible angles, with spines arched like snakes. Some had completely curled up into a ball, with only a stone mouth stretched open in fear, as if screaming in agony. Apart from these sculptures, the base was completely empty. Lin Mo forced down his discomfort to observe closely but could not figure anything out. He could only conclude that the existence constructing this altar was no good, but rather a pervert. At this moment, exploration time had almost reached Lin Mo's preset limit. He could not think any longer and suddenly turned to run towards the wooden house. There was no time to waste. He had to go back immediately. Danger increased exponentially after nightfall. Finally, the blurred outline of the wooden house appeared at the end of his vision. He panted heavily as he pushed open the courtyard gate, only to find Yin Feng already standing under the eaves, his face ashen. "Did you find anything?" Lin Mo asked, leaning on his knees. Yin Feng shook his head. "In the depths of the forest, there is a cliff. I found this on the largest rock, embedded into it, and around it seemed to be arranged very strange stones like some kind of ritual array." He spread open his palm, and a golden earring lay in his hand, its edges stained with dark brown smudges. Lin Mo's pupils shrank. Could it be that Su Xinya fell to her death off the cliff? However, Lin Mo did not plan to go up the mountain to check right now, as it was too late, and the vengeful ghosts would soon come out. He still remembered the sense of dread in the forest just before nightfall. He also told Yin Feng about his discovery and asked if he knew the origins of those strange sculptures. Yin Feng thought for a moment and shook his head. Lin Mo felt a little disappointed. Then they went upstairs to check on Li Weiwei's condition, finding that she was still alive, but her breathing was weaker than before. Lin Mo pointed out the darkening sky outside. "The sun is about to set. The rule for the vengeful spirits is to kill one person each night, and Li Weiwei has no strength to resist now. She is the perfect bait." He paused and added, "We can place her outside, in a position clearly visible from the main bedroom window. Tonight, we will stay together." He did not plan to place her in the original spot of Zhao Lei's death. It would be bad if it raised unnecessary suspicions in Yin Feng. Yin Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Lin Mo and Yin Feng worked together to carry Li Weiwei outside, laying her flat in the open area. Then, before the sun completely set, they returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. An hour later, that familiar ee-yet sound echoed again. In that direction, it seems to be on the mountain. Lin Mo and Yin Feng felt a chill in their hearts, knowing this was a prelude to the appearance of a vengeful ghost. The figure of the woman in red flickered in the night, slowly floating down from the mountain. She emerged from the darkness, her ghostly white hand slowly reaching towards Li Weiwei, who lay on the ground. Lin Mo and Yin Feng held their breath, staring intently through the gap in the master bedroom window at this scene. Chapter 32: The Discovery on the Mountain at Night. Just before her death, Li Weiwei seemed to sense something, letting out a faint whimper from her throat, instinctively curling her body up, but she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. The ghost's fingers touched Li Weiwei's neck, and a cold black mist instantly wrapped around her. Li Weiwei's body jerked violently. Then came a horrifying torture and murder, even more tragic than Zhao Lei's death. Yin Feng saw this scene and nearly lost control, wanting to rush out. He didn't know the vengeful ghost would torture people like this during murder. Lin Mo frowned slightly and grabbed Yin Feng, who was about to jump out of the window, coldly saying, "Don't let Li Weiwei's sacrifice be in vain." Yin Feng clenched his teeth tightly, but though he was very unwilling, reason took the upper hand, and he didn't act impulsively. Only then did Lin Mo turn his head to observe actively. He found that this vengeful ghost was becoming more brutal with each passing night. Moreover, the method of killing was always to cut open the chest and abdomen. Wait. Hold on. Among the 5 known corpses, Zhang Zhenghua, Chen Mo, Wu Hao, Zhao Lei, and Li Weiwei, only Chen Mo's death was not by opening the chest and abdomen, but by hanging. However, on second thought, this also seemed normal, as Chen Mo was killed by Su Xinya while she was alive. So viewing it this way, Su Xinya seemed to harbor even more hatred for Zhang Zhenghua.
Because she used the same method that killed Zhang Zhengwei to kill the other players. At this moment, the vengeful ghost's actions outside came to a halt, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a silent corpse lying on the cold ground. Lin Mo's gaze was fixed on that empty space, his brow furrowed. After hesitating for a moment, he directly rushed down the stairs to carry Li Weiwei's corpse back up, while Yanfeng looked on in surprise.
Fortunately, nothing unusual happened. Yanfeng watched Lin Missouri place the corpse on the first floor and asked, "What are you doing?"
Lin Mo then calmly stated his thoughts. "I think if we leave Li Weiwei's corpse outside, she might come back to life, just like Zhao Lei and Wu Hao."
"Oh, then why wouldn't moving the corpse inside prevent that?" Yanfeng asked curiously.
Lin Mo explained, "This is just a guess of mine. Think about it, Wu Hao and Zhao Lei, their corpses disappeared outdoors. And I have confirmed that their resurrected bodies are no longer the same as before, so I believe that Ghost might need the corpse as a medium to resurrect the deceased players. Such a terrifying ability must have its limitations. This limit is likely that the corpse must be outside to resurrect the player and be used by it.
And think about Zhang Zhengwei and Chen Mo, why didn't they come back to life? Isn't it because their corpses were also indoors?"
After hearing this, Yanfeng also agreed strongly. However, he thought such matters were meaningless because the game would end tomorrow.
It wouldn't be night again.
Lin Mo suddenly turned around and said, "We can't wait any longer, I need to check the mountain carefully."
"Now." Yanfeng grabbed his arm, "Are you crazy?
The vengeful ghost has already killed one person tonight. According to the rules it won't attack again.
But the area around the wooden house is its territory. What if the rules don't apply deep in the woods? Many game ghosts will remove restrictions outside the safe zone." "I know the risks," Lin Mo said lightly. "But Task 2 is not completed yet. When the 72 hours are up, what will happen? Not finding any clues during the day likely means that clues will only appear at night."
"I don't know if you remember the wedding photo in the master bedroom. Clearly, we didn't find any hidden compartment when we checked during the day, but it appeared mysteriously at night."
"Isn't this a suggestion?"
"Though it seems a bit far-fetched, I think the night is the peak time for vengeful spirits to act, and the truth must be hidden there. Moreover, Task 1 is not a sufficient condition for completing the game. If 72 hours pass and we still haven't found the truth, do you think the vengeful spirits might lift the murder restrictions? Have you thought about that?" Yanfeng fell silent.
He admitted he may have underestimated this instance.
He focused too much on surviving 72 hours in Task 1 and neglected Task 2. He felt that the difficulty of this instance was somewhat beyond the limit. If it weren't for Lin Mo, they might have faced total annihilation. Although now, they were almost half dead already. He just didn't know where Su Wanqing was now. He searched for a long time but couldn't find her.
Could she have also been harmed? This made him extremely uneasy.
After a long time, he took a deep breath, his voice low.
"You're right, this instance is not right. If it drags on to the end, I'm afraid no one will survive. I'll go with you." Lin Mo's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as he nodded.
The two left the wooden cabin, their figures quickly disappearing on the road leading down the mountain. But just a few minutes later, their faces grew grim.
The road that was originally smooth for descending the mountain was now blocked by a terrifying black fog.
Lin Mo knew very well what this was, there had been detailed explanations on the forum. This represented the boundary of the instance. It meant that the road ahead could no longer be explored.
Anyone who tried to break into the black fog disappeared and never returned.
Yanfeng was also a bit stunned because he had never seen the boundary of an instance change like this before. However, the appearance of the black fog also meant that the path down the mountain was not a safe one. With no other choice, the two quickly ascended the mountain, entering the dense forest via a small path. This small path was difficult to walk on, running was definitely not an option. Fortunately, this time they didn't feel the same heart-pounding pressure they felt at the beginning of the instance. Yanfeng couldn't help but mutter, "Something's not right, it's too quiet." Lin Mo tightened his grip on the candle in his hand, "Be careful.
Let's go up and take a look first."
They climbed carefully along the small path, each step taken with great caution.
After about an hour, the two finally reached the mountain top.
In front of them was an expansive cliff, with several huge rocks scattered at the edge. In the center of the cliff, an array made of glowing stones emanated dim blue light, flickering like it was breathing. Yanfeng gasped, pointing to the stone in the middle. "That's the stone I discovered this afternoon, but it wasn't glowing before." As they approached, they found a woman's body lying at the center of the massive stone. Her long hair cascaded over the stone surface, and her body showed no signs of decay. Moonlight bathed her, adding an eerie beauty to her presence. Yanfeng's voice trembled slightly as he instinctively took a half step back. "It's Su Xinya.
How is this possible? She looks like she's still alive." Chapter 33, The Vanishing Altar.
Lin Mo also seemed puzzled, the direction of events appeared to exceed his expectations. He quickly stepped forward, crouching down to examine closely. Su Xinya's chest did not rise and fall, but her skin had a faint rosy hue, as if blood was still flowing. Lin Mo said in a deep voice, "It seems this is the key to her becoming a vengeful spirit. This strange array is transforming her into a vengeful spirit."
He recalled the experience in the first instance, where Zhou Wan and Koan Wu had also attempted to transform themselves into vengeful spirits.
But it seems they didn't fully succeed, and instead became something like Wu Hao and Zhao Lei. However, the other party also said that the transformation was not yet fully complete at the time of the secret compartment, and was in a semi-human, semi-ghost state. This means that a person can be transformed into a vengeful ghost, but the cost may be losing oneself and sanity, or some other terrifying price. According to his thinking, Su Xinya herself was not worthy of becoming a vengeful ghost.
From the perspective of resentment, the most wronged person was probably Zhang Jinghua.
But it's unclear who exactly placed Su Xinya here for what purpose, turning her into a vengeful ghost.
Yan Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What about the task? Can we submit it now?
Lin Mo immediately called up the system panel and quickly input information into his mind. The truth, Su Xinya had an affair with Chen Mo, which was discovered, so she conspired with Chen Mo to kill Zhang Jinghua. They then moved the body to a cabin in the mountains and hid it in the bathroom on the second floor.
Afterward, Su Xinya ambushed and killed Chen Mo, hiding his body in the art studio box.
When leaving, it seemed that some entity had set its sights on her. The entity killed Su Xinya and used a ritual to transform her into a vengeful ghost.
Her body was hidden in the mountain top's magic circle.
After submitting, the panel immediately popped up a prompt.
Task 2 submission successful.
Once the success message was displayed, Lin Mo also informed Yan Feng of this. After trying, the other party also received a prompt that Task 2 was complete. Yan Feng finally relaxed, a relieved smile appearing on his face.
We did it. What's next? This body is too dangerous, should we?
He glanced at Su Xinya's body and made a chopping gesture. Lin Mo's gaze shifted between the magic circle and Su Xinya. In the end, he made a decision.
Destroy it.
This place is so hidden and remote, and it only appears at night.
It definitely doesn't want us to discover it. Since that's the case, we can't let it have its way. The two immediately sprang into action.
They used their respective strange tools to stab the body, trying to completely dismember and destroy it. But when their strange tools pierced into Su Xinya's body, it surprisingly withered and shriveled at a visible speed, and in an instant, it turned into a charred, dried-up bone. The transformation did not stop. The bone then turned into ashes at a visible speed.
The mountain wind howled, scattering the ashes into the night sky.
After the body dissipated, the glowing stones also gradually stopped glowing, as if they had turned back into ordinary stones. Lin Mo and Yan Feng stood there, unsure whether this change was good or bad.
What's going on? Could it be over just like this?
Yan Feng muttered in disbelief. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. He turned on the high-beam flashlight and carefully checked. Behind a stone, he discovered several lines of engraved text.
This instance is divided into 2 areas at night, the dense forest, the cabin, and the surroundings. The vengeful ghost can only kill in one area each night. It can only kill one person in the cabin and its surroundings, but can kill 2 people in the dense forest. This is...
Lin Mo immediately called Yan Feng over. Yan Feng looked at the text, his expression serious.
So hidden, I didn't notice it during the day. That was close, it already killed Li Weiwei tonight. Otherwise, we would be in danger if we entered the dense forest. Lin Mo nodded.
Fortunately, Task 2 was already completed, so now they could quietly wait for 5 p.m. tomorrow.
But he had a vague feeling that it wouldn't be that simple. What exactly would be the ability that Chen Mo's spirit body mentioned?
The 2 of them did not stay long and quickly returned to the cabin along the same path.
Yan Feng collapsed on the sofa. Let's rest for a while.
At least the source of the vengeful ghost is dealt with.
Lin Mo nodded as well.
The tension over the past few days had been high, so it was time to rest. He went to the other room to check Li Weiwei's body again, confirming that it hadn't disappeared. Lin Mo and Yan Feng separated, resting in their own rooms.
In the morning, Lin Mo woke up from the simple bed in the basement, rubbing his stiff neck.
He moved aside the barrier blocking the room, pushed open the wooden door, and walked up from the basement to the living room. He found Yan Feng sitting at the table, looking much better than yesterday. Yan Feng looked up, his voice relaxed. Li Weiwei's body is still in place, I've confirmed it.
Lin Mo nodded.
Outside, the sun was just right, dispelling the lingering chill from the night. It seems the house can indeed fix it, preventing the deceased from being revived. The 2 quickly tidied up and decided to look for something edible at the edge of the forest. They stopped under a few wild fruit trees, picked some green but barely edible wild fruits, and filled up some tools with clear stream water. Back at the wooden house, Yan Feng was chewing on the fruit, looking out the window.
Let's wait.
If we hold out until 5 this afternoon, everything will be over. Lin Mo swallowed the sour pulp in his mouth, paused in silence before speaking.
I want to go see the mountains again.
Yanfeng paused in his chewing, somewhat surprised.
Did we not confirm everything yesterday?
I'm still a bit concerned about that altar-like thing at the foot of the mountain yesterday. Yanfeng stared at Lin Mo for a few seconds, then finally sighed, his tone filled with helplessness.
Being cautious is never a mistake. Fine, I'll take another stroll near the mountaintop to see if there are any new traces. Lin Mo didn't say much more.
He secured the golden earring and his belongings, then stepped again toward the main road leading down the mountain. More than 2 hours later, he finally arrived at the clearing where he found the altar yesterday. However, the scene before him made his steps halt suddenly. The area that had strange stone piles yesterday, vaguely forming traces of some ritual, was now completely empty. The ground was unnaturally flat, not a single larger stone could be found, only a thin layer of dry leaves covered it. Lin Mo's heart tightened suddenly. He hurried forward, crouched down, and forcefully pushed aside the dry leaves and loose dirt with his fingers. The soil was soft, carrying the unique humidity after rain, but underneath,
nothing was there.
No imprints, no pits left by moved stones, not a single sign of the once existing man-made piles.
The ground was clean as if an invisible hand had thoroughly wiped it.
It didn't seem like something human could achieve. This clearing looked as if it had returned to the state before the altar was built.
How is this possible?
He whispered, a chilling sensation rising from his heart.
Chapter 34 Night Falls.
Someone, or something, had quickly and thoroughly cleared the scene after he left, erasing all traces.
That altar could not have vanished without a trace. Behind it, could there really be another force operating in the dark? The group that turned Su Xinya into a vengeful spirit?
He stood up, his gaze instinctively drawn deeper into the main road.
When he reached here yesterday, he had to turn back due to time constraints.
Today, he decided to continue exploring downward. However, after walking less than 10 minutes, the scene before him made him stop again. The road ahead, along with the mountain forest on both sides, was completely swallowed by a thick, sticky black fog. The black mist rolled and surged like living ink, completely blocking out all light. Again at the boundary of the copy. This also meant the path down the mountain was completely cut off. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his surging doubts, Lin Mo turned around and quickly returned along the path to the wooden house. He needed to regroup with Yanfeng immediately to see if he had made any new discoveries. Upon returning to the wooden house, Yanfeng was already waiting in the living room, getting up immediately when Lin Mo walked in. The formation on the mountain has completely vanished, and the stones have turned into ordinary mountain rocks, as if someone moved those things away. Lin Mo furrowed his brows and spoke about the sudden disappearance of the altar at the foot of the mountain.
Yanfeng's expression grew serious. 2 traces erased at the same time. This is definitely not a coincidence. He faintly felt that something was amiss. Is there something else controlling behind the scenes of the scenario? There's a high possibility.
But we've already found all the clues we were supposed to find.
Time flowed slowly in the oppressive silence.
The two took turns to stay vigilant. Lin Mo repeatedly searched the room, trying to find any overlooked clues, yet found nothing. He placed the collected candles in a few fixed spots, leaving only one on him for easy access in case of emergencies.
Soon, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Just as they slightly relaxed, a faint chant unexpectedly penetrated their ears.
The voice did not come from a specific direction but instead seeped in from all around, its tone distorted and strange.
It's here.
Lin Mo and Yanfeng exchanged glances. This did not surprise them. After all, the simultaneous disappearance of the formation on the mountain and the altar below had already prepared them mentally. But they still didn't quite understand how the vengeful spirit could break out in broad daylight.
Could it be that on the 3rd day, it simply stopped pretending to directly break the rules and kill during the day? Lin Mo looked out the window.
But the scene outside made him feel utterly cold.
1 second it was a clear sky, the next, thick, rolling dark clouds swallowed the entire sky like spilled ink.
The light was completely extinguished, and the world fell into a thick, suffocating darkness, deeper than the darkest midnight. No moonlight, no starlight, only pure, extreme darkness.
In just a few minutes, it was completely dark outside.
They had no choice but to light candles for illumination. Yanfeng's voice trembled slightly. It has distorted this space, forcing this world into darkness.
What if the time for night had not arrived? This vengeful spirit taught them a lesson through its actions. It was simple, it caused the sky to turn dark, didn't it?
In this pure darkness, a blinding crimson light suddenly flared up in the direction of the mountain. The red light started as a point, then rapidly expanded, transforming into a blood-like figure, racing down the main path toward the wooden house at inhuman speed.
Split up. Find hiding places.
Yanfeng shouted, then dashed toward a guest room on the 1st floor. Seeing this, Lin Mo also ran toward the 2nd floor.
Bang!
Seconds later, the weak door of the wooden house burst open, splintered wood flying everywhere. This time, it did not intend to sneak in quietly. That blood-like figure, thick with an unyielding crimson hue, carrying an unbearable chill and a strong bloody smell, silently slid in. The vengeful spirit, Su Shinya. It floated at the doorway, its pale head twisting at an eerie 360 degrees, rotting eye sockets seemingly scanning the entire space. Then, it carefully sniffed the air, revealing a sinister smile at the corner of its mouth. Its head, dripping with foul blood, suddenly turned toward the upstairs. The smell of smoke on Lin Mo was much stronger than Yen Feng's, as he had not only gone in and out of the second-floor studio multiple times but had also been in close contact with the bodies of Zhang Jinghua and Chen Mo. In contrast, besides spending a night in the bathroom and briefly entering the studio, Yen Feng had no further contact with the source of the smoke. Lin Mo stood in the master bedroom on the second floor, coldly contemplating. According to his original idea, he should have let Yen Feng follow in the footsteps of Wu Hao, Zhao Lei, and Li Weiwei. But the other party's proactive declaration of their official identity forced him to reconsider. In fact, from the moment Yen Feng actively stated his identity, Lin Mo had already realized the other party's purpose. In exchange for this identity, he hoped to gain peace, allowing Lin Mo to refrain from taking action against him. As a reward, he would introduce Lin Mo into the official organization, giving Lin Mo the choice to decide whether to join or not. One has to say, the other person knows how to handle relationships well. Lin Mo could only be considered a novice player right now. Many things required careful consideration. Especially once exposed to the official organization's view, many actions would become restricted in the future. The benefit would be access to a lot of first-hand news and intelligence, like whether terrifying ghosts exist in the real world that Lin Mo has always cared about. Leaving the other person alive and not taking action can also be seen as cultivating a good connection. No matter what happens in the future, it could be considered a measured retreat. At that moment, Lin Mo felt a chilling aura approaching, and his body instantly tensed up, staring fixedly at the door's location. But in just an instant, he felt a tremendous force slam onto his back. Lin Mo didn't even see clearly, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the side of the bed. He let out a muffled groan as a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. When did this happen? How could it be behind me? So fast, completely out of his league. Even though he had undergone enhancements and significantly improved his physique, he still couldn't withstand a real terrifying ghost. He struggled to try to stand, but his vision went black. The terrifying ghost did not pursue, it simply walked forward slowly and lifted Lin Mo up. Why didn't it kill me? Lin Mo felt strangely puzzled, but his hand was already reaching for the powerful flashlight in his pocket. The ghost carried Lin Mo and jumped down from the already opened window, heading toward the dense forest.
This is Chapter 35, Unable to Function.
Lin Mo already knew what the other party intended. They wanted to take him into the dense forest to kill him there. The ghost could only kill one person around the wooden house, but in the dense forest, it could kill two. This way, if they continued this way, Yen Feng likely wouldn't survive either.
Lin Mo's heart sank.
Lin Mo forced himself to endure the severe pain in his back, his fingers trembling as he reached for the powerful flashlight in his pocket.
The ghost's cold fingers tightly gripped his shoulder, dragging him toward the dense forest.
He suddenly pulled out the powerful flashlight, his thumb pressing down harshly on the switch. The blinding white light struck precisely at the ghost's scarlet figure. At the moment the light made contact, the ghost let out a silent shriek.
Murky black smoke surged from its body.
In just one breath, that heart-pounding red shadow turned to black smoke under the strong light. Lin Mo crashed heavily to the ground. He gasped for breath, the cold air flooding into his lungs, bringing a momentary clarity.
I did it!
He didn't dare to linger, forcing himself to stand, cautiously looking around. It was still unclear when that ghost would strike again. He had to return to the wooden house immediately to find Yen Feng. Lin Mo dragged his injured body back to the wooden house.
Yen Feng.
Hearing the voice, Yen Feng walked out of the guest room holding a candle that was nearly half burned.
Seeing Lin Mo's condition was off, he asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine."
Lin Mo panted heavily, leaning against the wall, quickly recounting what had just happened, emphasizing the ghost's intention to drag him into the depths of the forest. Then he said, "From now on, we stay together, keeping the powerful flashlight switched on at all times." Yen Feng hesitated for a moment. He hadn't wanted to stay with Lin Mo, but he had no choice but to believe him. After all, if what Lin Mo said was true, that ghost would drag them into the forest to finish them off. At that point, no one would escape.
Okay. Yen Feng nodded. Let's find an open area. That ghost is too fast, and it seems to attack from our blind spots.
They quickly arrived at the open space outside the house, standing back to back, cautiously surveying their surroundings.
The two had just steadied themselves in the open space. That familiar chanting voice reappeared once more.
Lin Mo tightened his grip on the strong flashlight. The intense pain in his back made his movements somewhat stiff, but he forced himself to focus. Yen Feng stood behind him, holding a candle in one hand and a flashlight in the other.
It's coming, Yen Feng whispered.
As soon as he finished speaking, a blood shadow floated out from the edge of the dense forest, instantly tearing through the darkness. The fierce ghost Su Xinya hovered in midair, her rotting eye sockets fixed intently on the two.
Shine at it.
Yen Feng gritted his teeth and shouted. The blinding white light shone towards the fierce ghost. The fierce ghost desperately tried to dodge, but under their cooperation, it was ultimately illuminated. The moment the light touched, the fierce ghost let out a silent shriek, murky black smoke rising from her once again.
The fierce ghost disappeared again. Time passed second by second, and the fierce ghost's reappearance was on a fixed cycle. After being illuminated, it needed 10 minutes before it could appear again. Under the coordination of Lin Mo and Yen Feng, the fierce ghost's body was continuously scattered by the strong light. Lin Mo silently counted in his heart, and when he confirmed that they were nearly finished with Task 1, he decided to carry out a long-thought-out attempt. This fierce ghost should not have any tricks left. If worst comes to worst, he still had a layer of resurrection armor. First, he activated the time pause, and then he chose to activate the third ability of Talent 2, resetting the fifth ability of Talent 1. Activate to summon any existence, object/living being, from any parallel spacetime within sight to the basic world, the world where the body resides. Individuals from the same parallel world cannot be summoned again before vanishing in the basic world, and the same object from different parallel worlds will trigger annihilation upon close contact. Both will vanish, with only the user immune to this annihilation rule. Additionally, if the pulled existence is the user's self from the parallel world, then the user's body in the basic world will be in a null state, and the user's consciousness will replace the parallel self's consciousness. The parallel self can share all items, abilities, and talents with the user. After the parallel self vanishes, the user can choose to appear at any location within a 50-meter radius of where the parallel self vanished within 521 seconds. In Lin Mo's vision, countless intersecting parallel time and space suddenly appeared, and he locked onto a silhouette similar to his own, plunging his consciousness into it without hesitation. In an instant, a blurred figure appeared out of nowhere beside the fierce ghost Su Xinya. The outline of that figure was indistinguishable from Su Xinya. The next second, in the still time and space, the two silently collided together. There was no loud sound, no light, only a profound silence of annihilation. The fierce ghost's body and parallel self dissipated into the air like vapor, leaving not a trace behind. Time flowed again. Disappeared?
Yen Feng seemed not to have reacted yet. He stared at the spot where the fierce ghost had floated before. What's going on?
Zhanghe, did you just see that?
Lin Mo also had a bewildered expression. I don't know, what just happened? It vanished the moment it appeared. Yen Feng wanted to say something more, but a bone-chilling cold wind suddenly swept up.
The fierce ghost Su Xinya reappeared.
However, this time, the aura surrounding her was even more eerie and terrifying. Yen Feng hurriedly shone the strong light on the other, but she remained unmoved, no longer dispersing into black smoke like before. Yet, she did not attack immediately. Instead, she lifted her hand, as if sensing something.
Just as a bad feeling rose in Yen Feng's.
Looking at the withered hand on his chest, bleeding. The evil spirit withdrew its arm, and Yen Feng's body fell to the ground like a tattered cloth, his pupils rapidly dilating. The rotten head of the evil spirit turned toward Lin Mo, its mouth curling into a sinister arc.
Lin Mo's heart sank to the bottom.
The evil spirit could actually resurrect after being annihilated, ignoring bright light and directly breaking the rules of killing in the area. It was clear that the enemy was no longer bound by the only one person can be killed each night in the cabin and surrounding area limitation. It seemed that this tactic could no longer be used against the evil spirit. It was practically a booster for them.
Time rewind, initiate. Chapter 36, The Cabin Ghosts Pass.
In an instant, everything around twisted wildly like a reversed film. All scenes collapsed and reformed in a flash, ultimately freezing at the moment when Lin Mo and Yen Feng discovered the evil spirit's appearance. Next, Lin Mo calmed down and followed the original plan, no longer attempting any tricky moves. Instead, according to the original script, he and Yen Feng dealt with the evil spirit together on the open ground.
An hour passed.
A system notification sound simultaneously rang in Lin Mo's and Yen Feng's ears. Mission 1, survived for 72 hours, completed. With the sound of the notification, the blood shadow that had just appeared suddenly froze. Then, like a bubble being pierced, the evil spirit Su Xinya and the suffocating blood color instantly collapsed and dissipated. The thick ominous cloud sweeping across the world also quickly receded like a tide, sunlight once again shining down on the earth, dispelling all coldness and darkness. The mountain forest returned to calm, birdsong began to ring out once more, as if the previous terror had never occurred. Lin Mo and Yen Feng stood there, maintaining the posture of being illuminated, frozen in place for several seconds.
Only after confirming that the deadly threat was completely gone did their tense nerves finally relax.
Lin Mo leaned against a nearby dead tree and slowly slid down, the pain in his back making him grunt. He wiped the sweat and grime from his face, looked at the sunset sky, exhaled a long breath, and fainted.
Is it over? Yan Feng's voice was dry and hoarse. Yes, it's over.
Yan Feng was silent for a moment, then suddenly started to laugh softly. At first, the laughter was suppressed, but gradually it became somewhat uncontrollable.
Ha ha.
I can't believe we actually made it through, he laughed while shaking his head, a hint of fear in his voice. Previously, the last 4 copies had never been this thrilling. After laughing for a while, he stopped gasping, his eyes turning to the direction of the cabin with a complicated expression. His voice grew low, as if he were talking to himself, yet also sharing with Lin Mo. Actually, now that I think about it, if it weren't for that woman Su Wanqing hiding crucial clues from the start, this episode shouldn't have been this hard. The evil spirit can only kill one person each night around the cabin in fear's bright light. If everyone had gathered from the beginning, taking turns guarding with flashlights at night and going out during the day to search for clues. Yan Feng's voice carried a deep fatigue and a touch of regret. Then, even if the process was dangerous, with enough flashlights and proper coordination, we could have protected everyone. The most dangerous segment would only be when we went up the mountain at night, searching for bodies and the truth, but that would at most mean losing 1 or 2 people.
He looked up at Lin Mo with a bitter smile. It would never have been like this, almost leading to complete destruction.
Lin Mo leaned against the tree trunk, saying nothing, as if he had already fainted.
After noticing that Lin Mo had fainted, Yan Feng sighed. At this moment, the system notification once again rang in their ears.
Detected that Mission 2 has been completed, please have players arrive at the foot of the mountain within 3 hours to take the bus away. Detected that Mission 2 has been completed, please have players arrive at the foot of the mountain within 3 hours to take the bus away. Detected that Mission 2 has been completed, please have players arrive at the foot of the mountain within 3 hours to take the bus away.
It seemed scared that they couldn't hear it. The system reminded him 3 times in a row.
Yan Feng was not surprised, the ways to leave the instance were countless. Some simply vanished into the settlement space, which was of course the easiest way, while others took a bus, a cruise ship, or even flew in a plane. Yan Feng glanced at Lin Mo, who had completely fainted, and sighed. He squatted down, cautiously draping Lin Mo's arm over his shoulder, while he used all his strength to support Lin Mo's leg, suddenly pushing himself up. The sharp pain in his back made Lin Mo groan softly in his unconscious state, his brow furrowing.
TSK.
You look thin, but why are you so heavy? Yan Feng gasped for breath, adjusting his posture to stabilize the person on his back while walking down the main road.
He couldn't help but mutter softly, if you weigh a bit more, I might just leave you here and run away.
Honestly, if it hadn't been for the physical enhancements he gained from 4 instances, he really couldn't have carried someone for nearly 3 hours. Lin Mo's head hung weakly on Yan Feng's shoulder, swaying slightly with the bumps. From an angle Yan Feng couldn't see, his fist relaxed slightly. After 2.5 hours, Yan Feng walked slowly, stopping and starting. He stumbled around the last corner, and the sight before him made him feel a surge of energy. At the foot of the mountain, beside the empty road, an old bus quietly stood there. Most of the paint on the bus had chipped away, and a thin layer of dust covered the windows. He dared not delay, his teeth clenched, using his last bit of strength to rush toward the bus. The door was ajar. Yan Feng laboriously pushed it open with his shoulder. Inside the bus, it was completely empty. He carefully moved Lin Mo to a window seat, letting him lie on his side to avoid pressure on his injured back. Having done all this, Yan Feng collapsed onto the seat next to him, gasping for air.
It's over, finally.
He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe just 10 minutes, perhaps half an hour. The driverless bus suddenly emitted a low rumble, the body jolting as it slowly started moving down the dirt road. At the same time, an irresistible wave of drowsiness enveloped Yan Feng and the unconscious Lin Mo. Yan Feng struggled to keep his eyes open, trying to observe the unfamiliar scenery outside, but his vision grew blurrier.
Damn it.
I can't hold on, Yan Feng muttered, his head tilting as he fell into deep darkness.
Calculating instance. Instance name, Haunted Cabin, Level 1 instance. Instance type, multiplayer, puzzle, survival. Instance introduction, deep in a remote forest, a decaying wooden cabin awaits its prey. When the forest consumes the last light of day, it awakens. And at this moment, can you still recognize yourself in the mirror?
1. Survive for 72 hours, completed, counted in completion evaluation. 2. Uncover the truth, completed, counted in completion evaluation.
Detected talent 2, Silent Authority.
Fewer survivors at the end of the instance, higher completion rewards, currently 2 survivors, rewards greatly enhanced. No team completion, rewards greatly enhanced, currently no team completion, rewards greatly enhanced.
Final completion evaluation in progress. Completion evaluation, A.
Completion reward, physical enhancement of 30%, light of the mind.
Instance gain, none. Lin Mo woke up in the settlement space, touching his body.
All the injuries on him had healed. This was one of the perks of the bizarre erosion game: as long as you survived and completed the instance, no matter how severe the injuries, they would be restored to optimal condition. Lin Mo confirmed his physical condition and found that the increased 30% was on top of the earlier 50% increase. In other words, his physical fitness was now at 195% of its original state, almost double what it used to be.
As for the light of the mind. Chapter 37 Light of the Mind.
Lin Mo took out a sphere of light from the system space. Lin Mo gently brushed over the light of the mind floating in his palm.
The warm touch flowed over his skin.
A cool breath quietly seeped into his mind. He closed his eyes, feeling the subtle changes in his mental world. His previously chaotic thoughts were washed clean by an invisible stream, becoming extraordinarily clear.
Gain Special Eerie Artifact, Light of the Mind.
Light of the Mind, Special Eerie Artifact.
Ability 1, Clear Mind, Passive.
When worn, the holder will gain a continuous effect of mental stability, significantly reducing mental interference, illusion attacks, and the erosion of negative emotions, keeping thoughts as clear as a mirror.
Ability 2, Shape Transformation, Active.
Consumes a small amount of mental energy to guide the light of the mind into different forms with intention. It can transform into a talisman, light blade, barrier, or other physical objects that suit the holder's needs.
The effect lasts until actively dismissed. No cooldown time, but excessive use may lead to mental fatigue. Note, this ray of light is born from the purest hopes of the human collective subconscious. Those who rely on it too much may become lost in it, ultimately forgetting the harshness of the real world. After all, the brighter the light, the deeper the shadows it casts. Lin Mo smiled slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. This thing is very universal, and its effects are significant. Thinking of this, he moved his mind, and the light orb flowed and shrunk like water, finally condensing into a simple silver-gray ring. The light of the mind has materialized into its basic form, ring. Ignoring the system prompt, he put it on his left thumb. The ring had no patterns, only occasionally showing a faint crystal glow as the light flowed. The moment Lin Mo slipped the ring onto his thumb, a very weak coolness radiated from it, as if it resonated with his spirit in a wonderful way. An indescribable coolness instantly spread from his limbs to his entire brain.
Lin Mo displayed a satisfied expression. The effect of clear mind was indeed immediate.
This time, the reward from the instance was indeed not as rich as the last S-rank evaluation.
Lin Mo rubbed the smooth surface of the ring with his right hand. Not because he had let go of that guy named Yin Feng, but because there is a limit to the yield of an instance, largely depending on its difficulty and background depth. This time's instance, Shadow of the Cabin, had simple and brutal core rules, and finding the truth was not too troublesome. With simple rules and average difficulty, the reward pool was naturally just that.
Lin Mo's consciousness sank, and he directly exited the settlement space.
This time, he didn't plan to show off on the way out. This way was much easier. Familiar air rushed into his nostrils. Lin Mo opened his eyes and found himself back in the real world.
It was around 10 o'clock at night in the real world.
He walked to the narrow bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed a handful of cold tap water on his face. Lin Mo dried his face and sat down at the edge of the bed.
The calm atmosphere of the real world did not make him relax.
He needed strength, more capital to survive in the bizarre game. Joining the official organization Abnormal Response Bureau was a good option. Their resources and information channels are unmatched even by lone wolf players and other organizations, but this also means he would be bound to some extent. To be honest, at the end of the last instance, he tested Yin Feng a bit, and the result satisfied him. The other party did not take advantage of him. Lin Mo also conveniently summoned one of his parallel selves again. Because he found that after returning from the settlement space, his parallel self had automatically vanished, leaving no body behind, and his consciousness had returned to his main body. It seems that whether it's time reversal or summoning parallel selves, it cannot transcend the game's rules.
Just then. Bang bang bang. The clear and slightly urgent knocking sound interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts.
Lin Mo paused, and a look of vigilance instantly gathered in his eyes.
In this city, he was almost invisible. There are no friends, and the neighborhood relationships are distant. Who would knock on the door at this time?
Lin Mo cautiously looked through the peephole. A shadow dressed in a beige trench coat was outlined by the dim light in the hallway. When she raised her head, Lin Mo recognized her.
Chen Xiaoyan.
In the original owner's memory, she existed like a white moonlight. Her position was not low, as she had directly hooked the original owner into becoming a fool. Thus, Lin Mo had no good feelings toward her. He didn't open the door but asked directly.
What do you want?
Lin Mo's voice was flat, without any emotional ups and downs.
Chen Xiaoyan revealed an anxious expression on her face. Xiao Mo, help me.
I know this is very presumptuous, but I really have no way out.
My brother.
Xiao Hao seems to have encountered something terrible.
Terrible things?
Then you should go find the police.
No. The police, they say Xiao Hao has a problem with his mind. Chen Xiaoyan shook her head urgently. But that's not true, he called me when he was very clear. He said he saw himself smiling at him in the mirror. Just now, I went to find him, the door was locked, inside, there were very strange sounds. I called him, but he didn't respond. I didn't dare to go in. Lin Mo, I know you live nearby, please, go with me to see him, okay? I really don't dare to go there alone. Seeing himself smiling in the mirror? Strange sounds?
As for Chen Xiaoyan's brother, Chen Hao, he naturally knew about him, he indeed lived nearby. Chen Hao was a college student, studying in the city, about to graduate soon. However, he often hung out with gangsters and delinquents, so even the original owner had a very bad impression of him.
But Lin Mo always felt something was off. Chen Xiaoyan actually didn't mention that he had put her on the blacklist. Thinking of this, Lin Mo directly opened the door, and in the surprised look of the other party, he stabbed her with a knife.
Lin Mo looked at the gasping Chen Xiaoyan, lying in a pool of blood, lost in thought. The scream she just let out attracted quite a few people, he even saw someone next door open their room and take pictures of him. But he didn't care. To be honest, he thought this Chen Xiaoyan was a ghost.
Unexpectedly, he was overthinking. The sensation of stabbing was indeed that of a person. Thinking of this, he stabbed her a few more times. After confirming that she had indeed lost her breath, Lin Mo activated the time rewind. Chapter 38, Call the Police. Time slowly passed to the moment Lin Mo had just opened the door. This time, he chose not to open the door but said to her, "Wait a moment." He turned around and walked back to the bedside, pulling out his phone from under the pillow. After entering the contacts, Lin Mo paused for a moment on the name Chen Xiaoyan, long pressed to enter the details, and removed her from the Do Not Disturb list. Then, he made a call. The dialing tone rang once before it was answered. Almost simultaneously, an urgent question came from outside the door, from Chen Xiaoyan with a nasal tone. "Xiao Mo? Why are you calling me? Can you open the door? It's really urgent." Lin Mo pressed the phone to his ear, but his gaze was directed at the closed door. "Nothing, just checking if you're still outside the door." There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Chen Xiaoyan's voice rang out again. You just did this to check?" Lin Mo, Xiao Hao might really be in trouble. "The police don't believe me, Lin Mo interrupted her, "Then go find someone who believes you, I don't want to have any more contact with you." Chen Xiaoyan immediately became frantic. "What? Is this the reason you put me on the blacklist before? Lin Mo, how could you? I have a new target now, I'll go please someone else, can't pay attention to you." Outside the door fell into dead silence. A few seconds later, the sound of high heels striking the ground echoed, approaching and then fading quickly down the hallway. The sensor light turned off after she left, and the hallway fell into complete darkness. Lin Mo smirked and walked to the computer desk, his fingers tapping on the keyboard a few times. The screen lit up, clearly displaying the surveillance footage from the hallway. This was installed after he cleared the dungeon for the first time. Besides the two cameras in the hallway, there were also a few hidden ones inside. In the footage, Chen Xiaoyan's figure had not completely disappeared. She was hiding around the corner, peeking out with half her head, her eyes fixed on Lin Mo's door. What made him more alert was that she tightly gripped a fruit knife in her hand. Lin Mo expressionlessly picked up his phone and pointed it at the screen to capture the scene. He saved the evidence and immediately dialed the police hotline. "Hello, is this the police, uncle?" The voice of the operator came through the receiver. "Hello, this is the emergency reporting center." Lin Mo's voice was calm but a bit rushed. "Hello, I live in room 502 of building 3 in Genoa community. Just now, a woman with a knife was lurking outside my door, her intentions unclear. Her name is Chen Xiaoyan, dressed in a beige trench coat, and she is still hiding at the corner of the hallway. I have surveillance footage and photos as evidence." The operator immediately asked, "Are you safe? Is she trying to break in?" "I'm safe for now, the door is securely locked. Half an hour ago, she falsely claimed that her brother was in trouble. After I refused, she didn't leave but instead hid." As Lin Mo answered, he kept watching the surveillance footage. Chen Xiaoyan was still there, unmoving. "We will dispatch police immediately. Please keep your doors and windows closed, and do not go outside." The operator's tone turned serious. "Understood." Lin Mo hung up the phone. He pondered for a moment, then activated time pause, slowly opening the door. Looking at the half-visible Chen Xiaoyan in the hallway, he pulled a parallel body of hers beside her while maintaining the pause time. Bang! Accompanied by a sound only he could hear, Chen Xiaoyan's body turned to dust, gradually dissipating into the air. No trace of her existence could be found in this world anymore. After finishing all this, Lin Mo closed the door in the stillness of time and returned to his room.
Soon, the sound of police sirens came closer, red and blue lights piercing through the night in the community.
After a while, knocking sounds echoed again. Resident of 502, we are the district police. Lin Mo saw two police officers from the peephole. He opened the door and handed over his phone. Here are the surveillance screenshots and video backup. The young officer carefully reviewed the photos, his expression serious. The knife-wielding incident is true. We just contacted Chen Xiaoyan's family, but her phone is off. Have you had any recent conflicts with her?
Lin Mo paused. There were no direct conflicts. However, her brother Chen Hao's residence is in the neighboring community. She came over to find me just now, wanting me to go with her to see her brother. She said her brother seems to be experiencing something strange, claiming that someone was smiling at him in the mirror.
The older officer keenly raised his head. Mirror?
Last night, a person named Chen Hao reported a case, saying that a figure in the bathroom mirror was smiling but wouldn't leave no matter what. Lin Mo's eyes slightly darkened, but he didn't say much more.
Thank you, officers. If you find any clues or discoveries, please let me know. To be honest, I was a bit scared just now. The young officer nodded. That's natural. Please keep your phone available. We will contact you as soon as there are any developments.
After hesitating for a moment, he continued, don't go out at night lately. Several murder cases have occurred around here, so please be careful.
Lin Mo nodded. After the police left, the hallway returned to silence.
Lin Mo secured the door and checked the windows again, confirming safety before finally letting out a sigh. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, he rubbed his forehead and fell onto the bed. The next morning at 6:30, Lin Mo woke up on time.
Last night, after a night of thinking,
he searched for information on the forum and ultimately decided to join the official organization. This decision was also related to what happened last night. The real world also holds ghosts, but the sources and channels of information are controlled by the authorities.
And then there is Su Wanqing.
Currently, she is a great enemy, and perhaps there is an organization behind her. He must find a supporter. From the other party's behavior, they do not seem like people from the Countermeasure Bureau. Yin Feng has also verified this side, so there's no need to worry about falling into a trap.
He took a taxi to the government building in Yinhai City. This place is located in the city center, and it took Lin Mo nearly an hour to arrive by taxi. But he didn't want to take the subway, that would take even longer, at least over 2 hours. Lin Mo explained his purpose to the security guard. My name is Lin Mo, and I am looking for Shan Yang.
The guard scrutinized him for a moment, then quietly confirmed by calling inside, and subsequently signaled for him to go up to the 22nd floor. After entering the elevator, someone scanned a card for him, accompanying him to the 22nd floor. The elevator door slid open on the 22nd floor. As Lin Mo stepped out of the elevator, the staff member behind him did not follow, merely nodding slightly before operating the elevator to go down. On the wall directly opposite, there was a simple silver plaque, Abnormal Countermeasure Bureau. Lin Mo's footsteps paused for a moment. He remembered that on the huge floor directory in the first floor elevator hall, the 22nd floor was not listed. This should be a hidden location, specially used to recruit players or deal with abnormal matters.
He just didn't understand why such a place would be set up here.
At that moment, another staff member in uniform approached, scanned the facial recognition glass door for him, and then pointed to the right, saying, "Sir, please walk to the right, and wait in the waiting area until your name is called." Following the staff member's guidance, he turned a corner. A place that looked like a waiting area appeared, with 2 rows of dark gray metal chairs lined against the wall. There were already 5 or 6 people sitting scattered about, the scene unusually quiet.
Chapter 39, Zheng Mingyuan.
Lin Mo's gaze swept over the crowd. On the outer edge sat a middle-aged man in a shirt. In the middle, a young couple sat closely together. A bit further in was a slightly chubby young man wearing thick glasses. In the corner sat a well-dressed middle-aged man with an upright posture and a steady gaze. Although they did not talk, Lin Mo already understood, these should all be players. The others seemed to maintain their guard among themselves. Lin Mo said nothing, choosing to sit on the outer edge, keeping a distance from them. Just then, the door opposite the waiting area opened. A stylish young man with a few streaks of silver-gray hair walked out, his face unable to hide its excitement. He glanced at Lin Mo and the others, then briskly swept past the waiting area, disappearing in the direction of the elevator. Immediately, a young man in a dark blue uniform, tall and with a stern face, appeared at the doorway.
He held an electronic board and called out a name. Zhang Wei. The glasses man in the corner suddenly stood up.
He took a deep breath, quickly tidied his already neat collar, and hurried toward the door. The door closed again, isolating the inside from the outside. Lin Mo's heart stirred slightly. It seemed that one-on-one talks were being conducted. Individual interviews not only maintain confidentiality but also mean evaluations are highly personalized. Lin Mo listened attentively for sounds behind that door, but he heard nothing, indicating that the soundproofing here was very well done. At that moment, a low, soft laugh suddenly came from beside him. Little brother, don't waste your effort.
The soundproofing techniques here are not easily broken. The speaker was the middle-aged man in a suit sitting in the corner.
He had unknowingly moved to a position slightly behind Lin Mo and was pulling a small velvet box from his suit's pocket.
The box popped open, revealing a dark silver earring quietly lying on the black velvet, its design ancient and elegant.
Lin Mo's vision was very good, and he could clearly see that the edge of the earring was etched with fine vine-like patterns. A middle-aged man wore a kind smile as he pushed a small box directly in front of him.
Try it? Just to satisfy your curiosity.
Noticing the other party had no ill intentions, Lin Mo picked up the earring, and suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ear of listening, permanent trick, cannot be used. Ability 1, Sound Domain Expansion, passive. After wearing, hearing perception range and accuracy are significantly improved.
Ability 2, Voice Print Analysis, active.
Consumes a small amount of mental power, focusing briefly on a specific sound source to analyze its essential content, such as emotional fluctuations, language meanings, etc.
Lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown time of 24 hours.
Note, those who listen to all things will eventually be consumed by the noise.
Good stuff.
The middle-aged man smiled. I've used this thing in 3 copies, and it works well, but here, it can't penetrate that door. Lin Mo returned the earring, staring calmly at the man.
Why are you telling me this? Zhang Mingyuan.
I do some building material business, barely considered a seasoned player, past 5 copies. The middle-aged man put the earring back in the box and continued.
I believe I can read people quite well. From the moment you appeared, I knew you were extraordinary. Let's just say we are making a friend.
There's a saying, it's good to have as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible, Zhang Mingyuan said with a smile. Lin Mo smiled back and introduced himself. Lin Mo, used to work in tech, now resigned, have passed 2 copies.
The two shook hands.
Zhang Mingyuan sat down in the empty seat next to Lin Mo, his tone carrying a hint of emotion.
In this place, it's not easy to meet someone to talk to.
The ones earlier, either sweating with nerves or cold-faced and silent, just looking at them is exhausting.
Lin Mo nodded.
His main reason for wanting to engage with the man was, of course, to gain information, especially about the internal workings of the organization.
You must have a lot of experience. How did you think of joining the Anomaly Response Bureau? Zhang Mingyuan's smile faded a bit. He was silent for a few seconds, seemingly organizing his words. To be honest, little brother, it's not a choice, it's a necessity. He sighed, his voice sinking. Just on the last copy, I almost lost my life. He paused, as if reminiscing about that unpleasant experience. It was a level 1 copy called Midnight Radio, with 3 tasks. The first is to publish a true urban horror story, and it must be based on first-hand experience in this copy. The second is to find the missing broadcaster's corpse. The third is to investigate the true murderer of the broadcaster. Lin Mo replied, sounds difficult. Yes, I nearly died.
There were 12 players entering, but only 5 came out alive. You have to understand, we were all veteran players, having already gone through the previous rounds of filtering. So after the copy ended, I immediately chose to join the official side, heard they treat people well, can get more first-hand information, and even if I die, I can leave a safety net for my wife and children. At this point, Zhang Mingyuan shook his phone.
Want to exchange contact information? Lin Mo nodded. Having one more person to exchange information with is always a good thing.
Okay, Lin Mo responded briefly, taking out his phone. The two quickly added each other as friends on a messaging app and exchanged phone numbers. They continued chatting for a while, although both tacitly avoided discussing their own realities. Just then, the door to the office across opened again. The cold-faced young man stood at the doorway.
Zhang Mingyuan.
His voice remained flat and unvarying. Zhang Mingyuan immediately stood up and patted Lin Mo's shoulder firmly.
Wait for me to come out and I'll explain everything. After the door closed, the waiting area fell back into quiet. About 20 minutes later, the door opened once more.
Zhang Mingyuan walked out quickly, a relieved smile on his face.
He sat directly next to Lin Mo and lowered his voice. Got it.
Inside there is a staff member named Shang Yang, who asked quite detailed questions, but was pretty nice.
What does the contract say? Lin Mo cut to the chase. 2 copies. Zhang Mingyuan held up 2 fingers.
The A-level contract is formal, a base dispatch, has a high monthly salary, priority supply of props, intelligence, and resources, but has low freedom of action. The B-level is a cooperation model, rewards are received based on tasks, free activities normally, only the most basic quota, others need to exchange contribution points. However, both can join an internal forum where there is a lot of general information.
Chapter 40, The Contract of the Countermeasures Bureau. Zhang Mingyuan paused and added, I chose A-level. At this age, I seek stability.
Wait, I need to go for psychological and ability assessments soon. By the way, after the assessment, there's an approval process, and you need to wait for a notification. During this time, they will conduct a background check.
Only after everything is finished can the contract be officially signed. Lin Mo thought for a moment, how do I obtain task information for B-level? It's also on that forum.
The internal system will regularly release officially assigned tasks, along with private tasks, and only through completion will there be rewards.
But Shan Yang also mentioned.
Zhang Mingyuan's expression turned serious. B-level players who want to upgrade to A-level need to accumulate contribution points, but it doesn't work the other way around.
Choosing A-level binds you. Understood. Lin Mo nodded. Alright, I will head out.
Zhang Mingyuan stood up, picked up the briefcase by his feet. After your assessment, I'll go back. My wife and kids are waiting, contact me anytime if there's anything.
He waved farewell to Lin Mo, striding toward the elevator. Lin Mo waved back.
After waiting nearly an hour, a few more people arrived at the waiting area.
Finally,
the cold-faced young man called Lin Mo's name.
Lin Mo got up and followed him into the office.
The door closed silently behind him, completely isolating the outside world. The room was large, but simply furnished, only a wide desk, 2 chairs, and a few green plants. Behind the office desk were 2 doors, but they were closed for now. The cold-faced youth stood beside the desk, ready to record at any moment. Sitting behind the office desk was a young man in a light gray shirt, his eyes gentle. He raised his hand, gesturing for Lin Mo to take a seat, and smiled. I am Shang Yang, a comprehensive staff member of the Human Resources Department of the Anomaly Countermeasures Bureau in Silver Sea City.
Mr. Lin Mo, could you please briefly introduce yourself?
Lin Mo simply explained his situation. Shang Yang nodded, glancing at the freshly printed papers on the desk, and continued.
It's consistent with the information. Do you have a referrer? Lin Mo took a quick look and found his detailed information recorded on it.
It seemed they were very efficient, and there was no need for players like them to prepare anything in advance, just reporting a name before coming in was enough. However, he soon expressed his confusion.
What's the difference if there is a referrer or not?
This point Zhang Mingyuan hadn't mentioned, so he naturally inquired further.
A referrer is usually a formal member of the Bureau.
Shang Yang patiently explained, if you have one, you can skip some of the review processes, while also meeting certain conditions allows you to apply for better benefits and permissions. He smiled, of course, there is also more freedom. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment.
Yan Feng's figure flashed in his mind.
Ultimately, he decided to acknowledge the other party's goodwill. I do have one, my referrer is Yan Feng.
We met in the last instance, and he told me to come find you.
Shang Yang's eyes revealed a hint of understanding, not probing for details, just giving a slight nod to the stern-faced youth beside him.
Go verify it.
The young man silently turned and entered one of the doors connected behind the desk. Shang Yang's gaze returned to Lin Mo, his demeanor still warm.
Alright, Mr. Lin. While waiting for verification, let's continue. Can you briefly talk about your instance experience? The contract terms are clear and straightforward. How many times have you passed the levels, evaluation grade, and do you have any strange items? Twice. Lin Mo answered decisively. The first time was a beginner's level, evaluation B.
The second time was the haunted cabin that just ended last night, evaluation C.
Shan Yan leaned slightly forward, grade B?
This already counts as a high evaluation. Because evaluations of grade C and above, regardless of level, always guarantee a supernatural item. Lin Mo decided to show his strength to strive for better treatment.
He picked up a pen and quickly wrote on the paper in front of him, what about the strange items? Did you gain anything?
I have 2 items, both are permanent strange items, and their effect is very simple, they can briefly repel nearby anomalies. The effect is average, better than nothing. The other is also a permanent strange item, its function is to prevent anomalies from attacking me for a short time. He intentionally blurred the source of the strange items, only mentioning the most basic functions.
Understood.
Shang Yang wrote permanent strange item 1, function, briefly repel anomalies, and permanent strange item 2, function, brief protection, in the strange items section.
Then he raised his head, looking directly at Lin Mo. So, what about your talent ability?
This is also an important basis for us to assess a player's potential.
Lin Mo hesitated for 2 seconds. Can this be kept secret? Shang Yang's smile faded slightly, but he did not show displeasure, just nodded thoughtfully.
He picked up the pen and neatly wrote unknown in the talent section, adding a note, player refuses to explain.
Understood.
Shang Yang put down the pen, his tone calm, we respect the player's confidentiality about their own abilities. After all, in this game, having hidden strength is very important. However, he changed his tone and reminded, "But Mr. Lin, the government does take into account players who are willing to openly share information regarding resource allocation and intelligence support."
Lin Mo met his gaze and calmly replied, "Understood.
If necessary, I will consider it at the appropriate time." Only then did Xiang Yang nod in satisfaction. At this moment, a stern young man walked out of the room and leaned down to whisper a few words in Xiang Yang's ear.
After listening, Xiang Yang's gaze fell back on Lin Mo, carrying a hint of deep meaning. "It has been verified." Special Agent Yin Feng confirmed the recommendation relationship. However,
he paused. He said the player cooperating with him has the temporary code name Zhanghe. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. Using a pseudonym in the instance is normal, for safety.
Xiang Yang understood and smiled. "Got it. Caution is a good thing."
He no longer lingered on the name issue, reaching into his desk drawer to take out a file noticeably thicker than the previous two, pushing it in front of Lin Mo.
This is the third type of contract, Special Talent Cooperation Agreement. Based on your referral and excellent performance evaluation, you are eligible to sign this agreement.
Xiang Yang's tone became formal. Its core advantage is, you can enjoy resource allocation and intelligence rights close to class of formal members. But in actions, you have the same level of freedom as a Class B collaborator, only needing to choose whether to respond based on your own willingness when specific tasks are officially released.
You can also join a team.
Of course, if you wish to cooperate more deeply with the government in the future, permissions will be increased. Lin Mo did not respond immediately but picked up the contract and read it carefully, word for word. Conduct a survey. Support joining the official team by liking this comment.
Those against it can like this comment. Feel free to like this comment. Joining the official team is certain, as the outline requires joining for the story to unfold.
However, it will mostly not involve forming teams in instances, primarily for collecting intelligence and information. I will adjust the storyline based on the votes.
Thank you.
The division of rights and obligations is clear, with the core content consistent with what Xiang Yang described. It is emphasized that special talents must comply with national laws and the basic confidentiality regulations of the Abnormal Countermeasures Bureau while enjoying resources, and must not use their acquired abilities to harm society. The penalties for breach of contract are clearly stated. Time passed second by second, with only the slight sound of pages turning in the office. Xiang Yang patiently waited, showing no signs of urgency. After a long while, Lin Mo closed the contract and looked up. "Okay." He took a pen and signed his name at the signature line, Lin Mo. Xiang Yang looked at those two characters, and a gentle smile reappeared on his face. He put away the signed document, stood up, and took the initiative to extend his hand to Lin Mo. "After Mr. Lin goes out, turn left to room 2231, where you will undergo ability and psychological assessments. Once the assessments are finished, we will conduct a background check, which will take a few days. Once all processes are confirmed, a designated specialist will come to you with the formal contract for signing and to provide related benefits and internal permissions." Lin Mo also stood up and shook his hand. Just as Lin Mo was about to turn and leave, Xiang Yang's voice rang out again. "Mr. Lin, the country does not require every player to become a hero. We understand the struggle to survive. This contract is the foundation of our trust." He paused and said clearly, word by word, "I just hope you remember your country. We don't ask how much you give, but at least please do not harm it." Lin Mo did not answer immediately. He met Xiang Yang's gaze and nodded slightly. "I remember." Lin Mo's voice was very calm, showing no emotional fluctuation. Xiang Yang showed a faint smile, said no more, and signaled the stern young man to see him out. After Lin Mo left, the stern young man Li Feng frowned slightly and asked with confusion, "Commissioner Xiang Yang, I don't understand." Xiang Yang leaned back in his chair and said lazily, "Speak. We only have 3 spots left for the special talent contract this month, yet you gave one to a newcomer who has only cleared 2 dungeons." Li Feng hesitated and added, "He claims his highest rating is B-level, but his artifact ability is vague, and he won't disclose his talent. This does not comply with the process." Xiang Yang smiled but did not directly answer. "My Lingxi will never make a mistake." Li Feng's expression stiffened. Xiang Yang's perception-type talent Lingxi is a very powerful talent with 3 associated abilities. That is why Xiang Yang could hold this position, selecting talents and bringing in fresh blood for the organization. Xiang Yang squinted. "His talent is probably not simple. The feedback from my perception indicates that his potential is not weaker than mine." Li Feng was greatly shocked and lowered his head, saying nothing more. Xiang Yang said lightly, "However, we must first conduct a political review. We need to clarify his background and assess whether he is an undercover agent, whether he is trustworthy. Only then can we make a decision. After all arrangements must prioritize stability and order." "Yes." Lin Mo walked out of the building and got into a car heading home. He had just completed the ability and psychological assessments, and the staff gave immediate results: excellent ability assessment and good psychological assessment. After all, he had displayed some strength, and he did not show any antisocial personality. everything went quite smoothly. Next, it mainly depended on the background investigation.
That should be the key point.
After that, Lin Mo's life temporarily returned to a kind of regular calm. He practiced the rock-solid stance normally, constantly mastering his body that was rapidly increasing in strength, and then went to the gym for training. During this time, he also developed a good relationship with the gym owner, Xing Tianlei. Lin Mo learned that he actually had some resentment towards the sibling pair, Ling Chen and Ling Yuan. Because ever since they became the direct disciples of Shang Hong,
he became blind to everyone around him.
Even his original master was not taken seriously. Lin Mo honestly wasn't interested in any of this, and they only casually chatted during breaks.
Just like that, the time came to the 5th day. An unexpected person called him.
On the afternoon of the 5th day, Lin Mo had just finished a round of intense strength training, wiping sweat with a towel when the phone on the bench vibrated. The screen displayed an unknown name, but it didn't say the call was a spam call.
Lin Mo picked up the phone, walked to a relatively quiet corner, and answered. Hello.
Zhang He,
no, I should say Lin Mo, my little brother. It's me, Yin Feng. I hope I'm not bothering you. It's fine. Are you looking for me for something? Did the review pass already?
Yes, your background check has just been formally approved. It probably hasn't officially notified you yet, it might take a few more days.
Yin Feng's tone carried a sincere happiness. This is worth celebrating. Are you free tonight?
Let me treat you to a meal, and I'll introduce you to some brothers and sisters. They are backbones of our bureau. You will definitely have more dealings with them in the future. Yin Feng hadn't contacted him for the past few days, and Lin Mo could understand his concerns. After all, although it was he who recommended himself, the decision was not in his hands. If it didn't go through later, both sides would be awkward. It would be better to wait until everything was settled before communicating.
Lin Mo was silent for 2 seconds.
He indeed needed a channel to better understand the internal workings of the Counterterrorism Bureau, and Yin Feng's olive branch came at the right moment.
Sure, then I'll trouble you, Brother Yin. Brother is an overstatement. I'm just an ordinary member of our small team.
We aren't that far apart in age. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Feng in the future.
Then I won't be polite.
The two chatted briefly, and Yin Feng gave him the name of a high-end hotel in the city center and a private room number. Tonight at 7, let's not miss it.
You must come. Don't worry, see you at 7. Lin Mo replied calmly.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo casually draped the towel over his shoulder. Yin Feng's enthusiasm was somewhat beyond expectations, but the successful background check was a relief for him, a small burden lifted off his mind. He walked to the faucet, splashed cold water on his head, and the icy shock refreshed him. At 6:40 in the evening, Lin Mo's figure appeared outside the hotel's splendid entrance.
He changed into a clean casual outfit.
As he walked up the steps, he saw Yin Feng standing to one side of the revolving door, waving at him with a smile.
Lin Mo, over here. Yin Feng hurried over, warmly patting Lin Mo's shoulder. Let's go, the room upstairs is all ready.
The two walked side by side toward the elevator.
Chapter 42, Team Introduction.
Yin Feng pressed the floor button and smiled at Lin Mo. I just received the notice, your review process has been approved. So, I'm rushing to treat you and welcome you to our, well, let's just call it a family. Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly. With such an enthusiastic introducer, are you preparing to set me up on a date since I'm a single dog? Ha ha ha.
Yin Feng laughed, didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. No kidding, there really is a beautiful lady at the table tonight. Do you want me to create an opportunity for you to chase her? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, not responding.
The elevator door opened, and Yin Feng's smile faded a bit as his tone turned serious.
No joking, let's talk business. The reason I invited you today is on one hand to celebrate your successful clearance, and on the other hand. He paused and looked at Lin Mo. I wanted to ask if you're interested in joining my team?
As the referrer, our team has priority in selection, of course, this also requires your consent.
Team?
Although the previous short mentioned by Shang Yang was brief, Lin Mo felt a bit intrigued. But he still wasn't very clear about the details here.
Lin Mo frowned slightly and immediately thought of the game instance, but isn't it very difficult to form a team in the game? And
his mind flashed with the requirement of his talent level too. The fewer survivors there are to clear the level, the higher the reward. Clearing it without a team increases the rewards even more.
Forming a team means going against his goal of maximizing benefits.
If all his teammates die in the instance, it might not be good for him either.
This teaming up mainly targets the real world.
Yin Feng explained in a lowered voice as he walked. Yes, dealing with strange events in the real world is too risky alone. Information, support, and cooperation, the advantages of teamwork are significant.
And
his voice became even lower. The most critical thing is that every once in a while, the system will forcibly open a type of Great Purge instance, which will pull almost all players in a specific area, whether they are willing or not, straight in. That kind of instance cannot form teams, and the difficulty is very high, with a vast scale, comparable to a meat grinder. In an instance of this level, without reliable teammates to support each other, the chances of survival would plummet. Whether there's a well-coordinated team or not often makes the difference between life and death. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. It was the first time he had heard of such an instance. He asked the point he was most interested in.
This kind of instance cannot form teams, why bring it up separately?
Yan Feng shook his head. You underestimate the scale of this instance. In such a super large scale instance, only a few can spawn in an area, so there's a high probability of the team being together. Of course, the team cannot be too large, otherwise, a huge number of players gathering will attract the attention of terrifying ghosts.
I see. Lin Mo nodded. He didn't agree immediately, but he also didn't refuse. Got it. Let's meet some people first.
All right. Yan Feng saw that he had no objection, and a smile returned to his face as he led him to the entrance of a private room called Ting Tao Gu. Then he pushed the door open and entered. The room was elegantly decorated, with soft lighting.
At a large round table, 3 men and 1 woman were already seated.
Seeing Yan Feng bring Lin Mo in, they all showed kindness.
Come, let me introduce everyone.
Yan Feng smiled broadly, stepping aside to let Lin Mo in. This is Lin Mo.
Last time in the instance, it was thanks to him, otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out alive.
Then he dramatically pointed towards the main seat. This is our team leader, Zhao Qingyan, rock brother, an experienced player who has cleared 8 instances. Zhao Qingyan looked to be in his 40s, with a determined face and a hint of wear on his temples. He wore a dark gray jacket and sat upright. Upon hearing this, he nodded slightly at Lin Mo.
Lin Mo, welcome.
Sit.
Rock brother. Lin Mo also nodded in acknowledgement.
His gaze swept over the hands resting on the table, noticing the thick knuckles and a few faint old scars on the back of them. Yan Feng then pointed to the right of Zhao Qingyan. This beauty is Lin Xingyue, a healer-type talent, cleared 4 times, our team's beauty representative. After saying this, Yan Feng even winked at Lin Mo. Lin Xingyue looked to be in her mid-20s, with a gentle and calm demeanor, her long hair casually tied back. She smiled warmly at Lin Mo. Hello, Lin Mo.
Just call me Xingyue. I hope we can get along well.
Her voice was soft, making it pleasant to listen to.
Sister Xingyue. Lin Mo replied.
His age might not be younger than hers, but considering her experience, being polite was ultimately correct. Next, Yan Feng's arm pointed to a stocky, muscular bald man next to Lin Xingyue, Wang Meng, brother Meng.
Cleared 5 times, a strength-type player. Well, his temper is just like his name, straightforward, huh? Wang Meng grinned widely, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Hello. Brother Meng. Lin Mo could feel the fierce aura coming from him.
Finally, Yan Feng pointed to the person sitting beside Wang Meng.
A young man with black-framed glasses, looking somewhat shy. Zhou Zimo, our team's brain, has cleared the instance 4 times. Don't let his gentle appearance fool you, he is great at gathering intelligence and analyzing loopholes in the rules, and his mind works really well. Zhou Zimo pushed up his glasses and smiled shyly at Lin Mo. Hello, just call me Zimo. Thank you. Lin Mo took note of this technical talent.
Yan Feng pulled out the chair to the left of Zhao Qingyan.
Lin Mo, you sit here. He then took the seat between Lin Mo and the entrance. After everyone took their seats, exquisite dishes were served one after another. The atmosphere gradually warmed up with Yan Feng and Wang Meng's occasional jokes. After a few cups of wine, the conversation naturally shifted to the field that Lin Mo was most concerned about. Zhao Qingyan set down his wineglass. Lin Mo, first of all, I want to thank you for saving Xiao Feng's life in the last instance. But reality is different from the instance, some situations need to be explained to you. Yan Jun, please go ahead, I'm all ears.
Lin Mo sat up straighter, his attitude serious. He knew this was a crucial moment to integrate into the team and gain core information. First of all, the real world also has fierce ghosts, but they are not as dense or dangerous as in the instance. They don't have a strong desire to kill, and their abilities are not that powerful. Plus, we have plenty of support in the real world, so you don't need to be overly tense about this.
Dealing with them is pretty much similar to the normal thinking in the instance.
Either find out their rules and limitations, or use the rules to resolve the issue.
But this needs detailed observation, intelligence collection, and logical reasoning. Zimo is an expert in this area. Chapter 43, Joining the Team.
Zhou Zimo added, the rules in reality are also quite similar to the fierce ghosts in the instance. They relate to the origins of items, the time of places, and even the obsessions of specific groups of people. This requires peeling away the layers. At this moment, Zhao Qingyan shifted his tone, or, you can find its core body and forcibly suppress and contain it. This is the most direct but also the most dangerous way. It needs enough power and a special container.
Container? Lin Mo caught the key word.
Yes. Pure gold. This material is the only known one that can effectively isolate most bizarre powers. The Bureau will distribute standard gold containment units, from small boxes to large coffins or even containers.
Got it. Lin Mo noted down this important information. Gold containment is one of the basic means of battling the bizarre in reality.
However, the most troublesome thing in reality is often not these fierce ghosts themselves, but people.
People? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow.
Yen Feng interjected, his tone filled with disgust. Exactly. Some lunatics, having gained a bit of power in the game, think they are gods. Some worship strange evil gods, conducting life sacrifices, creating panic and slaughter, pretending to please their deities or purify the world. We collectively call this kind of thing cult organizations. And others, purely to satisfy their selfish desires, exploit bizarre powers for profit, even pursuing twisted wishes. These people are more covert in their actions, and pose significant threats.
Zhao Qingyan said gravely, what's even trickier is the foreign forces.
This game is global, some countries or organizations are eager to see our side descend into chaos. They covertly or overtly support those cults and lunatics, providing information and funding support, or even directly sending operatives who qualify as players to infiltrate, with the goal of disrupting our social order and weakening the power of the Countermeasure Bureau.
These people are our sworn enemies. Lin Mo silently processed this information.
The realities of this world are indeed deeper than he had imagined.
He asked, how extensive is the reach of our Countermeasure Bureau?
Zhao Qingyan replied, the headquarters is in the capital, overseeing everything and holding the core resources and research results. Each municipal unit or higher has at least one branch, in key cities like ours, Silver Sea City.
There are 2 branches established, and we are the 12th action team under the execution department of the first branch of Yinhai City.
Each branch has several action teams like ours, responsible for responding to and executing extraordinary events, which are the core departments of the branch. There are also a few individuals with exceptional strength or special abilities who choose to act alone, only taking on specific high-difficulty tasks, with greater freedom but also higher risks. Their mission targets are lower, but due to the danger, their resource allocation is not low. However, there is no envy in his tone towards those lone wolves. It seems those high-difficulty tasks are not without their dangers. Zhao Qingyan continued, in addition to the execution department, each branch also has technical research departments, intelligence analysis departments, logistics departments, command centers, personnel departments, and more than a dozen other departments.
Does each team have task targets? Lin Mo asked the key question.
Of course. Zhao Qingyan nodded. According to team ratings and jurisdiction conditions, there are basic monthly task requirements.
Completing the targets will earn contribution points from the Bureau.
Contribution points are solid currency that can be exchanged for strange tools, special materials, intelligence, or even custom training or technical support.
He paused, his tone filled with pride as he looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, there's something you may not know.
In the 10 years since the arrival of the strange game, our Countermeasure Bureau has made rapid progress. On the headquarters side, the most elite research forces and player wisdom have come together, and we have initially made progress in dismantling the anomalies.
Oh?
Lin Mo's heart stirred. To be honest, he was not surprised.
Exactly.
Although we still cannot fully replicate the dungeons or create talents, we have made breakthrough progress in the manufacturing of strange tools and some functional props.
The headquarters has been able to stably produce some equipment with clear effects and controllable side effects.
While their power may not match those strange tools in the dungeons, they have the advantage of stability. Without a doubt, while the strange erosion game is dangerous, it has also brought opportunities for human progress.
When he said the last sentence, Zhao Qingyan showed a hint of excitement. He looked at Lin Mo and finally stated his purpose. So, what do you think? Are you interested in joining our team? The others also turned to Lin Mo, waiting for his response.
Lin Mo waited over and then smiled slightly.
Then I will trouble you all from now on. The atmosphere in the private room became noticeably warmer.
Exquisite dishes were continuously served, and the conversation shifted from serious bureau matters to more relaxed personal situations. Zhao Qingyan is a partner and coach at a fitness club, who was drawn into the strange game almost half a year ago. Lin Xingyue is a psychological counselor at a private hospital, and still maintains this job during her spare time. Wang Meng was originally a long-distance truck driver, but he no longer does that. His personality is indeed as straightforward and bold as his name. Zhou Zimo is a tech gear enthusiast, very wealthy, skilled in hacking technology, often assisting the technical department in the bureau with the maintenance of special equipment and intelligence gathering. They are all people in real life with legitimate careers and lives, caught up in this whirlpool by the strange game. As for Yen Feng, he was originally a recluse. It is said that his father is a middle-level manager in the Countermeasure Bureau. After being chosen by the strange erosion game, his personality also changed.
Time passed unknowingly during the conversation, and the clock on the wall quietly slid to 10 o'clock at night.
Zhao Qingyan glanced at the watch. It's almost time, let's call it a day.
Shaolin, the welcome banquet is a bit simple, don't mind it. Once the formal contract is down, the team will treat you to a proper one. It's already great, Brother Yin. Lin Mo stood up. Everyone walked out of the hotel together. Several people had their own cars and left first, leaving only Wang Meng and Lin Mo who had no car. Yan Feng and a few others originally planned to give him a ride home, but he declined. As they walked to the roadside to catch a taxi, Wang Meng leaned close to Lin Mo, lowering his voice, with a smile that men understand. Brother Lin Mo, it's still early. I know a newly opened spa, the therapists are top-notch, and the environment is quiet. Lin Mo paused for a moment. He glanced at Wang Meng's rugged face, which was squinting in a playful manner. Thanks, Mengu, I'm a bit tired today and want to head home early. Let's do it another day. For this kind of activity, being alone is more relaxing and worry-free. Hee hee, alright. I'll call you next time. Wang Meng didn't mind, laughing heartily and patting him on the back. Chapter 44 First Real Task. 2 days later, in the afternoon. Lin Mo, who had already received notifications via text and call, was waiting at home when a knock on the door rang right on time. Lin Mo opened the door to find two young men dressed in deep navy blue uniforms of the Bureau of Abnormal Response standing outside. Mr. Lin Mo? The leading man confirmed his identity and took out a stack of documents from a portable safe. Your background check and capability assessment have all been completed and meet the standards. Here is your official contract, in 6 copies. Please carefully verify the terms, and once confirmed, sign your name and the current date at the end. Lin Mo took the documents, and the content was the same as what he had seen in the Shanyang office. After confirming everything was correct, he picked up the special pen provided by the staff and signed Lin Mo along with the date on all 6 copies of the document. Alright, the contract is now in effect. The staff member took back the documents and stored them in the safe, handing Lin Mo the last copy to keep. Then, he took out an item from the safe and handed it to Lin Mo. It was a brand new mobile phone. The entire phone was matte black, with no brand labels, slightly thicker than mainstream models on the market, heavy in hand, and cold and hard in texture. The staff member explained, this is a specially issued communication terminal for internal bureau use, made with special materials and encryption technology. He gestured for Lin Mo to turn it on. The screen lit up, and the unlocking process used both fingerprint and dynamic iris dual verification. Once inside the system, the interface was extremely simple, with no pre-installed third-party apps, only basic functions provided by the system and one prominent app with an abstract Silver Falcon logo. This Silver Falcon app is the internal information system of the Bureau of Abnormal Response, and it is the core platform for you to access permissions, resources, tasks, and team collaboration. Please keep it safe. This terminal is deeply bound to your identity information and biometric traits, and any loss or damage must be reported immediately. Another staff member stepped forward to guide Lin Mo through the operation. After entering the app, the main interface was divided into several clear sections: Personal Center, Task Hall, Resource Exchange, Trading Center, Contacts, Team Collaboration Center, and so on. The Personal Center includes your identity information, permission level, contribution points balance, and more. The staff member pointed at the screen. Permissions are divided into 9 levels. Your current permission level is level 1, which allows you to only view level 1 content. The task hall is divided into 2 main areas: official releases and free commission. Official tasks are uniformly issued by the Bureau Command Center, distributed according to difficulty, importance, and jurisdiction, and completing these tasks will earn you contribution points and merit. Free commissions are mainly rewards or mutual help tasks published by players or individuals. Completing these tasks will earn the reward paid by the contracting party, which could be contribution points, resources, or real money. Resource Exchange allows you to use contribution points to exchange for various items stored in the Bureau's warehouse, including but not limited to strange devices, special materials, and information purchase permissions. The list will be updated regularly. Lin Mo listened carefully, his fingers sliding on the screen, getting familiar with various functions. The operation was not difficult to grasp. After about 20 minutes, the 2 staff members taught him all the content contained in the apps. Thank you, I understand a bit, Lin Mo said with gratitude. The 2 staff members also brought him some documents and uniforms, along with some special items. Once everything was handed over, he saw the 2 staff members off. Lin Mo closed the door and returned to the center of the living room to sit down. He picked up the heavy special phone and opened the Silver Falcon app again, entering the Team Collaboration Center directly. A clear system prompt immediately popped up on the screen. You have received a formal invitation to join from Inhai City 1st Bureau 12th Action Team, Captain, Zhao Qingyan. Invitation status, pending confirmation. Team members, Zhao Qingyan, Captain, Yan Feng, Lin Qingyue, Wang Meng, Zhou Zimo. He extended his index finger and tapped the flashing blue confirm join button at the bottom of the screen. Permission confirmation. Identity verification passed.
Lin Mo, Level 1 permission, welcome to the 12th Action Team. You have obtained shared space access and internal communication permission of the team. Current team status, standby.
That evening at 7 o'clock.
Zhao Qingyan and Lin Xingyue came to see him. Lin Mo opened the room to let them in and then brewed 2 cups of tea for them.
Captain Zhao, is there something that can't be said over the phone? You even trouble yourselves to come in person.
A hint of helplessness appeared in Zhao Qingyan's smile. Zimo was temporarily called by the tech department to help maintain a batch of equipment. Wang Meng has a lead to wrap up, and Yan Feng, well, his family elder is celebrating a birthday today, so only the 3 of us are left. He set his teacup down, his finger tapping lightly on the smooth screen of the black phone. The main reason we came today is that a small task just came in. The danger rating is level 1, and the Bureau has classified it as low threat.
Although there have been no fatalities, the scope of influence seems to be expanding.
I took a look and thought it was a good chance to let you practice and familiarize yourself with the process.
Take a look.
Lin Mo saw the task number and immediately took out his own special phone, entered the task hall, and opened the details.
Task number YH7147-1. Task category abnormal event handling. Danger rating low threat.
Reward 80 points, distributed by contribution, 200,000/person.
Time limit none.
Location Inhai City Binhai District, specific coordinates in the attachment.
Details.
In the past week, a total of 8 valid reports have been received in 3 adjacent residential areas in Binhai District, Inhai City. The reporters all stated that in their bathrooms, dressing mirrors, and other reflective surfaces, they observed their own reflections displaying abnormal facial reactions, mainly an uncontrollable strange smile, not the reporter's conscious expression. The reporters generally experienced mild insomnia, anxiety, and fear, and avoided mirrors. The tech department has initially screened out the possibility of a collective illusion and the influence of known psychiatric drugs, confirming signs of an abnormal phenomenon source spreading.
Currently, there are no direct reports of casualties. Handling requirements. Assess the potential threat level change trend. Eliminate or contain the source of the abnormal phenomena.
Attachment includes a summary of reporter information, incident area map, and coordinates, etc.
This matter is very similar to what Qin Xiaoyan told him the other day.
Lin Mo's gaze fell on the summary of the reporter information, quickly scanning over the list. He found that most of the reporters were idle individuals, and they all belonged to some medium-sized gang in the city.
But there was one exception. That name made his pupils contract slightly. Chen Hao. Chapter 45 Chen Hao.
The address matched, the identity information was also correct. Lin Mo raised his head, his face showing no special expression, only speaking in a calm tone. Brother Yan, Sister Qingyue, this encounter description.
I have some impression. A few days ago.
Lin Mo briefly recounted what had happened a few days ago to the 2 of them. Of course, the matter of killing Chen Xiaoyan still needs to be hidden.
What a coincidence.
Lin Xingyue was a bit surprised. Zhao Qingyan and Lin Xingyue exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of good luck in each other's eyes.
Having someone ready who might understand the situation is certainly better than searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Qingyan nodded. Well, that's a point of entry. In that case, why don't we visit this Chen Hao directly tomorrow morning at 9?
Lin Mo, since you know him, you can lead the initial contact. Lin Mo shook his head. I suggest we go now, because this incident happened just tonight. Going during the day may not reveal any abnormalities. Zhao Qingyan slapped his own head. Actually, I was thinking the same thing, but you just joined today, so I thought we shouldn't rush.
Since you have no objections, let's head over now.
Lin Xingyue rolled her eyes at him. I see you didn't think of that at all.
Xingyue, life is tough. Why say it out loud?
The 3 discussed and decided not to inform Chen Hao for now, but to visit him directly.
Knock, knock, knock.
The door to Chen Hao's home was knocked on. The house was silent for a while before a dragging sound of footsteps was heard. The door chain was not removed, it opened just a crack, revealing Chen Hao's face, heavy with dark circles, looking alert and haggard.
Who is it, late at night? He asked in a hoarse voice.
As his gaze crossed the crack of the door and landed on Lin Mo's face at the front, his tired eyes widened suddenly, instantly replaced by shock and a surge of uncontrollable anger.
It's you? Chen Hao's voice shot up. Lin Mo. What the hell do you want? As if taking away my sister wasn't enough, now you come knocking? Are you the one causing this? Is the ghostly thing in the mirror these days something you created to scare me?
He was agitated, staring intensely at Lin Mo's face as if he wanted to tear him apart.
Before Lin Mo could speak, Zhao Qingyan took half a step forward.
He steadily pulled out a deep blue leather badge holder from his black uniform pocket. Snap, he opened it and held it in front of Chen Hao. It was one of the badges given to them by the Strategy Bureau, a police badge. This badge was specifically for handling such situations, reducing communication obstacles with the target. Mr. Chen Hao, we are from the Silver Sea City Police Department.
Please calm down.
Open the door, we need to understand some situations. Chen Hao's anger was doused like being splashed with a bucket of ice water, instantly caught off guard. He glanced at Zhao Qingyan's serious face, then looked at the expressionless Lin Mo and the gentle Lin Qingyue beside him. The anger on his face was quickly replaced by uncertainty and a hint of fear.
It's the police. Didn't you ask me to wait for news?
Why did it take so long for you to come? He murmured repeatedly, filled with confusion and unease in his eyes. He hesitated for a few seconds but still did not open the door. Are you really from the police? He pointed at Lin Mo, hesitating to continue. Lin Qingyue spoke at the right moment, her voice gentle. Mr. Chen, you can make a phone call to confirm with the police department first. Chen Hao nodded, closed the door, and walked into the house. A few minutes later, he opened the door again, removed the chain, and invited the three in with a fawning face.
Chen Hao led them into the somewhat messy living room and awkwardly sat in a corner of the sofa.
Sorry, I saw this gentleman was a bit agitated. Chen Hao explained, and his gaze towards Lin Mo changed. As if saying that if he had known he was from the police, he wouldn't have resisted his sister being with him so much, he could have even asked for tens of thousands less in the bride price. In the Scarlet Moon Empire, having an official formal job is highly sought after.
After Lin Mo and the others sat down, Zhao Qingyan got straight to the point.
Speak, what exactly happened? The more detailed, the better. When this was mentioned, Chen Hao's body obviously shook, and the fear in his eyes spread again. He took a deep breath, trying to organize his words, but his voice still trembled. At first, I could hear strange noises. Just these past few nights, whenever I passed by the dressing mirror in the bedroom, or looked in the mirror at night, He swallowed hard. I could see that face in the mirror. It was clearly my own face, but the expression was completely not mine. It smiled, at first just the corners of its mouth turning up a little. I thought I was seeing things or that the light was flickering. Later it became more and more obvious, the corners of its mouth stretching wider. He exaggeratedly gestured with his hands, but the person in the mirror had no smile in its eyes, cold and lifeless, just staring at me from outside the mirror. Chen Hao covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking slightly. And it didn't change all at once.
It was gradual. One blink, its mouth corner goes up a little more, another blink, its eyes curve even more. It's like there's an invisible thing, pulling my face up little by little from inside the mirror. He lowered his hands, his bloodshot eyes full of terror and exhaustion. Officer, please tell me, am I haunted?
Am I going to die?
Don't worry, aren't you still alive now?
Zhao Qingyan casually comforted him, then asked seriously.
When did you first notice this? Can you remember the specific time, place, and circumstances when you saw this abnormality for the first time?
Chen Hao struggled to recall, describing in bits and pieces the first time he noticed the strange situation in the mirror, which was around midnight 8 or 9 days ago, in front of the master bedroom's dressing mirror. He emphasized that at first, he just thought his reflection looked a bit stiff, but later it morphed into a clear, uncontrollable smile. By now, the expression in the mirror seemed more and more exaggerated, almost unrecognizable as human. But he dared not look, so he wasn't sure. In the meantime, he also tried changing places to stay, but it didn't help at all. At that moment, Lin Qingyue asked a question.
Do you have any idea why this is happening?
Chen Hao's eyes flickered with a hint of unease, and he immediately shook his head. I don't know, it just happened all of a sudden. After listening to Chen Hao's description, Zhao Qingyan and Lin Mo exchanged a glance.
Chapter 46 Simple Method.
Lin Mo recalled that 8 or 9 days ago, it seemed to be when Chen Xiaoyan came to find him. However, it was still unclear why she had such great hostility towards him, forcing him to kill Chen Xiaoyan. Zhao Qingyan turned to the still terrified Chen Hao, his tone suggesting a discussion. Mr. Chen, we need to stay here for a few days, to observe and resolve the problem closely. For your safety and to get to the bottom of this matter as soon as possible, please cooperate. Chen Hao was stunned, looking at Zhao Qingyan, then at the silent Lin Mo. Ultimately, it seemed that the fear of that weird smiling face in the mirror overwhelmed his distrust of Lin Mo. He let his head droop despondently, his voice hoarse.
Okay. Which room will you stay in?
I have 3 rooms, and I need one for myself. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Mo, not continuing. You can take your pick. I'll go get you some water, Chen Hao said, getting up in a bit of a fluster and heading towards the kitchen. As he entered the room, his eyes would occasionally dart towards the bathroom, as if something could crawl out from behind that closed door at any moment. Once he left the living room, Zhao Qingyan lowered his voice.
Qingyue, how did you feel when you asked him?
Lin Qingyue frowned slightly, something felt off. His fear is real, but when it came to the reasons, his eyes flickered, very obviously avoiding and hiding. He definitely knows something, or has done something.
Zhao Qingyan nodded and looked at Lin Mo. Little Lin, what do you think? You've interacted with him and his sister before, what do you feel about this person?
Lin Mo's gaze swept across the somewhat disordered living room, finally landing on the closed bathroom door.
He just said that changing places doesn't help.
This means that the thing in the mirror, or the so-called abnormality, follows him, rather than being bound to this house or any specific mirror. The source is likely within him.
Of course, we can't rule out the abnormalities in the house.
I've heard that many haunted houses will cling to anyone who enters for life, without any logic behind it. A hint of approval flashed in Zhao Qinyan's eyes.
Exactly. The key still lies with this Chen Hao. The things he hides are probably the trigger for the abnormalities.
We need to first figure out what common points these 10 or so reporters share, besides all seeing the smiling face in the mirror. When we go back to the bureau tomorrow, let Zimo dig deeper into the background connections of the reporters.
Zhao Qinyan hadn't finished his sentence.
In that moment, deep within Lin Mo's pupils, it seemed as if countless tiny light points suddenly brightened and then froze in place. An invisible, absolutely still force field centered on him silently spread, instantly enveloping the entire room. The world fell into a gray-white haze. Time was paused. In this entire world, only Lin Mo remained capable of thinking and acting. He hesitated not at all. His right hand, fingers together like a knife, shot out like lightning, precisely striking the vital points at the necks of Zhao Qinyan and Lin Xingyue.
PFF. PFF. Zhao Qinyan and Lin Xingyue's bodies quivered slightly, the light in their eyes extinguished instantly.
Their bodies maintained the pose from a moment before, limply collapsing onto the sofa, silent and still. Lin Mo's gaze showed no fluctuation. It's still better not to have so much trouble, I have a better way. He stood up, activated time pause again, and walked through the frozen space directly to the kitchen where Chen Hao was located. He twisted the doorknob, walked in, and gently closed the door behind him.
Time resumed.
In the kitchen, the water in the cup splashed into the kettle with a sound. On the living room sofa, Zhao Qinyan and Lin Xingyue slumped as if asleep, their faces quickly losing color. Lin Mo held back and did not kill them. Chen Hao had just finished pouring the water when he turned around, ready to return to the living room, only to see Lin Mo standing in the kitchen like a ghost, silently closing the door.
Ah!
Chen Hao was so shocked that his hand shook, splattering hot water everywhere. He retreated in terror, his voice changing pitch. When did you come in?
Lin Mo did not answer his question. He moved a step closer.
His voice was not loud, but the tone was.
What the hell is this?
Chen Hao was so scared that he almost lost his mind. Before Chen Hao could finish his sentence, Lin Mo threw that arm towards him. In that moment of closeness, the arm quickly turned into the tiniest void, not even a speck of dust.
Aha!
As the parallel body's arm vanished, Chen Hao let out a heart-wrenching, inhuman scream. He felt his right arm, starting from his fingers, filled with an indescribable, excruciating pain. It wasn't the pain of torn flesh, nor the pain of broken bones. It was a deeper, more essential kind of hurt. His right arm instantly lost all sensation, and when he lowered his head to look.
My hand! My hand!
Chen Hao stared at his suddenly vanished arm, immense fear and agony completely shattered his will, with snot and tears covering his face.
This is just the beginning.
Lin Mo's voice was like the whisper of death, and his gaze slowly fell to Chen Hao's crotch. Next time, it's here. I'll make you watch it disappear bit by bit. Lin Mo's finger raised again, pointing at Chen Hao's lower body.
No. No. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Chen Hao's psychological defense totally collapsed. He slumped to the ground, urine and feces flowing out, the stench instantly filling the room. He wept uncontrollably, incoherently screaming. It was Changgu and the others. It has nothing to do with me. I swear it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 47 Causes and Consequences. 7 or 8 days ago, Changgu and his gang took a liking to a girl student in my university. They made me lure her out, and then there were a total of 7 of them. They dragged her to an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs, and took turns. Chen Hao's voice trembled and twisted with extreme fear and shame. That girl couldn't take it anymore, and in the end, she crashed into the wall and committed suicide. They were afraid of being exposed, so they secretly transported the body back and temporarily hid it here, just behind the bathroom mirror, sealed with concrete. Lin Mo's eyes were cold. Including Chen Hao, there were a total of 8 people, matching the number of reported cases perfectly. The timing also matched. It was the day Qin Xiaoyan unusually came to find him, trying to lure him out. So that's how it is. Their coming to find him was a malicious trap. They wanted to pin this rape murder case on him. So Chen Xiaoyan came to find me that day to trick me into taking the bait?
Lin Mo's voice revealed no anger or joy.
Yes, sister said you have no background, and you are easy to manipulate, you were the best choice.
Chen Hao immediately admitted, but it really has nothing to do with me, I didn't lay a finger on her. I'm the lowest in status, they forced me to hide the body here.
I dared not refuse.
No, "Big brother, spare me, I know I was wrong." The truth was revealed. He got the answers he wanted and no longer looked at Chen Hao on the ground, like mud. Lin Mo directly killed him, then went to the bathroom to confirm. It didn't take long to find moving and filling traces on the wall behind the bathroom cabinet.
He did not conduct further confirmation.
With a thought, Lin Mo started to rewind time. As time went by, Lin Mo, in order to avoid the butterfly effect, did not make any unusual movements, maintaining the same state as before, arrived at the moment just after he activated the time pause.
Which was when Zhao Qingyan asked Zimo to investigate the case at the bureau.
When Zhao Qingyan's voice said, "Let Zimo dig deeper into the background of the reporter," Lin Mo suddenly spoke up.
"Wait. I just seemed to see something."
Zhao Qingyan and Lin Xingyue turned to look at him simultaneously, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Mo raised his head, as if struggling to recall some vague fragment.
He raised his hand, pointing in the direction of the bathroom.
A scene, very broken, very short, but very real. I saw Chen Hao with a group of people, as if they were hiding something behind the mirror.
Lin Xingyue's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable tension. "What you saw was a moment from the past? Is this your talent?"
They also knew that Lin Mo did not elaborate on his talent when he joined the Countermeasure Bureau. To be honest, this is still quite common, and the Countermeasure Bureau holds an open attitude towards it. As long as it benefits the country, the authorities allow players a certain degree of freedom.
Lin Mo slowly nodded. "This is indeed my talent. I can see some shattered real images.
They might be fragments of the past that have already happened, or pieces of the future that have yet to occur. But the premise is that these images are strongly related to me, or to my current situation."
He met the shocked gazes of the two. "This ability has a strong randomness.
Sometimes it can piece together key information, and other times it's just trivial scraps. And the trigger is completely out of my control, just like earlier, when those images suddenly appeared in my mind." The shock in Lin Xingyue's eyes was gradually replaced by a complex emotion. She took a gentle breath, her voice remained soft, but became a bit more serious.
"Xiao Mo, thank you for your trust. It's not easy to tell us this right now."
Lin Mo had his own considerations when he decided to share these things. First, expressing part of his ability in another form could increase his credibility and help him establish his position in the team. Secondly, this ability could grant him a certain degree of influence. After all, it's also a kind of foresight and retrospective ability. If he could verify its authenticity, others would trust him more.
Finally, he reserved the room for the application of this ability.
Letting others know this ability was uncontrollable meant he decided when it activated. Essentially, this ability was an information asymmetry brought about by his retrospection. It wasn't true foresight or retrospection, so he still needed to be cautious. Zhao Qingyan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly made a decision. "Xingyue, go to the kitchen, try to stall Chen Hao, don't let him get suspicious, and prevent him from hearing anything."
"Xiao Mo, follow me, let's check the bathroom."
Lin Xingyue nodded, stood up, and walked towards the kitchen, her voice also raised a bit.
"Mr. Chen, do you need help?"
Zhao Qingyan exchanged a glance with Lin Mo, and the two moved quietly and swiftly to the bathroom door.
Zhao Qingyan gently turned the doorknob. It wasn't locked.
He pushed it slightly open, confirmed that there was no one inside, and the two slipped in, closing the door behind them.
The bathroom was small, with ordinary decor.
The most prominent features were the wash basin and the mirror embedded above it. Zhao Qingyan's gaze locked onto the bathroom cabinet below the mirror. He crouched down, carefully checking the seams between the cabinet and the wall, then gently pushed the edge of the cabinet.
There are indeed signs of movement.
Lin Mo leaned in to observe. The place Zhao Qingyan pointed out was clear, and the hidden measures taken by those people were not very thorough. Lin Mo suspected that those people hid the body here to pull Chen Hao into their plans, preventing him from reporting to the police. He nodded, his tone certain. "That's right, it's right here. The place they hid things perfectly matches the images I saw earlier."
Zhao Qingyan stood up.
Lin Mo had never entered this bathroom from the beginning, yet he could accurately point out this well-concealed spot. This was undoubtedly the strongest proof of his foresight and retrospection ability. Zhao Qingyan's opinion of Lin Mo rose a few more notches in his mind, and he also had a more terrifying guess about the nature of this case. Zhao Qingyan said solemnly, his expression grave, "Let's not disturb this place for now. If there's really something hidden here, opening it recklessly may pose unknown risks or destroy key evidence."
"Go, ask Chen Hao first." The two quickly exited the bathroom, gently closing the door.
As they returned to the living room, they saw Chen Hao coming out of the kitchen with 2 cups of water, a faint forced calm on his face. However, when he caught sight of Zhao Qingyan and Lin Mo coming from the direction of the bathroom, his face suddenly turned pale.
Chapter 48, The Cruel Truth.
Chen Hao's hand holding the cup trembled violently, nearly spilling the water, his eyes filled with unmistakable terror and panic.
You guys."
Zhao Qingyan didn't wait for him to finish, stepping forward, his tall frame bringing a strong sense of pressure.
"Chen Hao. What exactly are you hiding behind the bathroom cabinet mirror?
He trembled violently, the cup slipping from his hand, shattering on the ground with a loud crash, hot water and glass shards splattering everywhere. He stumbled back a step, his back crashing against the kitchen doorframe, his eyes filled with horror.
What mirror? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know?
Lin Mo took a step forward, standing beside Zhao Qingyan. Chenhao, I advise you to think carefully before you answer. We can dig that wall open right now to see what's inside.
Do you think that if we dig it out ourselves, the result will be the same as if you told us now?
His tone was calm, the content striking at the very core of Chenhao's greatest fear. Lin Xingyue also stepped forward, standing nearby. Chenhao's legs buckled, sliding down the doorframe to the ground, his hands clutching his head. Overwhelming fear and despair completely engulfed him.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
He wept and sobbed, it's strong brother and the others, it has nothing to do with me, really has nothing to do with me. Chenhao recounted what had happened, almost matching what Lin Mo had told before.
After hearing his confession, Lin Xingyue's gentle face was instantly replaced by enormous anger and disbelief.
She could no longer maintain her composure and dashed in front of the crumpled Chenhao.
Beast!
She raised her hand, using all her strength to slap Chenhao's face.
Slap!
Chenhao's head snapped to the side, a clear red mark of 5 fingers appearing on his face, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was stunned by the slap, covering his face, looking in terror at the woman before him, even forgetting to cry out. Lin Mo looked down at the crumpled Chenhao with a commanding gaze.
Get up, go dig it out.
Lin Mo pointed towards the bathroom.
Chenhao shuddered violently. No. I won't go. There must be a ghost in there, right? It's definitely waiting for me inside, Mo Gu.
Big brother.
I beg you, let me go, I've said everything.
He scrambled back with all his limbs, as if that bathroom was a gateway to hell.
Too scared, huh? You think we're negotiating with you? That thing is currently entangled with you, the source is behind that wall. If you don't deal with it, do you think you can keep living?
Zhao Qingyan stood by, arms crossed.
Chenhao babbled incoherently, but aren't you the police? You guys go dig it.
Lin Mo squatted down, leaning close to Chenhao's ear, his voice extremely low. Chenhao, don't think I don't know what your sister came to me for at the beginning.
You wanted to trick me and frame me, didn't you?
Chenhao's pupils suddenly widened, looking at Lin Mo in disbelief, not knowing how he knew.
Lin Mo continued, we are indeed the police, but we handle abnormal incidents. For scum like you that might threaten social safety, we have the authority to execute you on the spot to prevent further issues. He paused, looking at Chenhao's pale face, adding, of course, if you cooperate now and help dig out the source, once we resolve the abnormality, we will hand you over for legal judgment. You need to consider carefully.
You haven't participated, just been coerced, at most you will only get a few years.
And as long as you cooperate, we can apply and consider reducing your sentence.
Beside him, Lin Xingyue felt a bit displeased at Lin Mo's last word reduction, but she didn't say anything.
She understood that Lin Mo was using extreme methods to force Chenhao to submit.
She turned her gaze away, unwilling to see Chenhao's ugly state any longer.
Chenhao sensed the naked killing intent in Lin Mo's words, it was no joke. At least under legal judgment, there was still life left. Now, if he didn't dig, he might die right away. I will go. I will dig. Chenhao struggled to get up from the ground, you must save me. You have to save me, Mo Gu. Move faster.
Lin Mo said coldly, stepping aside to clear the way to the bathroom.
Chenhao crawled and rolled into the bathroom.
He turned back again, looking at the 3 people standing at the door with pleading eyes, especially at Lin Mo.
Mo Gu, you have to keep your word and save me. Don't waste time.
Lin Mo's voice was emotionless.
Chenhao gritted his teeth and took a deep breath.
He trembled as he reached out, using all his strength to slowly drag the heavy bathroom cabinet away from the wall. After moving the cabinet aside, a recently filled patch of wall was revealed behind it. Chenhao picked up an old, rusty hammer lying in the corner of the bathroom, a tool he had used for repairs before. He lifted the hammer and, with his eyes closed, swung down hard at the area of cement that was obviously a different color.
Bang! 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 The dull crashing sound echoed in the small space. Cement chunks fell down, and dust began to spread.
Zhao Qingyan and Lin Xingyue held their breaths, staring intently at the wall.
Lin Mo's eyes also focused.
Soon, a large hole was smashed into the sealed wall. Chenhao threw away the hammer and used his hands to pry at the loose fragments, expanding the opening. As the dust gradually settled, his face filled with astonishment and confusion.
No, it can't be, what is this? He cried out in disbelief.
Lin Mo, Zhao Qingyan, and Lin Xingyue immediately stepped forward, getting closer to the opening. When they saw the situation inside, all 3 of their faces changed dramatically. Inside the cramped wall cavity, which should have held a female corpse,
it was completely empty.
Only shocking, large patches of deep brown bloodstains, almost covering the entire inner wall of the cavity. And on those dried bloodstains, there were countless deep, chaotic scratch marks. Those scratch marks were deeply embedded in the cement, crisscrossing and looking ferocious, as if some desperate beast had used its last bit of strength to scratch madly before dying.
Where's the body? Chen Hao sat limply on the cold, damp tiled floor, muttering in a daze.
Lin Xingyue forced herself to calm down from the shock. She squatted down, carefully examining the edges of the opening and the scratches inside, and reached out to touch those deep brown bloodstains. So much blood, and these scratches. She raised her head, her face unusually pale, and with a hoarse voice speculated. She might not have been completely dead at that time.
Are you saying?
Zhao Qingyan's voice also deepened, carrying a suppressed chill.
Lin Qingyue nodded.
It's very possible she was only severely injured and unconscious, or playing dead when she was sealed inside.
In the darkness and suffocation, she woke up. Chapter 49 Zhao Deqiang.
Lin Xingyue seemed to imagine that hellish scene. A severely injured girl waking up in a cold, dark, cramped cement prison, finding herself alive and buried. The immense fear and instinct to survive made her struggle wildly, scratching at the hard cement walls with her hands, nails peeling off, fingers breaking, blood everywhere, but it was all in vain.
Finally, in endless pain and despair, she was suffocated to death. No!
Chen Hao slumped on the ground, let out an unearthly, piercing scream, his body convulsing violently, his eyes rolling back, and he fainted from fright. At first, he indeed heard the faint sounds of scratching and cries for help, but due to his guilty conscience as a thief, he did not go to check.
Zhao Qingyan furrowed his brow tightly. This guy is scared out of his wits and can't give us any useful information.
The priority now is to control him, hand him over to the police, and clean up the scene. Lin Xingyue suppressed her discomfort and nodded in agreement, but her gaze remained fixated on the gruesome scratch marks in the wall hole, as if she could hear the silent desperate screams of the girl in the dark.
And what about the other 7 people, what's their situation?
With Chen Hao like this, could they also?
Zhao Qingyan's heart jumped. He immediately took out that special phone, speaking rapidly. I'll contact the bureau right away and have them verify the status of the other 7 reporters immediately. He quickly dialed the direct line to the bureau, succinctly reporting the situation at Chen Hao's home and the identities of the other 7 involved individuals. A few minutes later, the phone vibrated once.
Zhao Qingyan quickly checked the reply, and his tense shoulders subtly relaxed a little, but his brow did not smooth out. The bureau feedback confirmed preliminarily through public surveillance that the 7 people are currently at their registered addresses, and there have been no reports of abnormal movement or missing persons.
It's good there's no issue for now.
Lin Xingyue sighed in relief, but then worriedly said, but what about the source?
Where did that girl's body go? And what about the abnormality of the mirror?
Chen Hao is the breakthrough, but with him in this state, he can't be expected to help us for a while. We need to find that mastermind Zhao Deqiang, also known as Brother Chang. According to the police information, Zhao Deqiang lived in a mid-range community in the Riverside area. Lin Mo and Zhao Qingyan arrived by car when it was already past 9 in the evening. They arrived in front of Zhao Deqiang's house, which had a heavy security door. Zhao Qingyan raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. After quite a while, a groggy female voice came from inside.
Who is it? It's so late?
It's the property management.
The downstairs resident reported that the ceiling is leaking very seriously. Please open the door, we need to urgently check your plumbing.
There was a hesitation inside, and the security chain was removed with a clank. The door opened just a crack.
A woman wearing pajamas, with messy hair, peeked out. The moment the gap in the door opened, Zhao Qingyan and Lin Mo almost simultaneously made their move.
What are you doing? The woman screamed in shock at the sudden intrusion. In the living room, a stout man wearing a tank top and shorts was sitting on the sofa watching TV, holding a 7 or 8-year-old boy who was rubbing his eyes. The sudden change jolted Zhao Deqiang to his feet, his face first showing surprise, then quickly turning to rage.
Damn! Who the hell are you?
Zhao Deqiang roared, instinctively shielding the child behind him while grabbing an ashtray from the coffee table to throw at them.
Yinhai City Police Department. Zhao Deqiang, don't move.
Zhao Qingyan shouted sternly. But his actions did not pause. He stepped forward and precisely grabbed Zhao Deqiang's wrist that was holding the ashtray, twisting it sharply.
Ah! Zhao Deqiang cried out in pain as the ashtray fell from his hand onto the floor tiles.
He tried to resist, but Zhao Qingyan's fighting skills were beyond what this street thug could match. With a clean and swift maneuver, Zhao Qingyan immediately twisted Zhao Deqiang's arms behind his back and forcefully pinned him down onto the sofa.
Daddy! The little boy was so frightened that he cried out loudly. Don't touch the child.
Lin Xingyue quickly stepped forward to separate the child from the 2 wrestling figures, her voice as calm as possible.
Little friend, don't be afraid.
This police uncle is carrying out his duties, talking to your father about some matters. Her gaze turned to the terrified woman. Watch the child, don't come over. The woman was already so scared that her face turned pale. She tightly held the crying child, huddled in the corner, fearfully watching everything before her, too frightened to speak again.
Zhao Deqian was firmly pressed down by Zhao Qingyan.
With his face pressed against the back of the sofa, his mouth was still muttering incoherently in anger.
Damn it, let me go.
Shut up. Zhao Qingyan applied more pressure, and Zhao Deqian let out another muffled groan in pain.
Take him away.
Zhao Qingyan exchanged a glance with Lin Mo, and together they pulled the cursing and struggling Zhao Deqian up from the sofa, quickly dragging him out the door, leaving the mother and child in shock.
The hallway echoed with Zhao Deqian's unwilling curses and the child's heartbreaking cries. They brought him to the car and bound him.
Initially, he was uncooperative, but when Lin Mo said, "You wouldn't want your family to be in trouble, right?" he calmed down. He began to recount the events that transpired. After hearing his description, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Zhao Deqian's narrative matched Chen Hao's account, confirming the source of the blood and scratches on the wall.
Moreover, the others were too terrified to verify if the university student Li Siyu was still alive. Li Siyu was likely buried alive in the wall after being gravely injured and unconscious. What about the ghostly thing in the mirror? How have you been handling it these days? I see you've been at home. A flicker of instinctive fear crossed Zhao Deqian's face. Ghostly thing? I don't know, it's been like this for days. Next, Zhao Deqian spoke for a long time, but it seemed he couldn't find any useful clues. It seems we can't pry out more from him. Zhao Qingyan stood up, rubbed his forehead, and looked a bit weary. Notify the police station, let them send someone over, hand over Zhao Deqian, Chen Hao, who has already been restrained, and the location information of the other 6 people on the list so they can immediately carry out the arrest. Let's control the people first. Lin Mo nodded, realizing that there was no other way at the moment. Once all the arrangements were made and the 8 people were arrested, it was nearly 11 o'clock. It's getting late, although the case is strange, it's not a mandatory high-risk task. No need to push so hard, let's head back and rest. Zhao Qingyan yawned and patted Lin Mo's shoulder. Lin Xingyue also finished the site handover and hurried back. The 3 agreed on a meeting time for the next day and then left the scene. Chapter 50, 4 Ways to Fight Against Evil Spirits. The next morning, just before dawn, Lin Mo was jolted awake by the urgent vibrating of his specially made phone beside him. The screen was flashing with an emergency communication request from Zhao Qingyan. His heart sank, and he quickly answered, "Brother Yan?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Qingyan's serious voice came through. "Shaolin, something has happened. Just 10 minutes ago, at the police station's detention center. Chen Hao, Zhao Deqian, and the other 6 arrested individuals all died at the same time." Lin Mo suddenly sat up in bed, wide awake. What? How did they die? On the surface, it looks like suicide, but it should be Li Siyu's doing. Among the 7 who participated directly, they all simultaneously slammed their heads against the walls of their cells to commit suicide. While doing that, Lin Mo did not care. Dealing with such matters was inherently risky. If he feared this risk, he would miss many clues. He directly opened the encrypted file sent by Zhao Qingyan. Inside were several high-resolution scene photos. There was no need to elaborate on the horrific scene. The most bizarre thing was the smiles on the faces of the dead. Each of their mouths was pulled up beyond physiological limits, tearing almost to the roots of their ears. The exposed teeth were stained with blood, as if they had fallen into extreme ecstasy or madness in the moments before their deaths. That smile was stiff, eerie, creating a stark contrast with their brutal deaths. More critically, upon seeing those strange smiles, for some reason, Lin Mo felt his own mouth involuntarily lifting. After finishing, Lin Mo made a call back, arranging a place to meet with Zhao Qingyan and Lin Xingyue. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo, Zhao Qingyan, and Lin Xingyue gathered at a breakfast shop. Have you all seen it? Zhao Qingyan asked, drinking a bowl of soy milk. Lin Mo nodded, I've seen it. Brother Yan, Sister Qingyue, I have a feeling when I looked at these photos, my mouth seemed to involuntarily pull up a bit. Although very slight, that feeling of being pulled was real. Hearing this, Lin Xingyue also expressed that she had the same feeling. Zhao Qingyan put down the soy milk bowl and said, This phenomenon indicates that the vengeful spirit still carries strong resentment and curses. This manifestation itself may be a medium for spread. The smiles, especially these eerily extreme smiles, have such a strong visual impact that they likely carry some kind of mark. By coming into contact with these photos, we have effectively come into contact with the medium. Being slightly affected makes sense. That's why I reminded you to be careful when looking at the photos. He paused, his tone turning cold. These 8 scum deserve to die, there's nothing to sympathize with. But the trouble now is, their deaths have not dispelled the vengeful spirit's resentment. This is very abnormal. The urgent matter is that we must find her core. Without eliminating this vengeful spirit, the source remains, and things will only get worse. Her current targets may no longer just be those initially involved.
Lin Mo picked up a fried dough stick, eating while asking.
Brother Yen, in a situation like Li Siyu's, how does the Bureau typically handle it?
I mean, dealing with such a deeply resentful and strangely powerful vengeful spirit.
Is it the same as in the copies? Zhao Qingyan held up 3 fingers. To deal with these things, the Bureau has summarized about 4 conventional approaches. The first is to dissolve the resentment and fulfill her obsession.
This is the most fundamental method and carries the least cost, with relatively low risk for the executor provided her obsession is clear and defined. He paused, giving an example. For instance, if Li Siyu's obsession is revenge, then theoretically, killing that group of beasts would resolve it. But you also saw, after those people died, her resentment actually grew stronger.
The matter is far from over.
This indicates her obsession may not be limited to that, or during the process of being sealed in the wall and suffocating to death, her resentment may have twisted and deteriorated, no longer being a simple revenge. In such cases, finding the true obsession is as hard as climbing to the sky. Often, it's unsolvable.
There's another situation. For example, if a vengeful spirit's obsession is to become an omnipotent god, do you think that's achievable?
Lin Mo shook his head without hesitation. He wanted to become a god as well.
In other words, if I can make you a god, why complete your obsession? Just eliminate you from the root, avoiding unnecessary trouble.
Zhao Qingyan chuckled, continuing.
The second way is to use rules to seal it.
Every kind of vengeful spirit has its own inherent laws or rules for its emergence and existence. We clearly understand this. Find this rule, exploit the loophole in the rule, and seal it in a specific object or place, preventing it from coming out to harm others, just like locking a fierce beast in a cage. This method is relatively safe, but the prerequisite is that you must first understand its rules to a considerable extent, or else it's just seeking death, and the difficulty is not small. The third point is to find its core essence and use gold to contain it. As long as we can find the core source of the fierce ghost's essence, or its power, which may be its most important relic from life or even part of its remains, and then use a sufficiently thick pure gold container to completely isolate it from the outside world. This is equivalent to making a gold coffin for the fierce ghost, completely cutting off all its connections to the outside world.
Theoretically, as long as the gold container is not broken, it will remain silent forever. But the difficulty is similarly significant: how to precisely locate its core. For example, Li Siyu's body has now disappeared without a trace. That's a big problem.
Lin Qingyue quietly added, there are some cases in the files. The core of a fierce ghost might be a strand of hair, a ring, or even a recording. They are all bizarre and extremely difficult to pinpoint.
Moreover, the area around the core is often where its power is strongest and most dangerous.
Zhao Qingyan nodded. The last point, the fourth point, is also the most dangerous one: direct confrontation, forcibly suppressing or expelling the fierce ghost to make it fall into silence.
This is the final choice arrived at when all else fails.
It requires gathering sufficiently powerful players, relying on talents and specific strange objects to directly confront the fierce ghost until its power is suppressed, or forcibly expelled from the current area. The power level of fierce ghosts is far beyond that of humans.
In reality, the Countermeasure Bureau does not recommend using this method. Chapter 51, Gradually Approaching the Truth.
Of course, this is in the real world.
If it's in a replica, the fourth plan must not be chosen.
Honestly, avoid fierce ghost attacks through verified rules, use strange objects and talents to increase margin for error, and complete the tasks as much as possible. All-out direct confrontation with fierce ghosts in the real world can only be described as extremely dangerous, but in the replica world, being headstrong really means suffering worse than death.
Fierce ghosts in the real world and in replica worlds are not on the same level. You must keep this in mind. As he spoke further, Zhao Qingyan's tone became serious.
Zhao Qingyan then explained in detail the general responses and handling methods for these 4 situations, along with some special cases. In general, there are various ways to handle it, but the goal is always to ensure one's own safety first.
After listening, Lin Mo nodded seriously, indicating that he understood.
These things weren't present in those forums. There are indeed many benefits to joining the Countermeasure Bureau. While Lin Mo was digesting this information, Lin Qingyue asked a question.
Brother Yen, I noticed in the files, including this time, it feels like these types of anomalous events seem to be increasing recently?
Zhao Qingyan hesitated for a moment and said, to be honest, since I joined the Countermeasure Bureau nearly a year ago, I haven't felt much. But I've heard the older generation say, it's exactly as you said, Qingyue. However, this is not what we should be concerned with. Let's focus on the present first.
Lin Qingyue took a deep breath, trying hard to calm down. Brother Yen is right.
Previously we only focused on the perpetrator, and we know too little about the victim, Li Siyu herself.
Why was she easily deceived by Chen Hao? What kind of person was she in life? Did she have any special experiences or obsessions?
This information may be crucial to understanding the rules and obsessions formed after her death.
I agree with Sister Qingyue's view.
Lin Mo interjected, getting his thoughts clear. Maybe we can start by visiting Li Siyu's home. Understand her family situation and daily life. Then, go to her university to find her classmates and teachers.
In between, there may be key missing links.
Zhao Qingyan thought for a moment and made a decision. Okay, let's do this.
First, let's go to her home and take a look.
The information shows that her family is well off. Her father is a local real estate businessman, and their address is in a high-end villa area in Binhai district. 1 hour later, the three entered the villa community where Li Siyu's family lived.
The Li family's villa is a typical Chinese courtyard style.
The person who opened the door to receive them was a haggard-looking middle-aged woman with slightly red and swollen eyes, introducing herself as Li Siyu's mother, Zhou Hui. She led the three into a spacious yet somewhat cold living room.
Officer, is there news about my daughter?
Zhou Hui sat down and eagerly grabbed Lin Xingyue's hand. Zhao Qingyan signaled Lin Xingyue to calm her down while he tried to explain their intention in a steady tone.
Mrs. Li, please don't be agitated.
We are from the city bureau responsible for special cases, and we are currently fully investigating the case of your daughter, Li Siyu, who was missing. We came this time mainly to understand some information about Siyu and see if we can find new leads.
Has she shown any unusual behavior recently? Or did she mention anything special to you? Hearing there were no clues, Zhou Hui's gaze darkened, disappointment evident in her expression.
She released her grip, wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue, and tried hard to recall.
Unusual.
Siyu has always been a good child, she studies well and is understanding. It's just in the past 6 months, she suddenly started a relationship.
A relationship? Lin Xingyue asked softly, guiding the conversation.
Yes. Zhou Hui nodded, a complex look appearing on her face. Her father was especially angry when he found out. That boy is named Lu Yuan, a classmate of Siyu's, from a very ordinary family. I heard both his parents are regular workers. Guohua thinks that apart from studying, he is not worthy of Siyu in other aspects, and he won't be able to provide her a good life in the future. So he firmly opposed it and talked to Siyu several times, but during that time she was a bit stubborn and didn't listen.
And then? Zhao Qingyan pressed for more.
Zhou Hui sighed, her voice lowering. About more than a month ago, Guohua was really angry, so we found someone to look for that Lu Yuan.
Lin Mo keenly caught the key point. Look for someone? Mrs. Li, do you know who your husband went to find? Or what kind of person he is?
Zhou Hui shook her head in confusion. I don't really know. I don't usually ask about Guohua's business matters or who he knows. He only said to find someone to teach that kid a lesson and keep him away from Siyu.
Officer, could it be that Lu Yuan bore a grudge and kidnapped Siyu? You must investigate this.
As she spoke, she became agitated again. Mrs. Li, please don't worry. Right now, all of this is just our direction of investigation, and we have no solid evidence pointing to Lu Yuan. Zhao Qingyan explained, we need to understand all potentially related information.
Your husband is currently.
Just then, the heavy solid wooden door of the living room was pushed open, and a tall, serious-looking middle-aged man walked in. He scanned the three unfamiliar faces in the living room, finally resting his gaze on his wife.
Shall we have guests at home? Who are these? Guohua, you're back.
Zhou Hui quickly stood up. These are officers from the city bureau, here to understand Siyu's situation.
The person was indeed Li Siyu's father, Li Guohua.
Zhao Qingyan greeted him and then shook his hand.
Is there any progress in Siyu's case? What do you want to know? I will definitely cooperate fully. Does this incident involve abnormal events?
As a relatively successful businessman, he also had some understanding of the truths hidden beneath the dark side of the world.
The existence of evil spirits.
Zhao Qingyan did not answer this question but instead directly got to the point. Mr. Li, we just learned from Mrs. Li that you hired someone to teach Lu Yuan a lesson more than a month ago.
We want to know who you entrusted to do this? This could help our investigation.
Li Guohua's facial muscles tightened visibly, glaring at Zhou Hui, then his eyes flickered, seemingly weighing the pros and cons.
Does this have anything to do with my daughter's disappearance?
Lin Mo answered directly, it has a lot to do with it, even directly relates to whether your daughter can safely return.
Li Guohua fell silent for a few seconds before speaking in a low voice.
A friend introduced him to me, a thug under the Black Wolf gang in Binhua district. Everyone on the street calls him Brother Chang.
Brother Chang? What's his full name?
Zhao Qingyan pressed, but his heart sank suddenly, a name coming to mind.
It seems to be Zhao Deqiang. Li Guohua furrowed his brows in recollection. Yes, that's right, Zhao Deqiang. Yu Hai said this person works efficiently and won't leave any traces.
I just gave him some money and asked him to warn that guy named Lu to stay away from my daughter. Don't let a toad aspire to eat swan meat.
Just a warning, I told them not to lay a hand on him. Zhao Deqiang?
Lin Xingyue could not help but exclaim.
Zhao Qingyan's expression also instantly turned extremely grim. Who is this Yu Hai you mentioned? Lin Mo asked casually. He's our company's second-in-command, also my reliable assistant.
As soon as Lin Xingyue heard the name Zhao Deqiang, an icy anger shot straight to her head. She suddenly raised her hand to point at Li Guohua, her lips parting, the words, "Do you know what kind of beast you found has done to your daughter," almost escaping her lips. However, just as the first word was about to come out, her hand was nudged by Zhao Qingyan beside her, signaling her not to speak. Now was not the time to let the other party know the truth, only this way could they use the other party's daughter as leverage to force them to cooperate. For instance, if they had directly mentioned Li Siyu's death just now, this man in front of them probably would not have cooperated so readily. After all, his actions were also illegal. Lin Xingyue also realized this and quickly stopped talking. She felt she was still too young and too easily swayed by emotions. Next, Lin Mo and Zhao Qingyan carefully inquired about the details and then left the place. As soon as the car drove out of Yunlan Courtyard, Lin Xingyue broke the silence in the car.
That Yu Hai is definitely suspicious.
Zhao Qingyan held the steering wheel, driving at a steady pace.
What's the evidence?
Lin Xingyue hesitated. No evidence, just a gut feeling.
Brother Yan, I often only need to see half of a movie to guess how the latter part will unfold. It's all based on that gut feeling.
Lin Mo leaned back in his seat, chiming in.
Yeah, the coincidences are just too much.
Plus, Li Guohua hiring someone to deal with Lu Yuan ended up with his own daughter being targeted by Zhao Deqiang and his crew, becoming prey.
In between, Yu Hai's role probably isn't just a simple introducer. He seems like he's handing over a knife.
And the change in role of Zhao Deqiang's crew should not be merely because of interest in that girl. I just checked Zhao Deqiang's information. Although he often breaks the law and has been in prison more than once, he rarely mingles in romantic affairs and is very devoted to his wife and children.
Lin Mo said while flipping through his phone.
Zhao Qingyan gripped the steering wheel. What you said makes sense. We need to dig deeper into the Yu Hai connection, but now is not the right time.
Let's find Lu Yuan first. He should know a lot about the victim. As the car drove into Yin Hai University,
it was close to dusk. Zhao Qingyan showed his credentials, and after registering at the guard station, the car drove straight to the front of the administrative building. They contacted the college where Li Siyu and Lu Yuan were, and a serious-looking middle-aged man with glasses quickly welcomed them in the reception room.
3 officers, you are here regarding Li Siyu, right?
The vice dean of the medical college pushed his glasses up, his tone filled with concern. This child has been missing for nearly 2 weeks. We are also very worried.
If there's anything we can do to help, we will do our best.
Zhao Qingyan nodded. We want to find a student named Lu Yuan to understand some situations.
Lu Yuan?
The vice dean recalled slightly. Oh, that boy with very good grades. He should be at school today. I will have his counselor bring him here.
The wait was not long.
About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. A boy dressed in a clean white shirt and jeans, with a slightly thin build but exceptionally bright eyes, walked in.
Dean Zhang, you wanted to see me? Lu Yuan, these officers want to ask you some questions. Vice Dean Zhang simply introduced Zhao Qingyan and the others. You can talk. The principal had clearly been told not to ask too many questions. He nodded and left the room. Lin Mo stood beside Zhao Qingyan, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan's face.
At first glance, this boy seemed ordinary, but deep within those eyes lay a calmness far beyond that of an average college student. It was as if he had experienced great storms and waves. This person seemed very calm and mature. I'll test him a bit, Lin Mo thought to himself.
Only 4 people were left in the office.
Lin Mo didn't beat around the bush and directly stated, Lu Yuan, we are here to find out about Li Siyu. We have rescued her.
Lu Yuan's pupils instantly contracted.
Lin Mo stared intently into his eyes, adding in a steady voice. But she has suffered severe mental trauma. Her condition is very bad. She keeps mumbling and repeatedly saying she is dirty.
Impossible.
She is dead.
Lu Yuan's face turned extremely ugly in an instant, clearly realizing that his moment of slip exposed something.
Lin Mo's expression showed no change, still maintaining a calm yet scrutinizing attitude.
But he confirmed that Lu Yuan was definitely not simple. How did you know she was dead? Lu Yuan quickly regained his composure.
It has long been rumored in the school. I had thought she was harmed.
I apologize, I got a bit emotional just now. However, this seemingly reasonable explanation had too many loopholes in the eyes of Lin Mo and the other 2.
An ordinary student hearing that their girlfriend had been rescued would have reacted with joy and asked for details, not jumping to refute saying, she is already dead, like they had stepped on a tail. Lin Mo quietly listened to Lu Yuan's explanations and shook his head slowly,
deciding to probe further. No, you deceived us.
You are a player of that strange game. Lu Yuan's body suddenly tensed up, his right hand hanging by his side clenched into a fist. Though he tried hard to control himself and maintain his expression, the changes in his face and movements were still captured by the 3 people. Lin Mo was not afraid of affecting the rules. After all, he hadn't revealed the full name of the game. Zhao Qingyan stood behind Lin Mo, watching the young man in front of him lose control and then force himself to conceal it, feeling waves of surprise in his heart.
He did not expect that Lu Yuan would have such a big reaction upon hearing the word player. He glanced at Lin Mo's calm side profile, silently sighing. This newcomer is so meticulous, and his observation skills are strikingly keen.
From the moment he entered, he locked onto Lu Yuan, step by step guiding and pressuring him with words, ultimately hitting precisely on the deepest hidden secret.
This mindset and ability. Far from being an ordinary newcomer. Chapter 53, The Spirit Communication Tool.
Lin Xingyue also held her breath, as she too caught Lu Yuan's sudden intense reaction.
The seemingly ordinary boy indeed hides a huge secret. She instinctively leaned slightly to the side, standing a bit closer to the door, subtly blocking Lu Yuan's possible escape route.
Lin Mo saw Lu Yuan remain silent and took a step closer, reducing the distance between them.
Don't understand? That's fine. You only need to understand what I say now. I will now give you two choices. He raised a finger. First, I can eliminate you on the spot.
Trust me, we officially handle potential threats like this, holding enough power and exemptions.
I don't need solid evidence, just reasonable suspicion.
Lu Yuan's face turned completely pale, fine cold sweat breaking out on his forehead.
He could clearly feel the undisguised killing intent in Lin Mo's words. This was definitely not a threat.
Having experienced a game instance, he clearly knew how terrifying human nature could be. Second, you must tell me everything you know, about Li Xiyu, about her death, about your identity as a player, about all the truths behind this incident, all without reservation. Lin Mo stared into Lu Yuan's eyes, emphasizing once again.
The choice is yours, but the opportunity is only once.
Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly.
However, surprisingly, this intense emotional fluctuation lasted less than 3 seconds.
His previously tense body suddenly relaxed, and his tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. This shift made Lin Mo's heart stir slightly. To be able to regain control of oneself so quickly after such emotional turmoil, especially under the shock of having the biggest secret exposed. This young man's temperament is not simple, definitely not the kind to be reckless upon suddenly gaining power.
Lu Yuan exhaled again, releasing a breath of stagnant air. That's right, I am a player.
The damn strange erosion game player.
He admitted it. Are you players too?
The atmosphere in the office changed. Zhao Qingyan and Lin Xingyue subconsciously adjusted their standing positions.
Yes. Lin Mo nodded, signaling him to continue.
Having received the answer he sought, he immediately began recounting his experiences.
I got together with Xiyu about 8 months ago.
She was great, but I didn't expect her father to react so strongly.
Lu Yuan's expression carried a hint of bitterness. Li Guohua?
Lin Xingyue softly confirmed.
Yes. Lu Yuan nodded.
He looked for Xiyu many times, and talked to me as well. He paused, as if recalling the scene at that time, about 2 weeks ago. I can't remember the exact time, just a few days before Xiyu had her accident. I was cornered in the alley behind the snack street off campus. 3 or 4 people, they didn't hit me especially hard, they just gave me a beating and warned me to stay away from Li Xiyu, saying I wasn't worthy. At the time, I thought they were just ordinary thugs hired by Li Guohua, giving me a lesson. Although I was angry, I was used to it. After all, those few hadn't done anything too extreme.
I just didn't expect.
His voice trailed off. Just a few days later, Xiyu went missing. I am just an ordinary student, my family has no money or power.
With Xiyu missing, what could I do? I couldn't do anything. Lu Yuan's tone was filled with helplessness and guilt, until 3 days ago.
He suddenly raised his head, a flicker of panic and fear flashing in his eyes.
The strange erosion game chose me.
He seemed to see those terrifying scenes again. The process was truly a life and death struggle. We were 7 in total, only 3 survived however. After clearing the game, I obtained a tool. Zhao Qingyan was slightly surprised because only players whose game clearance rating reaches D level could obtain tools, while those with C level and above would definitely receive a tool.
It seems Lu Yuan's performance in this instance was quite good.
At the very least, it played a certain role in passing the copy. Lu Yuan fished out something that looked like a thin metal sheet from his pocket. About the size of a fingernail, with irregular edges, the surface was engraved with extremely fine patterns.
This is a strange tool related to spirit communication.
He held that small sheet tightly and handed it to Lin Mo. Since it's a consumable item, he had already used it, so he wasn't worried about Lin Mo taking it. Lin Mo took the thin sheet, and a system prompt popped up.
Remaining fate token, consumable strange item. Ability 1, Whisper of the Dead.
Consumes a small amount of mental energy, pressing the token tightly against an item with a strong emotional connection to the target spirit or one that has been in close contact for a long time, like clothing, jewelry, or personal belongings, attempting to establish a one-way communication link.
If successful, the user will summon the spirit into the world for the next 5 minutes. Usage count, 0 to 1. Note, ice-thin metal piece etched with twisted circuits. During the communication, there may be a wailing of the dead in your ears.
Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he handed the piece to Zhao Qingyan and Lin Xingyue for them to examine. Lu Yuan continued, as you can see, this strange item requires an object with a strong emotional connection to the target spirit to act as a catalyst before attempting to establish communication. I have a small hairpin that Suyuki gave me a long time ago. She wore it for quite a while. Lu Yuan's voice became hoarse. At that time, I held a slim hope but also felt immense fear when I used this item.
I hoped it would fail. I truly hoped it would fail. Because, if the communication succeeded, it would mean.
He choked up, and the rest of the words were self-evident. A trace of compassion flashed in Lin Xingyue's eyes.
But, it ultimately succeeded.
Lu Yuan's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes filled with a complex mix of fear and sorrow, as if he returned to that night.
I summoned a twisted and hideous evil spirit.
Her body was contorted, as if it had been crushed, covered in terrifying bruises. He suddenly shut his eyes.
I
wanted to talk to her, to ask her what happened, to tell her I wanted to save her, but... Lu Yuan shook his head in pain, but she could hardly communicate. It seemed her consciousness was filled only with pain and resentment.
Lin Mo and Zhao Qingyan exchanged glances, their expressions serious.
This matched perfectly with the information they got from Chun Hao and Zhao Deqiang, as well as the bloodstains and scratches at the scene. When Li Suyuki was sealed within the wall, she experienced unimaginable pain and despair, which directly led to the severe distortion and resentment of her spirit after death.
Just when I thought I was going to die at the hands of the Suyuki I summoned.
Lu Yuan's voice carried a trace of relief after surviving. Her movements suddenly stopped. Those eyes filled with madness and blood stared at me for a long time before she just vanished.
Chapter 54, The Behind-the-Scenes Killer Yu Hai.
Lu Yuan finished his story. Lin Mo digested the key information Lu Yuan provided.
To be honest, it didn't help them much.
However, finding a wild player with potential was worth even more than successfully handling such an anomaly.
This could be considered a pleasant surprise.
After confirming his identity, Lu Yuan seemed to have released a heavy burden, but recalling the experiences in the copy, he felt a bit lost about the future. Lin Mo didn't speak anymore, just slightly tilted his head, directing his gaze towards Zhao Qingyan behind him.
The latter understood and stepped forward. Classmate Lu Yuan, since your identity is confirmed, there are some rules that need to be clarified. This is good for you and for us.
Rules?
Zhao Qingyan nodded, that's right. Entering the copy means you've stepped into another world. And our official requirement for players is simply this, to avoid disturbing social order as much as possible.
He paused for a moment, giving Lu Yuan time to digest, while observing his reaction.
The country has a very clear attitude towards those who have special abilities. You have two paths. Zhao Qingyan held up two fingers. First, join us, the Anomaly Event Response Bureau of Silver Sea City, which is the department we belong to. Become an official member. The benefits are resources, information, training, and a legal identity and authority. You have power, we need power, a win-win cooperation. Of course, you must also follow our discipline and constraints, accept task assignments. Second, choose to be a lone wolf outside the system.
As long as you stay within the law, do not use your abilities for illegal activities, and avoid touching those dangerous hidden taboos, the official side won't actively cause you trouble.
Your life will be relatively free, but...
Zhao Qingyan's tone became heavier. Once you cross the line and use your power to harm social safety, we will decisively act to eliminate the threat. Lu Yuan's face remained pale. He took a deep breath and looked directly at Zhao Qingyan, pointing at Lin Mo and asking. Just now, he said he could handle me with reasonable suspicion.
Isn't this breaking the law?
This question had clearly been bottled up in him for a long time. Special situation, special authorization.
Zhao Qingyan appeared indifferent.
Even for unofficial players, the country's attitude is to avoid disturbing social order as much as possible. In certain cases, like revenge or making profits through appropriate means, the official side allows it, but it must have limits. Social stability is something we must always maintain, but players hold extraordinary powers, and the official side is not unaware of flexibility.
Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment, and the confusion in his eyes gradually faded.
He lifted his head, looking at Zhao Qingyan and Lin Mo. I want to join the official side.
Zhao Qingyan raised an eyebrow, not surprised by this answer.
He turned to Lin Mo, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Xiao Lin, you can recommend him this time.
All the rewards issued by the Bureau will go to you. Lin Mo nodded, without declining. Thank you, Captain Zhao.
He remembered that Yin Feng had done the same before. As the recommender, he could gain rewards and provide newcomers with a safer path. The official side always encouraged this kind of internal recommendation, ensuring the reliability of the newcomers while benefiting the recommenders.
Zhao Qingyan added, however, you are still in the internship period, and you need to participate in 2 real-world missions to become a full member.
For now, you cannot be directly recommended. So I will help you with the procedures this time, but it will still count as your recommendation.
Lin Mo understood Zhao Qingyan's meaning. Zhao Qingyan was paving the way for him to quickly accumulate qualifications. Alright, thank you, Captain Zhao. Lin Mo replied briefly, turning his gaze to Lu Yuan. Are you sure you've thought this through? Lu Yuan took a deep breath and nodded. I don't want to face those things alone anymore. Also, I want to find out what happened to Siyu. Okay, then you'll come with us back to the bureau to handle the formalities.
Zhao Qingyan patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, but before that, we need to resolve the issue of Li Siyu. You wait here, we'll find you once we deal with this matter. After exchanging contact information with a few people, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment but still spoke up.
Can you take me with you? I want to know exactly who killed Siyu. Zhao Qingyan refused without hesitation. No, that's against the rules. You're still an outsider, and according to regulations, you cannot participate in the actions. Moreover, you have a direct connection to this matter, and your emotions can easily affect your judgment. But Lu Yuan wanted to say something more.
Lin Xingyue interrupted him. We understand your feelings, but rules are rules.
Don't worry, if there's news, we will notify you immediately. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, ultimately nodding. Okay, I will wait for your news. After sending Lu Yuan off, Lin Mo turned and asked. Where to next?
Lin Xingyue took out her phone and quickly pulled up some information. That second in command, Yu Hai, I just had the police check and found out he has several large transactions with Zhao Deqiang, and the timing is very suspicious. Zhao Qingyan took the phone and glanced at it, sneering coldly.
There really is a problem. Let's go directly to his house.
Lin Xingyue sent the information to the three phones, adding.
He lives in a high-end villa area called Jinqiu Mountain Villa on the outskirts of the city.
The car started again and drove towards the destination.
An hour later, the car stopped in front of the gate of Jinqiu Mountain Villa.
Zhao Qingyan displayed his credentials, and the security guard dared not stop them, immediately letting them through.
Following the navigation, the three quickly found Yu Hai's residence. A three-story European-style villa, brightly lit. Go in directly? Lin Mo asked. Zhao Qingyan nodded. There's no time to go through procedures, we break in forcefully. Because time was tight, and it involved a fierce ghost, they could skip the procedures.
The three acted swiftly, climbing over the wall to enter.
In the study, Yu Hai was reading, startled by the sudden noise. Who are you? Yu Hai stood up abruptly, his face pale. Zhao Qingyan showed his ID. Anomaly Incident Response Bureau of Yinhai City.
Yu Hai, you are suspected of being involved in a murder case, come with us.
Yu Hai forced himself to stay calm. You've got the wrong person. I don't know anything.
Lin Mo said coldly.
Zhao Deqiang, this name is not unfamiliar to you.
Yu Hai's pupils suddenly contracted, cold sweat dripping from his forehead.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
The three dragged Yu Hai outside, but his wife and child heard the noise and cried out, trying to stop them, only to be blocked by Lin Xingyue. However, just as they were about to step out of the villa's main door, Yu Hai's mouth suddenly curled up uncontrollably, revealing a strange smile.
Chapter 55, The Ghost Behind the Mirror. Not good.
Zhao Qingyan shouted, but it was already too late.
A hint of madness flashed in Yu Hai's eyes.
Yu Hai's body suddenly convulsed, his mouth stretching wider and wider, almost tearing to the roots of his ears. His hands quickly shot up, fingers bent into claw shapes, reaching for his throat.
Stop him.
Zhao Qingyan yelled and rushed forward.
But it was already too late.
Yu Hai's hands abruptly plunged into his throat, blood spraying out instantly. His fingers twisted among flesh and blood, making a horrifying squelching sound.
It was unimaginable how strong he must be.
His face still bore that eerie smile, as if he felt no pain at all.
Lin Xingyue's face turned pale, instinctively taking a step back.
Lin Mo stared tightly at Yu Hai's corpse, his brow furrowed. In fact, he had just used a time pause that could have stopped the other, and he realized it too. But he felt it was unnecessary. First, using this ability in front of Zhao Qingyan and Lin Xingyue might make them feel something was off, both of them were seasoned players. Secondly, Lin Mo believed that if Yu Hai died, it would confirm one point, which was that the fierce ghost's target was indeed him, and it was nearby. Anyway, he could always rewind time later, so the urgent task was to first find the place where Li Siyu's corpse had appeared before. According to the previous pattern of the deaths of Chen Hao and the others, this fierce ghost was likely hiding behind a mirror nearby.
It's happening again, Zhao Qingyan gritted his teeth.
Lin Mo looked around and said grimly.
The source must be around here, let's split up and search.
The three quickly dispersed, carefully searching every corner of the villa. Lin Mo went up to the second floor along the stairs. At the end of the corridor was a bathroom. He pushed the door open, and the sight in front of him made his pupils contract. The mirror in the bathroom had shattered, cracks spreading like a spider web. What was even creepier was that there was a dark hole behind the mirror, the edges jagged. It felt as if something had been forcibly hollowed out from within. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and activated his innate ability. The surrounding scene began to twist, and time flowed back like a river, carrying him to an hour ago. The car drove through the night, and Lin Mo suddenly spoke.
Brother Yan, I saw some images again.
Zhao Qingyan's hand on the steering wheel paused slightly, and he glanced at him.
What images? The moment of Yu Hai's death.
Lin Mo's voice was deep, right in his villa, his mouth split open, hands digging into his own throat.
Lin Qingyue gasped.
This method of dying.
Are you saying Li Siyu has set her sights on him?
Yes. Lin Mo nodded. I suspect her true form is lurking near Yu Hai's home. We need to hurry. Once we control Yu Hai, we must immediately find her true form, so she won't have a chance to react. Zhao Qingyan stepped on the gas, and the car sped up suddenly.
Do you have a specific location?
Lin Mo shook his head. Although he knew the location, he would not reveal too much. Zhao Qingyan's gaze darkened. Okay, I'll hurry.
I hope he's not dead yet.
Because Zhao Qingyan was driving relatively fast, only 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the gate of Jinqiu Mountain Villa. The guard, seeing it was a police car, did not dare to stop them and quickly let them pass.
The three quickly found Yu Hai's villa according to the navigation.
The villa was brightly lit, and faintly the sound of a television could be heard. Zhao Qingyan signaled, and the three dispersed, approaching the villa from different directions. Lin Mo circled to the backyard and found an unlocked window. He gently pushed it open and climbed inside, landing almost without making any sound. The room was filled with a faint scent of perfume, mixed with the fragrance of ink from the study. He advanced along the wall and soon met up with Zhao Qingyan and Lin Qingyue. Zhao Qingyan pointed upstairs and whispered.
The study is on the second floor, Yu Hai should be there.
Don't alert him, let's see if we can finally see Yu's true form first.
The three spread out.
Lin Mo quickly walked toward the bathroom on the second floor, pushed the door open, and his gaze immediately locked onto the broken mirror. The mirror was covered in cracks, and dark red liquid seeped between the cracks, like congealed blood. He leaned in to observe and found a vague dark space behind the mirror, with a pair of bloodshot eyes staring intensely at him, filled with resentment and madness. But there was no intent to attack. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Li Siyu had already appeared at this moment. However, since the other party seemed to have no intention of attacking, he also had no plans to attack her. Relying too much on strange tools and innate abilities was not a good thing.
Lin Mo did not alert her.
He quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Qingyan and Lin Qingyue. Second floor bathroom, there's something wrong with the mirror, hurry. Then he turned and rushed toward the study.
In the study, Yu Hai was sitting on a chair.
Seeing Lin Mo suddenly burst in, he jumped up, his face instantly turning pale. You, who are you? His voice trembled. Lin Mo didn't waste words, he grabbed his collar and dragged him toward the bathroom. Yu Hai struggled desperately, flailing his arms helplessly, his throat letting out terrified screams.
Let me go. What do you want from us?
Lin Mo frowned and raised his hand, striking a knife hand on the back of Yu Hai's neck.
Yu Hai's body immediately went limp, like a pile of mud dragged by Lin Mo into the bathroom.
Upon entering the bathroom, the broken mirror immediately changed. The blood between the cracks became even more pronounced, and pieces of the mirror began to peel away, revealing a dark space behind. A pair of pale hands reached out from the darkness, gripping the mirror frame.
Then, a distorted face slowly emerged, the corners of its mouth torn to the ears, revealing bone-white teeth.
Lin Mo felt a chill rushing up from his feet, but he did not back down. He stared into those eyes. Without hesitation, he dragged the unconscious Yu Hai in front of the mirror, then pulled out the evil spirit dagger from his waist, aimed it at Yu Hai's throat, and swiftly slashed down.
Blood spurted out, splattering on the mirror's surface.
The pair of sinister eyes suddenly froze, and a hint of confusion flickered through the resentful gaze. The space behind the mirror seemed to stand still, and that pair of pale hands also froze in midair. At that moment, Zhao Qingyan and Lin Qingyue rushed in. Zhao Qingyan was momentarily taken aback by the scene, but quickly regained his composure. He swiftly took out a golden body bag from his backpack, stepped forward, and carefully stuffed the pale hands and the twisted face inside.
Chapter 56, The Strange Night Breaks Dawn.
Then, Zhao Qingyan tightened the bag's opening and sealed it with a special lock.
Well done.
Zhao Qingyan let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Lin Mo, saying, when confronting a vengeful ghost, killing its enemy in front of it can temporarily ease its resentment and put it in a brief state of rigidity.
Of course, this is not absolute, but Li Siyu clearly fits the situation.
This was also a method Zhao Qingyan had mentioned before for dealing with vengeful ghosts, and Lin Mo successfully applied it this time.
Lin Mo put away the dagger and glanced at the golden body bag. Is this incident considered over? What happens next? Zhao Qingyan smiled slightly. It should be over. He picked up the body bag, his tone relaxed. Next, we'll go back to the bureau and hand over Li Siyu's spirit to the designated research department for processing. As for Yu Hai's body, we will notify the local police for the aftermath. Not long after, Lin Mo and the others had a rough understanding of the incident's course and cause. Li Siyu was a university student from Silver Sea City, with a wealthy family. Her father, Li Guohua, was a local real estate businessman. She was in a relationship with a fellow student, Lu Yuan, but due to Lu Yuan's ordinary background, she faced strong opposition from Li Guohua. Li Guohua, determined to break them apart, introduced his company's second-in-command, Yu Hai, and hired the gang leader Zhao Deqiang to warn Lu Yuan. However, Yu Hai secretly plotted a scheme. Yu Hai had long been suppressed by Li Guohua and harbored resentment. He exploited Li Guohua's dissatisfaction with Lu Yuan, deliberately introducing the disreputable Zhao Deqiang and hinting that totally resolving Li Siyu could hit Li Guohua. His plan was to let Li Guohua spiral into despair through Li Siyu's disappearance or death, while using Zhao Deqiang's hands to cover his own participation. He intentionally leaked Li Siyu's information to Zhao Deqiang and suggested that Zhao Deqiang could go further. Zhao Deqiang and his men lured Li Siyu to a warehouse in the suburbs and violated her. Li Siyu, unable to bear the humiliation, tried to resist but ultimately was buried alive in the wall of Chun Hao's bathroom after being gravely injured and losing consciousness. She awoke within the wall, experiencing extreme pain before dying, her resentment transforming into a vengeful ghost. The next day at noon, Lin Mo sat by the apartment's bay window, basking in the sun. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He swiped the screen, and a bank app notification popped up. 200,000 task reward has been credited. Including the 100,000 joining bonus and previous savings, his account balance was nearing 500,000. Lin Mo planned to order a vehicle for convenience in transportation. He also intended to change his place of residence, which he had already arranged near the headquarters of the Anomalous Countermeasure Bureau. Ordinary people had no right to rent or buy property here, but now he was considered an internal member and could rent a room at a low price. It was said that after becoming a regular, the Bureau would also grant a vehicle and allocate a house. He opened the internal app, noticing his contribution point balance had increased by 40 points. Converted, his contribution to this mission was nearly 50%. Combined with the 20 points earned during onboarding, he could now exchange for a low-level cursed object. Lin Mo planned to check if there were any consumable cursed objects that had already been used up. After a thorough search, he truly found something good. Fragment of a secret contract, consumable strange item. Ability 1, Blood Letter Inquiry. Spread one's own blood on the paper, consuming physical and mental strength. The fragment will automatically reveal one unknown clue related to the current instance, which will continue to appear for 30 seconds before the text dissipates as blood mist. Usable times, 0/1. Note, this yellowed piece of paper is a torn remnant from an ancient book. It can glimpse unexpected secrets. This is a consumable strange item, and using it will not affect its integrity. Since it has already been used, the selling price is exactly 60 contribution points, so Lin Missouri bought it without hesitation. After days of research, Lin Mo knew that his reset ability was extremely precious. Except for certain extremely special consumable strange items, he had never heard of anyone whose talent could stable reset cooldowns and usage times. Of course, it's also possible that someone might be hiding their ability. So even though this consumable strange item has great effects, no one chose to buy it. After all, contribution points can be exchanged for cash. One contribution point is worth 10,000, but 10,000 can't buy one contribution point. After paying the contribution points, the strange item was delivered that same night. Lin Mo directly reset it using his talent, then kept it close to him. He also tried to use his ability to pull parallel bodies to exchange for more identical items, but it seemed impossible. System prompt, insufficient ability. It's likely that anything related to the strange game cannot be pulled. If it could be pulled, it would break the balance. Perhaps this is why the strange game doesn't allow it. However, his intuition told him that if his ability could be upgraded later, it might be possible. Next, he planned to engage in some buying and selling business, buying used consumable strange items at a low price, resetting them, and then selling them at a high price. But now his startup capital is too little. He doesn't trust others, so it's better to wait until after completing the next instance before making plans. Some things cannot be rushed. A few days later, it was the 10th of the month. Lin Mo distributed a fixed salary of 50,000 yuan and 10 contribution points. He used these 10 contribution points and 200,000 yuan to buy the remnant bond fragment from Lu Yuan, who had already joined their team. Of course, he also anonymously offered a reward on the website for the location of that person named Su Wanqing with a strange item. After doing all this, a new instance was about to arrive. Headquarters of the Countermeasures Bureau. Late at night, the director's office was still lit. Director Qin Yu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his brow furrowed. He was in his early 50s, with some gray at the temples. Come in. Hearing a knock on the door, Xinyu said in a deep voice.
The door was pushed open, and a man in a black trench coat stepped in slowly. He was around 30 years old, with a stern expression, and wore a monocle over his left eye, which glowed with an eerie purple light under the lamp. What was most striking was his right hand, which appeared an unnatural bluish gray, the surface of the skin covered in fine cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment.
What's the situation? Xinyu turned around.
The mysterious man removed his monocle, rubbed his forehead, and spoke in a low voice. The erosion rate has reached 26.3%.
Xinyu's face instantly became extremely ugly. So fast? Wasn't it only 25% last month?
It has accelerated in the last 3 days. The mysterious man sat down next to the sofa. According to the trend in the past few days, it will break 30% at the latest in 2 months.
What will happen if it breaks 30%? Xinyu's voice was somewhat tight.
The mysterious man paused for a moment. More people in the real world will be drawn into the strange game, and the speed of the integration between reality and the eroded world will greatly accelerate. Even more serious is that the Dawn of Strange Night event is very likely to occur ahead of schedule.
Is there a way to slow it down?
Xinyu's voice was somewhat hoarse. The mysterious man shook his head.
Once erosion begins, it cannot be reversed, this is the rule. All we can do is adapt and resist. Director, instead of getting tangled up in unchangeable facts, why not think about how to respond?
I suggest increasing support for the players and, if necessary, even compromising with those grassroots organizations.
Now is not the time for infighting. Xinyu remained silent for a long time before slowly nodding. You're right. Tomorrow I will hold a high-level meeting to adjust the resource distribution plan. Understood.
Humanity must unite to fight against the strange.
Xinyu said solemnly, no matter what, we cannot give up. Humanity will definitely win.
The mysterious man stood behind him, his gaze deep and inscrutable behind the monocle. He gently stroked his ashen right hand and whispered, I hope so. Chapter 1, The Arrival of the Vengeful Spirit. Dungeon name, The Arrival of the Vengeful Spirit, Level 1 Dungeon. Dungeon type, dungeons of difficulty level 1 to 3 and above will not provide dungeon types. Dungeon description, 10 years ago, during a midnight screening, all the people in the audience mysteriously died, their bodies twisted as if scared to death by some indescribable fear.
Their souls still remain trapped in the screen, waiting for new viewers.
1. Assist director Zhang Chonlin in completing the horror film The Arrival of the Vengeful Spirit, *.
2. Ensure that the number of viewers at the premiere exceeds 150 and lasts until the end of the film. 3. Personally watch the entire film. Asterisk. Asterisk denotes necessary tasks.
Lin Mo rubbed his temples, quickly awakening himself, while scanning his surroundings. The room was not large, but it was very clean. On the white walls hung several movie posters, and in the corner stood a brand new projector next to a few computers and electronic devices. The air conditioner hummed softly, the temperature was moderate, and a faint scent of coffee lingered in the air. He looked around, there were 10 other people in the room, some leaning against the wall, some sitting on chairs, each with different expressions. Some looked terrified and anxious, while others appeared relatively calm, though their hands trembled slightly. But no one was making a loud noise. Clearly, everyone was not new to the game. Lin Mo's gaze quickly swept over the task panel, and the others were doing the same thing, likely checking the task panel too. Except for one man who had his back to them. Complete the horror film? Lin Mo frowned, this task is a bit different this time. In front of the room, the man wearing a dark gray shirt slowly turned around. He lifted his head, wearing a professional smile, his tone calm. Welcome, everyone. No one spoke, but all eyes were fixed on him. The film has been completed, and the actors have gone home. The man continued, now I need everyone to assist in completing the post-production editing and promotion work. A delicate-looking woman with long hair cautiously asked, what should we be aware of for the editing and promotion? Will there be any dangers or anything like that? The man smiled but did not answer her, instead, he directly pushed the conversation forward. Before we officially get started, I would like everyone to first watch this film and hear your opinions. Long-haired woman Ji Xiaoya tested the waters but did not continue to inquire. Lin Mo stared at him, feeling that there was something hidden in the man's smile. His smile never changed, as if it were carved on his face. But the task required them to assist in completing the movie, so they could only go through the motions. Alright, it won't hurt to take a look. A young man in a tracksuit shrugged and pulled a chair to sit down. Seeing this, others also found places to sit. A few people looked pale, seemingly not fully back to their senses. But with prompts from other players, they hurriedly moved forward. The man in the dark gray shirt nodded in satisfaction and prepared to turn on the projector. Wait a minute. A young man with a sinister gaze spoke up to interrupt. The man in the dark gray shirt paused his actions, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, finally resting on the sinister-eyed man. The sinister man stared at him and directly asked,
"Are you Jiang Chonglin?"
The other man maintained a professional smile, his tone calm.
"Let's first watch the video."
After saying this, he walked over to the projector and pressed the switch. The projector emitted a faint hum, and images began to appear on the screen. The sinister man frowned, clearly unhappy with the other man's evasion.
This person was just an NPC, why was he so arrogant?
He suddenly stood up, his voice deep. "No, you must answer my question first." As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. The sinister man froze, his pupils contracting violently, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. A pair of pale hands reached out from the void, fingers spread wide, directly covering his eyes.
The hands slowly tightened, nails digging deep into his skin, blood streaming down his cheeks. In the next second, the corners of his mouth tore open, extending all the way to his ears. Blood gushed out, splattering on the faces of nearby players, warm and sticky. The sinister man's body convulsed violently, bones cracking with a snap, limbs twisting at bizarre angles, as if being twisted into a twist by an invisible force. His body jerked violently before falling to the ground with a thud, silent and still. The room was filled with dead silence, several people were unable to react. A few seconds later, a scream broke the silence. A woman in a red coat covered her mouth, her face pale, her body trembling violently, then she bent over and vomited directly onto the script on the table. Her gaze was unfocused, mumbling something indistinctly. The man frowned, seemingly unconcerned, pulling a pack of tissues from his pocket and leisurely wiping the stains off the script. Chillingly, after just a few gentle wipes, the vomit seemed to vanish as if it had never existed, easily wiped clean. Lin Mo stared at this scene, a chill rising in his heart. Something was wrong with this script. And the next second, an invisible force pried the mouth of the woman in the red coat open, a clump of thick black hair spilling from her throat, mixed with bits of flesh and filth. Her eyes rolled back, her body yanked into the air like a marionette, her limbs cracking backward at the joints with crack sounds. More and more black hair surged forth, wrapping around her neck and dangling her from the ceiling. Her skin visibly shriveled, as if her flesh and blood had been drained, leaving only a layer of wrinkled human skin, which fell to the ground with a thud. No. No. I don't want to stay here.
Another woman with a ponytail suddenly broke down, screaming as she rushed towards the door, pulling open the large door beside her and bolting outside. She had been observing carefully, this was the only exit. The others fearfully realized that outside was a thick darkness. But the already broken ponytail woman didn't care anymore. In her view, this room was the scariest place. Without any hesitation, she ran out, her figure instantly swallowed by darkness, and within 2 seconds, even her footsteps could not be heard. And the door, after the woman ran out, slammed shut with a bang. Only heavy breathing remained in the room. The remaining people all looked pale. Another man, realizing what was happening, was about to run out when he was stopped by another man.
"Do you want to die too? Don't run away." Chapter 2, 3 people decrease at the beginning.
The man in the dark gray shirt surveyed the remaining people, his smile unchanged.
"Now, can we continue watching the video?"
The others nodded, their faces showing terror.
"Sit down obediently and stop talking."
However, everyone deliberately avoided the position of the 2 corpses, such a death was too frightening. And too brutal, with 2 people dead at the start and 1 having fled. Lin Mo looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and thought to himself. At the same time, the 4 blood-red characters "The Ghost is Coming" slowly appeared on the pitch-black screen. Each character's edge seemed soaked in blood, and the font's outline was slightly twisted. It made the entire title look blurry and eerie, giving a strong feeling of visual discomfort. When the last character coming fully appeared, it looked like it was being pulled by some force, finally gathering into a dark red liquid at the bottom of the screen. The pool of blood slightly trembled, reflecting a blurry human face, but before it could be seen clearly, the image suddenly cut to the actual film.
In the room, the breaths of 7 people instinctively held their breath. Someone subconsciously leaned back, seemingly trying to distance themselves from the screen.
The film began with a dimly lit bedroom. The camera slowly advanced, showing a woman kneeling by the bed, bending down to check under it. Her movements were very skilled, her left hand supported the floor while her right hand held a phone for light. It seemed there was nothing under the bed, very clean, with only a few specks of dust floating in the light. The woman sighed in relief and straightened up. The camera turned to the bedside table, where a photo frame was displayed, showing her and several friends together. She picked up the frame, glanced at it, then put it back and turned off the bedside lamp.
"It's been 3 years, it should be fine now, right?"
The next scene showed the passage of time with several quick cuts, mixed with daily life, filled with joy and sadness. But that was not the main point. The key was that Lin Mo noticed the woman checked under the bed less and less often. Sometimes she would just take a casual glance and later simply get into bed. She lay on the bed playing on her phone, looking very relaxed, completely unlike how tense she was at first.
Until one night.
The woman yawned and walked towards the bed, just about to lie down when she suddenly froze. The camera followed her line of sight down, revealing a large mass of black hair between the edge of the bed and the floor. The mass of hair trembled slightly, as if something was beneath it. The woman's hand began to shake. She slowly crouched down, and the light from her phone screen lit up again. This time, the light revealed not the floor, but a pale face. The face was identical to hers, staring at her with wide-open eyes. When the light hit her eyes, the corners of that face's mouth suddenly split open, revealing a dense row of sharp teeth. A sound came from under the floorboards, "Oh at it," with her voice exactly like the woman's, but carrying a strange echo.
"Now it's your turn to go under the bed."
As soon as the words fell, a pale hand suddenly reached out from under the bed, grabbing the woman's ankle. The image abruptly halted, and the screen fell dark. In the room, only the rising and falling breaths of the 7 people remained. To be honest, from the perspective of a horror film enthusiast, this horror film wasn't that scary. But it couldn't be helped, 2 people had just died, and 1 had fled due to a mental breakdown.
So the immersion was quite strong.
After watching this horror film, Lin Mo felt a bit chilly.
The film's image brightened up again, switching to an ordinary old-style residential building.
In the hallway, faded spring couplets were posted, and there were many garbage bags piled in the corner, carrying the faint smell of spoiled food even through the screen. The camera moved up along the stairs, stopping in front of a door on the 4th floor. Inside, the crisp sound of mahjong tiles clashing could be heard, mixed with several women's giggles and banter.
3 dots. Pun. Oh, your luck is really poor today.
The camera passed through the iron gate. In the living room, smoke curled around. 4 middle-aged women sat around the mahjong table. A woman with curly hair held a cigarette in her mouth, frowning deeply as she focused on the game. On the sofa behind her, a little girl in pink pajamas curled up, looking down and scratching at her hair.
"Mom, my head is so itchy."
The little girl lifted her head, her voice soft. The curly-haired woman waved her hand impatiently without turning her head. "If it's itchy, wash your hair, don't disturb me while I'm playing cards." The little girl bit her lip, scratched a few more times, and found some greasy black hair stuck in her nails. She looked down, quietly twisted her hair into a clump, and threw it into the trash can. In the following days, the camera showed brief clips of the little girl scratching her head more and more often. She scratched at the dinner table, she scratched while doing homework, and even scratched in the middle of the night when she woke up. Her scalp turned red from scratching, but she seemed unable to control herself. After an unknown number of days, the little girl stood in front of the bathroom mirror, her hair wet, looking like she had just washed it. She stared at the mirror, slowly parting her hair with her fingers, revealing a small patch of scalp. That patch of skin was slightly red, and some tiny bumps could be faintly seen, appearing like blood vessels, or... The little girl paused her hand, her eyes filled with confusion. She leaned closer to the mirror, wanting to see more clearly. Suddenly, that patch of scalp suddenly rose and fell. The little girl stepped back in shock, nearly falling. She breathed heavily, staring at the mirror, but her scalp returned to calm, as if it had just been her illusion. The next morning, the curly-haired woman finally couldn't stand her daughter's cries any longer, grumbling as she took her to the hospital. In the dermatology clinic, the doctor was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a kind demeanor. He asked the little girl to sit in the chair, standing behind her, parting her hair to examine it. "Have you been washing your hair frequently lately?" the doctor asked while looking.
"I washed it, but it's still really itchy,"
the little girl replied softly. The doctor's fingers gently pressed on her scalp, and suddenly, his movement stopped. The little girl felt the doctor's fingers tremble slightly.
"What's wrong?"
She wanted to turn her head but was held by the doctor on her shoulder.
"Don't move."
The doctor's voice was somewhat tense. Though she couldn't see it, she could feel the doctor's expression change. The doctor slowly parted her hair at the back of her head, moving extremely carefully as if afraid to disturb something. As the strands were separated layer by layer, the tiny bumps on her scalp became even more pronounced. They were not blood vessels, but thin little lines, resembling cracks. The doctor's tweezers barely touched one of the cracks, and the entire patch of scalp suddenly surged violently. The little girl screamed in fright, trying to struggle, but the doctor held her down firmly. In the next second, her hair was lifted as if by some force, revealing the entire patch of scalp at the back of her head.
That wasn't skin, but a thin, translucent membrane.
Beneath the membrane, countless eyeballs were crammed together, each the size of a mung bean, spinning wildly. The doctor's tweezers fell to the tray with a clang, his face filled with terror.
Chapter 3 Jiang Chonglin.
The scene shifted again, this time to a dimly lit old-fashioned living room. A Buddhist altar was placed on a low cabinet against the wall, with a black and white memorial photo on it. The elderly man in the photo had a serious expression, staring straight ahead. In front of the altar stood a small incense burner, 3 sticks of incense already burned out, leaving only a few blackened stubs. The camera pulled back, revealing a teenage boy sitting on the sofa, holding a smartphone, occasionally glancing up at the altar.
Dad, the incense is almost burnt out. The boy shouted towards the kitchen. Sounds of running water and dishes clattering came from the kitchen, blended with his father's voice. You light new ones first, I'll come after I finish the dishes. The boy pouted, put down his phone, and slowly walked to the altar. He picked up 3 new sticks of incense, lit them with a lighter, and placed them in the burner. The smoke curled up, obscuring the face of his grandfather in the memorial photo. The boy stared at the photo for a few seconds, suddenly frowning. He always felt that the eyes of his grandfather in the photo seemed to move slightly, shifting their gaze from straight ahead to himself. Just an illusion. He murmured softly, turning around to go back to the sofa, but this time he sat at a different angle, facing away from the altar. In the following days, the lens presented a few short segments showing the boy increasingly frequently looking towards the altar. He raised his head while eating and found that his grandfather in the photo seemed to smile a little more than usual. While doing homework, he caught a glimpse of the eyes in the photo turning towards him. When he woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, passing through the living room, the incense in the burner had clearly gone out, yet a wisp of thin blue smoke floated out. The boy started to deliberately avoid the altar, even unwilling to be alone in the living room. Mom, can you put away Grandpa's photo? One day at dinner, the boy suddenly spoke. His mother paused in her actions, her brows furrowing. What nonsense are you talking about? Your grandpa has only just passed, how can we put away his photo? But... The boy opened his mouth and then closed it again. He couldn't possibly say he felt like the grandfather in the photo was staring at him, right? His parents would surely think he was imagining things, and then they would scold him again. His father put down his bowl, his tone serious. Grandpa cared for you the most in his life, and now that he is gone, you won't even offer him a stick of incense? The boy lowered his head, took a few bites of rice, and didn't say anything more. That night, the boy was awakened by a series of oh-oh-edit sounds. He opened his eyes, the room was pitch black, with only a sliver of light from the living room seeping in under the door. The sound was very soft, like someone flipping through paper, or like nails scraping against wood. The boy held his breath, listening carefully. The sound was coming from the living room, intermittent and sporadic. He hesitated for a moment but still pulled off the blanket and got out of bed. He pushed open the bedroom door, and the living room light was still on. The boy squinted, his gaze falling directly on the altar. The photo on the offering table had somehow flipped over, facing away from the room. A layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on the boy's back. He clearly remembered that the photo was facing outward before he went to sleep. His parents would never mess with Grandpa's memorial photo. Dad? Mom? He called softly, but the door to his parents' bedroom was closed, and there was no response inside. The oh-it sound started again, this time clearer, as if it was coming from the back of the photo. The boy's feet felt like they were rooted to the ground, unable to move. He stared at the photo turned away from him, his throat dry. After quite some time, he finally summoned the courage, stepping slowly toward the altar. The closer he got, the more pronounced the oh-it sound became. But when he stood in front of the offering table, the sound suddenly stopped. The boy reached out, trembling as he grasped the edge of the photo, slowly turning it over. His grandfather in the photo still had that serious expression, but the boy felt his gaze was sharper than usual, and the curve of his mouth deeper. It's just psychological. He comforted himself. Just as he was about to back away, he suddenly noticed a small stain on the glass of the photo, right at the corner of Grandpa's mouth. The boy leaned in to take a closer look. The stain was dark red, like dried blood. At that moment, the grandfather in the photo suddenly blinked his eyes. The boy was so frightened that he stumbled backward, knocking over a chair behind him. But there was still no movement from his parents' bedroom. He turned to run but found his slippers had somehow slipped off, neatly placed in front of the offering table. A chill shot up his spine from his bare feet. The boy, barefoot, staggered toward his parents' bedroom, banging on the door with all his strength. Dad! Mom! Open the door! There was a deathly silence inside. Suddenly, the boy's hand, which was about to knock on the door again, froze in the air, his eyes blankly turning to the altar. The photo on the offering table had somehow flipped over again, now facing away from him. And from the back of the photo, a dark red liquid slowly began to seep out. A thud landed on the offering table. The next morning, the parents found their son missing. His slippers were neatly placed in front of the shrine, but no one could be found inside or outside the house. After calling the police, they searched the entire house. A young officer noticed the photo on the shrine and pointed to a corner of the picture, asking, "Was there this mark here before?" The father leaned in to take a look, and his expression changed. There were a few dark red fragments at the corner of Grandpa's mouth, like dried bloodstains. After the medical examiner took samples for testing, they confirmed it was human blood. What was even stranger was that when the police tried to take down the photo for further inspection, they found a yellowed note stuck to the back of the frame, written with a brush. Endless incense, blood meals never cease.
The last image on the screen froze on that yellowed note in front of the shrine, with the blood-red words appearing especially striking in the darkness. Suddenly, the whole screen flickered violently, like the signal was interfered with, and the image twisted into a blur of snowflake noise. A few seconds later, the noise gradually coalesced into distorted human faces. Those faces seemed to be forcibly squeezed onto the screen, with features misaligned and hollow eye sockets seeping black blood. Finally, those faces formed a line of words.
"Welcome, audience, please take your seats."
A man stood by the projector, his smile appearing even more rigid. He slowly scanned the crowd, his voice deep.
"How is this film?"
Lin Mo felt a tightness in his throat, instinctively licking his lips, and nodded with others.
"It's good, very good.
The deaths of those people should all be related to not satisfying this man's demands in front of us, especially regarding the film's design. We must try not to anger him." This thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. The man seemed quite pleased with the crowd's reaction. He adjusted his shirt collar and introduced himself. "I am Jiang Chonlin, the director of this film.
Your task is very simple. Chapter 4, The Disappeared Bodies."
Jiang Chonlin pulled a pen from his pocket, lightly tapping the script cover. "First, we need to finish editing the film." The corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Remember to cut out those things that shouldn't exist." The young man in sportswear could not help but speak up.
"What do you mean by things that shouldn't exist?" His words were interrupted by Jiang Chonlin.
Jiang Chonlin completely ignored the question and continued, "At the same time, we also need to do some promotion. Promote The Evil Spirit is Coming as much as possible and get everyone to watch the movie."
"But remember, no more than 2 people can do the promotion."
"On the morning of the 4th day, I will come for inspection, and the premiere will be at 6 that evening." At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice. "As for the location, you will naturally know when the time comes. Also, for your safety." Jiang Chonlin raised his index finger. "From 8 in the evening until dawn, everyone must stay in this house. And before 2 in the morning, everyone must return to their rooms to sleep, 1 person per room, and must not leave their own room." Jiang Chonlin pointed to a row of rooms deep in the living room, with a strange expression on his face.
"The next matters are left to you. I will take my leave now."
After speaking, he walked toward the door where the ponytail girl had just left.
Ji Xiaoya hurried to stop him, asking,
"Sorry, I have a few questions." Jiang Chonlin suddenly turned to look at her, his eyes unusually cold. Ji Xiaoya froze in place, her throat feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to say a single word. Her face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, too scared to speak. Until Jiang Chonlin's figure disappeared outside the door, she slumped into the chair like a deflated balloon, gasping heavily. Lin Mo saw that the figure had decisively disappeared into the darkness outside, accompanied by the door slamming shut with a bang. His peripheral vision, however, caught a glimpse of the corner of the room. Suddenly frozen. The bodies of the sinister man and the woman in red had vanished, and even the blood on the ground had disappeared completely, as if they had never existed. Even more bizarre was that he hadn't noticed when the bodies disappeared.
"Did you see that?"
Lin Mo pointed to where the bodies had been scattered, just now, those 2 corpses. The young man in sportswear followed his finger and his face changed.
"Right, what's going on?"
I clearly remember there were. The others also had varied expressions, and some began to ponder quietly. Lin Mo's gaze repeatedly swept across the spots where the sinister man and the woman in red had fallen, a chill still lingering in his heart. To disappear so cleanly and silently was even more spine-chilling than seeing the bodies themselves.
After several seconds, the young man in sportswear broke the silence.
"Damn it, 3 down right from the start, how tough is this?" He took a deep breath, trying to make his tone sound calmer. "I'm Yang Xiaoqun, I've entered the instance for the 3rd time." He opened the conversation, and the atmosphere eased slightly. A tall, thin man who looked somewhat scholarly interjected, "I'm Lu Shiyun, I've gone through the instance 4 times." His voice was steady, his gaze sweeping across everyone, carrying a sense of scrutiny and assessment.
"Yu Jia."
A quiet, muscular man in the corner muttered.
He simply stated his name, providing no extra information. "Lin Mo." Lin Mo also stated his name.
This time he decided to use his real name. Earlier, he had learned from Yen Feng that hiding names was unnecessary. Because after 3 instances, all surviving players' real names would appear directly during the settlement phase. But there was a prerequisite: more than half of the players must have cleared at least 2 instances. In the earlier instances, they might encounter novice players, but later on, it was unlikely. The difference in the number of clearances among players in an instance generally wouldn't exceed 5 times unless there were related items or talents. The delicately featured long-haired woman still had a pale face, she rubbed her neck as if she could still feel the suffocation.
Ji Xiaoya, 3rd time.
The last female player, who had appeared especially tense during the film, seemed slightly calmer now. She tidied up her somewhat disheveled clothes and quietly said, "Fang Yingying, I've gone through 1 instance." Including the sinister man and the woman in red who had died earlier, along with the ponytailed girl who had fled, there were a total of 10 people. Lu Shiryun's gaze swept across everyone's faces as he cleared his throat.
Everyone, the situation is already clear. That Jiang Chonlin is the core NPC of this instance.
Our main task is to assist him in completing this film. The Wicked Ghost is coming, including editing and promotion, ensuring a successful premiere.
He took a step forward, trying to focus everyone's attention on him. The task is divided into two major parts, editing and promotion.
Jiang Chonlin specifically mentioned that no more than 2 people can handle promotion. This is obviously a limitation. He paused, observing everyone's reactions.
I believe we need to organize immediately and collaborate. Collaboration? Easy to say.
Fang Yingying immediately interjected, her brow furrowed, her tone clearly skeptical.
Editing is obviously more dangerous than promotion. I don't want to mess with something so perilous. And anyone with eyes can see that Jiang Chonlin sounds eerie. What kind of thing shouldn't exist? What if we accidentally trigger a death condition by editing the wrong shot? She looked at Lu Shiryun without holding back. You're so eager, do you want to handle promotion? That sounds much safer, just talking and running errands.
Ji Xiaoya pulled Fang Yingying's sleeve, signaling her to be patient, but her eyes also revealed the same concern. Lin Mo noticed this subtle interaction between them and felt a stirring in his heart. These two seemed to know each other, or at least were familiar with one another. Ji Xiaoya spoke up, her voice more stable than before.
Yingying is right, the risk of editing is very high.
If there's an editing mistake, it could bring unnecessary trouble.
We should focus on finding clues first.
Lu Shiryun frowned slightly. He also felt that what the other party said made some sense, but how exactly should they start looking for clues?
Where do we find clues? This house? The darkness outside? Chapter 5, Assigning Rooms.
The small man, who had been almost invisible and seemed a bit timid, cautiously raised his hand.
Look, it seems that the darkness behind the door is no longer complete. Lin Mo followed the direction pointed by the small man, Su Qian, to the tightly closed door.
He felt a slight chill in his heart. Underneath the door crack, it was indeed no longer the thick darkness that swallowed everything. Instead, there was a beam of bright light, and they could even vaguely hear voices and the sounds of vehicles from outside.
This sudden change left everyone stunned.
Lu Shiryun immediately looked at the small man who pointed out the change, his voice as calm as possible.
Friend, what's your name? Thanks to you for the reminder just now.
The small man seemed uncomfortable with so many people watching him. He shrank his neck and said softly.
Su Qian. I am Su Qian. I've only cleared a dungeon once by chance.
Hearing that the other party had only cleared it once, Lu Shiryun's smile grew even wider. He took 2 steps forward, seeming very friendly. To succeed in clearing it once shows your keen observation. In a place like this, paying attention to details is crucial.
If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have noticed the change outside the door.
He patted Su Qian on the shoulder, with an encouraging tone. We are all in the same boat now, taking care of each other. Su Qian felt a bit awkward from Lu Shiryun's enthusiasm, but a hint of happiness from being recognized appeared on his face, nodding in response to this trust. Lin Mo watched the beam of light outside and combined it with the earlier bizarre phenomenon of the corpse disappearing without a sound. A bold guess formed in his mind.
Maybe, this space itself is changing? Or, after Jiang Chonlin left, some kind of rule was lifted?
Seeing that everyone was still uncertain and no one was willing to take action, he no longer hesitated and stepped toward the door himself. His hand touched the cold doorknob, he took a deep breath, and suddenly pulled the door open. Bright light instantly flooded in, accompanied by the clear sounds of the bustling city.
Outside was surprisingly an ordinary city street. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, with pedestrians hurriedly passing by, and vehicles driving on the road a little further away.
Across the street was a small supermarket with a sign hanging. Everything seemed incredibly normal, full of life. This scene formed a stark contrast with the dark abyss that had just swallowed the girl with the ponytail, causing everyone to instinctively squint their eyes and then exhale in relief at the same time.
The tense atmosphere eased slightly. Really back to normal? Fang Yingying murmured, her tone still filled with lingering fear.
At least it looks that way now. Ji Xiaoya also approached the door, cautiously peeking outside.
But no one rushed out immediately.
After experiencing the bizarre death and spatial changes just now, no one dared to guarantee that the outside was absolutely safe.
Lu Shiryun suggested.
Let's not rush out, we need to thoroughly understand this place. Jiang Chonlin said this is a house, and he insisted that we must stay here at night. There must be a reason. Thus, the 7 of them began to carefully explore the studio. Except for the main guest room, which doubles as a screening room, deep inside the living room, there are 4 doors lined up on each side of the wall, totaling 8 rooms.
The hallway is not long, and one can see the end at a glance. Each room's door is slightly ajar.
They pushed open the doors one by one and discovered that each room is small, but well-equipped, with a single bed, a wardrobe, a small desk, and most importantly, each has its own bathroom. The conditions are much better than expected.
One room for each person, just right. Yang Xiaoqin counted, 8 rooms, 7 of us, it's enough to allocate.
Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart.
To know that if those 3 people hadn't acted recklessly just now, there would have been 10 people, then how to allocate these 8 rooms? Even now, the process of choosing rooms is not calm.
When everyone started to pick, Fang Yingying and Lu Shiyun's eyes almost simultaneously locked onto the innermost rooms on both sides, which are away from the living room door.
I want this room. Fang Yingying quickly pointed to the innermost room on the left. Lu Shiyun frowned immediately. Why?
We also want the innermost location.
I'm a girl, it's more convenient, can't you boys let me have it? Fang Yingying tried to use her gender as a reason, her voice raised a bit.
Lu Shiyun sneered coldly. He turned to Su Qian, whom he had pulled in, then scanned the other male players.
Miss Fang, what you said is not right.
In this kind of ghost place, danger won't let up just because you're a girl.
Should we guys just live at the door and be living shields?
I actually don't mind, I'm just feeling it's not fair for other male friends.
He deliberately emphasized the words living shields, successfully attracting the attention of Su Qian, Yang Xiaoqin, and even the silent Yu Jia.
Su Qian echoed softly at this moment, Lu Go is right, it should be fair. Yu Jia stood at the door of the second room on the right he chose, arms crossed, silent, but his gaze also fell on Fang Yingying. The meaning was clear, he was also quite annoyed by her previous statement. Fang Yingying's face turned red and white, she didn't expect Lu Shiyun to react so quickly and bring in others. Ji Xiaoya gently tugged at her and whispered, Yingying, forget it, don't argue, safety is the most important thing, the position might not matter that much. Feeling the pressure from the crowd, Fang Yingying gritted her teeth, realizing she was not in the right, and that if she argued further, it would only get uglier. She shot a resentful glare at Lu Shiyun and, unwillingly, took a step back. Alright, you guys decide.
Let's go in order.
In the end, after some discussion, the room allocation is as follows. Left hallway, starting from the door close to the living room.
Lin Mo. Ji Xiaoya. Fang Yingying. Su Qian.
Right hallway, starting from the door close to the living room.
Empty room. Yu Jia. Lu Shiyun. Yang Xiaoqin. Lin Mo chose the first room on the left, closest to the hall. He pushed the door in and quickly scanned the room. The room is simply furnished but very clean. He quickly checked the room and found a mobile phone inside the wardrobe.
Lin Mo picked up the phone and turned on the screen. It seemed to be a brand new phone with no password, and there were very few apps. However, the operating method is quite similar to a phone in the real world. He left the room and, taking advantage of the others not having reacted yet, directly entered the opposite room, finding another phone in the same spot, which he put into his pocket.
Chapter 6, Morning Star Evening News.
At this moment, others seem to have also discovered the same phone in their rooms one by one.
I have a mobile phone here.
Ji Xiaoya's voice came from next door.
I have one here too.
Lu Shiyun's voice also came from the right side. The others confirmed that there was a phone in their room.
An extra one?
Lin Mo had already returned to his own room. He picked up the extra phone.
Cold to the touch. 7 players, 8 rooms, and an extra phone.
This made him think again about the 2 missing bodies, casting a shadow over his heart. At the same time, Lu Shiyun shouted by the editing equipment in the living room. Here is a USB drive for editing materials. Everyone gathered around, and they saw 3 black metal USB drives next to the computer, without any labels, reflecting a cold and hard sheen under the light.
3 USB drives.
Lin Mo picked up one of the USB drives, while Lu Shiyun and Ji Xiaoya each took the other 2. Lin Mo said, everyone can make a mark on the USB drives for easy identification, the drives will be temporarily kept by the 3 of us. The others naturally had no objections. Lin Mo marked his USB drive as 1, Ji Xiaoya as 2, and Lu Shiyun as 3.
After some discussion, they decided to look for clues separately instead of editing.
The grouping was as follows. Ji Xiaoya and Fang Yingying in one group. Su Qian seemed indecisive and teamed up with Lu Shiyun. The remaining 3 were each on their own, relying on themselves to investigate the truth.
Then it's settled.
Lu Shiyun didn't seem surprised by this outcome, in fact, it was the situation he had guided to form. He successfully controlled the only relatively easy-to-manage Su Qian, while Ji Xiaoya and Fang Yingying stuck together for protection, leaving the last 3 lone wolves to fight their own battles.
Let's split up. Remember Jiang Chenglin's warning, we must return before 8 p.m., and also.
He pointed to the row of doors deep in the living room. Although everyone is exploring separately, no matter what you discover or what situation you encounter, you must return here to share information.
Safety first. No one disagreed.
The 7 of them exchanged phone numbers and created a group chat before heading off individually. Lin Mo glanced at his status bar, deciding not to use the secret contract shard for now. After all, to obtain an unknown secret, it was better to wait until he was stuck before using it to maximize the benefits.
Clearance times 2. Talent 1 times in Fate Paradox.
Active activation can pause time for 9 seconds, May 5, 2.
Active activation can rewind time by 60 minutes, February 2nd.
Active activation can summon any existence, object/lifeform, within the user's line of sight from any parallel timeline to the base world, the world where the user's body is. An individual from the same parallel world cannot be summoned again before they disappear in the base world, and touching the same object from different parallel worlds will trigger annihilation, both will vanish.
Only the user is immune to this annihilation rule.
Also, if the existence summoned is the user's own self from a parallel world, then the user's body in the base world will be in a void state, and the user's consciousness will replace the parallel self's consciousness. The parallel self can share all items, abilities, and talents of the user. After the parallel self disappears, the user can choose to appear at any location within 50 meters of the parallel self's disappearance point within 521 seconds, 1/1.
Talent 2, Cold Authority. The fewer survivors at clearance, the higher the increase in clearance rewards. Clearing without forming a team greatly enhances clearance rewards. Can specify one ability or item to immediately reset its cooldown time or usage count. After use, there's a small chance to refresh that ability, 1/1. Paranormal items, Evil Spirit Dagger, Soul Devourer, Light of the Mind, Secret Contract Shard. Lin Mo was the last to leave.
He didn't rush out to explore like the others but stood in the empty living room, his gaze fixed on the already turned-off projector.
It seemed Jiang Chonglin hadn't touched it when he left.
Lin Mo walked over and pressed the switch. The hum sounded again, and a beam projected onto the screen. However, the screen was filled with blinding white light, with no images at all.
Cleared? Or was there nothing left at all?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. He quickly went through the remaining 6 people in his mind. Ji Xiaya and Fang Yingying were clearly teaming up, while Lu Shiyun skillfully and quickly roped in the newcomer, Su Qian. Yao Jiao was silent like a stone, while Yang Xiaoqin looked straight forward. Ji Xiaya and Lu Shiyun, these 2 people felt the most perceptive and capable to him, potential allies or opponents. I have to rely on myself.
Lin Mo murmured.
He pulled his own parallel self. Then he took out the spare phone he had found earlier and opened the wallet feature. There was also a balance of 300 yuan inside, just like the other phone. Task 2 requires more than 150 people to watch, and it must continue until the end.
Rely on volunteers? In such a strange copy, is that possible? He almost immediately denied this thought. Recalling Jiang Chonlin's last request about promotion, along with the suddenly appearing 300 yuan.
Lin Mo guessed that the best method still relied on money to pave the way. Attracting ordinary people to watch this potentially deadly movie with money, this might just be one of the cruel natures hidden in Task 2. The difficulty lies in finding enough people while achieving the goal within limited funds.
He opened the mobile browser and typed in the search box keywords. 10 years ago, midnight show, audience deaths, midnight show tragedy, horror movie screening accident. The page scrolled, and a large number of search results appeared. Lin Mo quickly skimmed through them. As he expected, relevant information was very scarce and chaotic. Most were urban legend posts in curiosity forums, the title sensational but the content vague, some were just clickbait. Until he found a reprinted link, and clicking in revealed that the content was not much. It only vaguely mentioned, an unidentified audience casualty incident occurred during the midnight screening at a certain cinema, with no specific time, cinema name, or film title. However, the comments below piqued his interest. Which marketing account spun this ghost story? 10 years ago, I was in the city, how could I not know what movie was playing? Check the screening records from that year, there were no horror movie midnight shows during that time. Fake. Nonsense. There wasn't even a movie called The Evil Spirit Approaches released that year. How do you know that? This link is reprinted, the original news had the movie name, but it was obviously deleted by the officials, because it's clearly a rumor. What the person above said is right, I remember that the ones reporting were all from the same place, that Morning Star Evening News, right? It went bankrupt long ago, just a small rag that always did sensational stuff, anyone who believes it is a fool. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Morning Star Evening News? Chapter 7, The Whereabouts of Xia Linzhou. Lin Mo quickly noted down this name. Then he searched for reports related to Morning Star Evening News again. Sure enough, he could only find some preserved screenshots or text retellings in forums, all original news links were invalid, showing a 404 error. Unfortunately, from the information found online, this newspaper seemed to have gone out of business a long time ago. Looks like I can only go to the source. Lin Mo put away his phone and cast his gaze outside the door.
Strangely, the room they were supposed to stay in had windows, yet there were no windows facing the main door of the living room to see outside.
Were they trying to cover something up?
Lin Mo continued to try to search for relevant information.
Finally, he found a record from many years ago in an outdated local Yellow Pages website. Morning Star Evening News Agency. Address, XX Road XX number, Blue Bay Building B Block 407 room.
Lin Mo stared at that record. Just now, he searched this address, and the Blue Bay Building was not too far from here.
He took a deep breath, left the room, and stopped a taxi. Driver, to Blue Bay Building.
20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at a slightly old intersection.
Blue Bay Building looked no different from an ordinary office building. Lin Mo paid the fare with his phone and walked straight to the entrance of Block B. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor.
With a soft ding, the door opened. The sight before Lin Mo made him pause slightly. The door of room 407 was wide open, with a sign hanging above the doorframe.
XX Cultural Media Company, Limited.
It was clear that this was no longer a newspaper office, but it seemed to still be involved in cultural-related business. Lin Mo stood at the door, quickly scanning the interior. The space was small, somewhat crowded, with a few desks pushed together. A man in his 40s, with thinning hair, was sitting in front of a computer, his brow furrowed, typing away on the keyboard.
Hello?
Lin Mo knocked on the doorframe, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Hearing the sound, the man raised his head and revealed a polite smile.
Hello, who are you looking for? Excuse me, is this the original Morning Star Evening News?
Lin Mo stepped inside, his tone calm.
Morning Star Evening News?
The man was taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned to realization.
Oh, that was ages ago. The newspaper went out of business a long time ago.
He stood up and pointed at the surroundings. Now we're just doing a bit of small advertising design to make a living.
Who are you? My last name is Lin. Lin Mo didn't give his full name. Sorry to bother you, I'm just looking into some old matters about the Morning Star Evening News. I heard that this is the original site?
He knew that anyone still working in the original site likely had some connection to the old newspaper.
The man scanned Lin Mo up and down, seemingly evaluating his intent.
This young man's demeanor was steady, his gaze sharp but not aggressive, unlike those troublemakers or curious gossip seekers. He pulled out a creaky chair next to him, gesturing for Lin Mo to sit down, then returned to his own seat inside. Yes, I guess I took over some of the newspaper's leftover business. My name is Sun Ji-young, I was the layout director before the newspaper closed. After it went down, a few old colleagues pooled some money and decided to keep messing around in this place.
What are you asking about Morning Star for? It's been so many years.
Lin Mo pondered his words. Well, boss Sun, I'm collecting and organizing some local urban legends, as a personal interest.
He paused, observing Sun Ji-young's reaction. I came across a report from 10 years ago about a rather unusual cinema accident. It was about a midnight movie called The Coming of the Evil Spirit? The Coming of the Evil Spirit? Sun Ji-young scratched his head, looking bewildered. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, letting out a heavy sigh, as if stirred by a memory he didn't want to recall. That incident you're mentioning is too unlucky. Why bring it up? There was indeed such a report, but later it turned out to be false, completely fake news. It was written by a young, inexperienced reporter we had just hired. I still remember his name. It was Xia Linzhou. Upon mentioning this name, the other party clearly gritted his teeth. Xia Linzhou?
Lin Mo's heart stirred.
Yes, that kid. Sun Ji-young's tone was tinged with resentment. The article was so bizarre. It claimed that in a midnight screening of a horror film, the audience was literally scared to death. In a strange way, it read like the truth. It even had a blurry, unclear photo from the scene that looked quite chilling. We were all so excited at the time, immediately printing and releasing it without even verifying its authenticity. When the newspaper came out, goodness gracious, it caused a sensation. The phones were almost exploding, with calls accusing us of spreading rumors, others asking for clarification, and some even directly calling the police.
Lin Mo listened quietly, not interrupting.
So what happened?
Sun Ji-young spread his hands, looking exasperated.
The investigation results from the police came out quickly.
During that time, that cinema hadn't shown any midnight horror films at all, let alone any deaths. Even those photos were obtained from who knows where. It was purely that kid's trick to attract attention, completely ruining our newspaper's reputation. Back then, the internet wasn't as advanced as it is now, but the impact was still quite bad. He paused and continued to speak. We were also deceived, thinking he really uncovered some astonishing news. After finding out it was fake, we immediately negotiated with the police department, and that day we tried to recall and destroy all the newspapers that had been printed, and all online reports were also taken down. That Xia Linzhou, he caused such a huge mess and still wants to defend himself? Our boss fired him on the spot. His salary wasn't even settled, told him to pack up and leave.
What did he say to defend himself at that time? Lin Mo keenly caught the key point.
Sun Ziyong curled his lips in disdain. I've forgotten the specifics, but he just kept saying that everything he said was true, that he was also a viewer at that midnight screening and so on.
All nonsense, and he still wouldn't repent. If that screening hall really had a room full of dead people, wouldn't the police find a single clue? Wouldn't the cinema have records? Does he think everyone else is a fool? So do you know where this Xia Linzhou went later?
Lin Mo pressed on. Sun Ziyong shook his head.
No idea.
Who cares where he goes? After being fired, we had no contact.
Probably too ashamed to stick around in this industry, sneaked back home in disgrace? Or maybe looked for other ways to cheat people? That kind of person.
He spoke with a tone full of disdain.
Chapter 8 Discovery of All.
Upon hearing this, Lin Mo still held on to the last flicker of hope.
Well, do you or any of the other old colleagues at the newspaper still have his contact information? Like a phone number or an address? How could we still have that?
Sun Ziyong shook his head decisively.
At this point, his gaze became a bit unfriendly. What on earth was this young man's purpose here?
The clues seemed to have completely run dry here.
Lin Mo fell silent for a few seconds.
Then, under the increasingly unhappy gaze of the other person, he thanked him and hurried away.
Lin Mo walked out of the Blue Bay building. The clues had now run out.
However, he still had a way, but it would cost quite a bit of money. And not only finding this person would cost money, even later on, hiring someone to watch a movie would likely involve spending money.
Lin Mo opened his phone to search and ultimately locked onto a distant entertainment venue called Supreme Crown.
He didn't rush to go over directly, but first found a small shop to exchange money from his phone for new clothes. Lin Mo put on a hat, glasses, and a mask, entered the entertainment venue, and made his way to the casino's VIP area. Here, the VIP area was open for public viewing, to satisfy the wealthy who fancied the excitement of tossing money around while others cheered around them. Lin Mo quickly spotted a drunken, heavy gambler, a fat rich man with several open handbags around him. Lin Mo activated his ability to pause time, and like lightning, snatched thick stacks of cash from the fat man's bag and shoved them into a prepared nylon bag. The entire operation was smooth and clean. By the time restored, he had bypassed the gambling table and vanished into the crowd.
The whole process went unnoticed.
Leaving the back alley of the casino, Lin Mo took a taxi to a hotel near his studio. Lin Mo paid cash for an executive suite. After entering and locking the door, he counted his gains, a total of 700,000. He hid the money bag deep in the wardrobe and took out a portion to keep on him.
After resting for a moment, Lin Mo took a taxi to a highly rated investigation agency in the city. He decided to use money to pave the way, utilizing NPCs from the game to help him search for clues.
Lin Mo stood by the street, looking up at the towering office building in front of him. He pushed open the transparent glass revolving door, revealing an extremely spacious and bright lobby in front of him.
Lin Mo directly went to the 14th floor as indicated online.
The entire 14th floor was the workplace of the agency, looking quite grand, with a variety of staff looking professional. Lin Mo waited a moment. He had already contacted the person in charge while in the car. Soon, a middle-aged man in a sharp deep blue suit, with neatly combed hair, quickly walked out from the office inside.
Hello, sir, I am Wang Ruifeng. Please let's talk inside. Wang Ruifeng extended his hand, the movement quick and smooth.
Lin Mo shook hands with him. Wang Ruifeng led Lin Mo through the spacious office area and arrived at an office marked with a sign that read Consultation Room. The office was large, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window nearly occupying an entire wall, offering a broad view, overlooking half the city.
Please take a seat. May I know your surname? Wang Ruifeng gestured for Lin Mo to sit down and then proactively made 2 cups of tea. My surname is Lin.
Lin Mo did not want to be polite and got straight to the point, saying, I need to find 2 people, the sooner the better.
Finding people is our firm's specialty. Mr. Lin, please tell me, who are you looking for? Any specific information?
Lin Mo took out 2 neatly folded papers from his backpack, placed them on the smooth table, and pushed them in front of Wang Ruifeng.
The first one, Xia Linzhou.
Male, worked at Morning Star Evening News 10 years ago.
He was fired from the newspaper due to a false report about a midnight show accident.
I need to know his whereabouts afterward, his current location, and basic information, as detailed as possible.
Wang Ruifeng picked up the first paper, glanced at the information, then put it down and picked up the second one. What about the second one? The second one, Zhang Chonglin. His identity is a director. He is likely related to a horror movie called The Evil Spirit is Coming. I need his background, address, contact information, and any clues that can be found. Wang Ruifeng nodded, his tone filled with confidence. Since you've come to us, you must believe in our professional ability and resources. We have our channels and methods. As for the time,
He hesitated, such deep searches typically take 3 to 5 days. But since you are in a hurry, we can expedite the process and prioritize resource allocation.
however, regarding the fees. 1 day.
Lin Mo interrupted him before he finished, directly pulling out a stack of cash from his backpack.
I will give you at most 1 day. I want results by this time tomorrow. Here's a 50,000 deposit. If you find the person and confirm the information is correct, I will pay the remaining 100,000. If you can't find them or the information is wrong, the deposit is non-refundable.
Lin Mo's tone remained steady, without any fluctuation.
Wang Ruifeng looked at the thick wad of cash and immediately said, "Understood, we won't let you down."
Then he took a business card from the table and said, "Mr. Lin, here is my business card.
I will notify you immediately when there is news. Could you leave a contact number?
Lin Mo took the card, glanced at the contact details, then took out his phone and dialed the number on the card.
Wang Ruifeng's phone on the table immediately vibrated.
After the two confirmed the details, Lin Mo left the place directly.
Just as Lin Mo walked out of the firm's building, his phone vibrated in his pocket.
Unlocking the screen, he saw that someone in the temporary group chat had sent messages. He clicked it open and quickly browsed through the latest messages. Lu Shiyun, everyone, I have found something. I discovered the original sources of those 3 horror stories online. They are not original scripts, but rather widely circulated urban legends. Lu Shiyun, the key point is that these stories seem to all point to a forum called Echo Cave. A niche forum dedicated to discussing the supernatural, urban legends, and paranormal events, where most users are anonymous, and the posts are a mix of truth and fiction, hard to discern. Lu Shiyun, I am further investigating information about this forum to see if I can find specific posts or related users. Lu Shiyun at everyone, if you have any direction, please pay attention to this clue. Attached below the message was a screenshot of the somewhat dark homepage of the Echo Cave forum. Lin Mo's finger paused on the screen. Echo Cave. A place that specializes in gathering urban legends. This is indeed a very crucial breakthrough. Lin Mo had thought of this before, but he hadn't had the time to search for this information. He didn't expect that Lu Shiyun's actions were not slow. Just as he was about to put away his phone, he found there were more updates. Chapter 9 Phantom Badge. This time the sender was Ji Xiaoya. Ji Xiaoya at Lu Shiyun, the direction you're searching is correct. Ying and I just traced it here too. Ji Xiaoya, just to add, we looked through some very old posts in the forum and found that these 3 stories are not as simple as just being shared in the forum. The usernames that posted them are all anonymous, and the last login was 10 years ago. It's very likely that it's the same person. On the other side of the city, in a corner booth of a chain cafe. Ji Xiaoya put down her phone and took a sip of the latte on the table. Beside her, Fang Yingying looked up, her voice lowered. "Sister Xiaoya, should we tell him all the information we found? The current clue is fine, but if we get more crucial clues later? What if they use our clues to gain an advantage? That would be bad for us." Fang Yingying's worries were not unfounded. Trust was an extremely luxurious thing in this bizarre game where 2 players had already died from the start. Ji Xiaoya set down her coffee cup, her expression calm. "Yingying, I understand your concerns. Normally, choosing to mislead other players to test the ghost's killing rules is a reasonable strategy." She paused for a moment, but not this time. "Why not?" Fang Yingying pressed. "Because this game is strange. In just a few minutes, there are 2 dead and 1 missing, and the way they died is so bizarre. For now, we still need them to help us find more clues, but we just angered them. We must show some sincerity." As she said this, she glanced at Fang Yingying with a tone of reproach. Fang Yingying lowered her head. "I really didn't do well earlier." Seeing her admit her mistake, Ji Xiaoya continued. "If necessary, I will only guarantee that you and I survive. But right now, it is far from that time. Currently, only information sharing can help. The more people who survive, the greater the help for us to complete the task. Do you understand?" Fang Yingying nodded vigorously. I understand, Sister Xiaoya. I will listen to you." Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the 7 gathered again in the studio. Everyone is here. Lu Shiyun broke the silence, his voice sounding relatively steady. The discoveries from earlier were shared in the group. That Echo Cave forum is definitely a key. I wonder if you found any more clues. Ji Xiaoya responded. Exactly. Ying and I followed this lead and did some digging, but the clues are too old. Useful posts have basically been cleared or buried, making it hard to find the specific trace of the poster. I think we might need some external help. I also tried to search for midnight screenings from 10 years ago, and there was indeed one case, but it was left hanging, and it seems like a lot of information was deleted, the source is unclear. Everyone fell silent, including Lin Mo, who did not intend to share any of his findings. he could see that there were others in the team with their own agendas. Searching for a person who posted on an anonymous forum 10 years ago was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Although Ji Xiaoya tried to look for the midnight screening mentioned in the game introduction, she seemed to have no luck in finding anything.
So, we're stuck now? Su Qian asked with a hint of confusion, her voice laced with unease.
At that moment, Yang Xiaoqin, who had not said much, suddenly coughed heavily, attracting everyone's attention. He wore a determined expression and reached into the inner pocket of his coat. After searching for a moment, he pulled out something. It was an old-looking badge. The silver surface has worn dark in some places, losing its shine. A faint, almost imperceptible white mist swirls around the badge, flowing slowly against the surface. It's clear this is a prop.
I didn't want to bring it out so early, this thing is quite rare. Yang Xiaoqin's voice held a tone of pain, but more decisiveness.
Look at this. He placed the badge on an unused table, pushing it towards everyone. The others picked it up one by one, examining its effects, their expressions varying. When it was Lin Mo's turn, he found that this strange item had powerful practicality.
Police badge shadow, consumable strange item. Ability 1, disguise authority.
Any document that comes into contact with the police badge shadow can temporarily be transformed into a police-exclusive document.
When presented, NPCs will trust the holder's police identity and cooperate with basic investigation work. Effect lasts until the end of the current instance. Uses 1/1.
Note, the back of this silver-plated badge is engraved with blurry words, and prolonged contact occasionally exudes a chilling mist.
Yang Xiaoqin scanned the room and slowly said, I've thought about it for a long time. Relying on us to flail around blindly is too inefficient.
Since this instance world looks pretty much like reality and has places like police stations, why not use the most straightforward method, which is to let the police investigate? The others all showed happy expressions. After all, the official information they have is certainly much more than theirs. Although they might not recognize the existence of vicious ghosts, there must be relevant clues.
Yang Xiaoqin paused and raised his voice slightly. But let me make this clear, this thing is my ace in the hole, and once it's used, it's gone.
Also, you all know how risky it is for me to go to the police station.
What if there's a problem there too? Wouldn't I be delivering myself right to them? However, I am willing to pay this price.
But you must promise me, if we encounter any dangerous situations next, like being chased by ghosts, or needing someone to test the rules, please do not throw me out first to take the hit.
I'm not saying you should risk your lives to protect me, I'm not that naive. I just have one request, if it really comes to a life and death moment, and someone has to sacrifice, don't think of sacrificing me first. Isn't that a fair request?
After speaking, he waited for a response. This request was the result of his careful consideration. The functionality of the police badge shadow is extremely strong. If used well, it can directly pry open official resources and greatly speed up information gathering. However, it shouldn't be used without reason, one must occupy the moral high ground.
Chapter 10 Additional Content.
Lu Shiyun was the first to react, a sincere smile immediately filled his face. Brother Yang is generous, you are truly a big help. I was still worried about how to delve deeper into the official clues.
Don't worry, your request is fair and reasonable. He emphasized, you are taking a risk and exploring for all of us, and of course, we can't let you feel unappreciated. Right, everyone?
The others all nodded. After all, someone being brave is a good thing.
Great. Yang Xiaoqin, seeing everyone agree, quickly grabbed the police badge shadow and tucked it away. Now I'll head to the police station, wait for my news. Wait, Brother Yang.
Lu Shiyun hurriedly stood up.
It's too risky for you to go alone. What if something happens and there's no one to support you?
Besides, that Jiang Chonglin has stipulated that you must return before 8 o'clock, and there's less than 2 hours left.
How about this, I'll accompany you so there's someone to back you up.
He appeared very concerned. Yang Xiaoqin, however, shook his head without hesitation. That's probably not possible. Me going as a police officer to investigate a case is reasonable.
Bringing a stranger along is suspicious. Moreover, this strange item can only disguise me. If 2 people go, how will you explain your identity? It would backfire.
I can manage alone, my goal is small, and it's easy to adapt. After saying this, Yang Xiaoqin no longer hesitated, turning and striding toward the studio door, quickly leaving this place. Lin Mo's gaze subtly scanned the remaining companions, ultimately landing on the empty doorway, his eyes deep and inscrutable.
After Yang Xiaoqin left, the 6 people remaining in the studio fell into brief silence. Waiting idly isn't a solution.
Ji Xiaoya broke the silence. The main task left by Jiang Chonglin is editing the film.
Shouldn't we check what the material is like first? This sentence struck at everyone's thoughts.
The core of the horror film was in this USB drive, and the director's words, cut out what shouldn't exist, pierced like a thorn in everyone's heart.
If they didn't look, the task couldn't progress. If they did look, nobody knew what it would lead to. Like pointless words, in the end, they had to look anyway. Lu Shiryun pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, we can't delay.
The publicity team might need the material, and editing also takes time.
Then let's take a look.
Lin Mo's voice was calm as he walked to the computer, picking up his USB drive. No one spoke again, only the sound of chairs being dragged remained. Several people moved their chairs to gather around Lin Mo, who was operating the computer.
Lin Mo plugged the USB drive into the computer's main unit. After the system recognized it, there was only one lonely video file in the folder. The media player interface popped up, and the familiar dim bedroom reappeared on screen. Everyone's nerves were taut. To avoid missing anything, Lin Mo didn't play it directly but selected the frame-by-frame playback function.
He decided to carefully screen it from beginning to end, following the story's progression. The beginning of the film seemed no different from what they had watched previously. A woman walked into the bedroom, tiredly put down her bag, and habitually knelt by the bed, leaning down to check under it. The cold glow of the phone screen illuminated the empty floor beneath the bed, where only a few particles of dust floated in the beam of light. Wait! Lin Mo's fingers suddenly pressed the pause button. The image froze at the moment the woman leaned down, her face close to the seam along the edge of the bed. What's wrong? Ji Xiaoya immediately leaned closer to the screen. Lin Mo didn't answer right away. Instead, he dragged the image back a few frames with the mouse, then slowed it down again. The camera angle was shot from the woman's side and rear, allowing a view of her gaze directed deep under the bed. But at this angle, when the progress bar slowly moved to a certain point, Lin Mo pointed at a particularly obvious area near the wall corner under the bed on the screen. Look here. Everyone's eyes focused on it. A blurry, pale outline was faintly visible. That outline clearly resembled the lower half of a human face. More specifically, it was the lower half of a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth. His Fang Yingying gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. This isn't right. Ji Xiaoyao's face turned pale as she touched the script beside her. The script clearly states that the first phase is just a routine check, and under the bed is empty. That ghost face appears only in the final phase. Lu Shiryun's expression also became extremely unpleasant. Indeed, this shot is definitely not in the script, it shouldn't exist. Lin Mo said nothing, silently taking a screenshot of the abnormal image with his phone. Then, he cautiously dragged the progress bar, continuing the frame-by-frame playback. The routine phase continued. The woman finished washing up and changed into her pajamas. The next scene showed her taking the elevator home. The script only had a simple description. The woman enters the elevator, presses the floor, and the elevator door closes. The script content ended here. But on the screen, as the elevator door slowly closed, isolating the woman inside the metallic compartment, the camera did not immediately cut away. The image strangely pulled upward, the view passing through the ceiling of the elevator compartment. Aimed at the top of the elevator shaft. It was not filled with dusty steel cables and pulleys, but rather, twisted human shapes piled together. Pale skin, wide hollow eyes, wearing pajamas identical to the female leads. The number was so great that they almost filled the small space at the top of the shaft. Ah! Su Qian was so frightened that she jumped straight up from her chair. Everyone saw this abnormality clearly. The script, this isn't in the script. Fang Yingying's body trembled slightly. Another thing outside the script. Ji Xiaoya murmured. Lin Mo nodded, determined to record this abnormality. Let's keep watching. Lin Mo said calmly. Lin Mo continued to drag the progress bar. About an hour later, they finished the first story and found a total of 7 abnormalities. Some abnormalities were hidden quite deeply, and they were not sure if they found them all. But without exception, each extra segment was chillingly terrifying. Everyone was digesting the horrific scenes they had just seen. What do we do now? Su Qian looked helplessly at the others. Lu Shiryun pondered for a moment and said, why don't we cut out those abnormal segments first? It doesn't seem like a huge workload. No one answered immediately. Lin Mo stared at the screen, his brain working at high speed. He thought that directly editing was too risky. What if a mistake happened or the editing itself triggered some kind of rule? We can't touch the original footage directly. Lin Mo said solemnly, it's too dangerous, no one knows what will happen if we cut these things out, and we can't trust Jiang Chonlin completely. Then, what should we do? Su Qian became even more anxious. Lu Shiryun nodded in agreement. Lin Mo was right. We need a buffer. We can try to make a copy. I'll copy the materials from the USB drive to the computer's hard drive and then edit on the copied version. This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by everyone. Lin Mo nodded, found the source file, right-clicked, and selected copy. Chapter 11 copy failed. After selecting paste, the progress bar quickly popped up, showing that a sizable video file was being copied. A few seconds later, a copy complete prompt box appeared. Lin Mo double-clicked to open the video file he had just copied to the computer's hard drive. But right after that, a glaring red error prompt box popped up. Error, and asterisk, and percent asterisk, why don't you try copying again? Lin Mo was instantly startled and dared not move again. The others tried as well, but encountered the same result. Fortunately, besides that threatening phrase, nothing else appeared. No way. Lu Shiyan's voice grew deep, the copied file cannot be read. It seems we can only edit directly on the original USB. That means we must keep these 3 USBs safe and close. Yu Jia, who had been silent like a background figure, suddenly raised his head. Why don't we contact the director? We should at least ask clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, several sharp gazes shot towards him. Fang Yingying unhesitatingly rejected. Are you crazy? We don't even know if that guy is human or ghost. Didn't you see how those 2 died? Ji Xiaoya instinctively touched her neck, looking pale, but was not so opposed. The main thing is we have no way to contact him, we don't even know where he lives. And the place he left, although it's the same big gate as us, it's hard to say that it's the world we are in. It's almost 8. Brother Yang hasn't returned. Su Qian anxiously glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Oh no. Lu Shiyun immediately pulled out his phone and quickly opened the group chat. Lu Shiyun, Brother Yang, hurry up, safety first. Lin Mo also opened his phone and directly dialed Yang Xiaoqin's number. Beep. 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 Busy tone. No one answered the call. The call can't get through. Lin Mo put down his phone. Lu Shiyun's face turned pale. He wouldn't really be in trouble at the police station, right? Or encountered something on the way. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone's mind filled with the terrifying image of a sinister man being twisted like dough and a woman in red having her skin drained by black hair. Time ticked closer to 8 o'clock. 7:55. 7:58. Soon it was past 8 o'clock at night. Just when everyone thought Yang Xiaoqin must be in grave danger. Bang! The moment the door burst open, Yang Xiaoqin almost rolled in, crashing heavily onto the floor. He was soaked, unsure if it was sweat or something else. Close the door, there's something outside. Lin Mo was the first to react, rushing toward the still shaking door. Just as the door lock clicked shut. Bang! A dull thud slammed against the outside of the door. A disturbing scratching sound came from the door, sharp as metal nails clawing wildly, again and again, sending shivers down everyone's spine. No one knew how long it lasted, maybe just a dozen seconds, maybe several minutes, but the insane scratching suddenly stopped. Silence returned outside the door. Gone? Lu Shiyun asked softly, not daring to relax. Ji Xiaoya cautiously leaned toward the peephole, holding her breath to peer outside. It was empty outside. Damn, almost met my end out there. Yang Xiaoqin finally caught his breath, struggling to sit up. Su Qian quickly helped him to a chair. What happened? Didn't you go to the police station? How could Ji Xiaoya frown and asked. Lin Mo raised his hand to check his phone screen. 8:10, it must be past time. 8:10. Ji Xiaoya repeated, her face growing serious. Zhang Chonlin warned that we must return by 8. The time you were attacked might have been just past 8. Yang Xiaoqin remembered, his pupil shrinking, calculating the time. It should be about right. I was in the taxi, just 1 street away from this building. I had plenty of time, but that damned road was a disaster. He shivered suddenly, and then, it appeared. It? What did it look like? Lu Shiyun pressed for details. I couldn't see clearly. Yang Xiaoqin shook his head vigorously, instinctively hugging his arms. It was seated right beside me. It was a human-shaped shadow, but the features were all blurred together, just a pair of pitch black holes for eyes. At that moment, the driver seemed not to notice, still cursing at the cars in front. How did you escape? Lin Mo asked calmly. Yang Xiaoqin's face showed a trace of pain. I used a disposable prop. Lu Shiyun frowned, just pure bad luck? Could the traffic jam last that long? Strangely enough, that's where the oddness lies. Yang Xiaoqin was also puzzled. It was all fine when I left the police station, there was nearly an hour until 8. But halfway, there was a chain collision, and the entire main road was paralyzed. I took a shortcut, but then encountered temporary roadwork restrictions. What usually takes half an hour took over an hour today. It felt like going to hell. He banged heavily on the armrest of the chair, filled with frustration and anger. Beside him, Fang Yingying immediately asked, what about the police station? Did you find anything? That's key. At the mention of this, a gleam flashed in Yang Xiaoqin's eyes. It wasn't in vain. I disguised myself as a special commissioner investigating an old case, and the police station had no suspicion at all, immediately agreeing to help me look into it. Everyone's spirits lifted, even the still rattled Su Qian perked up her ears.
Next, Yang Xiaoqin detailed his experience.
The police station agreed to help investigate the truth behind the 10-year-old incident, some information about Jiang Chonglin, and to find the poster of the message.
But the last part was challenging to track down since the post was anonymous. This website seems to not require real name registration. And 10 years ago's incident, he has already retrieved it from the archives. He carefully checked and found that there was only one case that matched the task description, but that case seemed to be a misunderstanding. Yang Xiaoqin took a breath, trying hard to remember the content he saw in the archives. The police records show that at first, it was an intern reporter from a newspaper, Xia Linzhou, who published a news article on his newspaper's official website. He claimed that during a midnight screening of a horror film, all the people in the audience died, and their deaths were exceptionally terrifying and bizarre. Afterwards, this incident alarmed the police, but the subsequent investigation showed the complete opposite. No one had died, nor was there any murder incident. Even the so-called horror film was just a topic of speculation, and the intern reporter could not even say where the horror film was being shown. Chapter 12, Contradiction.
Yang Xiaoqin paused, his tone filled with confusion. So, Xia Linzhou's reported screening site and the deceased audience never existed at all.
The final conclusion was that Xia Linzhou released false news, disturbing public order, and was ultimately detained for 15 days. The official report states that this case was a misunderstanding, and no one died. After finishing his last sentence, Yang Xiaoqin frowned, obviously feeling that this contradicts the background introduction of their case. Ji Xiaoya immediately asked, "Is there detailed information about this Xia Linzhou?"
Yang Xiaoqin shook his head. "I have already asked them to look it up, but there is no recent status for this Xia Linzhou. The number left by the other party has long been unreachable, and this person has no relatives or friends.
We don't even know if he is still in this city. The police station's resources are limited, and even if I used some tricks, I cannot make them help me wholeheartedly."
It was clear that Yang Xiaoqin had already understood the importance of this person while at the police station and had made certain attempts.
Lu Shiyun nodded and encouraged everyone.
The truth definitely won't be easy to uncover, and this might also be related to the abilities of the vengeful spirit.
He raised a finger and said, "I think there is only one possibility. That is, the police investigation was interfered with and covered up by some force, or the vengeful spirit's power erased the traces of reality, just like those two missing corpses at the beginning. But this Xia Linzhou is definitely very important. We must find a way to locate him." His words slightly relaxed the tense nerves of the crowd. Ji Xiaoya interjected, "That's right, at least the direction is clear. Jiang Chonglin only gave us a little over 3 days, and we can't waste any time every day. The task is divided into 2 parts, editing and promotion. Only 2 people can go for promotion, and getting people to come watch the movie, just thinking about it shows it won't be easy." She glanced over everyone, seemingly laying the groundwork. "I'll handle the promotion."
Lin Mo's voice was not loud but very clear.
"Why?" Fang Yingying almost reflexively blurted out.
"Everyone knows that the promotion is out there running. It seems much safer than staying in this haunted house to edit videos. Don't you want to avoid trouble?" Lin Mo did not look at her, he simply pulled out a thick wad of cash from his coat pocket and tossed it on the table.
"For this.
Finding people to come see a horror film with a name that sounds ominous, just relying on words to pull people is the lowest way." Fang Yingying looked at that stack of money far exceeding her imagination, opened her mouth, but the remaining words were all stuck in her throat, her face turned red and pale, ultimately she turned her head away in resignation. The others in the room were also somewhat shocked, not knowing how Lin Mo managed to get so much money. Lu Shiyun's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if he had caught hold of something, and questioned.
"Lin Mo, where did this money come from?"
He stared intently at Lin Mo's face.
"Don't forget, we are now in a normal modern city setting.
The streets are filled with surveillance cameras, bank transfers, and consumption records.
If the money you got through illegal means is traced back by the police and they find you, will it involve all of us? We're all in the same boat. I'm not doubting you, but this concerns everyone's safety. You need to clarify things so that everyone knows what to expect, right? After all, this money came too suddenly."
Lu Shiyun's words sounded very reasonable. But in reality, his inner thoughts were to take this opportunity to probe Lin Mo's abilities and shake his justification for going out on a mission. After all, running a promotion task outside seemed much safer than staying in the editing room, where things could go wrong at any time, and perhaps there was more room for operation outside. Lin Mo slowly turned his head. In his eyes, there was no anger, only mockery.
He knew too well what Lu Shiyun was up to.
He simply wanted to take advantage of the situation to find out Lin Mo's cards, or even possibly use the risk as an excuse to take this relatively safe task for himself.
Ha!
In the next moment, he moved. No extra words, no warning, Lin Mo lunged at Lu Shiyun like a cheetah. The speed was so quick that the others sitting around could only see a blur. Lu Shiryun had no time to react, feeling only a shadow flash before him, followed by a huge force slamming into his chest. His whole body, along with the chair, flipped backward and crashed heavily onto the floor, the back of his head buzzing, and stars bursting in front of his eyes.
Lin Mo, what are you doing?
Su Qian shouted, instinctively wanting to stand up and stop him. Lin Mo completely ignored Su Qian. He pressed down on the fallen Lu Shiryun, his left hand tightly gripping Lu Shiryun's collar, lifting his upper body, and his right fist, carrying the sound of the wind, ruthlessly smashed down.
A fierce punch landed on Lu Shiryun's left eye socket.
Ugh! Lu Shiryun let out a painful groan, immediately engulfed by a sea of blood red and darkness, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint.
Stop, please stop.
Ji Xiaoya shouted sharply, but she did not move.
Fang Yingying was so scared that she covered her mouth. Seeing Lu Shiryun getting hit, Su Qian rushed up in panic, trying to attack Lin Mo. Get away. Lin Mo didn't even look back. He grabbed Su Qian's body and flung him away.
Lin Mo's fist hovered before Lu Shiryun's face, blood still dripping on his knuckles. He looked down at the dazed Lu Shiryun, his voice carrying a murderous intent.
Let's see if you dare to scheme against me again.
Lu Shiryun, dizzy and disoriented, felt his cheek burning and swelling, his left eye already swollen to a slit. The fear of death gripped him instantly. He could clearly feel the unmasked murderous intent radiating from Lin Mo. This madman really dared to kill him here.
I was wrong, I didn't mean to scheme against you.
Lu Shiryun hurriedly spoke, putting aside the pain, looking at Lin Mo in fear with his one functioning eye. It was my big mouth, it was my foolishness, I absolutely didn't intend to scheme against you.
He spoke incoherently, just wanting to quickly calm Lin Mo's anger.
The others also hurriedly came to mediate. Lin Mo's cold gaze swept over the crowd attempting to break it up, slowly loosening his grip on Lu Shiryun's collar.
Lu Shiryun's body lost its support, slumping back to the ground, gasping for breath.
The feeling of surviving a catastrophe made him weak all over. He didn't dare to look at Lin Mo, fearing that his hatred would be too evident. Lin Mo stood up, casually tidying his jacket that had become messy from the sudden movement.
Lu Shiryun's eyes held resentment from being beaten, which Lin Mo naturally caught, but he didn't care at all. From the moment Lu Shiryun said, "Will it involve all of us?" Lin Mo had already marked this person in the ranks of enemies.
Now not killing him was simply because there was still a task. The threat of a vengeful ghost was greater.
Chapter 13, Who agrees? Who opposes?
Lin Mo did not continue to attack. His goal was not to immediately kill Lu Shiryun, but to assert his authority.
I'll go for the publicity. I finish my words. Who agrees, who disagrees?
Lin Mo's voice returned to its previous calmness.
No one dared to question Lin Mo's decision anymore. Is there anyone else who wants to go?
His gaze swept over the remaining people, automatically ignoring the pitiful Lu Shiryun on the ground and the grimacing Su Qian holding her waist.
After a brief silence, Yang Shaoqin stood up, rubbing his hands together. Brother Lin Mo. He cleared his throat and asked. Since the publicity task needs 2 people, do you think I could be one of them? The others had no objections, so the publicity task was entrusted to Lin Mo and Yang Shaoqin.
The remaining task was editing. Lu Shiryun struggled to get up from the ground, and Su Qian quickly went over to help him. The group discussed briefly again. The division of labor was settled as follows. Lin Mo and Yang Shaoqin were responsible for publicity. Ji Xiaoya and Fang Yingying would continue to track and see if they could find other clues. Lu Shiryun, Su Qian, and Yu Zhao were responsible for editing the film. Seeing that it was still early, everyone decided to finish watching the video materials on the USB drive. However, after what just happened, the atmosphere among them was slightly heavy. Lin Mo remained calm, silently pressing the play button. The screen lit up, and the second horror story began, the little girl with countless eyes growing from her scalp. About 2 hours later, they had listed a total of 37 points that differed from the script. The screen once again displayed that line of text, "Welcome, audience, please be seated." As Lin Mo was about to move the mouse, his expression suddenly froze, and he stopped his movements. Because he discovered something beneath that line of blood text. A figure was curled up there, a scene that had definitely not appeared during Jiang Chonglin's playback, and was not described in the script either. A familiar figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The figure had disheveled hair, a face covered in tear stains and bruises, and eyes filled with hollow despair. It was the ponytail girl who had run out in a panic before. The next second, a twisted, deformed giant hand suddenly reached out from the dark background, grabbing the ponytail girl's head. Her body was pulled and twisted, her mouth wide open in a silent scream, and her body instantly shattered into countless pieces. The picture flickered violently for a moment, and the ponytail girl's figure along with that giant hand vanished as if they had never existed. On the screen remained that line of blood text formed by tormented human faces, exuding an ominous evil energy. It's her! Su Qian exclaimed in shock. The off. He pushed open the first door and walked in.
Lin Mo did not go to bed immediately.
He walked to the window and pulled back the heavy blackout curtains.
Outside the window was still the street scene.
Lin Mo closed the curtains, then locked the door, and sat down at the edge of the bed. He did not turn off the light, nor did he take off his clothes, just lying down fully dressed, pulling the quilt up to his chest.
Lin Mo did not know when he fell asleep.
A sudden chill, like a cold snake, wrapped around his neck. He jerked his eyes open. The room was pitch black. He quickly took out his phone to check the time, realizing it was exactly 12 o'clock at night. The ceiling light had gone out at some unknown time. His gaze immediately darted toward the window. The heavy blackout curtains were pulled back halfway, and the cold night wind was blowing in through the open window, causing the curtains to billow silently.
The window was open?
Lin Mo's heart sank suddenly. He remembered clearly that before going to bed, he not only locked the door but also checked the window carefully, confirming it was tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn tight.
Moreover, he did not sleep very soundly.
A cold wind, carrying a thick stench of decay, kept rushing in from the open window, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Lin Mo hesitated not for a moment, his body instinctively springing up from the bed, taking 2 steps to the window. His hand grasped the cold window frame, about to slam it shut. But the movements suddenly froze. He saw that outside was not a street scene, but a thick, inescapable darkness. This darkness, just like the one the ponytailed girl had stepped into, had an extremely unsettling feel. But this time he felt a gaze peering from the depths of the darkness.
Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down.
After thinking for a moment, he immediately closed the door and windows, then turned on the light.
Fortunately, the light was functioning normally.
Where were the others? He tried to shout a few times, but no one responded.
Something was wrong. Very wrong.
He walked to the door, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he pressed his body against the door, listening carefully for over 10 seconds. Outside there was only a heart-stopping silence. Lin Mo hesitated no longer, turned the locked doorknob, and slowly pulled the door open a crack. The hallway was pitch black.
From the crack in the door, he could see that the door to the nearby Ji Xiaoyao's room was tightly closed. Further in were Fang Yingying's and Su Qian's rooms, and their doors were also closed.
The right hallway was even more silent, with no sound coming from the rooms of Yu Jia, Lu Shiyun, and Yang Xiaoqin. He silently slipped out of his room. The living room was not lit, while they had clearly turned the lights on before and had not turned them off. Lin Mo used his phone for light, carefully moving toward the living room. On the floor of the living room lay 2 things quietly. They were human shapes.
Chapter 14 Another Space.
Though distance and darkness blocked the details, that stiff posture, twisted silhouette. Lin Mo would never mistake it. It was indeed the bodies of the cold-looking man who died during the day and then mysteriously vanished, and the woman in red. The outlines of those 2 bodies lay on the floor not far away, exuding a strong aura of death. Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart and turned on the lights in the living room and hallway. But he did not look at the bodies first. He held his breath and walked a few steps to Ji Xiaoyao's door. He raised his hand, curled his fingers, and knocked heavily on the door 3 times. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was heavy. But there was no response. He tried the other rooms, and since they were not locked, Lin Mo could walk right in. 7 people, besides himself, all 6 other rooms were empty.
The people inside seemed to have evaporated into thin air.
This made him a bit disappointed. He could only explore alone, and it was uncomfortable without cannon fodder. His gaze swept across the living room, and when it passed over the table with the editing equipment, it suddenly froze. On the table, something lay quietly. A USB drive. But it was not one of the 3 black USB drives they had obtained during the day.
The casing of this USB drive is dark red. Like solidified blood, it emits an ominous glow.
Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. He remembers it clearly. During the day, he, Lu Shiyun, and Ji Xiaoya each took a black USB drive, and the 3 drives on the table were taken away.
The black USB drive in his pocket is still there. So what about the red USB drive that appeared out of thin air on the table? What is it?
He hastily walked to the table and slowly reached out his hand to pick up the cold red USB drive. It felt icy to the touch, with a jade-like texture, yet it faintly exuded an eerie aura.
1 black USB drive is in his pocket, and a red USB drive has appeared on the table.
The others have disappeared.
Lin Mo tightly gripped the red USB drive. Could it be that he has entered another world?
He had watched countless horror movies and mystical materials and was not unfamiliar with the concepts of multiple parallel spaces and mirror worlds. The bizarre reappearance of corpses, the sudden appearance of the red USB drive.
These signs subtly pointed to this terrifying possibility.
Lin Mo's gaze sharpened.
He no longer hesitated and quickly walked to the projector, turning it on. Sure enough, he saw the footage from earlier in the day.
This was where they had first appeared.
However, after Jiang Chonglin left, the space changed.
It was now confirmed that although he had not moved, he had arrived in another space. Lin Mo opened the computer, picked up the red USB drive, and inserted it into the USB port of the main unit. Since he had gotten it, he definitely needed to check it out, even if it triggered the killing rules of vengeful ghosts. Soon, his eyes were met with a completely unfamiliar scene.
This was a brand new film.
Only the plot was messy, filled with various horror scenes, yet it lacked a coherent structure. And most importantly, there was no script.
The screening lasted who knows how long. Lin Mo watched it at 8 times speed. He didn't plan to watch closely, just a rough overview.
Lin Mo forced himself to withdraw his attention from those physically unsettling images, his brain racing. The spiritual light from his fingertips exuded a cold energy, quickly calming his thoughts. He found a red USB drive, and the corresponding film inside might also correspond to a hidden script. Lin Mo's gaze scanned the entire living room. Walls, floors, furniture, those two silent corpses.
Where would the script be? Would it require some kind of triggering condition? Or was the script in the real world?
With this thought, Lin Mo glanced outside the door, ultimately deciding not to go out for now. He first checked the two corpses, then looked around the living room, finding nothing unusual. It seemed that the bodies of the two players did not possess any strange items or tools. Just as he was searching under the bed in one of the rooms, he suddenly heard a faint breathing sound coming from the bed.
Ha!
Lin Mo's hand froze. He remembered that this room seemed to belong to Fang Yingying.
Could it be?
At that moment, a slight sound came from above, as if someone had turned over, the fabric rubbing against the sheets making a noise. Lin Mo's muscles tensed up instantly. On the bed, Fang Yingying also secretly clenched her fists.
Fang Yingying's talent is called spirit awareness, which allows her to sense living beings or spirits within a 10-meter radius.
This awareness is neither visual nor auditory, it is a kind of instinctual early warning. At this moment, her talent was going off wildly, indicating that another person had appeared in the room, and they were right under the bed. She suddenly sat up from the bed, her back pressed tightly against the wall. In the darkness, she stared intensely at the edge of the bed, as if a pale hand might reach out at any moment. The next second, a slight scraping sound came from underneath the bed, as if someone was slowly moving.
Fang Yingying could no longer hold back. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah!
Lin Mo, who was under the bed, was also jolted by the scream, his eardrum aching. As he poked his head out, wanting to explain, he was met with a gust of wind from a slap. Fang Yingying's palm, filled with fear and anger, came down hard. Lin Mo instinctively turned his head to dodge, and grabbed her wrist, twisting it to pin her down on the bed.
It's me!
Lin Mo lowered his voice, with a touch of helplessness. Calm down. Fang Yingying struggled a few times, realizing she couldn't move, and then used the faint light from outside to see Lin Mo's face. Her chest rose and fell heavily, her voice trembling.
Why are you under my bed?
Lin Mo released her wrist, stepping back a bit. When I just woke up, I found everyone had disappeared. He added, I suspect I entered some kind of overlapping space, and then I searched carefully. Lin Mo roughly explained the situation. After listening, Fang Yingying rubbed her red wrist, looking at him with uncertainty. Before she could speak, chaotic footsteps and shouts came from the corridor.
What's going on?
Ji Xiaoya's voice came from outside the door, followed by the door being pushed open. Yang Xiaoqin, Su Qian, and Yu Jia appeared one after another. Finally, it was Lu Shiyun, who came from the direction of the living room, his face dark, the bruise on his left eye looking especially sinister in the dim light. Seeing more people, Fang Yingying seemed more confident, immediately reporting, Lin Mo broke into my room.
He was hiding under the bed, definitely up to no good.
I was just investigating the abnormal situation, Lin Mo calmly explained, briefly recounting what had happened but deliberately leaving out the red USB drive and the video.
Su Qian sneered, nonsense. Overlapping space? You think you're in a sci-fi movie? Lu Shiyun crossed his arms, saying nothing, but his eyes flickered uncertainly.
Ji Xiaoya suddenly spoke.
Lin Mo isn't lying.
She raised the red USB drive in her hand. I also entered that world and found this.
We clearly took the USB drives away, yet this one appeared again.
Hearing this, Lu Shiyun quietly pulled out a similar red USB drive from his pocket.
Me too. The room fell silent for a moment. Chapter 15, The USB Drive Hypothesis. Yang Xiaoqin furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, so, it seems only those holding the black USB drive can enter that world?
After all, I didn't feel anything unusual, and the others probably didn't either.
Yu Jia nodded, saying he hadn't entered.
Lin Mo privately nodded, agreeing with his guess.
But before he could speak, Lu Shiyun suddenly stepped forward. Everyone go to sleep, there's a mission tomorrow. If we keep fussing, what if we miss 2 o'clock? No.
Ji Xiaoya interrupted him, it's only just past 1, we still have more than half an hour until 2.
We must watch the contents of these 3 new USB drives quickly. What if there are clues? It's too risky. Lu Shiyun shook his head. Yang Xiaoqin almost missed something today because of the traffic. What if we encounter problems while watching the videos?
Lin Mo somewhat agreed with Lu Shiyun. If it got too extreme, it could lead to a very unfavorable situation. Moreover, he remembered clearly that Zhang Chonglin said to go back to the room to sleep at 2 o'clock, so bringing the computer equipment back to the room wouldn't work either.
Everyone immediately returned to their own rooms. Lin Mo walked into his room, casually closing the door and locking it. He walked to the window, pulled the curtain aside to take a look, and outside was still that familiar street, the street lamps dim and the area empty. Confirming the window was locked, he pulled the curtain back and turned to walk towards the bed. Just as he lay down, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. He turned sharply, discovering the TV screen had inexplicably turned on, flickering with snowflakes and emitting a harsh static sound. What's going on? Lin Mo frowned, getting up to walk towards the TV, ready to turn it off. However, just as his hand touched the switch, the snowflakes on the screen suddenly distorted. A pale face slowly emerged from the depths of the screen. It was a woman's face, with eyes as dark as ink and her mouth twisted into an incredible grin, revealing icy white teeth. Her hair writhed like a living creature, extending out from the screen bit by bit. Lin Mo's pupils shrank, and he quickly stepped back a few paces. The woman's body in the television began to crawl out of the screen. Her arms twisted and deformed, with nails sharp as knives, scratching loudly against the floor. Damn it!
Lin Mo turned and rushed toward the door, twisting the doorknob with all his might, only to find it completely unresponsive, as if it had been welded shut. He kicked the door several times, but it still showed no reaction. The evil spirit had crawled out more than halfway, her head twisting at a strange angle, staring directly at Lin Mo, the smile at her mouth becoming increasingly sinister. But Lin Mo suddenly calmed down, as he noticed that the spirit's movements were somewhat slow.
A good opportunity. He quickly drew the cursed dagger from his waist, suppressing his discomfort, and charged forward to stab it. Just then, the evil spirit had completely crawled out of the television, her body crawling on the ground like a spider, her limbs twisted as she slowly approached Lin Mo. The temperature in the room plummeted.
Lin Mo lunged at the spirit, stabbing the dagger straight into her chest. The spirit let out a sharp shriek, and where the dagger pierced her body, black smoke began to rise. Her body rapidly disintegrated, turning into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into the air. The television screen also instantly went dark, and the room returned to silence. Lin Mo sheathed the dagger, cautiously scanning his surroundings, and only relaxed slightly after confirming no other anomalies. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo did not recklessly leave the room to find others. Instead, he picked up his phone and opened the group chat interface. He glanced at the time, it was 1:35 a.m., leaving just 25 minutes until the 2 o'clock deadline set by Zhang Chonglin. He sent a message in the group, "Is anyone awake? I just encountered an abnormal situation." As soon as the message was sent, Lu Shiyun immediately replied, "I encountered it too. A female ghost crawled out of the TV, almost took my life." Lin Mo looked at his phone screen, and Lu Shiyun's message popped up again. "Lin Mo, I spoke out of turn just now. We are all in the same boat, no need to make things so tense. I apologize to you, hope you don't take it to heart. I was too impulsive just now and shouldn't have doubted you. Given the situation, we still need to keep an eye on each other." Lin Mo stared at this message for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. He could imagine how gritted Lu Shiyun's teeth must have been when he sent that message. Leaning against the headboard, he gently tapped his fingers on the screen, purposefully waiting for a while before replying, "Okay, hope there won't be a next time." Lu Shiyun quickly replied, "Understood, absolutely won't. Our priority now is to complete the task and leave here alive." At that moment, Ji Xiaoya's message also popped up, "I just encountered the same situation as you guys. We'll talk about the details tomorrow. For now, let's make sure to get some rest, it's almost 2. Her tone was calm, but Lin Mo could sense the tension in her words. He furrowed his brow and took another look at the time, 1:41 a.m. Time was indeed running short. Lin Mo put down his phone, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. The next morning, Lin Mo woke up from his bed. A ray of faint light came through the window, and the room felt somewhat oppressive in its silence. He rubbed his temples, last night's experiences still vivid in his mind. He got up, quickly tidied his clothes, and pushed the door open to leave the room. The hallway was quiet, and the doors of other rooms remained tightly closed. Lin Mo walked to Ji Xiaoya's door and gently knocked. "Who?" A cautious voice came from inside Ji Xiaoya's room. "It's me, Lin Mo," he replied softly. The door was quickly pulled open, and Ji Xiaoya looked somewhat pale, with her arm wrapped in a piece of cloth. Faint traces of blood were visible. She glanced at Lin Mo and tilted her body to let him in. "What happened last night?" Lin Mo asked straightforwardly. Ji Xiaoya nodded, her tone calm but laced with fatigue.
A female ghost crawled out of the TV and almost took my life. I used a trick to drive it away.
Lin Mo pondered, it seems we encountered the same thing. Just then, there was a knock at the door from outside.
Ji Xiaoya walked over to open the door. It was Lu Shiyun. Looks like everyone is awake. Lu Shiyun entered the room, scanning both of them. What do you think about what happened last night?
I just asked the others, and it seems that only we encountered the vengeful spirit.
Lin Mo did not answer directly but asked in return. How did you deal with the female ghost you encountered? Lu Shiyun smirked slightly. I found a weakness. As long as you unplug the power, she cannot appear. Simple and effective. Lin Mo nodded. It seems that anyone who enters that world will be targeted.
Yang Xiaoqin had no abnormalities last night, perhaps only those who came into contact with the red USB drive will be attacked.
Chapter 16, Attracting People.
As the three were talking, the others gradually woke up and gathered in the living room. Lu Shiyun pondered for a moment and said, it's also possible that this place has a special barrier, those who enter that world will be marked by vengeful spirits. Ji Xiaoya sighed, changing the topic, I searched for a long time last night but couldn't find the script corresponding to the red USB drive.
Did you see it?
Lin Mo and Lu Shiyun shook their heads at the same time. Ji Xiaoya frowned, that's strange.
If there is no script, how do we edit?
At this moment, Su Qian suddenly interjected.
Why don't we check the content of the red USB drive first? Maybe we can find clues.
The others exchanged glances, feeling that this proposal was reasonable.
They quickly opened a computer and plugged in the red USB drive one by one.
Lin Mo had already seen it last night, but he kept quiet and just stood quietly to the side. On the screen, the film began to play. The title was clearly The Vengeful Spirit Approaches, but it was completely different from the content of the previous black USB drive. The images were eerie and creepy, with a disjointed plot, but the horror atmosphere was even more intense.
Yujia's eyes widened. This is the real film.
The previous one must have been fake. The others nodded in agreement, their faces showing looks of shock.
Lin Mo shook his head.
Our task requires us to complete the horror film, The Vengeful Spirit Approaches, but it didn't specify how many parts there are. My suggestion is to edit both, and the process must be careful and cautious.
Ji Xiaoya agreed with a glance at him. That's true. We can't take risks and overlook any part. Yang Xiaoqin clapped his hands. Since that's the case, let's proceed according to yesterday's plan.
Lin Mo looked at him but said nothing more. Lin Mo and Yang Xiaoqin walked out together. Lin Mo took out a bundle of cash from his pocket, counted out 100,000, and handed it to Yang Xiaoqin.
Take this as a partial deposit. Let's agree on a meeting place, and wait until they finish watching the movie to pay the remaining amount. After completing the task, we won't have to worry about the follow-up. Yang Xiaoqin accepted the money and nodded.
Lin Mo added, his gaze sharp, also, we must keep their real names, home addresses, and valid phone numbers. It's not enough to just leave one, we need all the information recorded clearly.
This will help us confirm and also prepare for any emergencies. Yang Xiaoqin nodded, feeling the pressure. 100 people, plus registering information, the time is a bit tight.
Let's split up, I'll head to the residential area in the south of the city, that will be more efficient.
Okay.
Lin Mo had no objections, I'll go to the city center where there are more people.
Remember, the information must be real. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we will return to the villa to summarize the list and ensure there are no duplicates.
Otherwise, if we can't contact them later, it will delay our task progress. The two parted ways. Lin Mo took a taxi back to the hotel to withdraw the money.
He directly arrived at a mall near the city center.
He took out a prepared piece of cardboard from his backpack and wrote a few striking lines with a thick black marker.
High-paid part-time job, easy movie watching. Time, X month X day, the day after tomorrow, at 6 p.m. Location, to be informed on site. Content, watching a newly released horror film, about 2.5 hours.
Compensation, deposit of 500 yuan, paid on site, plus final payment of 1,500 yuan after the film, settled on the spot.
Requirements, arrive on time and stay until the end of the movie. Limited slots, first come first serve. Name, address, and phone registration required. Is this real? Can you really get that much money just for watching a movie?
A young man leaned in, his face full of doubt.
Lin Mo nodded. Of course it's real.
A rich young master made a horror movie and wants everyone to support it. If you don't believe it, you can bring friends or tell your family where you're going, it's all true.
The young man hesitated, so, what do we need to do? It's simple.
Just show up at the designated time and place to watch the movie, and then fill out a simple feedback form, Lin Mo said casually, as if it were just a regular business activity.
Sounds good, I'll sign up.
The young man took out his ID, and Lin Mo carefully registered his information, then handed him 500 yuan in cash.
Soon, more and more people gathered around, eagerly asking for details. What's the name of the movie?
A middle-aged woman asked. It's called The Coming Ghost, a newly made horror film.
Lin Mo answered. A horror film, will it be really scary? A girl hesitated. Lin Mo smiled. It's okay. Since it's a horror film, there will definitely be some scary scenes. But don't worry, it's just a movie, it won't really harm anyone. The girl nodded. Alright then, I'll sign up too.
In less than 3 hours, Lin Mo's slots were all taken. The main reason was that verifying the information took quite a bit of time. He closed the registration book and said to the crowd that was still watching, "Sorry, today's slots are all filled." The crowd stirred, with voices of disappointment and discontent arising. Those still observing looked particularly regretful, as if they had missed out on a fortune. They had originally worried it was some scam, but now it really didn't seem that way. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately said, "But there might be opportunities the day after tomorrow, so keep an eye out." The crowd gradually dispersed, and Lin Mo stood in place, looking at the list in his hand, feeling a slight unease in his heart.
He always felt things wouldn't be so simple, but luckily, he was well prepared for any contingencies.
He took out his phone and dialed Yang Xiaoqin's number.
How's it going on your side? Yang Xiaoqin's voice came through the phone.
It's going well, I've registered over 80 people, and should finish the task shortly.
How about you? I'm done here.
Then when I'm done here, let's meet for lunch.
Okay.
At noon, Lin Mo stood at the agreed location, holding a thick stack of registration forms.
Not far away, Yang Xiaoqin walked over briskly, wearing a relaxed smile. All done? Lin Mo asked. Yang Xiaoqin nodded. I have 100 people, all registered. Yang Xiaoqin asked curiously, why do you need their addresses and contact information?
I have many older people in my group, and when they hear about leaving contact info, they are not very willing. Lin Mo glanced at him, his tone calm.
Just in case. If they don't show up later, we can remind them.
And if they don't even want to leave contact info, they might just take the deposit and run. It's not much of a loss to lose some money, but it would be a hassle if we can't gather 150 people.
Yang Xiaoqin nodded thoughtfully. That's true, I wrap things up too, and with our two totals, that's exactly 200 people. Hand me your forms.
Yang Xiaoqin handed over the forms without thinking much.
Lin Mo took them, quickly flipped through, and confirmed the information was correct, then they stuffed them into their backpack. Let's go, we should eat first, Lin Mo said. The two found a small restaurant nearby. During the meal, Yang Xiaoqin seemed to be in a good mood, talking a bit more than usual. To be honest, at first I was worried we wouldn't complete this task. He picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and smiled, saying, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Lin Mo lowered his head to eat and casually replied. If money can solve a problem, then it's not a problem. Yang Xiaoqin nodded and suddenly lowered his voice. But why do you think Zhang Chonglin wants so many people to watch the movie? Is it really just for promotion? Could it be that there will be dangers while watching the movie?
Lin Mo paused in his actions and looked up at him.
What do you think?
Yang Xiaoqin shook his head. I just feel it's not that simple.
But I can't put my finger on it. Lin Mo didn't reply, just continued eating. His gaze occasionally swept past the window, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 17, The Agency Has Discoveries. After dinner, the two returned to the studio. When they pushed open the door, Lu Shiyun and the others were sitting in front of the computers. Seeing them return, Lu Shiyun looked up and said, You're back? We have edited a version here. Lin Mo walked over and stood behind her to check. The screen was playing the clips they had marked from last night. No problem, Lin Mo said after watching for a while, nodding. Lu Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her sore eyes. That's good. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the red USB drive next to the computer, his brow slightly furrowing. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was the detective agency's number. I'm going to take a call, he said, then walked aside to press the answer button. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Lin, we have clues about Xie Linzhou that you previously commissioned us to investigate. Lin Mo's expression froze. Speak. The details can wait until you come over, we have organized the information. Lin Mo knew they were waiting for the final payment at this time. Alright, I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo turned to the others and said, I have something to do, I'll step out for a bit. Ji Xiaoya glanced at him, what's so urgent? Lin Mo didn't explain much, simply replied. I found a clue and need to check it out. Yang Xiaoqin stood up. Do you need help? Lin Mo shook his head. No need, you all continue with the editing.
After saying that, he quickly left the studio.
Once the door closed, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Ji Xiaoya's gaze withdrew from the door, and she spoke in a low voice. Be careful of him. I always feel he is hiding something from us. Yang Xiaoqin was taken aback. Why do you say that? Ji Xiaoya did not answer directly but asked back. Don't you think he seems too calm?
Ever since entering this scenario, he seems to know everything.
Fang Yingying leaned in and whispered.
Plus, he suddenly appeared under my bed last night.
Why did he specifically go under my bed? He must have ill intentions.
She was still haunted by the experience of being scared by Lin Mo earlier.
Yang Xiaoqin frowned, wanting to refute but didn't know what to say.
He recalled Lin Mo's various behaviors, and indeed there were some things that were hard to grasp.
In any case, just stay alert.
Ji Xiaoya finally said, in this scenario, no one can be completely trusted. Lin Mo pushed open the glass door of the agency, and a faint aroma of coffee greeted him.
Wang Ruifan was already waiting in the reception room.
When he saw Lin Mo come in, he immediately stood up, his face filled with a professional smile.
Mr. Lin, you're here. Wang Ruifan enthusiastically extended his hand. Please sit.
Lin Mo shook his hand, sat down on the sofa, and calmly fixed his gaze on him.
Wang Ruifan picked up a folder from the table and handed it over. This is the information you requested.
Xia Linzhou is now living in an old apartment area in the eastern part of the city, relying on odd jobs to make a living.
I normally have very little contact with others. Lin Mo took the folder and opened it carefully to review.
The information was very detailed, including Xia Linzhou's address, workplace, daily activity patterns, and even a few covertly taken photos.
The key was one of the pieces of information that surprised him a bit.
In the photos, Xia Linzhou looked thin, his eyes avoiding contact. He is currently working as a temporary worker at a construction site, leaving early and returning late, living a very regular life.
Wang Ruifan added, we have confirmed that he has been solitary for years, almost no social activities.
Lin Mo nodded, taking out the prepared final payment from his bag and placing it on the table.
This is 100,000. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Ruifan's eyes brightened, quickly taking the money and counting it swiftly. Mr. Lin is indeed a straightforward person. There's one more thing.
Lin Mo pulled out 2 stacks of cash in 2 forms from his bag. I have another request. I hope you can verify whether the information on these 2 forms is accurate.
This is a deposit, and I hope to receive news by tomorrow at the latest.
Wang Ruifeng's smile grew even brighter, patting his chest to assure.
You can rest assured, we will do our best. We will provide you with updates by tomorrow at the latest.
Lin Mo stood up, putting the materials away. Then it's settled, contact me anytime if there's news.
After leaving the office, Lin Mo altered his appearance to ensure he wouldn't be recognized.
He then hailed a taxi and headed straight to the construction site in the east of the city. At the construction site, machines roared and dust flew everywhere. Lin Mo stood at the edge, observing for a while, and soon locked onto Xia Linzhou's figure in the crowd. He was wearing a cement-smeared work uniform, strenuously hauling building materials. Lin Mo found the foreman, handed him a few bills, and briefly explained his intention. I want to find Xia Linzhou to understand some situations, it won't take too long.
The foreman took the money, sizing Lin Mo up several times. Alright, but don't take too long, the work schedule is tight.
When Xia Linzhou was called over, he appeared very nervous.
Hello, may I ask what you need from me?
His voice trembled slightly. Lin Mo handed him a bottle of water.
Shall we talk in a quiet place? Xia Linzhou hesitated for a moment but finally nodded.
The two of them went to a small restaurant near the construction site. Xia Linzhou sat in the corner, his body slightly curled up. Mr. Xie, I want to know about the cinema incident 10 years ago.
Lin Mo got straight to the point. Xia Linzhou's hand shook violently, spilling water on the table. His face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling. What cinema? I don't know what you are talking about.
Lin Mo did not rush to press for further questions but took out the documents from his bag and turned to one page. According to the records, you were an intern reporter at Morning Star Evening News, dismissed for reporting on a bizarre death incident at the cinema. You later appealed to the police multiple times but were rejected.
Xia Linzhou's breathing became rapid.
He stared fixedly at the documents as if seeing something terrifying.
That was all in the past.
His voice grew smaller, I've long forgotten. Lin Mo put away the documents, his tone becoming serious.
Mr. Xia, now someone wants to screen that movie again, and the audience will be even larger. If the tragedy of that year repeats, the consequences will be unimaginable.
Xia Linzhou suddenly looked up, a flash of terror in his eyes.
Are you also going to screen that movie? Chapter 18, The World After Xia Linzhou's Death. Ha! How does he know we are going to screen the movie? Lin Mo suppressed his confusion and nodded. Yes, so I need your help. What exactly happened back then? Why did only you survive? Xia Linzhou fell into painful memories. The evil spirit set me free. Lin Mo was taken aback and continued to probe.
Xia Linzhou went on, but there were conditions. They required me to write a lot of urban legends and upload them to a specified forum. I think it was called Echo Cave. He hugged his head, his tone full of regret. Lin Mo squinted. He was quite familiar with this forum.
Could this account belonging to Xia Linzhou be that anonymous one? Looking at it now, the possibility is very high. And, the other party's name wasn't always Xia Linzhou from the beginning. Xia Linzhou didn't notice Lin Mo's abnormality and continued to speak.
I did what I was told, even though I know this could be a ghost's conspiracy, but I can't do anything about it.
Can you understand? Xia Linzhou looked up at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Yes, I can understand you. And then? Xia Linzhou hesitated for a few seconds and said. After that, I tried to expose this matter to the public, but I failed. Nobody believed me, and no missing people were found in the city. I even found a few people based on the appearances I remembered, but I discovered that those people were actually alive. Xia Linzhou's tone was filled with terror. Later, I found more people. They were all living normal lives, going to work, shopping for groceries, picking up their kids from school. But I remember clearly they all died in the theater. Now, walking on the street, I can't tell who was alive. Xia Linzhou stared intently at Lin Mo. Do you believe me? His voice was soft, filled with exhaustion and a hint of barely noticeable pleading. Lin Mo was silent for a few seconds, not responding directly. The phenomenon you described does indeed surpass what science can currently explain. This is undeniable. He paused, but I still believe you because we have also encountered strange things. Xia Linzhou seemed to draw a bit of weak recognition from this, and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Yeah, no one believed me. Eventually, I gave up and stopped paying attention to those things. I just lived in a muddled way until today. But I feel like I've forgotten so many things. Lin Mo's mind was racing. Xia Linzhou's experience confirmed parts of the copy's description, but it also added more mysteries. The key question was motive. Why did the evil spirit want to spread these stories? Was it just to scare people? Or was it to attract specific audiences? But the task of finding the audience clearly lay on them. Forget it, maybe it's not the right time to remember. Lin Mo comforted him in line with his state, then threw out another key question to shift his attention. The Echo Cave forum you mentioned, can you still log into that account? Do you remember the username and password? Xia Linzhou was stunned for a moment, seemingly trying hard to recall, but this time it did not bring about pain. He frowned and said uncertainly. The username seems to be Night Watcher? The password seems to be 11451419198810. Lin Mo immediately took out a thin laptop from his bag and connected to his phone's hotspot. He moved quickly, opened the browser, and entered the Echo Cave forum's URL. This URL was shared in a screenshot by Lu Shiyun in the group, and he had memorized it. After entering the account and password, Lin Mo looked at the screen, where the Night Watcher account interface successfully logged in, and a heavy stone fell in his heart. This account itself might hide important clues. He closed the laptop and took out a thick envelope from his bag, pushing it in front of Xia Linzhou. Inside was a fresh 30,000 yuan in cash. Mr. Xia, take this money. I hope you won't mention what happened today to anyone. Xia Linzhou looked at the thick pile of money, then at Lin Mo. His lips moved, but in the end, he just silently nodded and complexly tucked the envelope away. He stood up, his figure stooped, and staggered out of the small restaurant, quickly disappearing outside. Lin Mo did not leave immediately. He reopened Xia Linzhou's file folder and scanned through the basic information, finally stopping his gaze on the previous names used. There were 3 words clearly printed: Jiang Chonglin. When Lin Mo first saw this information sheet, he was truly shocked. Xia Linzhou is Jiang Chonglin? The journalist Xia Linzhou, who was dismissed for spreading false reports, and the director of this horror film, Jiang Chonglin, are actually the same person? But their appearances are completely different. Is he playing 2 roles? Or the real Jiang Chonglin has long been replaced? Or, is Xia Linzhou lying? There are many possibilities, the worst being that Xia Linzhou himself is also a smokescreen spread by the evil spirit. But Lin Mo still came, he wouldn't miss any clue. Watching the other person leave, Lin Mo had a thought and activated time pause. He wanted to test something. In the absolutely still world, he chased after him, his right hand forming a knife with his 5 fingers, striking fiercely at Xia Linzhou's unaware neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bones cracking, sharp enough to make Lin Mo's teeth ache, echoed in the frozen time and space, a sound only he could perceive. Xia Linzhou's frozen body swayed slightly forward under the impact. 9 seconds passed in a flash.
Lin Mo hid into a nearby alley, ensuring he wouldn't be caught on camera. This was a place he had chosen earlier, not crowded and with few cameras, plus he was in disguise. He believed even the police wouldn't be able to find him later. The gears of time began to turn again. The frozen world suddenly resumed its noise. And Xia Lingzhou's lifeless body, at the moment time resumed its flow, fell heavily to the cold sidewalk, face down, motionless, like a puppet with its strings cut. The few surrounding passers-by gasped in surprise, some stopping to look at the suddenly fallen person in confusion.
However, at the very moment Xia Lingzhou fell, boom! As if an invisible giant hammer hit the sky fiercely.
The entire sky, without warning, changed from a dusty blue to a thick, dripping, suffocating blood red in an instant.
Dazzling red light enveloped the ground, staining the streets, buildings, and people. Everything was covered with a layer of eerie and terrifying blood color. The sun disappeared, leaving only an endless dome that seemed made of blood plasma. What was even more chilling was that all the people covered by this blood-colored sky. Whether they were the few passers-by who stopped to check on Xia Lingzhou, or the vendors, elderly, and children in the distance, their expressions instantly froze and twisted. Their skin deteriorated visibly, becoming gray and shriveled, their eye sockets sinking deep. In the previous second, they were normal humans, and in the next second, they all transformed into hideous spirits radiating rich death and resentment. Chapter 19, Force Time Rewind. Those ghosts turned their heads in unison, with hollow or malicious eyes, locking onto Lin Mo, who stood in the alley. They pounced on him like piranhas sensing blood, crazily and overwhelmingly from shops, cars, and the street corners. The breath of death thick as if it were tangible.
Facing this terrifying dead end that could make anyone tremble, Lin Mo's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Without hesitation, he activated Time Rewind. The great power of time descended again. This time, it wasn't a pause, but a rewind. The blood-colored hell before him, the tide of evil spirits rushing towards him, the fallen Xia Lingzhou. All the images seemed pressed on a chaotic rewind of a film strip, rolling back, blurring, disappearing at an incredible speed. A violent dizziness hit him, as if his soul were forcibly pulled out of his body and stuffed back in.
Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes.
The piercing sunlight made him squint instinctively. He was standing on a bustling street, surrounded by a stream of people, the honking of cars and the chatter of pedestrians clear to hear.
The sky was a normal gray blue. He quickly pulled out his phone to confirm. Time clearly rolled back by 60 minutes. He returned to 1 hour ago, when Xia Lingzhou was still alive, just before he left the office building. Lin Mo took a deep breath.
The oppressive feeling brought by the blood-red sky and the swarm of ghosts was far beyond imagination.
Killing Xia Lingzhou, Zhang Chonglin, would actually trigger the entire world to become ghostly?
Lin Mo thought for a moment and decided not to contact that Xia Lingzhou.
After all, what he needed to know, he already knew. He was still unclear whether the other party held goodwill or malice towards him. He decided to directly go to the other party's home. Xia Lingzhou rented a third-floor corner unit in an old red brick building.
The hallway was dim, covered with various small ads for unclogging drains, locksmith services, and official documents. The door lock was an old spring lock, similar to Zhou Wan's lock from before, which was nothing to Lin Mo. He pulled out a specially made thin alloy wire from the inside of his wristband, giving his wrist a slight shake, and with a soft click, the lock popped open. The room was small and messy, but it was not the usual bachelor's sloppiness. The floor, the only old sofa, and even the shaky folding dining table were piled high with things.
A vast amount of things.
It was a collection of horror films.
Piles of DVD cases and various horror movie covers everywhere. Almost no blank wall was visible, as it was layered with various horror movie posters, ranging from black and white retro to the latest splatter films, densely packed. Lin Mo was not too surprised, as he already knew that Xia Lingzhou was a horror film enthusiast. He just didn't expect the other party to be so pathology-driven, piling up so many horror films. Lin Mo cautiously stepped over the cluttered items on the floor and began to search. His goal was clear, all information related to the arrival of the evil ghosts, as well as that script. The drawer was stuffed with cutouts from various movie magazines, with red pen circles and doodles, mostly about creating horror atmospheres, audience psychological analysis, and classic horror plot deconstructions. A damaged hardcover notebook caught Lin Mo's attention. Opening it revealed a dense writing, recording fragmented and unorganized horror ideas. The person in the mirror doesn't blink, but it smiles. When the hair under the bed wraps around your ankles, the reflection on the ceiling is waving at you. When the Buddha statue opens its eyes, the ashes in the incense burner turn to blood. The handwriting was sometimes messy and chaotic, sometimes neat and rigid, as if two different people had alternated in writing. Time passed by second, and the sky outside started to darken. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the room, finally landing on an inconspicuous cardboard box placed on a low cabinet in the corner. It was unlocked and stood out awkwardly among more eye-catching clutter. The lid was loose, and it opened with a gentle lift.
Inside, there was nothing extra, only a thick notebook with heavily worn edges. The cover had the title written in black marker. The Arrival of the Evil Ghosts. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened slightly. He picked up the script and quickly flipped through it. The content highly matched the main storyline of the film he had seen on the black USB drive before. However, the details had some slight surprises. Lin Mo frowned. Could it be that the script they had was fake? From the perspective of difficulty in obtaining it, this was quite possible. He thought for a moment, took out his phone, and took pictures of all the content inside the notebook, then put the script back in place. He didn't want to startle that Xia Linzhou. After searching again, he found nothing else. Lin Mo no longer lingered and quietly exited the suffocating space, locking the door again. He didn't go directly downstairs but instead walked upstairs, changing into a different disguise. A few minutes later, a man wearing a duckbill cap and an ordinary gray jacket stepped out, his steady steps merging into the crowd of people just finishing work. Lin Mo took a taxi to near the studio and walked into a decent-looking chain restaurant, ordering a signature steak set. When checking out and leaving, he walked into a large electronics store next door and picked out a lightweight laptop. When he returned to the small independent building serving as the studio, carrying the computer bag, the sky had completely darkened. The street lights lit up. He opened the door, where the living room lights were on, but the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Lu Shiyun, Su Qian, and Yu Jiao were gathered in front of the editing computer, staring at paused horrifying images on the screen. Ji Xiaoya and Fang Yingying sat on a sofa a little further away, facing a pile of printed materials and several maps, their brows furrowed. Yang Xiaoqin stood against the wall, holding a cell phone. Hearing the sound of the door, everyone lifted their heads to look at Lin Mo. "You're back?" Ji Xiaoya was the first to speak, her voice carrying a hint of fatigue. "Did you find anything?" "Not much." Lin Mo then asked, "What about you?" Ji Xiaoya rubbed her temples. There were indeed some findings, but the situation might be more complex than we thought. She pointed at the Echo Hole forum page open on the screen. "I followed the previous leads and found 4 posts in the forum's old archives. 3 of them correspond to our 3 separate horror stories, which we had already found. And the last one, the one I just found, is surprisingly very similar to the script we have." "Similar? What do you mean?" Lin Mo leaned in a bit closer. "Perhaps it's not just similar, we could almost say it's the source." Ji Xiaoya dragged the mouse, pulling up the content of one post. "Look at this story about the ghost shadow under the bed. The overall framework, key plot points, and even some detailed descriptions are identical to our first story in the script." Chapter 20, 7 posts. The others seemed to have seen it already and did not show much surprise. Fang Yingying said, "I think this script must have been plagiarized by Jiang Chonglin from this. It's probably not just simple plagiarism." Ji Xiaoya shook her head with a serious expression. "The problem is, the stories I found on this forum, they all lack the second half." "No second half?" Lin Mo asked. Ji Xiaoya affirmed, "Yes. The posts on the forum only wrote up to the key turning points, for example, discovering hair under the bed, unusual changes on the scalp, etc., and then just cut off. It's like they intentionally only released the first half." Ji Xiaoya continued, "But more critically, I compared some descriptions in our script, and found extremely slight differences with the versions on the forum. For example, the forum wrote, the woman saw a black silk thread in the gap under the bed, while our script said, a clump of black hair. These changes are very minor, but they do exist." "What does this mean?" Su Qian asked, feeling a bit lost. "It means the script we have might not be the original version." Lin Mo replied in a deep voice, already standing behind Ji Xiaoya. He saw that the publisher information column of the post was still anonymous. "Still anonymous?" he asked. "Yes." Ji Xiaoya sighed helplessly. "All the publishers of these story scripts are anonymous users. The forum's protection mechanism is very strong, and it's even harder to trace real identities from 10 years ago. It seems the clues are cut off here again." Yang Xiaoqin also said, "Although I've activated the police department's power to investigate, it's too difficult. They still have no leads because this forum's address is overseas." Lin Mo stared at the word anonymous, his gaze shifting slightly. He did not ask further, just nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. This discovery is very important. At least it confirms that there is a problem with the script's origin." After saying this, he turned and walked straight to his room, leaving the others in the living room lost in their thoughts. Back in the first room on the left, Lin Mo locked the door behind him. He sat down at his desk, opened his laptop, and logged into the account named Night Watcher. The login was successful. Lin Mo's gaze immediately focused on the My Posts and Drafts sections. The list of posts was clearly presented before him, showing a total of 7 posts. Urban Weird Tales, Whispers Under the Bed, Status, Public. Urban Weird Tales, Eyes Under the Scalp, status, public. Urban Weird Tales, Eternal Incense, status, public. Untitled Script Draft, status, public. These 4 posts were all published anonymously, which is to say they are the 4 posts found by Ji Xiaoya. Lin Mo felt a slight excitement and continued to scroll down. The Shadows Gap, Passing Behind the Curtain, status, deleted. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately clicked to view details. The content of the post was no longer visible, but the deletion time was prominently displayed, 3 days ago. The deletion time was precisely the day before they entered this instance. Fortunately, as the author, he could restore it, so Lin Mo did so without hesitation. He then carefully examined it and found that this was actually a method to enter another world, along with the corresponding rules. That world was called the Shadow World, and one only needed to hold a black USB drive to enter the Shadow World at midnight. But one could only stay for 44 minutes before automatically returning to the real world. Additionally, it must be an unedited, original black USB drive. From this perspective, the black USB drive in Ji Xiaoya's hands probably couldn't serve as the key to enter the Shadow World. There were several other rules, all very useful. It seemed that he was already getting to the core, Lin Mo thought to himself. After remembering the key points, Lin Mo continued to look further. Blood Feast, The Vengeful Ghost Approaches, status, not published, in draft. This post was somewhat similar to the contents of the red USB drive, but it was not a script. Untitled Draft, status, not published, in draft. Lin Mo clicked on it. Inside were only a few short lines, which suddenly made his pupils shrink. The will shall ultimately gather, the screen shall ultimately open. I will personally complete it, the vengeful ghost approaches. The first part, with fear as bait, awakens the sleeping shadows. The second part, with flesh and blood as sacrifice, welcomes back the lost souls. They are waiting for the audience to take their seats. After reading, Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, quietly thinking. 7 posts, with a massive amount of information. The first 3 public stories and that incomplete public script confirm the origin of the script. The deleted post, The Shadows Gap, Passing Behind the Curtain, with such a coincidental deletion time, might be an attempt to hide key clues. Tonight he must enter that shadow world again. The last 2 drafts seem to reveal Sa Linzhou/Jiang Chonlin's obsession with filming 2 parts of The Vengeful Ghost Approaches. The first part was the horror film they were currently editing, linked by 3 terrifying stories. And the second part was clearly the bloody and crazed film in the red USB drive, with the clear goal of making the audience the sacrifice. So that's it. Lin Mo whispered. Now it seemed they were not only editors but also accessories to this bloody ritual. But there was no other way, after all, failure to complete the task meant death. He could only make these NPCs suffer a little. With this thought, Lin Mo already had a plan in mind. He did not plan to tell the others that he had the true script of that black USB drive, intending to reveal it to them tomorrow. This way, at least the USB drive in Lu Shiyan's hands could still enter the shadow world. After putting away his laptop, Lin Mo stepped back outside. The others were still discussing, but it seemed they hadn't discovered any useful clues. Time quickly arrived at midnight, and everyone had to return to their rooms to rest. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. The room was completely dark, and he couldn't see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. He held his breath, listening intently. Outside the window, there was a deathly silence, as if the entire world had been swallowed by this pure darkness. His fingers fumbled, pulling out the cold red USB drive that had a jade-like, sinister touch. It looked like a solidified drop of blood, glowing faintly red in the absolute darkness. As expected. He silently murmured as he sat up from the bed. He didn't move immediately but sat quietly, recalling the relevant rules he had seen in Xia Linzhou's account. When darkness completely overwhelms the world, only the blood key can tear through the curtain, revealing the true cage. Chapter 21, Blood Key and Cage. Blood Key. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the red USB drive in his hand. Is this what it refers to? Only in the shadowy world, and in this absolute darkness, could this USB drive shine. When he last entered this world, he had turned on the lights, so he hadn't noticed the USB drive's peculiarity. He stood up, not turning on the lights, instead using the faint glow from the red USB drive to walk out of the room directly towards the large door outside. Then he pulled open the big door. Whoosh! A gust of cold, decayed wind instantly rushed into the room. Outside the door was not a street, but endless, seemingly solidified darkness. This darkness was dense, almost like a substance. It felt just like when the ponytailed girl opened the door before. Lin Mo hesitated not at all, extending the red USB drive in his hand, carefully allowing it to probe into that thick darkness. The moment the USB drive touched the edge of the darkness, a sudden change occurred. The brightness of the USB drive rapidly increased. It was not a soft halo, but an extremely glaring scarlet light. Where the light beam reached, the scene became clear. The scarlet glow illuminated a narrow path. The floor was covered in a dusty dark red carpet. The light beam extended forward, revealing to Lin Mo's eyes a massive, dilapidated outline of space.
A cinema.
An old cinema, long abandoned and decayed. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, one could see rows of worn-out seats. A huge silver screen hung at the front, but no longer a flat curtain. It was torn to shreds as if countless hands had violently ripped it apart, full of enormous, irregular holes. Behind the torn holes was deeper darkness, as if hiding a giant mouth that would devour anyone. But these were not what made Lin Mo's pupils constrict the most. It was those audience members. Wherever the scarlet light beam swept across, shadowy figures filled nearly every corner and seat of the screening room. They sat there silently, in various postures, exuding a fearsome aura of deathly silence and resentment. Some bodies twisted into incredible angles, as if crushed by invisible giant force and then carelessly reassembled.
Some heads hung.
It seemed to be a former projection booth or control room. On the table, a faint outline of a rectangular object could be seen, resembling a thick book.
Could that be the script?
The goal was clear, but how to get there?
Countless vengeful spirits were blocking the aisle between the seats like jagged rocks.
Under the red light, although they did not immediately pounce, Lin Mo could clearly feel the chilling gaze in the air becoming stronger and stronger. Each vengeful spirit slightly adjusted its sitting posture, their invisible gaze focusing on him, on the red light in his hand that emitted deadly temptation. Seeing that these beings looked greedy but had yet to act, Lin Mo held his breath, pushing his senses to the limit. He cautiously stepped out the door, stepping onto the carpet.
He fixed his gaze on the nearest row of seats, those few vengeful spirits illuminated by the red light.
One twisted vengeful spirit, its body contorted like a twisted pastry, seemed to slightly turn its head, which was lopsided on its shoulder, as if its deep-set eye socket was directly facing him. Cold sweat streamed down Lin Mo's forehead.
He felt time was running out.
He no longer hesitated, pushing his agility to the utmost, racing through the gaps between the tightly packed, silent audience. However, just a few steps away from the control panel, a sudden change occurred. Next to him, a woman wearing a tattered plaid dress, her mouth wide open, suddenly made a sound. Immediately after, the bony hand clutching the decaying skirt abruptly lifted. Crack! 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 At the same time, a nauseating sound of friction and joint movement flooded in from all corners.
Countless figures that were just stiffly sitting suddenly turned their heads in unison.
Though they did not immediately charge forward, the malice emanating from them grew heavier.
Oh no!
Lin Mo's heart raced with alarm. With no time to think, he quickly grabbed the book in his hand. At the moment the book was in his hands, another change occurred. The light from the USB stick in his hand rapidly dimmed the instant it made contact with the book, leaving only a faint glow. Hiss! 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 Various suppressed, greedy, and hate-filled howls converged into a terrifying roar, instantly filling the entire theater. All the vengeful spirits seemed to have begun their actions, sealing off Lin Mo's escape.
Escape route? The only exit, the door representing the studio, was now several dozen meters away, separated by countless clawing vengeful spirits.
At the critical moment, a cold light shot from Lin Mo's eyes. He gripped the book tightly in his left hand, while his right hand swiftly dove into his clothing, instantly pulling out the Soul Eater. Then he directly activated the domain. The instant the dagger was unsheathed, an invisible wave suddenly spread out, centered on Lin Mo.
Soul Eater domain activate.
Those frenzied vengeful spirits, almost about to touch Lin Mo's body, halted in their tracks as they reached the edge of this freezing, ferocious domain. Lin Mo did not linger but quickly charged forward. The short distance of just a few dozen meters was traversed in an instant under the activated domain.
Bang!
He slammed his shoulder hard against the door, rolling into the room. With a swift motion, he swung back.
Clang!
He forcefully slammed the door shut with all his strength.
As the door closed, the howls from outside instantly faded away. Success!
Lin Mo turned on the light and casually found a chair to sit down.
Now, it was time to see what this hard-won clue was all about. Chapter 22, Su Qian's Tragic Death. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Su Qian stood at the studio door, tightly gripping a white candle in his hand. Lu Shiyun had handed him the black USB stick, as only his talent could potentially penetrate the darkness outside this strange world.
He took a deep breath and lit the candle.
This was a tool given to him by his older brother Lu Shiyun, called the concealing candlelight, which reduces one's presence when lit.
Now was the time to use it.
Su Qian pushed open the door, and a thick darkness rushed at him. The candlelight could only illuminate a small area at his feet, any further light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. He clenched his teeth and decided to use his talent, illumination. As the skill activated, a gentle white light spread from his palm. Wherever the light reached, the darkness retreated like a tide. Su Qian cautiously glanced around, confirming there were no traces of frightening ghosts, and he finally breathed a little easier.
Looks like it's safe.
He mumbled softly, stepping into the darkness.
At first, everything went smoothly.
Su Qian moved forward along the corridor, with the light from his illumination creating a path ahead of him. But halfway through, he suddenly felt a chill creep down his back.
He wheeled around.
In that instant, two pale hands silently reached out from the darkness and gently covered his eyes. Before Su Qian could react, he felt a cold breath brush his cheek. The candle was blown out.
No, his voice caught in his throat.
As the candlelight extinguished, the illumination's glow began to twist and distort. Su Qian was terror-stricken to discover that, at that moment, numerous frightening ghosts surrounded him. Some hung upside down from the corridor ceiling, some poked half their bodies out from the walls, and others crawled along the ground like spiders. All the ghosts maintained the same posture. Their hands were outstretched, as if waiting for something. Su Qian's legs went weak. He wanted to retreat but bumped into a cold body. He trembled and turned to face a ghostly pale face. The lips of that face slowly stretched into a grin, extending all the way to the ears.
Save!
His cry for help abruptly stopped.
Countless pale hands reached out simultaneously, dragging him into the mass of ghosts.
The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed in the darkness, soon fading back into silence. Lin Mo was carefully reading the script in his room when he suddenly felt a weight in his pocket. He frowned, reached in, and touched a cold metal object.
What is this? He pulled it out and saw it was a black USB drive.
The surface of the USB gleamed with a strange light, feeling exceptionally cold, as if it had just come out of an ice cellar. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened instantly.
He clearly remembered that he only had a red USB drive and a black USB drive on him. Where did this black USB come from? Moreover, the way it appeared was so strange. Lin Mo flipped the USB drive over, and his pupils shrank.
He saw a clear red mark of 3 made with a red pen on it.
This is Lu Shiyun's USB drive. Could it be that he also discovered the USB's anomaly, so he used some method to place it on me? Or did something else happen? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment but decided to keep the USB. Then he immediately took out his phone and took photos of each page of the script to make a backup.
After finishing, Lin Mo sat down, gripping the script tightly and staring ahead intensely. The time remaining in this shadow world was running out. He wanted to see if he could glean any clues this time while focused. Lin Mo merely blinked, and he noticed more people around him.
It was Ji Xiaoya, Lu Shiyun, and others.
He remained seated, holding the script tightly.
Back?
Ji Xiaoya's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable tension. She was the first to notice Lin Mo's sudden appearance and stood up from the sofa. Others also raised their heads from their positions, their gazes fixating on him.
Yes, Lin Mo replied, his voice a bit dry. He actually didn't notice. It seems that the transition between the two worlds couldn't be perceived by them. He quickly scanned the living room.
Lu Shiyun stood by the wall, his brow slightly furrowed. Fang Yingying and Yu Jia gathered around the computer, their faces filled with questions. Yang Shaoqi leaned back on another single sofa, his sharp eyes observing closely.
How is it? Any discoveries?
Ji Xiaoya stepped closer, her gaze falling on the notebook in Lin Mo's hand, filled with anticipation and fatigue.
Found this.
Lin Mo raised the notebook in his hand but did not pass it right away. This should be the original script of The Coming Evil Spirit.
Great. Fang Yingying couldn't help but exclaim, her face lighting up with joy.
Yu Jia also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But Ji Xiaoya's brow did not relax. She glanced around the room, her tone laced with obvious confusion and worry.
Su Qian didn't come back with you.
Lin Mo's heart stirred, but his face remained calm.
Su Qian? What's wrong with him? Last time we should have returned together.
Ji Xiaoya raised her voice slightly, but this time you appeared alone.
Su Qian, he's missing.
And I didn't enter that space again this time. The ones who disappeared before were only you and Su Qian.
I suspect the used black USB stick can't take us back into that space again. We need to be more careful and cautious moving forward. Lu Shiyun walked over at that moment. I'm afraid Su Qian won't be coming back.
Though the words carried regret and sadness, there was a tone of certainty in them. Lin Mo's gaze immediately turned sharp as he directed it at Lu Shiyun.
Won't come back? How do you know? Our return time isn't fixed. How do you know he won't come back? Do you know what happened to him? Also, isn't the USB stick in your hand? Why did Su Qian disappear?
Lu Shiyun was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo's blunt questioning, his eyes flickering, then he let out a sigh to cover it up.
Lin Mo, don't get agitated. I know you have hostility towards me.
Su Qian entered that space. Of course, I gave him the USB stick. Everyone knows this, I just told him.
As for why Su Qian can't come out, it's just my guess. You know that place is strange. How could it be safe? The 3 people who died before never appeared again either, right? This seems to be a pattern. Those who went in and couldn't come out together, probably just
He did not finish, only shaking his head heavily, the implication clear. Lin Mo stared at Lu Shiyun for a few seconds, thinking about the black USB stick Mark III that had suddenly appeared in the shadow world. He chose not to ask further, shifting his gaze, nodding and continuing. After I went in, I walked out the door and saw this script placed on a table. It was very dark around, but I didn't encounter any danger, just got the thing and returned.
Chapter 23, Lu Shiyun's Eye.
Lin Mo deliberately simplified the process, omitting the overwhelming evil spirits.
No danger encountered?
Ji Xiaoya found it hard to believe, looking at Lu Shiyun. Su Qian took the USB stick you gave him, right?
Yes.
Lu Shiyun nodded, looking frustrated. He told me his talent in illuminating techniques was suitable for exploring the dark, so I gave him my USB stick, along with a prop I hoped would help. Sigh, I didn't expect. He sighed again, as if mourning Su Qian's sacrifice.
Lin Mo, was your process of getting the script really so smooth?
Yang Shaoqin suddenly spoke, his intuition telling him that Lin Mo's account was too understated.
Yeah, lucky, the target was not far from the door.
Lin Mo remained unfazed, handing the script to Ji Xiaoya. Take a look at this first, its contents differ from the version we got before, it might be closer to the truth.
Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the script.
Ji Xiaoya took the script, and Fang Yingying and Yu Jia leaned in closer. Taking advantage of the brief chaos as everyone gathered to flip through the script, Lu Shiyun suddenly moved a step closer to Lin Mo. His fingers moved slightly at his side, a barely perceptible, extremely weak ripple of energy, like an invisible thread, quietly attached to the inner edge of Lin Mo's coat. Lu Shiyun's movements were subtle, his gaze still on the script, as if he was just casually adjusting his standing posture. Lin Mo glanced at him, and Lu Shiyun's heart skipped a beat, but he smiled slightly, wearing a hint of flattery. Lin Mo seemed not to notice, merely turning his head to continue discussing with others. After doing all this, Lu Shiyun felt a little more at ease. Honestly, he could not understand how Lin Mo managed to return unharmed, while Su Qian had died. The last image he shared through the eye was of Su Qian being dragged into the darkness by countless pale arms, and then the connection was cut off. Lu Shiyun was sure that Lin Mo must be hiding crucial information, and he may have even obtained more important clues. Now, as long as this eye remained on Lin Mo, he could spy on some secrets. The crowd glanced roughly at the script.
Now is not the time to get bogged down in details.
Ji Xiaoya suddenly closed the script, her voice filled with urgency. She lifted her eyes to scan everyone, her gaze landing on the clock on the wall. She took a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision. Since the content of the red USB drive is also part of the arrival of the evil spirits, and it's part 2, then we should cut it out according to the requirements. Completing the contents of both USB drives together might truly mean completion. This suggestion instantly silenced the living room.
Sister Xiaoya, do we really have to cut that red one? Fang Yingying's voice trembled, clearly reluctant. Otherwise? Ji Xiaoya's voice was weary but exceptionally firm. The rules require us to complete the arrival of the evil spirits.
It can now be basically determined that the black USB drive is part 1, and the red USB drive is part 2. We are unclear if completion refers to one or if both must be completed.
We have no choice but to do what we can. After a brief silence, Lu Shiyun stepped forward, breaking the deadlock.
He cleared his throat, his voice sounding sincere, as if he was thinking of everyone.
Xiaoya makes a good point. Time is tight, we need to take action. However, he shifted his tone, looking towards Lin Mo, who was standing aside. Now there's another key issue, the way to enter that shadow world. Based on the previous situation, along with the information Lin Mo brought back, it is very likely that only the unedited black USB drive can serve as the key to enter that space. Su Qian did not return, and his black USB drive is lost. Lin Mo, your black USB drive should be the only one we currently have that hasn't been edited, right?
Lin Mo crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, looking at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue.
Lu Shiyun continued.
That place is too dangerous. Su Qian's experience is a cautionary tale. But at the same time, it may hold crucial clues for us to complete the task, or even, a way out.
It is very likely that it hides not just the script.
So, when necessary, we may need to enter again for exploration. Today is already the 3rd day. Zhang Chonglin said he would come on the 4th day.
This means we have one more chance to enter that space.
He slightly raised his voice, making his suggestion seem more reasonable. For the safety and efficiency of the team, and to avoid another incident like Su Qian's, I suggest we temporarily keep Lin Mo's black USB drive in unified team custody. This way, no one can act independently, reducing unnecessary risks. If we need to enter, we can discuss who should go or how to enter safely. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yingying immediately echoed softly.
Yes, that's safer. It's too dangerous for one person to hold.
Her eyes flickered, not daring to look at Lin Mo.
Yu Jia also nodded, speaking in a deep voice. Yes, what Brother Lu said makes sense. If it's in one person's hands, what if something happens, and the thing is lost or the person is gone? Then everyone will have no hope, right?
Everyone's gaze focused on Lin Mo, and an invisible pressure filled the living room. Before, no one cared about the conflict between Lin Mo and Lu Shiyun, mainly because it didn't involve their interests, but now that Lin Mo held something that might be their lifeline, no one could stand by. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Lu Shiyun's eyes. Lin Mo slowly stood up straight, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He ignored Fang Yingying and Yu Jia, locking his gaze directly on Lu Shiyun's face. Unified custody? Sounds fair. So, Mr. Lu, who specifically will hold this unified custody? Is it you? Or? His eyes swept over Fang Yingying and Yu Jia, will they hold it? Lu Shiyun seemed to have anticipated this question, keeping a calm expression, even speaking in a tone that suggested negotiation. My suggestion is to give it to Yu Jia. He hasn't held a USB stick before, of course, this is just my suggestion, everyone can discuss it. Give it to Yu Jia? Lin Mo repeated, his smile deepening, carrying a hint of obvious mockery. Just when Lu Shiyun thought he would continue to rebut or propose another candidate, Lin Mo made an unexpected move that shocked everyone.
Chapter 24, Attacked Again.
Lin Mo decisively pulled the cold black USB stick from his pocket, without a moment of hesitation, directly bypassing Lu Shiyun and handing it to Ji Xiaoya.
Take it. Lin Mo's tone was flat, for you to keep.
Ji Xiaoya froze, looking at the USB stick handed to her, momentarily not reaching out to take it. Her eyes were filled with surprise and confusion.
Lin Mo?
This. Lu Shiyun's face instantly darkened, he clearly hadn't expected Lin Mo to completely disregard his plans and directly give the USB stick to Ji Xiaoya, whom he deemed the hardest to control. He suppressed his displeasure, trying to sound objective.
Xiaoya, this isn't appropriate, right? You already used a black USB stick for editing before, maybe it should be given to someone who hasn't handled it? For example.
Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Mo.
Why isn't it appropriate? What about the black USB stick you had? Lu Shiyun, when you gave it to Su Qian, did you think about keeping it safe? How did Su Qian die? Because you wanted him to take a risk, and you gave him your USB stick. And then?
He didn't come back, and your USB stick was gone. So, given what you've done, I won't hand the USB stick to you or your recommended person. Lin Mo's words made Lu Shiyun's face alternate between red and white.
Our team has only 3 precious USB sticks. You're one of the responsible ones, and this is how you keep it. And now you have the audacity to teach others how to keep it safe?
Lin Mo stared at Lu Shiyun, who was rendered speechless by the questioning. Tell me, why should anyone believe you, and why do you think you can critique my decision? Lu Shiyun was pushed back by Lin Mo's relentless questioning, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He wanted to argue, to explain that Su Qian had volunteered, to say he meant well. But when he opened his mouth, his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't squeeze out a few words for a long time. Ji Xiaoya looked at the tense situation before her and then at the USB stick Lin Mo offered her, her expression complex. She took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and reached out to take the cold black USB stick, holding it tightly in her palm.
All right. I'll keep the USB stick for now. Now, let's try editing this red USB stick. No one spoke out in opposition anymore.
Fang Yingying and Yu Jia immediately responded, quickly following Ji Xiaoya towards the editing computer, as if escaping the center of this storm. Lu Shiyun stood in place, his face pale, his lips tightly pressed together. But he ultimately did not say another word, only let out a soft grunt, careful not to let Lin Mo hear him.
Now, I must endure a bit, I've already inserted my eyes, and as long as this Lin Mo reveals a flaw, he will be doomed.
Thinking this, his mood improved a little, and he immediately followed after. Ji Xiaoya quickly locked onto an access part in a red USB flash drive that was not in the script. On the screen was a disturbing scene from the red USB flash drive, a twisted figure was tearing open the victim's chest. Ji Xiaoya pressed her lips tightly, moved the timeline, selected this bloody close-up that lasted about 10 seconds, and pressed the delete button. Just at the moment when the editing software displayed deletion complete. The ceiling light above flickered violently a few times and then went completely dark.
The entire room was instantly swallowed by dense darkness. Ah! Fang Yingying let out a short scream. What happened? Did the circuit trip?
Yu Jia's voice was panicked, and he instinctively reached out to feel around in front of him. Abnormal situations in the copy world are often not good news, it could be a sign that a vengeful spirit is about to attack.
However, a change even more chilling than the darkness appeared on the computer screen.
The monitor that should have gone black was now glowing with a strange, dark red light, as if soaked in blood. In this dim light, everyone saw a withered, gray-skinned hand with long, black nails slowly reaching out from the depths of the screen. That hand had a clear target, striking like lightning towards Ji Xiaoya, who was closest to the screen.
Watch out! Yang Shaoqian's roar echoed in the darkness. But it was too late. That icy, bone-chilling hand had tightly grabbed Ji Xiaoya's left shoulder. A force of irresistible, immense pulling came, causing Ji Xiaoya to stagger, her upper body nearly falling towards the ominous glowing screen. At that moment, a faint blue-white light suddenly exploded in front of Ji Xiaoya's chest, almost unnoticeable. Crack! A soft but clear cracking sound rang out. Almost simultaneously, that ghostly hand seemed to be burned by an invisible force, suddenly retracting, disappearing into the depths of the screen. The strange red light on the screen also extinguished along with it. Bang! The room lights unexpectedly turned on again, and everyone's eyes instinctively squinted. Ji Xiaoya stood in shock, one hand covering the place where her left shoulder had been grabbed, sending chills and dull pain through her. Her face was as pale as a sheet, gasping for breath, and her other hand trembled as she pulled something out from her collar. It was a small, ancient-looking jade pendant. Yet at this moment, the surface of the jade pendant was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, with several noticeable fissures at the center, dull and lifeless. Ji Xiaoya looked at the broken pendant in her hand, carrying a hint of lingering fear. Her eyes were filled with confusion and terror. Why did it attack me? Just now, what was that thing? Fang Yingying and Yu Jia, still shaken, dared to approach, nervously looking at Ji Xiaoya and the shattered pendant in her hand. Are you okay, Sister Xiaoya? Fang Yingying's voice trembled with a hint of tears. I'm fine, it just hurts a bit from the shoulder grab. Ji Xiaoya shook her head. But she was still anxiously staring at the now normal computer screen, as if a hand might reach out from it at any moment. I'm afraid, it's related to the editing. Lu Shiyan's voice was low. Just now when Xiaoya deleted the segment, the lights went out, and then the ghost hand appeared. This situation is a bit like what happened to us yesterday when we were attacked. He paused and said, the content in this red U-disc is indeed very eerie. Now it seems that editing it, especially deleting the content inside, might be like, directly provoking whatever is in there? Or, every bloody scene that gets deleted could provoke a ghostly attack? Just like what happened earlier. This speculation instantly dropped the temperature in the room a few more degrees. Everyone felt a chill crawling up their spines. If this is true, then the remaining editing work is essentially a series of confrontations with a vengeful spirit. Although he only glanced at it roughly before, this red U-disc definitely has at least a dozen places that need editing. Chapter 25, The Disappearance of the U-disc. Lin Mo had been leaning against the wall, silently watching everything unfold. Lu Shiyan's analysis stirred something in his heart. Some vague clues began to collide in his mind. I need to go to the bathroom, Lin Mo suddenly spoke. The others had not fully recovered from the previous shock, simply nodding instinctively. Lin Mo returned to his room and closed the bathroom door. He immediately pulled out the two cold U-discs from his inner pocket. One should be the black U-disc that Su Qian transferred to him after her death, and the other was the red U-disc he found earlier. The bathroom had an old toilet tank, and the lid was a bit loose. Lin Mo carefully lifted the lid, wrapped the two U-discs in a plastic bag, and tucked them into a gap inside the tank near the edge, ensuring it wouldn't affect normal flushing and wouldn't be easily discovered. After doing all this, he pressed the flush button, the sound of rushing water covering up any subtle movements. When he returned to the editing room, the atmosphere was still heavy and oppressive. Ji Xiaoya rubbed her painful shoulder, her face still pale, not daring to continue editing. She pointed to the computer. What should we do next? Should we continue editing? Lin Mo walked to the computer, his gaze fell on the red editing timeline. The spot where Ji Xiaoya had deleted that bloody scene now had a blank space. Lin Mo then spoke, I was thinking, maybe the trigger for the attack isn't just because of the act of deleting itself, it might also have something to do with what the editor carries? His words were a bit vague, but it immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Mo didn't plan to hide this matter. After all, editing is a big job, and everyone's interests were aligned in this regard. He also needed help editing to facilitate his further search for clues. What do you mean? Ji Xiaoya pressed. Lin Mo didn't explain, but looked directly at Ji Xiaoya. It's just a guess. Also, let me try this segment next. Ji Xiaoya looked at his calm eyes. Although she was confused, she stepped aside. Lin Mo sat in the editing chair, the mouse moving along the timeline. He quickly found an anomaly. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their eyes fixed on the screen and the light above. The mouse clicked, and the deletion was completed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The light remained bright, and the computer screen displayed the editing software interface normally. There was no flicker, no dimming, and no ghostly hand reached out. The room was silent, only the sound of suppressed breathing could be heard. Nothing happened? Fang Yingying said with incredible surprise. This section was deleted, and nothing was triggered? Yu Jia also widened his eyes. Ji Xiaoya let out a long breath, but her gaze towards Lin Mo was filled with curiosity. How did you know? Why is it that when you edit, nothing happens? Lin Mo did not answer right away.
His earlier attempt confirmed his core suspicion, editing the content of the red U-disc triggers attacks, but the trigger conditions for the attack seem to require some kind of medium carried by the editor, most likely the black U-disc, or holding another red U-disc. Ji Xiaoya had a black USB drive given to her by Lin Mo when she was editing just now, so she was attacked. And when I was editing, I didn't have a single USB drive on me. The black USB drive was in Ji Xiaoya's hand, and the red-black original drive was hidden by him, so I was safe. However, looking at it this way, these USB drives probably wouldn't bring them clues, and could very well be sources of risk. Moreover, the black USB drive that appeared in his hands after Su Qian's disappearance, would a vicious ghost be so kind-hearted? Would it give them another chance to make mistakes? Lin Mo expressed his thoughts but did not mention the extra black USB drive, nor the goal involving the vicious ghost. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this and lowered their heads in deep thought. At that moment, Lu Shiyun suddenly spoke up, his tone carrying a subtle hint of irritation.
I will also go to the bathroom.
After saying this, he left the living room quickly without waiting for others to react. Lin Mo watched him disappear at the door, his eyes flickering slightly. Next, it was just the right time to test Lu Shiyun's true abilities and the truth of the so-called USB drives. Lin Mo retracted his gaze and looked back at the editing screen. At this moment, the time was also almost 1:30, and everyone saw that it was getting late, so they could only return to their rooms. Lin Mo also returned to his room. When he opened the door, he paused slightly.
Someone had been in here.
Lin Mo's expression was calm as he walked to the side of the bed and sat down.
Combining Lu Shiyun's sudden departure to use the bathroom and his earlier firm attitude that Su Qian would not return, a speculation surfaced in Lin Mo's mind.
Lu Shiyun likely had some kind of remote probing ability, and it was possible he had tampered with things in his room. His sudden leave might have been to handle the USB drive he took from the water tank, or to confirm the drive that left, or to check if there were other clues left in his room.
It seems I've been targeted.
Lin Mo sneered coldly in his heart. He originally planned to immediately check the computer and verify the information in the Night Watcher account, but now it was clearly not possible. There might be Lu Shiyun's eyes or ears in the room. However, Lin Mo was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he relaxed his body and leaned against the head of the bed. From the intelligence he had so far, those two USB drives, especially the red one, were a massive source of trouble.
Temporarily leaving them there might not be a bad thing. Lin Mo thought calmly.
Letting Lu Shiyun bear that risk might force him to show more of his cards and even have him suffer his own consequences.
Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt a bit more relaxed.
He got up, deciding to take the initiative and stir the waters even more. And he also needed to wash away any suspicion. In case something happened tomorrow, others might suspect he was trying to frame Lu Shiyun. Lin Mo felt this rule wouldn't stay hidden for too long, other players would eventually discover it. He opened the door, returned to the living room, and directly called everyone out.
Everyone, there's something I need to mention. I just returned to my room and found my USB drive missing.
What? Ji Xiaoya suddenly looked up, her face filled with shock and worry. How could it be missing?
Where did you put it?
It was right in my room. Only Mr. Lu left the living room just now, and it had been quite some time. Lu Shiyun jumped up immediately like a cat with its tail stepped on.
Lin Mo. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that I stole your USB drive? This is absurd. Why would I steal that thing? I'm not saying you stole it. I'm just stating the facts.
The USB drive was found missing after I returned to my room, and during the time I left the living room, only you, Lu Shiyun, also left.
As for why you might have taken it, perhaps because you know something? Weren't you also blatantly showing your desire for the USB drive before? Chapter 26, Self-Destruction.
Lin Mo's words made everyone's faces change dramatically, as they all looked at the USB drives in their or others' hands. Lu Shiyun was surrounded by questioning gazes, his tone dripping with sarcasm.
Humph. Lin Mo, your excuses are quite elaborate. It's like you're the thief shouting to catch the thief, isn't it? What do you mean the USB drives were lost? It's all just your word against mine.
Maybe you took this chance to deliberately hide those two USB drives to escape danger, or you have other intentions.
Lin Mo smiled, too? Mr. Lu, don't I only have one USB drive in my hand? How do you know there are two? Could it be, not only did you take my red USB drive, but you also found something else in my room? Lu Shiyun was left speechless by the question.
He accidentally let slip that he had indeed found two USB drives, one red and one black, in Lin Mo's room. The black one was given to Su Qian by him. This left him feeling uncertain. He had seen Su Qian die with his own eyes.
Yeah, Brother Lu, Lin Mo only said he lost a red one. Why do you say there are two? Yu Jia also looked at Lu Shiyun with confusion. Lu Shiyun, do you really know something? Is Su Qian's death related to you? Did you send him to his death just to find a way out?
Ji Xiaoya pressed on, interrogating him. Lu Shiryun looked at the increasingly distrustful eyes of the crowd and knew he had completely lost their hearts. His face turned iron gray, and he suddenly waved his hand, shouting in anger.
Enough. Believe whoever you want. A bunch of fools. Stay with him and wait for death. I won't participate.
After saying this, he turned and walked towards his room.
Stop.
Ji Xiaoya shouted sharply, wanting to stop him for answers. But Lu Shiryun didn't stop, instead quickening his pace, slamming the door to his room, which was followed by the distinct sound of a lock clicking shut. The living room fell silent. Ji Xiaoya looked at the closed door, her expression complex, filled with anger, disappointment, and a hint of helplessness. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down, then took out the black USB drive that Lin Mo had given her earlier, looking at the 2 USB drives she already had.
Now these 3 USB drives.
Lin Mo immediately shook his head.
I don't need them. He didn't want to increase the risk of becoming a target. Then. Yujia, you take this black USB drive. She handed Lin Mo's black USB drive to Yujia.
Yujia froze for a moment, accepting it hesitantly.
The atmosphere became unbearably oppressive.
Everyone trudged heavily towards their own rooms. A meeting that ended in discord had completely ripped apart the already fragile trust within the team. Lin Mo took one last look at Lu Shiryun's tightly shut door, then glanced at Ji Xiaoya's hand tightly clutching the red USB drive and Yujia slipping the black USB drive into his pocket. A cold smile crept onto his lips.
Now, the situation was clear. Lu Shiryun's room, 2 red USB drives plus 1 black USB drive, Su Qian's, marked as 3. Ji Xiaoya's room, 1 red USB drive plus 1 black USB drive. Yujia's room, 1 black USB drive, the one Lin Mo had given Ji Xiaoya for safekeeping.
Lin Mo, Yang Xiaoqin, and Fang Yingying's rooms, no USB drives yet.
Lu Shiryun returned to his room and locked the door behind him.
Lin Mo's knowing and mocking expression fueled his anger, yet he had nowhere to vent it.
A bunch of fools.
They've all been led by that kid, he muttered through clenched teeth.
He sat down at the edge of the bed, pulling out the 3 USB drives from his pocket. This USB drive must be key, otherwise that kid wouldn't be so nervous.
Looking at the USB drive, an inexplicable sense of unease gripped him for some reason. But he didn't think further, everything was going smoothly for now. Carefully hiding the 3 USB drives, he pushed the table against the door to block it, and unplugged the TV as well. Only after doing all this did he finally feel a little relief. He glanced at the radio, realizing it was already past 1:30 a.m. Fatigue and the earlier tension washed over him together. He briefly washed up, turned off the main light in the room, leaving only a dim nightlight by the bedside, and lay down on the bed. Lu Shiryun closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep, but faces of everyone in the living room kept flashing in his mind, the scene of Su Qian being dragged away, and Lin Mo's eyes that seemed to see through everything. Restlessness and anxiety wrapped around him like shadows. Time flowed slowly, amplifying the silence in the room. He didn't know how long it had been, perhaps half an hour or even shorter. An indescribable, cold, sticky feeling began to spread throughout the room. It wasn't a drop in temperature, but rather a kind of malice being watched by an invisible force, quietly seeping into the air. Lu Shiryun suddenly opened his eyes. A strong sense of crisis, born from biological instinct, suddenly seized his whole body. The room was completely silent, the glow of the nightlight could only illuminate a small circle by the bedside, while the distant corners were engulfed in thick shadows. That feeling of being watched was coming from the depths of the shadows. He held his breath and listened closely. No footsteps, no breathing. Just then. Z's law. A faint but clear sound of electrical static broke the silence. The television, which had already been unplugged, suddenly lit up without warning. There was no picture signal, only a dazzling, chaotic snow of white noise. Dense black and white specks jumped and flickered wildly, stabbing his eyes painfully. The harsh sound of electrical static instantly filled the entire room. Lu Shiryun was shocked, springing straight up from the bed, his back instantly soaked in cold sweat. He stared intently at the flickering screen, his pupils tightening.
No, it's impossible. I didn't turn on the TV. The power.
He clearly remembered checking before sleeping that the TV was completely powered off.
Damn it. What the hell?
Lu Shiryun's scalp tingled, a huge fear made him feel cold all over. He wanted to back away, to distance himself from the out-of-control TV, but his feet felt like they were filled with lead.
His body seemed unable to move.
The snowflakes flashing on the screen began to twist and rotate, beginning to gather. Slowly, a blurry, distorted, and extremely tortured outline of a human face appeared amidst the snowy noise. The figure's mouth was wide open, as if silently screaming, its dark eyes fixed on Lu Shiryun. Lu Shiryun felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He wanted to scream, but his throat felt like it was being gripped by icy hands, and no sound could escape. Even more terrifying things were about to happen.
Chapter 27, Death Follows Like a Shadow. Crack creak. At the edge of the TV screen, the thick plastic frame, without warning, began to crack in a spiderweb-like pattern. Creak creak, the cracks grew larger. A withered hand, skin tightly adhering to bone, with sharp, dark nails, suddenly stretched out from a crack at the edge of the screen. 5 fingers like iron hooks clutched the edge of the screen tightly.
Then came the second hand, the third hand. Accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of grinding bones, a twisted figure was struggling to crawl out from that tiny crack in the screen. Its head was tilted at an extremely eerie angle, tangled hair obscured much of its face, like seaweed. But Lu Shiyun could clearly feel a resentful glare piercing through the strands of hair. A hoarse, inhuman growl forced its way out from the throat of the slowly crawling figure, heavy with the smell of death.
No, get away! Get away! Lu Shiyun finally screamed in anguish, a powerful will to survive overpowering his fear.
His body could move freely again, and he turned to dash toward the door.
However, the desk was perfectly blocking his way. Damn! He quickly moved the desk.
At the same time, trembling, he took a candle from his pocket and lit it.
More than one place in the room was changing.
On the ceiling, a large stain was rapidly spreading, its shape looking eerily like a gigantic face gazing down below.
Help! Help! Lu Shiyun screamed in despair. Damn it!
He frantically twisted the doorknob and slammed his body against the heavy wooden door, but it wouldn't budge at all. Just as he thought to turn and run to the window, a pair of cold hands gently covered his eyes. This situation reminded him of Su Qian's experience.
No!
Lu Shiyun's last horrified scream abruptly stopped.
The next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by the glaring sunlight outside the window.
He suddenly opened his eyes. The room was bright. He habitually reached into his pocket, only to touch 3 cold, hard metal objects. Lin Mo's heart sank suddenly.
He quickly pulled them out. 1 black, 2 red.
3 USB drives lay quietly in his palm, emanating a familiar, unsettling chill.
It's back again. Lin Mo's expression was extremely solemn.
Lu Shiyun was likely in great danger. He rolled out of bed and quickly washed up. When he pushed open the door and walked into the living room, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere hit him. Ji Xiaoya, Yang Xiaoqin, and Fang Yingying were all sitting in the living room, each wearing an increasingly terrible expression.
Yu Jiajia's position was empty. Lin Mo, you're awake.
Ji Xiaoya's voice was hoarse, laden with heavy fatigue and a hint of barely perceptible fear.
Lu Shiyun and Yu Jiajia are dead. Yang Xiaoqin spoke in a low voice. How did they die? Lin Mo's tone sounded very calm, as if he had anticipated this. It was horrible.
Fang Yingying's voice trembled with tears, her body still slightly shaking. She had clearly witnessed something.
This morning,
I saw the door open, and it was full of blood, plus pieces of flesh. She couldn't continue, covering her mouth, desperately holding back the urge to vomit.
Yu Jiajia didn't come out either.
Ji Xiaoya added, her voice lower. We knocked on his door but got no response.
We haven't dared to go in and look. Lin Mo was silent. It seemed Yu Jiajia also couldn't escape.
Now, the rules seemed clearer. After midnight, between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m., holding an unedited black USB drive could let one enter the shadow world.
But after 2 a.m., the more USB drives one held, especially in their own room, the intensity and probability of encountering a malevolent spirit would grow geometrically.
Lu Shiyun held 3, Yu Jiajia had 1 black drive, and they were both dead. Although Ji Xiaoya held 2 drives, it seemed like nothing serious had happened to her. Lin Mo's gaze swept over Ji Xiaoya. She looked unharmed. It should be noted that she was injured the first night.
Lin Mo?
Ji Xiaoya noticed his gaze, questioning him.
It's nothing. Lin Mo didn't ask further. But surprisingly, Ji Xiaoya didn't inquire about his experience from last night. Had she already confirmed that he hadn't encountered a malevolent spirit?
If so, Yu Jiajia's death might be closely related to her. Because that implied she already knew the rules but didn't say anything, making her intentions quite clear. She was thinking the same as him, looking for a scapegoat.
What do we do now? Fang Yingying asked with a cry in her voice, feeling a bit lost.
Another 2 are dead, only the 4 of us are left. That Jiang Chonglin will be here soon.
How are we going to finish the editing?
Lin Mo paused for a few seconds before speaking.
I'll go handle some promotional tasks with Yang Xiaoqin first. You two should start editing the content from the red USB drive following my method from yesterday. Ji Xiaoya nodded. Be careful.
Lin Mo replied but didn't head for the door first. Instead, he went to Lu Shiyun's room. Finding one of his fairly intact body parts, he stuffed all 3 USB drives into it. After doing this, he left the studio with Yang Xiaoqin. Once all was complete, he found a quiet corner, took out his phone, and dialed the detective agency's number.
Hello? It's me, Lin Mo. How's the investigation going? Mr. Lin, I was just about to contact you.
We have used all our connections at the Echo Cave Forum, even trying unconventional methods. We confirmed that the server is overseas, employing multiple encryption and redirects. The anonymous posts from 10 years ago, it's impossible to trace back to the source IP. Lin Mo frowned deeply, already expecting this.
Fortunately, he had found Xia Linzhou and obtained the key account. Got it. What about the list of those 200 people? As for the 200 people.
The voice on the other end paused, taking on a serious tone. Currently, the number of confirmed deaths is 66.
66?
Lin Mo's heart sank abruptly.
This ratio was too high. And they clearly had died yet still appeared. Is this the hidden danger of Task 2? As expected, it is. Yes.
The time of death varies greatly, spanning from 10 years ago to now.
The causes of death are all different: accidents, diseases, suicides, homicides. There seems to be no obvious pattern or connection. Can you send me the list and death records? Lin Mo asked. I'll send the organized materials to you right away.
Understood, notify me immediately if there's any new information.
Lin Mo hung up the phone.
He stood still, processing the information he had just received. At this moment, Lin Mo's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly lowered his head and pulled his hand out of his pocket.
In his open palm, 3 metal USB drives lay quietly. They felt like an inescapable curse, returning to him once more. It seemed that no matter how many times he discarded them, or where he threw them away, they would always find their way back.
Lin Mo's gaze became incredibly sharp. He briefly explained the situation to Yang Xiaoqin, who was taken aback.
But Lin Mo remained calm, saying, "It seems we need to find a few more people."
Yang Xiaoqin naturally had no objections, and the two parted ways again.
Chapter 28, The Beginning of Opposition.
Lin Mo and Yang Xiaoqin separated outside the studio, each rushing to different corners of the city. Time was tight, and both understood they had to find a way to gather 150 audience members.
Though it wasn't mandatory, completing it would be great.
Not only would it enhance the game clearance rating, but it could also help with the dungeon itself. During lunch, they met at the agreed fast food restaurant and reported their counts to each other. I have 43, Yang Xiaoqin gulped down a big mouthful of water, his voice a bit hoarse.
Lin Mo nodded. I have 47, a total of 90. That works. Even if some of them are deceased, that number is enough. Yang Xiaoqin sighed with relief.
After thinking for a moment, Yang Xiaoqin suggested, how about we gather everyone early tomorrow morning, and then take them all at the same time?
If anything goes wrong, it would be better. Lin Mo directly shook his head, interrupting him. No. The risk is too high.
I'm saying if the ghost's attack range or method exceeds expectations, gathering so many people together would make them an easy target.
We can't take that risk. We can't guarantee the ghost won't attack NPCs.
He recalled the bloody scene in Lu Shiyun and Yujia's room, his tone darkening further.
Let them each stay at home or somewhere convenient.
We can notify them of the specific gathering place before the screening. If we still don't have enough people, we can gather them in front of the cinema before the show starts.
It's better than having them all wiped out. Yang Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. You're still very considerate.
Noticing that Yang Xiaoqin hadn't approached the topic, Lin Mo decided to test the waters and offer a bit of kindness.
There are some things I think are necessary to discuss with you. Yang Xiaoqin's body tensed slightly. What is it? It's about the USB drive rules.
Lin Mo looked into his eyes, speaking slowly. I went in again last night to verify some things. Between midnight and 1 a.m., holding an unedited black USB drive is the only safe key to enter that shadow world.
But after 2 a.m.,
the situation had completely reversed. The more USB drives one possessed, especially when kept in their own room, it was like hanging up a target, significantly increasing the chances of attracting vengeful spirits.
Moreover, I suspect that as time goes on, the closer we get to the agreed time with Zhang Chonlin, the stronger the vengeful spirits will attack us through the USB drives. Lu Shiyun holds 3 USB drives, and Yujia has 1, both of them are dead. However, the day before, when Lu Shiyun, Ji Xiuya, and I encountered an attack from a vengeful spirit, we managed to evade it. Although this is my speculation, the likelihood is very high.
Another point that can support my guess is that the USB drives cannot be discarded, nor can they be passed on to non-players.
After Lu Shiyun died, 3 more USB drives appeared in my pocket.
I don't consider this a beneficial rule for us. The only explanation is that the vengeful spirits mark us through these USB drives.
These USB drives are not only important items for completing tasks, but they are also life-threatening charms. Yang Xiaoqin's expression instantly became extremely complex. Surprise was present, but beneath that surprise, a trace of uncontrollable panic swiftly swept across his face, even a hint of embarrassment from being seen through. His expression quickly returned to normal.
So that's how it is. That's really terrifying. I'm lucky I don't possess any USB drives. Lin Mo's heart completely turned cold. This reaction was not what a normal person would have upon learning such a critical and deadly rule.
Fear, regret, and an urgent desire to seek countermeasures or confirm details would be the reasonable response.
Lin Mo's gaze became profound and cold.
He instantly realized the key. Now there were only 4 people left in the studio: him, Yang Xiaoqin, Ji Xiaoya, and Fang Yingying. But what about the USB drives? There were as many as 6. 4 people, 6 USB drives. This means that at least 2 people must hold more than 1 USB drive to distribute them all. Under the known rule that holding multiple USB drives is a death sentence, a normal person's reaction, especially someone like Yang Xiaoqin, who had previously shown some common sense, should have been to immediately recognize the danger and unhesitatingly choose to ally with him, who had more information and power, to jointly combat Ji Xiaoya and Fang Yingying's little group. But Yang Xiaoqin did not. He merely averted his gaze in a panic. There could only be one conclusion: he had formed some kind of alliance with Ji Xiaoya and Fang Yingying. In fact, they might have already plotted to make him, Lin Mo, the fall guy holding the most USB drives. This afternoon, Yang Xiaoqin's distractedness was probably just waiting for Ji Xiaoya's signal or plans to strike.
It seems my kindness has been mistaken for weakness. Lin Mo smirked coldly in his heart. Well, I initially planned to keep you around to deal with the vengeful spirits. Since you've turned into someone else's pawn, I'll have to eliminate the obstacles myself. He maintained an indifferent expression, even managing to pull an extremely faint smile at Yang Xiaoqin.
Yes, it's terrifying, so we need to discuss what we should do tonight. Oh, okay. Yang Xiaoqin nodded hurriedly.
I have some things to attend to, so I'll leave first. Lin Mo nodded, watching his somewhat flustered appearance, his smile unchanged.
Make sure to tell Ji Xiaoya about my findings.
Okay. After the two parted ways, Lin Mo spent the rest of the afternoon continuing to sift through audiences while frequently communicating with the detective agency by phone. He meticulously cross-checked the death list, going over each name of those who agreed to come watch the movie that night, confirming whether they could make it. The agency worked efficiently, with the list constantly updating. Finally, as the sunset painted the high-rise edges red, Lin Mo hung up the last confirmation call. A total of 179 people confirmed they would come. This was far more than the required 150 for the task. This number temporarily dispelled some of the gloom in Lin Mo's heart.
At least task 2 has some assurance.
Around 5 in the afternoon, Yang Xiaoqin messaged him, saying he had already returned to the studio.
Lin Mo calmly replied. Okay, I'm almost done here too. See you tonight. He was not in a hurry, leisurely finishing his dinner, and only after the sky was completely dark did he slowly take a taxi back to the studio. Chapter 29, Retaliation Against 3. At around 6 in the evening, Lin Mo's figure appeared near the studio. He didn't go in directly. Instead, he first set both his phones to silent, then took a detour behind the studio and cautiously climbed in through the window of his room. Inside the room, he listened quietly. The entire room was very quiet, with no sound. But that was itself quite abnormal.
At this moment, Ji Xiaoya sent him a message in the group chat.
Ji Xiaoya, Lin Mo, when will you come back? The editing is done, we are waiting for you to discuss the screening tomorrow. After a while, Lin Mo replied. Lin Mo, almost there, I'll be there soon.
After sending the message, he silently opened the bathroom stall door and slipped into the restroom. Lin Mo leaned against the door, taking out 2 phones from his backpack.
His own and a backup phone.
A few seconds later, he pressed the dial button on both phones at the same time.
They were the phone numbers of Ji Xiaoya and Yang Xiaoqin. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. 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 Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Both phones rang simultaneously, the sound coming from the direction of the living room. At this moment, Ji Xiaoya was pressed against the side of the main door, holding a half-foot-long, dark-colored wooden stick etched with runes. Yang Xiaoqin was on the other side of the entrance, holding a dagger he bought himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yingying sat on the sofa not far away, her gaze directed at the entrance, ready to catch Lin Mo's attention once he opened the door. The sudden ringing of the phone made all 3 of them tremble. A chill suddenly surged from the soles of Ji Xiaoya's feet to the top of her head, and she instinctively felt that something was off. Confirming that Ji Xiaoya, Yang Xiaoqin, and Fang Yingying were all near the living room, Lin Mo's eyes completely turned cold. He pulled out a heavy bone-cutting knife from his backpack. This knife was something he bought while checking the audience in the afternoon. The evil spirit dagger and the soul eater were not suitable for subduing enemies. He could not let these people die just yet. After preparing everything, he directly opened the bathroom door. In the living room, Ji Xiaoya and Yang Xiaoqin simultaneously pressed the answer button, but there was no sound from the other side.
What are you guys doing?
At this moment, Lin Mo's voice startled her, making her turn her head abruptly.
Lin Mo?
You? Before she could finish her sentence, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes.
In an instant, everything around them fell into absolute silence. Time froze.
In this dead silence of a grey white world, Lin Mo moved. He instantly flashed in front of Ji Xiaoya.
The bone-cutting knife accurately struck at her arms and legs.
Next was Yang Xiaoqin. Lin Mo repeated the same method, cold blade severing his limbs at their joints. Then there was Fang Yingying, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa, her wide eyes filled with terror.
At this moment, time resumed its flow. My hand. My leg.
As time flowed again, Ji Xiaoya and Yang Xiaoqin simultaneously let out heart-wrenching screams. He was not so rough with Fang Yingying, but instead dragged her to the entrance, pinning her to the ground. Due to his enhanced physical abilities, all this took Lin Mo only a little over 10 seconds. Lin Mo stood in the pool of blood, the bone-cutting knife hanging at his side, the tip dripping with blood. He looked expressionlessly at the two people on the ground writhing and screaming, his gaze icy. Fang Yingying trembled, having never seen anything like this, her body shivering slightly, not daring to make any movement even though Lin Mo had her pinned down.
What exactly happened? Lin Mo. Spare me. Please. I know I was wrong.
Yang Xiaoqin was the first to regain a sliver of sanity from the excruciating pain, tears, and snot streaming down as he wailed toward Lin Mo, his voice twisted and deformed by agony and fear.
I have information, important news from the police station, please let me go.
Stop the bleeding, and I will tell you everything. Lin Mo cast a cold glance at him, squatting down and ignoring Yang Xiaoqin's pig-like screams. He searched the three of them thoroughly, collecting all their belongings, including personal items and suspicious objects that seemed to be tools of deception.
Of course, the most important were the other 3 USB drives, which he found on Ji Xiaoya. He then securely bound Fang Yingying with rope.
Only then did he directly seize Yang Xiaoqin's almost severed, bloodied hand, using his fingertip to unlock the blood-stained phone.
The phone screen lit up.
Lin Mo quickly scrolled through the call logs and messages. The so-called important news from the police that Yang Xiaoqin mentioned held no new information. Lin Mo even saw records of Yang Xiaoqin secretly contacting Ji Xiaoya outside of group chats, discussing only how to deal with him, how to ensure he held the most USB drives, so they could be safe tonight. Lin Mo turned the phone screen toward Yang Xiaoqin, whose face had turned pale and eyes dull from blood loss and pain on the ground.
Is this so-called important news you spoke of?
It seems you all have been quite busy this afternoon, busy digging a grave for me. Seeing the contents on the screen, the last sliver of hope in Yang Xiaoqin's eyes was completely extinguished, leaving only endless despair and regret. Now, he was in so much pain he couldn't even beg for mercy. Ji Xiaoya looked at Lin Mo with terror, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Now, with both her hands and feet severed, she had lost the ability to use any tools of deception. Lin Mo picked up the strange stick on the ground.
They should only have this one tool of deception.
Dark stick, consumable tool of deception, cannot be used, cannot be taken out of the instance.
Ability 1, Soul-Quelling Strike.
Strike the target, living being or spirit, with the stick. Upon hit, the target immediately loses its ability to act in consciousness, falling into a deep stupor. The duration of the stupor fluctuates based on the target's physical condition, up to 2 hours, reduced for spiritual or enhanced physical beings, minimum 5 seconds. Uses left, 3/5. Note, this locust wood stick is soaked in corpse oil, dark as iron, the surface symbols carved with a mixture of thunderbolt wood ash and human blood.
After each strike, the symbols will shed slightly. When all symbols are gone, the stick crumbles into foul-smelling wood scraps, no longer usable.
Lin Mo chuckled, these people were quite well prepared. He wasn't worried about them escaping. He had already understood from the Abnormal Response Bureau that special props like Suwanchings were extremely rare, and even second-tier players might not possess one. Moreover, these people were now disabled and lost their ability to move. But this also indirectly reflected Suwanching's unusual talent, and after finding out the whereabouts of her opponents, she needed to be dealt with quickly.
Lin Mo's gaze fell on the limp Ji Xiaoya on the ground.
Lin Mo's voice was flat, as if asking about a trivial matter.
What is your talent?
Ji Xiaoya struggled to lift her head, looking at Fang Yingying, biting her teeth, her tone carrying a threat.
Do you know who she is? She is Fang Yingying,
the own daughter of the third in command of Yinhai City. You hurt us, which means you completely offended the Fang family. You will.
Put.
Her words were abruptly cut off by a dull slicing sound in Fang Yingying's sudden, piercing scream. Lin Mo struck without hesitation. He stood firmly on Fang Yingying's back, his right hand gripping the bone-cutting knife precisely descending. A cold gleam flashed from the blade, and Fang Yingying's left pinky finger was broken with a snap.
Ah, my hand. My finger. Fang Yingying's scream was heart-wrenching.
The immense pain and fear nearly drove her to collapse, tears streaming down her face, her body writhing violently at Lin Mo's feet, but she was firmly held down. Blood gushed from the broken end, quickly forming a small puddle on the floor. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the severed finger, his cold gaze refocused on Ji Xiaoya's twisted face, now filled with extreme horror, his voice still steady.
I asked, what is your talent? Madman. You crazy madman.
Ji Xiaoya looked at Fang Yingying's tragic condition, feeling a chill shoot straight to the top of her head.
You will regret this, Member Fang will not let you go.
She knew there was no way to resolve this peacefully, but she still refused to compromise or obey.
Put. This time, it was Fang Yingying's left ring finger. Ugh. Fang Yingying's scream rose a few notches.
The overwhelming pain made her eyes roll back, and she almost fainted.
Don't cut anymore, I'll say. This time, before Lin Mo could look at Ji Xiaoya, Fang Yingying broke down herself.
She screamed with all her might, her voice filled with desperate pleading.
Her talent. Ji Xiaoya's talent is item enhancement.
She can significantly boost a designated item's effect for a short time.
But it can only be used once for each instance.
I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying.
Please, don't cut anymore. I beg you.
She cried out incoherently, fearing that if she spoke too slowly, the next to suffer would be herself. She did not understand why it was her who suffered for Ji Xiaoya's failure to answer Lin Mo's question. Thinking of this, she looked at Ji Xiaoya with a hint of blame in her eyes. Lin Mo turned his gaze to Ji Xiaoya, as if silently confirming something. Ji Xiaoya's cheek muscles twitched, her lips quivered, looking at Fang Yingying's bloodied hand, then up at Lin Mo's eyes, devoid of emotion and fathomless, her last shred of resistance crumbled completely.
She resignedly nodded, it's true.
The degree of enhancement depends on the item itself, the cost is that I will be extremely weak for a period afterward, and it can only be used once for each instance. Lin Mo nodded, his gaze shifting to Yang Xiaoqin, whose mind was already somewhat muddled from blood loss and intense pain.
And you? What is your talent?
Yang Xiaoqin's body trembled violently, her dazed eyes barely focusing, meeting Lin Mo's gaze, she was instantly filled with fear and submission. Dagger mastery, my speed and accuracy when attacking with a dagger will be faster and more precise, with a slight increase in power. Lin Mo obtained all the information he needed and replied briefly.
He took out the simple tourniquet, gauze, and some disinfectant he had prepared earlier from his backpack.
His movements were devoid of any gentleness, in fact, they could be described as somewhat rough as he began to treat the injuries of the three. It was purely to prevent them from bleeding too much and dying too quickly, with no intention to ease their pain. After finishing, he took out the sturdy ropes he had prepared, tying each of them securely. He wound the rope around Ji Xiaoya and Yang Xiaoqin's remaining upper arms and lower legs, binding them tightly like zongzi, ensuring they could not break free or move at all. Although Fang Yingying's hand was injured, her arms were intact, and she was also tied securely with her arms behind her back. Finally, he tore their clothing edges, forcibly stuffing the fabric into their mouths, then tied it tightly with more rope, leaving them only able to make muffled mmm sounds. Lin Mo stood up, taking a look around the messy living room. He walked to the kitchen, grabbed a mop and bucket, and began silently cleaning the blood off the floor. After completing the brief cleaning, he pulled over a relatively clean chair. In the center of the living room, facing the three bound individuals. He sat down, leaning back relaxedly in the chair, casually placing the blood-stained butcher knife, wiped clean, on the ground beside him. Lin Mo's gaze was calm as water. He was waiting for midnight to arrive. As midnight approached, Lin Mo stood up from the chair, stretching his stiff shoulders. He looked down at his watch, the hands pointed to 11:50. There were 10 minutes left before entering the shadow world. In the living room, the three bound individuals had stopped struggling. Ji Xiaoya and Yang Xiaoqin were pale as paper from blood loss, with only faint breaths proving they were still alive.
Fang Yingying curled up on the ground, occasionally letting out soft whimpers.
Lin Mo walked in front of the three, crouched down, and took out 6 USB drives from his pocket, 3 red and 3 black. He swiftly stuffed all of them into his pocket. Time's up, Lin Mo murmured to himself. When Lin Mo blinked, he found the surroundings had changed. Ji Xiaoya and the others had vanished without a trace. He directly opened the outside door and took out the 3 USB drives simultaneously. Unlike last time, the cinema was empty this time, without the terrifying ghosts seated in the chairs. The entire space was frighteningly quiet.
The ghosts are gone? Lin Mo was shocked, instinctively touching the red USB drives in his pocket. Could it be because of this? He cautiously moved forward. When he reached the spot where he had placed the script yesterday, a glimmer caught his eye. There lay a crystal-clear stone, gently glowing with a faint light, with a 1 symbol in the center. Talent upgrade stone. Lin Mo's pupils shrank, and he quickly stepped forward to pick up the stone.
Without hesitation, he pocketed the stone, and after the clearance system confirmed, a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. With this, his strength would rise dramatically. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. Lin Mo spun around, only to find that the disappeared ghosts had reappeared, staring at him from a distance. Their gazes were cold and dangerous, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Lin Mo quickly took out 3 red USB drives, gripping them in his hand. The ghosts immediately froze, but the malice in their eyes did not lessen at all. He dared not stay longer and immediately focused his mind, returning to the room. Back in the living room, Lin Mo let out a long breath. While checking whether Ji Xiaoya and the others had edited well, he waited for his return.
Chapter 31 The Last Day.
After returning to the real world, seeing that the 3 were still unchanged, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Lin Mo continued to check the editing progress.
At 1:35, Lin Mo stretched lazily.
Ji Xiaoya and Fang Yingying did quite a reliable job, the editing was perfect. With this, he could directly submit it tomorrow.
Next, it was time to deal with those 3 people.
He walked in front of Yang Xiaoqin, grabbed the other's collar, and dragged him toward the door. Yang Xiaoqin struggled weakly, mumbling indistinct whimpers. "Don't blame me, blame yourself for choosing the wrong path," Lin Mo coldly said, pulling open the door.
The darkness outside seemed alive, rushing in instantly.
Seconds later, Yang Xiaoqin's body was torn apart by an invisible force, blood splattering everywhere. His scream cut off abruptly, leaving only a mangled body on the ground. Lin Mo expressionlessly closed the door and turned to Fang Yingying.
Fang Yingying stared wide-eyed in terror, shaking her head desperately, tears blurring her vision. "You're lucky," Lin Mo dragged her up and tossed her into her own room.
Then he added silently in his heart, "At least you can live a bit longer." Finally, he looked at Ji Xiaoya. This woman was the most dangerous among the 3 and had to be dealt with cautiously. Lin Mo took out a small knife from his pocket. He squatted down, gripping her chin. He wasn't planning to let Ji Xiaoya use her talent to help him upgrade the talent progression stone, because the talent progression stone could only be obtained within this instance and wasn't bound yet. If she used it directly, he would suffer a huge loss. As for threatening her with Fang Yingying, that also carried risks, so he decided against it.
"Your talent is very useful, what a pity."
His tone was calm, but his actions were ruthless. A flash of the knife, Ji Xiaoya's eyes were gouged out, and her tongue was cut off. Blood gushed from her face and mouth, but she couldn't even scream, only convulsing in pain. Lin Mo stuffed all 6 USB drives into her pocket, then checked her injuries once more, ensuring she wouldn't die immediately. When the clock's hands pointed to 1:50, he dragged Ji Xiaoya and threw her into his room, quickly shutting the door behind him. Lin Mo returned to his room, locked the door, and sat at the edge of the bed, exhaling deeply. He pulled out the talent progression stone, playing with it in his hands, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
"Tomorrow will be the last day,"
he murmured softly, gazing through the window towards the dark night sky in the distance. There was no rush to use the stone, only 2 talents could be upgraded. From a benefit perspective, the talent that enhanced the instance gains was naturally the best, but just in case, he decided to wait until the last moment for the upgrade.
The next morning, Lin Mo woke up early.
He first checked his pocket to confirm the talent progression stone was still there, then got up to wash his face. Cold water splashed on his face, waking him up completely. Walking out of the room, the living room was silent. He approached Fang Yingying's door, listening for a moment. Faint, suppressed sobs came from inside.
She was still alive. Lin Mo pushed the door open.
Fang Yingying curled up in the corner of the room, her hands bound tightly behind her back, her face pale as paper, a thick bandage wrapped around her left hand, blood seeping through. Seeing Lin Mo, she trembled violently, instinctively shrinking back, her eyes filled with utmost terror. Lin Mo did not approach, merely standing at the door. "If you want to live, stay quiet. Your father's identity is now your only protection, but only if you don't do anything unnecessary."
Fang Yingying nodded desperately, tears streaming down her face even more fiercely.
Lin Mo closed the door, ignoring her any further.
He walked to Ji Xiaoya's room door. The solidified dark red blood under the crack indicated everything inside.
He pushed the door open, a strong smell of blood assaulted him. Ji Xiaoya lay twisted in the corner, her death extremely tragic. The 6 USB drives were scattered around her, stained with dark red blood.
"As expected,"
Lin Mo whispered, with not a trace of surprise. He squatted down, ignoring the grotesque corpse, carefully examined each USB drive, confirming there were no abnormalities or signs of damage before picking them up one by one, wiping the blood from the surface, and putting them back in his pocket.
Time passed in the oppressive silence.
Just after 10 in the morning, the doorbell of the studio rang abruptly.
Lin Mo opened the door.
Standing outside was Zhang Chonglin.
"Good morning."
Zhang Chonglin's voice was warm and polite, like a true producer here to check the results. "It's time as we agreed. I'm here to collect the finished product and hand out the tickets for tonight's premiere."
He slightly leaned to the side, signaling to the box behind him. There was a medium-sized cardboard box placed there. Lin Mo found it hard to tell if this person before him was a ghost or not. "Please, Director Jiang, come in." Lin Mo stepped aside to let him pass. Zhang Chonglin walked into the living room at ease, his eyes quickly scanning the space. As he passed over the faint lingering smell of disinfectant and the subtle scent of blood, there was not a hint of fluctuation in his gaze, as though he were merely looking at an ordinary and somewhat messy office. "It seems last night was quite busy?" Zhang Chonlin's smile remained unchanged. Casually asked, his tone unable to show whether it was concern or something else. "I dealt with some internal issues," Lin Mo replied without a leak, offering no further explanation. "The edited final film is here." He handed over the red USB drive containing the final edit and the black USB drive, which held the edited content by Ji Xiaoya and her team. Zhang Chonglin took the USB drives, not even glancing at them as he smoothly slid them into his briefcase. "Very good, task 1 is complete. Now, here are the tickets for tonight." Task 1? Lin Mo was taken aback. This person knew their task? But after the previous probing of Xia Linzhou, he didn't dare to make a move. Zhang Chonglin bent over to open the cardboard box he had brought, revealing thick stacks of beautifully printed movie tickets, no small number, at least over 300. "The rules are simple. You are responsible for distributing these tickets, ensuring that at least 150 ticket holders enter Shanghai Cinema Hall 3 before 7 o'clock tonight. As for whom you give them to, that's up to you. Remember, only ticket holders can enter, other entrances to the cinema will be closed." Lin Mo looked at the large box of tickets, understanding dawning on him. "Got it." Lin Mo nodded, showing no sign of dissent. Then, Zhang Chonglin prepared to stand up and leave. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and asked, "Wait a minute, Director Jiang, I have one more question. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." "Please go ahead. Are you human or ghost?" Chapter 32, Discovering the Origin of Noise Shadow Curse. After asking this question, Lin Mo was ready to turn back time at any moment. The air in the living room seemed to freeze instantly. Zhang Chonglin's smile slowly faded. His gaze was replaced by a cold indifference, and his lips curled into a malicious, bloodthirsty smile, revealing his bright white teeth. "Of course, I am not human. Those weak, short-sighted creatures, filled with betrayal and jealousy, how could I be one of them?" He leaned forward slightly, an invisible coldness suddenly intensified, making the temperature in the living room seem to drop a few degrees. "Since you asked, let me tell you a story. Consider it an extra reward for your efforts." Zhang Chonglin straightened up, looking out the window, his gaze becoming deep and resentful as he began to narrate. Once, there was a young man named Zhang Chonglin. He was obsessed with movies, immensely talented, pouring all his heart into writing a script, believing it could shake the world. He faced numerous rejections in his quest to pitch the script. Those so-called producers and investors either mocked his lofty ideals or tried to buy all his work for a pitiful amount of rights. But he persisted, convinced that true gold would shine no matter what. Eventually, a patron appeared. A prominent figure in the industry, promising to invest in him, letting him direct, and vowing to spare no resources to uplift his work. The young Zhang Chonglin was overjoyed, dedicating his script without reservation, putting all his energy into the preparations. However, Zhang Chonglin's tone suddenly filled with overwhelming hatred. Just as the film was about to start shooting, that patron suddenly turned against him. Claiming the script's ideas were originally his, he accused Zhang Chonglin of being a plagiarist, not only kicking him out of the film crew but also using his power to completely blacklist him. Overnight, Zhang Chonglin's reputation was ruined, becoming a thief hunted by everyone in the circle. He had no avenue for appeal, all evidence was destroyed or altered. He watched in despair as his painstaking creation was credited to someone else, altered at will, and then turned into a vulgar, terrible film that was released. And that terrible film actually raked in a fortune. In the end, on a rainy night, he leaped from the rooftop of his rented, shabby apartment, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. Zhang Chonglin's voice lowered. "But it's okay, I'm back." The story concluded. Zhang Chonglin's sinister expression gradually softened. He adjusted the meticulously tailored cuffs of his suit. "All right, the story is over. I hope I didn't take too much of your time." He gave a slight nod. "Remember to distribute the tickets. At 7 o'clock tonight, Hall 3, Shanghai Cinema. I'm looking forward to a successful screening." After saying this, he no longer glanced at Lin Mo and turned to walk towards the door. The door was gently closed. Only Lin Mo was left in the living room, standing in place, his gaze falling on the large box of movie tickets. He felt that Zhang Chonglin was lying, because it couldn't explain the appearance of Xia Linzhou. Lin Mo stood there, staring at the tightly closed door, his brow furrowed. This story seemed to explain the origin of the vengeful ghost, but his intuition told him something was wrong. The most crucial part was Xia Linzhou's existence. If Jiang Chenglin's story was true, what role did Xia Linzhou play in it? This story has too many holes. He's lying. Lin Mo could almost be sure, but what is the purpose? To confuse? Or, to cover up another deeper secret? He needed an answer. He thought of the piece of paper in his pocket. Fragment of a secret contract, consumable deceptive artifact. Ability 1, blood writing to ask the ghost. Smear your own blood on the paper, consuming physical and mental strength. The fragment will automatically reveal one unknown clue related to the current scenario secret, continuing to show for 30 seconds before the text dissipates into blood mist. Usage times, 1/1. Note, this yellowed paper corner was torn from some ancient book. It can glimpse unexpected secrets. He took a deep breath, with no hesitation at all. Using his nail to make a deep cut on the tip of his left index finger, a drop of bright red blood immediately welled up. He pressed the bleeding fingertip onto the slightly rough surface of the fragment, slowly spreading it. The moment blood touched the paper, it seemed to be absorbed, rapidly spreading into an irregular dark red. The dark red stain gathered on the paper like a living thing. After a few seconds, lines of clear text appeared on the yellowed paper. The so-called Jiang Chongling never existed. That was just a twisted fantasy created by Xia Linzhou on the edge of mental collapse after his script was rejected. The world in shadows is a manifested prison formed by his mad fantasies and resentment toward reality. However, even he himself does not know this. Xia Linzhou and Jiang Chongling, are the phantoms and reality of the same person? This answer did not exceed his expectations. No wonder Xia Linzhou survived. No wonder there was an original script in his room, and no wonder there was an anomaly after killing the other party. Looking back, the true existence behind the deaths 10 years ago was himself. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The blood words on the fragment faded like sand blown away by the wind, gradually becoming faint, ultimately transforming into wisps of very light blood-colored mist, completely vanishing into the air. At the same time, a system prompt rang in Lin Mo's ears. Hidden task completed, uncover the origin of Noise Shadow Curse. Ha! This made Lin Mo recall uncovering the origin of the social collapse nightmare earlier. Could every scenario have such a hidden task? Lin Mo looked at the yellow paper in front of him and carefully put it away. If that were the case, the value of this thing far exceeded his imagination. At around 6 in the afternoon, the lights near Hall 3 of the Shanghai cinema gradually dimmed. Lin Mo stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the audience entering one after another. Fan Yingying stood stiffly a little farther away, her face pale, her left hand wrapped in thick bandages. Her eyes were filled with bottomless fear and a faint flicker of hope, forcibly suppressed. Lin Mo had promised her that as long as she behaved and listened, he would not kill her. But there was one condition: she must not seek revenge after they went out, and her elders must provide him with sufficient benefits. Fan Yingying naturally agreed. Lin Mo roughly counted, there were nearly 200 people, more than he had expected. Some of these people were recruited from various places in the city, while others were attracted through different means. Their faces showed anticipation and curiosity, completely unaware of the danger that was about to come. Lin Mo checked the identities one by one and handed out movie tickets, of course, only to those who had registered without issues. Those who came on their own were directly rejected by him. Chapter 33, Mission Completed, Special Transportation. After all, Lin Mo was unsure if there were any problems among those people. When the last audience member entered, Lin Mo had handed out a total of 163 movie tickets. He took out 2 more tickets and handed one to Fan Yingying. Go in, Lin Mo whispered, pushing her into the screening room. Before entering, he sabotaged the lock on the screening room door. Inside the screening room, the seats were almost full. Lin Mo found a seat near the back with Fan Yingying. He deliberately chose a spot close to the exit, just in case. The lights went out completely, and the big screen lit up. The movie that played was the content they had edited on the red USB. The process went smoothly, and about an hour and a half later, the movie ended. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The mission is about to end, there will be special transportation after leaving the cinema. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth slightly lifted. Finally, this all was about to end. Fan Yingying's eyes suddenly burst with the light of hope, as if she had grasped the last life-saving straw. The mission is over, we can go back, she whispered, her voice heavy with excitement. Lin Mo looked at her and smiled slightly, without saying a word. He slowly took out the evil spirit dagger from his pocket, his movements hidden and swift. Before Fan Yingying could react, Lin Mo's dagger had already pierced her chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Mo. You, why? Her voice was weak, almost inaudible. Lin Mo withdrew the dagger, shook his head, and did not answer. Fan Yingying's body slumped softly in the seat, the light in her eyes gradually fading. At that breathtaking moment, the images on the screen, which were normal before, seemed to be twisted by a mysterious force, as if the whole world had lost balance in an instant.
Immediately after, a pale hand, as white as a dead person, suddenly reached out from the screen, fingers splayed, as if searching for something in the darkness. This sudden scene made Lin Mo's nerves instantly tense, his eyes widened, staring fixedly at that eerie hand. However, this was just the beginning. More hands emerged from the screen, like a pack of hungry beasts, desperately trying to break free from the screen's confines. With the appearance of these hands, heads and shoulders followed. One by one, vengeful spirits crawled out of the screen slowly and stiffly. Their bodies appeared unnaturally twisted, each move looking particularly strange. These vengeful spirits had very clear targets, moving towards the audience without hesitation, as if they smelled prey in the dark.
The audience finally realized something was wrong, and terrified screams echoed throughout the cinema.
The previously calm crowd began to panic like headless flies rushing towards the exit, the scene spiraling out of control. In this chaotic scene, Lin Mo did not lose his composure. He immediately stood up and swiftly scanned the surroundings. He was closest to the exit, so without hesitation, he dashed towards it. His steps were rapid. However, when he rushed to the exit and forcefully pushed open the door, he was shocked to find several scattered ghosts wandering outside. These ghosts clearly noticed his presence, and upon seeing him, they immediately pounced on him like starving tigers. He took a deep breath and pulled out the Soul Devourer from his pocket.
He activated the realm. 30 seconds flew by, and he was still some distance from the door.
The closer he got to the entrance, the more ghosts appeared.
Lin Mo activated time pause.
Everything around him instantly froze, even the actions of the fierce ghosts were suspended in mid-air.
Lin Mo seized this precious opportunity and kicked hard at the door leading outside.
Time resumed its flow, and the fierce ghosts lunged at him again. Lin Mo squeezed out through the door crack, then immediately activated time pause a second time. In 9 seconds, he ran with all his might toward the Shadow City gate. Behind him, he heard the roars of the fierce ghosts and the screams of the audience, but he did not look back. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo finally managed to shake off those fierce ghosts and burst out of the Shadow City gate. The street outside was empty, with only a black private car quietly parked not far away, the door slightly ajar, as if waiting for him.
Without any hesitation, Lin Mo dashed into the car.
There was no one inside the car, not even a driver. But the door automatically closed behind him, the engine started on its own, and the vehicle slowly drove away. Once he entered the car, the ghosts immediately ceased their pursuit. Through the car window, Lin Mo saw the buildings of Shadow City gradually receding into the night. His heartbeat finally slowed down, and the tension in his nerves began to ease. He looked down at the talent promotion stone in his hand, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
"It's over," he said softly.
He took out the talent promotion stone and directly refreshed the ability to pull parallel entities, then attempted to draw a talent promotion stone's parallel entity. But the system prompted insufficient abilities, and he couldn't pull it.
The idea of exploiting a bug ultimately couldn't be realized. Maybe it could be done when his abilities improved in the future.
Thinking of this, Lin Mo immediately used Talent Promotion Stone 1. Talent Promotion Stone 1 has been used, please select the talent ability to enhance or unlock. There was no hesitation, he directly chose to enhance Talent 2's ability 1, as development was the most important. The fewer survivors in the clearance, the greater the increase in rewards. The fewer survivors in the clearance, the more players die, the greater the increase in rewards. Looking at the changing panel, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction.
This was equivalent to having an additional amplification entry.
For example, if there were a total of 10 players entering the dungeon, and only he survived in the end. Then before the talent enhancement, his highest reward increase was only 90%, only related to the final survivor. But after the talent enhancement, his highest reward increase could be 180%, because it was linked to two factors, the number of deaths and the number of survivors. Of course, this was just an example. His talent calculation method was very complex, involving many formulas and iterative methods. In short, the increase was significant. As the vehicle drove away, Lin Mo gradually fell into a deep sleep.
Chapter 34 New Talent, Foreseeing the Future. Dungeon name, The Coming of Fierce Ghosts, Level 1 Dungeon. Dungeon description, 10 years ago, during a midnight screening, all the audience members mysteriously died in twisted and terrifying ways, as if they were scared to death by some indescribable fear. Their souls are still trapped in the screen, waiting for new viewers.
1. Assist director Zhang Chonlin in completing the horror movie The Coming of Fierce Ghosts, completed, counted towards clearance evaluation. 2. Ensure that the premiere audience exceeds 150 and continues until the end of the film, completed, counted towards clearance evaluation.
3. Personally watch the entire movie, completed, counted towards clearance evaluation.
4. Complete hidden task, discover the origin of Noise Shadow Curse, completed.
Evaluation of completion. Surviving player, Lin Mo. Talent detected 2, silence of the end Dictator's authority.
The fewer survivors at the end, the more players who die, the greater the completion rewards increase. Currently 1 person completed, completion rewards greatly enhanced. currently 7 deaths, completion rewards greatly enhanced. Not teaming up for completion, completion rewards greatly enhanced, currently, not teaming up for completion, completion rewards greatly enhanced.
Final evaluation of completion in progress. Completion evaluation, yes.
Completion rewards, 50% increase in physical fitness, 3 talent evolution stones.
Dungeon harvest, none.
Special reminder, player has met the evolution conditions and can choose to undergo trial dungeon before the next dungeon opening. After passing, can receive talent baptism and high rewards based on evaluation.
Wait, are there really only 7 deaths? Shouldn't the total number be 10 players? Could it be that some of them aren't players? Lin Mo recalled, there were only 8 in the room.
It's highly likely that among the 3 who started dying, 2 were not players at all, but what could be the point of that? If 2 people were traps set by malevolent spirits, they should have done something more meaningful, like framing other players or something. However, the deaths of those 3 instead raised Lin Mo and others' vigilance and exposed several rules. If this was done by spirits, it would be a huge loss. Forget it, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it, it's already in the past. Although this dungeon was dangerous, the rewards were plentiful. He took out 3 talent evolution stones and held them in his palm.
This time he planned to directly unlock Talent 1's ability 3. Talent Evolution Stone 3 used, can awaken half of the ability.
Please choose 1. Time deletion, 2. Foreseeing the future. Lin Mo stared at the system prompt, furrowing his brows.
He could actually only awaken half of the ability. Is ability 3 that special?
Time deletion sounds powerful, but its function overlaps a bit with time stop, and foreseeing the future seems more in line with what he needs.
He now needed a way to obtain information. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo finally chose Foreseeing the Future. Ability Awakening in progress. Foreseeing has been activated. Lin Mo directly opened the panel. Completion times, 3. Talent 1, Time's End Fate Paradox.
Active activation can pause time for 9 seconds, 5/5. Active activation can rewind time for 60 minutes, 2/2. Causal vision, passive can see a certain fragment related to one's own causality, the image is random and short, can only take effect once in the dungeon. Foreseeing, active can actively foresee events happening in the next 20 seconds. Active activation can summon any existence, item/living being, from any parallel time and space in view to the basic world, the world where the main body is located. Individuals from the same parallel world cannot be repeatedly summoned before perishing in the basic world, and the same object from different parallel worlds will trigger annihilation upon close contact, both disappear. Only the user is immune to this annihilation rule. Also, if the existence pulled is the user's own from a parallel world, the main body in the basic world will be in a void state, and the main body's consciousness will replace the parallel body's consciousness. The parallel body can share all items, abilities, and talents of the main body. After the parallel body perishes, the main body can choose to appear within a 50-meter radius of the parallel body's death location within 521 seconds, January 1st.
Talent 2, Authority of Silence. The fewer survivors in completion, the more player deaths, the greater the completion reward increase. Not teaming up for completion, completion rewards greatly enhanced. Can specify one ability or item, immediately reset its cooldown time or usage count. After use, there is a slight probability to refresh that ability, 1/1. Supernatural items, Evil Spirit Dagger, Soul Devourer, Light of the Mind, Secret Contract Page. Evil Spirit Dagger, permanent cursed item. Ability 1, can actively trigger by consuming stamina. By soaking the dagger in the user's fresh blood, it can immediately and briefly suppress a single eerie action. Cooldown time 24 hours. Ability 2, aimed at the body of the fierce ghost, it can repel the strange upon hitting. Note, each time it soaks in blood, the dagger will emit a strange red glow, as if reliving the warmth of the souls it once deprived. Soul Devourer, permanent strange tool. Ability 1, consume mental energy to actively trigger, centering on oneself, defining an area with a radius of 5 meters where ghosts cannot intrude. This area can follow the user. Duration is 100 seconds. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Note, when activated, the short blade will become cold to the bone, and the edge of the area will be surrounded by an invisible barrier built from the wails of those imprisoned souls, the cries of those who were once sacrificed. Light of the Mind, special strange tool. Ability 1, Clear Mind, passive. When worn, the holder gains a continuous mental stability effect that significantly weakens mental interference, illusion attacks, and erosion of negative emotions, keeping thoughts as clear as a bright mirror. Ability 2, Thousand Forms Transformation, active. Consume a small amount of mental energy to guide the light of the mind to change form using will. It can transform into a protective talisman, light blade, barrier, or any other concrete object needed by the holder. Effect lasts until actively cancelled. Cooldown time is none, but excessive use may lead to mental fatigue. Note, this ray of light is born from the most pure hope in the collective subconscious of humanity, with its core pulsating with warmth like sparks. Those who rely too much on it may get lost in it and ultimately forget the cruelty of the real world. After all, the brighter the light, the deeper the shadows it casts. Secret Covenant Remnant Page, Consumable Strange Tool. Ability 1, Blood Writing to Ask the Spirits. Smear one's own blood on the paper, consuming physical and mental energy. The remnant page will automatically reveal one unknown clue related to the current instance, continuing to show for 30 seconds before the text turns into blood mist and disappears. Usage count, 1/1. Note, this yellowed page was torn from an ancient book. It can glimpse unexpected secrets. The ability is simple, divided into active foresight and passive causal vision. Active foresight is brief but controllable, while causal vision has a wide range but is uncontrollable, although the scene may not just be limited to the future. Just as his ability awakened, Lin Mo suddenly flashed through a few blurred images. Among them, the figure of Su Wanqing surprisingly appeared. Is it really like this? Su Wanqing. Lin Mo whispered, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He immediately took out his phone, logged into the task app, and quickly browsed through the recent tasks. Soon, he found a team task. The task description was very vague, only mentioning the need to eliminate the target, and all other information was kept confidential. Moreover, this task was privately published, not official. This is it. Lin Mo unhesitatingly accepted the task. Although the task details were not public, his ability had already told him that Su Wanqing would appear. This time, I must resolve her. Lin Mo clenched his fists. In the following 2 days, Lin Mo followed the plan for his daily training. He needed to maintain his best condition to cope with the upcoming task. However, on the 3rd day, his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Captain Zhao Qingyan. Wang Meng is dead, died in the instance. Gathering at the old place at 7 tonight, can you come? Chapter 35, Assassination of Su Wanqing. Lin Mo stared at the screen, silent for a moment. Wang Meng, although not very familiar with him, was still a teammate. Besides, he had once invited him to go for a foot bath together. He replied, "Okay, I will be there on time." Putting down the phone, Lin Mo walked to the window and looked at the street outside. The cruelty of the instance world reminded him once again that death could come at any time. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mo arrived at the gathering place on time. He pushed open the door and saw Zhao Qingyan and several other teammates already sitting at a table in the corner. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, and no one was speaking. "You're here?" Zhao Qingyan looked up at him, his voice somewhat hoarse. Lin Mo nodded, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Wang Meng, what happened?" Zhao Qingyan sighed, picked up his glass, and took a sip. "He entered the dungeon this morning and was found dead at home." He didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. Lin Mo chose not to ask for details. It was a normal occurrence. Even if Zhao Qingyan died in a dungeon one day, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, from the information gathered, the later the dungeons, the harder they became, and the restrictions on players increased as well. However, he still put on a sad expression. Beside him, Yan Feng raised his glass and took a light sip. The wine was bitter, just like his current mood. The group gathered briefly, but since they still had tasks to handle, they quickly dispersed. Time quickly reached the 4th night. Lin Mo's phone vibrated, and the screen lit up. It was a message from the task issuer. The message was very simple. Tonight at 8, gather at the Blue Ocean Hotel in the suburbs, prepare to act. Specific target information will be explained in detail upon arrival. This task shouldn't be too simple. Lin Mo thought silently. He habitually checked his gear. The evil spirit dagger hung at his waist, the Soul Reaper concealed in his sleeve. Everything was ready. Before heading out, he glanced outside. The sky had darkened, streetlights gradually lit up, casting a yellowish glow over the city. The night wind was cool, refreshing his face a bit. The Blue Ocean Hotel was located on the outskirts of the city, in a remote area, and usually had few guests. When Lin Mo arrived by car, a few cars were already parked outside the hotel, but it was quiet around, seemingly without many people. He walked into the lobby, scanning the area, quickly noticing a few people sitting in the corner. They dressed differently, but their expressions were somewhat cautious, clearly also there for the task. Lin Mo approached and lightly knocked on the table. "Are you the task team?" he asked in a low voice. A young man looked up, eyeing Lin Mo sharply for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, are you here for the task?" "It's me." Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, scanning the other 4 people. Besides the young man, there was a tall beauty, an ugly middle-aged man, a thin young man in glasses, and a seemingly honest-looking uncle. The young man took a deep breath when he saw everyone was gathered, and spoke. "The reason for gathering everyone this time is for revenge." His voice was somewhat hoarse, with a suppressed anger in his eyes. "My whole family was killed by a man. I've searched for a long time and finally found his whereabouts." Lin Mo didn't interrupt, quietly listening. The other few remained silent,
but their expressions turned serious.
The target will appear around 10 tonight at an abandoned factory in the east of the city.
The young man continued, he may have bodyguards with him, so we need to be careful.
The beauty frowned and asked, how many people exactly? Do they have weapons?
The young man shook his head. Not sure, but from the information I have, he usually acts alone, at most taking 1 or 2 people with him. The middle-aged man sneered.
1 or 2 people? That's hardly enough.
The young man with glasses pushed up his glasses, speaking calmly. Don't underestimate him, since he can wipe out a family, he is definitely not an easy target.
Lin Mo glanced at the young man and asked, what is the target's identity? Why did he go after your family?
The young man's fists tightened. His name is Chen Li. On the surface, he is a street thug, but in reality, he has become a player.
One time, he passed by my house and took an interest in my sister.
He didn't continue, but the hatred in his eyes said it all.
Lin Mo didn't press further.
He felt that this person was actually lying, the one he was targeting was definitely not simple. Because he discovered that Su Wanqing's position in the scene was lower than that of another man. However, he chose not to expose the other party and just used these people as cannon fodder.
Let's split up. The young man suggested, this way, it's less likely to attract attention. Let's meet near the factory before 10.
I'll send the specific location to the group. Everyone had no objections and got up to prepare to leave. Lin Mo also stood up, just as he was about to walk out. Suddenly, a few blurry images flashed before his eyes.
This is...
Lin Mo frowned, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. He quickly regained his calm and left the hotel with the others.
An abandoned factory.
He whispered to himself, already beginning to plan his next move.
Lin Mo arrived near the abandoned factory at 9 o'clock.
He didn't rush in but made a circle around the perimeter, carefully observing the surrounding environment. The factory's walls had collapsed by more than half, inside was overgrown with weeds, and a few dilapidated factory buildings stood alone.
He chose the building with the best view and quietly climbed to the second floor.
There was a broken window that overlooked the empty ground in the center of the factory area.
Lin Mo crouched by the window.
Observe the situation first, then decide when to act, he quietly calculated in his heart.
Time passed second by second.
At 9:50, footsteps came from a distance. Lin Mo immediately held his breath, his body slightly leaning forward, eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. Soon, 2 figures appeared in the open area. In the front was a man in a black coat with sunglasses, his steps steady and powerful. Behind him was Su Wanqing, dressed in tight leather today, holding a metal box in her hand.
They finally appeared.
A trace of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He didn't rush to act but continued to observe.
2 minutes later, a burly man approached from another direction.
He wore a sleeveless vest, showing off his strong muscles, and had a menacing scar across his face. Did you bring the stuff? The strong man directly asked in a rough voice. Su Wanqing glanced at the man in sunglasses, and after receiving permission, placed the metal box on the ground and entered a password to open it. Inside the box lay a stone emitting a faint blue light.
Chapter 36, Killing Su Wanqing Without Hesitation. Talent Upgrade Stone 4.
Lin Mo's pupils contracted, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened.
Such a high-level item was extremely rare even among advanced players.
He wanted to seize it immediately but reason told him that now was not the time to act.
Moreover, such items are usually bound to someone, snatching it would be meaningless. But the next second, Lin Mo saw an image.
A delicate-looking girl held this talent upgrade stone, directly removing the binding permission. Beside her, a man in a silver mask comforted her.
This item has great use for the organization, and you will be compensated well later.
Lin Mo's heart filled with joy. It appeared that this talent upgrade stone 4 was possibly the true goal of the task initiator. Now, he determined to obtain this talent upgrade stone. At that moment, an unexpected turn happened. 4 figures sprung from the surrounding shadows, the very people he had teamed up with before. The middle-aged man, the young man in glasses, the kind-hearted uncle, and the young man who issued the task. Attack, the young man shouted loudly, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of wind rushed towards the man in sunglasses.
However, the 3 reacted quickly.
The man in sunglasses sneered, waved his hands, and the temperature around them dropped sharply, causing countless ice crystals to condense in the air, forming a snowstorm barrier that easily blocked the gust of wind.
Su Wanqing and the strongman also quickly assumed fighting stances. Indeed, there's an ambush.
The strong man grinned, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his eyes.
The battle erupted instantly.
The middle-aged man and the young man in glasses were both skilled in close combat. Rushing towards Su Wanqing and the strong man. The honest uncle pulled out a short knife from his waist, joining the young man's wind blade attack.
Lin Mo did not join the chaotic battle.
He noticed that the tall beauty had not appeared. Where did she go? This question flashed through his mind. Suddenly, an image flashed before his eyes. The tall beauty was lying on the rooftop, aiming a sniper rifle at the battlefield below.
So that's it.
Lin Mo immediately understood her intention. He quietly stepped back, circling out from the other side of the factory, moving towards the tallest building nearby. As he climbed the stairs, he heard a faint click sound from above. It was the sound of the sniper rifle being chambered. Through the crack of the door, Lin Mo saw the beauty fully focused on aiming down below, completely unaware of the looming danger behind her. First, deal with her. Lin Mo directly activated the time pause. Moments later, a parallel entity identical to her appeared beside her. Lin Mo watched as the parallel entity and the beauty vanished simultaneously, almost like being erased by an eraser, without leaving a trace. At this moment, the sounds of battle below gradually subsided. Lin Mo returned to the window, seeing that all four had fallen in a pool of blood. The Sunglass Man's snowstorm ability had covered most of the factory area, leaving a thin layer of ice on the ground. With that little skill, you dare to sneak attack? The strong man kicked the young man's corpse, disdainfully saying.
Su Wanqing frowned, looking around. No, according to Enru's information, one person is still missing.
The Sunglass Man said coldly.
Find him.
Before the Sunglass Man could finish his sentence, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Mo's eyes.
Without any hesitation, he directly activated the time pause again.
The world instantly fell into a gray-white silence. The sound of the wind stopped. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the rooftop, his mind racing. The three were already within his line of sight, thus entering his shooting range.
Pulling the parallel entities.
Target, Sunglasses Youth, Su Wanqing, Strong Man. In an instant, three figures completely identical to the targets appeared beside them, and then solidified rapidly. As soon as the parallel entities of Su Wanqing and the Strong Man appeared, before they could make any move, a strong energy wave burst between their original selves and the parallel entities.
The rule of annihilation took effect. Without a sound.
The original selves of Su Wanqing and the Strong Man, along with their recently pulled parallel entities, vanished like they were erased by an invisible eraser, without a trace, not even a speck of ash left. Lin Mo's heart slightly settled, two were taken care of. However, when his gaze turned to the Sunglasses Youth, his heart suddenly sank.
That Sunglasses Youth, his original self, did not disappear.
What shocked Lin Mo even more was that the other party somehow moved within the pause-time world, quickly distancing himself from that parallel entity. The face of the Sunglasses Youth was filled with extreme shock and disbelief as he saw that freshly appeared figure identical to him. The feeling was like facing the deepest fear. He looked around this gray-white silent world, his heart racing.
What is this? Has the flow of time stopped? How could this be? His heart was tumultuous. Did the other party really have a time-related talent? And, what was that me just now? Fortunately, my talent is absolute freeze. When activating the field, it freezes not only the target but also can temporarily solidify the flow of time around the target. This is what allowed me to retain consciousness and power during the time pause. At that moment, while Lin Mo was shocked that the other party could move in the time pause and instinctively called back his parallel entity to eliminate exposure risk. The Sunglasses Youth moved.
He did not choose to attack but rolled sharply to the side. At the same time, he unexpectedly produced a peculiar bone whistle. Without hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth.
Woo!
A piercing shriek erupted, sharp enough to tear the soul apart. Lin Mo only felt as if his head had been violently struck by a heavy hammer, and darkness covered his eyes. The intense dizziness and mental agony made him grunt softly, nearly losing balance. At that moment, the ring on his hand flashed, quickly restoring his clarity.
A mental attack tool?
Taking advantage of the moment when Lin Mo was affected by the bone whistle and mentally shaken, the young man in sunglasses had already rolled behind a stone. His movements were quick as a ghost. He swiftly pulled out a black paper talisman covered in twisted runes from his pocket, slapped it against his chest without a glance, while muttering incomprehensible incantations. 2 seconds later, the silhouette of the young man in sunglasses became blurry, as if merging with the shadows, and in the next moment, he appeared more than 100 meters away. Then, he pulled out another black talisman, preparing to slap it on himself, when suddenly he stopped his action, his body becoming rigid, as if his time to move had run out. Lin Mo gritted his teeth against the severe pain in his head and dizziness, his eyes cold.
Such quick reactions. So many tools. Absolutely cannot let him escape. Now it seemed that the opponent could only move for 5 seconds during the time freeze. Fortunately, Lin Mo had the light of the mind, which stabilized his spirit, so he quickly recovered from the opponent's mental interference tool. Lin Mo had just taken a few steps forward when 9 seconds had passed. Chapter 37, The Ice Domain. The time freeze was lifted. The world resumed its flow.
Lin Mo did not hesitate and activated the time freeze again. This time, the opponent did not break free from the time freeze. Lin Mo felt somewhat relieved in his heart. It seemed the opponent could not completely ignore the time freeze. He climbed down from the upper floor. Fortunately, this factory only had 5 floors, not too high.
Given his current physical condition, he could land without injury.
After successfully landing, Lin Mo immediately ran in the direction of the young man in sunglasses. His speed was incredibly fast, his footsteps making almost no sound on the ground covered with gravel and thin ice. The young man in sunglasses was extremely shocked. He did not expect Lin Mo to be so fast.
Does this guy's time freeze have no limit on usage? Can it really be used continuously?
Although he could maintain consciousness during the time freeze, he needed to activate the absolute freeze domain to move freely. He had only one use of the domain left in the real world. And although his domain could last for 10 minutes, under the suppression of this higher-level rule of time freeze, he could only forcefully sustain it for 5 seconds each time.
This was too passive.
The 9 seconds of time freeze ended. The moment the world regained color and sound, Lin Mo did not stop at all and activated the time freeze again. The gray-white dead silence world descended once more. The man in sunglasses cursed inwardly and, with no choice, activated his last absolute freeze domain. Cold air erupted from within him again, forcibly expanding a small area where he could move within the frozen time. He immediately reached into his pocket, wanting to pull out the black talisman that could help him escape instantly. As long as he used one more shadow talisman, he could create distance. This would prevent the opponent from locking onto his position, and then he could escape. Lin Mo's eyes were ice cold. At the moment when the young man in sunglasses' hand touched the edge of the talisman, a glimmer flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He had just activated Foresee the Future and had clearly seen the actions of the young man in sunglasses pulling out the talisman and chanting spells.
Want to run?
Lin Mo focused his thought, predetermined his position, and directly pulled a parallel body. In an instant, a phantom identical to the young man in sunglasses appeared next to him, accompanied by an extremely faint but definitely existing ripple in space, rapidly solidifying. The young man's movements suddenly froze. He had just witnessed Su Wonking in that strong man. Was closing in, his gaze fixed and fierce, ready to finish the fight. It was because he was approached by another self, and then instantly vanished without a trace.
Damn it! It was that power.
As long as he was close to another me, he would die. A strong fear of death instantly seized him. He could no longer care about pulling out symbols and chanting spells, he instinctively ran toward the space distortion. He forcefully twisted his body, trying to move away from that suddenly appeared self. Lin Mo saw that the parallel self had successfully appeared and disrupted the opponent, and immediately focused his thoughts again.
Recall the parallel self. The just materialized sunglasses man parallel self instantly vanished like a phantom. The space disturbance calmed down.
Just as a hint of relief surged in the sunglasses man's heart after surviving a disaster, he immediately remembered his situation.
Symbol. I must use a symbol.
He reached out again to pull out the symbol paper, preparing to chant the spell.
However, Lin Mo's foresight activated again.
He once again clearly saw the actions of the sunglasses man in the future. Lin Mo's eyes hardened, and his thoughts moved again. Pull the parallel self. The same spatial disturbance, the same phantom materializing. That deadly another self suddenly appeared next to the sunglasses man again.
The sunglasses man's action was once again interrupted. He was terrified and fled again.
Lin Mo recalled the parallel self again.
The sunglasses man was almost going crazy. What the hell is this ability?
He desperately realized that the other side seemed to completely predict his intentions, interrupting him every time at his crucial movement points with that damned another self. This level of precision in prediction and interference left him no opportunity to even complete a single full action. Just as he was about to use the symbol paper for the third time, his movements noticeably slowed. The layer of ice-cold field, which resisted the time pause that the sunglasses man forced out, flickered violently a few times and then went out with a puff.
5 seconds were up.
His last use of the field was exhausted. Without the protection of the field, the sunglasses man's body was instantly frozen in the gray-white time pause world. His face still showed fear, anger, and a hint of despair, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was completely unable to move, yet his mind was still functioning, leaving only boundless fear. Lin Mo saw the ice-blue light on the other's body disappear, leaving him completely stiff, and his heart sank. It seemed the other side could no longer move now. He no longer hesitated, gripping the cursed dagger tightly, and charged toward the sunglasses man. The 9 seconds of time pause ended.
The world regained its flow.
The sunglasses man felt his body loosen, regaining movement, but the lethal chill and fear remained undiminished. He instinctively wanted to make one last struggle, to reach for the symbol paper or other tools. But Lin Mo had already rushed to his front.
A flash of cold light.
Lin Mo's movement was as fast as lightning, precise and ruthless. The sunglasses man didn't even have time to feel much pain, he only felt a sudden, bone-chilling cold in his limbs.
Then came an overwhelming feeling of weakness.
His arms and legs felt as if they were being forcefully severed from the joints by an irresistible force. Blood burst forth like a fountain from the severed ends, instantly staining the ground around him red. The sunglasses man gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and managed not to let out a single scream. However, having lost the support of his body, he ultimately couldn't withstand the pull of gravity, crashing down like a discarded sack of sand onto the cold, hard ground, covered with thin ice and gravel.
This fall caused more severe trauma to the sunglasses man's already crumbling body. The pain surged like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming him and almost making him faint. Standing in front of him, Lin Mo. From a high position, he looked down at him, his gaze cold and devoid of any compassion. He did not immediately strike a fatal blow to end the life of the man in sunglasses. Just a moment ago, Lin Mo had continuously used his ability to foresee the future to interfere with the man in sunglasses, and he saw a slightly distant fragment of the future. Although these fragments were blurry, they seemed to hide some important information. Lin Mo decided to keep this life for a while, as it could bring greater benefits later. So, his fiery gaze was cast towards the metal box not far away. The lid of the box had already been knocked open slightly during the chaos, revealing a stone radiating a soft and mysterious blue light inside. Talent Evolution Stone 4 lay quietly there. That glow was so enticing. Lin Mo ignored the painful wails of the man in sunglasses below him and walked over with big strides, bending down to pick up the metal box. He took out the Talent Evolution Stone 4, which felt warm to the touch, its interior resembling a flowing blue nebula. Sure enough, it had not been bound yet. Of course, it was something meant for trade, so it needed to be unbound by the holder. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo chose to use it directly. Chapter 38 New Talent Mind Dissolution. Talent Evolution Stone 4 has been used, please choose the talent ability to enhance or unlock. Lin Mo's gaze directly locked onto Talent Ability 4. He focused his mind. The system prompted that only 1/3 of the abilities could be awakened, but Lin Mo had already foreseen the future and knew which 3 abilities he would awaken. Naturally, he chose the first one without hesitation. Actively used to dissolve the target's mind. Must touch the target's head to extract the blue disc representing memories and personality, as well as the green disc representing talent ability and soul energy. After extraction, it can be freely used. The target will gradually lose all memories after the blue disc is extracted, and will soon fall into a deep coma or vegetative state. The holder of this disc can read and write the memories within it, or re-implant it into the target or another person, overwriting the original memories. The target will immediately lose their talent ability after the green disc is extracted. The holder of this disc can implant the talent ability into a non-ability person's body, allowing them to temporarily gain that ability, but the user must bear a mental burden, and compatibility affects the performance. In addition to this, the ability has many restrictions. For example, the user cannot use the green disc themselves, as it can only be used on ordinary people without special abilities, otherwise, it will damage the soul. Also, reading too many blue discs will impose a mental burden on the reader. However, a surge of ecstatic joy rose within Lin Mo's heart. This talent came at just the right time. But he did not forget his purpose for leaving the man in sunglasses alive. He turned around and walked towards the man in sunglasses who was lying in a pool of blood, barely alive and losing consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Lin Mo crouched down, extended his right hand, and gently waved it towards the man's head to activate his ability. In the next second, 2 translucent circular discs flickering with blue light, resembling optical discs, were slowly extracted from the man's forehead. These 2 discs seemed to have countless tiny scenes and data streams flashing and flowing rapidly. Lin Mo stored the green ability disc, and then grasped the blue memory disc. He lowered his head, his gaze focused on the flowing light and shadow on the disc's surface, as countless memory fragments surged into his consciousness like a fast-forwarding movie. Chen-Li, one of the high-ranking members of the Shadow Moon organization in Silver Sea City, a second-tier player. He became a player 2 years ago and rose rapidly in the organization thanks to his talent. His talent information clearly surfaced before Lin Mo's eyes. Talent, Absolute Freeze. Consume mental power to create a frost domain, significantly reducing the movement speed and reaction ability of enemies within the domain. For 10 minutes, the size and intensity of the field increase with the consumption of mental power, 3/3. When suffering fatal damage, passively trigger an instant ice armor to withstand the attack, January 1st. Consume mental power to use condensed ice and manipulate it freely. Chen-Li appeared in the abandoned factory today to complete a deal with a foreign force and casually eliminate the Maos that had been stalking him. Of course, the main purpose was to exchange this extremely precious talent advancement Stone 4 for a piece of information in the hands of the other party. That burly man was the contact for the foreign force. The information showed that the deal might be watched by the Maos. An undercover agent named Anru, a tall beauty, had given an early warning from the official side. Previously, Chen-Li had killed the entire family of a player, but the player himself had managed to escape. In this regard, that young man really did not lie, he just concealed Chen-Li's specific strength.
If others knew that Chen Li was a Tier 2 player, they would absolutely not participate in this task. Because Tier 2 players completely crush most Tier 1 players. This brings us to the strange classification of players in the corrupted game, which Lin Mo had come to understand earlier. Players are currently divided into 3 tiers, corresponding to 3 levels of dungeons. However, from Chen Li's memory, it is known that some early players have already approached the threshold of Tier 4, and the leader of their Hidden Moon organization is one of them. After clearing the first dungeon, players become Tier 1 players, awakening their talents and undergoing physical enhancement, completely different from ordinary people. On this basis, by continuing to clear dungeons, reaching 3 or more clears, including at least 1 rated C or higher, players can choose to unlock a special trial dungeon on their next entry. Completing this dungeon allows them to become Tier 2 players, at which point they will definitely receive a talent advancement stone and undergo a talent baptism that greatly enhances their inherent talents. However, the trial dungeon must be unlocked by the time they enter the 11th dungeon, otherwise, it will be permanently closed. At that time, players will never be able to become Tier 2 players, which is a choice many players have to face. Choosing to unlock it gives a chance to become even stronger, but failure could lead to a grave ending. Choosing not to unlock it seems like a good option for those who want to remain Tier 1 players for life. The Bureau of Abnormal Countermeasures also mentioned a hidden setting. The earlier a player unlocks the trial dungeon, the stronger the effect of the talent baptism will be, but the difficulty of the dungeon faced will also increase. The later the trial dungeon is unlocked, the smaller the difficulty of the dungeon, but the effect of the talent baptism will be weaker. In other words, the most difficult trial dungeon opens after the 4th dungeon, while the easiest trial dungeon opens after the 11th dungeon. Plus, with an accumulation of dungeons, most people will only choose to unlock the trial dungeon after the 11th dungeon. However, players from different dungeon rounds may appear in the same trial dungeon, which means they could have different tasks or restrictions. Just like Su Wanqing, she was not supposed to enter the same dungeon as Lin Mo because the dungeon gap between Tier 1 players normally cannot exceed 5 rounds. New matching rules apply when they reach Tier 2 and above. But she used an item to enter a low-end match wanting to smoothly get through the last dungeon before the trial dungeon, while also wanting to catch some fish or something, and ended up encountering Lin Mo. Back to the point. After learning that someone was watching him, Chen Li devised a trap, hoping to solve the daring mouse and any potential accomplices for good. Su Wanqing is Chen Li's woman. Previously, Lin Mo did not understand her talent and could only speculate broadly. Now her talent is clear at a glance. Talent, Ripple Symmetry. Active consumption of mental power makes the target's affection level soar. The success rate decreases for the strong-willed, 3/3. Every time an intimate relationship occurs with the opposite sex, it can make them infatuated with oneself. The more times, the deeper the infatuation. Every time an intimate relationship occurs with the opposite sex, there is a tiny chance to replicate their supernatural artifact. This is a strategic level talent, no wonder the other party has so many artifacts. Chapter 39, Soul-Chasing Silver Emblem. At this moment, other fragments of memory quickly flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Hidden Moon's several strongholds in Silversea City, the list of some underlings controlled by Chen Li, recent movements of the organization. More importantly, Lin Mo captured the information of an upcoming major event. The Hidden Moon organization decided to join forces with the Red Eye organization to launch a large-scale attack on Silversea City. However, the specific time has not yet been set. Information retrieval completed. Lin Mo's gaze returned to Chen Li. This second-tier player now only has a faint breath left. No value anymore, Lin Mo whispered. To prevent any possible tracking or resurrection methods, he concentrated his thoughts. A phantom exactly resembling Chen Li appeared next to the original body, quickly solidifying. 2 seconds later, the law of annihilation was triggered. Without a sound, nor a burst of light. The body of Chen Li on the ground and the suddenly appeared parallel body vanished like they had been erased by an invisible eraser, instantaneously disappearing from the spot. Lin Mo learned from the other party's memories that he also had a substitute doll. But this was of no use. The law of annihilation was absolute destruction, far surpassing the priority of the substitute doll. He had already foreseen this in his active prediction of the future. Lin Mo immediately turned and walked quickly toward the center of the arena. He needed to clear the battlefield quickly. Then, he swiftly searched the place where Su Wanqing and the foreign muscular man had disappeared. Aside from a few cracked tiles, there was nothing else. It appeared that the law of annihilation had erased everything thoroughly. He shifted his gaze to the young mission initiator and the bodies of the other 3 attackers. They might have something. Lin Mo checked quickly. The middle-aged man held a poison-short dagger, also a crafty item, of ordinary quality. The bespectacled youth had a small defense talisman in his pocket, but it was damaged in battle. The honest uncle was completely empty. The young man, the mission initiator, Lin Mo felt something in his close inner pocket. It was a cold silver emblem, with a dark red bone needle in the center that constantly rotated slowly, and ancient distorted runes engraved on the back. Soul-Chasing Silver Emblem, consumable crafty item.
Ability 1, Blood Bond Tracking, active. Drop a drop of your own blood into the bone needle groove at the center of the emblem. The blood will be absorbed by the needle, allowing you to designate a specific target. Real appearance and real name are required. The needle will immediately lock onto that target and continuously point to its current location. Only one target can be tracked at the same time. Locking onto a new target requires releasing the current lock and redropping blood. Usage, 1/2. Note, this emblem was crafted by a revenge-obsessed demon hunter using the bones of enemies and cursed silver. Good stuff, but unfortunately, the user is already dead and cannot be transferred. Just as Lin Mo felt somewhat regretful, a voice suddenly came to his ear. Do you want this? This young man still had a breath left, and he had just not noticed it. Lin Mo frowned slightly, just about to speak when the young man continued. Now it's yours. Lin Mo looked down at the emblem in his hand and found that the ownership of the emblem was already clearly transferred. This badge is now ownerless. He was stunned for a moment, feeling slightly embarrassed inside. Just now, his instinctive reaction was to force the other person to transfer ownership and then kill them to eliminate future troubles. He didn't expect the other party to voluntarily hand it over. My name is Han Ming, the young man said weakly. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but his face carried a look of relief. My ability is Injury Delay, which allows fatal wounds to take effect after a short period. This badge, consider it your reward. Lin Mo squatted down, carefully examining the young man named Han Ming. The other person's gaze was already beginning to blur, yet they still held on for a final breath. You must have secrets as well. Han Ming continued, his voice growing weaker. This mission is a private one, the officials won't inquire in the short term. Only I know. No one else is aware of who the specific target is. I have one more item, but it's one-time use only, and it grants me the basic ability of Windblade, exchanged with a second-tier player. There's nothing else I can use to thank you. Thank you for avenging me. After saying this, Han Ming's breath suddenly stopped, and his eyes lost all light. His body twitched slightly, then completely fell silent. Lin Mo silently looked at Han Ming's corpse, feeling complex emotions in his heart. After seeing Chen Li's memories, he originally thought that Han Ming was just a hot-blooded young man blinded by hatred, but he didn't expect the other party to be prepared for death all alone. A 1-minute delay, Lin Mo murmured to himself. He had heard of this ability. At a crucial moment, one could exchange their life for another or wait for a chance of rescue during that minute, but the price is that the agony before death would intensify. He shook his head, not wanting to think too much about it. Looking around, Lin Mo began to consider how to handle the scene. Although the erasure rule had cleaned up most of the traces, those bodies still remained on the spot. He couldn't risk anyone discovering the abnormalities here. First, he walked to the middle-aged man's corpse, and with a thought, he summoned a parallel body. 2 seconds later, both the original and the parallel body vanished at the same time. Next were the bespectacled young man, the simple uncle, and finally, Han Ming. After doing all this, Lin Mo checked the scene again. He collected all undestroyable strange devices and discarded them. Then he destroyed everything that could be erased, including the bloodstains without exception. This should be fine now, Lin Mo thought. Perhaps there might be some special ability that could trace back to his true form, but he felt no regret. This ability enhancement Stone 4 had helped him immensely. Let's go home first, Lin Mo said softly. Tonight's harvest was already enough, he needed time to digest this information and also needed rest to recover his depleted physical and mental energy. Back in his newly bought apartment, Lin Mo took off his coat and sat down beside the sofa. He took out the soul-tracking silver badge and placed it on the coffee table to examine closely. The texture of the mithril was icy cold, and the bone needle slowly rotated, emitting a faint dark red glow. Blood contract tracking. Lin Mo murmured. This ability was very suitable for tracking targets, but there was only one use left. He was unsure if this strange device would disappear after use. If not, its effect would be greatly significant. After all, that way he could reset using his ability. He then took out the green ability disc. The surface of the disc shimmered with strange light, as if it were alive. Although he couldn't use it himself, perhaps he could find a suitable ordinary person to implant this ability. Absolute freeze. Lin Mo recalled the scene when Chen Li used this ability. The power of that frost domain was indeed astonishing, if he could find a reliable agent. It will undoubtedly be a great help. However, this matter cannot be rushed. He needs to find a suitable candidate, someone with shallow relationships but enough potential to utilize this ability's effect. As for loyalty, he does not need to worry too much. After all, he can simply modify the other party's memory chip. Of course, having some capability would be best, because altering memory chips cannot enhance intelligence or combat skills. Lin Mo put away the 2 items and got up to walk towards the bathroom. After taking a shower, Lin Mo changed into clean clothes and sat on the edge of the bed.
He took out his phone and checked the messages in the teammate group. Aside from the announcement about Wang Meng's death sent by Zhao Qingyan a few days ago, there was no other important information.
Feeling a bit sleepy.
Before falling asleep, he double-checked that all doors and windows were locked and that the alarm system was activated. Then he let himself drift into dreams.
In a dark underground room somewhere in Silver Sea City.
Despite the lack of windows, the room was brightly lit. A crystal chandelier emitted a soft glow, shining on the deep red carpet. On the walls hung strange oil paintings, where the eyes of the figures seemed to follow the changing light.
5 people sat around a long table.
They were all second-tier players. On the far left was a tall, thin man, dressed in a black suit, wearing a silver mask that revealed only a pair of coal eyes. He was the leader of the Shadow Moon organization in Silver Sea City, codenamed Silver Mask. Next to him was a young woman, about 25 or 26, with red hair and sharp eyes.
She wore tight leather clothing, with a short knife at her waist.
She was the second in command of the Shadow Moon organization in Silver Sea City, codenamed Red Scorpion.
Opposite them sat 3 members of the Crimson Eye organization.
On the far right was a bald, strong man, with a face full of flesh and a red eye tattooed around his neck. His name was Blood Butcher, and he was the leader of the combat team for the Crimson Eye organization. The middle one was a middle-aged man in glasses who looked refined, but his eyes were sinister. His name was Poison Master, skilled in poison and mind control. The last one was a short, old man with graying hair, playing with a copper coin in his hand. He was Old Ghost, one of the intelligence heads of the Crimson Eye organization. A few months ago, the Crimson Eyes branch in Silver Sea City had been wiped out, so this time the 3 of them came mainly to create chaos and seek revenge.
I heard you recently obtained high-level talent promotion stones?
Blood Butcher spoke first, his voice rough. Lucky you.
Silver Mask raised an eyebrow slightly. News travels fast. What, do you want to rob us?
Red Scorpion sneered, her hand already resting on the knife handle.
Old Ghost chuckled, flipping the copper coin between his fingers. Don't be nervous, we are just curious, such a precious item, how do you plan to transport it back to headquarters? You don't need to worry about that. Silver Mask said indifferently. Red Scorpion was calculating in her heart.
This talent promotion stone was indeed precious, obtained by their organization's genius member Frost Shadow during a trial dungeon. Now in Silver Sea City, they already had 4 second-tier players, greatly enhancing their strength. Poison Master, with a blank expression, pushed his glasses up, looking coldly at everyone, and slowly said,
During the cooperation period, I think it's better for everyone to be honest. We, Crimson Eye, have unreservedly provided detailed intelligence on 3 strongholds, yet you still hide such a small matter? This is really hard to understand.
Silver Mask remained silent for a moment under Poison Master's questioning.
Is this a small matter? Blood Butcher chimed in casually. Oh? Then why don't you say, what is the difficulty? His gaze swept around the table and suddenly asked. By the way, where is Ice Soul? I heard he recently trained a genius girl, why hasn't he shown up?
The Poison Master frowned a little, dissatisfied that the topic had strayed, but quickly regained his composure. He took out a map from his bag, spread it on the table, and pointed to the marked locations, saying,
Alright, let's get back to the main issue.
According to our intelligence, the Abnormal Response Bureau has a small outpost in the eastern and southern parts of the city. The defenses at these 2 outposts are relatively weak.
The Poison Master paused for a moment, then continued.
I suggest we first attack the southern outpost, where some important experimental data is stored. If we can succeed, not only can we obtain this valuable data, but we can also frame other organizations for this operation, creating chaos and allowing the Abnormal Response Bureau to be overwhelmed.
Silverface nodded.
That works, but we need to reallocate our manpower.
No problem.
Blood Butcher grinned. We have 16 members from the Red-Eyed, including the 3 of us who are second-tier players. That should be enough, right?
They discussed some details and ultimately decided on an action plan. After the meeting, Red Scorpion and Silverface walked out of the basement side by side. Have we contacted Ice Soul yet? Silverface asked in a low voice. Red Scorpion shook his head. Not yet. Logically, the transaction should have been completed, but he hasn't replied.
A hint of worry flickered in Silverface's eyes.
Let's hope nothing unexpected happens. Outside the abandoned factory. A dozen people in black uniforms stood at the factory entrance. The cuffs of their uniforms were embroidered with silver shield badges, the symbol of the Abnormal Response Bureau.
At the front was a man in his 30s, with a stern face and sharp eyes. His name was Joey, the leader of the Special Operations Team of the Strategy Bureau in Silver Sea City. He was also a 3rd-tier player.
This is the place. Joey looked around. According to the intelligence, Ice Soul will be trading here tonight. It's a pity the intel came a bit late.
A young female team member squatted down, checking the marks on the ground.
Captain, there's some evidence of a fight here.
The last member was a young man wearing glasses who adjusted his spectacles. Energy residue detection shows there were strong fluctuations of ice and psychic energy here.
The glasses-wearing guy hesitated. Could it be that it was intercepted by another organization?
It's possible.
Joey sighed, but no matter what, we must find it.
Such high-level items absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the cult organizations. Also, fully investigate the woman codenamed Frost Shadow. If necessary, we can eliminate her directly. A large group of people continued to search within the factory, hoping to find more clues.
The next morning, Lin Mo's biological clock woke him up on time.
He rolled out of bed, did a quick wash, changed into sportswear, and began his unshakable morning routine. Even though his body had gradually surpassed that of ordinary people, the rock pole still provided him with some improvement. He returned to his apartment, opened the official player-specific app developed for players.
Chapter 41, Joey.
This platform not only issues tasks but is also the core hub for trading and information flow among players.
Contribution points are the hard currency here, obtained by completing tasks or exchanging valuable items.
In the following days, Lin Mo's actions became regular and efficient.
He used the sporadic flashes of causal visual fragments to lock onto several empty shell strange items that he could acquire.
Then, utilizing his reset ability for buying and selling, he earned quite a few contribution points. Of course, during this time, he remained quite cautious, obtaining empty shell strange items online and reset them before selling them anonymously offline, using barter methods to exchange goods.
Finally, he used the exchanged strange items to buy online for contribution points. This offline black market was introduced to him by Zhao Qingyan.
Although the efficiency was relatively low, it was safer.
Holding a considerable amount of contribution points, Lin Mo opened the vast information library within the app.
The data here covers everything, and access permissions require contribution points to unlock and review.
He first entered the keyword Dungeon Clearance Records.
A large number of information entries flashed out, and he carefully filtered them by time order and dungeon code. He wanted to see if there were any recent records of exceptionally high difficulty or bizarre team wipes, which often indicated the emergence of powerful, strange, or special events. At the same time, he also paid attention to those players who had successfully cleared dungeons and received high evaluations. These individuals were likely to possess unique talents or abilities and might become potential allies or rivals in the future. Next, he searched global active player organizations.
A long list of names immediately appeared on the screen.
There were official organizations from various countries, hidden clubs in society, and even numerous evil organizations.
Important is the person,
Lin Mo murmured, typing player profiles in the search bar. He needed to know about those who stood at the top of the pyramid or had unusual talents. The publicly available information from the officials is limited, mostly containing codenames, affiliated organizations, known remarkable achievements, and the most well-known ability characteristics. More detailed core talent information is considered highly confidential. Each time he unlocked a piece of information that interested him, Lin Mo would concentrate, as if sensing something.
Lin Mo hoped to establish causality.
Buying information and understanding the information itself was a slight attempt to connect with the people or events within the information. He anticipated that this connection could act like a catalyst, triggering his causal vision, revealing more valuable future fragments related to this information at some point in the future.
Time passed in this regular exercise of searching, trading, and collecting information.
Lin Mo was like a sponge, continuously absorbing information about this gradually eroded reality, silently weaving his own information network. A week later, at night, in the southern district of Silversea City, Deep Blue Biotechnology Research and Development Center. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary pharmaceutical research company, but in fact, it was a small secret base set up by the Anomaly Response Bureau in the south of the city, responsible for analyzing some low-level anomalies and monitoring regional anomalous energy.
At 1 o'clock in the morning, all was silent. Shadows outside the base began to squirm like living creatures. A dozen figures dressed in black appeared silently. The leading three were the Blood Butcher with red eyes, the Poison Master, and Old Ghost. Behind them were two teams of fiercely intimidating elite members. According to plan, the lab and the data center.
The Silver Mask's voice was low and cold, carrying a metallic tone. Their target was the core area that housed experimental data and some high-value samples that had not yet been transferred.
Understood.
Red Scorpion replied, her figure like lightning, instantly taking down two guards rushing over upon hearing the noise. Fighting broke out throughout the base. The red-eyed people were like raging beasts, taking the Blood Butcher as the arrowhead, charging forward with their strong physical enhancement talents and anomalies, drawing the majority of the firepower. Bullets hit him, making a sound like metal clashing, leaving only shallow white marks or getting stuck in his enhanced muscles. This was the strength of second-tier players, especially systemic players, who could face military-grade weapons head-on.
Stop them. We can't let them into the core area.
The team leader responsible for guarding was about to explode with anger, fiercely holding off the Silver Mask's team with the few remaining team members behind cover. Using terrain and teamwork, they barely managed to hold back the Silver Mask team's advance.
Annoying bugs.
The Silver Mask coldly snorted, just as he was about to intervene personally to break the deadlock. Suddenly, he paused, abruptly looking up toward the ceiling of the base, his eyes sharp like an eagle beneath the mask.
Not right.
Almost simultaneously with his warning.
Buzz.
A low but penetrating buzzing sound suddenly suppressed all gunfire and fighting noises. The interior of the entire base, even including the surrounding areas, was instantly covered by a faint golden translucent light membrane.
This is an energy barrier.
The roar of Bloodslayer echoed as he furiously smashed his fist against the suddenly appeared golden light shield. The shield vibrated violently, yet it did not shatter. Instead, it rebounded part of the tremendous force from his punch, causing his arm to numb.
Damn it, the Countermeasures Bureau was already prepared.
The face of the Poison Master changed drastically.
Retreat.
For the first time, the voice of Silver Mask carried a hint of urgency.
But it was too late.
Several covers disguised as vents suddenly opened at the top of the stronghold, and dozens of figures dressed in black uniforms with silver shield badges on their chests appeared out of nowhere. The leader, with a tough face and sharp eyes, was none other than Joey, the leader of the Silver Sea City Special Operations Group of the Countermeasures Bureau.
Hidden Moon, Crimson Eye.
Joey's voice was steady and powerful, penetrating the barrier. Your actions are over. Behind him, several second-tier elite players from the Countermeasures Bureau simultaneously launched their attacks.
Breathing fire, energy beams, gravitational compression, mental piercing.
All sorts of powerful talent abilities blended with exquisite tactical movement poured down like a storm. After becoming second-tier players and completing the talent baptism, all players could gain an additional solidified ability and add it to their talents. It could be a basic enhancement of physical fitness or energy attacks, mental attacks, elemental attacks, and so on. For example, Bloodslayer chose physical enhancement. Once this ability was solidified, it no longer had a time limit or side effects, and its effects were even more powerful. Thus, second-tier players were no longer weak against modern weaponry from the real world, they even had greater maneuverability and flexibility. The battle instantly reached a boiling point, but the situation completely reversed. Crimson Eye and Hidden Moon's members were caught off guard, surrounded, and split apart. Bloodslayer roared as he endured several attacks, his dark red sheen flashing wildly, skin torn and blood dripping, yet he still fiercely tried to break through the encirclement. The Poison Master attempted to release a large area of poison mist but was firmly blocked and rebounded by a mental barrier from a Countermeasures Bureau player. Old Ghost's copper coin was interfered with by an invisible force field, reducing its explosive power significantly.
Chapter 42, Instance Update.
Lord Silver Mask. Accompanied by the terrified cry of Red Scorpion, a sharp ice cone sped towards her like lightning, accurately piercing her arm. In an instant, blood splattered, the wound deep enough to see bone, shocking to behold. However, the eyes under Silver Mask's mask were as cold as ancient ice, with no emotional fluctuations. He seemed to disregard Red Scorpion's terrible condition, relentlessly continuing his attack. He suddenly thrust both hands forward into the air and softly shouted, "Shadow Rift Shift." In an instant, a bizarre wave, nearly tearing space apart, erupted violently centered around him. This wave spread out like raging waves at an astonishing speed, distorting and tearing the space it passed through. The two members of Hidden Moon closest to Silver Mask and one Countermeasures Bureau team member engaged in battle were the first to be enveloped by this terrifying spatial distortion power. Their bodies were instantaneously torn and stretched by this force, as if they would be forcefully ripped into pieces. Accompanied by extremely piercing screams, their bodies instantly transformed into bloody mist, dissipating into the air. This bloody and cruel scene sent shivers down the spine. Yet Silver Mask showed no reaction, his gaze was tightly locked on the severely wounded Red Scorpion. Seizing this momentary gap created through the lives of his companions and his ultimate space trick, his right hand shot out like lightning, firmly grasping Red Scorpion's shoulder.
Then, with the speed of a gale, Silver Mask's left hand pulled out a golden talisman covered with mysterious cracks.
This talisman emitted a faint golden light, the cracks on it resembling mysterious runes,
revealing an ancient and mysterious aura.
Without any hesitation, the silver-faced figure forcefully pulled the Red Scorpion to his side with his right hand, while his left hand ruthlessly crushed the golden talisman.
Buzz.
Accompanied by a loud bang, blinding golden light erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the two completely. This powerful energy fluctuation seemed ready to tear apart the entire space. At this heart-stopping moment, Joey, who had been standing at a distance watching coldly, suddenly moved. His figure raced like a ghost, instantly crossing hundreds of meters, and darted toward the Red Scorpion, who was about to be engulfed by the golden light. The Red Scorpion clearly sensed Joey's change, but at this point, she had no time to escape.
Joey pounced on the Red Scorpion like a fierce leopard, grabbing her tightly.
The Red Scorpion struggled in terror, trying to break free from Joey's grip, but her strength seemed so insignificant in front of him. Joey looked emotionlessly at the red scorpion in his hand, then ruthlessly squeezed. With a crack sound, the red scorpion's body was instantly crushed into a puddle of flesh in Joey's hand, blood splattering everywhere. However, Joey did not continue to pursue the silver-faced figure. His gaze turned to the silver-faced figure, who was being transported, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile.
"Only you can leave," Joey said softly.
After speaking, his figure reappeared in its original position like a phantom, as if he had never left. At this moment, the dazzling golden light finally began to fade, revealing the area shrouded in the golden light. There was only a slowly rotating ripple of space left in place, along with a thick fog of blood wafting in the air.
The silver-faced figure had completely vanished without a trace. "Bastard!"
Blood Butcher stared wide-eyed as the silver-faced figure just left them behind to escape alone.
He let out a roar of fury.
Without the silver-faced figure, the core and strongest combat force, the remaining members of the Red Eyes and Shadow Moon fell into dire straits. Though they had a large number of people, they seemed so powerless against the siege of several second-tier players. In his rage, Blood Butcher was subdued by several second-tier players working together. Despite struggling desperately, he ultimately could not escape his fate of being overpowered. These second-tier players ruthlessly forced a strong suppressant into Blood Butcher's body, instantly causing him to lose control and collapse to the ground. Seeing this, Old Ghost knew the situation was dire, and he attempted to activate the self-destruct device to perish together with the enemy. However, his actions were keenly noticed by the other second-tier players.
They quickly acted, interrupting Old Ghost's self-destruct attempt and capturing him alive.
The remaining members involved in the attack, except for the few who were first strangled by the silver-faced figure's spatial power, were all either killed on the spot or captured during a desperate counterattack. The sounds of gunfire and energy explosions gradually faded, ultimately descending into dead silence.
Joey stood high above, watching his subordinates clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded, and imprison the captives. "Report, leader."
A team member stepped forward. Preliminary statistics: 21 enemy dead, 5 captured. Our side, 5 killed, 6 seriously injured. His voice carried a heavy weight.
Joey silently nodded, seemingly not very concerned. "What about the woman codenamed Frost Shadow? Any leads?"
He turned to the intelligence analyst.
"No direct eyewitness reports."
The analyst quickly checked the information panel. Preliminary judgment suggests she may have been transferred, but we have obtained her appearance and personal information through internal sources.
Joey glanced at the information panel. "Issue a wanted notice. We want Silver Face and Frost Shadow nationwide." Early the next morning, the homepage of the Dawn app featured a prominent news announcement at the top, with a blood-red headline. "Good news! Last night we successfully crushed Shadow Moon. Evil organization of Red Eyes conspiracy attack."
The main text describes how the Unusual Response Bureau successfully ambushed and severely damaged the Hidden Moon and Red Eyes at a secret stronghold in the south of the city last night, killing and capturing many enemy members. At the end of the announcement, a virtual image of Silver Face was attached along with a highly dangerous wanted notice, offering a huge reward in contribution points and solemnly reminding all players. This target is a senior second-tier player, extremely dangerous, suspected of possessing high-level spatial abilities or items. Ordinary players encountering him should not attempt to fight, prioritize hiding for self-protection, and immediately report his whereabouts through the emergency channel in the app.
Once the reported information is verified, a high reward will be paid out.
In addition, a woman's image was also displayed as wanted, a woman named Frost Shadow. This woman, Lin Mo was quite familiar with. She was the one he saw in the causal vision with the Unbinding Talent Advancement Stone for. He silently noted this matter and casually swiped past the news. Lin Mo knew about this person, Silver Face. He was someone Chen Li greatly feared according to his memory. As for another, Frost Shadow, Chen Li also had a memory of her, and they had a nominal master-disciple relationship. However, Chen Li seemed to have quite the affection for her, expressing love several times, but she rejected him outright each time. This woman was a genius in the Hidden Moon, having opened the trial copy and successfully passed during the 6th instance.
However, he was currently hiding behind the scenes and had no need to expose himself actively.
Although he was very strong, he could not underestimate the heroes of the world. For instance, he was unable to directly kill that ice soul. The opponent still had some ability.
Time quickly came to when the 4th instance was about to open. Lin Mo received a notice that the instance would open in one day.
But at the same time, there was another notification that came along. This notice was received by all players. System announcement: the Strange Corruption game is about to undergo a major update, and the update details are as follows. 1. Expand the player base. More lucky ones will be chosen to join the game and experience true fear and despair. 2. New carrying restrictions for strange items. Players can carry a maximum of 3 strange items when entering an instance, and each strange item's active ability can only be used once in the instance. 3. A new blood vendetta mechanism. For every NPC or other player killed, players will accumulate blood vendetta layers based on the dead person's hatred value. The higher the blood vendetta, the easier it attracts vengeful spirits in the instance. For optimized reward mechanism, clearing rewards will no longer display specific values, players should explore on their own.
5. Fully open the 4th tier trial instance, all eligible 3rd tier players can participate. 6. Some players will have increased usage of their talents in reality.
7. If no players clear the instance 3 times, vengeful spirits from the instance will descend into the real world.
Chapter 1, Kanglin Isle. Instance name, Shadow Butterfly Dream, 2nd tier trial instance. Instance description, Kanglin Isle, a pearl-like island embedded in the blue waves. Here, the scenery is enchanting, lush with greenery, and the air is filled with the fresh ocean breeze and the fragrance of plants. The islanders have lived a peaceful and calm life as fishermen and farmers for generations. The ancient tradition of the Sea God Festival is the jewel of the island, and the grand celebration is approaching, coinciding with a group of travelers, including many tourists. The village chief welcomes everyone warmly, and the island is immersed in joy and expectation. 1. Participate in the Sea God Festival *. 2. Ensure the priestess Wanyue survives until the task is complete *. 3. Ensure the shadow butterfly appears in the world *. For, you are the only killer, please ensure that all other players cannot clear the instance *. Hint, there are a total of 21 players in this session. Supernatural items, Evil Spirit Dagger, Light of Mind, Page of Secret Pact, 3 items. Evil Spirit Dagger, permanent strange item. Ability 1, consume stamina to actively trigger, allowing the dagger to soak the user's fresh blood. Lin Mo opened his eyes and discovered he was lying on a soft single bed. The room was small but very clean, the kind of standard cabin commonly found on modern cruise ships. The walls were a gentle cream color, featuring a round porthole embedded in them. Outside the window was an endless expanse of deep blue sea, with sunlight scattering across the water like a shimmering blanket of gold. Gentle waves lapped against the ship, creating a rhythmic, slight rocking motion. He sat up and rubbed his temples. Lin Mo instinctively focused his mind and saw 4 tasks listed in the taskbar. Upon seeing the 4th task, his heart sank. The Slayer. This meant he was in absolute opposition to the other 20 people. He must stop all of them from clearing the game. From this perspective, he needed to play it safe in the early stages to avoid being besieged. As the number of other players decreased in the later stages, he could then find ways to deal with the others to improve his ratings. And the newly appeared blood resentment mechanism. 21 people. He murmured softly, his brows furrowing. He looked at the 3 items in his status bar. He ultimately chose the Evil Spirit Dagger, the Light of the Mind, and the Pages of the Secret Contract. The Evil Spirit Dagger combined with time stopping could yield miraculous effects. The Light of the Mind could stabilize his spirit, making him immune to illusions and mental interference. Such mental abilities were among the most terrifying of the evil spirits. As for the last item, the Pages of the Secret Contract, it was key to breaking the situation. After browsing through the task details, Lin Mo immediately thought of a question. Since he had a clear hint identifying him as the Slayer, would the other players have hints as well? And the hints they received would surely be different, but they likely contained information for identifying or defending against the Slayer. If they gather together and exchange information, they could quickly lock onto me as the outlier. Lin Mo felt a wave of urgency wash over him. If 20 people united, no matter how strong he was, 2 fists could hardly fend off 4 hands, let alone the presence of evil spirits. No, I can't let them group up. I must control one of them before they realize anything. He thought of his newly awakened talent ability, mental dissolution. Just by touching someone's head, he could read and rewrite memories. It seemed imperative to quickly lock onto a player. Yes, that's the plan. Find a solitary player. Control yourself. With this thought, Lin Mo immediately got out of bed. He needed to take action, as fast as possible. He straightened his simple casual outfit, making himself look like an ordinary tourist. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the cabin door and stepped onto the outer deck. The sea breeze rushed towards him, carrying a salty, damp scent, much fresher than in the room. The deck was spacious, covered with smooth wooden planks. Scattered groups of tourists were leisurely occupying different areas. Some leaned against the white railings gazing at the sea, some sat in comfortable lounge chairs soaking up the sun, and a few young people were excitedly snapping photos of the sea view with their phones or cameras. In the distance, the sea blended with the sky, dotted only by a few white clouds against the azure canvas. The surface of the water sparkled under the sunlight like it was sprinkled with tiny diamonds. Lin Mo pretended to be casual, moving to the railing, but his eyes quickly scanned the crowd like a radar. He was searching for a target. Generally, people who were alone, perhaps looking a bit nervous or overly alert, could be potential players. Just then, an announcement echoed from the ship's speaker, a gentle female voice resonating on the deck. Dear passengers, please pay attention.
Our Sapphire cruise ship will arrive at its destination, the beautiful Kanglan Island, in 20 minutes. Kanglan Island, known as the Pearl of the Blue Sea, is lush with vegetation, enjoys spring-like weather year-round, and the air is fresh and pleasant. The islanders have lived off fishing and farming for generations, and their customs are simple and warm. The traditional festival called Sea God Festival happens every 10 years, and you will have the chance to experience unique island culture and sacrificial rituals. Please prepare to disembark in advance, and we wish you a memorable time on Kanglan Island. The broadcast introduced the island's scenery and the upcoming festival. Tourists on the deck listened eagerly, many wearing expectant smiles, snapping photos with even more enthusiasm.
Chapter 2, Strike First.
Lin Mo leaned against the white railing, which had been warmed by the sun, while the sea breeze ruffled his hair. He slightly tilted his head, pretending to admire the scenery while actually listening in on the casual chats around him. He decided to observe carefully to gather enough information.
Look over there.
We're about to dock, a young girl excitedly pointed at the green outline faintly appearing ahead, raising her phone to capture the moment.
They say the seawater here is especially clear. Her companion nodded repeatedly, yes, yes.
I heard the priestess is very beautiful, I can't wait.
You just want to see beautiful women, you are really. Not far away, a few people who seemed to be from the same company were talking. They appeared to be on a team-building trip.
Mr. Zhang, have you been to Kanglan Island before? A bespectacled man asked.
No, this is my first time. The one called Mr. Zhang shook his head. I heard Professor Wu has been here a few times, right, Professor Wu?
Beside them stood an elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor, wearing a comfortable linen shirt. Hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand lightly.
Just call me Old Wu. Counting this time, it's my 6th visit to Kanglan Island.
But this will be my first time experiencing the Sea God Festival that happens once every 10 years.
You are all quite lucky.
Oh? Professor Wu has been here so many times. A middle-aged couple nearby, who looked like they were husband and wife, leaned in curiously.
The wife asked, what is so special about this island that makes you come back so many times?
The elderly man, Wu Chenzhou, gazed toward the approaching island, his eyes filled with a hint of nostalgia and a touch of sadness.
I have been studying ocean folklore and culture for decades. Kanglan Island has preserved many ancient traditions, and the customs here are very pure.
He pointed towards the green island shimmering in the sunlight and the glistening sea surface, and the scenery here is beautiful, too, making it worth the trip. Far from the bustling city, listening to the sound of the waves, watching the sunrise and sunset, is truly wonderful. The middle-aged man nodded. I see, it seems we really chose the right place for our vacation this time, hoping to see some special cultural or natural scenery. Professor Wu confidently said, there's no need to worry about the scenery, and it is said that the islanders are very devout in their belief in the sea god.
Unfortunately, the signal here is very poor. Basically you can't go online or communicate at all.
But looking at it another way, maybe this could actually help us calm down and appreciate the beautiful scenery, enjoy nature, he continued.
Lin Mo quietly listened, rapidly analyzing in his heart. These few people seem like ordinary NPCs, their conversation very natural, their emotional expressions very genuine, unlike players who are always on edge.
His attention quickly shifted, continuing to search the crowd. His gaze swept over a group of young people taking photos, and a few couples flirting, finally landing on a slightly incongruous figure. It was a young man, probably in his early 20s, wearing an ordinary sports jacket, standing in a slightly distant corner, looking a little distracted. He wasn't immersed in the beautiful scenery or chatting like the other tourists, instead, his gaze was wandering, as if observing his surroundings or hesitating about something. Then Lin Mo saw him tentatively approach a young girl who had just finished taking pictures and was alone.
Hello, sorry to bother you, are you here to travel too? Is it your first time coming to Kanglan Island?
The girl looked a little surprised but politely nodded.
Yes, it's my first time.
The young man rubbed his hands, his gaze flickering.
Oh, that's nice. By the way, did you hear any special rumors about this island before coming here? You know, strange tales? Or some scary stories or something?
The girl visibly froze for a moment, then frowned, her eyes showing a hint of alertness and confusion.
Strange tales? Scary stories? No, I don't know. I only know that the scenery here is very beautiful, why do you ask?
She leaned back slightly, putting a bit of distance between them. The young man seemed to realize that his question was abrupt, smiled awkwardly, and quickly waved his hand.
It's nothing, just curious, just asking, forget I said anything.
He awkwardly stepped back a few paces, looking a bit frustrated.
That's him. This eagerness to inquire about strange tales was unusually abrupt among ordinary tourists, more like a player trying to find clues or danger hints for a quest.
Lin Mo calmly adjusted his direction, walking slowly toward the young man as if taking a casual stroll.
The distance between them gradually shortened without either noticing.
When Lin Mo was about 3 steps away, a position where he could reach out with a sidestep, he unhesitatingly activated Time Stop. In an instant, the world fell into absolute silence. The waves froze in the air, the splashing droplets remained still like diamonds, the smiles and movements on the visitors' faces were completely frozen, even the sea breeze lost its sound. Time had been pressed the pause button, and only Lin Mo's consciousness could still flow in this frozen tableau.
A 9-second countdown began.
Lin Mo did not hesitate for a moment, stepping forward to stand in front of the young man. His palm turned upward, and he lightly waved toward the young man's forehead with quick and precise movement.
Buzz. Like some kind of invisible resonance, two semi-transparent discs of light emerged from the young man's forehead. One was deep blue like the ocean, the other was vibrant green. The blue disc represented memory and personality, while the green represented innate abilities and soul energy. The tightly wound string in Lin Mo's heart finally relaxed a bit. Sure enough, ordinary people wouldn't have this green disc representing abilities. He was undoubtedly a player. Time was tight, and he immediately focused his mind on the blue disc. Fingers seemed to penetrate through the illusory light and shadow, directly reading the information flow within. A large number of images, sounds, and fragments of emotions surged into Lin Mo's mind. About this player's brief memory before entering the instance, and most importantly, about the information regarding his mission prompt. Lin Mo quickly filtered through the key memory content. He saw the mission list.
1. Participate in the Sea God Festival *. 2. Ensure that the Shrine Maiden 1 you survives until the end of the mission *.
3. Ensure Shadow Butterfly comes into the world *.
4. You are the Guardian, please kill the Slaughterer hidden among the players *. Hint, the first 3 mission goals of the Slaughterer are the same as normal players, but the last one is different. There is only one Slaughterer, and once the Slaughterer dies, a system announcement will be made to all players.
As expected. Chapter 3 Black-haired girl. Lin Mo's heart tightened.
The identities of other players are guardians, and they are clearly informed to find and kill him.
The death of the Slaughterer will also result in a system announcement.
This was more troublesome than expected. They not only know that there is an anomaly, but they also understand that the first 3 mission goals are the same, while the fourth is different, which gives them the possibility to investigate by comparing missions and observing behaviors. Moreover, it is only himself who must die for the others to clear the instance, which will undoubtedly greatly increase their willingness and determination to unite.
He must be more cautious. 5 seconds had already passed. Lin Mo didn't dare to delay and immediately began to rewrite. He implanted a new command into the blue light disc.
Loyal to Lin Mo, absolutely obey Lin Mo's commands, regard Lin Mo as the only master.
Rewriting completed. Lin Mo quickly pressed the 2 light discs back onto the man's forehead. The blue and green lights flashed and disappeared into him. Time pause ended. At the very moment the 9th second ended, the frozen world instantly resumed its flow.
The waves crashed down, the laughter of tourists, the camera shutter sounds, and the sound of the sea breeze rushed back into his ears. The young man's eyes momentarily became a bit dazed, but soon returned to normal, only that deep in his gaze, there seemed to be an almost imperceptible hint of submission. It was as if he was just standing there in a daze, completely unaware of what had just happened. Lin Mo's steps did not pause at all, naturally continuing to walk forward as if he was merely passing by. At the moment he brushed past the man, Lin Mo spoke in an extremely soft voice that only the two of them could hear.
Pretend you don't know me. Look for clues, gather information, especially regarding the festival, the Shrine Maiden, and the Shadow Butterfly. If you discover that other players are joining forces against me or if there's any urgent situation, look for an opportunity to tell me alone. Lin Mo had already learned that this man was named Sui Mengfei and was a formal member of a folk club. After speaking, Lin Mo had already passed Sui Mengfei, walking towards the other side of the ship's rail, his back quickly disappearing behind a few tourists taking photos. Sui Mengfei stood still, his eyes flickering for a moment, and he subtly nodded, the movement so slight it was nearly impossible to notice. Then, like other tourists, he turned around, again gazing at the sea, his face bearing an appropriate hint of appreciation for the beautiful scenery, as if the brief days earlier had never happened. Lin Mo walked to a corner unnoticed by anyone, leaning against the cold bulkhead, taking a deep breath of the salty air. His mood felt somewhat heavy. Although he had placed a pawn properly, the situation was worse than he had imagined. The Guardian mission goals were the same and the Slaughterer death would trigger an announcement. This meant his margin for error was extremely low, and it would be very hard to make the other players let their guard down by faking his death. Once exposed, it would be a siege by 20 people. But acting first. Lin Mo thought for a moment and still gave up on this idea. In the early stages, doing this wouldn't be very beneficial and might instead fall into the traps of the instance. This copy is not simply a confrontation, because all players have the same first 3 tasks. So, other players as guardians will do their best to find him and kill him, but as the killer, he cannot do that in the early stages. If he kills all the other players, who will help him experiment with the rules of the vengeful ghost's killings? On the other hand, for the other players, having one more or one less of him does not matter,
they will surely find ways to eliminate this unstable factor early on. And the most important point, after the game update, a blood feud mechanism was added. Killing too many players would likely lead to him being crazily targeted by the vengeful ghosts. Lin Mo could even imagine that many players would maliciously let others be stained with more blood feuds to ensure their own safety.
Don't ask, he thought about this too.
Lin Mo looked towards the ever-approaching Kanglin Island. The boat broke the green waves, and the outline of Kanglin Island gradually became clear in the steaming sea air. Just as he subconsciously examined the shadowy figures on the dock, his gaze was suddenly caught by a striking flash of color at the edge of the cliff. It was a girl.
She stood alone on the jagged black reef, dressed in a shaman's robe.
The most eye-catching thing was her long black hair flowing down to her waist. Her hair was not purely jet black, but a rich crow blue, under the strong sunlight, shimmering with a cold, starlit glimmer reminiscent of sinking into a dark river. She seemed to be gazing at the ship that was about to dock.
The next second, waves surged, and steam rose, briefly blocking the view. But in just an instant.
When Lin Mo looked again, he found that only the jagged rocks remained on the black reef.
There was no one.
And that beautiful island bathed in sunlight seemed to be shrouded in an invisible bloody shadow in his eyes. Lin Mo continued to walk around the cruise ship, his gaze sweeping over every corner of the deck. The broadcast sounded again. A gentle female voice reminded the cruise was about to dock, asking tourists to head to the exit to prepare to disembark. Lin Mo first returned to his room on the ship, taking out his belongings. Yes, this copy allowed them to have luggage. Lin Mo had already noticed this before coming out to look for players. However, at that time, the situation was urgent, and he did not have time to look closely. He took a rough glance. Inside were only some basic clothing and identification, as well as a mobile phone, a watch, and a small amount of cash. After packing everything, he then moved with the crowd towards the exit.
He stood in line, silently counting the numbers again.
Including the guide, a total of 73 tourists were disembarking. According to the copy information, the players should all be tourists. So, excluding himself, the remaining 20 players were hidden among these 72 people. Of course, the guide was unlikely to be a player, but it couldn't be certain. This number made him feel a slight pressure. To find 20 hidden enemies among these more than 70 people, while also guarding against the ever-present vengeful ghosts, was not an easy task. He stepped onto the dock with the crowd.
This island looked quite large from a distance, so the dock was also quite big.
The salty sea breeze was stronger, mixed with the fresh scent of the island's vegetation. Next to the dock were rows of tall palm trees, their branches swaying in the wind. In the distance were rolling green hills covered in dense vegetation, where ancient houses could be vaguely seen.
Sunlight lit up the blue sea, glittering.
An elderly man with graying hair and dressed in simple clothes stood at the front of the dock, smiling widely at the crowd.
He waved warmly at everyone. Welcome everyone to Kanglin Island.
I am Song Wei, the village chief of Kanglin Village. His voice was loud. The island has already prepared comfortable accommodation for everyone, and on the 7th day, there will be a Sea God Festival.
We hope everyone can participate in this grand event.
During this time, everyone can enjoy to their heart's content.
Chapter 4, Tides of the Moon and Cloud Sails.
Lin Mo stood in the crowd, his gaze fixed on Song Wei. This village chief looked like the core figure on the island. He must know a lot of secrets. Especially regarding the Sea God Festival and the Priestess Wan Yu.
And the last chance for spiritual dissolution. Should he use it on him?
If he directly controlled the village chief, he might immediately obtain a lot of crucial information. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened slightly. But soon, he suppressed this impulse.
It was too risky.
Although the village chief's identity was special, there was still a key figure who had not appeared.
That was the priestess called Wan Yu.
She was one of the core targets of the mission.
The black-haired woman he had just seen on the boat, could she be the Wan Yu?
Lin Mo decided to wait a little longer.
Let's see how things develop first. At that moment, two people stepped out from among the tourists.
The young man in front was slender, with his chin slightly raised, and his eyes held a hint of arrogance.
He wore an expensive yet understated casual outfit. The middle-aged man following him was the complete opposite.
He was tall and sturdy, muscles bulging, making his black t-shirt stretch tight, holding two large suitcases. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, exuding a chilling aura. He stayed half a step behind the young man, his posture respectful yet alert, like a loyal bodyguard. The young man directly interrupted the village chief's polite words.
Where is Miss Wan Yu?
His tone carried a clear arrogance. The smile on the village chief's face froze for a moment, and quickly he put on a warmer expression, clearly recognizing the person in front of him.
Mr. Wenanjia, welcome.
The priestess is, in the Sea God Temple preparing the prayers and sacred vessels for the festival.
This is a very sacred preparation that cannot be disturbed in the slightest. She will come to meet everyone later, please be a little patient.
The young man called Wananjia merely grunted lightly, seemingly satisfied with this explanation. Wananjia snorted and turned to the middle-aged man.
Sure Hui, I'm tired.
The man named Shan Sherhui immediately stepped forward half a step, one hand holding the two suitcases, the other pushing through the crowd, leading him straight into the island. The two walked straight through the crowd, seemingly unbothered, heading towards the dock that led inside the island. Lin Mo clearly saw that Songwei's expression darkened as she watched them leave, her lips slightly twitching. Moreover, her hands, which hung by her side, clenched and then released. This detail made him narrow his eyes.
Who is this Wananjie?
Why can he make the village chief yield so easily?
But just for a moment.
He quickly adjusted his expression, putting on a warm smile again as he turned to the other tourists.
Please excuse me, everyone. It has been a long journey.
Please rest assured that the island has arranged comfortable accommodations for everyone. The guide immediately waved a small flag cooperatively, guiding the crowd towards a double-decker bus parked by the roadside.
Come, everyone, please follow me, our transport has arrived.
The bus door opened. Please board in an orderly manner, and we will take you to your accommodation, the guide shouted loudly. As he boarded, Lin Mo quickened his pace, choosing a seat by the window. Through the glass, he saw Wananjie and Shan Sherhui already seated in another black car, driving away.
The bus slowly started, following the winding coastline.
Lin Mo leaned by the window, pretending to admire the scenery, but actually took the opportunity to observe the passengers inside the bus with his peripheral vision. He made a list in his heart. The urgent task was to gather information and confirm which tourists were players. As for the other players,
as long as they didn't actively cause trouble, there was no need to alarm them for now. The bus drove smoothly along the coastline.
The sea view outside was beautiful, with blue skies and white clouds above the azure sea. Lin Mo leaned against the window, seemingly admiring the scenery, but his ears caught the movements inside the bus. At that moment, a voice came from the front of the bus.
Tour guide, are there any rules here?
My name is Chun Mu Yang, it's my first time here, I'm not very clear. The tour guide was a young woman with a sweet voice, smiling as she responded. There are no special rules, mainly just don't disturb the lives of the island's native people.
We are all tourists, just enjoy the sights politely and communicate with respect.
Chen Muyang seemed dissatisfied with this answer. He rubbed his hands together, slightly leaned forward, and continued to ask.
Then, is there any special legend? Or, like those strange stories? Ghost tales or something? I really love hearing about these.
The tour guide chuckled lightly, her tone gentle.
Of course there are.
If we talk about legends, the most famous is the story behind the Sea God Festival.
Lin Mo's attention was immediately captured.
He slightly adjusted his seating position and listened intently. The tour guide's voice began to rise in the bus. A long time ago, on our Kanglan Island, there lived a fisherman's daughter named Shiyu.
She was beautiful and kind-hearted. Shiyu had a habit.
Every evening, she would walk alone to the highest rock by the sea and gaze towards the ocean. She was waiting for someone. That was the man she loved deeply, a young merchant named Yunfan. They met on a twilight filled with colorful clouds. Yunfan's fleet passed by here for supplies, and was captivated by the beautiful figure looking out to sea from the rock. They fell in love at first sight. Later, every time Yunfan set sail, no matter how far the route, he would deliberately detour to stay on the island for a few days. Each short gathering felt as sweet as honey. When they parted, they agreed that when Yunfan returned from this long voyage, having earned enough money, he would come to the island to settle down and marry Shiyu. They exchanged tokens for this waiting.
Hearing this, Lin Mo could guess the story ahead. This was classic flag setting.
The tour guide's voice softened a bit. Yunfan gave Shiyu the letter he wrote, and Shiyu also gave Yunfan her letter. He said that seeing her letter felt like seeing her. She touched those sheets of paper and could feel his warmth. Those letters were their most precious treasure. They agreed to write each other a letter every month. Then Yunfan set off, and Shiyu began her wait, undeterred by wind or rain. Every sunset, she would climb up that rock, tightly clutching the letter Yunfan wrote to her, gazing at the horizon, hoping to see that familiar sail.
Days passed one by one, flowers bloomed and withered on the island, the tides rose and fell.
At first, Yunfan's letters arrived on time, but later the intervals grew longer and the contents became shorter. Until in the last few months, she received not a single letter. The bus was quiet, only the engine's hum and the gentle sound of waves could be heard.
Many people were captivated by the story, including Lin Mo.
He seemed casually leaning back in his seat, but his mind was rapidly analyzing.
Letters, could this relate to the killing rules of the evil spirits? Or was it the obsession of the evil spirits and their path to survival?
The tour guide continued her tale, a hint of sorrow in her voice. The old people on the island advised Shiyu, the ocean is ruthless, it has been so long with no news, it is likely ill-fated. But Shiyu did not believe. She was convinced that Yunfan would surely return, that he would fulfill his promise. She continued to wait on that rock every day, from dawn to sunset, unwavering in wind or rain. She said, as long as she stood here waiting, Yunfan's ship would find its way home.
Until one day, a terrifying storm that occurs once every 100 years struck Kanglan Island.
The howling winds roared, and the waves crashed against the shore like mountains. The villagers hid in their homes, too afraid to go outside. During the most violent moment of the storm, someone faintly saw a slender figure standing on the highest reef. It was Siye. She spread her arms wide toward the towering waves, as if shouting, or perhaps praying. The tour guide paused. Miraculously, the storm calmed down, and the village elders said it was the sea god showing signs. The next day, the sea was calm, and people rushed to the shore, where they found a small box tightly wrapped in oilcloth on top of the reef. Inside lay a neatly stacked pile of letters soaked in seawater, all the letters Yunfan had written to Siye. And Siye, she was gone. Later, fishermen spread the tale that when the storm reached its most critical point, they saw a translucent woman glowing with a faint blue light, using her body to block the giant waves rushing towards the village. They believed that it was Siye's dedication to love and her sacrifice to protect the village that moved heaven and earth, transforming her into the guardian sea god of Kanglan Island.
Even more poignant was,
the tour guide's voice was filled with deep sorrow. Many years later, a tattered, weather-beaten man returned to the island. He was Yunfan. His ship had sunk in the storm, and he had drifted to a distant deserted island, surviving countless hardships to make his way back. But when he stepped onto his homeland with hope in his heart, he only heard the legends of Siye transforming into the sea god and the stories of the storm. He stumbled up to that reef, holding the box given to him by the village elder for his letters, and sat there without eating or drinking for 3 days and nights.
On the fourth morning, the villagers found the reef empty.
Only the empty wooden box lay quietly on top of the reef, beside it a faded, long-dead seashell, that was the first gift he had given to Siye. Some said he jumped into the sea to chase after the love he had waited a lifetime for. Others said, on the night of the full moon, you could see 2 figures cuddling on the reef, their whispers turning into the sound of the sea breeze. The tour guide's voice grew clear and solemn again. Thus, the islanders of Kanglan Island have worshipped the sea god for generations, both to thank her for calming the storm and to commemorate this undying love. The Sea God Festival is their most important tradition.
The story came to an end. The bus cabin fell into silence. Many faces showed emotion and a hint of sorrow. The origin of the Sea God Festival, a tragic legend of waiting and sacrifice.
Lin Mo noticed that a few people's expressions were particularly focused, even carrying a hint of tension. He quietly took note of these people. They were likely players too. After hearing this, Chen Muyang's eyes flashed with excitement.
He murmured, interesting. Then, he suddenly raised his voice, if you like strange stories, come chat with me.
Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart, silently noting the detail. Chen Muyang's behavior was too deliberate, almost signaling to other players.
But for him, it was an unexpected gain.
The bus slowly came to a stop, and the tour guide stood up.
Everyone, we have arrived at the hotel, please get off the bus in an orderly manner.
Lin Mo got off the bus with the crowd, his gaze casually sweeping past Chen Muyang. The other was looking around, seemingly searching for something. Lin Mo sneered inwardly.
It seems I don't need to bother, he will draw out the other players himself.
The hotel was a quaint wooden structure surrounded by lush trees, with the air filled with the fragrance of grass and wood. Lin Mo carried some basic luggage given to him by the instance and walked into the lobby, calculating his next move in his heart. First settle down, then find a chance to interact with Chen Muyang. If he is really gathering players, then my opportunity has come. The hotel is a 5-story building, the off-white exterior walls are a bit mottled. In the lobby, there are several woven sofas, and a few potted plants add a touch of green in the corner, with a faint scent of wood and a salty breeze from the sea in the air.
Lin Mo received his room key at the front desk, room 407, on the 4th floor.
The elevator is old, making a slight creaking sound as it ascends.
Behind the iron railing door, the floor numbers slowly flip.
Once in the room, Lin Mo put down his luggage. The room is a bit more spacious than he expected, with a single bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a small balcony. Lin Mo placed his luggage down and walked to the balcony to look outside. In the distance, the blue sea sparkled under the sunlight, shimmering like countless diamonds.
He returned to the room and pulled out a simple schedule from his suitcase.
In the afternoon, he would go to the beach, tomorrow visit the purification altar, the day after go to the shrine to see the shrine maiden dance, and after that, it would be free activities.
The schedule looks very relaxing, like a true vacation. But Lin Mo knows this is just on the surface. The advanced instance will not be simple or easy. He went downstairs back to the lobby.
The tour guide is a young girl, sitting in a wicker chair organizing a stack of papers.
Lin Mo walked over and asked casually, Tour guide, is participation in the following itinerary mandatory? The tour guide looked up and smiled, it's not compulsory, but I recommend everyone join.
These are the more characteristic places on the island.
Is there internet here?
Lin Mo asked again, with a hint of concern common among tourists. The tour guide shook her head, revealing a bit of apology. There's no internet on the island, and the phone signal is very poor.
Everyone can just put down their phones and enjoy the natural scenery.
Lin Mo nodded, didn't ask more, and turned to leave. He stood in the middle of the lobby, his gaze sweeping around, finally stopping at the stairway.
Chen Muyang's room is on the second floor. He needs to go over there.
Lin Mo stopped at room 208, raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened a crack, and Chen Muyang peeked out at him. What's up?
Lin Mo lowered his voice. I heard you were looking for someone to chat?
Chen Muyang's eyes flickered, and he moved aside. Come in.
Chapter 6 An Extra Person.
The room is already crowded with more than a dozen people, young men and women, all not very old. They stand or sit on the bed in chairs in small clusters, whispering to each other.
The atmosphere is not overly tense, but not relaxed either.
Lin Mo quickly scanned the room, recognizing several faces he was told to watch for on the boat or the bus. Chen Muyang closed the door and handed Lin Mo a small piece of paper and a pen. Write down your identity. Lin Mo took the pen, neatly wrote down player of the strange erosion game on the paper, and handed it back. Chen Muyang glanced at the paper and nodded. Find a place to sit, and let's wait for a bit. Lin Mo walked over to a chair against the wall and sat down, calmly surveying the people in the room. Time passed slowly, and a few more people came in one after another.
Lin Mo mentally counted.
When the last person squeezed in and gently closed the door, Lin Mo's heart jumped sharply. Including himself, there are exactly 22 people.
No.
The instance prompt clearly stated there are only 21 players.
He showed no unusual expression on his face. Who is the extra person? Is it an NPC that slipped in? Or could it be a malicious spirit?
Chen Muyang checked his watch and walked to the center of the room where it was a bit more spacious.
It's about time, let's start.
He firmly closed the door, and the room immediately went quiet, all eyes turning toward him.
Chen Muyang got straight to the point. I am from the official organization.
This time I hope everyone can gather together, as we want to maximize the possibility for more people to survive this second-level advanced instance. A slight intake of breath and a hum of whispers filled the room. Some faces revealed surprise, while others had a more scrutinizing gaze. Everyone knows the difficulty of the second-level advanced instance, Chen Muyang continued, but this time,
the situation is more special.
I have studied nearly 100 second-level dungeon records from official documents, but none of them divides players into different factions. He paused for a moment, his gaze slowly sweeping over each person's face, as if weighing their reactions.
And judging from the current situation, the faction division is very likely, 21 against 1. He deliberately emphasized the last number. What does this mean?
It means that the only killer player probably possesses power far beyond all of us, enough to crush us. Lin Mo quietly sat in the corner, her face showing no emotion.
We need to cooperate, we must find that killer as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. How do we find him?
A short-haired girl in a red sports jacket couldn't help but speak up, her voice clearly showing anxiety.
We have no idea what he looks like, what his features are, and even, he might be listening to us right now.
She instinctively scanned the people around her, her eyes wary.
Task hint. Chen Muyang immediately responded. This is the most direct clue. The killer's task hint, the fourth one, is definitely different from ours. He took a deep breath, his sharp gaze sweeping over every face. So, this is the core purpose of gathering everyone here. We need to confirm each other's fourth task details. He paused for a moment, pulling out a stack of notes provided by the inn and a few ballpoint pens from his pocket. Now, please write your fourth task hint exactly on this paper, making sure to avoid other people. Then we will check one by one. I believe the only one who is different from us is the killer we need to find. Of course, I do not recommend you do any sneaky actions. If you try to secretly glance at someone else's note, I will directly consider you the killer. Here it comes.
Lin Mo sneered coldly in her heart, but her face showed a thoughtful and slightly tense expression, just like everyone else. This Chen Muyang is indeed a bit clever, catching a key point, but unfortunately, she had considered this before.
Wait a minute.
A tall, thin man standing near the door suddenly raised his voice, his face filled with doubt.
Chen Muyang, your idea sounds nice, but there are too many loopholes. What if you are the killer? You deliberately gathered us together, and then set up such a situation. Isn't that just trying to extract everyone's task information? Or what if the real killer didn't even come to this meeting? If he is smart enough to know this is a trap, hiding away, won't we be wasting our time checking here? It might even expose ourselves.
His doubts immediately caused a stir.
Many people looked at Chen Muyang with suspicion in their eyes.
Chen Muyang seemed to have anticipated this. He was not angered but instead showed a confident smile.
He looked around and calmly rebutted.
First of all, if I were the killer, I would never voluntarily come out as the organizer or propose such an open verification of information.
What benefit would that be for me? Exposing myself? Drawing everyone's vigilance?
The killer's advantage lies in hiding and being unpredictable. Pushing oneself into the spotlight is like breaking a limb. He spread his hands, as for him not coming.
Chen Muyang's eyes sharpened as he analyzed. If he is smart enough, he will definitely come. Because once we truly unite, share information and clues, he will completely lose the ability to operate in the shadows. He will no longer be able to easily sow discord, won't be able to kill secretly, and even obtaining critical information will become extremely difficult. This will put him in a completely passive situation. I called everyone here because I bet he doesn't dare to really unite us, so he must appear, must sneak in, trying to take control of the situation or sabotage it. He paused, his tone laced with disdain. If he truly can't even risk this much and chooses to hide away, then it shows this killer is either foolish or weak, and not worth worrying about. We can take the opportunity to strengthen our forces, focusing on strategizing the dungeon. Whether he comes or not is more beneficial than harmful to us. Lin Mo slightly lowered his eyelids. But what if? The tall, thin man seemed a bit pressed by Chen Muyang's momentum but was still stubborn. He stiffened his neck, his voice lowering a bit. What if the killer has some special talent or item that can know all our task information? Or what if he knows our task information? If we cross-check like this, isn't it still useless? Yes, that is also possible. Right, what if he can disguise himself? Can this cross-check really work? Voices of doubt rang out again. The unrest in the room that had just been suppressed by Chen Muyang was beginning to rise again. Chapter 7, Finding the Killer. Chen Muyang furrowed his brows, seeming to find this question a bit tricky. He fell silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. This possibility indeed exists. But this is the most direct and likely way we can think of to catch him right now. At the very least, we can use this method to rule out most people's suspicions and narrow down the scope. As for his potential disguises, then each of us needs to observe more carefully during the cross-check. He glanced over the crowd. Furthermore, as long as we stay alert and share information, his disguise will eventually reveal its flaws. It's better than having 20 or more people suspicious of each other, like a scattered sand. His gaze became resolute again. I propose, those willing to cooperate start writing now. Those who don't want to, can leave, but please remember, if your lack of cooperation allows the killer to remain hidden and harms everyone in the end, that responsibility. He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was obvious. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Lin Mo sat quietly in the corner, like the other players, a hint of hesitation and struggle on his face. At this moment, a voice broke the stalemate. I agree with him. It was the short-haired girl in red from earlier, who was the first to pick up the paper and pen. Rather than suspecting each other and waiting for death, let's take a chance. I believe he is not the killer. As she spoke, she quickly wrote on the paper, avoiding others' eyes. With someone taking the lead, the mood instantly relaxed. I agree too. Let's give it a shot, it's better than just waiting. Yes, right. One by one, players picked up the paper and pen. Even the tall, thin man hesitated for a few seconds under everyone's gaze, ultimately unwillingly picking up the paper. Lin Mo felt certain in his heart, knowing the time had come. He no longer hesitated and reached out to take a piece of note paper and a pen from the person next to him. He slightly turned his body, using the angle for cover, quickly writing down on the paper. 4. You are the guardian, please kill the killer hidden among the players. Asterisk, tip, the killer's mission goals are the same as those of normal players in the first 3 points, but differ in the last point. There is only one killer. If the killer dies, a system announcement will be made to all players. The handwriting was neat, and not a single punctuation mark was missing. After writing, he, like the others, placed the paper with the writing facing down, gently pressing it on his lap, waiting for the next step. Chen Muyang saw everyone had picked up their paper and pen, and a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. Great. After everyone finishes writing, fold the paper and keep it safe for now. When everyone is done, I will collect them and read them one by one, so we can witness together. Remember. Don't peek at others. The only sounds left in the room were the scratching of pens on paper and the heavy, stifled breaths. Everyone was looking down, writing intently, as an invisible tension and confrontation filled the air. A minute later, everyone had finished writing. Chen Muyang began collecting the papers. To prevent anyone from accusing him of cheating, he invited 3 or 4 people to supervise him, including the tall man who had been questioning him earlier. Chen Muyang slowly gathered the folded notes, deliberately taking his time. The supervisors watched his every move closely, as if the air had turned to heavy lead, pressing down on everyone's hearts. Finally, all the notes were stacked in Chen Muyang's hands. He cleared his throat and walked to the center of the room. Chen Muyang picked up the first note, unfolded it, and read its contents aloud with a loud voice. After finishing, his face tightened, and he continued to pick up the third and fourth notes. He read faster and faster, but his voice grew increasingly hoarse.
Every time he unfolded a note and read its contents, it was the same as before. The atmosphere in the room, which had been intensely tense at first, gradually evolved into a strange silence. When the last note was finished, Chen Muyang held the light stack of paper, frozen in place. His face had gone from ugly to pale, his brows twisted into a knot, his eyes filled with disbelief and frustration at being toyed with. How could this be? 22 notes, all the same. The tall man who had questioned Chen Muyang couldn't hold back and shouted, "This is definitely a problem. 22 people, and all their task hints are the same? Where is the killer? He isn't here? Or does he?" Lin Mo also felt a chill down his back. The others did not know the system's hints, but the killer's hint stated that there were only 21 players. In the advanced dungeon, no one would be naive enough to underestimate its cruelty. Chapter 8, The Web of Emotions. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out. Everyone, arguing about who the killer is, or how he hides, is of little significance now. Everyone turned to see a girl standing by the window. She looked no more than 17 or 18, wearing a simple beige linen long dress, with silver hair loosely tied up, exposing her smooth forehead and a pair of unusually calm almond-shaped eyes. Her aura was unique, unlike others who were tense or on guard. Instead, she had a sense of detachment as if observing from the outside. "My name is Xing Huai." She met everyone's gaze. Chen Muyang's analysis is not wrong, but it's misdirected. The killer is indeed a huge threat, but his fourth task is based on the premise that we all can complete the first 3 tasks. If we fail the first 3 tasks, we will all be trapped in this dungeon world, and the best outcome is to be eternally stranded here, which is no different from death. Even if the killer wins, it will be useless. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of suspicion in many people's eyes, and temporarily suppressing the obsession with the identity of the killer. They were all experienced players, having participated in nearly 10 dungeons. Yes, the first 3 tasks were fundamental. Ensure the Sea God Festival proceeds smoothly, ensure the Priestess One You survives, ensure the Shadow Butterfly appears in the world. Any failure means total annihilation. The existence of the killer, in the face of this annihilation threat, became a secondary concern. Though in the end, they still had to try to find the killer, at least before the Sea God Festival, everyone's common interest remained aligned. Xing Huai's calm gaze swept across the pondering crowd, continuing. The urgent matter is to gather information, explore the island, find a way out, and ensure the foundational tasks can be completed. During this process, the killer will naturally expose himself. Rather than wasting energy on futile suspicion and internal strife, it's better to ensure we remain alive until later. Her words awakened most of the people. Those who had survived 10 dungeons were no fools. After a brief period of confusion, reason quickly took over. They needed to deal with the killer, but the priority was not to die from other dangers first. She is right. Yes, find the evil spirit rules first. The priestess must be a key point. What exactly is the Shadow Butterfly? Voices of discussion rose again in the room, but this time the theme was much clearer. Yet fear and suspicion did not disappear, they were just temporarily suppressed by a stronger survival instinct. Chen Muyang's face also regained a bit of color. He had to admit Xing Huai's words hit the nail on the head. He took a deep breath and adjusted his strategy. All right. Xing Huai makes sense. The current goal remains unchanged, find the killer, but the priority is adjusted. Everyone disperse and explore freely, using your talents and tools to gather as much information as possible about the Sea God Festival, Priestess Wanyu, Shadow Butterfly, and any abnormalities on the island. He looked around at everyone. Those willing to cooperate can form teams. Those who prefer to act alone should please be extra cautious. Regularly, just after breakfast and dinner, anyone willing to exchange clues can return here for a simple summary. But remember to keep it confidential and stay on guard. He no longer mentioned the notes, he had casually tossed the pile of notes into the nearby trash can. I prefer to be alone, Wu Ming stated first, turning and pulling open the door to leave without hesitation. I will act alone as well, the gentleman with glasses pushed up his glasses and followed closely behind. Soon, groups began to leave, some quietly discussing team formations, while others silently disappeared into the outside. Lin Mo sat in the corner, watching the crowd disperse. He noticed Xing Huai hadn't spoken to anyone. He also left alone. The one named Chen Muyang exchanged a few simple words with 2 or 3 other people, seemingly forming a temporary team. At that moment, a bright voice from the tour guide came from downstairs. Dear tourists, lunch is ready. It's in the buffet on the first floor. Please tidy up, and gather in the lobby in half an hour, we will go to the beach in the afternoon. The first floor buffet was filled with a rich aroma of food. A long dining table was laid with a snowy white tablecloth, and an array of dishes steamed with heat. The island's produce was clearly abundant. Lin Mo held a plate, picked a few slices of sashimi, some steamed scallops, and shrimp, and scooped a spoonful of fish head tofu soup to pair with rice and a small dish of stir-fried vegetables. He found a seat in the corner and sat down, eating slowly while quietly observing the entire restaurant.
Most tourists were in groups of 3 or 5, enjoying a lavish lunch, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful.
Lin Mo picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful of milky whitefish soup, and brought it to his mouth. After finishing, he noticed Sui Meng Fei sitting not far away and slipped a note into their hands as he walked by. Focus on observing Chen Muyang, Xing Huai, and Wu Ming. Seek information about the priestess Wan Yu and the divine shadow butterfly while ensuring your own safety.
Maintain distance from me to avoid suspicion. If you have important information, find an opportunity to contact me privately.
Destroy the note after reading it. The afternoon sun was fierce, shining on the soft white sand, sparkling with golden dots.
Waves gently surged onto the beach, leaving traces, then silently receded.
A few white seagulls circled under the blue sky, occasionally letting out crisp calls. Tourists were scattered along the coastline, some barefoot wading in the water, leaving a trail of footprints. Others splashed water at each other in the shallow areas, laughter echoing far away.
Some lay on beach chairs, wearing sunglasses, soaking up the sun. Everything seemed leisurely and pleasant. Lin Mo did not join them.
He had his hands in his pockets, seemingly casually strolling along the beach, quietly scanning the surroundings and the crowd. At the edge of the beach, near the dense coconut grove and bushes in the back, there was an area that looked particularly out of place. There were no tourists playing, but instead, a large expanse of rusted barbed wire. More striking were the countless items hanging densely on this giant barbed wire. From a distance, they looked like numerous faded butterflies or dried leaves swaying gently in the breeze.
Everyone, look over there.
The tour guide's bright voice rang out. She quickly walked towards the barbed wire, waving her arms to attract the attention of nearby tourists. Lin Mo followed the crowd and slowly walked over. As he got closer, he could see that hanging on the barbed wire were countless wooden plaques. These plaques varied in size and color, but most were somewhat damaged, clearly having endured long years and the ravages of wind and rain. They were secured to the barbed wire with fine hemp ropes or rusty little clips, stacked layer upon layer, covering a large area.
This here is the most famous love letter web of our Kanglan Island. Those wooden plaques actually represent letters. Chapter 9, Letter Paper.
The tour guide's voice was rich with the charm of recounting ancient legends as she pointed to a small old wooden house next to the barbed wire that also looked worn, with its paint peeling off.
Do you see that little wooden house?
Many years ago, when transportation was inconvenient, it was the only place on the island to send and receive letters. She paused, her gaze seeming to pierce through time. According to legend, the cloud sail that went to sea would send back his letters of longing to Siye through here.
And the lovesick Siye waited here, eagerly anticipating news from her beloved.
And sends her worries and longing to the vast sea. The tour guide looked around at the tourists enchanted by the story, her tone softening as she said. So, this love letter net has become the most effective place on our island for seeking love and expressing longing. Whether you want to pour your heart out to a distant lover or wish for a beautiful fate, you can write a letter here, and then someone will hang it up on a wooden board. She pointed to the open door of a small wooden house.
Inside, there is an old man who will help you hang your letter.
It is said that as long as your feelings are sincere enough, the sea god will hear your wish. As soon as she finished speaking, several people in the crowd immediately revealed a look of excitement, their eyes sparkling. Lin Mo noticed that a certain man and woman reacted the most strongly. The man, about 27 or 28, was wearing a shirt and unconsciously moved forward. Beside him, a young woman, probably in her early 20s, shared some resemblance with him, but her expression was a bit restless and impatient, even the corners of her mouth turned down slightly, showing disdain. Lin Mo quietly followed the flow of people, also walking toward the small wooden house and the iron net filled with letters. He wanted to see what clues this clearly related location would hold regarding the core legend of the story. The door of the wooden house was open, and the light inside was dim. An old man with graying hair, dressed in a faded dark gray robe, was sitting behind an old wooden table. On the table were some blank letters, envelopes, and a few old-fashioned fountain pens. His face was thin, with deep wrinkles, and his eyes were somewhat cloudy, but when he looked at the approaching tourists, there was a calmness born from years of experience.
The man and woman pressed forward to the wooden table first. Old man, we want to write a letter to hang up.
The man spoke eagerly, his voice a little nervous. The old man lifted his eyelids, his gaze slowly moved between the two, and he asked slowly.
Are you, a couple? No.
The man hurriedly waved his hands, a slight blush of embarrassment appearing on his face. She is my sister, Jiang Yunlan.
I am Jiang Shumin.
He pointed to the young woman beside him, then lowered his voice a bit, sounding slightly shy.
I want to write a letter to my girlfriend.
Jiang Yunlan immediately pouted, letting out a barely audible snort, her face openly displaying dissatisfaction and contempt. But she said nothing, only turning her face away angrily, staring at the wooden tag swaying on the iron net as if there was something particularly captivating on them. Old man He Mingjong observed Jiang Shuman, then glanced at the clearly displeased Jiang Yunlan, an annoying smile appeared on his face. He nodded, asked no more questions, only pulling out a blank piece of letter paper and a pen from the table, and handed them to Jiang Shuman.
Write it down, everything you want to say.
Then I will copy it onto a wooden tag and hang it there. Then, he turned to the other tourists who gradually gathered behind, saying in a calm voice. Everyone, don't be anxious, one at a time, write slowly, sincerity brings magic. Jiang Shuman took the paper and pen, instantly leaning over the table, starting to write intently. His expression was focused and absorbed, sometimes furrowing his brows in thought, and other times, a gentle smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. He wrote for a long time, as if there were countless words to express, lost in a world that belonged only to him and that distant person. Jiang Yunlan stood beside him, arms crossed, coldly watching her brother's back. Her frown grew tighter, and her expression became harder to bear. Finally, she couldn't help it, speaking in a clearly impatient and resentful tone, muttering softly.
Brother, is it really necessary?
That woman has abandoned you, not answering calls, not replying to messages, it's like she has vanished from the earth. You fool, and yet you are here writing all this mushy stuff.
What's the use? Can she see it? Will she care?
Jiang Shuman's handwriting suddenly stopped. He lifted his head, the tenderness and hope on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a pale and deep pain that hit the core. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to argue something, but in the end, he just lowered his head with dimmed eyes and continued writing.
You don't understand.
Jiang Yunlan saw his lost and soul-deprived look and seemed to realize that her words were too harsh, biting her lower lip and swallowing back the harsher words that followed.
He Mingjong, the old man, watched the interaction between the two siblings closely. He didn't say much.
He took the letter Jiang Shuman had finally finished writing and had carefully folded, tying it up with a prepared thin hemp rope. He hung it on a rope behind himself, where the only letter was this one. After hanging it up, He Mingjong slowly said.
Tomorrow I will summarize the contents on a wooden plaque and hang it over there. He looked at the other person and continued. Young people, some things cannot be forced. The past should just be left behind. Cherish the people around you, or you will only regret after losing them.
Lin Mo stood a little further away from the crowd, silently observing everything. He also noticed that several tourists were curiously gathered at the barbed wire, carefully flipping through those wooden plaques. A few people were flipping through the letters while exchanging opinions.
Why are these wooden plaques all facing away from us? Is there some explanation? Wow, this passage is so mushy. I can't believe this. Are there really people like this in the world? So disgusting.
The sun sank below the horizon, dyeing the sky with a blend of rich and faint orange. The sea breeze gradually brought a chill, dispersing the daytime heat. The distant sea lost its shimmering waves, turning into a deep swirling dark color, with only the areas close to the shore being sketchily outlined by the last light of the day. Lin Mo stood on the balcony of the room, feeling the evening wind brushing against his cheek. A day of calm did not allow him to relax at all, rather, it was like an invisible string, growing tighter and tighter in his mind. This overly harmonious vacation atmosphere, in this crisis-ridden advanced side quest, was itself the biggest anomaly. Chapter 10 Jiao Xiangtao. Lin Mo looked down at the returning tourists, his eyes as calm as the night. Shortly after dinner, 21 players gathered again in Chen Muyang's room. Lin Mo's gaze quickly scanned everyone present, silently counting in his heart.
21. Not a single person missing. It seems no one chose not to come. Is everyone here?
Chen Muyang closed the door, his voice somewhat hushed. This afternoon, everyone explored on their own. Any discoveries?
Any tiny anomalies are worth noting.
The room fell silent for a moment, only the slightly oppressive sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone looked at each other, and ultimately, they all slowly shook their heads.
The beach is very clean, and the seawater is normal.
Over there on the beach, didn't find anything particularly strange. In the hotel, it's the same, the staff is normal, and the meals are quite ordinary. This normal clearly felt off. At this moment, a young man dressed in a dark gray windbreaker, with a strong build, stepped forward and broke the silence.
Everyone, I've discovered something. Apart from the tour guide always emphasizing the Sea God Festival, have you heard of any other local legends or ghost stories? None at all. This is too unreasonable.
His words sparked a small discussion. Indeed, there were no rumors of missing villagers, no warnings of forbidden areas, and no bans on going out at night.
Jiao Xiangtao observed everyone's reactions and continued. However, I did gather some other information. The nominal owner of this island is an old man named Yuan Jioming.
But it is said that he hasn't appeared publicly for a very long time, and the affairs of the island are mainly managed by the village chief and a few elders.
The key point is.
He deliberately paused for a moment, creating suspense that drew several people's attention to him. The key point is, this old island master Yuan Jioming's residence still exists. It's on the other side of the island, in a very hidden location that ordinary tourists would never find, and no one is allowed to get close. However, I took some measures to find the route. You guys say, for an old island master who has been hiding for so long, could there be some key clues about this island and the sea god ceremony hidden in his house? This suggestion instantly ignited the interest of part of the people in the room. Finding the residence of a key figure sounds much more reliable than wandering aimlessly.
That makes some sense. Shall we go explore? Going at night? Isn't that too dangerous? Jiao Shangtou immediately chimed in. There is definitely danger. But opportunities are also rare. Going during the day is too conspicuous, it's easy to be discovered by the islanders or guides. It's actually more convenient to act at night. He changed his tone, but we can't have too many people, it'll be too big a target and easy to expose. I think, no more than 6 or 7 people will be enough.
Of course, it's best to prioritize those who are physically capable and quick-witted, and preferably have relevant investigative talents. He scanned the crowd with fiery eyes, as if picking team members.
Soon, including Jiao Shangtou himself, more than 10 people stood up voluntarily expressing their willingness to join.
Jiao Shangtou quickly chose 6 people, including himself, totaling 7, with Sui Mingfei, who was under Lin Mo's control, also among them. Lin Mo noticed that Jiao Shangtou seemed to deliberately avoid Chen Muyang and the dark horse Xing Huai from the afternoon. Chen Muyang looked at the team ready to set off, frowned slightly, and finally couldn't help but remind Jiao Shangtou, be cautious.
Don't forget, that killer is still lurking in the shadows. Acting at night is just a good time for him to strike.
Hearing this, Jiao Shangtou smiled lightly. Don't worry, whoever it is, if they dare to provoke me, they will definitely pay the price. He waved to the selected team members, let's head back to get ready first, then we'll set off.
Watching Jiao Shangtou and his team leave, Chen Muyang's expression did not ease. He turned to the remaining people. Alright, they will go their way. The rest of you, don't just sit idle, feel free to move around, but stay alert and watch your safety. Report anything you find tomorrow, dismissed. The crowd dispersed once again. Lin Mo did not rush back to his room. There was a hidden small terrace on the first floor of the hotel. Lin Mo sat down on a wicker chair in the corner, casting his gaze towards the blurry coastline in the distance under the night sky. Before long, a figure walked over and sat down on the chair next to him, it was Sui Mingfei. Master, Sui Mingfei's voice was very low. How is the situation? Sui Mingfei let out a sigh, not too good.
Just like I felt in the afternoon, everyone is very alert, or rather, they are extremely guarded against each other, it's very hard to get them to talk. That Wu Ming, I tried to strike up a conversation, but his gaze at me was like looking at a dead person, he didn't respond at all.
A few from Chen Muyang's side are also very tight-lipped, I couldn't get in.
That Xing Huai is even more mysterious, I haven't seen her talk to anyone all day. He paused, as if recalling today's encounters. Oh, by the way, I discovered something. Jiao Shangtou and that person named Lu Rueli, they seem to know each other.
Lin Mo silently noted down this name.
Figuring out how many small groups there are is also very important, after all, people's hearts are the hardest to predict. Jiao Shangtou probably thinks I have some basic investigation ability, so he chose me, they want to explore the old house of that island master Yuan Jiuming. We plan to set off about 3 or 4 hours later, after most of the villagers have gone to sleep.
Lin Mo looked closely at Sui Mingfei. Stay safe. Your task is to observe, not to rush into battle. The key is to pay attention to the environment of that house, its layout, and if there are any unusual items or traces. Especially the information about Priestess Wanyue or the Divine Shadow Butterfly. As for Jiao Shangtou and the others, Lin Mo's gaze became deep. Also pay attention to their actions. Has Lu Rueli gone too? Yes, he has gone as well. Good. Be careful not to expose yourselves. If there's any emergency, or you discover key clues, find a way to pass them to me. Remember, your safety comes first. Understood. As night fell, Lin Mo quietly left the room and came outside the inn.
He listened attentively, the entire village was dead silent, not even a chirp of an insect could be heard.
This was too abnormal.
On a midsummer island night, it should have been the most active time for various tiny lives, croaking frogs, singing insects, the rustling of leaves, yet now it felt as if an invisible hand had completely erased them. Only the waves tirelessly crashing against the rocks in the distance remained, that sound made the village feel even more hollow and eerie.
Lin Mo's heart sank. This absolute silence emanated a sense of foreboding. He no longer hesitated and directly left the inn.
Lin Mo's goal was clear, the home of village chief Song Wei.